Qingyan. What are you really searching for as you traverse between the past and the future? Su Lang. The truth.Gu Qingyan. Do you want to be a hero who reveals the truth to the world? Su Lang. No. In an irreparable disaster, no one can be a hero. Qingyan. Then what is the significance of revealing the truth? Su Lang. Let the liars pay the price. Let the alarm bell ring for eternity. The tragedy of humanity has never come from fearing the dark, but from fearing the light. Chapter 1. The Dream Maze. Did you have that dream again yesterday? Yes. Did you dream about that man again? Yes. Are you sure you don't know him? Sure. How many times have you dreamed about him? In the dim interrogation room. Su Lang paused before continuing. I've lost count. Look at that, how unusual. A man dreaming countless times about another man. The key point is he doesn't even know who the other person is. Of course. He also doesn't know why he's being interrogated here like a criminal. I'm sorry, I still have ground search tasks that aren't completed. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Lang tried to get up and leave. But just as he moved, he was pressed back into his seat by two soldiers beside him. Their strength was so great it felt like they could crush Su Lang's shoulder blades. As the interrogator, Fan Yu watched this scene with an unperturbed expression. After a moment, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. You must cooperate with the investigation. The pent-up anger reached a boiling point with the pain, and Su Lang could no longer contain himself. 3 consecutive days. You've disrupted my work without any compensation. Because this isn't a so-called interrogation, I haven't captured any radiated mutated creatures. As a low-level search worker, without contribution, there's no food. 3 days. I haven't eaten anything. Hungry. Do you understand? Hunger. After the outburst came a sense of desolation. Su Lang curled up in the chair, all his strength drained, only the hunger still clawing at his stomach. Recalling his earlier outburst, Su Lang couldn't help but smile bitterly. Could they understand? They wouldn't understand. Radiation spread. In this terrible world, different jobs, different contributions, different distributions. Currency? That was a thing of 19 years ago. Everyone's wealth was reset to 0 when they entered the radiation shelter, and everything after that depended on contribution value. Uncontaminated water and food are rare resources, and the same goes for accommodation, medical care, tools, etc. For anyone to live well, they must make corresponding contributions. Unfortunately, Su Lang was different from the others in this interrogation room. He doesn't have a brilliant brain like Fan Yu, nor the extraordinary physique of the soldiers beside him. What he could offer was only health and time. He took risks, wearing the most ordinary protective suit to go to the surface, capturing radiated mutated creatures, bringing them back to hand over to researchers, earning corresponding contribution value in exchange for food, water, and a wooden bed. But now, his time was wasted, and his health was being eroded by hunger. I'm sorry, this is serious. I overlooked this detail. Su Lang responded to the sincere apology with a scoff. What can sorry exchange for? Protein bars? Filtered water? Or a good night's sleep? If you answer 2 more questions, I will give you a satisfactory compensation. Even, it might be a huge surprise. Facing the temptation, Su Lang simply raised his eyelids calmly. Go ahead. He had no choice. First question. Fan Yu took out a piece of paper and a photo. Placing them side by side in front of Su Lang, on the left is the final portrait I created based on your description, and on the right is the person I found corresponding to that portrait. Is he the one you dreamed of? Su Lang was stunned. There really is such a person. Yes, it's him. Who is he? Where is he? Why did I dream of him? Faced with Su Lang's urgent questions, Fan Yu did not answer directly, but moved on to the second question. In the dream, what did this man say to you? Su Lang lowered his gaze. Run. He told me to run. Clearly, this answer exceeded Fan Yu's expectations. Why? Because I was being chased. Did you die? Yes. Cause of death? Gunshot. Did you see who shot you? Su Lang raised his arm, his tone cold. I saw clearly. It was you. The direction Su Lang pointed was directly at Fan Yu, sitting across from him. Yes, he recognized her the moment he entered this interrogation room. The murderer who had killed him countless times in his dreams. He wanted to escape from here, but he had no choice. He was imprisoned, and all of humanity was imprisoned. The thirst for survival and the fear of radiation left them with no escape. Even if the victim and the murderer were in the same room. The interrogation room fell into a chilling silence. The heavy door cut off all sound from outside. In the end, it It was still Su Lang who broke the oppressive atmosphere. You just said that if I answer those 2 questions, you will give me compensation. He did not mention the so-called surprise. Living in this terrible world, he had long stopped expecting surprises, even fear them. The compensation I want is simple, a meal and better equipment. He wanted to fill his stomach and not be hungry anymore. Because of the equipment, he could only capture small radiated mutated insects. Now with better equipment, perhaps he could catch larger ones to earn more contribution value. I have a better proposal, also a surprise. Su Lang frowned in pain. Sure enough, there was no escaping the surprise. Fan Yu adjusted her frameless glasses and walked step by step towards Su Lang. The man you dreamed of is named Qingyan. He is not the only scientist who predicted the radiation disaster, but he is the one who predicted it in the most detailed and accurate way. I would even suspect he experienced this disaster. Unfortunately, he overdosed on sleeping pills and died the day before the disaster broke out. Right? Just one day. Do you think this is a coincidence? Half a meter apart, Fan Yu's eyes were fixed on Su Lang, filled with inquiry. Su Lang shrugged, his tone relaxed. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but if I knew the Earth was going to be destroyed tomorrow, I would probably make the same choice as him. However, the conversation did not end there. Fan Yu took out a voice recorder and pressed the play button. After a cacophony of noise, a young male voice began to speak. It is now October 4th, 2265, and the radiation disaster will break out on October 5th, 2265. There is no turning back. The disaster is bound to come. From now on, humanity will live underground for at least 20 years until the quantum splitting machine is developed. After listening to this recording, Su Lang's expression remained calm. A great scientist's accurate prediction. But what does that have to do with me? The voice recorder continued to operate, and the next segment of the recording began to play. Su Lang, my dear friend, that I want you to give me that document, and I want you to keep a promise. Su Lang's expression changed in surprise, but he quickly suppressed it. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. The name Su Lang is not uncommon. Su Lang, when you hear this recording, our encounter will not be limited to dreams. I am waiting for you in the past, waiting for you to come from the future. Don't forget, you are also the writer of the document. Without you, there would be no document. At this point, Su Lang could no longer remain calm. It turns out that the dream was not a coincidence. From this, Su Lang understood why Fan Yu had set her sights on him. You want that document? Fan Yu did not deny it, responding honestly. That is humanity's hope to walk on the surface again. That Su Lang pointed at the voice processor, voicing his doubts. The person I'm talking to should be Qingyan? Yes. Does he have any other recordings that indicate the location of the document? No. Right? He said I'm also one of the authors of the document, that I have never written it, so naturally, I don't have that document. Su Lang rubbed his aching temples. Incredible. He didn't even know Qingyan. Or rather, should he know Qingyan? Should he have written that document? Listening to someone recount things he had never done. The feeling was simply too bizarre. Most importantly, he was certain he had not lost his memory. Let's eat first. Fan Yu instructed someone on the other end of the headset, and soon someone brought in food. Protein bars, filtered water, and a small piece of apple. The confusion in his thoughts did not diminish the impact of his hunger. Su Lang devoured the food, while Fan Yu calmly leaned against the wall watching him. When eating the last small piece of apple, Su Lang's expression was almost reverent. This was fresh fruit, not a vitamin C tablet. Though it was only 1/8 of an apple, it was enough to excite him. Su Lang took small bites, cherishing the piece of apple, and even after finishing, he continued to savor it. After drinking all the filtered water, Su Lang looked towards Fan Yu. Are you not eating? Fan Yu pointed to the spotless food tray in front of Su Lang. What you just ate was my share. That's a bit awkward. Fortunately, Fan Yu seemed unfazed and turned to Su Lang. I understand the information is overwhelming. Eating something and taking a break can help relax your nerves. After all, this meal is hardly a surprise. The real surprise is saved for later. Upon hearing this, Su Lang immediately tensed up. What does this woman want? What exactly is the surprise? Follow me. After giving a succinct command, Fan Yu led the way out of the interrogation room. With the assistance of 2 burly men beside him, Su Lang had no choice but to follow. Passing through a narrow corridor, Fan Yu stopped in front of a huge laboratory door. Pupil recognition. Chief Researcher Fan Yu. Recognition successful. Unlocked. Su Lang did not understand what kind of thing was worth being kept like this. In the past, it might have been perfectly normal, But now resources are scarce. Was it really necessary to make it so elaborate? However, in the next second, Su Lang was deeply shocked. He had never seen such a finely crafted steel behemoth, its body wrapped in cold components, with a bluish light hole in the center, like a tempting door that made you want to reach out and touch it to explore the unknown on the other side. The first successfully developed quantum splitting machine. Fan Yu pointed at the steel behemoth and introduced it. Using it, one can go back to the past. Of course, the premise is to have a clear cognitive anchor. In short, you need to know someone who only exists in the past. Su Lang tried to calm himself down and asked this question. Someone who only exists in the past. You mean the dead? Yes. Why can't it be a living person? On the timeline, the past and present influence each other, and our dynamics are uncontrollable. Only concluded history is fixed. You want to use it to change the past? To prevent disasters from happening? We have indeed thought about it and tried. But the final results prove that Qingyan was right. Disasters will inevitably strike. So you hope I can find that document to change the future? Exactly. At this point, Su Lang finally understood the significance of standing here. Gu Qingyan was his cognitive anchor, allowing him to return to the past. At the same time, he was closely related to that document. Fan Yu timely handed him a contract, and Su Lang knew that as long as he pressed his fingerprint at the end of the contract, it would come into effect. Contribution points, food, tools and equipment, a new living environment, good medical conditions. The contract was clearly written. What had once seemed unattainable in the past was now within reach. But Su Lang still hesitated. He couldn't forget the immense pain when the bullet pierced his heart. The pain in the dream was so real, along with Qingyan's terrified eyes. Perhaps sensing why Su Lang was hesitating, Fan Yu approached him, her expression serious and sincere. That was just a dream. I have no reason to kill you. Yes, there was no reason. That document was not some treasure map. Even this contract didn't have a confidentiality agreement. It was destined to be made public to all survivors, as a hope for future generations. Su Lang took a deep breath and ultimately decided to take a gamble. In the moment his fingerprint pressed down, Fan Yu extended her hand to Su Lang. Welcome to our team. Su Lang shook her hand, his reply rational and cold. I have no reason to refuse. If the operation is successful, humanity will reclaim the surface and everyone will be freed. If it fails, the reward from the operation will be enough to change my dire situation in the shelter. There was no absolute certainty of success, nor was there a need for idealistic encouragement. The promise Su Lang made was simple and resolute, that I will do my utmost, regardless of the outcome. Fan Yu looked at Su Lang in front of her and nodded after a moment. In the following period, Su Lang underwent training, which included not only theoretical knowledge, but also combat training. When he saw that steel behemoth again, his only direction was towards its mouth. Fan Yu, dressed in white, calmly made the final adjustments. Target time, December 16th, 2258. Target location, Qingyan University Central Lecture Hall. Splitting subject, Su Lang. As Fan Yu's voice fell, the steel behemoth began to operate. With a sharp, piercing roar, Su Lang felt himself being torn apart. Fortunately, the feeling of pain did not last long. As warm sunlight shone down, Su Lang instinctively covered his mouth and nose with his hand. The lack of protective gear left him feeling extremely insecure. But as he gradually adapted, it was an indescribable feeling of emotion. Sunlight, air, water, grass, flowers, trees. Each one was so precious that Su Lang lowered his hand, took a deep breath, and looked around. Here, he could breathe freely without worrying about inhaling radioactive substances. And the person he was looking for was not far away. In the bustling crowd, finding a normal person was not easy, but finding a madman was indeed very simple. According to historical news, on December 16th, 2258, Qingyan caused a scene in front of the Qingyan University Central Lecture Hall, repeatedly interrupting the speech of renowned physicist Cristiano James, and even distributing his privately printed pamphlets to the students present, calling on everyone to oppose further research and application of nuclear physics.I. In short, he made a complete ruckus from start to finish. Su Lang watched Qingyan, who was standing at the lecture hall entranced, shouting at the crowd, and stepped forward. Excuse me. Get lost. Sorry, just a moment. No problem. Get lost. TSK. This guy is really more than a little crazy. Su Lang moved his wrist and threw a punch. Bang. Gu Qingyan covered his injured cheek and finally faced him. Chapter 2. Collision of Anchors. Are you crazy? Faced with Gu Qingyan's concern for his health, Su Lang smiled. In terms of the current situation, you're the one who's sick. Su Lang pointed around, and the scholars were looking at Gu Qingyan as if he were crazy. As for Su Lang, he was a hero who intervened to stop the farce. Gu Qingyan frowned, somewhat annoyed. They have no idea what they're doing. Fission, fusion, even decay. Every stage is releasing energy. They're eager to use all the energy, deepen research, expand applications. Humanity will eventually be consumed by this energy, consumed by its own desires. Looking at Gu Qingyan's assertive demeanor, Su Lang felt very calm inside. He knew that what Gu Qingyan said was true and would indeed come to pass. But what was the use of knowing? An individual's power was too weak, especially in the face of enormous interests. Cristiano James, he was once your teacher, and you were once his most prized student, right? No matter what happened between you two, today is his academic lecture. Why not keep a bit of dignity? Su Lang tried to persuade Gu Qingyan with the simplest human sentiments. Don't conflict with your superior, or you might not know what kind of protective suit you'll get the next day. Even Su Lang, who lived underground, understood this principle. But it was clear that Gu Qingyan, living above ground, would not be persuaded by such reasoning. Upon hearing James's name, he not only showed no signs of backing down, but became even more agitated. Science is sacred. It deserves reverence. What is James? Just a successful businessman. A businessman transforming into a scientist is a metamorphosis, but a scientist becoming a businessman is a disaster. Su Lang was taken aback. Gu Qingyan's current behavior was no different from cursing at someone else's door. The answer was, there was no difference. Watching the anger of the surrounding scholars continue to rise, Su Lang covered Gu Qingyan's mouth and dragged him aside. Before, Su Lang thought that his martial training was to protect Gu Qingyan until he found the documents. Now, Su Lang understood that his target for martial action was Gu Qingyan himself. This kid really deserved a beating. Throwing Gu Qingyan onto the grass beside the lecture hall, Su Lang sat down, panting. If you still want to go into the lecture hall and distribute your little flyers, you'd better shut up now. Faced with Su Lang's warning, Gu Qingyan stared in disbelief. His expression was like that of a little dog with its fur standing on end. How do you know about the flyers? Are you following me? Su Lang chuckled. Being a prophet felt pretty good. I don't need to follow you. I know everything about you, both past and future. Gu Qingyan's expression was strange, and he finally managed to squeeze out 2 words. Quack. Su Lang was taken aback. Calling him a prophet sounded much nicer. What was a quack? But this wasn't the time to get hung up on these things. His purpose for coming this time was very simple: to gain Gu Qingyan's trust. According to speculation, Gu Qingyan currently did not have the ability to complete that document. But for safety's sake, Fan Yu asked Su Lang to participate as much as possible. This way, even if they didn't obtain that document in the end, Su Lang would have enough information to make deductions that, of course, the first step in all of this was to gain Gu Qingyan's trust. I don't think you're crazy, and I believe everything you say. Su Lang looked at Gu Qingyan seriously, his words sincere that he knew Gu Qingyan's background. A genius youth who obtained a PhD in physics from AKS University at 17, under the tutelage of the so-called light of applied physics, Cristiano James. Some said he was the smartest Chinese person, with a bright future ahead. But just 2 years later, Gu Qingyan not only rejected the olive branch offered by the PL Atomic Energy Research Institute, but also publicly resisted further research and application of atomic energy. It should be known that in this era, regardless of nationality or race, the PL Atomic Energy Research Institute was a temple in the hearts of many physics students. Getting immense access to top-notch research facilities, ample research institutions, and a bright future ahead. Success and fame were almost everyone's dreams. Except for Gu Qingyan. People called Gu Qingyan crazy not only for his seemingly mad behavior, but also because he personally destroyed his own future. But for Su Lang, who knew the truth, he truly admired such a Gu Qingyan. At least in the dark, radiation shelter, he had never seen such a pure idealist. Going against the current is not an easy thing. Su Lang spoke more tactfully, but Gu Qingyan was exceptionally straightforward. So what? Watch disaster strike? To save money. They can pollute the environment to make money. They can abuse atomic energy for victory. They can let radioactive materials spread in a country. Development. Everything is developing. Why can't we just stop? What we've researched in the past is enough that I know. The outside world says we Chinese are too cautious, timid, and fear nuclear issues. But someone has to retain a bit of reverence, right? Su Lang lowered his gaze, silent. Yes, reverence. In this radiation disaster, China was the last to fall. This nation was able to gain more time than others precisely because of that reverence. Fear of nuclear issues? In the face of these dangerous things, caution was the most appropriate attitude, Dong. The heavy bell rang, signaling that the lecture would start in 5 minutes. Qingyan flipped up and ran towards the lecture hall with swift movements. Su Lang, following behind him, couldn't help but sigh. Being young is great. A 19-year-old boy, full of energy, impossible to hold back. Yes, Su Lang followed Qingyan. By the time they entered the lecture hall, there were no empty seats left. Even the gaps in the back corridor were packed with people. For scholars, a lecture by such a master was absolutely attractive. Of course, except for a certain angry individual. Su Lang patted Qingyan's shoulder. Don't rush, it hasn't started yet. As Cristiano James stepped onto the podium, the heavy bell rang again. Dong! The lecture officially began. When our predecessors first bombarded uranium nuclei with neutrons, humanity opened a new chapter. 1 kilogram of uranium can provide energy equivalent to burning 2,500 tons of high-quality coal. If we could extract all the uranium from seawater, the fission energy contained could meet humanity's energy needs for tens of thousands of years. Later, we discovered the isotopes of hydrogen, deuterium, and tritium, which release 17.8 million electron volts of energy when they react to produce hydrogen nuclei. Thus, the hydrogen bomb was born. Even just yesterday, our work on mutation breeding using nuclear radiation technology broke through the 5,000 mark. We are continually developing new and excellent varieties using what we've learned. To all of you here, named and unnamed heroes, we are benefiting the world. We are creating the future. The passionate opening remarks received rounds of applause. Only Qingyan looked disdainful, and his words were filled with sarcasm. 5 years ago, he told me the same thing. At that moment, I felt like the chosen one, a superhero in reality, spending day and night in the lab, even running instead of walking. But what was the result? The more we research, the more we fear. Enough is enough. Development is important, but humanity must know when to stop. Oh, you know what mutation breeding that James just mentioned is? It's a breeding method that artificially induces mutations in the genetic material of organisms using physical, chemical, and other factors from which individuals with desired traits are selected to cultivate new varieties or hybridize with other germplasm to cultivate superior varieties. The mutagens used for mutagenesis mainly include radiation, such as X-rays, and radioactive isotopes like phosphorus and cobalt, as well as E-rays and neutrons. They can help humans alter plant traits and increase yield. Su Lang shrugged, speaking lightly. This is a good thing. It's the meaning of science's existence. Qingyan turned to Su Lang. What if they apply this technology on a large scale to biology? Well, now Su Lang couldn't remain at ease. Biology? Large-scale application? What do these people want? Do they think they're gods, capable of creating new species? Atomic energy can achieve many things you can't even imagine, not just the loud bang of a bomb. Listening to Qingyan's words, Su Lang's heart trembled. Indeed, he was too naive. His understanding of this area was too shallow. After the disaster struck, what humanity once took pride in became a sealed history. If he hadn't come here, perhaps he would never have known that I have never denied the benefits that atomic energy has brought to humanity. It is applied in various fields: medicine, agriculture, industry, exploration. But now it's 2258, and the real urgent needs have already been met. Continuing research is just creating demand. Those demands mixed with personal desires. When Qingyan said this, he was particularly calm, contrasting sharply with the passionate atmosphere in the lecture hall. James was still on stage delivering a speech, while below, people were cheering and applauding. The noise in the luxurious lecture hall formed a stark contrast to the silence of the small space where the two stood. In that moment, Su Lang saw clearly. Qingyan wasn't crazy, it was this world that had gone mad. The discovery of atomic energy is a miracle in the history of human science. Humans will always create miracles, though most disasters also arise from them. After saying this, Su Lang strode forward. He sternly questioned James. Please publicly state the results of the 5,001st experiment on mutation breeding here. And please tell everyone the significance of creating it. The hall fell silent. All eyes focused on James's face. James smiled slightly and replied appropriately. Involving confidential matters, I cannot disclose them at this time, but I believe it will eventually be made public, bringing surprise and shock to everyone. Gu Qingyan stepped forward, disregarding the security personnel's obstruction, and threw out a heavy question again. 10 months ago, humanity's dream of reaching the stars and finding a second Earth was shattered. The energy source for this cosmic exploration plan was precisely the heavy, controllable nuclear fusion energy base that you led the construction of. I want to ask, has complete control really been achieved? Additionally, how will the reactor be managed after the exploration plan fails? How will it be handled? If James could still use vague rhetoric to deflect the previous question about mutation breeding, each of the upcoming questions was incredibly sharp. Can humanity really manipulate energy without backlash? Only benefits. No worries. James wiped a bit of sweat and forced himself to reply. The energy base was constructed with the participation of multiple countries, and they will also handle the aftermath. His answer was vague and avoided the main point. This response clearly caused some of the scholars who had just been full of admiration for James to waver. A man in uniform walked onto the stage and whispered a few words to James. James displayed his usual professional smile, that I have an important meeting this afternoon, so this speech will end here. As James stepped down from the stage, the man who had just spoken cast a cold glance at Gu Qingyan. Perhaps Gu Qingyan was unaware, but Sulong clearly felt the murderous intent in the man's eyes. Too reckless. The young man's impulsiveness stemmed from a courage that ignored consequences. Sulong sighed, wanting to advise Gu Qingyan to leave, but Gu Qingyan, eager to press the advantage, was still difficult to catch. Gu Qingyan wove through the crowd, using the most primitive methods to promote his message. And that man was silently getting closer. Bang! The sound of a silenced gunshot was almost indistinguishable from normal conversation and was instantly drowned out by the noisy crowd. Sulong shielded Gu Qingyan behind him. The bullet struck his left chest. The pain of his body being torn apart returned, and everything became surreal. Gu Qingyan's terrified gaze was so similar to that in his dreams, but Sulong could only watch as his face slowly blurred. Beneath the eerie blue light emitted by the steel behemoth, Sulong's hand pressed against his chest was stained bright red. Looking at the anxious expression on Fan Yu's face, Sulong smiled weakly. You didn't lie to me. The shooter wasn't you. So was the dream false? Sulong lay in Fan Yu's arms, slowly closing his eyes. Doctor! Doctor! Fan Yu looked at Sulong, feeling his body temperature fading. Uncertain of Sulong's injury and not being a professional doctor, moving Sulong recklessly could cause further harm. The best course of action now was to call the medical team to treat Sulong. However, with Sulong's current contribution value, it was far from enough to cover the exorbitant medical costs. In the post-disaster world, reality was harsh. Medical resources were not like the food that could simply be served to Sulong. Contribution values could not be transferred, nor could medical resources. In a split second, Fan Yu looked toward the quantum splitting machine before her, making a firm decision. It seemed she could only take one gamble. The stake was Sulong's life. Chapter 3. Cross-Era Rescue. Target time, March 18th, 2259. Target location, Room 407, Muyu Hotel. Splitting subject. Sulong, a roar rang out, and the eerie blue light consumed everything. When the sound faded and the light extinguished, only Fan Yu and this steel behemoth remained in the entire hall. Inside Muyu Hotel, Gu Qingyan looked indifferently at the people walking outside the window. The weather had yet to warm up, and everyone was still wrapped in heavy coats. But Gu Qingyan in the room wore only a thin robe. The heating in the room was strong, but Gu Qingyan's heart was restless. 3 months ago, that charlatan died in front of him. Because of him, that gunshot shattered Gu Qingyan's last shred of rationality. He never expected that these people's methods could be so dirty and despicable. It turned out that there were indeed interests in this world that the law could not punish. Huge interests existed in the dark that even the law could not touch. Gu Qingyan picked up the strong liquor beside him and took a swig. This was the first time he had ever drunk alcohol in the past. He thought alcohol would make one lose their rationality. But now he didn't need rationality. The cold silver handgun lay quietly on the cabinet at the door. Gu Qingyan had long planned to save the last bullet for himself. As for the rest, that was naturally for the damned people. Tomorrow at 4:30 p.m., Gu Qingyan had an appointment with James. He held evidence of James's academic fraud. This was his bargaining chip in negotiations with James. Although his true purpose was never negotiation, this moment, Gu Qingyan could imagine what conditions James would offer, even with his eyes closed. It was nothing but money, reputation, power. These things held no temptation for him. What he really wanted was for someone with authority in academia, like James, to call for everyone to stop and to use their energy to do the right thing. But what is the right thing? Gu Qingyan gave a bitter laugh and called James. Just a reminder before we meet. All the data has been backed up and uploaded to several cloud services, and I've also given physical copies and backup drives to a few friends. If I am not alive to lift the alarm by 6:30 tomorrow, this information will definitely be made public. At that point, abandon the car to save the commander. Guess whether you are the car or the commander. I'm saying this just to let you know if something happens to me in the central auditorium again, it will soon happen to you as well. After finishing the last sentence, Gu Qingyan hung up the phone decisively. James was a smart man, the kind who was too smart for his own good. He wouldn't misunderstand the meaning behind those words. Gu Qingyan also saw clearly now, no longer as naive as before. He understood that if those people could kill him once, they could kill him a second time. The significance of this call was to ensure he walked in front of James alive. At the same time, it was to make James aware of his own situation. The events that took place in the central auditorium made Gu Qingyan think a lot. Openly killing someone was not something James could do. Although James was a big name in academia, at the end of the day, he was just a pawn. Behind him was Qi International, a company that had almost completed the entire process from technological monopoly to production, application, and recycling. Because of James's academic background, he was currently the best endorsement for this company, but he was not irreplaceable. In the face of interests, no one is irreplaceable, except for the core interest source of atomic energy. With this reminder, James should be able to recognize his own situation, that if nothing unexpected happens, he probably wouldn't want the people behind the scenes to know he was in trouble. Without using Qi's strength, James was just a relatively famous scientist, making it much easier for someone to take him out. Thinking of this, Gu Qingyan felt more confident. Bang! A muffled sound came from behind him. Lost in thought, Gu Qingyan was startled. He turned around abruptly, his pupils dilating. That calm man was back. This time, his entrance was much more explosive, crashing straight on his bed. A muffled groan came out, and Gu Qingyan quickly ran to the bedside. The calm man was pale, and blood was still seeping from the wound on his chest. Gu Qingyan recognized that wound. It was the injury he sustained while saving him. If the calm man hadn't taken that bullet for him, he probably would have long lost his soul. 3 months. A gunshot wound from 3 months ago. Just like a sudden disappearance back then, this calm man had unexpectedly reappeared in his room with a gunshot wound from 3 months prior. Gu Qingyan glanced at the tightly locked door, suppressing his questions, and immediately contacted his friend from the medical department, Zheng Feng. Help! Just 2 simple words conveyed the seriousness of the situation. Then, Gu Qingyan informed Zheng Feng of the current situation to aid in assessing the condition and bringing relevant medical equipment. To save him, we need to call an ambulance and get him to the hospital. Listening to Zheng Feng, Gu Qingyan replied calmly. I understand. I'll call for an ambulance right away. The reason I asked you to come is that you're nearby and can do preliminary treatment to buy more time for rescue. On the other hand, he needs an identity that allows him to be admitted for treatment. 10 minutes later, Zheng Feng rushed over with the equipment. While performing preliminary treatment on Su Lang, he asked Gu Qingyan, when is the ambulance coming? I just called. The hospital is quite far from here, so it might take a while. He's lost too much blood and needs a transfusion. Do you know his blood type? I don't know. Any history of drug allergies? I don't know. Past medical history? Any underlying conditions? I don't know. I don't know anything. Hearing this, Zheng Feng immediately became anxious. Then what do you know? What is it that you do know? Gu Qingyan lowered his gaze, his tone heavy. He saved me this gunshot wound. Was because of me. After this sentence, Zheng Feng didn't ask another word. It wasn't until they pushed Su Lang onto the ambulance that Zheng Feng gently patted Gu Qingyan. I'll take care of the rest. You don't need to say anything. With Zheng Feng's help, everything went incredibly smoothly afterward. The medical technology in this era was highly advanced, and with good preliminary treatment, they secured time for Su Lang's rescue. When Su Lang woke up again, standing in front of him was not Fan Yu, but the cold-faced Gu Qingyan. She brought me back. In an instant, Su Lang understood the current situation. Su Lang let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, with his contribution value, he didn't deserve treatment. Although it sounded cruel, it was another form of fairness. Who are you? Qingyan still asked that question. A cliché yet necessary question. Su Lang struggled to sit up after all. Lying down and answering someone else's question seemed a bit impolite. But as soon as he moved, the wound on his chest tugged, and the pain made him involuntarily gasp. Hiss. You don't need to just lie down. You only need to move your mouth to answer questions. Looking at Qingyan's icy demeanor, Su Lang suddenly missed the impulsive little madman from before. Su Lang understood that Qingyan was suspicious of him. And rightly so, his series of actions would make anyone suspicious that Qingyan was not only not a fool, but also a genius in his field. My name is Su Lang. The first sentence, a straightforward self-introduction. I come from the future, the year 2284. The second sentence, an unexpected thunderbolt. Fortunately, the person Su Lang faced was Qingyan. At least the current Qingyan showed no signs of excessive surprise or extreme reactions to this response. I suspected your identity was not simple after all. That sudden disappearance was indeed very shocking. But I thought it was some optical principle causing a visual distortion, like those man-made magic tricks. Qingyan's calmness made Su Lang feel a bit awkward. This is the reaction when meeting a time traveler? Just this? Nothing else? Could he at least create some atmosphere? Feeling quite embarrassed, Su Lang tried to find a new topic to break the deadlock. I think you've grown a lot since we last met. As soon as he said it, Su Lang regretted it. He wasn't much older than Qingyan, so why did he feel like an elder? However, he didn't elaborate. Compared to his previous crazy demeanor, Qingyan now seemed a bit unnormally normal. I am calm because many things no longer hold meaning. Oh, starting to play deep? Su Lang laughed. Looking at the 19-year-old Qingyan, he unconsciously viewed him from an elder's perspective. He was ready to hear some middle school-level dramatic speech or melancholic reflections from Qingyan. Boys at this age always have some youthful concerns. I'm going to kill someone, and then commit suicide. Qingyan calmly stated these two sentences, shocking Su Lang with raised eyebrows. This was beyond the realm of middle school drama, right? This is a crime, Su Lang said seriously, his tone becoming much stricter. Although he had only met Qingyan once before today, he had long learned about Qingyan's life and the information provided by Fan Yu. He understood Qingyan as well as he understood himself. For Qingyan to say such things, he must have made relevant preparations. What exactly does this kid want to do? Who does he want to kill? James, he is not the source of evil, but he is an accomplice, and why death may not change anything. But with his identity and status, his death will surely trigger a series of reactions. I cannot wake everyone up, but as long as someone is willing to dig up the truth, willing to expose the truth. A single spark can start a prairie fire. There may still be a glimmer of hope in this world. Listening to Qingyan's account, Su Lang felt a mix of emotions. This kid really hasn't changed. What kind of lunatic thinks about assassinating the most respected nuclear physicist of the time? Then again, he must have thought through his escape route for the burial. Is it worth dying for such a person? Before Qingyan could reply, Su Lang interrupted him first. Of course, death is just the first question. My second question is, while a single spark can indeed start a prairie fire, are you sure this spark can actually be ignited? Looking at the youthful Qingyan before him, Su Lang smiled. Am I the one living in this era, or are you? Why don't you understand the power of the Key Group as well as I do? I believe you must have something that can stir public opinion, but are you sure that public opinion will ferment? Or will it develop according to your ideas? When a person dies, it's like a light going out once you're gone. Who will care about all this? Su Lang did not bluntly advise Qingyan against this course of action, nor did he offer any motivational platitudes. Perhaps it was because he had lived in the radiation shelter for so long that even he had become exceptionally pragmatic. When it comes to a matter, rather than considering whether to do it, Su Lang was more concerned about whether it was worth doing. Su Lang admired Qingyan's courage to sacrifice for his ideals, but the era where one could achieve things solely through sheer bravery was long gone. The door to the ward was pushed open, and Zheng Feng walked in wearing a white coat. Zheng Feng, how do you feel? Su Lang, much better, thank you. Zheng Feng, don't thank me, thank this kid. Su Lang looked at Qingyan and sincerely said, thank you. Qingyan touched his nose. You got that gunshot wound because of me this time, just consider a repayment. Huh, quite proud, aren't you? With the person saved, Zhang Feng's demeanor relaxed noticeably. He was inherently a carefree person, and he loved to tease Gu Qingyan, who was so stubborn. Seeing Gu Qingyan wanting to retort but not knowing what to say, Zhang Feng was very satisfied. After teasing Gu Qingyan, Zhang Feng turned to Su Lang. Brother, I heard you're a fortune teller. Look, I've helped a bit in saving you. Can you do me a favor and read my fortune too? What the hell? Fortune teller? Gu Qingyan, is this how you introduce me to others? Faced with Su Lang's questioning gaze, Gu Qingyan quickly turned his back. Hey, as long as I can't see it, it has nothing to do with me. Facing his savior, Su Lang patiently asked, what do you want me to read? Can you tell if my wife's first child will be a boy or a girl? Isn't that something you can see with instruments? It can be seen, but it's illegal. True, what a fortune teller sees isn't illegal. Su Lang nodded. He wasn't a fortune teller, so he naturally couldn't see it, but he could check the records when he split next time. Also, could you help me calculate when I can marry my wife under legal conditions? Zhang Feng immediately threw out a second request. At this point, Su Lang couldn't be polite anymore. What does that mean? Not married yet. What kind of marriage could be disallowed by law? Just as Su Lang was preparing to hear a tale of a legendary romance, Zhang Feng pulled a beautiful doll out of his pocket. Let me introduce you. This is my wife. How about it? Pretty, right? Chapter 4. Entering the game, Su Lang nodded. It's beautiful, but a bit ridiculous. Zhang Feng laughed heartily and put the doll back in his pocket. Young man, don't be so narrow-minded. Suddenly being lectured as a younger brother made Su Lang feel a bit uncomfortable. Zhang Feng couldn't be that old, right? He could play with Gu Qingyan, so he was likely around the same age. Look at me, almost 50, still eager to embrace new things. Unlike that foolish boy, in his prime, yet wearing a frown every day, cynical as if he's about to fight with someone. Two sentences left Su Lang in shock multiple times. Almost 50? With that face, almost 50? Zhang Feng stood tall, his skin glowing, his eyes bright, not a single gray hair in sight. Where was the sign of aging? As for what he said about Gu Qingyan wanting to fight with others, it wasn't just a thought. Gu Qingyan really intended to do so. Su Lang quietly looked at Zhang Feng, unsure if his words were a casual joke or a deliberate hint. Oh, right. If anyone asks about your identity and the source of your gunshot wound, just tell them to come find me, and don't say anything more. It's a troublesome time recently. Don't get yourself into trouble. Zhang Feng said this with an unusually serious expression. However, just a second later, his demeanor returned to its usual playful self. He walked over and patted Gu Qingyan, who was facing the wall. Hee, I have a little secret. Do you want to hear it? Su Lang, lying behind them and watching this scene, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What kind of tone was that? Teasing a good girl? Zhang Feng, at his age, is now acting like a spoiled young master? Bro, oh no. Uncle, you're over the age limit, you know? Gu Qingyan seemed to have long been used to Zhang Feng's antics, throwing out 4 words without turning back. Say what you want. Sure enough, dealing with a rogue requires a proud attitude. Just as Su Lang was waiting to hear something unreliable from Zhang Feng suddenly said with a grin, this hospital has also been acquired by the Qi group. As soon as these words came out, Su Lang's expression changed instantly. Gu Qingyan immediately turned around, looking at Su Lang. Clearly, they both guessed that the person who shot earlier belonged to the Qi group. If this hospital was also a property of the Qi group, what was the difference from walking into a tiger's den? Were they just delivering themselves to the door? The way Su Lang and Gu Qingyan looked at Zhang Feng was filled with vigilance. Zhang Feng, was this intentional? Which side was he on? Zhang Feng continued to speak to himself, his expression relaxed and content. Why do you think everyone wants to get into Qi? This big company is different. Just after the acquisition, our benefits have already increased significantly, and they sent people over from their group. TSK, how should I put it? Medical researchers coming out of Qi just look more upscale than us. That aura, the fragrance of money, is all in their speech. For a moment, Su Lang couldn't understand whether Zhang Feng was praising or cursing people. What's so great about the smell of money? Gu Qingyan said coldly. Hearing this, Zhang Feng wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and leaned closer to Gu Qingyan. Rich people call it the smell of money. That's called modesty. Poor people call it the smell of money. That's called sour grapes. Seeing Gu Qingyan fall silent again, Zhang Feng sighed. Do you know why everyone says you are a madman? Madness isn't just about shouting and being mentally unstable. It's more about being a being that deviates from the mundane. You don't like what everyone else likes. You don't want what everyone else wants. Not only do you not want it, but you also don't let others have it. What else can such a person be but a madman? Su Lang fell silent. Zheng Feng was right. Qingyan was out of sync with this world. His idealism destined him to suffer. Qingyan looked at Zheng Feng, his displeasure evident in his eyes. You don't understand the horror of atomic energy. Talking to you about this is pointless. Upon hearing this, Zheng Feng's smile widened. I don't understand. Do you want to take a look at the neighboring wards? Also, do you want to guess why Qi acquired this hospital? By the way, you can also check how many hospitals Qi has acquired in recent years. Su Lang, lying on the hospital bed, suddenly realized. Right, how could it be so coincidental? The hospital he was in just happened to be acquired by Qi? No, the real situation was that Qi was acquiring hospitals on a large scale, not just this one. Not just in this city, not just in this country. Finding a large hospital that had nothing to do with Qi was a small probability event. With the excessive and abnormal development of atomic energy, the number of related practitioners was also rising sharply. Yes, after layers of research and iteration, protective measures had strict standards. But who could guarantee that these strict standards would be strictly enforced? Don't regulators need to be paid? Don't radiation protection devices cost money? Don't process audits require events? Doesn't waste disposal require expenses? This is just the big picture if you add in various small details. Any cutback could save considerable time, economic costs, and human resources. When something permeates every aspect of human life, when everyone becomes accustomed to its existence, the sense of awe disappears. Therefore, the harm caused will gradually become normalized. It's not that we have forgotten its horror. It's that someone is deliberately making us forget. Unless disaster truly befalls all of humanity. Only when there's no way to avoid it will those things that lies cannot cover up become apparent. But by then, it will be too late. Su Lang gently tugged at Zheng Feng's sleeve while lying on the hospital bed. Zheng Feng turned around and smiled at Su Lang. What? Are you interested in these matters too? Zheng Feng pointed at Su Lang's wound, implying something. Although we only met once, I still advise you not to let a tragedy happen a second time. To this, Su Lang didn't care. After all, in the future world, humanity was all tragedy. How many people are hospitalized because of radiation? Su Lang still asked this question. Zheng Feng blinked, not giving a specific number, but providing a range. If you mean those who were directly admitted with the words radiation, then I can only say none. But if you're asking about the actual situation, like those who were hospitalized due to radiation but labeled with other diseases, then I can tell you, over 60%. This is a large general hospital. Internal medicine, surgery, gynecology, pediatrics, not to mention the subdivisions. What does it mean for over 60% in such a hospital? Su Lang couldn't imagine it, nor did he want to. He had thought the disaster broke out in October 2265, but now it seemed this world had long been critically ill. Diseases caused by radiation had already become normalized. Zheng Feng shrugged, his tone still relaxed, but the helpless expression on his face betrayed him. Actually, this is the most terrifying part. They make the public feel that this is normal, just like catching a cold or having a fever. You ate food contaminated by radiation? It's not a big deal. Why? Because everyone is eating it. Once something becomes widespread, it loses its special significance and thus loses its qualification to be treated specially. The KUI group is playing a larger game. This is a chess match that makes people forget lies and accept lies. Can I go see those patients? Su Lang looked at Zheng Feng. He had certainly seen people harmed by radiation. This was not uncommon after a disaster struck. However, the medical conditions in the underground shelter were completely incomparable to now. Resources for medicine, equipment, and even medical personnel were extremely scarce. Moreover, everyone's contribution was pitifully low. Under such circumstances, if one did not take proper precautions and suffered radiation damage, there was basically no other way but to endure. If one could endure, they would live another day. If not, they would face death. The outcome was both simple and cruel. But here it is different. There are ample medical resources, advanced medical equipment, and professional staff. In this case, when things change, perhaps those people would have more hope of survival. Zheng Feng glanced at Su Lang and then at Gu Qingyan. You probably cannot walk freely among the assets of the Qi group right now, but if... At this point, Zheng Feng's voice paused. Su Lang and Gu Qingyan looked at Zheng Feng in unison, waiting for his next words. But if Qingyan is willing to join the Qi group, then everything can be negotiated. Not only here, but you can go to many places you want to go and do many things you want to do. As soon as Zheng Feng finished speaking, Gu Qingyan raised his fist. Gu Qingyan, Sulang shouted sharply. Gu Qingyan's eyes dimmed as he lowered his gaze, his raised arm slowly dropping. He was impulsive because the feeling of betrayal was too painful, but he had never thought about throwing that punch. Even if Su Lang hadn't stopped him. I'm sorry. Gu Qingyan said these 3 words with a complex expression, feeling both helpless and relieved. He was helpless about the state of the world. The relief came from understanding Zheng Feng. Zheng Feng had done nothing wrong. He had even helped his people. It was truly unethical to strike him. Gu Qingyan apologized because of this. No need to apologize. What happens here is something I told Austin. He has always wanted to meet you. He just needed a suitable opportunity. I sold you out and provided him with that opportunity. Zheng Feng had always been calm. Even though what he was doing now could almost be considered a betrayal, he still had an incomprehensible composure. Only now did Su Lang fully understand their situation. Austin was a senior executive within the Qi group. Perhaps it was because James was getting older or for other reasons. In any case, they wanted to replace the person backing the Qi group, and the genius boy Gu Qingyan from Huagua was the best candidate. In today's world, only Huagua still held a cautious, even overly cautious attitude towards the use of atomic energy. Gu Qingyan's academic achievements in the field of atomic energy were beyond doubt, and his identity would help the Qi group further expand into the Huagua market. As for the so-called suitable opportunity, it was probably the medical assistance he was currently receiving. This hospital belonged to the Qi group, and it was the doctors here who saved his life. Just looking at the severity of his injuries, he would inevitably need to stay in the hospital for a few more days. Sulang Said. He never expected to become a pawn that Gu Qingyan was controlled by. Of course, the most incomprehensible part of this was probably Zheng Feng's betrayal. Although Gu Qingyan often resisted verbally, based on his previous interactions with Zheng Feng, Su Lang could see that Gu Qingyan trusted this senior and friend very much. In a critical moment, the person Gu Qingyan first thought to seek help from must hold a different weight in his heart. Do you know what you were doing? Su Lang looked at Zheng Feng. This time, there was no anger in his eyes, only disappointment. He could accept Zheng Feng's unintentional betrayal. Perhaps it was just a difference in values and personal choices. But now, Gu Qingyan could see clearly. Zheng Feng's betrayal was not unintentional. On the contrary, he was clearly aware of all the interests involved. He had fallen into the abyss and wanted to drag himself down too. I know. Zheng Feng nodded and then pointed outside the window at Gu Qingyan. Look, the people downstairs have various skin colors, hair colors, and eye colors. They come from different countries and perhaps have different beliefs, but they are gathered here now. What I mean is, the world has long been integrated. We live in a global village. We are one whole, and there is no need to stand out. Integrating in is the best choice. Youth is the best capital. Making the right choice early leads to the path of success sooner. Seeing Gu Qingyan clench his fist again, Zheng Feng even added fearlessly, by the way, you don't have to worry about Austin retaliating against your impulsive and crazy actions. He is a businessman. Everything can be sacrificed for profit. In this regard, he is very generous. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Lang covered his eyes, unable to bear to watch what was about to happen next. Sure enough, the next second, Gu Qingyan's fist struck Zheng Feng's face. Fuck his generosity. I'm telling you, Zheng Feng, I am not generous. Today's matter is one thing. You helped me, and I remember that. I will give you all my savings, and if it's not enough, I will slowly earn it back to repay your kindness. But from now on, we part ways. No more feelings of friendship between us. Gu Qingyan's eyes were red. Zheng Feng covered his face, staggering. Yet his expression was still the same eternal smile. You still so young. Chapter 5. Change. The shift in atmosphere came too suddenly. Lying on a hospital bed, Su Lang was momentarily at a loss. Just a moment ago, the atmosphere was harmonious, so how did it become so tense? Zheng Feng. Even Su Lang found it hard to claim he understood this person. His intuition told him that anyone who could play with Gu Qingyan and earn his trust shouldn't be a villain. But Zhang Feng's actions. Yes, I am too young, I lack sufficient social experience, and I don't understand those entangled interests. But precisely because of that, I still have a conscience. Gu Qingyan coldly threw this remark at Zhang Feng and then turned back to Su Lang. I'll find a hospital. If I can't find a hospital, I'll look for a clinic. If I can't find a clinic, I'll look for a private doctor. The world is vast. There must be a place that Qi cannot reach. Just as Gu Qingyan was about to leave, Zhang Feng chuckled softly. The blood at the corner of his mouth had long been wiped clean with a handkerchief, and now he appeared relaxed and at ease, as if he hadn't just taken a punch. I said you were young because I think you are too naive. You could easily choose to reject my proposal, walk away, and continue to rally a few more idiots like yourself, leading them down the same path as you. This world won't change because of a handful of people. A stone thrown into water will create ripples. But if it's just the power of a few of you, I'm afraid it's like an ant shaking a tree or trying to hit a stone with an egg. Gu Qingyan paused. Although he didn't know what scheme Zhang Feng was plotting, he wasn't stubborn enough to ignore a few words. He had spent several days in the laboratory before, and now standing here, he still had the patience to listen to Zhang Feng. Do you think there is only one way to change this world, which is through confrontation? Confrontation is a choice only the strong can make, but you clearly aren't strong enough yet. If you walk out of that door now, you are handing this world over to those you despise, letting them continue their misdeeds. Of course, that includes me, Zhang Feng said nonchalantly, with a hint of pride on his face. For some reason, looking at Zhang Feng, Su Lang always felt something was off. He was clearly a participant in these events, but in terms of his demeanor, he resembled an observer. Yes, he wasn't losing anything. The one making choices was Gu Qingyan. Su Lang turned to look at Gu Qingyan. The 19-year-old boy furrowed his brows, his fists slightly clenched, and the sunlight hitting his face didn't make him look any warmer. The forced growth came too suddenly, within just one day. Gu Qingyan experienced too much and had too many choices to make. Every choice was crucial. Seeing Gu Qingyan like this, Su Lang suddenly felt a pang of heartache. It wasn't that Su Lang had developed a deep bond with Gu Qingyan in such a short time. He just saw his former self in Gu Qingyan. When disaster struck before entering the shelter, he was famously mischievous. Neighbors said he had excessive energy, and even his mother took him to the hospital to see if he had ADHD. Back then, he was curious about everything and talked excessively, practically a walking encyclopedia of questions. Teachers joked that he might become a scientist in the future, given his spirit of inquiry. Of course, he didn't become a scientist later, nor was he particularly strong. He was just an ordinary person, living for basic survival. He wasn't as active anymore. After completing ground search tasks, all he wanted to do was lie down and sleep, feeling tired even just turning over. He wasn't as chatty either. No longer curious about everything, only thinking about how to earn more contribution points. Besides topics related to contribution points, he felt that saying anything else was a waste. Each step of this transformation was a reluctant part of growing up. He was gradually worn down to this state by disaster and reality. Meanwhile, what Gu Qingyan faced was a sudden change. Faced with assassination, betrayal by friends, the collapse of faith. Each incident came without warning. It was too fast. Fast enough to catch one off guard. All your current choices are based on what you've encountered up to now. If you join Qi, perhaps you'll know more. Likewise, if you leverage the Qi platform to empower yourself, your choices will also impact more people. The one saying these words wasn't Zhang Feng, but Su Lang. Gu Qingyan suddenly turned his head. Clearly, he hadn't expected Su Lang to speak up at this moment. Perhaps sensing what Gu Qingyan was thinking, Su Lang added steadily. There are many paths to the right choice. Sometimes being too fixated on the process can trap you. Instead of placing your enemies directly in opposition, why not think about what can be utilized? As Su Lang's words fell, the sound of Zhang Feng clapping echoed in his ears. Clap, clap, clap. A true confidant. A brother with foresight. No wonder we hit it off so well. It must be destiny. Seeing Zhang Feng's nonsensical demeanor, Su Lang felt a headache coming on. Just by offering a few words of advice, he had upgraded from charlatan to a wise man. This person really is flexible. The center of the incident. Gu Qingyan looked at Zheng Feng and Su Lang, unable to suppress a cold snort. Don't get too close, he asked injured. Zheng Feng glanced at Gu Qingyan, noted, I'm avoiding the wound. Hearing the tone of their conversation, Su Lang sighed in relief. It seemed that the matter of the punch had mostly passed. The friendship among men is indeed interesting. Where's Austin? Take me to see him. Gu Qingyan walked to Zheng Feng's side, speaking with an undeniable tone. In that moment, the 19-year-old boy seemed to undergo a qualitative change. Zheng Feng smiled and stood up from Su Lang's hospital bed, not forgetting to pat Su Lang on the shoulder before leaving. Brother, your words have really worked wonders. Let us keep in touch. Please pay attention to me, my wife. And my child matters. Su Lang waved his hand. If it weren't for the gunshot wound, he would have loved to get out of bed and chase away this person with a mouth full of nonsense. The clock on the wall ticked away, and as Su Lang looked at the bright sunlight outside, his mind drifted back to Fan Yu in that dark shelter. She took a gamble, and she won. It seems that, for both emotional and rational reasons, this task must continue. As for that ending, perhaps it really is just a dream? On the top floor of the hospital, in a spacious and bright office, the milky white circular sofa was simple yet elegant. Austin placed the book in his hand on the table and said softly, please come in. Watching Zheng Feng and Gu Qingyan walk in from outside, Austin politely stood up and extended his hand to Gu Qingyan. It's an honor to meet you for the first time. Austin was actually 63 years old, but he still appeared cultured and easygoing. If one didn't know his identity, Gu Qingyan might very well mistake him for a knowledgeable and cultured researcher rather than a businessman. I've long admired your name. Gu Qingyan politely shook Austin's hand. Please sit. Austin gestured for Gu Qingyan to sit beside him. Zheng Feng very perceptively bowed slightly to the two and walked out. I'm older now. I don't have as much curiosity. Of course, he was also afraid that Gu Qingyan would pull some tricks that would raise his ire. After all, this kid Gu Qingyan was really hard to control. As the door slowly closed, Austin and Gu Qingyan officially began their conversation. Austin, I know you young people don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point. Gu Qingyan nodded. That's best. Austin leaned back slightly. His posture relaxed. As far as I know, you want to kill your teacher, James. It wasn't a question, but a statement, without any surprise or displeasure, as if it were the most normal thing for Austin. Gu Qingyan raised an eyebrow, realizing that he was indeed being straightforward. After all, in this place, while personal gun ownership isn't prohibited, purchasing a gun still requires strict registration for ordinary people. For a senior executive of the Key Group, finding this out wouldn't be difficult. As for why the target is James, whether checking James's social information or his own, it should be confirmable. Yes, I did have such thoughts before. Gu Qingyan admitted candidly, then changed the subject. But I've changed my mind now. Upon hearing this, Austin chuckled with interest. Oh, is it because of our meeting? Gu Qingyan didn't deny it but smiled in response. Shooting? That method is too simplistic and lacks aesthetic appeal. Hearing this, Austin became intrigued. So what do you have in mind? Gu Qingyan no longer suppressed the madness in his eyes and spoke more boldly. I've heard a bit about the results of the 5001st experiment of sudden mutation breeding. Austin, you want to take over this work? Gu Qingyan, not just this work, but also other tasks that James is handling. I can manage them too. Austin spread his hands, looking somewhat puzzled. Of course, no problem. I believe in your abilities. But how does this relate to the aesthetic we just discussed? Gu Qingyan pointedly remarked. What could be more aesthetically pleasing than a scientist sacrificing himself, merging with the masterpiece he cultivated with his own hands? Upon hearing this, Austin's eyes lit up, and he raised a champagne glass toward Gu Qingyan. Young man, you're bold and have ideas. Gu Qingyan raised the glass of champagne that had been prepared for him. The sound of clinking glasses rang out. A certain agreement was reached. In the next half hour of conversation, both Austin and Gu Qingyan achieved what they desired. This dialogue could be described as mutually gratifying, with each gaining something. Austin expressed high appreciation for Gu Qingyan, and Gu Qingyan showed absolute expectations for future cooperation. After they parted ways, Gu Qingyan stood outside the door and dialed James's number. I'm afraid I can't make it to tomorrow's meeting. It was clear that James on the other end panicked immediately upon hearing this. He was afraid to meet Gu Qingyan because he didn't know what Gu Qingyan wanted. But he feared even more that Qingyan would cancel the meeting at this time, as it meant things had taken a turn. Dear teacher, please allow me to call you that one last time. You can start the countdown now, within 5 minutes. Information related to you will hit major news outlets. Trust me, you will witness how your academic career comes to an end. The result of being disgraced is what you deserve, but it's not the final outcome. I have prepared other surprises for you. On the other end of the line, James's voice trembled, his bulging belly rising and falling rapidly. He vaguely guessed what was happening, but dare not be certain. Qingyan, I'm your teacher. Without me, there would be no you today. Listening to this ridiculous statement, Qingyan's expression was disdainful. Yes, fabricating irresponsible experimental results, publishing papers, and endorsing interest groups. After I produced real results, you led everyone to isolate me, reject me, and deny me, stealing my academic research achievements. Then turning around to say you gave me a chance to join your team and share your glory. Endless exploitation turned me into your blood bag. And you still claim that Chinese people are inherently dull, and without you so-called top scientist guidance, nothing could be achieved. If I remember correctly, you got your position at this university thanks to your father's help, right? How many blood bags like me have there been along the way? Those students you used and discarded were the steps you climbed up on, and you stepped on their flesh and blood while scornfully looking down on them and harming them. Even now, Qingyan still remembers his first meeting with James. The overweight man patted his head and smiled as he said, "You will be under my care from now on, foolish and cowardly little waste." What a proud student. What a supported academic star. All of this was just a means for James to shape his image of being tolerant and magnanimous to the outside world. Qingyan knew this so well. James, we have a saying that good and evil will eventually be rewarded. Do you believe it? After saying this, Qingyan did not wait for James's response and ended the call. Good and evil will eventually be rewarded. He was not the one to sit back and wait. He wanted to be the one wielding the knife. After years of oppression, from childhood to now, it was time to put an end to it. Qingyan walked out of the hospital and looked up at the stars in the sky. The starlight at night wasn't dazzling, but the surrounding mist had already cleared. Chapter 6, the underground 6th floor. 2 days later, Su Lang saw Qingyan again. During these 2 days, Su Lang received excellent treatment. The environment and medical resources here were very generous, making Su Lang feel as if he were not recovering from an illness but rather on vacation. He could clearly feel that he was getting special care, perhaps because of Zheng Feng or Qingyan's influence. The 3 meals a day were nutritious and abundant, and the nurses even thoughtfully attended to his entertainment needs, providing him with various advanced electronic devices for movies and games. Because of this, Su Lang came across news about James, the most renowned nuclear physicist of the contemporary era, the light of applied physics, the dream mentor of physics students. No amount of titles could save James from his downfall. Academic bullying, academic fraud, academic corruption. In a short time, James's past was thoroughly exposed, and those unknown matters not only came to light, but also spread rapidly. It is uncertain how long it takes to achieve fame, but often, falling from grace can happen in a day or even a few minutes. All companies and organizations that once used the name Cristiano James for promotion quickly deleted all positive news and information related to him, joining the boycott against him. Some even added more revelations, claiming he mistreated and humiliated lower-level staff while using his status and influence to threaten upper management, reneging on agreements, and raising prices during negotiations. From being revered by thousands to being condemned by all, Su Lang suddenly became curious about James's current state. Fortunately, he did not see news of James being shot, which indirectly indicated that Qingyan had not acted impulsively. After reading the news about James, Su Lang became even more convinced that it was not worth it for such a scumbag to drag down a promising young man like Qingyan. Su Lang saw Qingyan again when he was going through the discharge procedure. "I'm here to take you home." The young man wore a white sweater and black casual pants, and the beige coat he wore accentuated his tall stature. He naturally helped Su Lang with the various procedures for discharge, patiently listening to the doctor's instructions. This feeling inexplicably made Su Lang feel very out of place, as if Qingyan were the older one and his guardian. "What are you thinking? Have you packed your personal belongings?" Qingyan patted Su Lang's shoulder. Su Lang came to his senses and smiled. I don't really belong here and don't have any personal items. I've been using what the hospital provided. I just returned it. All right, then let's go. Get ready to get in the car. Qingyan led the way, holding a folder containing Su Lang's medical records and related materials. In the underground level B1, Qingyan skillfully unlocked the vehicle and sat in the driver's seat. Su Lang followed closely, settling into the passenger seat. He wanted to ask Qingyan what had happened during this time. The past Qingyan had indeed made him feel like he was losing his mind, but the current Qingyan felt unfamiliar. The boy had turned into a man in a very short time. He had become considerate and meticulous, as if he were striving to become a successful person. What was most frightening was that Su Lang saw a shadow of James in Qingyan. I listened to your advice and didn't shoot James. Qingyan turned the steering wheel, driving steadily through the traffic. You did great. You weren't swayed by emotional impulses and made rational decisions. As soon as Su Lang finished this sentence, he regretted it. What was this? A cliché and dull compliment. He knew Qingyan didn't need such praise, but he seemed unable to find a natural way to communicate with Qingyan for the time being. What could be more terrifying than dealing with a stranger? It was dealing with someone who had suddenly become strange. The scenery outside the car window slowly receded. Every view here was something Su Lang had longed for while living underground. But he had no time to appreciate the scenery now. He only felt suffocated. Qingyan seemed to sense something different. He didn't continue to force a conversation, but instead turned on the car's audio system. Melodious music flowed out, softening the atmosphere inside the car. The vehicle finally stopped in front of a standalone villa, and Su Lang looked at the building in front of him, disbelief flashing in his eyes. This is where James once lived. Of course, now the owner here is me. I've taken over James's position, including everything of his. In front of the tall and gorgeous wooden door, Qingyan calmly said all of this to Su Lang. The cold wind blew sharply, lifting the hem of Qingyan's coat, and he met Su Lang's gaze with composure. Even though his mindset had undergone a significant change, the youth's face still bore an unblemished freshness. As a scholar, he appeared so fragile, yet Su Lang saw an unstoppable brilliance in his eyes, a peculiar determination that tore through the darkness and pierced into Su Lang's heart. Su Lang felt a tightness in his chest, a dull pain spreading through his limbs. What was Qingyan waiting for? Or rather, what did Qingyan think his reaction would be? Qingyan looked up at the large door. He had walked into this magnificent ruin countless times, repeatedly pushing that door open and then closing it. Back then, he was a guest. Now he was the master. His face showed no joy or sorrow, and his tone was that of an indifferent observer. You see, the Dragon Slayer ultimately becomes the evil dragon. So how about it? Are you ready to scold me? The Great Time Traveler. This title was somewhat mocking, but Su Lang could tell that Qingyan was not mocking him. The Time Traveler from the future. Indeed, as someone who had borne the bitter fruit of disaster, one might feel anger upon witnessing this scene. He could loudly condemn, play the role of a saint, stand on a moral high ground to educate Qingyan, or even beautify his actions as a way to spur others and awaken the conscience of a lost youth. But he didn't because he understood Qingyan. He believed in Qingyan. He had seen Qingyan's life, first on paper in the materials Fan Yu had given him, and later, he had seen Qingyan in person, communicated with him, entrusted his life to him. Su Lang opened his mouth, about to say something, but suddenly the words of Fan Yu echoed in his mind. Fan Yu, the quantum-splitting machine allows individuals in the current time and space to return to past time and space, provided there is a cognitive anchor point. However, changing the past can likely cause the future to collapse, so time travelers must act cautiously. That's right, he was a time traveler, but his mission was not to change the past but to save the future. Many people would say that changing the past could save the future, and he himself once thought so, but Fan Yu repeatedly emphasized that, in his task, saving the future was an independent event. History becomes a fait accompli the moment it is written down. He was merely a powerless observer. This included Qingyan's fate. Looking at the youth in front of him, Su Lang suddenly smiled. He did not criticize or condemn. Instead, he took a step forward and gave Qingyan a hug. As a mystic, I see through the essence of everyone's soul. Your soul is pure and clear. Gu Qingyan had anticipated all possible outcomes, but never expected Su Lang to react this way. Su Lang gently patted Gu Qingyan on the shoulder like an older brother who had lived together for many years. Let's go. Take me to enjoy the fun of living in a mansion. Watching Su Lang step by step ascend the steps leading to that grand door, Gu Qingyan felt for the first time in his life that he was no longer alone. Su Lang did not respond with a cold glare, nor did he stubbornly endure misunderstandings. Yes, he had never thought about explaining himself from the very beginning, nor did he ever look down on the idea of explaining to anyone. He just didn't expect that the current situation was one where he didn't need to explain. Without those entanglements and grievances, Su Lang's response was so light and natural. What truly made Gu Qingyan feel no longer lonely was not the presence of Su Lang himself, but the understanding and trust he gave to Gu Qingyan. You don't need to explain, I believe in you. Watching Su Lang's back, Gu Qingyan quickly caught up with him. In that moment, the man shed his disguise and returned to that 19-year-old boy. Let's go. I'll show you a one-of-a-kind mansion. Gu Qingyan spoke excitedly, like a child eager to show off a toy. The door opened, and as soon as Su Lang stepped in, he was stunned. He admitted that he was a country bumpkin. The term gold and jade was something he never thought could be used to describe a residence. Light, which was the most precious existence for an underground shelter, was everywhere in front of him. Bright sunshine streamed in through the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating every corner of the room. Because the space was large enough, even with giant sofas and long tables, it did not feel crowded. The smart devices throughout the house were truly a blessing for someone with social anxiety. There was no need to interact with a housekeeper or butler. Life could be taken care of in every aspect. With a voice command, most tasks could be completed. Su Lang suddenly felt a bit indignant. That old man James lived this well before? Fortunately, now it's Gu Qingyan living here. Well, and himself. Come on, let me show you the truly unique parts. Listening to Gu Qingyan beside him, Su Lang was a bit confused. What is it? Something even more unique? Isn't all this already unique enough? This kid seems a bit too greedy. Although Su Lang had many thoughts in his mind, he still followed Gu Qingyan. As they stepped into the indoor elevator, Su Lang suddenly realized some differences. Luxurious mansions with indoor elevators were not uncommon. It was also not rare for mansions to have several floors. But it was indeed rare for a mansion to be built 5 stories underground, 6 floors below ground. Even if one floor was a wine cellar and another a garage, there were still 4 floors left. Gu Qingyan, did you create an underground laboratory? At that moment, as the thought crossed his mind, Su Lang's eyes suddenly lit up. Sure enough, after the retinal scan, the elevator descended to the 6th underground floor, and that floor was marked as the laboratory. He was right, but there wasn't much joy in his heart. What kind of experiment needs to be conducted in a place like this? Su Lang was not stupid. He was a country bumpkin, but not brainless. First, change into radiation protection gear. As soon as they exited the elevator, Gu Qingyan instructed. Thick lead walls created a safe zone, and on the shelves on both sides were various meticulously crafted radiation protection devices. To be honest, Su Lang had never worn such high-end gear. After all, given his status in the underground shelter, he had no access to such equipment. Fortunately, with Gu Qingyan as a model, Su Lang quickly mastered the wearing technique and completed the preparations for entering the radiation area alongside him. A few minutes later, the full view of the laboratory unfolded before Su Lang's eyes. He had to admit that the equipment here was as professional as that of a specialized research institute. James used to conduct experiments here. Su Lang looked at the various cold experimental instruments in front of him and asked. It was quite normal for him to make such a deduction since this was once James's residence. But Gu Qingyan shook his head, no. The owner here is called Amano Hokusai. This answer was unexpected for Su Lang. These things had never appeared in the materials fan you had given him. James was just a figurehead. His academic level and research ability were not enough to support him in reaching his current position. Everything he gained from the outside world came from the students who were feeding him blood from underground. The world only knows I am his proud student, and he is my mentor, but in reality, I am merely the one pushed out. His favorite student is Amano Hokusai. Gu Qingyan looked around at the vast laboratory. I was not allowed to enter here when I was in this house. I only had occasional access to the other laboratories. In other words, I could only use them when James needed me. To use these laboratories, I had to demonstrate enough value. But Amano Hokusai is different. He has full access to the 6 underground floors, a privilege given to him by James. Hearing this, Su Lang was puzzled. Who exactly is this Amano Hokusai? No matter how he recalled, there seemed to be no information about this person. He was not recorded in history, so logically speaking, he should be an inconsequential figure. But from Gu Qingyan's description, this person seemed important to James. Perhaps he was a genius? One Gu Qingyan, one Amano Hokusai. What kind of talent is James? Is he a genius wholesaler? It seemed that Gu Qingyan guessed what Su Lang was thinking. He smiled and pressed a button nearby. As the cover was lifted, Su Lang saw a scene he would never forget in his life. Hundreds and thousands of strange creatures were sealed in transparent containers, each exceeding Su Lang's understanding of ordinary organisms. Most importantly, they were still alive. In a highly distorted manner, they illustrated another form of life. At this moment, Gu Qingyan's voice echoed in Su Lang's ears. Amano Hokusai is not a genius. He is just sufficiently cruel. Geniuses are 1 in a million, requiring the accumulation of knowledge. Scum is 1 in a million, needing the obliteration of conscience. Chapter 7 Radiation Backtrack. Su Lang turned to Gu Qingyan. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, he could guess that Gu Qingyan had been very busy during the time they hadn't seen each other. The boy's cheeks seemed even thinner, but his eyes were unusually bright, looking both exhausted and manic. Just as Su Lang was about to ask something, Gu Qingyan suddenly changed the subject. Do you want to meet him? He and James are both here. Gu Qingyan smiled and extended the invitation, but Su Lang's heart trembled. Here? Su Lang looked around, unsure if it was because he was coming to visit, but there were no other scholars in this laboratory, besides the containers holding bizarre creatures and the external experimental equipment. James and Amano Hokusai were also locked up here. Indeed, locked up was the right term. This building now belonged to Gu Qingyan. He was the master here. According to Su Lang's understanding and deductions, the relationship between those two and Gu Qingyan was far from harmonious. What did you do to them? Su Lang couldn't help but ask, his tone carrying a hint of accusation. Gu Qingyan, however, shook his head indifferently. Don't rush. Before you know what I did to them, you should first see what they did to the world. After saying this, Gu Qingyan led Su Lang further inside. A few steps later, Gu Qingyan suddenly stopped and turned around. By the way, just a heads up, there's more than just you, me, James, and Amano Hokusai here. There may not be many complete people, but there are many existences based on humans. Upon hearing this, Su Lang couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. What does it mean to exist based on humans? Talp, talp, talp. In the vast laboratory, the footsteps of the two were especially clear. Each step seemed to echo the rhythm of a heartbeat. The bizarre creatures sealed in transparent containers were in a deep sleep. Yet even so, Su Lang felt a surge of fear as he passed by them. He could see the rise and fall of their chests. He knew they were alive. And he also understood they were forced into this slumber by some external forces. Suddenly, Su Lang recalled that Gu Qingyan had just mentioned that this floor belonged to Amano Hokusai. So, does that mean these creatures were all created by him? Gu Qingyan's footsteps in front stopped, and Su Lang, who was following him, almost bumped into him. What's wrong? Gu Qingyan pressed a switch nearby and replied coldly. We've arrived. At the moment the electric door rose, Su Lang felt as if the blood in his body had frozen. Inside was a corpse. It looked like a human body, yet not entirely so. It was only at that moment that Su Lang truly understood Gu Qingyan's earlier statement about existing based on humans. On the cold platform lay a humanoid figure that seemed to have been completely skinned, her body a vivid red, revealing muscles and veins. What was even more terrifying was that both the muscles and veins seemed to still possess some vitality. They were not stiff, they looked somewhat rosy. But how could a person survive in such a condition? Living like this, how horrific must the pain be? It was precisely for these reasons that when he first saw her, Su Lang instinctively regarded her as a corpse. Moreover, various plants and insects were clinging to her body. These entities should not appear on a corpse, clearly indicating human manipulation. Suddenly, Su Lang understood. Petri dish. This person was no different from those transparent covers outside. The container stored all sorts of nutrient solutions, and this corpse itself was the nutrient solution. No, it might not even be a corpse. Su Long was confused. He didn't know how to describe the existence before him. This completely exceeded his understanding. Is that person still alive? Su Lang finally couldn't help but ask this question. But Qingyan didn't respond directly. Instead, he asked another question. You don't recognize her? Su Lang had never considered that Qingyan would ask him this question. What does that mean? Should he know this person? Su Lang quickly recalled that aside from revealing his name, he hadn't shared much personal information with Qingyan. In other words, Qingyan shouldn't know his social circle, nor should he know who his friends or relatives were. Moreover, at this point in time, how old was he in this world? In Su Lang's memory, no one around him had undergone such a drastic change. Thus, it seemed there was only one possibility. This person was very famous, almost known by everyone. Su Lang recalled the various pieces of information he had seen from Fanyu, but he was still in a fog. If such a bizarre and terrifying existence really existed, he couldn't possibly forget. Her name is Uhana Miki, a hero of humanity. Upon hearing the name, Uhana Miki, relevant information immediately surfaced in Su Lang's mind. Yes, Uhana Miki, the one who selflessly stood on the front lines, using her life to save her fellow countrymen and contribute to the cause of exploration. Su Lang had seen reports about her, overwhelming promotional articles. He still remembered the photos of Uhana Miki before her incident included in the reports. Young, beautiful, full of vitality. The reports ended with mourning and regret over her sacrifice. Su Lang never expected to truly meet Uhana Miki, and in such a way. Didn't she die? Su Lang cautiously asked. Qingyan, now that you see her, it's natural to realize that was a lie, right? Qingyan's reply was double-edged, answering both Su Lang's current question and his previous one. Uhana Miki was not dead. She was still alive, in a manner that was extremely cruel to life. She was alive. Of course, the lies didn't end there. Qingyan looked at Uhana Miki in front of him, his expression sorrowful. Her tragedy was itself a massive lie. These lies were layered, determined to wring out every last drop of her essence. Through Qingyan's narration, Su Lang gradually learned about a completely new story, one he had never heard in any news report. The energy and resource consumption required for deep space exploration was unimaginably vast. It had to gather the strength of all humanity. Heavy controllable nuclear fusion energy bases were similarly spread across the globe. All the concepts, when proposed, were just black words on white paper. To implement them, personnel operations were required. Uhana Miki was the most basic, most ordinary employee among them. In fact, she wasn't even a formal employee. When the Sage Association, where she worked, caught wind of the establishment of a heavy, controllable nuclear fusion energy base, they sensed a huge business opportunity. The association's leader, through layers of packaging and connections, ultimately secured a very small portion of the subcontract for this project. Yes, only a very small portion. Just a certain segment of a certain small base in some area. But the benefits involved were already a considerable sum for ordinary people. The moment the project cooperation agreement was signed, the core personnel of the association could foresee their wealth and class undergoing a tremendous transformation. Of course, the so-called packaging was just another way of saying lies. After securing the project, they would need personnel to truly implement it. Nuclear fuel conversion, once that term was mentioned, made it clear it wasn't simple work. Dangerous and terrifying. Were there specialized talents capable of doing such work? Of course there were. The first method is direct hiring. But this significantly increases the salary costs for employees, which in turn greatly reduces the core profits received by the company's upper management. The second method is to train employees. They only need to hire 2 or 3 highly skilled talents, who can then serve as teachers to train and lead the others. Of course, while the economic cost will decrease, the time and energy costs will increase. Both methods are feasible, but they require certain costs to be incurred. So, is there a more convenient way to minimize economic costs while significantly reducing time and energy costs? Yes, and they have found it. That is to hire people like Miki Abana, who live in remote villages, have not received much education, and have little exposure to the outside world. The reduced hiring criteria are still considered high salaries for Mickey Abana. When she actually received the job offer, she was so surprised that she could hardly believe it. She referred to that day as her lucky day, as she felt her life was about to change. She was grateful to the company for giving her this opportunity, as she believed it was a blessing for someone like her, who had neither a beautiful diploma nor special abilities. Strictly speaking, the job is not particularly difficult and does not require advanced skills. However, it has strict procedures and requires absolute caution. Early on, safety and operational knowledge were made into professional training guidelines. Typically, employees should receive corresponding training and pass assessments before they officially start working independently. Only after passing the assessment can they begin work. However, the company's personnel cannot wait that long and do not intend to incur training costs. Based on their previous self-packaging, they can fully handle this job and achieve results in a short time. It is precisely because of this packaging that they could secure this project. Now, what they need to do is cover up the lie. Therefore, workers like Mickey Abana began working on the afternoon of their first day at the factory. They held printed operational flowcharts in their hands, and, according to the supervisor, they only needed to complete their assigned tasks according to the flowchart. Mickey Abana is not illiterate. After reading the operational flowchart, she felt it was just a manual labor job. This thought arose from her lack of awareness that the material she was handling was uranium powder. To her, uranium powder was just a substance, not much different from potato flour or corn flour. She had no idea what uranium powder represented, what it meant, or what it could bring. She was wearing protective gear purchased from an unknown source and mechanically operated shoddy equipment. Every process had been cut down to the bone. Everything was teetering on the brink of potential explosion. Yes, if everything is strictly executed according to relevant requirements, absolute safety can be ensured. But if something is slightly lacking in certain processes, has there ever been an accident? This might be called relative safety. However, just as the company's personnel were still proud of their creation, a problem arose with Mickey Abana. The end of the workday was approaching, but the workload for the day had not been completed. The supervisor did not want to work overtime and was unwilling to wait. But if the work was not completed, the bonus for the month would be out of reach. Supervisor, how much is left to pour in? Mickey Abana, 32 kilograms. The supervisor glanced at the monitoring data. There was still at least 20 kilograms of empty space. Why not pour it all in? Mickey Abana did not understand the principle behind this and naturally could not offer a convincing explanation. In the end, she only had the flimsy operational flowchart in her hand. I followed the instructions on the flowchart. It did take a bit longer today, but that's what it said. The materials poured in were also according to the quantities specified on the flowchart. Mickey Abana understood that the person in front of her could determine her professional fate. She tried to explain, but her explanations sounded so weak. The flowchart. Everything is about the flowchart. Don't you understand any flexibility? Are your eyes blind? Can't you see such a large space? Will pouring in a bit more kill you? The supervisor's comments were not entirely reckless. He had seen some lazy employees do this before, with even larger quantities. Nothing ever happened. Nothing ever happened. In comparison, the rigid Mickey Abana seemed too inflexible. Hurry up and finish. It must be completed on time and in full before the end of the workday. After giving the final order, the supervisor turned to leave, leaving Mickey Abana and another already impatient employee behind. I told you before, just pour in directly. You insisted on emphasizing that piece of paper, and now I'm getting scolded because of you. Hearing her colleague's complaint, Mickey Abana lowered her head in guilt. Later, according to the supervisor's request, Mickey Abana poured in the remaining 32 kilograms. A strong blue light enveloped everything around. Mickey Abana did not hear a deafening roar, but she felt a strong dizziness. The radiation monitoring count exploded, and alarms went off. Even if she was slow, she knew it was time to run outside. Mickey Abana turned back. Her colleague had already run far away. Danger! Huge danger! Mickey Abana ran with all her might towards the factory door. She fell to the ground and began to retch violently. She glanced back. She had made it out. Yes, she had escaped the factory. She was immensely relieved to have saved her life. But, Chapter 8 Radiation Retrospective 2 for Awahana Mickey. Every day that followed was a hell on earth. The beginning of it all was simply because she had not died. Sometimes, death is the true release. When Awahana Miki lay in the sterile ward, she must have thought about this countless times. At that time, her whole body was red and swollen like a balloon. Because she had worked on a farm since childhood, Awahana Miki had a well-proportioned and strong physique, and her health was excellent. It was precisely because of these traits that she survived longer than another worker who was less fortunate. Her body was rotting and oozing pus, tormented by radiation. Yet she was receiving the best treatment. No one could save her, but no one wished for her to die either. Amano Hokusa used family connections and James's network to gain access to Awahana Miki's case study. According to Qingyan's recollection, Amano Hokusa was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. He used all the beautiful words he could to describe Awahana Miki at that time. A highly valuable experimental subject, a perfectly suitable experimental tool. He said it was a gift from heaven, and Awahana Miki on the hospital bed was the most enchanting existence. Even though Awahana Miki's face was already covered in red blotches and ulcers, her skin had lost its ability to regenerate. Amano Hokusa still praised her breathtaking beauty when he saw her and immediately decided to fund all her medical expenses. Amano Hokusa's benevolence brought good fame to his family, and he himself was too busy to accept interviews, even funding the removal of all news about him. His explanation was that he disliked being high-profile and didn't care about superficial fame. Of course, as a fellow disciple, Qingyan knew that Amano Hokusa acted this way because what he was doing could not be made public. The best scenario was for no one to know. Naturally, subsequent events proved that for Amano Hokusa, Awahana Miki was not just a highly valuable experimental subject or a perfectly suitable experimental tool, but also a far-sighted investment project. Chemical research, physical research, biological research. Every research project had to give a share to the Amano family. Their family-controlled pharmaceutical group even developed a so-called anti-radiation drug, making a huge profit. Of course, there were more than just Amano Hokusa wishing for Awahana Miki to live. The Shojin Commune felt the same way. Such a significant incident could easily provoke public outcry. Moreover, the internal situation of the Shojin Commune itself could not withstand scrutiny. At such a time, Awahana Miki's existence was the best shield. She was portrayed as a hero of the Shojin Commune, and the commune's leaders said that Awahana Miki had shown a high level of awareness during her training with the commune. She sacrificed herself for others, stood on the front lines, and used her life to save her fellow countrymen, contributing to the exploration cause as a hero. Of course, none of this was possible without the Shojin Commune's cultivation. After Awahana Miki's accident, the leaders of the Shojin Commune visited the hospital more than once. The sterile ward was difficult to film, so they shot from outside the window. They prepared the script in advance, set up the camera angles ahead of time, and found professional actors to stir emotions. The leaders of the Shojin Commune watched as Awahana Miki, unrecognizable, wept uncontrollably. "You are our employee, and we will never forget the sacrifices you made for the people." Look, the emphasis on belonging. It is our employee sacrificing for the people. It is us sacrificing for the people. The final emphasis on not forgetting what they wanted everyone to remember was also self-evident. At the same time, higher-ups also took the opportunity to publish statements, elevating the matter further. Awahana Miki's sacrifice was the best proof of humanity's brilliance. She was laying the foundation for a controllable nuclear fusion energy base with her life. She was betting her health on humanity's future among stars. Awahana Miki's life no longer belonged to her. She was receiving the best treatment, and everyone cared for her deeply. A nurse had to clean her wounds, and as soon as she lifted the old gauze, she heard Awahana Miki's heart-wrenching scream. The nurse trembled, unable to steady the disinfectant cotton. It was an entire piece of human skin stuck to blood and flesh. Turning her head again, the nurse's legs went weak. Awahana Miki's muscles and blood vessels were completely exposed, and blood was continuously seeping out. Awahana Miki's screams continued. No one could endure the pain of flesh being torn away. The nurse fled, and as soon as she exited, she was slapped hard. The force was great, catching the nurse off guard, leaving her dizzy and unable to stand, falling to the ground. When she could see again, she found Amano Hokusa looking down at her with a cold expression. Useless. You're afraid to change a dressing like this. Amano Hokusa turned to the trembling doctors behind him. You go change it for her. Those doctors knew the situation all too well. No one understood Awahana Miki's current physical condition better than they did. Their reluctance to go was not due to laziness. Rather, no matter who went, the result would be the same. The nurse was merely a scapegoat. Under Amano Hokusa's piercing gaze, the doctors could only brace themselves, prepare for sterility, and enter the ward. This was destined to be no simple cleaning, but a foreseeable flesh stripping. Drugs, machines. They used all means available to keep Awahana Miki alive. Then, they began the procedure. What they did was no different from what the nurse had done before. In fact, because they often performed such operations, the nurse might even be more skilled than they were. But now, skill was irrelevant. What mattered was that they had to be cruel enough. Awahana Miki endured inhuman torment, watching her skin being peeled away, with not even the right to complain. She was a hero. How ironic. Qingyan's cold voice rang out, startling Su Lang, who broke into a cold sweat. He had not expected the truth of the matter to be like this. Those reports and promotions were false, a lie from beginning to end. Awahana Miki did not die because many people would not allow her to die. What is this? Su Lang pointed at the drawings in front of him. A comparison chart of the chromosomes in Awahana Miki's body and those of a normal human. Qingyan answered. Chromosomes are genetic material, the carriers of genes. As the Body S instruction manual, Awahana Miki's chromosomes can be described as chaotic. Not only are they unable to arrange orderly, but they are also fragmented, and some are even fused together. The root cause of all this is undoubtedly radiation. At the same time, the old cells in Awahana Miki's body are dying one after another due to radiation damage, while new cells are difficult to regenerate. With no connection between old and new cells, Awahana Miki can only lie in bed enduring pain. I once heard a patient's description. Qingyan raised his hand and lightly tapped the outer board of the isolation chamber. Su Lang snapped back, what? They said that kind of pain is not like 1,000 arrows piercing the heart, but rather every second, every part of the body from the inside out, heart, spleen, brain, muscles, fascia, all in pain. Qingyan looked sadly at the girl inside the isolation chamber. She can't die because of the radiation. The number of white blood cells in her body is too low. Even a tiny virus or bacteria could take her life. Qingyan turned his head to look at Su Lang. Fortunately, our great researcher has transplanted cells for her and continuously transfused blood to extend her life. Then placed her in this sterile ward to make her a nutrient. Nutrient? Su Lang's heart trembled. He understood. During his hospitalization, he also made up for a lot of knowledge in this area. At this moment, he finally connected everything together. The mutation breeding that James mentioned before, the bottles and jars outside, and a lying tail flower Mickey. Organisms treated with X-rays, gamma rays, ultraviolet rays, neutrons, lasers, ionizing radiation, etc., undergo genetic mutations. The purpose of this is to increase the mutation frequency and accelerate the breeding process, and according to the promotion. Such mutation breeding can greatly improve certain biological traits and create the types of mutations needed by humanity. In other words, it is a recreation based on existing organisms, a specified creation. However, according to the literature by Sulanka, in the actual implementation process, beneficial mutations are rare, requiring repeated experiments and a large amount of processed materials. Moreover, the direction and nature of such mutagenesis cannot be fully controlled, as James mentioned. Many scientists have expressed that this mutagenesis is blind. Simply put, before the final result comes out, you can never know which direction things will develop. Science is not so simple. Humanity is not divine. Directly processing with physical methods is one possibility. The bottles and jars outside were probably treated in this way, while Tailflower Mickey represents another possibility. What would happen if her body were used as nutrient solution and nutrient soil for breeding creation? This is the terrifying experiment that Amano Hokusai is conducting. He is truly a beast. Sualong couldn't help but curse angrily. Qingyan stepped back and operated something on his phone, then handed the phone to Sualong. Have you seen this movie? Qingyan asked. Looking at the familiar movie poster on the phone, Sualong's face turned pale. He had seen it. This movie was too famous. Very few people hadn't seen it. When he watched it before, he was attracted by the bold imagination and the fantastic visuals in the movie, feeling very excited about it. And now, there was only nausea and fear. Indeed, this movie, which he once regarded as a beautiful memory, was also a lie. The movie is called Mutation Legend, a very kitsch name, but it became so popular that a whole series and various derivatives were produced. The story structure is not complicated. It's just a few teenagers who accidentally mutated due to radiation and then became superheroes to save the world. Such a plot is common, but paired with passionate performances and exquisite production, it always allows the production companies to make a fortune. Now, the reason Solong is so moved when he sees the poster is that he is paying attention to the production companies on the poster for the first time. Amano Corporation, Qingyan Company, and the dense list of various forces behind them. There is no doubt that they have all participated in the incident involving Tailflower Mickey to some extent. Qingyan Company even boarded the big ship of the Amano family because of their excellent performance in this incident. Listening to Gu Qingyan, Suolong felt it was extremely absurd. What is wrong with this world? A colossal lie. Truly a colossal lie. Because of the popularity of Mutation Legend, many follow-up works were produced later. This also led to a huge interest in mutations caused by radiation among many people. They fantasized about suddenly being triggered with some supernatural ability like the characters on screen, then changing their situation and embarking on a completely different life. During that time, companies related to nuclear energy were hiring exceptionally well, and there were even instances of overcrowding. People were eager to get a dangerous job. Doesn't that sound fantastical? But the truth is, people were dissatisfied with their current lives, feeling that rather than living hopelessly like this, it was better to take a complete gamble. Little did they know, this was truly falling into the traps set by those people. They not only succeeded in making the victims lower their guard, but also made them flock to it. Lies. One after another lies. All the lies formed a massive net. In the end, it fell. At the moment when everything closed in on itself, Suolong realized how foolish he had been in the past. After experiencing the radiation disaster, no one would believe these anymore, because countless people have taught everyone with bloody lessons. Radiation can cause injury, death, and illness, but it can never produce the various results seen in movies. When Suolong spoke this sentence, he felt the entire world had been deeply fooled. He understood now, but what use was that? The people of the past did not understand, which led to the disaster. No, he was still in the past. He still had a chance to change something. If he spoke the truth, if he let everyone know the truth, if he let everyone know what the future looked like, perhaps things would turn around. We must publicize this. We need to make all of this public. Suolong shouted at Gu Qingyan, his voice echoing in the empty laboratory. But just for a second. 1 second later, rationality returned. Similarly, Gu Qingyan's cold gaze looked over. They both understood that these things would never be made public. Someone had tried before, and he failed. Gu Qingyan said this with an unusually relaxed tone. He first went to a newspaper. Not only was he rejected, but he was also reported to his teacher and related stakeholders. Later, he began to use some naive and childish methods, such as posting everywhere, handing out flyers. And guess what happened? Faced with Gu Qingyan's inquiry, Suolong fell silent, because he could guess that the person was Gu Qingyan. Chapter 9. Good and evil. What happened that day in the hospital woke me up. My previous behavior. How should I put it? Perhaps it seemed ridiculous to others, like a fool who didn't know the height of the sky. I tried my best, but in their eyes, it was just child's play, like an ant trying to shake a tree. Su Lang still remembers the first time he saw Gu Qingyan. The boy's bright eyes struck his heart at their first meeting. But now, the expression in the boy's eyes was dark and obscure, as if hiding countless storms that had to be suppressed and accumulated. The path of swimming against the current was too difficult, yet Gu Qingyan chose this very path. Perhaps collaborating with Austin would be much better. Su Lang was referring to Austin, not the key group. The deliberately emphasized details were Su Lang's careful nurturing. But it was obvious that Gu Qingyan did not appreciate Su Lang's good intentions. He bluntly asked, "If I really become a lapdog of the key group, would you despise me?" To his surprise, Su Lang shook his head almost without hesitation. No, he had a conscience. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to reveal the truth as soon as he learned it. to give Wei Hua Meiji a relief. But he was also extremely realistic. He understood the price of going against the world. Gu Qingyan couldn't afford it, nor could anyone else. Moreover, he was just a bystander. Gu Qingyan pulid Sulangin, his hands tightly gripping Su Lang's shoulders, forcing him to meet his gaze. Look at me. You tell me, will I be like those people? Becoming a lapdog of the key group? Looking at Gu Qingyan's almost obsessive and frantic expression, Su Lang remained calm. You won't. Because you're Gu Qingyan, so you won't. Su Lang understood that the boy's worldview, values, and outlook on life were constantly collapsing and being reshaped. The more he knew, the more confused he became. He wanted to understand what was right and what was wrong, and most importantly, what choice he should make. Of course, regarding the question of what choice to make, Su Lang believed that Gu Qingyan already had the answer in his heart. What he needed to do was not to guide him. Gu Qingyan didn't need anyone's guidance. What he wanted was recognition and understanding. In fact, no matter what Gu Qingyan did, Su Lang felt it was fine. This wasn't because he had no principles, but because he clearly understood that when lies run rampant in the world, right and wrong become irrelevant. Once right and wrong can no longer be distinguished. What position do you have to criticize Gu Qingyan? From certain perspectives, Su Lang was quite similar to Zheng Feng. They were both realists. However, Zheng Feng's realism carried a hint of cunning and a sense of ease living for himself. Su Lang's realism was more about helplessness and a pessimistic openness. You seem to have an unreasonable trust in me. Gu Qingyan let go of Su Lang, stepping back to create distance, examining Su Lang. Su Lang naturally nodded, not denying it, and provided an explanation to Gu Qingyan. If you have been to a world after disaster strikes, you would know that what we are discussing now is, in fact, of little significance. The surface world is bound to perish. The world after the disaster is far scarier than now. What I mean is, at least, you still have a choice. Gu Qingyan quietly looked at Su Lang, as if judging the truth of his words. Su Lang looked back fearlessly. He had no need to lie, especially to his savior. Do you know why I was sent back? Su Lang casually opened the topic. Because it couldn't be treated there? Gu Qingyan voiced his guess. Su Lang nodded, then shook his head. That's not entirely accurate. In the following time, Su Lang fully disclosed everything to Gu Qingyan. He explained to Gu Qingyan what contribution value was and briefly described the economic system centered around it. He even revealed why he approached Gu Qingyan, including the contract he signed. Isn't the contract promising you contribution value rewards and medical resource rewards? Gu Qingyan quickly found a detailed loophole in Su Lang's words. Unfortunately, that was not a loophole. Do you know what the purpose of the contract is? Su Lang did not directly answer Gu Qingyan's question, but instead posed a more realistic question. To bind both parties to act according to the provisions. Gu Qingyan provided his answer. Indeed, he was still a young man who hadn't experienced a beating. Su Lang couldn't help but sigh inwardly, and then gave his own answer. First of all, Party A and Party B are not entirely equal. There are differences in status. The difference in status reflects the different rights and obligations in the terms. In a situation where rights and obligations differ, if the lower status party cannot provide sufficient benefits to the higher status party, the contract is just a piece of scrap paper. To put it more clearly, they are signing a contract with a living person, a useful living person. Su Lang's words were to the point, and there was no need for further explanation. Given Su Lang's situation at the time, was there a chance for him to survive? Yes. Was the probability of him surviving large? Not really. How many medical resources were needed to ensure his survival? A lot. The final question, was Su Lang worth saving? No. It was precisely for this reason that one had to admire Fan Yu's decisiveness and boldness at that time. She did not waste precious rescue time, but chose to take a gamble directly. This was also why Su Lang could stand here. So, they deceived you, right? Gu Qingyan concluded with a statement that left Su Lang both amused and frustrated. Su Lang shook his head. That's not considered deception. Yes. How can there be any deception between the living and the dead? At least, Su Lang felt no anger at this outcome. His reality was not limited to himself. He treated everything equally. Su Lang walked towards Gu Qingyan, closing the distance between them again. I'm telling you this just to inform you about the world after disaster strikes. And this is just one of the smallest rules. The underground world is like this. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyan also became curious about the underground world, hoping Su Lang would tell him about the future. Su Lang did not refuse. On October 5, 2265, the radiation disaster fully erupted and the last surface city fell. The land, oceans, and air. Radiation pollution spread across the globe, affecting all species as they sought new ways to survive. Humanity's choice was to hide underground while conducting small-scale surface explorations and in-depth research to seek solutions. Su Lang turned his head, looking at the bottles and jars behind him. Actually, I've seen these things. Of course, they weren't in this state back then. The appearance of plants and animals after radiation pollution has indeed been bizarre. Wasn't the surface world at that time like a big laboratory? Yes, it was a global laboratory. To be honest, I didn't know how to describe it before. But after visiting here today, everything seems to have become more concrete. It's just that the vast laboratory didn't have these bottles and jars limiting them. In other words, they were the main characters of the surface world. In the past, they were food, they were resources, but in the world I live in, they are extremely dangerous entities. No one would be foolish enough to underestimate the contaminated plants and animals, let alone eat them. Perhaps I should spend more time and energy describing them to you, partly to satisfy people's curiosity and sense of wonder, and partly to scare you a bit, but I don't intend to do that. Because for those who have truly lived underground for a long time, the terror of these things is like a bomb, impactful, but only for a moment. No one encounters bombs every day. There's no telling when one might explode and end it all. What truly torments us is the darkness that repeats day after day, the cold and damp that we can never escape, and the survival resources that are always in short supply. The preciousness of sunlight cannot be bought with money, and we have already lost the right to enjoy it. Every night, I curl up on that wooden bed that never gets warm, shivering. Sleep is not a pleasant thing. Not to mention the hunger that never goes away. Prolonged hunger is a chronic torment to the human will. Su Lang's answer indeed surprised Gu Qingyan. He thought he would hear some conspiracy or some monster attack. In short, it should be a major event, a big conflict. But from Su Lang's words, he felt the despair of being human. The most basic survival needs are not met, the gradual consumption, a life with no future in sight. Sometimes, being alive is a cruelty. Perhaps our future doesn't have to be like that. When Gu Qingyan said this, he looked at Tsubaki Miki. Su Lang didn't quite understand, but chose to listen attentively. Perhaps there's a way to change it? Gu Qingyan spoke with a smile. Su Lang felt it was not an illusion. He always felt that Gu Qingyan, when he said this, had transformed back into that bright-eyed youth. I made a deal with Austin. I will take James' place, and he will give Tsubaki Miki a release. After finishing, Gu Qingyan added, of course. Austin said that Amano Hokusai's research is of some significance, so this research cannot stop. When Su Lang heard the first half, he felt immensely relieved. But upon hearing the second half, he furrowed his brows again. He indeed hoped Tsubaki Miki would be released. She should be freed. But if someone else comes in, allowing the tragedy to repeat, then what is the meaning of all this effort? It seemed Gu Qingyan guessed what Su Lang was thinking, and a smile tugged at his lips. Actually, in this regard, I agree with Austin. This research is meaningful, and it cannot stop. Not only can it not stop, but the current research samples are too few. Having just one is not enough. Gu Qingyan's expression was wild, and his words were filled with unabashed excitement. Amano Hokusai and James are the new experimental tools. Su Lang, what do you think? Su Lang's expression changed, suddenly understanding the meaning behind Gu Qingyan's earlier words upon entering here. Amano Hokusai and James are indeed locked up here. But Gu Qingyan doesn't simply want to imprison them. In response to Gu Qingyan's question, Su Lang also smiled. What do you think I would say? Teach you how to repay kindness with kindness? Tell you that their crimes are in the past, encouraging you to look to the future and let go of hatred? Su Lang shook his head. No, I am not a saint. Those who do wrong should be punished. The smile at Gu Qingyan's lips widened as he continued. But they apologized. Amano Hokusai bowed to me in apology, and James was even in tears, regretting his past. Su Lang helplessly shrugged, looking at Gu Qingyan as if he were a mischievous child. So what? Is Amano Hokusai's bow worth so much? Is James' tears a rare treasure? Good people must go through countless hardships to achieve enlightenment, while bad people only need to put down their butcher's knife to become enlightened. What kind of reasoning is this? No matter how many bows they make, how many tears they shed, Tsubaki Mickey's life cannot be reversed. Moreover, the sins and burdens they bear are probably not limited to Tsubaki Mickey alone, right? Su Lang believed that even if he didn't say it, Gu Qingyan understood. But he also knew that Gu Qingyan wanted to hear him say it. Gu Qingyan winked at Su Lang. Indeed, there was a reason I didn't dislike you at first. TSK, listen to what you're saying. Not disliking me is such a high praise? Is this something to boast about? In fact, I not only want to advise you to forgive them, but I also want to tell you, never let them go. Repaying kindness with kindness? They won't remember your kindness. They will only remember your hatred. If you let them go this time, or even give them a little breathing room, they will not only not repent, but will even become more ruthless. Those who can do such things are fundamentally rotten, thinking they can manipulate other people's fates at will, sacrificing everything around them for their own benefit. Su Lang looked at Gu Qingyan seriously and said, every word was filled with the blood and tears of lessons learned from experience. Gu Qingyan nodded, deeply agreeing. Yes, what I see in their bows and tears is only one word, hypocrisy. As soon as the words fell, Gu Qingyan led Su Lang deeper inside. Now, I think you can meet them. The relatively complete version of them. The storm in the youth's eyes finally ceased to be suppressed and accumulated. He walked forward resolutely, without a hint of hesitation. I know what I am doing, and I will pay the price for my actions. Similarly, they must pay the price for theirs. Gu Qingyan has never regarded himself as a judge. He is just a madman who follows his heart. He believes in the cycle of cause and effect, and he is also within it. However, he is willing. Chapter 10. They Su Lang followed Gu Qingyan, continuing to walk. At the innermost part of the laboratory, Su Lang saw James and Amano Hokusai. This was not the first time Su Lang had met James, apart from various reports. He had already listened to James's presentation during his last visit. At that time, James stood on the stage, full of vigor, with his reputation and status. Every word he spoke carried its own persuasive power and appeal. But now, he had sunken eyes and a haggard expression. He looked at Su Lang, and the anger in his gaze seemed almost tangible. Indeed, if it weren't for Su Lang, Gu Qingyan would have died long ago, and he wouldn't have ended up in such a state. Su Lang looked down at James, who was curled up in the corner. He had previously learned from Fan Yu about this person's fate of going missing. At that time, he wondered how such a great scientist could simply go missing, and now. Looking at Gu Qingyan beside him, Su Lang had an answer. How would future generations evaluate him? Gu Qingyan suddenly became curious. Su Lang replied honestly, mixed reviews. This was the true answer, even though he did not agree with it. Gu Qingyan stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Su Lang. You come from the future and know everyone's fate from the beginning. Can you tell me about my fate? When Gu Qingyan asked this question, there was a hint of exploration and resistance in his tone. People are always curious about their lives, but fear truly knowing. If the outcome is good, then naturally, it's a blessing. But if there is something unsatisfactory, people cannot help but think about how to avoid misfortune. Back and forth. This leads to obsession and entanglement. Of course, if it's inconvenient to say, that's fine too. Gu Qingyan suddenly interrupted before Su Lang could speak, and then turned to walk ahead. But just then, Su Lang, who stood behind him, spoke up. Death. You died the day before the disaster broke out. Forever left on the ground, your life came to an end. There was not a single lie in what Su Lang said. He knew he perhaps should have hidden it or tricked Gu Qingyan, but he didn't. After saying this, he did not offer any comforting words. Su Lang quietly watched Gu Qingyan, observing his expression, hoping to see what the boy was thinking at that moment. To Su Lang's surprise, he actually saw a hint of relief. I'm quite satisfied with this outcome, Gu Qingyan said, nodding with a smile. And his expression did not seem feigned. Su Lang found it hard to understand today's young people. What was this guy thinking? As if to validate his mood, Gu Qingyan's steps became much lighter. Then, remember this face from our first meeting. Gu Qingyan stopped in front of another laboratory. Through the transparent laboratory glass, Su Lang saw Amano Hokusai. Unlike James, who was in despair, Amano Hokusai did his best to maintain an air of dignity despite being trapped. A pair of frameless glasses perched on his nose, and his hair was meticulously styled. But based solely on appearance, Amano Hokusai was the type Su Lang disliked the most. Slanted eyes, thin lips, with a shrewdness that hinted at cunning. Amano Hokusai did not seem tall, nor was he particularly robust, but just by standing there, he made Su Lang feel a chill. His aura seemed to suggest that it would not be surprising if this person did something cruel. Su Lang could imagine Amano Hokusai performing experiments on a living person without expression, as if dissecting a steak at the dining table. He had his elegance and dignity, surface-level elegance and dignity. Unlike James's despair, Amano Hokusai did not seem to feel that he had reached a dead end. The red light lit up. It was Amano Hokusai, who was locked in a laboratory, applying for a call. Qingyan glanced at Su Lang and pressed the button. Amano Hokusai's voice came through, thick with temptation. James has stepped down. Congratulations. What I once did for James, I can now do for you. Trust me, you want to find a more suitable follower than me. Su Lang was puzzled. He had thought Amano Hokusai was absolutely loyal to James, but now it seemed, not so much. I only follow the victor, Amano Hokusai said at the right moment. Sulanadid, indeed. Those who know how to read the situation are the true talents. This Amano Hokusai had some skill, managing to speak of being a fence-sitter in such a fresh and refined way. Amano Hokusai continued to tempt Qingyan, who had remained silent. Just like before when I collaborated with James, I do the research, write the papers, and all the results are yours with your name on them. I will be your shadow, willingly dedicating myself to you. Hearing this, Su Lang suddenly understood. So that was how Amano Hokusai and James had collaborated before? No wonder James valued this student so much. Haha, a student who is capable, obedient, and asks for neither fame nor fortune is indeed hard to find. Moreover, our family can also become your support, providing financial backing for our research, Amano Hokusai said with a smile, showing no signs of feeling imprisoned at that moment. Yes, he had too many conditions and bargaining chips to negotiate. From a realistic perspective, normal people would not refuse. Unfortunately, Qingyan was not a normal person. Faced with the various temptations thrown by Amano Hokusai, Qingyan slowly and firmly shook his head. Senior, what I want is you. Qingyan's voice was like that of a demon, his gaze fixed intensely on Amano Hokusai. Only at that moment did Amano Hokusai truly panic, because he could tell that Qingyan was not joking. The situation seemed to have no room for maneuver. You made up your mind from the very beginning? Amano Hokusai pounded on the laboratory glass door. You're crazy. What you're doing is not worth the loss. I 1T let you go. Our family 1T let you go. Qingyan took a step back, looking at the frenzied Amano Hokusai from half a meter away. Yes, he had made up his mind from the very beginning. He also guessed what Amano Hokusai would say. Those who consider themselves superior, throwing out stack after stack of chips, sitting at the card table strategizing, thinking they have seen the victorious outcome. But in reality, there was no card table. This was never a negotiation. Those chips were nothing but scrap to him. Between him and Amano Hokusai, there was only a judgment table across which they faced each other. What you once did will also happen to you in the future. Qingyan looked at Amano Hokusai's body with great interest. Additionally, I'm quite curious. What can a smart brain cultivate after radiation? Qingyan picked up a stack of reports from the table behind him and began to separate them, sticking them one by one on the laboratory glass door. Here are your physical examination results, all the indicators. The results show that not only do you have a smart brain, but you also have a healthy body. Take a good look at them while you can still see. I can't say what it will be like soon. After all, you know better than anyone about these experiments. The results have a great deal of uncertainty. Qingyan stepped forward, curled his knuckles, and gently tapped on the glass in front of him. Senior, I look forward to the surprise you'll give me. The despair finally showed in Amano Hokusai's eyes. He roared, a mix of unwillingness and anger. What do you think you are? A messenger of justice? There are no innocent people in this world. From a construction of heavy, controllable nuclear fusion energy bases, all countries are involved, and all humanity is related to it. No one is just because everyone has desires in their hearts. Su Lang looked at the seemingly mad Amano Hokusai and sighed. You might think he is being sophistical, but from certain perspectives, he is not wrong. In the 1860s, the first industrial revolution began, ushering in an era where machines replaced manual labor. In the 1870s, the second industrial revolution arrived, leading humanity into the electrical age. In the 1940s, the third industrial revolution came, marked by the invention and application of atomic energy, electronic computers, space technology, and biotechnology. In the late 20th century, the fourth industrial revolution emerged, characterized by the rise of systems science and the formation of systems biology, directly leading to a revolutionary change in translational medicine and the biotechnology industry. Half a century later, the fifth industrial revolution arrived, with the widespread adoption of internet technology and the development of mobile internet, dramatically transforming people's lives through the application of electronic and information technology. In 2015, the sixth industrial revolution began, which from a scientific perspective might be a new biological revolution. From a technological perspective, it might be a creation and regeneration revolution. And from an industrial perspective, it might be a biomimetic and regeneration revolution. In 2120, the seventh industrial revolution arrived, with cloning technology widely applied in various countries. Through the perfect integration of medicine and biology, some humans could achieve immortality in another dimension through organ replacement. However, with industrial development, humanity's rampant exploitation and destruction of natural resources led to a worrying state of the Earth's environment, with global temperatures significantly rising and glaciers melting in many places. In 2250, the eighth industrial revolution began, with the Earth's population reaching 15 billion. Various resources became increasingly scarce, and the actions to reach the stars in search of other habitable planets became urgent, with unprecedented advancements in space exploration technology. At the same time, fuel energy consumption was enormous, and humanity's research and use of atomic energy reached unprecedented heights, leading to the construction of heavy, controllable nuclear fusion energy bases to provide energy for space exploration plans. Thus, this revolution is also known as the Energy Revolution. In February 2258, the space exploration plan collapsed, and humanity ultimately discovered that the Earth is irreplaceable. There is only one Earth. Looking back at history, humanity has come here step by step, for survival, for development, to destroy, and for survival, for development, to save. Ultimately, also for survival, for development, to explore. The establishment of heavy, controllable nuclear fusion energy bases was not decided by any particular race or country. It was a decision made by all humanity. Similarly, it was also a forced decision. Humanity has procreated generation after generation, living generation after generation, leaving behind footprints that are both beautiful and ugly. The heavy, controllable nuclear fusion energy base is destined to be a great trouble. But humanity's troubles do not end there. Su Lang knew that disaster was bound to come and that it was not caused by any particular event or person. That is why he felt that Amano Hokusai's statements were not entirely fallacious. Looking further back, was I the one who developed atomic energy? Was I the first to conduct atomic energy experiments? Am I the one who has killed the most with atomic energy? No, none of that. I am not even a chess piece on the board. I am just a grain of sand in the desert. Is this fair to me? Amano Hokusai was still roaring, his earlier elegance and dignity completely gone. If Su Lang could barely accept part of what was said before, now Amano Hokusai's words truly made him want to laugh. What? Do you mean to say you're still the victim? Su Lang's gaze sharpened as he looked at Amano Hokusai. Amano Hokusai stared at Su Lang. Who are you? How much do you understand? What qualifications do you have to participate in this dialogue among peers? Su Lang smiled and patiently replied one by one. My name is Su Lang, an unknown little person. I understand the future world and know that your actions are all evils committed against this world. As for being peers, perhaps because I am too lucky, I indeed did not learn under James. But in my view, anyone who knows the truth about the Ao Banamiki incident has the right to spit on you. Sure enough, upon hearing the name Ao Banamiki, Amano Hokusai's expression immediately changed. Su Lang thought this was a sign of his guilt, but what Amano Hokusai said next truly shattered Su Lang's worldview. Ao Banamiki. Ao Banamiki. She is my proudest work. Her body is the best experimental field I have ever seen. She is the eternal goddess in my heart. You do not understand my feelings for her. I used to go see her every day to observe, to operate. By the way, you just walked over from that side. Hurry, tell me, how is she now? Is she still so obedient and charming? Listening to Amano Hokusai's words, Sunang Filtachi, Gu Qingyan was right. He was a rare scum, and his conscience had completely vanished. Tell me how she is. Is she beautiful? Amano Hokusai pounded on the glass, obsessed and frenzied. Gu Qingyan raised his hand to pull Su Lang behind him, separating him from Amano Hokusai, and coldly spoke. I can tell you, she's about to be liberated. I have reached a cooperation with Austin. The day I officially take office will be the day Aobana Miki regains her freedom from death. And you, congratulations, senior. You will soon become a proud work of art. The blue is derived from the indigo plant, but is better than the indigo plant. Gu Qingyan smiled and extended his hand toward Amano Hokusai, grasping at the air. Chapter 11. Interweaving on the day Gu Qingyan took office, the occasion was grand, and everyone knew it was a deliberate act by Austin. The KEY group had changed its head of research and development, and the uproar was no less than that of a global superstar causing scandal. Moreover, the new head had previously been at odds with the key group, often targeting the former head, James. Yes, with Gu Qingyan's appointment, the grudges between him and James were once again magnified. Fortunately, Gu Qingyan was indifferent to these matters. Whether one called him ungrateful or ambitious, from the moment he agreed to the deal with Austin, he had already anticipated the current outcome. Everything comes at a price. This is an unchanging truth. Moreover, there was Su Lang who believed in him. Standing on stage, Gu Qingyan looked down to see Su Lang quietly seated in a corner of the conference hall. The middle-aged man's gaze was soft as he looked at him, and that feeling was surprisingly somewhat affectionate. Gu Qingyan frowned in displeasure. He was not much older than himself. So why did this guy carry himself like an older brother? That position had been specifically reserved by Gu Qingyan for Su Lang before the conference started. Su Lang was now his nominal bodyguard, but felt more like a compass to his heart. During this time, Gu Qingyan had heard Su Lang talk about many things in the future world, from trivial matters like food and clothing to grand issues like war and plunder. Although the current world was terrifying, it was more about deceit and treachery, and human hearts were inscrutable. At least they had enough to eat, warmth to wear, and the comfort of family. Reporter, Mr. Gu Qingyan, I would like to know when you established contact with the key group? A reporter's question interrupted Gu Qingyan's thoughts. He withdrew his gaze and calmly replied, not long ago. Reporter, sorry, you may not have heard my question clearly. Let me rephrase. Is there a direct relationship between James's sudden departure and your sudden replacement? Was your previous opposition to the key group just a publicity stunt you orchestrated together with them? Gu Qingyan looked at the reporter, his tone sincere. James's departure is indeed related to me, but as for publicity, that does not exist. Su Lang watched Gu Qingyan answer every question without hesitation, letting out a helpless sigh. These reporters were so cunning. Every question was loaded. What was with Gu Qingyan's willingness to say everything? Had Austin not provided him with any relevant training? Moreover, as far as he knew, such press conferences were usually just a formality. The questions reporters could ask and the scope of inquiry were all subject to multiple layers of approval. But the current situation, Su Lang even suspected that Austin was deliberately trying to trouble Gu Qingyan, but he couldn't find a reason for Austin to do so. Reporter, your past words and actions are completely different from your current stance. I want to know what is most important to you. Is it profit? Can you disclose the salary that the key group is offering you? I guess it must be an astronomical figure. Before the reporter's words had even faded, laughter erupted in the conference hall. Su Lang's forehead twitched and his hands clenched into fists. The targeting was too obvious. What did they want? Reporter, additionally, we want to know what your current opinion is of your teacher, James? As soon as this question was posed, before Gu Qingyan could respond, the reporter spoke again. Although he was recently exposed for some scandals, as far as I know, a person of excellent character would certainly respect his mentor. Su Lang could no longer endure it. This was not a question. It was clearly a trap. No matter how Gu Qingyan replied, there was no right answer. These ignorant people had no understanding of the truth, but pretended to be righteous. Enough. This boring game of dialogue should end here. Su Lang stood up. wanted to go up and take Qingyan away. But as soon as he left his seat, a familiar tearing sensation swept through his limbs. It was Fan Yu. He had to go back. Something must have happened over there. Su Lang's sudden disappearance did not attract anyone's attention, as everyone's gaze was fixed on Qingyan and the reporter. Front page news, a big story. What could be more interesting than watching a newly appointed figure make a fool of himself? People always enjoyed watching others in distress, as if that could prove how happy they were. July 17th, 2284. Su Lang's expression was pained, the bluish light from the quantum-splitting machine casting over him. Compared to the enormous machine, he seemed so insignificant. He shut his eyes tightly, sweat sliding down his forehead. Each split was a nightmare for him because it meant his body was shattered and reassembled. Su Lang, are you feeling better? Fan Yu's voice rang in his ears. Su Lang could feel another person's body heat beside him, but he was too weak to open his eyes. It was only when the pain gradually faded that Su Lang responded. Facing the real world again, Su Lang found himself somewhat unaccustomed. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a bit ridiculous. How long had he actually been there? He did not belong there. He belonged here. No sunlight, no warmth, material scarcity. I need to report on Qingyan's situation. Looking at Fan Yu beside him, Su Lang immediately entered work mode. First and foremost was the core of the incident, that document. During this time, I have repeatedly probed. Qingyan is completely unaware of the existence of that document. I have reasonable suspicion that it has not yet been created. Of course, I do not rule out the possibility that Qingyan is deliberately concealing it, although I believe he trusts me. Su Lang's words were somewhat convoluted, and only he understood their meaning. Additionally, there are some matters I think we need to discuss. Regarding James and someone named Tian Yi Katai, they are both related to the Johanna Mickey incident, which is a complete lie. Moreover, both of them are scum. And one more thing I want to know, is the past truly unchangeable? How should I treat Qingyan? After all, he saved my life. Of course, I know that my survival also owes to your contribution. Without your decision to send me back, I probably... At this point, Su Lang suddenly realized that since he regained consciousness, Fan Yu had seemingly not spoken at all? What is wrong? Su Lang had an ominous premonition in his heart. Fan Yu did not directly answer Su Lang's question, but first helped him to sit down. Su Lang, your father is missing. As soon as Su Lang sat down, he heard Fan Yu say this. In that instant, Su Lang felt a bone-chilling cold. The words Fan Yu spoke were simple and easy to understand. Missing in this era meant the obvious. For many people, it was just another way of saying death, a more euphemistic phrase that was of no real use. Su Lang's mother died in a radiation disaster. To be precise, she had not died before the transfer, but her physical condition was already very poor at that time, so she was deemed not worthy of transfer. Unlike other children, Su Lang did not have many memories of his mother in his limited childhood. She always seemed busy with work, and even when she came home, she would deliberately keep her distance from him. This once made the young Su Lang feel very inferior. He always thought that it was because he wasn't cute enough or likable enough that his mother didn't like him and resisted him. However, before the relocation, in a letter from his mother, Su Lang learned the real reason and understood how great his mother was. His mother had never disliked him. On the contrary, she loved him deeply. God knows how much she wanted to hug him, kiss him, hold him asleep, and tell him stories every time they met. But she couldn't do any of these things. To be precise, she didn't dare to do them, because her work environment was already exposed to radiation pollution, which, although not fatal, could cause significant harm to the human body over time. No mother wants to harm her child, especially because she harms her own child. She knew she was trading her health for value, but she only allowed the sacrifice of her own health. Whether it was her son Su Lang or her partner Su Tianming, she was protecting them in her own way, until the last moment of her life. When the radiation disaster struck, the surviving humans relocated to underground shelters, and Su Lang and his father Su Tianming were no exception. The world changed, and the rules changed. Not only was currency abolished, but so were traditional family relationships. Su Lang had to separate from his father, as required. Although this sounded cruel, it was the optimal solution under those social conditions. If Su Lang followed Su Tianming, he was likely to starve. It was precisely because of this system that countless children like Su Lang were able to grow up safely and healthily. Su Lang was assigned to a learning class, which was not really expected to provide them with profound knowledge, but rather to teach them basic common sense and theoretical knowledge while also channeling them. In short, it was to facilitate targeted teaching. Those with high learning aptitude and good research skills would be assigned to research classes to explore more possibilities for the future of humanity and change the current situation. Those with good physical fitness and strong survival abilities would be assigned to military classes to further train and ensure the safety of the underground shelters, protecting the people there. More children in the middle, like Su Lang, would not have too many requirements. When they grew to a certain age, they would be assigned to basic work, such as primary exploration and collection, logistical support, and communication. Children always have room for growth, and they would also be given expectations. But adults are different. Su Tianming was older and had long passed his physical peak. Previously, he had only done light clerical work to conveniently care for Su Lang. At home, he was a unique, good husband and good father. He raised Su Lang well, kept the house clean and tidy, and remained emotionally stable, gentle, and kind. However, these could not secure him a good position in the underground shelter. Different jobs corresponded to different contribution values, and this was not a time for laziness. Here, people fought tooth and nail for hard and exhausting job positions because high input corresponded to high rewards. In the face of the huge changes in rules, everyone was panicking. The more helpless they felt, the more they wanted to do something, change something. In comparison, the usually gentle and composed Su Tianming naturally fell behind. He was ultimately assigned to be a line recorder, which simply meant keeping in contact with ground workers and recording what they saw and encountered at any time. In the case of ground workers surviving, the value that line recorders could create was very limited. However, if ground workers encountered an accident, the information preserved by the line recorder would become an important reference for subsequent actions. In simple terms, this job hovered between important and unimportant. An accident is called an accident precisely because it rarely happens. Therefore, most of the time, Su Tianming's work value was not high, and correspondingly, he earned little contribution value. Additionally, it is hard to say whether he was lucky or unlucky. Since entering the underground shelter, there have been no accidents with the groundwork team Su Tianming was responsible for until this time. Su Lang learned from Fan Yu that a day ago. The groundwork team under Su Tianming lost contact. This team consisted of a biologist and 4 special forces members. Judging from the combination, such a pairing should have had safety guarantees. The number of people was not large, so they were not too much of a target. With more combat personnel, they could provide armed support. They went to the surface to observe and record the growth changes of plants and animals affected by radiation pollution and to collect samples. Most critically, due to the long journey and the need to record information about nocturnal plants and animals, they needed to stay overnight on the surface. They were not the first team to spend the night on the surface. There had even been teams that spent a week on the surface safely. Because of this, everyone did not feel that the danger of this mission was very high. However, the reason accidents are called accidents is that they rarely happen. But that does not mean they will not happen. The moment the ground workers lost contact, Su Tianming, as the line recorder, reported this situation to the corresponding rescue team. Consequently, his previous work records became extremely valuable, bringing him considerable rewards. However, at this time, the rescue team made another request. They hoped Su Tianming could also participate in the rescue work. It was not a free contribution, but he would also receive contribution value in return. Fan Yu looked at Su Lang and slowly said, "I heard someone say that your father has always wanted to give you a gift. He said he owes you a coming-of-age gift, and he has owed it for a long, long time. Chapter 12 Mutation, I'm going to find him." Su Lang said seriously as he looked at Fan Yu. Fan Yu remained silent, clearly disapproving of Su Lang's overly risky action. Right now, not only are the first batch of ground staff unreachable, but the search and rescue team is also out of contact. Isn't that so? Su Lang confirmed. Fan Yu nodded. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't have insisted on sending Su Lang back. Su Lang understood what Fan Yu was worried about. But he wasn't that noble. That person was his father, the one who had accompanied him the most. Sacrificed the small family for the greater good. Or let me consider the bigger picture, is what you must be trying to say. In an emergency, Su Lang didn't want to waste time in silence and bluntly asked, "I know I might be selfish, but I want to ask you, Can you give up your own father? Fan Yu was silent. Father? Her relationship with her own father was not harmonious. Her father was a typical fatalist. To him, everything was predetermined, whether it was death or anything else. What Fan Yu was doing was clearly a struggle against fate. When disaster struck, her father was rare in that he passed the review and qualified to go to the shelter, yet he still chose to stay and wait for death. In his view, this was the end of humanity, and everyone should calmly face death and repent for the mistakes of the past. The old man's stubbornness caused Fan Yu great pain. This was not something that could be resolved by persuasion. When a person has a death wish, even blood ties are difficult to change. At that moment, when Fan Yu heard Su Lang's question, she suddenly felt a pain in her heart. Could she give up her own father? Fan Yu felt confused. If viewed solely from the perspective of survival or death, it seemed as if she was giving up her father, but based on the facts, who exactly had given up on whom? Survive. This was Fan Yu's final and most important instruction to Su Lang. Immediately afterward, Fan Yu stood up and walked outside. The second rescue team is about to depart. I will tell them to include you, but once you join the team, all actions must follow orders. Don't cause trouble for yourself and others. Su Lang understood what Fan Yu meant and immediately agreed. Thank you, I know my limits. The door closed, leaving Su Lang alone in the vast space. His heart was still racing. He was not someone who was accustomed to anxiety. Once upon a time, he could be said to have taken life as it came. But now, what was the situation like on Qingyan's side? Did he manage to resolve the crisis? How was his father? Was he still safe? Was he injured? Su Lang acutely felt the helplessness of being unable to do anything. Indeed, once people form bonds, their worries are inseparable. The door opened again, and in walked a fully armed man alongside Fan Yu. Let me introduce him. This is Su Lang. His father is Su Tianming, the record keeper who participated in the previous search and rescue work. Fan Yu then turned to Su Lang. This is Zhang Qingyan, the head of the second rescue team. Su Lang extended his hand to Zhang Qingyan to show friendliness. However, Zhang Qingyan completely ignored Su Lang and said to Fan Yu somewhat displeased, "You know that if this weren't your application, I would never allow an outsider into the rescue team. I can't guarantee that I can bring him back in one piece and healthy. Likewise, if he doesn't cooperate, I can't promise not to take what might seem like extreme measures." His words were indeed quite rude, but Su Lang felt no anger. He knew he had no right to be angry. During the entire process, I will definitely follow your commands, and whatever happens to me, you don't need to take responsibility, Su Lang said firmly, then added, of course, words are not enough. I can sign relevant documents. To my knowledge, there are surveillance records here that can serve as evidence. Seemingly surprised by Su Lang's straightforwardness, Zhang Qingyan glanced at him and then turned to walk outside. Keep up. I hope you could deliver on your words. This time, Zhang Qingyan's tone was noticeably less rigid and resistant than before. Su Lang followed Zhang Qingyan to the preparation room. Because they were unsure of the exact timing of the rescue and the situations they might face, the equipment they brought was entirely different from what Su Lang had used during the ground search. In addition to more professional radiation protection gear, each person was equipped with firearms and ammunition, Su Lang included. Although Zhang Qingyan seemed a bit difficult to get along with, he was not a bad person. He approached Su Lang and said, "Most of this is military equipment. If you have any questions about using it, feel free to ask me." Su Lang nodded and candidly replied, "I received training in this area previously for another task. As researcher Fan Yu arranged for someone to train me." Su Lang was not lying. Although the expedited training Fan Yu had given him could not make him a qualified soldier in a short time, he was fine with using these tools. Zhang Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. The last thing I want is to have a newcomer who doesn't know anything." As the elevator doors to the ground opened, their team filed in. The second rescue team consisted of 6 people, including Su Lang, 4 combat personnel, and a trace expert. From this configuration, Su Lang knew that the missing ground staff must have possessed some important information. Otherwise, the shelter would not invest such significant manpower and resources for the rescue. This was undoubtedly good news for Su Lang because his father was among them. Su Lang insisted on participating in the rescue, not because he was being unreasonable, but precisely because he understood the survival rules of the shelter too well. Among all those needing rescue, his father's value was undoubtedly the lowest. He couldn't just foolishly wait in the shelter for an apology. At that time, he wouldn't know what had happened. Regardless of the truth, he could only accept the final outcome. But if he participated in the rescue, it would be different. First, he absolutely could not give up on his father. Secondly, he still held some value for Fan Yu and the shelter by participating in the rescue. He bound his value to Su Tianming's. Value was directly linked to Su Tianming's chances of survival. Lastly, he believed he wasn't completely useless and could contribute to the rescue effort, even if only a little. Ding! Arrive at the ground. Please confirm that protective measures have been completed. Listening to the voice announcement, Su Lang's heart was in his throat. Confirmed, protective measures have been completed. As Zhang Cheng'en's voice fell, the elevator doors opened to reveal a vast expanse of gray. Radiation particles floated in the air, spreading with the movement of the air. Due to the wind direction, the radiation dust here was already much less than before. Moving further ahead, the radiation dust would become denser, and they had to be careful to avoid contact with other radioactive materials. Zhang Cheng'en's reminder came through the communicator, and Su Lang knew that these words were mostly meant for him. Due to equipment limitations, he had strictly monitored his distance during previous ground searches to avoid accidents. Now, with professional equipment and their purpose for this trip, it was destined that they would go further, and whatever they encountered was unknown. The further they were from the radiation shelter, the higher the danger level. This was common knowledge. The group, dressed in heavy gear, advanced silently. With the complete migration of humanity, ground facilities have basically been abandoned. The once magnificent skyscrapers are now in ruins, and the shops along the roads are in utter disarray. They walk through a city, yet it is so silent that it is alarming. Stop! Zhang Cheng'en commanded. Everyone immediately became alert, surrounding Su Lang and the trace analysis expert. Su Lang had also heard it, the sound of something scraping against the ground. It should be footsteps? Su Lang wasn't sure. At least it shouldn't be the sound made by someone in a protective suit. And normally, in this situation, a person without protective gear wouldn't survive. It was too light, yet too dense. Su Lang instinctively held his breath, as if that would give him a bit more sense of safety. Crack, 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 crack. The faint sound came again, this time clearly much closer to them. Who is running? A voice speculated through the communicator, but this guess was quickly dismissed by others. It's not human. Even if it's running, it's not human. This answer coincided with Su Lang's thoughts. He guessed it might be some small animal, a cat, or a dog. Shut up. With Zhang Cheng'en's reprimand, everyone fell silent. Crack, 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 crack. The footsteps were getting closer, and Su Lang could tell they were coming from behind. He suddenly turned around and finally saw the true form of the creature. They were all wrong. It wasn't a human, nor a cat or dog. It was an insect. The faint sound wasn't because it was running, but because it was an arthropod, possessing too many legs. Was that a centipede? Su Lang felt uncertain. After all, he had never seen a centipede this large in his lifetime. It was as long as an arm and had strange patterns on its body. It's going to attack us, a team member shouted. At the same time, Zhang Cheng'en gave the order. Shoot! With the sound of gunfire, the centipede was hit by bullets. Its thick and smooth shell helped reduce some damage. But the power of the bullets was not to be underestimated. Su Lang could clearly see that its movement speed had slowed down. Find cover. The abdomen. Find a way to attack the abdomen. Compared to its hard back, the centipede's abdomen was clearly much softer. Su Lang understood Zhang Cheng'en's meaning. The crucial thing now was to figure out how to make the centipede rear up or flip over. Flipping over was basically out of consideration given their current situation. Perhaps other insects could do that during battles with centipedes, but they couldn't get close to the centipede, or else being stung by its venomous fangs would mean the end of their lives. The anti-radiation suit was not an impenetrable wall, nor was it an indestructible shield. On the contrary, once the anti-radiation suit was pierced, regardless of whether the centipede struck a vital point, the body would inevitably suffer from radiation exposure. Amidst the chaos, Su Lang quickly scanned the surroundings. Soon, he fixed his gaze on a long ladder nearby. Cover me, I'll climb up, attract it, and then when it rears up, you shoot at its abdomen. Su Lang quickly explained his plan, but he did not act rashly. He never idolized individual heroism and remembered what he had promised Fan Yu and Zhang Cheng'en before coming. He just wanted to contribute to the team, that was all. Zhang Cheng'en heard Su Lang's plan and did not express any opposition, but he was not at ease letting Su Lang be the bait. "I'll attract it, Ron. You handle the shooting." He wasn't concerned about Su Lang's safety. Rather, he worried that Su Lang might act too slowly, delaying the entire plan. Su Lang did not argue with Zhang Cheng'en's decision. He and the trace analysis expert took cover with the protection of the other two combatants, hiding away. At this moment, being unobtrusive was the best help. Su Lang was very clear about this. Soon, the plan was put into action. Zhang Cheng'en moved very swiftly. Even wearing the heavy anti-radiation suit did not hinder his climbing speed, and with the fire cover from others in the early stages, Zhang Qingyan felt little pressure. The centipede had poor vision and primarily relied on smell and touch to hunt. At this moment, it was completely surrounded and thoroughly enraged. As Zhang Cheng'en climbed to the rooftop and ensured his safety, he signaled Ron. The fire cover stopped, and Zhang Cheng'en fired at the centipede. The pain from a bullet made the centipede turn and rush toward Zhang Cheng'en. As the centipede reared up, Ron immediately fired. Bang! The first shot missed. "Aim. My life is in your hands," Zhang Cheng'en shouted loudly, causing Su Lang's ears to ring. "Ron, it's swinging too much." Listening to Ron's explanation, Su Lang cautiously peeked out to look at the centipede. At this moment, the centipede was completely in a frenzied state, constantly swaying and trying to bite Zhang Cheng'en. Bang! Ron fired the second shot. This shot hit. "Nice!" Su Lang couldn't help but exclaim. The centipede's attacking power was clearly greatly reduced after being shot in the abdomen. It swayed and fell to the ground, curling up in pain. "Keep it up." Next was the follow-up shot, which wasn't too difficult. But everyone still dared not let their guard down. Su Lang and the others remained hidden, and Zhang Qingyan found a safe distance to assist with shooting. Bang! With the final gunshot, this battle finally came to an end. "All right, you can come out now." With Zhang Qingyan's command, Su Lang followed the others out. He carefully observed the corpse, and the shock in his heart was beyond words. Chapter 13. Biological effects. This centipede is different from the things I saw before with Qingyan in the laboratory. It is not a product of experimental cultivation, but rather the final product of multiple radiation contaminations. "Do you know what nuclear radiation is?" Zhang Cheng'en asked. "It refers to the radiation or ionizing radiation produced by radioactive materials during their decay process, which affects the environment and living organisms." Su Lang instinctively provided a conceptual answer. This is something almost everyone has memorized. The concept is a summary. It's awkward and difficult to understand. After giving this answer, Su Lang recalled what Qingyan had once told him. Qingyan, radioactive atomic nuclei release energy during decay, transforming from one atomic nucleus to another. Radioactive atomic nuclei are unstable, and during the decay process, they emit radiation, mainly in the form of alpha particles, beta particles, gamma rays, and neutrons. These rays can produce biological effects on matter, and when the dose exceeds a certain level, they can cause damage to biological tissues, even death. Among them, alpha particles, which are helium nuclei, consist of 2 positively charged protons and 2 neutral neutrons. They have strong ionizing ability, but weak penetration. Even a thin sheet of paper can block them. Beta particles are high-energy positron or electron streams, which have weaker ionizing ability, but stronger penetration. Gamma rays are high-energy electromagnetic waves with strong penetration. Neutrons are neutral particles within atomic nuclei, possessing greater penetration and lethality. At that time, Su Lang felt a bit lost hearing these things. Rays, particles, biological effects. When Qingyan talked about these, he appeared very relaxed and natural, discussing what he was familiar with in his field. He viewed everything objectively and rationally, telling Su Lang, while pushing open the window, "Even without human intervention, research, or leakage accidents, we are subjected to varying degrees of nuclear radiation at every moment. Cosmic space and the natural radiation on the Earth's surface are inevitable. There are various charged radioactive particles in cosmic space, and the Earth is part of cosmic space, inevitably receiving radiation from these particles. Likewise, there are radioactive nuclides in the Earth's crust, such as 40K, 87Rb, 222Rn, and 235U, which also emit radiation during their decay process, producing not only external exposure, but also entering the body through the air. Indoor radon levels can vary due to the soil beneath the house, building materials, and outdoor air. The concentration of 222Rn and its progeny in indoor air is generally higher than that of outdoor air, so we need to ventilate frequently. At that time, Su Lang felt less fearful of nuclear radiation after hearing Qingyan's words. It seemed that anything, once normalized, would make people let down their guard. But then Qingyan changed his tone. I mention this because, in the field of science, discussing harm without considering the dose is equivalent to being a rogue. However, once the dose exceeds a certain level, the damage that radiation can cause can even exceed that of a bullet. It can cause instant death, as if you were shot, or it can leave you in a state worse than being shot, unable to survive yet unable to die. When Su Lang heard this, he couldn't help but interject, asking about something he didn't quite understand before. Is this related to what you said about biological effects? So what are biological effects? Qingyan nodded. Because nuclear radiation itself is a form of energy transfer when this energy acts on the bodies of animals or plants. It causes morphological and functional consequences on the molecules, cells, tissues, and organs that the animals or plants originally possess, which is the biological effect. When Su Lang first heard Qingyan talk about these things, he found them somewhat obscure and difficult to understand. But now, the mutated centipede corpse before him pulled him back to a stark, undeniable reality. Seeing Su Lang's dazed expression, Zhang Qingyan, while finishing up after the battle, asked, "Have you never seen this before?" Su Lang nodded, openly admitting, "I was wearing the most ordinary gear. With my contribution and level, I couldn't get a vehicle. My activity range was limited to the vicinity of the underground shelter's exit, where most situations had already been cleared. Even if mutated animals or plants existed, the danger level wouldn't be too high. The personnel training in the shelter has always been tailored to individual capabilities. Similarly, resource supply is also tailored. They won't give you very rudimentary resources to put your life on the line, nor will they allow those who have abundant resources to sit idly by." The place they arrived at today was a field Su Lang had never encountered before. Looking back, he had once contemplated capturing large insects. How ridiculous! Insects of this level of mutation couldn't be dealt with by one person alone. Even seasoned fighters like Zhang Qingyan needed to cooperate with others. All right, let's keep moving. We still have a long way to go to the target location. Everyone stay alert. After finishing the cleanup, Zhang Qingyan called to the others while handing over some collected body specimens to Ron. This isn't something you come across often. The vast majority of insects or animals that mutate do so while maintaining their original size, undergoing deformities. An insect like this, which can nearly complete a proportional enlargement, is rare. This wasn't Zhang Qingyan's first long-distance mission, nor was it his first encounter with such a situation. His words naturally carried weight. Experience brings knowledge. In some cases, Zhang Qingyan, who often went out, might know more than researchers who were purely stuck in a laboratory. Hearing Zhang Qingyan say this, Su Lang felt relieved, but was also somewhat curious. Such situations are rare. Does that mean they probably won't encounter it? But they Su Lang referred to, of course, were the people who had already gone missing. Su Lang couldn't imagine what would happen if they faced this thing. Would they be as fortunate as his team? Zhang Qingyan nodded. The damage from nuclear radiation primarily affects biological macromolecules like deoxyribonucleic acid, ribonucleic acid, and proteins, causing structural changes and loss of activity, thereby damaging or killing cells and resulting in partial functional abnormalities in the organism. Conditions like cataracts, reduced fertility, and developmental deformities fall within this category. If this centipede only had a part enlarged, it wouldn't be unusual. Cases of abnormal cell proliferation after radiation exposure are quite common. However, the fact that it is proportionally enlarged is of great research value. I can even guarantee that even human-directed experiments wouldn't achieve this effect. Su Lang believed Zhang Qingyan's words. He had heard Qingyan mention this before. Even experiments by Tianyi Beikai carried a great deal of unpredictability. Reflecting on the shock he felt when he first saw the mutated centipede, Su Lang was again filled with that question. Can humans really manipulate energy without backlash? Perhaps this centipede is a selection of nature. The team set off again, and the squad that had just experienced the battle was noticeably quieter than before. Everyone was highly alert, fearing another terrifying attack. This world is completely different from the previous one. Cities that were once human territory have now changed owners. Animals, plants, insects. No one knows what they will encounter next. More critically, no one knows what that thing will look like. Ron walked beside Su Lang, completely opposite in personality to Zhang Qingyan. This guy was a chatterbox. When the atmosphere was still somewhat relaxed, everyone was joking and playing around. He felt at ease. But now, with no one talking, he could hold it in for a while. But after too long, he felt a bit overwhelmed. Before long, he quickly set his sights on Su Lang, who looked more familiar and approachable. Ron nudged Su Lang's shoulder. Bro, I heard from the boss about your situation. You really didn't need to come. We could handle it ourselves. Su Lang smiled, unsure how to respond to this. Many things lose their meaning once spoken outright. However, he understood that Ron just wanted to strike up a conversation. My father is my only relative in this world. I believe in your abilities, but being concerned can lead to confusion. I just want to see things resolved sooner to feel secure, Su Lang said, then immediately asked something he had been curious about but hadn't had the chance to inquire. What is the first batch of ground staff here for? Ron hesitated for a moment, then seemed to make a decision, looking for something as if it were a hidden underground laboratory. After speaking, Ron pointed to the vehicle behind them. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to split up some of us to walk ahead when we have vehicles. This is to observe more carefully. After all, it's said to be an underground laboratory. We can't just dig underground. We can only determine its surface area based on past information and then explore underground. Underground laboratory? Su Lang found this strangely familiar. Wasn't there also a laboratory beneath James's villa? Although the past and present worlds are the same, many things have changed over the years, and there are certainly more underground laboratories than just the one at James's villa. Seeing Su Lang lost in thought, Ron quickly interrupted. Don't think too much. I hesitated to tell you earlier because I was afraid you wouldn't grasp the main task. For us, the most important thing now is to rescue the people. Ideally, we can bring both groups back. In short, don't get confused and end up putting yourself in danger. That would really be a joke. Su Lang nodded, indicating he understood Ron's advice, then explained, I just remembered a friend who also took me to an underground laboratory. A very large underground laboratory. Upon hearing this, Ron suddenly became interested. He turned to Zhang Qingyan and shouted, Boss, this kid says he has been to an underground laboratory. Zhang Qingyan stopped the vehicle, walked over, and patted Ron on the head. What kid? He is older than you. How rude. After being scolded by Zhang Qingyan, Ron had no anger. Instead, he smiled and said, How about we take out that map for him to see? I've been staring at it alone, and my eyes are hurting. All these buildings on the surface look the same. It's just this one has an extra corner, and that one has one less. Although Ron's words were a bit exaggerated, they did reflect the current predicament. These surface buildings may have been easy to distinguish in the past because of different colored facades and various lighting effects. However, due to long-term abandonment, the facades of these buildings were covered in thick dust, and the lighting had long been abandoned due to lack of management. Everything looked gray, and, after a while, it was inevitable to experience visual fatigue. Regarding the above-ground structures of that underground laboratory, we only have this blurry picture. Although Zhang Qingyan was scolding Ron, he did not refuse Ron's suggestion and handed the map to Su Lang. With just one glance, Su Lang confirmed that this was not the place Qingyan had taken him to before. Of course, the underground shelter was worlds apart from there. Had he been scared silly by a mutated centipede to think such a foolish thought? Su Lang carefully examined the map, not missing any details. Only after he was sure he had memorized it did he return the map to Zhang Qingyan. Yes, I'll help look as well. This isn't the main task. Finding would be great, but it's okay if we can't. Zhang Qingyan echoed Ron's words. For us, the most important thing right now is to find those missing people, as the first batch of ground staff also came to find this place. So we suspect they should be nearby. Of course, that is assuming they found it. I understand, Su Lang replied. The sky outside was already dimming, and Zhang Qingyan looked around and checked the time, then used the communicator to give orders to everyone. We will advance for another half hour. Then we all get in the vehicles and prepare to spend the night. Setting up camp in such a place is definitely not a wise choice, considering the unpredictable dangers of the night. If something happens, it could lead to casualties. While the space inside the vehicle was somewhat cramped, the safety factor was high, and the vehicle was opaque, so they didn't have to worry about lights attracting anything. The team continued to move forward. In the last half hour, everyone was on high alert. The ground that was once ruled by humans was now fraught with dangers for them. The team moved quietly, even Ron, who usually talked the most, fell silent. Only the sounds of the vehicle moving and people walking could be heard. Sulang observed carefully. Even though visibility was already very low, he did not want to become a burden to the team. He always wanted to contribute something. Prove your worth. This is the pressure engraved in the bones of everyone living in the shelter. Everyone, back to the vehicle to rest. Zhang, Qingyan ordered, and Su Lang and Ron simultaneously stopped and turned to head back to the vehicle. However, at the moment they turned, Su Lang suddenly spotted a faint light not far away. Chapter 14 found it. There. Someone. Su Lang instinctively gasped, then immediately realized. Just because there's light doesn't necessarily mean it's a person. It could be bioluminescence from something else. However, the presence of humans is the most likely explanation. Unconsciously, Su Lang became more cautious, fearing that a careless remark could mislead others and cause unnecessary consequences. Watching Zhang Qingyan get out of the car, Su Lang quickly pointed to the light source and said, "I'm not sure what exactly is glowing. Should we go take a look?" Zhang Qingyan was the commander, and his orders needed to be followed. Su Lang had never forgotten this. The light source was about 400 to 500 meters away, not particularly close, but definitely not far either. Zhang Qingyan pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Let us go check it out. What if they are near the light source?" Zhang Qingyan's reasoning was sound. Those waiting for rescue would generally stay in more visible places to make it easier for rescuers to find them. However, at the same time, Zhang Qingyan chose a more cautious approach. Everyone get in the car. We'll drive there. No one is allowed to get out of the car at night, unless it's an emergency. Su Lang and Ron exchanged glances and immediately followed Zhang Qingyan into the vehicle. With everyone in the car, there was no need to control the speed. This distance wouldn't take much time. However, for safety reasons, the closer they got to the light source, the slower the vehicle traveled. Until they saw what it was. There was surprise, but also a bit of disappointment. A night glow tree. Ron shouted loudly, as the soundproofing of the car ensured that no one stopped him. After careful observation, Zhang Qingyan nodded. This thing is indeed rare, but unfortunately, the person we're looking for is not here. Su Lang had already noted that. For him, nothing was more important than finding Su Tianming. All right, we don't need to go any further. Zhang Qingyan waved his hand, and the vehicle stopped. If there were really people around, they wouldn't be hiding at such a close distance. Zhang Qingyan looked at the night glow tree again. Tomorrow during the day, we can collect some samples to take back. Everyone agreed with Zhang Qingyan's suggestion, and the vehicle turned around, driving away in the opposite direction. The darker it got at night, the further they needed to stay from the glowing object. This wasn't some dreamy scene, but a survival game. Many animals and plants are phototropic. In the past, they might not have posed much danger, but now, who knew what form they would take after being irradiated? After all, the corpse of that giant centipede was still sealed in the car. The vehicle traveled for a few more minutes before finally stopping, and everyone entered a resting state. Sleeping in the car was uncomfortable, especially since there were quite a few people in their team. However, for Su Lang, who was used to sleeping on a board, sleeping in the car was a kind of enjoyment. Perhaps due to the split between two worlds, or perhaps because of the hustle of this journey. Su Lang quickly fell asleep. That night, he dreamed of Gu Qingyan. The boy was surrounded by a group of reporters, each question like a sharp blade, refusing to relent until they had pried him open. Honesty, when faced with these questions, was undoubtedly the best weapon to stab himself with. The boy looked around in confusion, as if searching for something, but when his gaze fell on a seat, all he saw was an empty chair. Su Lang watched helplessly as everything unfolded, powerless to intervene. His existence was like air to those people. The reporters couldn't see him, and Gu Qingyan couldn't see him either. He had never intended to save Gu Qingyan, but for some reason, their bond deepened, and he couldn't bear to see Gu Qingyan in distress. In those moments, he felt as if he was witnessing his past helpless self. He didn't know who let out the first scream, but soon more voices followed. Fire! It's on fire! Run! It's on fire! Help, cough! Don't step on me, help! Hurry! If we're slow, we want to get out. Someone seems to have fallen. Don't push. If we don't push out, no one will get out. I don't have time to care about others right now. It hurts. Help me, help me. The increasingly faint cries for help were accompanied by the raging flames. No one knew what caused the fire. Everyone was just trying to escape, racing against time. Those who got out were filled with lingering fear, while those who didn't were in despair. Su Lang moved through the crowd, trying to find Gu Qingyan, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see that familiar figure. Did Gu Qingyan escape? Where is he now? Is he safe? Is he injured? The worry in Su Lang's heart left him at a loss. At that moment, he didn't know if he was worried about Gu Qingyan or if he was more concerned about not being able to obtain that document if Gu Qingyan died. He only knew that if Gu Qingyan died, he would probably never meet someone so talented and wholeheartedly trusting him again. He had to find Gu Qingyan. He must find Gu Qingyan. Su Lang rushed back into the fire scene. Although the flames didn't cause him any substantial harm, he still experienced the sensation of being burned and choked by smoke. The scorching heat baked every inch of Su Lang's skin. He could feel the stinging pain. Yet he still didn't give up. At this point, Su Lang had realized it was a dream, but even in a dream, the feeling of fear engulfed his entire being. He searched desperately until a beam fell. At that moment, the dream shattered. Su Lang suddenly sat up. It was already deep into the night, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. He could hear his own heartbeat pounding clearly. The experiences from the dream seemed to flash by in an instant, making Su Lang even doubt that this moment of waking was just another dream within a dream, until he saw Ron beside him, mumbling something and turning over, noticing the sweat streaming down his face due to the unbearable heat inside the car. Everything felt incredibly real. Even the sensation of the vehicle's interior walls. He was back. No, he should say he was awake. Su Lang leaned against the car wall, half reclining. He was wide awake now, and he didn't dare to sleep again. He was afraid of continuing that dream. Gu Qingyan should be fine, right? Su Lang's heart was in turmoil. On one hand, he felt that since Fan Yu had already shown him the past, Gu Qingyan's fate should also be predetermined. He wouldn't get into trouble until the day before the disaster struck. But on the other hand, Su Lang recalled his previous dreams. He had dreamt of Gu Qingyan even before meeting him, which, from a certain perspective, gave his dreams a sense of causality. Su Lang turned his head and looked out the car window. Outside was an endless night, seemingly ready to swallow all his worries. Because of the vehicle's soundproofing, Su Lang couldn't hear any outside noises. The more it was like this, the lonelier it felt. Su Lang had never told anyone. Perhaps because of the time travel between two eras, he felt a lack of belonging in either. No one does not yearn for a life of warmth and security. But for Su Lang, to cling to the old era would be a betrayal of the future. It was a tearing against his instincts, and under repeated torment, it even made Su Lang feel somewhat split. Only at this moment did Su Lang fully understand why time travel was described with these two words. Initially, he thought it was just the division and recombination of human cells, but now he realized it wasn't just the cells that were splitting, but also his own spirit. That night, Su Lang did not sleep again. He just sat quietly, as if he could not feel the passage of time. Until the sky outside began to brighten. Zhang Qingyan was the first to wake up. Looking at Su Lang leaning against the wall, Zhang Qingyan was a bit puzzled. Didn't we say we would rest well and didn't need to keep watch? Or, are you worried about something? Su Lang shook his head. I had a nightmare last night, and then I just couldn't fall asleep. He wasn't lying to Zhang Qingyan. That was the truth. Today's task was heavy, and one had to pay attention to their own condition at all times. Zhang Qingyan said solemnly. Su Lang nodded. Of course I understand. All right, it's time to prepare to set off. Zhang Qingyan began to tidy himself up simply. Soon after, he called everyone else to wake up. They were not here to rest, but to carry out a mission. The longer they delayed outside, the lower the chances of survival for those who were missing. Everyone understood this reasoning, and Su Lang was no exception. No one had any complaints, and instead, everyone cooperated swiftly. Ron still remembered the luminous tree they had talked about yesterday, and was clamoring to collect samples early in the morning. A companion nearby couldn't help but tease him, saying he was like a girl, always fond of shiny things. Did he also like jewelry? Ron did not refute this, even adding, that's right, I do like those glowing gems, even though they are no longer as valuable now. This is the current situation in the underground shelter. Previously priceless jewelry is now considered worthless by people, and some even smashed them for elemental material extraction. After all, mere decorative items can't fill one's stomach. Moreover, the underground shelter has been in a dark state for a long time, and no matter how beautiful the gems are, it is hard for them to emit their true brilliance. The vehicle drove to the side of the luminous tree they had seen last night. Everyone got out of the car to stretch a bit. Of course, this was under Zhang Cheng'an's permission. Ron was busy collecting samples over there while also chatting with Su Lang. Ron, sometimes I really wish I were a plant instead of an animal. After all, as long as they don't suddenly suffer from a massive amount of nuclear radiation, plants are much better off than animals. Their cells can produce a certain amount of free radicals under normal conditions, and they have the ability to self-repair, correcting many radiation-induced damages through DNA, preventing cell death. What's more, the enzymes in plants can also prevent free radicals from causing damage, which is like having double insurance. Su Lang nodded as he listened to Ron's description, but he was still a bit curious. Do these combat personnel know so much? Zhang Qingyan yesterday was the same. Su Lang couldn't help but ask Ron, besides combat training, is this knowledge also a required course for you? Ron answered quite naturally. Of course, we often have to go on missions, whether it's collecting supplies or ensuring safety. We can't avoid dealing with these things on the ground. How can we not understand them? These are all required courses for us. Su Lang understood. So that's how you can recognize the luminous tree at a glance? This time, Ron shook his head and explained, the luminous tree is quite common where I grew up, but here it is extremely rare. When I learned about it, it was more like an extension of extracurricular knowledge. The teacher only briefly mentioned it, but I have loved these glowing things since I was a child, so I paid special attention. While carefully collecting samples of the luminous tree, Ron introduced to Su Lang. Actually, the principle of the luminous tree emitting light is very simple. It is because its bark contains a large amount of phosphorus. I still remember when I first saw a picture of the luminous tree. I was deeply attracted by its fluorescent glow, like a tree full of stars. Watching Ron's enchanted expression, Su Lang felt much more relaxed and cheerful. Yes, in the face of the dangers of nuclear radiation, most animals cannot compare to plants because animal cells are highly differentiated, performing specific functions within the body. If they are damaged, and there is no effective emergency mechanism to fill in, it can lead to cell cancer, uncontrolled reproduction, and spreading to other parts. These injuries are irreversible and unpredictable. In contrast, plants have a more flexible growth pattern. They can even change their structure according to the environment. This is why plants can graft onto each other and grow into a complete new plant through artificial techniques. But humans cannot simply attach an arm from one animal to another and have them merge perfectly. Just as Su Lang and Ron were chatting, a sudden exclamation came from the trace expert nearby. You all come take a look. This footprint should have been left in the last couple of days. It's a human footprint. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately gathered around, their eyes igniting with hope. Last night, the night was hazy, and even if they got out of the car, they couldn't see clearly. Now the light was just right. Following the trace expert's guidance, they indeed found slight traces there. To be honest, if Su Lang had gone to look by himself, he would likely have overlooked them, as the footprints were imprinted on the soil and the grass. To observe them, one had to first notice this patch of grass. Soon after, the trace expert returned to the vehicle to take out various instruments for measurement and comparison. After a long time, he solemnly told the others, this should have been left by the first search and rescue team sent out, and among them, someone was injured. I detected traces of blood in the vicinity. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere that had just relaxed slightly became tense again. Chapter 15 Secrets Hidden Underground. I don't know what others think, but for Su Lang, a weight has indeed been lifted from his heart. The first rescue team sent out, wasn't that the team his father was part of? Finding their traces meant he was one step closer to his father. As for the bloodstains, Su Lang had long been mentally prepared for this. He knew that if they hadn't encountered some unexpected situation, those people wouldn't have gone missing. In some cases, being missing is even scarier than being lost. After all, they all carried tracking devices. Being lost just means you can't find that person. But being missing means you can't even track their location. Something must have interfered with the signal. Su Lang had thought this way before they set off. And that's why they brought along this expert in trace analysis. Following this path, they moved downwards. Under the guidance of the trace analysis expert, everyone advanced in one direction. Su Lang, Ron, get in the vehicle. Ron, you're in charge of driving, stay behind us. And provide fire support if you encounter any special situations. Su Lang, you're in charge of recording and reporting the situation back to headquarters. We must not lose the clues. Everyone else, get out of the vehicle with me. Protect the expert. Stay alert. With Zhang Qingyan's order, everyone stood ready. Su Lang and Ron got into the vehicle with the samples they had collected earlier, each fulfilling their duties. The trace analysis expert continued to interpret the information and led everyone forward. Zhang Qingyan tightened his grip on his gun, poised for action. To match the speed of the main force, Ron didn't drive fast. They maintained a certain distance from the ground troops to allow for more reaction time and better observation angles. At this moment, Su Lang was also constantly paying attention to the scenery outside the window. The information left by the previous rescue team was too sparse. They couldn't determine what the other team had encountered. Was it human, an animal, or some other unknown entity? However, what nobody expected was that the first alarm came not from a sudden attacker, but from the radiation monitor they were carrying. The radiation levels here were severely exceeded. In 2120, the global standard was that the maximum radiation dose a person could absorb in a year was 1 millisievert. To be precise, this standard was established to address the issue of ionizing radiation protection in the field of nuclear science and technology. If a person absorbed more than 1 millisievert of radiation in a year in the nuclear science and technology field, they would be deemed to have received excessive radiation. Once exposed to excessive radiation, it could potentially impact human health, such as causing cancer or causing instability in genetic material. Of course, this is only a possibility. After all, the human body is an extremely intricate composition, and many diseases arise from multiple causes. Radiation is just one possibility. The emphasis on the nuclear science and technology field is due to the presence of natural background radiation and other factors. In fact, the background radiation dose for an individual is about 13 millisieverts. The reason for establishing this standard was primarily to ensure safety in the development of a nuclear science and technology field. For example, for a nuclear power plant, if you cannot prove that the radiation impact on the surrounding public is less than 1 millisievert, you won't obtain construction and operation permits. In summary, 1 millisievert per year is a management limit for practices, interventions, and radiation sources, not a safety limit for whether harm occurs. However, this standard was broken in 2250. Due to the development of technologies such as cloning and organ replacement, this dimension of immortality resulted in a population that was too large. Coupled with industrial development, humanity's rampant exploitation and destruction of natural resources led to a worrying environmental state, and various resources became increasingly scarce. Humans thought of reaching for the stars and seeking a way out, and thus the universe exploration program was born. But where to find the vast energy needed for space exploration? Nuclear energy was undoubtedly the most feasible solution at that time. Thus, people were no longer satisfied with the previous exploration of the nuclear science and technology field. They hoped to intensify research. The KY group officially entered the global spotlight at that time, providing solutions for related interests and opportune moment. It informed people. The annual dose for the eye lens is 15 millisieverts. The annual dose for the skin is 50 millisieverts. Among professional personnel worldwide with an average annual limit of 100 millisieverts, no work-related diseases associated with nuclear radiation have been observed. Due to environmental pollution, the destruction of the atmospheric ozone layer has allowed ultraviolet rays to penetrate the Earth's interior, causing radiation intensity that is far greater than that caused by current science and technology. True and false words were mixed together. From a scientific perspective, they relaxed people's vigilance against radiation, while presenting some pre-prepared experimental data to convince people that a certain level of radiation is harmless. And finally, by combining this with real situations, completely dispelling doubts. At the same time, Key Company also propagated through other channels that the Earth has become this way, and everyone has an inescapable responsibility for it. Thus, bearing a part of the consequences is a form of obligation. Under multiple pressures, on December 31st, 2250, the global standard was revised to the maximum radiation dose a person can absorb in a year is 100 millisieverts. Unlike long-term exposure, the radiation measurement device in Zhang Qingyan's hand was used for short-term radiation measurement. After all, for the current ground environment, The surface radiation levels were already unsuitable for long-term human survival. 1,000 millisieverts. The measuring device emitted an alarm. Zhang Qingyan glanced at the numbers on the radiation measurement device, and his expression immediately changed. The short-term radiation level was 1,256 millisieverts. What did this mean? Everyone present was acutely aware. When the short-term radiation level is below 100 millisieverts, it poses no harm to the human body. If it exceeds 100 millisieverts, it can harm the body. Between 100 to 500 millisieverts, people won't feel anything, but the white blood cell count in the blood will decrease. Between 1,000 to 2,000 millisieverts, it can cause mild radiation sickness, such as fatigue, vomiting, loss of appetite, temporary hair loss, and a decrease in red blood cells. Between 2,000 to 4,000 millisieverts, the bone marrow and bone density will be damaged, leading to a significant decrease in red and white blood cell counts, with symptoms like internal bleeding and vomiting. Above 4,000 millisieverts can be life-threatening. There's a radiation source here, Zhang Qingyan said quickly, and the others began to search as well. Common radiation sources usually include radioactive materials and devices that carry radioactive materials or produce radiation, including consumer products containing radioactive materials, sealed sources, unsealed sources, and radiation generators, as well as some devices and facilities containing radioactive materials and producing radiation, including irradiation devices, development or selection facilities for radioactive ores, radioactive material processing facilities, nuclear facilities, and radioactive waste management facilities. Su Lang also observed the outside through the car window. Abnormal. Too abnormal. Su Lang looked at Ron and couldn't help but exclaim. This is a residential area. Logically, such a large amount of radiation shouldn't exist. The most important thing is the short-term radiation. The residential area was abandoned due to excessive radiation levels, making it unsuitable for long-term habitation. The fact that short-term radiation could reach this level is mostly related to the field of nuclear science and technology research. Fortunately, the people walking below are all wearing radiation protection gear. Otherwise, recklessly entering here would lead to unimaginable consequences. Moreover, the value of 1256 millisieverts was recorded without them finding the source of the radiation. The closer they get to the radiation source, the higher this value will be. Team Zhang, we. The trace expert looked at Zhang Qingyan, who also did not expect this sudden situation and was uncertain whether to continue the investigation. Zhang Qingyan decisively ordered, "Keep going. They're likely right here." As they moved forward, the readings on the radiation monitor increased. Large beads of sweat rolled down Su Lang's forehead. He couldn't imagine what would happen if someone's radiation protection equipment were to fail in such conditions. They wouldn't even need to face any attacks. The radiation damage here was terrifying enough. Nevertheless, despite his unease, Su Lang maintained a facade of calmness and continued to record and report as instructed by Zhang Qingyan, noting every change in the radiation monitor's readings and where it occurred. Finally, when the radiation monitor reached 3529 millisieverts, Zhang Qingyan tried to move a little further, but the readings began to drop. This meant that the radiation source was back where they had just been. Zhang Qingyan returned to the spot where the radiation monitor showed 3,529 millisieverts and turned to the trace expert, asking, "Did the footprints you observed also disappear here?" The trace expert nodded. "Yes, but this sudden disappearance is very unusual." He added, "Moreover, I haven't observed any signs of struggle or dragging, so they probably weren't attacked by a creature." The situation was becoming increasingly strange, but everyone here found it hard to believe that people could simply vanish in a thin air. As for Su Lang, although he had experienced vanishing before, that was only due to the time and space travel caused by splitting. There was no quantum splitting machine here, so such a thing wouldn't happen. Could it be something underground? Ron suggested, then explained, the radiation source is buried underground. Not only Ron had this thought, others had also considered this direction. Some of the people walking on the surface had already begun searching. Unfortunately, they couldn't find a way down. If. Su Lang spoke cautiously. Is it possible that the first rescue team found an underground lab? That the radiation source is also inside the underground lab? Ron continued. So you think they all entered the underground lab, which is why they went missing? Sulan Nadif. That's my hypothesis. In the current situation, No one could provide an absolute answer unless they really found a way to the location where the footprints disappeared or the entrance to the underground. After several fruitless searches, time was ticking away, and Su Lang felt anxious. Using his communicator, he called out to Zhang Chengyan. I once saw an underground lab at a friend's place. It might help. Can I go down and search together? His father, Su Tianming, was in the first rescue team, and no one wanted to find these people more than he did. Perhaps because Su Lang had behaved appropriately and cooperated well during the journey. Zhang Qingyan didn't immediately reject Su Lang's request. Instead, after a moment of thought, he agreed. At the same time, he confirmed with the trace expert that there were no valuable trace clues nearby, then instructed him to get in the vehicle to take over Su Lang's work. After the trace expert got in, Su Lang completed the handover before getting out of the vehicle to report to Zhang Chengyan. He expressed his suspicion that the underground location might be the lab the previous workers were looking for. Do you have any evidence besides your feelings? Zhang Chengyan asked Su Lang. We can't find a way underground right now, so we can't verify. Su Lang looked around. First, you haven't found a radiation source on the surface for so long, so it's very likely underground. Also, when I was at my friend's underground lab, there was also a signal shielding device there. Su Lang recalled Qingyan and paused for a moment before continuing. My friend told me that because of the lab's special nature, they needed to limit the radiation electromagnetic energy within a certain area to absorb internal interference signals while preventing external radiation electromagnetic energy from entering a certain area to shield against external interference signals. I believe this is also the reason the first rescue team went missing. Zhang Qingyan remained silent, leaning toward agreeing with Su Lang's statement. But until things were confirmed, it was all just possible. Do you have any way to get underground? Zhang Qingyan spread his hands. We need to verify your hypothesis. We need to find them. Su Lang carefully recalled the scene when he and Qingyan entered that underground lab, paying close attention to every detail around Qingyan's villa. Underground structures require more attention to waterproofing, moisture control, drainage, and material transportation during construction compared to above-ground buildings. There couldn't be no passage. There couldn't be no entrance. The only explanation for their inability to find it here was that the door was further away. Su Lang borrowed a telescope to observe and saw a house in the distance. It was also a residential building, only 3 stories high, but it was much more open around it than other houses. There, he exclaimed. Let's go take a look. Chapter 16. The Corpse Out of Caution. Zhang Qingyan did not allow everyone to investigate together. Otherwise, if an accident occurred, it would be easy to take them all down at once. With the previous experiences of the ground staff and the first search and rescue team in mind, Zhang Qingyan acted with extra caution. Since the distance wasn't short, he chose to have part of the team drive over while the rest stayed behind. At least for now, this location seemed safe. They had been investigating here for a while without any incidents. In the end, Su Lang, Ron, the trace evidence expert, and Zhang Chengyan drove to the house together. Ron remained the driver, Zhang Chengyan was on guard in the car, and Su Lang was in charge of recording and communication. There were no unexpected events on the way. The surroundings were desolate residential areas, and as humans evacuated, the empty houses appeared even more abrupt and strange. During a pause in recording, Su Lang glanced outside, unable to imagine how lively and prosperous it once was. For his 27 years of life, most of the time had been spent underground. He had vague memories of the days before he turned 8, but they were quite fuzzy. People are always like this, pushed forward by time, forgetting more as they go along. But for Su Lang, this was not necessarily a bad thing. After all, the past was too beautiful, and if he remembered it deeply, it would be difficult to take steps forward. No one spoke in the car. They all understood that they might be close to the truth. Finally, the car stopped. Ron stayed in the vehicle to handle recording and communication. If anything happens inside, adapt and protect yourself, Zhang Chengyan ordered Ron. Ron quickly replied, understood. Up until now, they still did not know the situation of the missing people. So if anyone had entered here, it was likely dangerous, and it was unknown what might happen inside. In this situation, Zhang Chengyan's orders were reasonable. He then looked at Su Lang and the trace evidence expert. You two come in with me. No matter what happens, I will do my best to protect you. I can't guarantee that you will come out alive, but I can guarantee that you will die after me. Upon hearing this, Su Lang and the trace evidence expert tensed up. Fortunately, Since he had known about the dangers of this operation from the beginning, he had already prepared himself mentally. The trace evidence expert also quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of surprise. He understood that the situations requiring his expertise were generally serious. Zhang Qingyan took one last look at the two of them and stepped into the house first. The building only had 3 floors, but was not particularly dilapidated. If someone were to live there now, they might hesitate, but compared to the surrounding houses, it was obviously newer, which was one of the reasons Su Lang had noticed it before. The exterior of the house was painted white, but due to the passage of time and dust, it had turned gray and dirty. If there were any distinctive features about the house's appearance, it would be the overly extravagant and grand door. Typically, houses wouldn't have such high and wide doors, and just looking at the size of this door felt out of place. The material of the door seemed more like some kind of steel compared to ordinary wooden boards. "Is there any response from the radiation monitor?" Su Lang asked Zhang Qingyan. After they had left that place, the radiation monitor's readings had started to decrease until they were below the alarm level. At this moment, standing outside the door, Su Lang was very curious about the changes in the radiation monitor's readings. After all, the changes in the readings here could represent many things and were an important clue. Zhang Qingyan glanced at the radiation monitor in his hand, 147 millisieverts. Although this short-term radiation level posed some risks to the human body, it was considered normal for a world that was no longer suitable for human habitation. Hearing the short-term radiation level reported by Zhang Qingyan, Su Lang felt a bit puzzled, but he ultimately said nothing. He looked at the large door in front of him. Only by going inside could he uncover the truth. At this moment, Zhang Qingyan stepped forward and placed his hand on the door. However, just a moment later, he withdrew his hand and took out another device from his bag for testing. After testing, Zhang Qingyan revealed a knowing expression. "What's wrong? What's going on?" Su Lang asked curiously. Zhang Qingyan did not directly answer his question, but instead asked, "What do you think this door is made of?" Su Lang examined it carefully, then reached out to touch the door's outer surface, offering his answer. "Steel? Iron? Copper? Or lead?" Su Lang had not expected to say lead, but looking at Zhang Qingyan's expression, he didn't know why that came to mind. If it were just ordinary steel, iron, or copper, it wouldn't be surprising, as these are common materials used for doors. But if it were lead, that was worth pondering. Why use lead? What were they trying to isolate? Everyone understood what lead was primarily used for in this era. After all, underground radiation shelters often used this material. At this moment, Su Lang became increasingly convinced that this house was definitely unusual. There must be some hidden secrets inside. Indeed, the building materials of this door are made of lead. There's likely a high level of radiation contamination inside. Everyone be careful. Zhang Qingyan's voice came through the communicator, clear and precise. They were all wearing radiation suits, and Zhang Qingyan reminded them to avoid overlooking the dangers, such as any unexpected situations that could cause the suits to rupture. "We must ensure the integrity of the radiation suits. That applies at all times." Once he confirmed that everyone was mentally prepared, Zhang Qingyan pushed open the large door. Logically, such a place should have strict security measures, and this door should have been locked. However, when they entered, they found that the security system had been completely destroyed, and the inside was a mess, as if the owner had encountered some unexpected event and, in a panic, had to evacuate urgently, leaving behind many things they wanted to take but had to abandon. However, most of what was found here were daily necessities and books. Su Lang did not see any experimental equipment or related items. From the items piled in the living room alone, this house seemed like an entirely normal residence. But just then, Zhang Qingyan suddenly said, "The radiation monitor's reading has reached 895 millisieverts. Although it had not yet reached the alarm level, it was clearly exceeding normal limits. There was no doubt that this room had a radiation source, and the contamination was severe." Su Lang surveyed the layout of the room, wondering if wealthy people preferred to live in such houses. He recognized the familiar elevator in the room. He remembered that Qingyan had taken him to the underground laboratory using this elevator. At this moment, he couldn't help but be curious. Was the structure of this house similar? After explaining the situation to Zhang Qingyan and receiving permission, Su Lang quickly walked toward the elevator. Zhang Qingyan cautiously followed behind him. Su Lang pressed the elevator's call button without much hope. To his surprise, the numbers on the elevator display began to scroll. Su Lang felt a bit confused. After so long of abandonment, why was the power system still functioning normally? It seemed that Zhang Qingyan, who was following him, knew what Su Lang was thinking and spoke up. This room is very special. There must be a backup power system. Su Lang nodded, understanding Zhang Qingyan's point. Key areas should be treated with care. As the numbers on the screen rolled, it finally reached one. Ding dong. The elevator bell rang, and the elevator door slowly opened. Immediately, before Su Lang and Zhang Qingyan could see what was inside, countless flies flew out, hitting their radiation-proof suits with a dull sound. Su Lang and Zhang Qingyan instinctively raised their hands to shield themselves. Due to the radiation-proof suits, the air they breathed was filtered. Without this layer of filtration, Su Lang couldn't imagine the foul smell they would encounter, because lying in front of them was a decayed corpse. Maggots crawled on the body, and some that had completed their development left the corpse to pupate, ultimately becoming the flies that had just flown out. Faced with the sudden appearance of the deceased, both Su Lang and Zhang Qingyan were startled. They hadn't expected to see such a corpse in the elevator cabin. Zhang Qingyan was the first to react. This shouldn't be the person we're looking for. His statement implied that the corpse before them was neither one of the missing ground staff nor one of the first rescue team members. Su Lang immediately understood, based on the information they had received, that the disappearance of these two groups of people hadn't been particularly long, and even if they were dead, their bodies shouldn't have decayed to this extent. The forensic expert beside them added, "I also have some understanding in this area. According to the rules, the first insects to arrive at a corpse after death are usually from the Callifornia and Sarcophagidae families within the first 1 to 2 days. Then comes the bloating phase, generally from the 2nd to 7th day post-mortem, primarily involving Callifornia and Sarcophagidae, with the appearance of Mysidae and Pyophilidae. Next is the putrefaction phase, mostly occurring from the 4th to the 13th day after death, during which most of the body's tissues are consumed by fly larvae. And a large number of corrosive and predatory beetles arrive at the corpse, while most Callifornia and Sarcophagidae larvae complete their development and leave the corpse to pupate. The post-putrefaction phase spans from the 10th to the 23rd day after death, where only hair, skin, cartilage, and bones remain. And Diptera insects are no longer the main insects on the corpse, with various beetles appearing in large numbers. Finally, there is the skeletal phase, from the 18th to the 90th day after death, where only bones and hair remain, and insects on the remains gradually decrease. The overlapping and fluctuations in these time frames are due to the different preservation environments of the corpses. Regarding this, Su Lang realized he didn't know as much as the forensic expert. Compared to understanding corpses, he was more knowledgeable about flies, insects that are less affected by radiation. The life cycle of a fly is measured in days, with an egg stage of about 1 day, a larval stage of 3 to 6 days, and a pupal stage of 3 to 7 days, taking only 7 to 14 days from egg to adult, and just a few days to over 10 days. The granular eggs develop into flies. Adults begin to move and feed 2 to 24 hours after emerging from the pupal case. In summary, this corpse has been dead for at least over 10 days, which completely contradicts the information they received from headquarters, unless headquarters has been hiding something from them. Do we need to confirm this person's identity? Su Lang asked Zhang Qingyan. Curiosity is something everyone possesses, but in certain situations, unnecessary curiosity can be harmful. At this moment, the flying insects had mostly left the elevator cabin, and without visual interference, they could see the situation inside the elevator cabin more clearly. The corpse had a canvas bag on its back, the bottom of which was covered in a lot of dirt. The clothes of the corpse and the soles of its shoes were also covered in dirt. As for what was inside the bag, even though the opening was ajar, they couldn't observe it from their current position. The only way to confirm it was to pick it up and search through it. While Su Lang focused his attention on the bag, Zhang Qingyan noticed something different. The cause of this person's death is most likely related to radiation. Radiation didn't kill him immediately, but it damaged his bodily functions. Moreover, there were no good medical conditions here, and there was a lack of food. At this point, Zhang Qingyan paused. Upon hearing Zhang Qingyan's speculation, Su Lang was taken aback. If what he said was true, then this person must have been in a state of utter despair at the time of death. At this moment, Su Lang once again thought of Mickey Oka lying on the experimental table, bit by bit tortured, bit by bit consumed, waiting for death, yet unaware of when it would come. Apart from dying immediately from a large amount of radiation exposure, most radiation-related deaths are like this. Su Lang looked at Zhang Cheng'an, and for some reason, he felt that Zhang Cheng'an's emotions were quite low at this moment. Based on his previous interactions with Zhang Cheng'an, he knew that Zhang Cheng'an was not someone who showed his emotions outwardly. Due to his responsibilities, he had to be someone others could rely on, which didn't allow him to expose his vulnerability. But now Zhang Cheng'an, have you encountered this situation before? Su Lang cautiously asked. Zhang Cheng'an nodded and answered candidly. Yes, many times. Many people who didn't qualify for relocation to the underground shelter died like this, including my parents. Hearing the last sentence, Su Lang's breath caught in his throat. Chapter 17, the diary. Later, when I was on a mission, I went to see them. At that time, their state was very similar to the corpse in front of me, almost identical, but they were happier than this corpse because until the last moment, they were embracing each other and were not alone. Looking at Zhang Qingyan's current appearance, aside from the 4 words, express my condolences, Su Lang didn't know what else to say. However, after he uttered those 4 words, what Zhang Qingyan told him left Su Lang even more surprised. Zhang Qingyan, in fact, for them, perhaps this is not a sad ending, but rather the best choice. Su Lang found it hard to understand. After all, thousands of people had fought fiercely for a spot in an underground shelter. The instinct to survive is human nature, which is completely normal. It seemed that Zhang Qingyan knew what Su Lang was thinking, and he immediately provided the answer. My mother suffered from claustrophobia due to some events in her childhood. She was afraid of dark places, and even more afraid of being trapped in a small space. In short, she was not suitable for life in the underground shelter, and her body had already been harmed by radiation, making it impossible for her to qualify for entry to the underground shelter. As for my father, he chose to give up on his own. He said he promised my mother that he would never let her be alone. After listening to Zhang Cheng'an, Su Lang couldn't calm down for a long time. He had always thought that love suicide was just an ancient rumor, existing only in novels or poetry. In an era where everyone wanted to survive, where everyone used every means possible just to gain a glimmer of life, there were actually people who would abandon their own lives for a promise, for love. At that moment, Su Lang finally understood why Zhang Cheng'an said his parents died with dignity. Embracing each other, they faced death calmly. From beginning to end, they did not betray love, nor did they betray their promise. This was indeed a rare fate. However, the person in front of him clearly wasn't so lucky. He must have suffered greatly when he died. The forensic expert standing by spoke up, pointing out various traces in the elevator shaft as he analyzed them. He had tried to survive, but had failed. Zhang Qingyan pondered for a moment, and then said to Su Lang, "You check his bag." Su Lang nodded. And then Zhang Qingyan turned to the forensic expert. "We will be responsible for examining this corpse." The forensic expert naturally had no objections to this. Zhang Qingyan then provided his reasoning for this arrangement. The footprints we tracked outside belonged to the first rescue team, and the place where the footprints disappeared is likely related to this building. Therefore, we need to pay extra attention to every detail that appears inside, even if there is danger. These people trusted him, and he wanted them to know that he was not issuing commands blindly. Teamwork is more about details, and he didn't want to lose over these details. Then, Zhang Cheng'an looked at Su Lang. "You said you came to the elevator to see if it could lead underground? But now, just looking at the elevator panel, it seems there is no possibility of that." Indeed, the current elevator panel showed a minimum of 1 floor, not a negative one. Without even a negative one, there was no need to mention the others. If they really wanted to go to the underground laboratory, it seemed they needed to find other methods. The most important thing right now was to figure out this person's identity. Surprisingly, Su Lang found a collection bottle on him. The bottle still contained quite a bit of soil. Collecting soil? Su Lang found it hard to believe. This stuff was everywhere. Did the soil he collected have some special significance? Hearing Su Lang's question, the forensic expert took the bottle and examined it closely. He probably didn't collect soil, but some kind of plant. However, with the later food shortages, he probably also filled his stomach with that plant. The forensic expert pointed out, "Look, there are still remnants of roots and signs of gnawing." Following the expert's finger, Su Lang noticed the subtle information left behind. He then thoroughly searched the entire bag, leaving no potential hiding spots unchecked. He found a notebook, a communication device that had stopped working, 5 collection bottles of various sizes, a multi-tool kit, a handgun with an empty magazine, and some garbage that looked like packaging paper, which he determined had previously wrapped food, but was now left over after the food was consumed. As for any information obviously related to identity, Su Lang found none at all. Given the special circumstances, it seemed they had no choice but to proceed this way. Zhang Chengyan's voice came from the side, as if he was discussing something with the forensic expert. That thing must be related to the identity information, the forensic expert said. Zhang Chengyan was silent for a moment, then nodded, as if he had made a decision. I'll do it. With that, Zhang Chengyan, under Su Lang's incredulous gaze, reached into the decaying body. That spot was the stomach. Although the air they breathed was odorless due to the filters, just looking at that scene made Su Lang's scalp tingle with discomfort. This was not cruelty, but the already rotting stomach was wrapped in gastric juice, along with undigested food. When Zhang Chengyan's hand emerged, it could only be described as horrifying. The dark green, sticky substance clung to Zhang Chengyan's protective suit. But at that moment, Su Lang also noticed the glint of silver between his fingers. It was a piece of metal, not thin, and it appeared to have something engraved on it. Identity information. Su Lang immediately reacted. Zhang Chengyan wiped off the sticky residue on the surface and examined it carefully. How is it? Was it corroded by gastric acid? The forensic expert asked nervously. Zhang Chengyan shook his head. A little, but he must have swallowed it before he died, and since this piece of metal is not thin, the key information was not corroded. Swallowed this thing before dying? Su Lang contemplated repeatedly, feeling that there was something strange about it. Was he trying to conceal his identity even as his life was ending? Is he from another underground shelter? The forensic expert asked. Zhang Chengyan shook his head and showed the identity tag to the forensic expert and Su Lang. Su Lang had already played out a dramatic scenario in his mind, even suspecting the other person could be a spy. But when he saw the iron identity tag, he was stunned. On it was the logo of the Key Group. Su Lang had thought that the Key Group had been destroyed by now. After all, while they were not the root cause of the disaster, they were definitely a powerful catalyst. Moreover, many of the Key Group's industries were related to atomic energy. And given the current state of the world, it was impossible to develop atomic energy vigorously anymore, so the existence of the Key Group would naturally be affected. Furthermore, the reason for the underground shelters to implement a new monetary policy was to create a fair living environment. With the change in the new monetary policy, the capital accumulated by the Key Group should have lost its utility. Most importantly, in the years Su Lang spent in the underground shelter, he had not heard any news about the Key Group. This led him to believe that the Key Group had completely vanished. But now, the past and the present connected, and Su Lang was momentarily at a loss. In the era where Qingyan lived, the Key Group was known by everyone. Every move they made was related to the lives of millions, and their every action was widely reported. Whether for those who rely on the Key Group for a living or those who think of the Key Group as a startup beacon, the Key Group does not need celebrity endorsements. It inherently carries an absolutely incomparable star effect. Later, when the disaster broke out, more and more people realized the situation. People began to stop mentioning this once celebrated star group. Now, looking at this familiar logo, the logo that could be seen everywhere when with Qingyan, Su Lang felt a sense of disconnection from reality. What's wrong? Zhang Qingyan noticed Su Lang's unusual behavior and asked. Su Lang shook his head, as if he wanted to cast aside the distractions in his mind with that gesture. He felt no need to conceal anything from Zhang Qingyan and decided to be honest. This symbol represents the Key Group, the largest group before the disaster broke out, which also led or promoted several atomic energy-related industries. Zhang Qingyan, being a few years older than Su Lang, obviously had more memories of the surface. He was not unfamiliar with this symbol either. However, like Su Lang, he was puzzled as to why someone from the Key Group would appear here. What was this person's purpose? How'd he die? Zhang Qingyan shifted his gaze to the notebook beside him, which Su Lang had just taken out from his backpack. Su Lang understood Zhang Qingyan's implication and shook his head. I looked through it from the beginning. There's nothing written in this notebook related to the Key Group. This means that if we hadn't found this ID badge, we would never have known he was from the Key Group. But now that we have this ID badge and know he belongs to the key group, perhaps many things in the notebook will make sense now. Zhang Qingyan's eyes lit up. Su Lang nodded, understanding Zhang Qingyan's meaning. He raised his hand to pick up the notebook, and looking at the information on it now, Su Lang felt completely different. Those seemingly nonsensical words now seemed to carry a different tone. Su Lang flipped to the first page and began to read. I need to record something, but it shouldn't be in the form of a diary. Because I cannot write down any specific information, cannot have dates, cannot have weather, cannot have locations, and cannot mention any names. Yes, what needs to be said, I have already told over there. Other things are not meant to be said. I know I can't go back. I miss them so much. But I can't even tell them how I died. They would be ashamed of me, but it's okay. At least they can survive. I betrayed. Yes. At the last moment of my life, I chose conscience. What has happened once cannot happen a second time. At least, I don't want to be an accomplice. They want to find out because I gave them the wrong information. Completely wrong information. Enough to mislead them. In fact, I don't understand why I'm still alive. Is it because I obey? Perhaps, this kind of task, no one else would agree to besides me. That's because I have attachments. I can't bear to part with those people. They're the only warmth in this cold world. I'm so hungry, but I can't do anything. The food has already been eaten. I even started eating pollutants. But so what? My body has long been contaminated. Radiation is everywhere. From the moment my anti-radiation suit tore, I knew it was over. Everything is over. They want to save me. I have become worthless trash. I really hate this feeling. The feeling of being labeled with a number is terrible. Good. Now the value has reset to 0. I have finally become myself. I should hide. I shouldn't be found. No one will know I died here, and I don't want anyone to know I died here. This is not a glorious matter. Just like my life. Yes, I must hide. I have to hide. I can't let anyone find me. I can't pull more people into this. What can I do for this world? The only thing I can do is probably to hide my own corpse. I have put everything in the room back in its place. This elevator cabin is my resting place. It's broken. No one can come in or go out. This is the best way. I miss my mom so much. Do all people think of their mothers when they are about to die? The one who brought them into this world, the one who gave them life. Unfortunately, she cannot be by my side now. I miss her so much. I have to hide everything I know. The last bit of strength must be used for the final secret. Good, I know what I'm doing. I'm still awake. Although the time I am awake is not long. I have no strength left. I am lying here. Every day, every hour, every minute, every second. Why does death come so slowly? I can't wait anymore. My dialogue with myself, please end soon. I really hope that madman can succeed. Unfortunately, he died, and those things did not stop. If possible, I still hope to be that madman's friend. Of course, I know I don't deserve to be his friend. He never considered me a friend either. He only had one friend from beginning to end. Chapter 18. The door. What determines the kind of person we become is not our abilities, but our choices. You told me this, and I remembered it. I am slow-witted, unlike you, but in the end, I made the same right choice as you did. This is the last line written in that notebook, seemingly meant for oneself, yet also for others. Su Lang had previously not understood the meaning of the words written on it. But if everything is linked to the key group, then things become different. They are now likely to uncover some unusual secret, or rather, open a corner of Pandora's box. Su Lang looked at Zhang Qingyan, then exchanged a glance with the forensic expert, and finally handed the notebook to the forensic expert. To be honest, very few people still record things in this way nowadays. But fortunately, this person still had this notebook. Otherwise, in the last moments of his life, he would not even be able to have a conversation with himself. Sometimes, the power of words is irreplaceable by language. Throughout, he did not reveal anything related to his identity in this notebook. Even if Zhang Qingyan obtained that identity card from his stomach, it is cruel to say, but this identity card contains his blood type, the key group's logo, and just a number. If nothing unexpected occurs, only their internal personnel would know the true meaning of this number, which is likely related to this person's name and other personal privacy information. Su Lang sighed as he looked at the body and then turned to Zhang Qingyan, saying, if I'm not mistaken, the key group likely recruited these people to carry out some unsavory activities. The reason this person worked for the key group was probably not out of his own will. On the contrary, he strongly rejected and did not agree with the actions of the key group. He was likely in a state of coercion, forced to do so for the survival of his family or other reasons. Looking at the content in the notebook now, many things made sense. Qingyan nodded, agreeing with Su Lang's statement. He added, "Moreover, based on the information in this notebook, our direction of search should be correct. There is likely something very important hidden here, which is why this person chose to follow his heart before dying, misleading them to search in the completely opposite direction." As for the forensic expert, his observations were even more meticulous. The notebook states that he was attacked due to the rupture of his radiation suit, leading to a series of subsequent events. So, can we infer that he encountered an attack here, and that the location of the attack is likely related to the place we are looking for? After finishing, he added, "In the case of a rupture in the radiation suit, a person's mental state would definitely be very poor, with panic and anxiety overwhelming them. Under such emotional catalysis, a person instinctively wants to find shelter, which is likely why he chose this house. In other words, the incident location should not be far from this house." Su Lang and Qingyan did not deny these speculations, as they inclined toward this themselves. However, until things are confirmed, speculation can only remain speculation. All speculations carry the possibility of being wrong. In any case, this house must be very important. Su Lang stepped out of the elevator, surveying the surroundings, his brain quickly analyzing. This house felt very familiar to him. Of course, this does not mean he had been here before, but rather that it reminded him of the house Qingyan had taken him to. Because its function was not just residential, there were other aspects and details to consider. However, compared to Qingyan's house, which boldly had the elevator leading to the underground laboratory, this house seemed to have some sort of concealment treatment. This further indicated that the secrets hidden here must be extraordinary. At that moment, Qingyan commanded, "This house has 3 floors. We will split up." He then began to arrange. Su Lang is responsible for the 2nd floor. He himself will take the 3rd floor. The forensic expert will search for clues on the 1st floor. Even though the elevator could now operate normally, Su Lang still decided to take the stairs to the 2nd floor. It was not that he was avoiding the body here or felt scared. Rather, he felt he should not overlook any place that might contain information, including stairs. The facts proved that Su Lang's choice was correct. The stairs were located at the edge of the room's corner, covered with thick light-colored carpet. Light-colored carpet? Even though his memory of the ground was already quite vague. It is common knowledge that very few households would lay light-colored carpet on stairs, as it is too difficult to maintain and easy to leave marks. What kind of place would be more inclined to use light colors? Su Lang recalled the laboratory that Qingyan had taken him to. Yes, in order to detect contamination at the first moment, the walls, floors, and countertops of the laboratory were all leaning towards light colors. And even the experimental personnel were accustomed to wearing white lab coats while conducting experiments. This was mainly for protective purposes, able to serve as a reminder at critical moments. Correspondingly, long ago, those who walked up these steps should have worn shoe covers or performed some cleaning work. Thinking of this, Su Lang couldn't help but consider whether the carpet on the stairs had the same function. At this time, the carpet had muddy footprints on it, and according to his discernment, these footprints did not come from the body discovered earlier in the elevator, but were more like those left by people wearing radiation suits. Su Lang deliberately walked a few steps forward, using the edge to leave his own footprints on the carpet. After comparison, he found that his footprints were quite similar to the original footprints on the carpet, but due to the difference in foot size, there were slight discrepancies. The person in the elevator that Su Lang had also observed could only wear his own shoes due to the rupture of his radiation suit. And the tread pattern on his shoe soles was not like this at all. Moreover, as far as Su Lang knew, the radiation suits in each area had slight differences, and the tread design on the soles of the radiation suits in his underground shelter was indeed like this. Thinking of this, Su Lang's eyes suddenly lit up. This could very likely indicate that someone from his side had previously been on this floor of the house. Could it be his father, Su Tianming? Su Lang couldn't help but think this, while also quickening his steps upward. Even though he was now in an excited state, Su Lang still maintained the necessary calmness. He carefully observed that these footprints only led upward, with no downward marks. This meant that the person who left this footprint must have gone upstairs. As for why they took the stairs, Su Lang speculated it was likely because the elevator had not yet been restored at that time. Or perhaps the reason the elevator was restored was because those personnel had performed some operation that restored the power system to normal, allowing the elevator to start operating again. However, for some reason, these people went upstairs but did not return to the first floor or use that elevator again. Otherwise, they would have discovered the body earlier than the small team where Su Lang and Zhang Cheng'en were. Su Lang could tell when he opened the elevator door that the body had definitely not been discovered before. Even his bag had not been searched. With all sorts of doubts in his heart, Su Lang quickly ran upstairs, not knowing why, but as he approached the second floor, his heartbeat quickened even more, as if someone or something was waiting for him on the second floor. After climbing the last flight of stairs, Su Lang stood there, staring blankly at the second floor in front of him. The layout here is completely different from the first floor. There is no spacious and bright living room, nor any rooms where the functions can be seen at a glance. Instead, the second floor resembles the interior of an office building, with a clean corridor that has no items piled up, and on either side are rooms with tightly closed doors, none of which even have a simple sign on them. The doors are made of opaque metal. Su Lang reached out to touch one of the doors. He was not carrying any detection equipment, but he had a suspicion that these doors might also be made of lead. As for why lead was used as the material for the doors, the answer is obvious: nuclear energy. Someone is conducting nuclear-related experiments here. The use of lead could only serve two purposes. First, to protect the people inside from radiation leaks in case of an accident, helping them isolate from contamination. Second, to protect those outside, as it is likely that the people inside are conducting nuclear experiments, preventing any accidents during the experiments from affecting those outside, aiming to contain the radiation within this door. Regardless of which scenario it is, it confirms that this building is closely related to the nuclear energy industry. Looking at the tightly closed doors, Su Lang's heart sank to the bottom. Since they entered this building, their communication signal had already been cut off. If they wanted to let Ron outside know what was happening inside, they would have to run out and tell him in this clumsy way. At that moment, Su Lang even had the thought of going to inform Ron about the situation here. The reason for this thought was that Su Lang was also worried about encountering some accident and getting stuck inside. If his small team ended up like the previous two batches of personnel, having no chance to react when an accident occurred, would that mean the clues would be cut off? Su Lang did not want that to happen. After thinking for a moment, he withdrew his hand from the door handle. Even though he really wanted to open every door until he found his father, Su Tianming, he even suspected that his father was just behind this door, and if he pushed it open, he would see him. But reason told him not to do that. Reason held him back. Yes, there might be the previous ground staff and the first batch of rescue team members inside, but no one knew exactly which room they were in or what they had encountered. Su Lang retreated to the side of the stairs. He could see some footprints on the carpet leading to the third floor, but these footprints were noticeably fewer compared to the ones on the carpet leading from the first floor to the second floor. Did they make the same choice as they did initially? Splitting into three groups, with some searching on the first floor, some on the second, and some on the third. So the higher they went, the fewer people there would be. Su Lang kept thinking, but he also felt something was amiss. If someone was on the first floor, then they should not have encountered any danger. After all, they had stayed on the first floor for so long without anything happening. Of course, except for that sudden elevator that came down from the third floor. But that was caused by his own action of pressing the elevator button. Su Lang stood at the stairway, his gaze swinging between the two staircases above and below. After a moment, he finally realized it was very likely that something had happened to the people on the second or third floor, and those who were originally on the first floor had tried to come up to rescue them, only to find themselves trapped here as well. Yes, that's probably it. Su Lang carefully observed the footprints on the carpet leading from the second floor to the third. Those footprints were also only going upward, with none going downward. Logically, if something happened to the people on the second floor and they cried out for help, then the people on the third floor should also come down, right? But the current situation is that there are only footprints going from the first to the second floor, with no footprint from the third to the second floor. This means that there is also danger on the third floor. Thinking of this, Su Lang's heart suddenly jolted. As mentioned earlier, since they entered this house, their communication devices were also unusable, and everything seemed to have returned to a primitive state. If it were in the past, Su Lang could have warned Zhang Qingyan to be careful through the communicator, but now he could only shout loudly. He still did not know the situation on the third floor, but he was very worried that if the third floor had the same layout as the second, what if Zhang Qingyan entered some terrible room? Then it would be problematic. Zhang Qingyan, don't do anything. Be careful. Don't open those doors. Su Lang shouted loudly as he ran up the stairs. He knew that even if he shouted as loud as he could, his voice would be significantly diminished when transmitted through the protective suit. But in this situation, other than shouting hoarsely, he could do nothing else. When Su Lang finally stood on the third floor, he saw Zhang Qingyan standing not far down the corridor, one hand on the doorknob. Unlike Su Lang, he had already pressed it down. At that moment, Su Lang's heart jumped to his throat. He could not imagine what would happen next. The door had been opened. What was inside? What awaited them? Chapter 19. Dilemma. Just as Su Lang was still in shock, Zhang Qingyan turned his head to look at Su Lang. Zhang Qingyan, what happened? The moment Zhang Qingyan's voice fell, a sharp blade popped out from the door handle. The material of that thing seemed special. In an instant, a large cut was made in Zhang Qingyan's radiation suit. The blade retracted, and everything was as if nothing had happened. Immediately, the radiation monitor's alarm blared, sharp and piercing. Su Lang watched as Zhang Qingyan's expression shifted from confusion to terror. He knew there was a radiation source in that room. A loud bang echoed as Zhang Qingyan forcefully shut the door again. It was the fastest choice he could make in such a dire situation. Later, it proved to be an incredibly correct decision. When Zhang Qingyan faced Su Lang again, his expression was filled with sorrow. Both he and Su Lang understood what the situation was. The unexpected attack came without warning. No one was prepared, and whether it was Zhang Qingyan or Su Lang, they could only accept it, as there was no room for change. Zhang Qingyan couldn't go back. He could only stay here. Even if Su Lang didn't know the data on the radiation monitor, he could guess it must be a terrifyingly high number. They did this on purpose. Su Lang shouted this at Zhang Qingyan. His voice trembled and was somewhat hoarse, filled with extreme panic and anger. This was an ambush. Su Lang had no doubt that if Zhang Qingyan had gone in just now, he might not have even made it out. Anyone trying to enter that door again to rescue him would meet the same fate as Zhang Qingyan. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and closed the door from the outside. But even so, what difference did it make? Zhang Qingyan's actions saved others, but not himself. He was quick enough to prevent the disaster from spreading further. But his protective suit was already torn, and he was exposed to high radiation contamination. Su Lang was ultimately a step too late. I'm sorry. Su Lang looked at Zhang Qingyan and weakly uttered these 3 words. If he could have been just a bit faster at that time, whether in terms of thinking or running upstairs, just a little bit faster, he could have saved Zhang Qingyan. But there are no ifs in this world. What has happened. Why are you apologizing to me? He did nothing wrong. Zhang Qingyan smiled weakly. It was my own judgment that led to this consequence. On the contrary, Fan Yu was right. You are very smart, a person with potential. At least in this matter, your thinking is clearer than mine. Your judgment more accurate. There aren't many opportunities for such things. One is enough. One is enough to determine life and death. Su Lang didn't know if Zhang Qingyan was saying this to comfort him or for some other reason. He hadn't spent much time with Zhang Qingyan, and it was unrealistic to say there was a deep bond between them. Perhaps he wasn't mature enough. At least not mature enough to calmly face a life slipping away before him. Only now did he realize that the underground shelter was indeed a great refuge for them, providing safety for those with mediocre abilities. Because of not being outstanding, they couldn't go further on the surface, not exposed to those dangers, and didn't gain much. Couldn't obtain more resources. Everything was fair and realistic. Before, Su Lang only knew that the surface was dangerous, but that was just a line of text from a textbook. You know it's the case, but that's all. Now, facing the inevitable death of Zhang Qingyan, that line was no longer just a line from a textbook, but a bloody reality. The doors here were made of strange materials, all made of lead. I certainly suspected they might be related to the radiation source, so I observed and identified them. The doors of these rooms are divided into 2 types, one with handles like this, and the other requiring iris recognition. You know, iris recognition is the most effective method. If it were just fingerprint recognition, a person could be dead and their finger could still be cut off and used. But iris recognition cannot use the eye after death because the iris disperses. Zhang Qingyan walked toward Su Lang and stood at a distance that was neither too close nor too far from him. Su Lang's radiation suit was intact. He didn't have to worry about affecting Su Lang, but he still maintained a certain distance out of instinct. At this moment, he shared all the information he had with Su Lang, including the material of the door he detected and his analysis process. I couldn't enter those rooms that required iris recognition. I had only seen that type of room in certain important laboratories. So I mistakenly thought the radiation source should be stored in those iris recognition rooms. After all, who would casually place such a heavily contaminated substance in a place anyone could enter? That doesn't make sense. Zhang Qingyan shrugged and said with a hint of self-deprecation. But clearly, I judged wrong. I thought this was just a room similar to an employee dormitory, but I didn't expect it to be a trap. Zhang Qingyan pointed to the door he had just opened, fixing his gaze on the handle. This is not an ordinary trap, but a carefully set one. How many secrets are hidden behind all these doors? And there may very well be clues about those missing people. Facing such a huge temptation, how many people can resist the urge to push open any of those doors? Su Lang even suspected that those iris recognition doors could also be opened. But perhaps they hid even more terrifying traps. After such a major change, Su Lang felt an overwhelming distrust towards every door. Do you think they're inside? Su Lang asked Zhang Qingyan. They, of course, referred to the previous surface workers and the first rescue team members. He didn't know the answer to this question. Compared to asking, his inquiry at this moment felt more like expressing helplessness. On the contrary, Zhang Qingyan, who had already accepted the outcome, appeared calm and indifferent, as if he had let go of everything. He turned to glance at the long corridor behind him, where rooms were lined up with closed doors on either side. As it turned out, the layout of the third floor was almost identical to that of the second floor. As for what was inside the rooms, that remained unknown. After all, it was likely something one would risk their life to explore. They had a high probability of being in this building, but there was also a high probability they had already become corpses. Zhang Qingyan replied slowly. If Zhang Qingyan had said such words when they first stepped into the building, Su Lang might have felt angry. No one wants to hear someone else say their father is dead. That's human nature. But now, hearing Zhang Qingyan say those words, Su Lang felt powerless to refute. Yes, even a cautious Zhang Qingyan had fallen into the trap. Just as Zhang Qingyan said, it is unreasonable to place such heavily contaminated substances like radiation sources casually in a certain room. But the reason this trap could exist was precisely because it utilized such inertia of thought. The secrets here are very important to certain people, even worth risking their lives for. Su Lang calmly stated this. Zhang Qingyan nodded, agreeing with Su Lang's thoughts. Then, before Su Lang could react, he suddenly ordered Su Lang, go downstairs, find Ron, explain the situation here, and then return to the underground shelter to tell them the mission has failed. Su Lang understood that Zhang Qingyan was not giving up. He just didn't want more people to sacrifice because of this. Since the start of this mission, Su Lang had been obedient to Zhang Qingyan, but this time he did not immediately execute Zhang Qingyan's orders. He first walked over to Zhang Qingyan, glanced at the data on the radiation monitor, then carefully observed Zhang Qingyan's current condition before turning to prepare to go downstairs. But just as he stepped down the first stair, he seemed to remember something and turned to Zhang Qingyan, saying, I'll be back soon. Wait for me. He had never considered leaving Zhang Qingyan behind at this moment. He could never do something like that, no matter what. He still had to try. What if there was a glimmer of hope? Zhang Qingyan didn't understand what Su Lang wanted to do, but before he could speak, Su Lang had already hurried downstairs. He needed to find Ron, figure out a way to contact Fan Yu, and tell her what had happened here, asking for her help to rescue Zhang Qingyan. If he could take Zhang Qingyan to some day in the past, maybe he would also turn danger into safety, just like himself. However, when Su Lang quickly reached the first floor, he was completely stunned. He never expected that this would be a completely unfamiliar place. Logically, the forensic expert should have been searching on the first floor, and with him making such a commotion running down, the other party should have looked this way. But now not only did the scene in front of him feel very strange, but the forensic expert was also nowhere to be found. Unlike the homely feel before, this was entirely a warehouse used for storing equipment. Su Lang saw all kinds of experimental equipment here. Some had been unwrapped and and were messily piled on one side, while others were still unopened and neatly stacked in various corners of the room. Clearly, something had happened here that caused everyone to panic and not have time to deal with it properly. But these were not the things Su Lang should be thinking about right now. He needed to consider how to get out and find Ron to save Zhang Chengyan. Zhang Chengyan's condition was deteriorating, and every minute and second was a race against death for him. But now he was trapped here. Su Lang didn't understand how things had turned out this way. He instinctively turned to look at the path he had come from. The stairs looked the same, and the carpet looked the same. Only this time, the footprints on the carpet had clearly decreased significantly. This was not the same staircase he had used to go upstairs. This was not that carpet. Su Lang realized that the stairs were deceptive. They only looked similar, but they actually led to completely different places. He first tried to find an exit from this warehouse, but despairingly, it seemed that this warehouse was sealed and there was no exit at all, not even a window. With no other choice, Su Lang could only go back. He had to return to the second or third floor and then find a way to locate the previous staircase. At this point, this was the only plan he could follow. Su Lang hurried back, and when he arrived at the second floor again, the scene in front of him was exactly the same as when he first ascended to the second floor. Still those closed rooms with no difference at all. Su Lang continued to climb up, his heart constantly praying, "I must see Zhang Chengyan. Nothing else can go wrong." If he couldn't even see Zhang Chengyan at this moment, that would truly be the end. Fortunately, this time fate seemed to favor him. When he breathlessly reached the third floor, he saw Zhang Chengyan weakly slumped on the ground not far away, leaning against the wall, and his condition was clearly not good. At this moment, Zhang Chengyan was somewhat surprised to see Su Lang, but he still forced a joke. "You said you'd be back soon, and you really did come back soon. Did you have enough time to go to the bathroom?" However, when he saw Su Lang's panicked expression clearly, he immediately realized that something was wrong. "What happened?" Zhang Chengyan asked. Su Lang quickly organized his thoughts and replied in the most direct way. "The stairs have a problem. The first floor has changed. It's not the place we came up from." Clearly, this was something Zhang Chengyan had not anticipated either. But upon hearing Su Lang say this, he reacted as well. Indeed, although the living room on the first floor was spacious and bright, he had felt that something was off since he came in. Now that you mention it, I understand. The area this house appears to occupy from the outside should definitely not be just that. Traps always have to have a disguise to lead others in. I fear the first floor we entered is that disguise. Once anyone goes up to the second or third floor, they can never go back. At this point, Zhang Chengyan smiled bitterly. Although he was reluctant to admit it, the fact was that he and Su Lang were trapped here with no chance to contact Ron downstairs. Su Lang shook his head. He felt that something didn't add up, but if that's the case, we could break through by taking the elevator, since the elevator goes straight up and down. As soon as Su Lang finished speaking, Zhang Chengyan immediately retorted, "Anything, as long as you want to tamper with it. We'll have space. These things are all designed by people, manufactured by people, and it's not difficult for people to modify them based on the original. Moreover, haven't you observed? That elevator requires a card to use. I guess the so-called card is the identity tag on the corpse, which means only the key group people can use that elevator." Upon hearing this, Su Lang finally understood completely. This house was a trap, but it was also dependent on who it targeted. If it was internal staff, they should be able to find certain things they need here. If it was an outsider trying to intrude into this house, then they would be trapped here. Everything made sense, but it seemed to be too late. Chapter 20, The Secret Beneath the Building. This is definitely not the end. Su Lang was unwilling to accept this outcome and wouldn't allow it to happen. Is there a way to break the deadlock? Su Lang frantically thought, not letting go of any detail. After a moment, his eyes brightened, but soon, the spark that had just ignited was extinguished again. The only way to break the situation was the identity card on the corpse, since this building allowed internal employees from the key group to enter. As long as they had the identity card, the safety of many things would be guaranteed. That identity card could not only allow a person to safely navigate through the building, but should also be able to use or unlock certain devices and passages. The elevator was just one of them, but certainly not the only one. In other words, the only way to break the deadlock now was for the forensic expert to use the identity card to swipe and take the elevator upstairs to find them. One misstep would mean failure. With this in mind, Su Lang also understood why those people had been trapped here before. The corpse in the elevator had intentionally hidden itself. and coupled with the elevator malfunction, it was difficult for those people to find the corpse, even if their small team found the corpse. Without the carefulness of the forensic expert and the boldness of Zhang Qingyan, they wouldn't have retrieved that identity card from the corpse's stomach. Without the identity card, it would still be a deadlock. In short, the identity card was the key. However, when it first appeared, everyone only regarded it as a guide for information, unaware of its greater usefulness later on. Right now, the identity card was neither on Su Lang nor on Zhang Qingyan, but on the forensic expert. If the forensic expert could swipe the identity card to take the elevator up to find them, there would be a glimmer of hope. However, when they came up, the forensic expert clearly saw that they were using the stairs. Zhang Qingyan, standing beside him, seemed to have figured out the logic as well, but he was not optimistic. Zhang Qingyan. According to conventional thinking, when you discover that your teammates are missing, your first reaction is definitely that something happened to them, and you want to rush to rescue them. In this case, you would subconsciously follow the path your teammates took to look for them, like the stairs, right? But if you do that, you will also be trapped here. Zhang Qingyan looked at Su Lang, his tone calm. He was not intentionally dousing Su Lang's hopes, but merely stating the facts. What if due to various external factors, like the elevator being right next to him, in a moment of desperation, he swiped the identity card and took the elevator up to find us? Su Lang was still unwilling to give up hope, boldly making assumptions, even if the probability was minuscule. In response to this question, Zhang Qingyan shook his head with a wry smile. He did not deny this probability, but instead asked another question. How can you be sure that what he sees when he takes the elevator up is the same as what we see? Yes, since this building can use sleight of hand to create a home-like first floor, how could it not create a second and third floor? If the forensic expert swiped the identity card and used the elevator to come up, but found that what he saw was just an ordinary residence, and did not find Su Lang and Zhang Qingyan on the second or third floors, what would he do? Most likely, after a thorough search, he would return to the first floor and then look for them following the route they took upstairs. But then, the forensic expert would also be trapped with Su Lang and Zhang Qingyan. Conventional thinking is always humanity's greatest enemy. The cleverness of this trap lies not in its intricate mechanisms, but in how it exploits human inertia to the maximum extent. Just as Su Lang's hope was gradually extinguishing, Zhang Qingyan added, "Moreover, before I opened that door, I observed that there was no place to swipe a card here." Su Lang understood Zhang Qingyan's meaning. He was saying that even if the forensic expert met up with them carrying the identity card, as long as he didn't know the method, that identity card would be useless here, and they would still be trapped. At this moment, Su Lang felt a real sense of despair. All exits were blocked, and he no longer knew what other methods there were. But he also found something puzzling. If the ground staff and the first rescue team had perished here, why was there not even a corpse? After saying this, Su Lang added, "I can understand that some people entered the room and got trapped inside, so the corpses would be in the room. But what if they weren't acting alone? After the first person had an accident, the second person would definitely not enter the room again. Even if trapped, he should be like you and me, trapped in the hallway." After saying this, to validate his thoughts, Su Lang carefully observed the hallway. The hallway was also covered with light-colored carpet, but there was only a row of footprints on the carpet, indicating that the owner of the footprints had walked back and forth. Undoubtedly, these are the footprints left by Zhang Qingyan. Hearing Su Lang say this, Zhang Qingyan also reacted. He followed Su Lang's gaze and realized what Su Lang was looking at. "Those are my footprints," Zhang Qingyan admitted, while providing information that there were no traces here before I came. Hearing Zhang Qingyan's words, Su Lang frowned. Su Lang, was there really no trace at all? Or were the traces already buried? I feel like the strangeness of this building goes beyond that. Su Lang cautiously observed his surroundings. He would never dare to enter those rooms with closed doors. The focus now was not on those rooms, but on the ceiling and the floor. Su Lang suddenly realized. He abruptly lifted the carpet and knocked forcefully on the floor with his knuckles. "Hello." Su Lang was taken aback. Zhang Qingyan beside him was equally startled. Is there something beneath this floor? Looking again at the carpet around them, Su Lang suddenly had a different understanding. These carpets were not only to prevent contamination, but likely also to muffle sound. The sound produced by stepping on a hollow floor would certainly be different from that of stepping on a solid floor. But if everything was covered with thick carpets, it would effectively mask the differences and avoid attracting attention. Just a moment ago, he was still pondering, and in the next moment, Su Lang realized something was wrong. The trap set by this building did not only include those rooms, nor just the Qingyan staircase, but also the hallway. The hallway is a trap too. Su Lang was very certain. Through layer upon layer of reasoning, it could not be wrong. Although he still did not know what would happen in the hallway. Changes might soon occur, and by the time they needed to react, it would be too late. Su Lang spoke very quickly, so fast that Zhang Qingyan could barely catch what he was saying. But now was not the time for explanations. After all, no one knew when the next change would occur. Su Lang rushed down the stairs again. He certainly did not want to leave Zhang Qingyan alone here, but he needed to observe. He had to figure out the traces of footprints on the carpet before he could judge certain matters. The carpet from the second floor to the third floor looked no different from what he had seen before. However, the carpet from the first floor to the second floor had changed, not only in quantity, but also in that it did not have the footprints he had left for comparison earlier. Su Lang clearly remembered that he had left those footprints at the edges of the stairs for distinction, making them particularly memorable. This meant that both the stairs and the carpet from the first floor to the second floor had changed, while the stairs and carpet from the second floor to the third floor had not changed. What Su Lang was looking for now was that which had not changed, because lack of change likely meant safety. After confirming this, Su Lang quickly climbed the stairs and found Zhang Qingyan slumped on the third floor. "How's it going? Can you stand and move?" Su Lang asked while climbing up the stairs. Zhang Qingyan propped himself up with his hands, but seemed to lack the strength in his legs to complete the action of standing. Seeing Zhang Qingyan's struggling appearance, Su Lang immediately reacted, crossed the last step, and quickly walked over to drape Zhang Qingyan's arm over his shoulder, wrapping one arm around his waist. With a forceful lift, he helped him up. Zhang Qingyan weakly asked, "Where are we going? I can't walk far in my current condition." He was worried that Su Lang felt a psychological burden by leaving him behind, which is why he was still carrying him. So, Zhang Qingyan spoke again. "In this situation, if one can escape, that's one more. The most important thing is to find a way to get the information out. Don't waste efforts." Su Lang shook his head. He certainly knew that sometimes sacrifices were necessary, but not now. His thoughts were clear, and he knew what he was doing. Su Lang first placed Zhang Qingyan on the staircase between the second and third floors, and then explained that he did so because he believed there was a high probability that the hallway on the third floor would undergo some changes in a short time, and such changes would likely pose a danger to them, but they could also explain the disappearance of those people earlier. Recalling what Zhang Qingyan had said to him last, Su Lang spoke again. "When it truly comes to the point of no escape, I will abandon you. But as long as there is a glimmer of hope, my conscience does not allow me to do so. Given the current situation, it is very likely that neither of us will escape. If that's the case, I would rather die beside my teammates." This time, Zhang Qingyan did not refute Su Lang again, as he guessed that the corridor and the stairs on the first floor might undergo some changes. Now Su Lang, even if he wanted to explore, dared not act recklessly. The only place he could confirm as safe was the staircase between the second and third floors, which was also the only area where he and Zhang Qingyan could move. Of course, given Zhang Qingyan's current condition, he couldn't move at all. Time passed second by second, and even though Zhang Qingyan suppressed his cries, Su Lang could guess that he was enduring tremendous pain. Patients tortured by radiation contamination were all like this, without exception, perhaps for better isolation. The ventilation in this house was terribly poor. The stuffy feeling made people increasingly irritable, and the anxiety in their hearts multiplied. Could this damned ventilation system also be part of the trap? Su Lang couldn't help but doubt. Zhang Qingyan had stopped making any noise, and Su Lang did not try to engage him in conversation, as this could likely lead to unnecessary physical exhaustion. He just needed to confirm that Zhang Qingyan was still breathing. Another 20 minutes passed. Just as Su Lang's patience was about to run out, changes occurred around them. With a soft crack, the sound was small but crisp. Su Lang keenly caught this unusual sound, and he also saw that, in that brief moment, the hallway changed. The original corridor and carpet split open in the middle, revealing the space beneath the floor. However, just a moment later, new flooring re-emerged from both sides. Accompanied by another crack, a strong connection was completed, and a brand new carpet and floor reappeared before Su Lang and Zhang Qingyan. Not only Su Lang saw this scene, but also the not-so-good condition of Zhang Qingyan. You guessed it, Zhang Chengyan gently touched Su Lang's arm. Should we celebrate our miraculous escape? But Su Lang did not respond. As if he had frozen, Zhang Chengyan turned his head in confusion, sensing the tension in Su Lang's body, as if he was suppressing something. What's wrong? Zhang Chengyan asked softly. Su Lang's next response surprised him greatly. Su Lang, I saw my father. Zhang Chengyan, what? Indeed. Although the floor had only cracked for a brief moment, during that instant, with the light above, Su Lang clearly saw his father's face, and then watched helplessly as his father's visage merged back with the floor, swallowed by darkness. He is dead. Su Lang said this with a voice devoid of any tone, calm, as if he were just reading an inconsequential line from a piece of paper. Beside him, Zhang Chengyan opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately said nothing, only gently patted Su Lang's shoulder. To be honest, Su Lang felt very lost. Yes, lost. He hadn't even begun to feel sadness when he was already overwhelmed by this confusion. Dead. The father who cooked for him, tucked him in, taught him to walk, and accompanied him into the underground shelter was just dead. The vague memories from the past suddenly became clear at this moment. Those days living on the surface with his father by his side became vivid again. Su Lang wanted to say something, but he didn't know where to start. It felt as if his whole body was frozen. He could only accept the reality before him. The unavoidable reality was that he had seen his father's corpse. However, just as everything fell into silence, the sound of a doorknob turning came from a nearby room. Click, click. It seemed someone was about to come out from there. Chapter 21. The return. Su Lang and Zhang Chengyan's hearts were in their throats. Were there other people in this house? Why didn't they come out just now? Their gazes were fixed tightly on the direction of the sound, and the door looked no different from the one Zhang Chengyan had opened earlier. At this moment, the doorknob turned, and someone opened it from the inside. Good thing you're here. A familiar voice came, and both Su Lang and Zhang Chengyan breathed a sigh of relief. Moments later, the trace evidence expert walked out of the room, holding the identity badge in his hand. At this moment, hope reignited in Su Lang's heart. He realized it. The trace evidence expert had figured out and successfully reached the third floor. There was no better news than this. However, just as the trace evidence expert was about to leave the room to join Su Lang and Zhang Chengyan, Su Lang suddenly shouted, "Don't close the door." The trace evidence expert was startled by his shout and froze in place, keeping the door half open. Leaving that room was easy, but getting back in would be much more difficult. Both he and Zhang Chengyan had already observed that from their angle, there was no place to swipe a card. This meant that if the trace evidence expert closed that door, he might end up in the same predicament as they were unable to get out. Fortunately, they had previously made enough trial and error attempts and turned those into actionable information, which they then used to decide how to proceed. This trap was terrifying. One wrong step could lead to irreversible consequences. Stay there and don't move. I'll help Zhang Chengyan over, and we'll go back the way we came. This was the safest method Su Lang could think of at the moment. The corridor had just changed a few minutes ago. It should be safe for a short while. And them? The people we need to find. The trace evidence expert hesitated. He wanted to remind Su Lang of their main task. But he also subconsciously felt that Su Lang must have his reasons for making such arrangements. If the task was to find them and bring them back alive, then they had already failed. But if the task was merely to locate them, then they had already accomplished that. Su Lang exerted all his strength to help Zhang Chengyan up. Zhang Chengyan was in very poor condition and had almost no strength to support himself, all his weight resting on Su Lang. Fortunately, Su Lang was trained, so it wasn't too difficult for him to support Zhang Chengyan. Only after they stepped through the door opened by the trace evidence expert did the stone in Su Lang's heart finally settle. The trace evidence expert still hadn't grasped the meaning of Su Lang's earlier words and looked at Su Lang and Zhang Chengyan with a confused expression. Su Lang simply explained, "Those people are all dead, including my father." If possible, he wished to avoid mentioning his father's death, but it was unavoidable. Upon hearing this, the trace evidence expert's expression changed in shock. They were right below this corridor, probably not just on the third floor, but also on the second. Su Lang took one last look at the corridor in front of him and raised his hand to close the door. "We currently have no ability to take their bodies away. What we can do now is inform headquarters about the situation here, so they can come with more personnel and more reliable equipment." Su Lang had considered taking his father's body, but he had not lost his rationality to let others take risks for his own desires. Upon hearing Su Lang's words, the trace evidence expert quickly understood the situation. All right, let us do as you say. The trace evidence expert did not raise any objections and helped Su Lang support Zhang Qingyan as they retraced their steps. Su Lang was correct. There was a radiation source in that room, but they were wearing protective suits, so they were not affected. However, Zhang Qingyan, whose protective suit had already torn, was not so fortunate. The trace evidence expert also realized the problem. Pick up the pace. He led Zhang Qingyan and Su Lang out through another door. Indeed, this room had two doors. One door led to the place where Su Lang and the others had just been, and it only had a card swipe point inside. The other door led to a room filled with a homely feel, and this door had card swipe points on both sides. Clearly, this information was only known to personnel within the key group. Logically, only they could avoid the associated risks. Once they exited through the second door, the trace evidence expert firmly pulled the door handle shut. Looking at the warm, cozy room layout before him, Su Lang felt a sense of desolation. Who would have thought that such a place would lead them to near death and the loss of loved ones? Just hold on a bit longer. We're almost out. Su Lang encouraged Zhang Qingyan beside him, but at this moment, Zhang Qingyan had completely lost the strength to respond. The layout of the second and third floors was similar, resembling bedrooms, but the arrangements of the different rooms varied. Some even had glass walls, making the soft beds inside clearly visible. The warm yellow decor and furnishings made the place seem non-threatening, almost inviting one to take a nap. There is no danger here. I tested it earlier. The trace evidence expert spoke. Su Lang nodded and quickened his pace once more. He needed to take Zhang Qingyan out. No, to be precise, he needed to bring Zhang Qingyan back. Finally, Su Lang and the trace evidence expert helped Zhang Qingyan through the large door. At that moment, Su Lang truly felt the joy of having survived a disaster. It was the same door, but the state of his heart was completely different before entering and after exiting. Su Lang. Ron saw the situation and quickly opened the car door, jumping out. While helping Su Lang get Zhang Qingyan into the car, he asked, "What is going on?" Su Lang didn't waste words and just pointed to the tear in Zhang Qingyan's protective suit. The bloodstains were too obvious, and Ron immediately understood. There's a spare protective suit in the car. I'll get it for him. Ron reacted quickly and moved swiftly. He stepped into the back seat storage area and pulled out a brand new protective suit. This was something they had to carry on every mission because in this world, a protective suit was a guarantee of life. However, because these suits were quite large and costly, even a small team like theirs would only carry one spare. Generally, if many team members were in danger, this protective suit would be given to the person most likely to survive, allowing them to return to headquarters with the precious chance of life they had earned at the cost of others' lives. However, just as Ron was about to help Zhang Qingyan change into the protective suit, Zhang Qingyan suddenly grabbed his arm. It was as though he had experienced a moment of clarity. He slowly opened his eyes and shook his head. Su Lang and Ron were both puzzled by the situation until Zhang Qingyan struggled to utter 4 words. Don't waste it. At that moment, both Ron and Su Lang understood that Zhang Qingyan was saying he was beyond saving and did not want to waste resources. Zhang Qingyan understood the significance of the protective suit and was aware of his own condition. Su Lang and Ron exchanged a glance. For the first time, they were uncertain about what to do. Zhang Qingyan showed great resistance, but his body was equally weak. If 2 people forced him to wear a radiation protection suit, it wouldn't be impossible. However, let us respect his wishes. In the end, it was Ron who spoke first. I have been by the captain's side for the longest time, and I understand what kind of person he is. If we really can't save him this time, I don't want him to do something against his will out of coercion at the end of his life. Su Lang nodded and also put down his hand that was ready to put the radiation suit on Zhang Qingyan. Once outside, the communicator worked normally. Su Lang did not seek out the previous small team, but directly contacted them through the communicator, sending the coordinates for the designated meeting point. They were traveling by vehicle, while the other side was on foot, and Su Lang even calculated the speed of both parties to determine the best meeting point. After the 2 groups successfully met up, everyone got into the vehicle, and Ron stepped on the gas, heading straight for the base. Looking at Zhang Qingyan's state, no one was not anxious. Even though everyone present had faced life and death before, such things wouldn't become less painful just because you have encountered them before. Finally, The vehicle arrived at the base. However, just as everyone was filled with hope, trying to transport Zhang Qingyan for medical treatment, the checkpoint staff at the entrance delivered a heavy blow. Sorry, people who have been exposed to radiation contamination are not allowed to enter. The cold, hard words represented an authority that could not be challenged. This was the survival rule of the underground radiation shelter. It was clear that Zhang Qingyan was not someone worth making an exception for by the headquarters. Long before they got on the vehicle, Su Lang had already informed Fan Yu about Zhang Qingyan's condition and asked her to find a way to save him. The current situation was clear. Even Fan Yu had no way to change this cold rule. As everyone held Zhang Qingyan at the entrance, unable to move forward, the checkpoint staff had to speak again. This time his tones softened a lot. You should know what his current state represents, right? If we let such a source of contamination into the underground shelter, it will affect the health of many others. The staff member was correct, but everyone couldn't accept such an outcome. Among them, Su Lang felt the most dejected. After trying so hard, was it all in vain? At every crossroads where he could have given up on Zhang Qingyan, he chose to lift him up again and again. But the current reality told him, it's useless, nothing works. Leave this to me. I will communicate with them. A familiar voice came from the opposite side. Su Lang looked up and met Fan Yu's concerned gaze. Are you going to persuade me to give up too? Su Lang said with a bitter smile. I just want to advise you to be rational, Fan Yu replied. Su Lang, if we could send him back to the past, we would have a way to save him. Both Su Lang and Fan Yu knew what he meant by the past. But Fan Yu shook her head. You can use the quantum splitting machine to enter the shelter directly, but he cannot. That's the first point. You have cognitive anchor points that allow you to return to a specific time in the past, but he does not. That's the second point. If you go back to the past, Qingyan will spare no effort to save you. But he may very well be treated like a homeless person on the street and die far from home. That's the third point. Every word from Fan Yu hit the nail on the head, and each question left Su Lang speechless. At this moment, the checkpoint staff also stepped forward. Don't worry. We will give a dignified funeral to the heroes who sacrificed themselves to protect the shelter. Su Lang understood that this was the best the underground radiation shelter could do. Not allowing the hero to be abandoned was the greatest dignity they could offer. A few minutes later, amidst everyone's reluctant gazes, Zhang Qingyan was taken away. A faint sound of sobbing emerged from the team, but no one spoke. Everyone simply watched Zhang Qingyan leave with great respect. Su Lang didn't remember how he returned to his room. Ever since he entered the underground radiation shelter, his memory seemed to become hazy. He just mechanically followed Fan Yu forward, indifferent to where she would take him or what would happen. During this outing, he had witnessed the most deaths. He saw his father's corpse and also the body of a teammate lying next to his father. He didn't know that person, but knew they had sacrificed together. Fan Yu kept her word, and the contract had taken effect. Since accepting the task of searching for documents close to Qingyan, Su Lang's living conditions and resources had greatly improved. At least he no longer had to sleep on a cold wooden plank bed and now had a thick comforter on it. Just this small change was enough to significantly enhance Su Lang's quality of life. Drink some water. Fan Yu leaned against the wall, standing opposite Su Lang. She handed him a cup of warm water, trying to bring him back to his senses. She had just helped Su Lang take off the radiation suit, so she naturally felt his poor state. It felt as if the person standing in front of her was not a human, but a puppet. Without a soul, you could manipulate it as you wished. Given Su Lang's current state, it was obvious that he could not continue with the mission. After a long while, just as Fan Yu felt her arm holding out the water cup was getting sore, Su Lang finally took the cup. He looked into Fan Yu's eyes and asked the question, can I go back to the past and completely destroy that house? Chapter 22. Back to the past. As long as I can go back to the past and resolve the dangers in that house from the very beginning, everything that follows won't happen. My father won't die, those team members won't die, and Zhang Qingyan won't die either. It seems that Fan Yu had anticipated that Su Lang would have such thoughts at this moment. She showed no surprise, simply saying, any significant change regarding the past could potentially cause a collapse of the future. In other words, you can go back to the past and act recklessly, but it's very likely you may never return. The world now might be worse, and that's a result none of us can bear. Fan Yu's meaning was clear. If Su Lang went back to the past and changed this event, many more things would surely be affected. The butterfly effect was never just talk. And its terrifying aspect lies in the fact that you can never accurately predict what consequences each flutter of the butterfly's wings will bring. Compared to known disasters, unknown disasters are always more unsettling. Moreover, even if you went back to the past and leveled that house, can you guarantee that these people won't die for other reasons? Perhaps even more people would be implicated. In the past, in the future, Fang Yu's voice remained calm, devoid of any emotion. This had almost become a characteristic of the underground shelter, just as it had been for her former self. Those like Ron, who still retained some strange hobbies and spoke with fluctuating tones as if life was filled with hope every day, seemed like outliers. Su Lang understood, just as Fang Yu said, that everything on the timeline is dynamically changing. Every tiny change can lead to multiple other changes, and these changes can produce even more effects. It's like radiation. You will never know how the world will ultimately change beneath layers of spread. Send me back. I need to work, Su Lang said, his impatience evident. To be honest, he felt terrible at that moment. He didn't know what he could do. He only knew he didn't want to stay in that dark place any longer. He wanted sunlight, flowers, water, and fresh air to breathe freely. It was only now that he realized how miraculous the healing power of these things could be. Am I taking advantage of my position for personal gain? Su Lang suddenly thought of this question. Perhaps, but the pain of losing his father had made him care less about many things. He had had enough of this place. Enough of a world where no matter how much effort you put in, you still have to watch death take people away one by one. Fang Yu did not directly agree to Su Lang's request. Instead, she casually remarked, "You performed well over there. At least I didn't see you trying to change anything that shouldn't be changed. Everything is progressing according to history. But I must remind you that Qingyan is just one party mission. You know his fate. It's best not to invest too much emotion." Perhaps it was Su Lang's genuine sorrow at that moment that made Fang Yu think of the future. Or perhaps she had long wanted to remind him, but hadn't found the right moment. In any case, this time, Fang Yu made her point very clear. Su Lang crossed his hands and sat on the bed with his head down. After a long silence, he finally nodded. "Let us eat, tidy up a bit, and then I'll send you back. You probably wouldn't want Qingyan to see you like this, would you?" After throwing down this remark, Fang Yu left Su Lang's room. For Su Lang, it didn't matter much, but just before he left, Qingyan was starting to work at the Qi group, and his father's death was also related to the Qi group. Su Lang understood that these two matters were not directly connected, and he was not foolish enough to vent his anger on Qingyan over this. He just didn't want to explain or mention it. Therefore, it was indeed necessary to tidy himself up properly. Half an hour later, Su Lang appeared in Fang Yu's laboratory. Looking at the familiar quantum splitting machine, he felt a myriad of emotions. This time, Fang Yu did not directly operate the device to send Su Lang back to the past. Instead, she once again confirmed, "Do you know what you were doing? Don't let the past affect the future." This was a warning from Fang Yu, and Su Lang naturally understood. "Don't worry, I won't change anything about that building," Su Lang promised Fang Yu. She nodded, believing that Su Lang would follow through. "I've sorted out my feelings, and won't let them affect the upcoming mission." When Su Lang looked at Fang Yu again, his gaze was particularly resolute. Fang Yu finally felt relieved. She believed Su Lang was indeed ready. Then, Fang Yu pressed the operation button and spoke the command. Target date, June 18th, 2259. Target location, Dylan Banquet Hall. Splitting subject, Su Lang. As Fang Yu's voice gradually faded, Su Lang felt something was off when he heard Banquet Hall. But before he could react carefully, he landed heavily at the feet of the security guard at the entrance in a very awkward manner. Inevitably, being looked down upon like this felt terrible. Su Lang tried to get up, but awkwardly, he had twisted his ankle when he fell. He not only couldn't stand up, but instead fell down in an even more bizarre position. Su Lang gerst inwardly. He definitely needed to give Fang Yu feedback next time about changing the way her quantum splitting machine deployed him. What if he ended up in a battlefield? He wouldn't last a minute. "Sorry, we don't welcome those without invitations here." The guard coldly looked down at Su Lang, apparently not intending to help him up. The coldness of this world made Su Lang feel desolate. Ouch! A delicate voice came from nearby. A woman dressed provocatively and lightly had also collapsed at the entrance of the banquet hall. "Can you help me in? I think I twisted my ankle, she said, rubbing her ankle and speaking in a flirtatious tone, looking quite pitiable. Su Lang glanced at his own twisted ankle, puzzled. No way, what a coincidence. Just as the guard walked toward the woman, Su Lang couldn't help but lament. The world really has gone downhill. The differential treatment is incredibly obvious. But in the next second, the tall, burly guard simply picked the woman up and threw her into the nearby dark bushes. The guard clapped his hands and strode back toward the entrance, saying, "Don't let them affect the mood of the distinguished guests." Another guard disdainfully remarked, "Every time there's a banquet like this, there are always some who delusionally try to climb the social ladder with clumsy methods." The guard's words were pointedly directed at Su Lang. Su Lang finally understood. So he was seen as someone trying to live off a rich person? Forcing a coincidence? Trying to latch onto some celebrity? Su Lang felt speechless, but the situation indeed left no room for explanation. "Are you leaving on your own? Or should I throw you out?" The guard flexed his muscular arm to display his strength. Su Lang decisively replied, "I'll leave on my own." Rather than saying he was leaving, it was more accurate to say he was crawling. Just now, Su Lang realized that not only had he twisted his ankle, but one of his arms seemed to have hit something, causing him severe pain, making it impossible for him to maintain balance and stand up. But to prove he absolutely had no intention of living off others, and to avoid the embarrassment of being thrown into the bushes, Su Lang earnestly crawled forward. Every centimeter displayed his tenacity and indomitable spirit. "Su Lang." A familiar voice came from above. Su Lang looked at the brand new leather shoes in front of him, reluctant to look up because even without raising his head, he could confirm that the person standing in front of him was Gu Qingyan. Reflecting carefully, it seemed that he had been quite embarrassed during both encounters. Last time, he was covered in blood, unconscious. This time, he was homeless, crawling on the street. "What happened to you? Let me help you up." Gu Qingyan crouched down, reaching out his hand to help Su Lang up. Just as Su Lang was hesitating, the security guard from earlier rushed over to them. "I'm sorry, Mr. Gu, it's our negligence. I'll throw him out right away. I hope it won't affect your banquet experience." As the one about to be thrown out, Su Lang felt like garbage. Gu Qingyan initially ignored the other person, focusing instead on gently helping Su Lang up, and then said decisively, "He is my close friend." Su Lang had been introduced before, but Gu Qingyan's introduction at that moment gave him an unprecedented confidence to prove that he was not trash, not someone who wanted to live off others or climb the social ladder. 20 minutes later, Gu Qingyan brought Su Lang to the hospital, and standing in front of him was the familiar Zheng Feng. Zheng Feng looked at Su Lang with a half-smile. "What is going on? You always appear in such delicate situations." Before Su Lang could respond, Zheng Feng glanced at Gu Qingyan and teasingly said, "Your sudden disappearance really worried someone, little delicate flower." Hearing the term little delicate flower, Su Lang's expression turned particularly ugly. He wanted to say, "You are the delicate flower, your whole family is," but now, with his hands and feet relying on others, he couldn't say it out loud. As Zheng Feng helped Su Lang with routine care, he explained to Gu Qingyan, "Actually, medicine is divided into different fields, and hospitals have different departments. I have indeed worked in the emergency department, dealing with various ailments. But there isn't really a true general practitioner." Zheng Feng's meaning was clear. Every profession has its specialty, and they should find a more suitable doctor for Su Lang. Gu Qingyan's response was very decisive. "Here, I only trust you." Zheng Feng was taken aback by this statement, and then smiled. "Fortunately, the situation isn't particularly serious. Since you've said that, I can't let you down. I'll take him for an x-ray shortly. Regardless, we need to check to ensure there are no fractures or cracks before we can be at ease." Gu Qingyan nodded and didn't say anything more. Instead, Su Lang felt a pang of guilt. After all, based on the previous situation, Gu Qingyan should be attending a banquet, but his interruption had completely affected Gu Qingyan's schedule. "You go to the banquet first. I have nothing going on here," Su Lang pushed Gu Qingyan and said. Gu Qingyan still looked a bit worried, and Zheng Feng, unable to hold back, said, "He is an adult, several years older than you. Is it necessary to be so protective? Moreover, I'm here too. You just joined Key Group not long ago, and this banquet is very important." Zhang Feng seemed to know something and followed up with persuasion. After a moment, Qingyan nodded, but still a bit worried. He instructed Zhang Feng, "Call me if anything happens." Zhang Feng's response was to directly push Qingyan out the door. After closing the door, Zhang Feng said helplessly, "I was really afraid this kid would keep rambling for another half hour. By then, the banquet would be over." At this moment, Su Lang truly felt a bit embarrassed, while Zhang Feng casually confirmed with Su Lang, "You want to suddenly disappear again, will you? If you suddenly vanish on me, Qingyan will tear me apart when he comes back." Su Lang waved his hand. "I shouldn't disappear in the short term." Zhang Feng helped Su Lang go for an X-ray. On the way, Su Lang couldn't help but ask about Qingyan's recent situation. Zhang Feng answered candidly. Since that press conference ended, Qingyan has indeed faced some criticism for a while. These people are really clueless. They criticize James for being an academic failure while also condemning Qingyan for not respecting his teachers. I don't understand. What is so respectable about a failure? Hasn't he bullied and exploited Qingyan enough over the years? It's good that Qingyan didn't kill him. Listening to Zhang Feng's words, he probably didn't know what Qingyan had done. If possible, Su Lang believed that James would rather Qingyan had killed him. After pondering for a moment, Su Lang spoke. "Those people just want to find a point to attack Qingyan. What it is doesn't matter. As long as they can achieve their goal of attacking. Everyone hopes for something like a leap to success to happen to them. If it doesn't happen to them, they will spit on that lucky person who got hit, looking for moral flaws in him and accusing him of competing through improper means." Qingyan was in such a situation, even though he hadn't done anything wrong. But as long as he stood in that position, he was wrong. By the way, Qingyan is now the rising star of Qi Group. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he is the spokesperson for the group. He is good-looking, has a solid educational background, and a clean private life, making him almost a perfect image representative. Zhang Feng paused at this point, then gently sighed. But the closer he gets to Qi Group, I really don't know if it's good or bad for him. Chapter 23, His Mutation. If Su Lang remembered correctly, it was Zhang Feng who brought Qingyan into the game from the very beginning. He initially thought Zhang Feng would be on the side of the Qi Group, but looking at Zhang Feng's worried expression now, it didn't seem like he was faking it at all. Zhang Feng did not disappoint Qingyan's trust in him. There was just something that exceeded his expectations. While they were talking, the two had already reached the door of the CT room. Zhang Feng instructed the people inside a couple of things. And then Su Lang was taken in for CT scans of his hands and feet. The process of taking the CT scan was quick, and Su Lang felt no discomfort at all. After coming out of the CT room, Su Lang decided to sit on a nearby bench for a while due to his limited mobility. Looking at the CT room in front of him, perhaps feeling bored, Zhang Feng suddenly started to educate him. Actually, the so-called CT stands for X-ray computed tomography. It can create cross-sectional images of biological tissues and engineering materials without damaging the objects being examined by utilizing their absorption characteristics of X-ray energy, thereby obtaining internal structural information about the objects. Zhang Feng pointed to Su Lang's hands and feet. For example, your hands and feet. Do you want to see the images taken? It might take about 10 minutes. Su Lang shook his head. I only care about the results. As long as there are no issues, that's fine. I'm not curious about my own skeletal structure, but I guarantee that Qingyan will definitely be curious. So I still need to wait for the images to come out to report back to him. Zhang Feng's thoughts were very clear, and then he took out his phone. Actually, I also took a picture with my phone, but the clarity and professionalism are different. It won't do to report to Qingyan, but it's enough to show you. Zhang Feng explained the image on his phone to Su Lang. Look here. This is the area we just scanned. CT images can reflect the subtle internal structures of the human body. And the grayscale distribution represents the attenuation coefficients of materials at various locations within the object for X-rays of that energy range. When X-rays pass through the object, photoelectric effects, Compton scattering effects, and electron pair effects occur at the molecular and atomic levels. This causes the energy of the X-rays to be significantly attenuated after passing through the object. And the degree of attenuation of X-rays inside the object is related to the materials inside the object and the path the X-rays take through it. This results in the emitted X-ray photons carrying not only attenuation information from inside the object, but also indirectly containing some spatial location information from within the object. Therefore, by detecting the number of X-ray photons after attenuation using an X-ray detector, you can initially obtain a two-dimensional projection of the object from a certain angle. Right? Su Lang interjected. Zheng Feng had already explained it very thoroughly. If he couldn't understand this, then he really had a problem with his brain. Smart. Zheng Feng gave Su Lang a thumbs up. Su Lang politely accepted this emotionless praise. You see, it would be great if our research on energy was limited to this. Zheng Feng sighed, and there was a hint of melancholy in his tone. Su Lang understood his meaning. However, the situation had changed so much now that even if the quantum splitter could allow Su Lang to go back to the past, he could not make the whole world turn back time with him. But today, Zheng Feng was behaving unusually. For someone with his personality to express such sentiments was akin to seeing Li Kuei bury flowers or Lin Daiyu pull down willows. Su Lang was momentarily at a loss, feeling that there was some trap waiting for him to jump into. After all, in his view, Zheng Feng was a very intelligent person who would never say unnecessary things. The fact that Zheng Feng was saying these things in front of him must have a purpose. What do you want me to do? Su Lang decided to be direct. We are all doing this for Gu Qingyan's good, so there's no need to beat around the bush. Moreover, you have helped me multiple times. And as long as it's not against the law or public morals, I will do my best. Laws? Public morals? Your restrictions are quite comprehensive. Zheng Feng couldn't help but joke, and the carefree side of his personality was showing. Su Lang smiled. I just think that we could communicate more openly and simply, which would save time and reduce misunderstandings. Zheng Feng nodded. He did not deny Su Lang's words, but he still did not choose to get straight to the point. Instead, he asked, "Do you trust Gu Qingyan's character?" "I naturally trust him." Su Lang answered without a moment's hesitation, without thinking. "Then what if I told you that Gu Qingyan has really gone crazy this time? It's not the small troubles before. He has applied mutation breeding to humans. And this research has already been made public to the world." Zheng Feng's voice was very low, and he did not sound like he was joking at all. Even though he was prepared, Su Lang was still a bit stunned. He had heard Gu Qingyan mention a long time ago that James had applied mutation breeding to living organisms. The emphasis on living organisms should refer more to animals or insects. Humans are also living organisms, but in the subconscious and in everyone's perception, humans are special living beings. In the reports Gu Qingyan read in the future, and in the materials collected by Fan Yu, he had learned about the public research on applying mutation breeding to humans. But he did not know that this was led by Gu Qingyan. When the related news was reported, it caused a global uproar, and this matter became widely known. Zheng Feng spoke calmly, turning to look at Su Lang. "Did you expect that? The mastermind behind it is Gu Qingyan." Su Lang didn't know what expression to use to face this matter. Reflecting on James and Tianai Kitagawa being locked in the lowest level of the laboratory by Gu Qingyan, everything seemed to make sense. He had long had such thoughts, but what had happened recently that prompted him to do this? Su Lang felt a bit unsure. In the cold and quiet hospital corridor, the two men sat side by side on the bench. Zheng Feng did not interrupt Su Lang's thoughts. In his view, Su Lang would definitely need some time to accept this news. After all, this matter was quite shocking from both legal and moral perspectives. He must have some difficulties, right? Su Lang finally uttered this sentence. He knew that his expression sounded ridiculous at this moment, but his trust in Gu Qingyan was just that strong. Has something happened recently? Su Lang eagerly hoped Zheng Feng could give him some reasons or excuses. However, Zheng Feng shook his head. "Ever since you left, right after that press conference, Gu Qingyan's life has been very fragmented. On one hand, he is soaring in the key group, and on the other hand, his reputation in the outside world is getting worse. Austin appreciates him very much, and many project leaders within the key group also hold great respect for Gu Qingyan's abilities. In short, everyone admires him." Zheng Feng paused, then took out his phone, which he had just put back in his pocket, and handed it to Su Lang. "You probably haven't seen the recent news, right? This kid has been criticized severely. His reputation has spread far and wide, but unfortunately, it's all bad reputation." Su Lang took Zheng Feng's phone, which contained numerous news articles, including those accusing him of being disrespectful to his teachers. Zhang Feng had already mentioned this to Su Lang before, so he was not surprised. However, there were many other reports about Gu Qingyan's eccentric behavior. These included, but were not limited to, Gu Qingyan fighting with a nearly retired old physics professor in an office, publicly suggesting the cancellation of funding for in-depth research in applied nuclear physics and reallocating that funding to environmental protection departments, and calling for hand-in-hand activities, forcing the leaders and frontline workers of companies involved in deep nuclear physics applications to occasionally switch jobs, allowing the responsible parties to experience life on the front lines, especially targeting the Qingyan Commune. Looking at the increasingly outrageous news, Su Lang felt a headache coming on. This child has nothing to do and is fighting with the old professor in the office? Aren't they all intellectuals? Is this the legendary physical attack by physicists? Or have they finally realized that the power of science is not enough to defeat each other and must ultimately rely on force to solve problems? As for the second point, once funding is reduced, what will he eat and drink? This is clearly smashing his own rice bowl while also overturning others' tables. Did the Environmental Protection Department give him advertising fees or what? Regarding the matter of the Qingyan Commune, Su Lang can understand. However, influenced by the tailflower incident and the media's distortion of the facts, the Qingyan Commune has now become a conscience enterprise in the country. Gu Qingyan publicly speaking against the Qingyan Commune at this time is clearly not a wise decision. It's like there's a great benefactor everyone praises around you, and without saying a word, you go up and punch that benefactor twice. How does that not look like provoking trouble? Su Lang was left speechless at this. While Zhang Feng slowly spoke up, by the way, James and Amano Hokusai are missing. Su Lang nodded. He knew about this and had seen the news of their disappearance. As for what the truth is, everything is in Gu Qingyan's basement. But what he didn't expect was that Zhang Feng continued. Their family suspect that Gu Qingyan is related to the disappearances of James and Amano Hokusai and have gone to find Gu Qingyan. He was relatively kind to James's wife and daughter, merely brushing them off, but to the Amano family. Let's just say that while waiting for a conversation, Gu Qingyan had his secretary serve each of them a cup of feces, specially introducing it as coffee beans airlifted from afar, freshly ground. Hand-ground coffee. He only came out to speak after each of them had finished drinking, personally refilling their cups, and then telling them he didn't know where Amano Hokusai and James were. Su Lang's mood could no longer be described as speechless. Gu Qingyan's behavior, from any angle, did not seem like something an adult would do. Yet he couldn't help but be curious. Was that stuff human feces? Zhang Feng gave him an approving nod. Your point of interest is quite unique. No wonder you can be friends with Gu Qingyan. I'm just curious about his collection method. Su Lang replied with an odd expression. If it really was human, did Gu Qingyan collect it himself? If so, he must have invested a lot to do that. I really haven't asked about this, after all. I was concerned about another issue at the time. That is, would drinking this stuff cause any problems? Like, would it produce strange chemical reactions in the body? Zhang Feng's words proved that he wasn't exactly a kind person either. He said Su Lang's point of interest was unique, but in reality, his own interest wasn't that serious. Did it produce any strange chemical reactions? Su Lang became curious as well. Zhang Feng said excitedly, You know what? I actually managed to get this case. To be precise, it's their family-esque case. I helped them with gastric lavage. How should I put it? At the time, their condition wasn't very good. They were vomiting continuously. Later, as far as I know, this vomiting was caused by them gagging themselves, and even the request for gastric lavage was made by them. In fact, after several doctors assessed the situation, they didn't need gastric lavage at all, but the Amano family is powerful and influential. They insisted on having the lavage done, and we could only comply. I really don't understand this behavior. After all, swallowing it and then throwing it up is a second injury, right? It feels like they didn't have enough of the taste the first time and wanted to try again. Zhang Feng's expression was particularly serious, as if he was genuinely troubled by this. Su Lang couldn't help but chuckle at Zhang Feng's demeanor. There's some truth to that. I think you're right. This was a conversation full of flavor. After this conversation, Su Lang felt he didn't need to have dinner at all, and if possible, he never wanted to touch coffee beans again in his life, especially the airlifted and hand-ground kind. After the jokes, Zhang Feng became serious again, Fortunately, the reports on the human trials of mutation breeding didn't say that Qingyan was the leader, or even if they did, the key group handled it. Otherwise, Qingyan would definitely bear the shame for eternity. Zheng Feng's words were not alarmist. Su Lang understood what Zheng Feng meant. Don't worry. I will find a way to persuade him. Zheng Feng sighed. After all, he is still young and has gone through so much in a short time. Under the coercion of the key group, even adults can get lost, let alone him. For some reason, Su Lang did not feel that Qingyan was lost. On the contrary, he always felt that Qingyan had a plan all along, although he did not know what Qingyan's purpose was. Time passed second by second, and Zheng Feng chatted with Su Lang about many things, most of which revolved around Qingyan's daily life during this time. Sometimes, Su Lang really felt that Zheng Feng was like Qingyan's old father. Of course, if we were to talk about age, he indeed had that capital. As for Zheng Feng's appearance, he had explained it himself. A young heart, good living conditions, and most importantly, the hard work of medical technology. Faced with this answer, Su Lang had no doubt about Zheng Feng's honesty. As for the rest, Su Lang couldn't be sure if Zheng Feng was hiding anything. Chapter 24 Commitment. After getting the CT scan, Zheng Feng took Su Lang back to Qingyan's place. Su Lang was not unfamiliar with this place, but his mindset was completely different when he came back. In the future, he tried to search for a similar place, where he lost his companions and saw his father's corpse, thinking that the place beneath his feet was a huge laboratory, and that James and Amano Hokusai were likely wailing below. Su Lang found it hard to sleep peacefully. When Qingyan returned, it was already very late, and he moved very gently, seemingly afraid of disturbing Su Lang's sleep. You're back. Su Lang got up from the sofa, startling Qingyan. Why aren't you asleep? Qingyan was a bit surprised. I can't sleep, Su Lang shrugged and admitted. There was a soft big bed here, and it was clear that Qingyan had instructed the servants to tidy up the room in advance. Even clean clothes were prepared. According to Su Lang's thoughts, he should have just collapsed into bed and rested well. But no matter how he tossed and turned in bed, he just couldn't fall asleep. So he finally decided to wait for Qingyan in the living room. What's wrong? I talked to Zheng Feng on the phone, and he showed me your scan. It should be fine, but does it still hurt a lot? Should we do another check? Qingyan walked over and handed Su Lang a cup of warm water. Su Lang took the cup and took a sip. He didn't know why Qingyan was taking care of him. Was it because he had shielded him from bullets and saved his life? Or was it because he was one of the few people in this world who recognized him from the beginning? But in reality, it was entirely because he came from the future, which created an information gap with others. If it were the latter, Su Lang would have already confessed his identity to Qingyan, and Qingyan would surely have figured out the connection. If it were the former, seeing that Su Lang didn't speak, Qingyan became a bit anxious. Is something wrong? Is there anything I can help with? Qingyan sat down beside Su Lang. Not too close and not too far. He neither sat too close to Su Lang, which would seem offensive, nor too far, which would seem distant. Su Lang shook his head. It's nothing, I just thought of James and Amano Hokusai. Are they still down there? As he spoke, Su Lang raised his foot and tapped the ground, which was quite obvious. Of course, but they will be transferred in a while. Qingyan had no intention of hiding anything from Su Lang. You should know by now that mutation breeding requires human experiments, and this experiment will be public. They're the first batch of publicly known test subjects. Are you crazy? Su Lang stood up in shock. Qingyan was too bold to dare to push those two people out at this critical moment. Don't you know their families are looking for them? James was a public figure no matter what, and although Amano Hokusai doesn't show up much, the Amano family behind him won't let you off. So what? Qingyan stretched his legs relaxedly, leaning back against the sofa. Do you think that once they find James and Amano Hokusai, I will be in big trouble? Isn't that obvious? Su Lang didn't believe that Qingyan couldn't understand such a simple logic. Qingyan tugged at Su Lang's pants leg, like a child trying to coax an angry adult. Sit down first, don't be anxious. How can I not be anxious? This time, Su Lang did not indulge Qingyan. Although he sat down, he moved to the opposite sofa. Qingyan was his mission target, and he had seen Qingyan's future, knowing how Qingyan would die. If Qingyan continued to act this recklessly, Su Lang could guarantee that Qingyan would not survive until the day before the disaster. Was it because he had changed something? Changing the past could lead to a butterfly effect, even possibly causing the collapse of the future. This was something Fan Yu had told Su Lang, but Su Lang was puzzled about where the problem lay. Qingyan could see that Su Lang was genuinely angry now. He moved forward on the sofa, looking at Su Lang. I'm curious, are you angry now because you're worried about me, or because you think I'm too cruel? Does it matter? Su Lang countered. Qingyan nodded, admitting very readily, it's very important to me. I'm worried about you. Su Lang did not avoid Qingyan's gaze and looked directly at him. He was indeed worried about Qingyan from various angles. As for thinking he was cruel, after knowing what Amano Hokusai and James had done, he felt that any punishment they received would not be excessive, as there were many souls tortured or killed by them. If bad people torturing innocent people could be forgiven, but punishing the bad people would be considered cruel, then the world would truly be in chaos. Qingyan smiled, seemingly satisfied with Su Lang's answer, but he asked somewhat unsatisfactorily, "You will never lie to me, right?" Faced with this question, Su Lang fell silent for a long time. Qingyan was not anxious. He didn't rush Su Lang for an answer, as he was sure Su Lang had heard his question clearly. He first went to pour himself a glass of water, then went to wash up, and finally returned to sit in front of Su Lang in a more relaxed posture. He didn't deliberately get closer to Su Lang, but chose to sit in the same position across from him as before. Yes. Finally, Su Lang gave this response. Is this a promise? Qingyan confirmed again, you will never lie to me. Yes. Su Lang looked into Qingyan's eyes, his expression serious. This time, Qingyan completely relaxed, sinking into the sofa with an indescribable fatigue. Don't worry, their families once he recognized them, Qingyan said lazily, then performed a fingerprint recognition on a certain part of the sofa. The wooden panel on the armrest slid back, revealing an operating panel inside. Qingyan clicked one of the buttons, and a huge projection instantly covered the wall in front of them. Watching TV, Su Lang found it a bit unbelievable. At this time, was Qingyan planning to invite him to watch a movie or something? We're discussing serious matters. Can we have a serious attitude? Just as Su Lang was pondering how to persuade Qingyan quickly input a series of characters that resembled some kind of password. The previously ordinary film projection wall instantly transformed into numerous surveillance screens. Each small grid pointed to different areas on different floors. Qingyan raised his hand and drew 8G in the air, and a crystal blue operating screen immediately appeared beneath his palm. He slid his fingertips across the screen, clicking on the section at the bottom, and the surveillance grid at the bottom of the projection wall was also simultaneously enlarged to full screen. Su Lang recognized it. It was the laboratory located at the bottom, where James and Amano Hokusai were staying. Su Lang immediately understood what Qingyan wanted to do, and he stopped speaking, just quietly watching. As the image was gradually enlarged, the content became clearer. Su Lang couldn't believe it. He even pointed at the screen and asked uncontrollably, "Is that James?" It was no wonder Su Lang asked this. He had seen James in person, whether in the university lecture hall or later in the laboratory. Regardless of whether he was spirited or terrified, at least James still looked like a person. But now, James looked almost indistinguishable from Mikioka. Su Lang understood what Qingyan meant. Yes, even if such a James were released, no one would recognize him. The image switched again, and this time it was Amano Hokusai. His condition is not much better than James's. If I had to say, it might be because he had a habit of exercising before, so even though he has become this terrifying sight, unrecognizable as a human, he is still somewhat leaner than James, who has turned into a lump of flayed fat. Are you still worried now? Qingyan looked at Su Lang. Su Lang hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking, what if there are other methods of testing? Qingyan shook his head. I thought you had already remembered. Remember what? Su Lang asked, confused. The Tao Hua Mickey incident. Have you forgotten what her DNA turned into after being subjected to strong radiation damage? Qingyan said, these two people are the same. Even their DNA can't be identified. What do you think can prove they are who they say they are? At that moment, Su Lang felt that he stared blankly at Qingyan, unable to say a word. Did Qingyan come up with this on his own? Or did someone guide him? As if knowing what Su Lang was thinking, Qingyan leaned in closer. Do you think I'm the first person to do this? Isn't it? Sulang ritortiv. Gu Qingyan smiled and waved his hand. Of course not. Let me ask you the simplest question. Do you think Amano Hokusai only has Taowan Mickey as a research subject? I can tell you directly that Taowan Mickey is just the starting point. There are very few experiments in this world that can use only one subject. Most experiments require multiple subjects, whether to ensure the success rate, make comparisons, or explore more possibilities. In short, I only showed you Taowan Mickey. But that doesn't mean there's only one Taowan Mickey. Su Lang understood. You mean Amano Hokusai has found other subjects? Gu Qingyan nodded. Exactly. Is this the method he used? Su Lang asked for confirmation. Otherwise? Gu Qingyan countered. Would you be willing to be a test subject for such an experiment, even if they offered you more money? Su Lang shook his head. Naturally, I wouldn't want to. It's not about the money. It's just too painful. Gu Qingyan agreed. That's right. No one would be willing. But what if so many subjects are indeed needed? Without waiting for Su Lang to answer, Gu Qingyan immediately revealed the answer. Making some people disappear might be a good method. Anyway, even if they are found, they won't be recognized. Su Lang never expected that the reality behind all this was so cruel, with so many insider secrets he didn't know. Amano Hokusai is truly scum. Even though he had already cursed him before, Su Lang couldn't help but want to curse again. Of course, he also understood that if it were only Amano Hokusai, it would probably be impossible to do this. He must have the support of the Amano family and James. They share not only honor and wealth, but also guilt. So the test subjects for this mutation breeding experiment are mainly these two people. How do you plan to package their identities? Su Lang asked curiously. Given the current situation, they couldn't reveal the true identities of the two, but it was also impossible for two test subjects to suddenly appear out of nowhere. After all, this is a publicly announced global project. Regardless of whether it is true or false, these two must have an origin. In this regard, Gu Qingyan had already thought it through. Whatever we gave Taowan Mickey, we will give them the same. For a moment, Su Lang was unsure of what Gu Qingyan meant by this and furrowed his brows in thought. Gu Qingyan generously spread his hands. Heroes. Taowan Mickey is a hero. Why can't they be heroes too? Otherwise, it would seem like I'm treating them differently, and their status would be even higher. They are heroes who sacrifice themselves for the future of humanity. I have to say, Gu Qingyan's words sound quite sarcastic, but there's nothing wrong with it. Moreover, I have also done more packaging for them. Gu Qingyan added they were originally workers harmed by nuclear radiation, and they willingly offered their bodies at the brink of death to contribute to the cause of human mutation breeding. At the same time, the key group will also provide substantial compensation to their families, making it mutually beneficial and a win-win situation. Families? Eshu Long was somewhat confused. He knew that if you're going to put on a show, you had to do it thoroughly, but this seemed a bit excessive. He was curious where Gu Qingyan found the so-called families to fill this role. In response, Gu Qingyan did not hide it at all and directly told Su Lang the answer. Through the key group, I found some personnel information of those brought by Amano Hokusai to be test subjects. After learning the real situation, their families are completely fine with claiming a cheap son back home. At this point, Su Lang finally understood. Although no amount of financial compensation could bring back a living life, Gu Qingyan's approach at least ensured that these matters would not be completely buried after so many years. After hearing Gu Qingyan finish, the big stone in Su Lang's heart finally fell. Looking at Gu Qingyan in front of him, Su Lang truly realized that a lot had happened during his time away. The words Zheng Feng had said to him came to mind, and in the end, he still asked, "Are you sure you want to open the door for human experiments in mutation breeding?" Upon hearing this question, Gu Qingyan immediately laughed. "Do you think I'm the one who opened this door?" Chapter 25 Evolution. Facing Gu Qingyan's rhetorical question, Su Lang suddenly froze. He understood that Gu Qingyan must have a reason for asking such a question. Sure enough, Gu Qingyan went on to explain, many experiments have been conducted for some time before being officially made public. The sudden decision to disclose them is only due to deeper reasons. After listening to Gu Qingyan's words, Su Lang remained silent. This time, he did not agree with Gu Qingyan's explanation. Regardless of the facts, this was obviously not correct. In his view, to participate in such things was to aid in wrongdoing. Seeing that Su Lang had interrupted the conversation, Gu Qingyan was not anxious. Instead of hurriedly defending himself, he smiled and began to talk about something else. as if sharing an interesting anecdote he had heard from somewhere. It is said that many people within the Qi group believe they are superior beings. Of course, this so-called superiority does not simply refer to wealth or power. They believe, on a genetic level, that they are inherently better. Qingyan tilted his head, seemingly pondering how to explain this in simpler terms. They think that their different genes have endowed them with superior intelligence and physicality, allowing them to achieve their current wealth and status. They believe this is a form of bloodline inheritance. The law of survival of the fittest applies not only in the jungle, but also to humans. In the evolution of mankind over millions of years, even genes still follow the 80-20 rule, where only 20 of people possess excellent genes. This 20 can stand at the top, enjoying 80 of the resources, while the remaining 80 must do everything they can to compete for the remaining 20 of resources. They find this very fair because they consider themselves part of that 20. Su Lang did not understand what significance Qingyan suddenly talking about this had. Such arrogant individuals exist in every country and city around the world. Human beings are inherently diverse, and thoughts are even more so. Among 100 people, there may not be anyone who thinks like this, but among 1,000, 10,000, or 100,000, what about then? It is not surprising to occasionally encounter a few extreme thinkers, especially in a place like the Qi group, which is practically a breeding ground for arrogance. They have enjoyed enough victories and gained sufficient resources, which in turn reinforces their beliefs, making them even more arrogant. Seeing Su Lang's expression, Qingyan knew he had not understood his point. So, he decided to make it clear. People within the Qi group believe that nuclear energy is the guiding light of the future, and it is also a measure for selecting humanity. What? This time, Su Lang could no longer hold back. If it is a guiding light for the future, he could somewhat understand that, regardless of whether this statement is right or wrong. But what does it mean to be a measure for selecting humanity? Why does humanity need to be selected through this? Qingyan raised his hand to display an image on the wall. Evolution. Su Lang looked at the picture, which analyzed the evolutionary processes of various species. Qingyan said, just like humans evolve from walking on all fours to standing upright, the people at Qi group believe that this is also an opportunity for evolution. They feel that the radiation pollution is a reminder that humanity needs to change. This is a new round of evolution. Simply put, they believe that humans might already be able to adapt to the changes in their bodies caused by radiation. And this change could potentially stimulate certain human potentials. Now, Su Lang truly did not understand, but he seemed to catch some threads of clues. So are they planning to change certain biological attributes of humans through radiation or other means, like cultivating superior plant varieties? Qingyan nodded, acknowledging Su Lang's statement. But at that moment, Su Lang recalled Qingyan's previous mention of superior beings, and he couldn't help but feel a bit ironic. Since those people believe they are born superior, genetically predetermined excellent specimens, why not use themselves for experimentation? With such good genes, they should be more likely to succeed in experiments, right? Because they are afraid of dying. Qingyan laughed and provided a very straightforward answer. They are just arrogant, not foolish. They certainly know that this matter carries great risks, but they are also unwilling to give up this possibility. After all, they worry that if some inferior people were to mutate due to radiation and their genes became even stronger, even surpassing theirs, wouldn't the entire world order change? The scenario of superheroes flying around might work for a movie, but if it were to become reality, then only their group would become superheroes. Qingyan glanced at the time and then patted Su Lang on the shoulder. It's too late. We can discuss this tomorrow. For now, go back to your room and rest well. Your physical condition is still not particularly good. It takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury. You should stay in bed for now. As Su Lang watched Qingyan prepare to leave, he couldn't help but call out, "One last question." Qingyan paused, signaling Su Lang to ask. Su Lang, as the leading party of the project, do you also support this experiment? Upon hearing this question, Qingyan turned around, looking sincerely at Su Lang. I am the leading party of the project, but I am not the initiator. I do not support this experiment. But if I cannot stop it, then I support making it public to the world. Su Lang carefully considered Qingyan's answer, feeling that it contained significant information. This implies that the project had already started long ago, and now it was just handed over to Qingyan. He had no way to stop the experiment, but had used certain methods to bring it to the public's attention. Why go mad? Why let the public know? Qingyan seemed to know what Su Lang was thinking and smiled as he spoke. If we're going to go mad, let everyone go mad together. Only fear can make people remember. After saying this, Qingyan happily walked towards his room. Watching Qingyan's back, Su Lang felt that this kid had truly grown. Yet, it seemed he had grown a bit askew. Judging by the current situation, he should be thriving within the key group. It was evident that he despised socializing and felt fatigued by the hypocrisy, but that did not mean he was incapable of handling it. He had learned to deal with people he disliked and do things he did not enjoy. This is a step that every adult must take. Su Lang also disliked the work of ground collection. He found it so dull that it could drive a person mad. Yet he had done it for so many years because it was the pillar of his livelihood. Su Lang got up, stretched lazily, and walked to his room. Perhaps he was indeed exhausted. Su Lang had a dreamless night, and when he woke up again, it was already 2 in the afternoon. He forgot about the injury on his foot and, as usual, prepared to get out of bed. However, as soon as his foot touched the floor, he felt a wave of pain. He did get out of bed, but it was more of a fall. When he hit the floor, Su Lang instinctively used his hands to brace himself, which successfully aggravated the injury on his hand. Great, in a world where disaster had struck. He emerged unscathed from dangerous missions, facing mutated centipedes without injury. Yet it was the teleportation of the quantum-splitting machine that brought him down at the entrance of a celebrity banquet, leaving him with injuries to both hands and feet. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle knock on the door came. Mr. Su, are you okay? May I come in? A woman's voice came, and Su Lang first glanced at his attire. He had worn pajamas to sleep last night, so it wasn't inappropriate now, and given the current situation, he indeed needed help. Could you please come in and help me? Su Lang said. The door opened, and a blonde girl walked in, gently assisting Su Lang onto the bed. Hello, my name is Luna Lovegood, and I'm the caregiver that Mr. Gu arranged to take care of you. Of course, I'm also responsible for your daily needs. And Qingyan has paid for this service as well. So if you need anything, just call me anytime. Luna introduced herself warmly and politely, then walked over to the window. Would you like me to open the curtains? Su Lang nodded. He indeed disliked the dim feeling in the room. It always made him feel like he was still in an underground shelter. Luna softly reminded him it might be a bit dazzling. As the curtains were drawn open, natural light replaced the indoor lighting. The weather was great today, with bright sunshine. Su Lang squinted a bit uncomfortably, but couldn't help but face the window. Wanted to feel the warmth of the sunlight. The fatigue from before dissipated with the rest he had last night and the warmth of the sunlight now shining on him. Luna walked towards Su Lang. Her eyes were the color of the ocean, and her long golden hair was neatly tied back. She moved gracefully, like a butterfly dancing. Su Lang could sense a calmness and tranquility about her, bright but not blinding. Is she really just a caregiver? Su Lang wondered. However, when Luna reached the head of the bed and leaned down to help Su Lang arrange the bedding, a silver badge hung down from her neck. Just one glance, and Su Lang was stunned. He recognized it. It was an identity badge, the badge of the Key Group. Are you also a member of the Key Group? Su Lang instinctively asked this question. As soon as he spoke, he regretted it a bit, unsure if it would be offensive. Luna, however, remained composed. She glanced down, noticed the badge had fallen out, then tucked it back into her clothes and nodded at Su Lang. Yes, those living in this house are all somewhat related to the Key Group, right? Employment relationships, cooperative relationships. Of course, you're Mr. Gu's private guest, which is different. Su Lang lowered his head and smiled wryly, feeling he might be overly sensitive. Indeed, this house was provided by the Key Group to Qingyan, and he was currently on their territory. Encountering their people was nothing unusual. Seeing how Luna was unreserved about her identity badge, Su Lang cautiously inquired, "Is the number on that badge your employee number?" Luna was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and exclaimed, "Mr. Su has a keen eye." Su Lang quickly realized that although he wasn't very far from Luna, the characters on the badge were small enough that he shouldn't have been able to see them clearly. It was natural to raise suspicion. However, for some reason, Luna didn't dwell on this detail, but instead generously took out the badge again, unclipping it from her neck and handing it to Su Lang to look at. Luna said, "This number, the the letters at the front represent different departments. The symbols after the letters represent the rank within that department. And the final number is the personal employee number, usually based on the order of hiring, indicating your position in the hiring sequence. Su Lang then asked, "So, if I have this number, can I find out some personal information about the employees?" "Naturally." Luna nodded with a smile. In addition to basic information like name and age, there will also be associated family information, addresses, contact information. And even the Key group conducts background checks on past records, which are documented. The KUI group has very strict hiring requirements. They do not accept individuals with criminal records or major moral blemishes, and spouses are also not allowed to work in the same department. Luna explained in great detail and finally added, of course, employees are willing to provide this information to the Key group out of trust and for employment purposes. And the group will also protect the employee's information. If you only have the number without the corresponding permissions, you won't be able to access this information. Su Lang understood this principle. Any data retrieval requires permissions. "Do you have permission?" Su Lang asked, hoping to test the waters, as Luna gave him the impression that she knew a lot and was willing to communicate. Luna shook her head. "I'm sorry, Mr. Su. I don't have that kind of permission. Perhaps only the security department would." "I was presumptuous," Su Lang replied politely. With the information he learned from Luna, new ideas emerged in Su Lang's mind. Perhaps he could investigate the identity of the corpse in the elevator. He remembered the identity badge number, but the security department. Maybe he could ask Qingyan if that could be resolved. "By the way, where is Qingyan? Has he gone to work?" Su Lang asked. "Mr. Gu was taken away by Mr. Austin's butler. It seems there is something important he needs to discuss with him," Luna replied, then thoughtfully added, "Mr. Gu originally wanted to accompany you today. He even personally prepared breakfast for you. I'll go heat it up for you shortly. Do you need anything else to eat? I can prepare it all and bring it to you." Chapter 26, Restarting the Base, Qingyan's Cooking Skills. Su Lang was somewhat surprised. He had never thought that Qingyan could cook. Seeing Luna nodding, Su Lang finally spoke. "No need to add anything. I'm not very hungry today. Just help me heat up what Qingyan made." After walking out of the room, Su Lang sat down at the dining table. Qingyan had prepared all the basic necessities for living here, including a phone, car keys, and house keys. Qingyan's attentiveness was always reflected in subtle ways. And when Luna brought over the meal, Su Lang was even more astonished. A simple bowl of egg and scallion noodles, yet it was full of color, aroma, and flavor. Su Lang ended up drinking the soup completely, and at that moment, he found it hard to describe the deliciousness, only able to say, "It's not just good. It's exceptionally good." After lamenting his lack of vocabulary, Su Lang began browsing recent news on his phone. He had indeed learned a lot about the past from Fan Yu and had systematically studied it. However, the materials Fan Yu had given him were all key points of major events. After all, time was limited, and it was impossible to cover everything in detail. Now that Qingyan was not home, Su Lang had plenty of time to sit down and slowly understand the world he was in, including the clothing, food, housing, and interesting anecdotes of life here. Just as Zheng Feng had said earlier, Qingyan had indeed been in the spotlight recently. Regardless of whether the discussions were good or bad, his discussion level was only increasing. There were even some variety shows that proposed to invite Qingyan to participate. In short, Qingyan was the living trademark of the Key group. Compared to the previous James, Qingyan not only had the advantage of youth and appearance, but also solid academic credentials and an impeccable personal resume. Of course, his occasional craziness was also a significant characteristic. After all, in this world, what people feared most was a lack of topics to discuss. Just as Su Lang was browsing the news, Qingyan returned. He seemed a bit tired, but upon seeing Su Lang, his fatigue vanished. "How are you? Feeling better?" Su Lang nodded. "Much better. I can walk on my own now, just a bit slowly." Luna also stepped forward and told Qingyan, "Mr. Su finished all the food you prepared this morning and praised your cooking." Hearing this, a smile appeared on Qingyan's face. He then said to Luna, "I'm going to chat with Mr. Su in the study. Don't let anyone disturb us." Su Lang understood that Qingyan had something to discuss with him, so he stood up and followed Qingyan into the study. Qingyan sat down in the middle chair of the study and gestured for Su Lang to take a seat. Su Lang politely moved to the chair opposite him. "You told me before that you came here to find a document written by me, and that this document is likely to be crucial and could save the future world. Qingyan got straight to the point without any unnecessary chatter. Su Lang nodded. He had indeed mentioned these things to Qingyan. But the current situation is that I can confirm that I haven't started writing this document yet, and I don't know what contribution I can make to saving the future. Qingyan shrugged and honestly told Su Lang, and you should have seen what I'm doing now. It might actually be accelerating the world's destruction. You have your reasons, don't you? Just like you told me last night. If you don't do this, others will. Su Lang chose to understand Qingyan on this matter. Unexpectedly, Qingyan shook his head. Everyone has their reasons. I'm here to tell you. The Key Group is about to take new action. The human experiments for sudden mutation breeding are just one part. They also plan to restart the heavy controllable nuclear fusion energy base to conduct other research. Hearing this, Su Lang furrowed his brows. Just when one wave settles, another rises. What is the Key Group really doing? Do they think humanity isn't being destroyed fast enough? Are you free tomorrow morning? Qingyan asked. I'm quite free, Su Lang replied bluntly. He had nothing much to do here, so he naturally had plenty of time. Qingyan took out an ID badge from his clothing pocket and handed it to Su Lang. This is a guest access card. There's a press conference at the Key Group tomorrow morning at 10. You can use this to enter. Su Lang never expected that one day he would also receive such an ID badge. He took it and looked at it. The material of the badge was the same as the one he had seen on the corpse in the elevator. And it was quite similar to the one hanging around Luna's neck, except the first two letters of the number were DG. He realized that this represented a guest. Then there were simple numbers, and according to Luna's explanation, the rank that should have been in the middle was omitted. After all, as a guest, there was no distinction of rank. This ID badge was merely a key to open doors for them. Thinking of this, Su Lang couldn't help but say to Qingyan, I have an ID badge code. I hope you can help me check the personnel information related to this code. Qingyan was momentarily taken aback. From a Key Group? Su Lang nodded, holding up the ID badge in his hand to indicate to Qingyan, yes, something similar. It's an internal employee of the Key Group. Qingyan opened the drawer in front of him, took out paper and a pen, and handed them to Su Lang. Write it down. Let me take a look. Su Lang carefully wrote down the series of codes from his memory. He remembered Luna mentioning that only higher-rank personnel in the security department might have access to this information. So when handing the code to Qingyan, Su Lang didn't forget to add, if it's too difficult to check, just forget it. I don't want to affect your work. Unexpectedly, as soon as Qingyan glanced at the series of codes Su Lang wrote down, he laughed. Why do you want to check him? I thought it was some important figure. I was ready to help you break the rules, but I didn't expect you were looking for him. Su Lang asked, what do you mean? Qingyan replied, you don't need to check this person. I know him. Who is he? Su Lang asked anxiously. At this moment, Qingyan teased, you don't know him, but you know his brother. His brother? Su Lang was somewhat surprised. He didn't know many people in this world. Besides Qingyan, who else did he know? After a moment, the figure of another person, Zheng Feng, came to Su Lang's mind. Su Lang exclaimed, you mean his brother is Zheng Feng? Qingyan nodded. He is the youngest son of the Zheng family, named Zheng Yuan. It seems Zheng Feng was too carefree and neglected his parents. He was studying abroad at the time and stayed for 5 years. When he returned, his parents had already had another son. The age gap between the two brothers is quite large. Zheng Feng was unwilling to believe that his parents were still capable of having children and suspected that Zheng Yuan was adopted, even going for a paternity test before reluctantly accepting the truth. By the way, Zheng Yuan is a year younger than me. He's currently interning at the Key Group. In our team, can I meet him? Su Lang couldn't help but ask. Sometimes, he found it quite strange. Others witnessed the disappearance of life. Watching people go from youth to adulthood to old age and then to death, while he completely experienced the opposite. First seeing corpses, then seeing the living. It felt somewhat odd, as if he were walking against the flow of time. You want to meet him? Of course, no problem. When we go to the press conference tomorrow, I'll arrange for you to meet. Kids love this kind of excitement. He will definitely be there. Qingyan readily agreed. From Qingyan's tone, Su Lang felt that Zheng Yuan must be a very childish person. After all, there are not many people who could be described that way by Qingyan. However, if that is the case, Su Lang found it even more incomprehensible. What exactly happened to turn him from a childish boy into a corpse hidden in the elevator shaft? With such questions in mind, Su Lang met Zheng Yuan the next day. To his surprise, he was almost exactly as Gu Qingyan described. He had a doll-like face, looked fair and tender, and was not tall but rather slender. From a distance, he waved at Gu Qingyan, smiling broadly. "Senior brother, there are really a lot of people today." Zheng Yuan jogged over and said to Gu Qingyan, clearly enjoying the lively atmosphere. Gu Qingyan then stepped aside to reveal Su Lang behind him. "Let me introduce you. This is my lifesaver, Su Lang." Afterwards, Gu Qingyan nudged Su Lang's arm. "This is the Zheng Yuan you were looking for yesterday." "Oh, you were looking for me?" Zheng Yuan smiled and extended his hand to Su Lang. "Do we know each other?" Su Lang didn't expect Gu Qingyan to introduce him this way. Feeling a bit awkward as he shook Zheng Yuan's hand, then awkwardly added, "We probably didn't know each other before, but now we do. It's a great honor to know my senior brother's friend." Fortunately, Zheng Yuan didn't mind. Gu Qingyan glanced at his watch and then advised Zheng Yuan, "I'll leave him in your care. I have something to attend to." Zheng Yuan immediately nodded. "You go ahead and be busy." After Gu Qingyan left, Zheng Yuan brought Su Lang to a corner of the press conference venue. "I heard from my senior brother that you don't like being in the middle of the crowd, so he specifically saved this spot for you. I'll sit next to you. Just call me if you need anything." Zheng Yuan's politeness made Su Lang feel a bit embarrassed. Seeing that the press conference hadn't started yet, Su Lang casually asked, "I heard Gu Qingyan say that the heavy, controllable nuclear fusion energy base is going to be reactivated?" Zheng Yuan was a bit surprised. "Does my senior brother even tell you about these things?" Su Lang replied, "Is this a big secret?" Zheng Yuan shook his head. "Since we can hold a press conference today, it will naturally be made public. It's not a secret. It's just that when I get home, I don't really like to talk about work, since my parents don't really understand, and my brother, as you should know, basically ignores me." This surprised Su Lang, as it seemed Zheng Feng had an inexplicable animosity toward his brother. Su Lang recalled how Gu Qingyan mentioned Zheng Feng dragging him to do a paternity test with their parents, and he found it somewhat amusing. The heavy controllable nuclear fusion energy base was indeed going to be restarted, as a large amount of manpower and resources had already been invested in its construction. Nuclear energy isn't something you can just leave unused. It can't be started or stopped at will. The release of energy takes time, during which various chemical reactions occur. If not careful, it could lead to unpredictable catastrophic consequences. Restarting was currently seen as the only way for the group to maximize its benefits. Zheng Yuan scratched his head and said a bit apologetically, "Sorry, I don't know too much about the specifics. After all, I'm working with my senior brother on mutation breeding human experiments, so I usually pay more attention to that project. What I just told you is just hearsay. The press conference will start soon, and there should be more detailed explanations." Listening to Zheng Yuan, Su Lang noticed that he mentioned he was following Gu Qingyan in mutation breeding human experiments. Could it be that his death was related to this experiment? Su Lang planted a seed of doubt in his mind. But before he could inquire further, the press conference officially began. This KUI group press conference mainly discussed two things: the mutation breeding human experiment and the restart of the heavy, controllable fusion energy base. As two somewhat terrifying images were displayed, there was an uproar in the venue. Su Lang recognized that it was the current state of James and Tianyi Bansai. However, in the narrator's description, they had become heroes who were forced to suffer fate's torment, yet were still willing to sacrifice their bodies for the benefit of human scientific experiments. Everything matched exactly with what Gu Qingyan had said before. At the same time, the key group narrator stated that it was the group's funding that allowed them to survive. The group also promised to ensure their lives for at least 30 years, during which it would provide them with various medical assistance for free. What was most surprising was that key group staff extracted various substances, including but not limited to blood and muscle tissue, from them for cultivation. They then combined these with animals or fed them to animals, discovering that animals treated this way showed significant improvement in radiation resistance and even changed physically, with some animals appearing to become stronger. This method was much safer than directly exposing animals to radiation interference, and the animals showed better acceptance, with a significant reduction in mortality and abnormal mutations. Next, they attempted to reverse inject less contaminated blood and tissue into the two experimental subjects and observe various changes in their physical signs. As the narrator delved deeper, Su Lang's eyes gradually widened. Could this really be possible? Chapter 27, Level 77, the presenter on stage, continued. And Su Lang felt it was inappropriate to ask Zheng Yuan next to him, especially during such a time when private conversations would be quite impolite. However, the presenter's next words made Su Lang feel increasingly bold. Mutation breeding requires human experiments, and such experiments cannot possibly be limited to just two subjects. Therefore, the key group intends to recruit a large number of individuals in different health conditions for such experiments. In other words, they want to observe how people in different health states respond to these genetic changes. Of course, they also assured that these experiments would be conducted on a safe and reliable basis. The large-scale compensated recruitment had not been mentioned to Su Lang by Qingyan before. How could this be? Zheng Yuan muttered beside him. His voice was very low, but since they were quite close, Su Lang could hear him. Looking at the astonished expression on Zheng Yuan's face, Su Lang could roughly guess that it was also the first time Zheng Yuan had heard this news. Could it be that Qingyan was unaware of this matter? Su Lang couldn't help but feel curious. He resolved to ask Qingyan about it after the press conference. The focus then shifted to the restart of the heavy, controllable nuclear fusion energy base. Just as Zheng Yuan had said earlier, the presenter first discussed the construction history and foundation of the heavy, controllable nuclear fusion energy base. This project was jointly developed and completed by various countries around the world, as at that time people were still filled with hope for advancing into space. Every country, power, and even individual hoped to find a new home and contribute to this grand human endeavor. However, now, the hope of advancing into space and finding a new home had completely shattered, and the heavy, controllable nuclear fusion energy base had become a headache for many countries. After all, such large-scale projects required substantial human, material, and financial resources from the beginning, and once they were initiated, they could not simply be abandoned. The subsequent maintenance costs would also be a significant expenditure. Many economically struggling countries had already felt particularly troubled by this, and some places had even begun to naturally abandon this option. The so-called natural abandonment was merely a euphemism. In reality, it meant gradually withdrawing and letting it develop on its own. The dangers behind this were self-evident. Now, the key group planned to fund the relocation of non-staff personnel in relevant areas and the deployment of professionals. According to their plans and outlook in the future, nuclear energy would replace more than 80% of other energy sources as the main energy consumed by humanity. Through the case analysis provided by the presenter, Su Lang could see that the construction sites of the heavy, controllable nuclear fusion energy bases were mostly located in relatively remote areas. But this project was enormous. So the land area was also quite large, with many villages nearby. According to the key group's intentions, the residents of these villages would now be organized to relocate and leave, while their professional staff would be stationed to manage and maintain the equipment in various areas. This was undoubtedly very beneficial for many small countries. After all, aside from the key group, it was hard to find any other power capable of providing such significant financial and personnel support. At the key group's press conference, they unabashedly stated that they were making contributions beneficial to all humanity. Such claims were recognized by many, and even Su Lang could not completely deny their contributions in certain aspects, but this also could not entirely cover up their misdeeds. He also understood that, after all, the key group was still fundamentally a business. They were driven by profit and were unlikely to make such significant sacrifices purely for the sake of contribution. They had no obligation or responsibility to do so. Just when Su Lang was perplexed, he suddenly thought of a very important point. Regulation. Radiation pollution always harms the environment the most, and often its harm to humans gradually permeates through the environment into the human body. After all the indigenous people had evacuated, who could guarantee that the environment near the heavy, controllable nuclear fusion energy bases would still be protected and that pollutants from the production process would not spread into the environment? Was it possible that this was, in fact, a tacit abandonment of the land? Concentrating heavy pollutants in certain areas and indirectly abandoning those areas? According to the Key Group's plan, they had already relocated people to so-called safe places, just compressing the living space of some individuals. Su Lang had learned from Qingyan that the handling of spent fuel required considerable human, material, and financial resources, and any simplification at any stage could save a substantial amount of expenses. Moreover, if it were indeed, as the Key Group claimed, that nuclear energy would solve over 80% of humanity's energy issues in the future, the Key Group, which controlled the heavy, controllable nuclear fusion energy bases, could undoubtedly form a monopoly. If done well, this would be a highly profitable business. Understanding these connections made it easier for Su Lang to comprehend the various operations of the Key Group. As the press conference neared its conclusion, it was time for the Q&A session with reporters. The presenter arranged for everyone to take a short break, stating that professionals would soon be available to answer questions for the journalists. During the waiting period, Zheng Yuan gently nudged Su Lang. "Senior brother is coming out." Su Lang was not surprised by this. Qingyan had essentially become a walking advertisement for the Key Group. And since he was responsible for the mutation breeding human experiment project, it was perfectly reasonable for him to answer questions. However, what no one expected was that it was not Qingyan who stepped onto the stage, but Austin himself. Su Lang had learned about Austin through news reports and was somewhat familiar with him. Almost every successful entrepreneur is accompanied by both praise and criticism, but Austin was different. Whether in the mouths of the rich or in the casual conversations of ordinary people, everyone spoke highly of him. The wealthy envied his intellect and keen grasp of business opportunities, hoping to become partners with Austin and share in his success, while ordinary people admired his kindness, saying that Austin had changed the fate of thousands of families and hoped to work for him and live a stable life. More importantly, Austin was dedicated to charity. He had established hundreds of children's protection foundations worldwide, providing shelter for homeless children. When the Key Group was founded, Austin had declared, "The employment standards of the Key Group will never be limited by education, skin color, race, or national borders. Anyone with ambition and a willingness to work hard can find a suitable position at the Key Group." However, Su Lang also knew that Austin did not like to be high profile. He appeared in public only a handful of times each year, and as the Key Group gradually got on track, Austin had retreated behind the scenes. His presence at the press conference to answer journalists' questions surprised everyone. The sounds of cameras clicking echoed as Austin stood under the spotlight with a smile, calm and composed. "It is a great honor to stand here and answer your questions." As soon as Austin's voice sounded, the atmosphere in the room became even more lively, with reporters asking questions one after another, as it was not easy to interview Austin on ordinary days. Naturally, their questions focused on the human trials of mutation breeding and the restart of the heavy, controllable nuclear fusion energy base. Compared to what the previous speaker said, Austin elaborated on how many people would benefit once these two projects are implemented, how many patients willing to become test subjects could receive free medical coverage from Key Group, how many job positions would be created, and how those who originally lived in the suburbs would be relocated to prosperous urban areas. Austin did not focus on flattery. Instead, he consistently spoke about the benefits, emphasizing the advantages it would bring to ordinary people, making it seem as if being chosen by Key Group was a blessing of fate. Su Lang found this scene quite surreal, yet somehow reasonable. Watching Austin speak confidently on stage, Su Lang finally understood why he had never seen any reports about Qingyan leading the mutant breeding human trials. It was likely a deliberate act by Austin. And as for the reason, perhaps only Qingyan and Austin understood. By the end of the press conference, many people were still eager for more. It could almost be said that it was a press conference that satisfied everyone, except for the somewhat strange Qingyan and the dazed Zheng Yuan beside him. As people gradually dispersed, the large venue was left with empty chairs and flowers on the podium that had gone unattended. Su Lang did not get up, but remained seated. "You didn't know about the large-scale recruitment of volunteers as test subjects before, did you?" Su Lang had thought about subtly asking. But such a serious topic seemed not to be something that could be changed with any conversational skills. "Not only did I not know, but my senior brother didn't know either." After a moment, Zheng Yuan suddenly smiled again. But it made sense. The experiment would eventually reach this point. Su Lang could understand Zheng Yuan's previous smile, which was genuine happiness from youth. But now he did not understand what this smile represented. Was he also looking forward to this experiment? Su Lang wanted to tell Zheng Yuan that the essence of this experiment was a fantastical tale. Searching for one possibility among a million was as unlikely to succeed as reviving dinosaurs and having them coexist harmoniously with humans. The future disaster world has proven that humanity cannot adapt to nuclear radiation pollution. Otherwise, there would be no need to spend a fortune creating various types of radiation-proof clothing, let alone going out without it being impossible to move an inch. However, Su Lang was unsure about Zheng Yuan's background, having only met him once. So he felt it was inappropriate to lay everything bare. He could sense that Zheng Yuan's emotions were off, but he did not understand why. The internal environment of Qi Group is quite strict. We can't wander around casually. I'll take you to find my senior brother, Zheng Yuan said as he stood up, addressing Su Lang. Su Lang nodded, not refusing. It must be said that having Zheng Yuan as a guide assigned by Qingyan was very necessary. Su Lang never imagined that one day he would use the word magnificent to describe a company's office building. Although KY Group is a technology company, their headquarters office building beautifully blends ecology with technology. Green branches and leaves intertwine with cold sculptures, which depict a long sword forged by technology, shining with metallic luster. At the top of the sword, there is a pair of hands holding it, but the sculpture does not depict the owner of the hands. Perhaps it is because it has more than one owner. There's also a giant aquarium several dozen meters high, filled with marine life that could rival even an oceanarium. Even the flowers on both sides of the front desk are not planted in pots or arranged in vases. Instead, a flower bed was created within the company, with nearby light sources reaching a level that mimics sunlight, allowing these flowers to bloom freely. This building has over 100 floors, and this is just the ground portion. According to Zheng Yuan, each floor has a specific purpose, with different staff members working at their designated positions. The identity badge is an important identifier for their entry and movement here, with different badges having different codes. Aside from top-tier personnel, like Austin and some security staff, each person's identity badge is limited to the areas related to their work. For example, a marketing department staff member's badge cannot unlock the tech department's work area. The entire building resembles an extremely precise instrument, with all parts in their proper places, gears turning seamlessly, and everything running in an orderly manner. The guest identity badge that Su Lang used had its access restricted even before the press conference began. What he could see was only what Qi Group was willing to show him. Zheng Yuan led Su Lang forward, passing the front desk and indoor garden. The two took the elevator, and after scanning their identity badges, Zheng Yuan pressed the button for the 77th floor. This was their work area and where Qingyan was located. The elevator slowly ascended, and Su Lang felt himself moving further away from the ground, watching the busy people in the lobby gradually shrink into little dots. It was a wonderful feeling, as if he truly stood above others. The height brought a very intuitive sense of contrast, reflected not only on a physical level, but also psychologically. The closer one got to the top floor, the more important the projects being undertaken were to Qi Group. Such staff members often received handsome salaries and enviable social status. Zheng Yuan suddenly spoke, his tone obscure. Su Lang's mind sparked, and he followed up on the topic. What about you? What is most important to you? Wealth? Status? Or something else? Chapter 28 closed loop. The elevator continued to rise, but Zheng Yuan suddenly fell silent. Su Lang was unsure if his question was too sharp. After all, it's hard to understand the sensitivities of a child at this age. Are you asking me about the past or the present? Zheng Yuan mischievously winked at Su Lang, indicating that the division between past and present was half an hour ago. What happened in that half hour was self-evident. Su Lang understood that his guess was not wrong. The content of the press conference had a significant impact on Zheng Yuan, even though he was an employee of Qi Group himself. You can talk about it. Su Lang smiled, trying to keep his tone light. This wasn't a trial. There was no need to make it a solemn affair. In the past, I hoped to have the opportunity to reach the top floor of this building. Zheng Yuan looked out of the elevator with a hint of self-mockery. Of course, I'm not so arrogant as to think I could have an office there. What I meant by reaching is that I could go there to report on my work. Hearing Zheng Yuan's words, Su Lang couldn't help but find it amusing. Poor kid, even in his dreams, he was so conservative. What about now? Has anything changed? Zheng Yuan nodded. Of course, I've realized my narrow-mindedness, and I've also recognized the narrowness of this world. To be honest, I'm a bit confused right now, because I've always wanted to be like senior brother Gu Qingyan. He is my role model, my guiding light. But based on my observations, he doesn't seem to be free either. Su Lang felt a bit envious of Zheng Yuan. He could openly express his confusion. However, he also understood Zheng Yuan. The so-called role models and goals are essentially motivations. Whenever you feel like you can't hold on any longer, just look up. That role model and goal are not far away, and with a little more effort, you can reach them. But what if, during one of those moments when you look up, you find the path ahead is blurry? Even the role models and goals are wavering, becoming illusory. How do you persist in such circumstances? Ding dong. 77th floor. The elevator door slowly opened. Zheng Yuan took a deep breath and stepped out. Su Lang could sense that when Zheng Yuan exited the elevator, he seemed to put on a mask. Xiao Yuan, congratulations. The project is officially starting. Congratulations, congratulations. Remember to treat us. Zheng Yuan seemed to have a good rapport with his colleagues, who greeted him with smiles as they passed by. Perhaps in their eyes, the press conference this morning was an absolutely favorable piece of news for Zheng Yuan. On one hand, it showed that Qi Group valued the project, and on the other hand, it announced that Qi Group would increase investment in the project. For researchers like them, with investment comes experimental assurance, and as research outputs increase, their wealth and status would naturally rise. In short, a bright future lay ahead. From a personal perspective, Su Lang agreed with this. Their pain stemmed from the fact that they did not approach it purely from a personal standpoint. Zheng Yuan walked ahead, leading the way for Su Lang. Everywhere they passed, everyone wore a joyful expression. This was their celebration on the 77th floor, and everyone had a share in it. It wasn't until they truly entered the office area that Su Lang realized that this building not only had many floors, but also had large spaces on each floor. If it weren't for Zheng Yuan leading the way, he might have easily gotten lost at some intersection. We're almost at Senior Brother Gu's office. The number of people around them decreased, and Zheng Yuan gradually reined in his smile. Senior Brother Gu should be inside. However, when they reached the door of Gu Qingyan's office, an elegant woman in a short skirt stopped them. Please wait a moment. I think, Mr. Gu wouldn't want to be disturbed right now. Zheng Yuan widened his eyes in surprise. How did you get here? Is it Mr. Austin? Yes. The woman nodded. They're having a conversation inside. Zheng Yuan said no more, and Su Lang, who was following him, roughly understood the situation and took a step back, preparing to wait a little farther away. Unexpectedly, the woman who had just reminded them approached at that moment, seemingly with a kind-hearted warning. If it's not something particularly important, you'd better come back another time. The woman shrugged, casually mentioning, when I went to deliver coffee just now, the atmosphere between them didn't seem pleasant. Perhaps I shouldn't have spoken, but Mr. Gu is someone Mr. Austin values, and his emotions can influence Mr. Austin at times. I don't want to complicate my work. Zheng Yuan understood her meaning and quickly pulled Su Lang to leave while also remembering to thank her. Thank you for the reminder. It wasn't until they walked far enough away that Su Lang cautiously asked, did they have a fight? Zheng Yuan sighed. You should know about Senior Brother's temperament. He won't give up his principles just because of the other person's identity. It's not unusual for them to argue. Su Lang agreed with this. Although he had never worked in such a large company, he understood basic social cues. Su Lang appropriately said goodbye. Then I'll go back and wait for Gu Qingyan. You should get back to work. Don't worry about me. I can find my way out. Zheng Yuan initially wanted to accompany Su Lang to the company entrance. But after he had only taken a couple of steps, a colleague called him to a meeting, and he could only escort Su Lang to the elevator. Entering the elevator, Su Lang scanned his guest badge, selected the first floor, and waved goodbye to Zheng Yuan. With the car prepared by Gu Qingyan, the journey back was not dull. Su Lang listened to the melodious music in the car, slowly driving through the city streets. On street corners and in alleys, news about the press conference from that morning was everywhere, with eye-catching headlines reminding people that a new era was about to arrive. The whole world was restless, except for Su Lang. Because he didn't belong to this world, he could simply enjoy it, even though half an hour ago, he was worried about people's futures. Half an hour later, he still decided to enjoy the music, the air, and the beautiful scenery first. This contrast, while disjointed, was also realistic. Otherwise, Su Lang asked himself what else he could do. He couldn't save the world, especially when he saw those people sincerely thanking Qi Group. It was a mutually beneficial situation. Why should he step in to stop it? Having lived to this age, Su Lang understood too well the meaning of human relationships. Unfortunately, Gu Qingyan seemed not to understand. Su Lang could imagine what kind of argument would occur between Gu Qingyan and Austin, and he could guess the final outcome. Looking at the sign of a supermarket by the roadside, Su Lang stopped the car. He entered the supermarket and bought some vegetables and fruits. He wanted to make a meal for Gu Qingyan, just like Gu Qingyan had done for him. But after living in the underground shelter for so many years, he didn't possess the skill of cooking. After all, the dining principle in the underground shelter was just to have something to eat. As soon as Su Lang entered his home, Luna called him over to change his bandages. Luna was specially hired by Gu Qingyan, since she could be a caregiver. It meant she had received training in this area. The process of helping Su Lang change the dressings on his wrist and ankle was quite skilled. After dealing with the swelling, Su Lang shared his thoughts. Given his current situation, it was basically impossible to cook a meal for Gu Qingyan, but he wanted to prepare a fruit platter for him. Seeing your brother, Gu might not be in a good mood today, and I want to comfort him in my own way. Su Lang looked at Luna. Do you have any recommended types of fruit? For example, which ones would look good arranged together and not oxidize quickly? These things may seem like common sense to the people here, but for Su Lang, who is in a time of material scarcity, he indeed needs to consult others. In the end, with Luna's help, Su Lang completed the fruit platter. However, the platter did not get eaten by Gu Qingyan until midnight. Gu Qingyan did not return all night and did not even send a message. Su Lang did not sleep well that night. He kept worrying that something might have happened to Gu Qingyan, a feeling that is not much different from that of a parent raising a son. Early the next morning, Gu Qingyan returned. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Su Lang didn't even bother to put on his slippers and moved outside to confirm if it was Gu Qingyan. Upon seeing that familiar face, Su Lang finally felt relieved. Why are you still awake? Gu Qingyan asked in surprise, then glanced at the sky outside and added, or did you just wake up early? Su Lang felt like hitting someone, really wanted to hit someone. He held back his temper and began to speak sarcastically. I would like to sleep. But isn't this just a rebellious child playing at running away from home and staying out all night? Don't take advantage of me. If this continues, I might start worrying like a mother whose son is thousands of miles away. Gu Qingyan laughed and scolded, then sighed lightly. I need to go on a trip. Do you want to come with me? Su Lang did not expect Gu Qingyan to extend an invitation at this time, especially for a long trip. Is it related to your work? Su Lang asked, following the topic. Gu Qingyan nodded in acknowledgement and then added, but I personally suggest you stay at home to recuperate. I'm mentioning this only because I'm not sure how long this trip will take, and I'm afraid you'll be bored here alone. If it's convenient, just take me with you. Su Lang made his decision quickly. He came here for Gu Qingyan. He was on a mission, not here to enjoy leisure. Gu Qingyan seemed surprised that Su Lang agreed so readily and said, the place we're going is far. It's out of the country, and it is located at the border of 2 countries, so the situation might be complicated. Okay, no problem. Su Lang said firmly to Gu Qingyan, I'll go with you. Seeing this, Gu Qingyan didn't say much more and directly sent pictures and location information to Su Lang's phone. Clearly, this was the place they were about to go. Su Lang initially thought this was just an unexpected trip, but when he saw the specific location and pictures, he was completely stunned. Isn't this the house they went to during a mission? Father, Zhang Cheng'an, and of course Zheng Yuan. All these people died in this house. Su Lang never expected that he would go to this house in the past. The inexplicable familiarity and obsession with this house during the mission seemed to have an explanation at this moment. What is this place for? Su Lang asked, his voice trembling as he spoke. Gu Qingyan quickly noticed that something was off with Su Lang. He moved closer to him, looked at the photo, and then answered. It's a laboratory for mutagenic breeding human experiments. Su Lang understood. Everything made sense. The secrets that the Qi group wanted to bury all had an explanation at this moment. He stood in the future looking back, and the past was a fog. But when he stood in the past looking forward, all he saw was endless sorrow. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this place? Gu Qingyan asked. Su Lang didn't know how to explain this complicated situation. After a long while, He shook his head. Many things he couldn't articulate, and he couldn't say them either, because he wasn't sure if his actions would cause a butterfly effect. He was bound tied by time. It's okay if you don't want to say, but there are some things I still need to tell you. Qingyan didn't force Su Lang. This experiment was bound to be carried out by the Qi group, and many things might not be pretty at that time. What I mean is, it might be a bit cruel. Su Lang looked at Qingyan in front of him. There was an undeniable fatigue on his face, and from the slightly dark circles under his eyes, it was clear he had not slept all night either. Su Lang didn't know what kind of ideological struggle Qingyan had gone through, but he knew it must not be an easy process. Qingyan was still very conflicted, torn between his ideals and what he couldn't achieve. Su Lang didn't know when he would be able to accept reality, or perhaps he would never accept reality. By the way, this experiment is not just my responsibility. Austin has arranged for someone else, named Qingyan. Qingyan naturally had no secrets from Su Lang. Austin said he was too naive and was afraid he wouldn't be able to go through with it. So he found someone he admired who was more ruthless. Naive? Su Lang recalled what the lady at the office door had said. Was Qingyan's argument with Austin about this? Qingyan, what is his relationship with TOLLS? Su Lang asked curiously. Both of them have the surname TOLLS. That can't be a coincidence, right? Sure enough. Qingyan quickly provided an answer. Qingyan is the younger brother of TOLLS. Unlike TOLLS, who studied under James, Qingyan is focused on experimentation. He believes that experimentation is the only way out for all scientific research. Many people advocate for experimental verification based on theoretical knowledge, but he is completely the opposite. He prefers to conduct bold experiments first and then supplement with theory. Su Lang was completely astonished. Was there really such a crazy existence? If this is the case, isn't it gambling with the lives of the experimental subjects? Chapter 29 Departure, do you agree with this? Su Lang instinctively asked. Qingyan looked at Su Lang in front of him, shrugged after a moment. Do you think I'm that kind of person? I didn't mean that. Su Lang wanted to explain, but once the words were out, they were like spilled water. He understood Qingyan's sensitivity at this moment and knew that no matter how he explained, Qingyan would not be pleased. We only separated for a while, and although I don't deny that I've changed during this time, after all, my surroundings are changing every day. Qingyan paused, then continued, but my conscience isn't so easily worn away. With Qingyan's words, Su Lang also felt relieved. However, just as Su Lang was about to find a reason to turn back into the house, Qingyan suddenly spoke again. Of course, I understand now. I'm not a savior. There are no saviors in this world. Let's act on impulse in the last days. Su Lang found Qingyan's words inexplicably strange, even somewhat abrupt, and he asked in confusion, has something happened? Don't you know the future? Qingyan blinked. You know the result of all this turmoil in the Qi group, don't you? You came from the future, bringing the answers. Su Lang certainly knew, but he didn't understand why Qingyan was talking about the future at this time. You told me, but I didn't tell Austin. Qingyan stepped closer to Su Lang. Can you guess why I didn't tell him? This was something Su Lang had never thought of before. Yes, he had told Qingyan about the grim future long ago. And from the news reports during this time, it was evident that Austin valued Qingyan highly. Yet, Qingyan hadn't told Austin about those things he mentioned. Do you think that even if he said it, Austin wouldn't believe him? Solangist. Qingyan shook his head. That's just one aspect, a very small aspect. Those people are absolutely self-righteous. Their past successes lead them to believe they can never be wrong. Even if you present the facts to them, they will think the execution process went wrong, causing the final result to deviate slightly. And if they just paid a little more attention, they could have avoided it. But besides that, do you know what other department the Qi group has? The Comprehensive Investigation Department. Their job isn't to conduct market research on a specific product, but to pay attention to what the world needs, to dig into people's inner desires. Su Lang naturally didn't know about this. Perhaps only people within the Qi group would know. Digging into people's inner desires? Indeed, other than large companies like the Qi group, other companies wouldn't spend resources and manpower to do such things. Thinking of this, Su Lang suddenly realized another question. Are the human trials for mutant breeding and the restart of the heavy, controllable nuclear fusion energy base related to this comprehensive investigation department? Clever. Qingyan nodded, his tone playful. This is what everyone wants. You see, everyone hopes for the world's destruction. Su Lang was truly speechless this time. He never expected such a result. In the past, he always thought that the key group was the executioner that would destroy the world. But later, he gradually understood that the key group was just the one wielding the sword. All concepts were overturned at this moment, and Su Lang stood there dumbfounded, feeling somewhat at a loss. Who was really crazy? He didn't want to know. Su Lang, you will witness my death. Qingyan said this without any fluctuation in his tone, as if he were talking about something very ordinary, but soon he changed his tone, bent down, and slowly approached Su Lang. And likewise, I will also witness the destruction of this world. Solang suddenly filtachiri. Qingyan knows. Qingyan knows everything. Yes, he is so smart. How could he not see through the mechanisms? Only now did Su Lang understand that saying. Let's act on impulse in the last days. He no longer clung to it. As he said, he is not a savior. There are no saviors in this world. Su Lang understood that what Qingyan truly wanted to say was, this world does not need a savior. The reason these two projects, the human experiments for mutant breeding and the restart of the heavy, controllable nuclear fusion base, could begin is because of the results of the comprehensive investigation. People desperately crave change, even if it accelerates their journey to the end. Su Lang, what do you think the bedtime stories children will hear in the future will be like? Qingyan suddenly opened his mouth, picking a topic that seemed completely unrelated. Then before Su Lang could answer, he preemptively said, let me imagine it will probably still start with once upon a time. Once upon a time, there was a group of young scientists who discovered a wonderful element. Boom. Accompanied by a burst of light, a new chapter was written. They cheered and jumped for joy, unaware that the seeds of humanity's destruction had already been sown. Qingyan's voice grew fainter, until Su Lang could no longer hear what he was saying. Su Lang took a nap, but it was an uneasy one. In a daze, he had many dreams, but those dreams were always fragmented, and in the end, he couldn't piece them together. The past, present, future, all the images were chaotic and intertwined, and Su Lang couldn't determine which time period he was in. Qingyan, Su Tianming, Fan Yu. Familiar yet strange faces appeared and disappeared in his dreams, each saying goodbye to Su Lang with various emotions. Su Lang was finally awakened, the heavy curtains blocking the sunlight. The room was dim, and Su Lang felt his head was the same. Even though he had taken a nap, he didn't feel much better. Instead, he seemed even more fatigued. He dragged his feet out of the room, and Luna was busy with something by the sofa. When Su Lang walked over, he found she was sewing a little rabbit. Is it a gift for someone? Su Lang pointed at the little rabbit in her hand. For myself. Luna smiled. I really like rabbits. We had many when I was a child. Su Lang sat down on the sofa, watching Luna sew stitch by stitch, and his mood gradually calmed down. Yes, rabbits are very cute, and they are easy to raise. The key is they are very delicious. Luna immediately added. Looking at Luna's bright demeanor, Su Lang didn't know how to respond. One moment, she said she liked rabbits. The next, she said rabbits are delicious. Does Luna really like rabbits? Or does she really like eating rabbits? In Eshu Long's impression, using the word like was more of an expression for pets. It is well known that very few people eat their own pets. But for Luna, it seemed like the most normal thing. She even asked Su Lang in confusion, don't people over there eat rabbits? Su Lang hurriedly came to his senses and replied with a smile. Of course, they eat them too. It's just that some children treat them as friends and keep them in cages to accompany them. Luna didn't quite understand, but they are a type of meat, a kind of food. Meat cannot be friends. Besides, if I had friends, I wouldn't keep them in a cage. Very well, Su Lang once again felt choked. What Luna said was not wrong. One could even say it was very clear-headed, just contrary to some inherent perceptions. But those inherent perceptions were Su Lang's own. Perhaps in Luna's world, the rules had always been this way. The departure is in 2 days. To Su Lang's surprise, Qingyan even specifically brought Luna along. I see that you get along well, and if I get busy later, you might feel bored. I'm more at ease knowing there is someone to take care of your daily needs. Qingyan explained it this way. Although Su Lang felt he could take care of himself perfectly well and didn't need anyone as help. The journey itself was not boring. In fact, it could be said to be quite interesting. Before the disaster struck, Su Lang had flown on a plane, but he was younger at that time, and many memories were quite vague. This time, since they were going on a long trip, The three of them were still traveling by plane. Su Lang acted as if it were his first time flying, not knowing how to handle even basic tasks like ticket collection and security checks, resulting in quite a few funny moments. Mr. Su has never flown before? Luna asked, somewhat puzzled, since it was such a common mode of transportation. Just when Su Lang didn't know how to respond, Qingyan lazily said from his side, he has never flown. He usually travels by quantum splitting machine. Just send a location, and he can teleport instantly. As Qingyan spoke, he made some exaggerated gestures, drawing the attention of those around them. Mr. Gu is really humorous, Luna said with a smile, giving Su Lang a thumbs up. A quantum splitting machine must be amazing. Su Lang really wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Although he knew Qingyan was joking, to others, it definitely sounded like an exaggerated rhetorical device, almost on a sci-fi level. Fortunately, Su Lang's seat was right next to Qingyan, and he followed suit afterward, not causing any more funny incidents. Su Lang proved with reality that future civilian technology might not be more advanced than it is now, because with resource depletion and environmental changes, many things will disappear. At the moment the plane took off, Su Lang surprisingly felt a bit nervous. He instinctively gripped the armrest tightly, trying to relax his breathing. Are you afraid of heights? Qingyan asked with slight concern, then realized he was asking this too late. It is late, Su Lang nodded, but luckily I'm not afraid of heights. I just find it a bit uncomfortable. For someone who lives underground, it's hard to verify whether they have a fear of heights. The plane kept climbing until it finally flew steadily. Su Lang's seat was by the window, and because the clouds were relatively thin, he could still see some scenery on the ground. It's beautiful, Su Lang couldn't help but exclaim. He wished he could improvise a poem like a literary master, but the reality was that he was at a loss for words. With only it's beautiful left to say, the simplest praise from humans doesn't require overly ornate language. Have you thought about staying here? Qingyan suddenly asked, his expression unusually serious, without a hint of joke. Staying here, not going back until the day before the disaster, when we end our lives together. Su Lang was taken aback by Qingyan's question. His gaze remained fixed on the window, while a storm surged within him. He knew this was a question of conscience. It's like working at a company where the boss can't monitor your work status. In such a case, would you still work diligently and dedicate yourself? He was at a completely different point in time from Fanyu. She didn't know his situation and progress, and all information relied on his provision and reporting. If he wanted to stay here and enjoy all the beauty, it wasn't entirely impossible. It just required a little bit of conscience. Sorry, I have my mission. Su Lang turned his head, equally seriously looking into Qingyan's eyes. He didn't want to joke about this question either. It was just about his future. It was about the future of countless people. He knew that when Fanyu assigned him this task, she must have considered this possibility, but in the end, she still chose to trust him. Or rather, she took a gamble. Fanyu had previously gambled once and won back his life. This time, he didn't want her to lose. Whether out of conscience or loyalty, he couldn't be the one who only cared about his own enjoyment. Qingyan didn't say anything more. Some questions only need to be asked once, because even if asked multiple times, the answer wouldn't change. It must be said that flying is a very boring thing, even for Su Lang. Once the novelty wore off, the remaining time was spent cramped in a small space, which was quite uncomfortable. Qingyan had already fallen into a deep sleep beside him. He seemed to have been very busy lately, looking particularly tired every time they met. It was until the plane landed that Qingyan lazily woke up. I need to get a good sleep today. Qingyan stretched and yawned. Su Lang shook his head and didn't say much. He wasn't sure if he could sleep in that house. We still have to take a car after this. Just hold on a bit longer, Qingyan said while picking up the suitcase. Yeah, I'm fine. Su Lang moved his wrists and ankles. He had rested well during this time and had basically recovered. Even though Su Lang said this, Qingyan still didn't let him carry heavy items like the suitcase. Luna, being a girl, naturally couldn't carry these either. So, when they finally exited the airport, it was Qingyan alone with a big bag and small bags, accompanied by the elegantly composed Su Lang and Luna. At that moment, it clearly felt like Qingyan was working for the two of them. Mr. Gu, welcome. To everyone's surprise, Tian Yeson personally came to the airport to pick up Qingyan. Chapter 30 Old Friends. Old places, this should be Mr. Su, right? Amano Yamagawa extended his hand to Su Lang, looking polite and friendly. Su Lang turned his head to glance at Gu Qingyan, who seemed reluctant to engage, and could only awkwardly shake Amano Yamagawa's hand in return. He had heard that Mr. Su was very important to Mr. Gu, and seeing him today, he indeed seemed special. Amano Yamagawa was also perceptive. Noticing Gu Qingyan's distant demeanor, he ceased to engage him and instead focused on Su Lang. When had Su Lang ever encountered such a situation? He was basically clueless about social niceties. Moreover, Gu Qingyan hadn't mentioned that Amano Yamagawa would be picking them up before they arrived. Let's go. The car has been waiting outside for a long time. I'll take you all over. Amano Yamagawa remained very enthusiastic, occasionally chatting with Su Lang along the way. From an outsider's perspective, it seemed that the two had a good relationship. This was quite a burden for Su Lang. He could only offer polite smiles to handle the pleasantries. Conversely, Gu Qingyan maintained his aloof demeanor, saying little during the ride and dozing off once in the car. Mr. Gu must be very tired lately, Amano Yamagawa remarked, looking at Gu Qingyan, who had his eyes closed. Just as Su Lang hesitated on how to respond, Gu Qingyan suddenly spoke up. I'm fine, just I want to talk to you. It was no exaggeration to say that at that moment, the air in the car felt frozen. Su Lang had never experienced such palpable awkwardness. Gu Qingyan's behavior was as if he had thrown emotional intelligence to the ground and stomped on it repeatedly. Clearly, Su Lang's intelligence was insufficient to resolve this standoff. He quietly shrank back, trying to leave the cramped space of the car for Gu Qingyan and Amano Yamagawa. Ha ha, Mr. Gu is really humorous, Amano Yamagawa said. But Gu Qingyan kept his eyes closed, maintaining his half-asleep look, which left Amano Yamagawa to find an exit for himself. Of course, that exit was quite hard. Perhaps due to Gu Qingyan's comment, Amano Yamagawa didn't speak again for the rest of the journey. The vehicle drove steadily, accompanied by soft music. Su Lang gazed out at the scenery, which was familiar to him. At different points in time, he had seen the same view from various angles and states of mind. The disaster had yet to strike, and the people here continued to live peacefully. People came and went on the streets, with vendors occasionally calling out from the roadside. The desolation and bleakness that Su Lang had perceived before now felt somewhat crowded and lively. The houses hadn't changed, the streets hadn't changed, and the scenery hadn't changed. Ultimately, only the people had changed. People are the foundation here, the substance of this world. As Su Lang watched the car slowly approach that building, the pain in his heart was gradually awakened. Finally, the vehicle came to a stop, and the driver said to the group, "This is it. I'll help you with your luggage." Amano Yamagawa got out first, courteously handing identity cards to Gu Qingyan, Su Lang, and Luna. This property belongs to the Qi group. And since this building serves both living and experimental purposes, there are some restrictions on residence and movement, Amano Yamagawa explained. He had a completely different vibe from Amano Beishai, who was cold and reclusive, while Amano Yamagawa seemed to have an endless supply of good temper. Even after Gu Qingyan's earlier remark in the car, he still greeted them with a smile. Su Lang observed that Gu Qingyan's identity card was different from his and Luna's. If nothing went amiss, Gu Qingyan's card should grant him access throughout the building, while his and Luna's would be limited to the living area. This was to be expected, as he and Luna were not participants in the experiment. The rooms are ready. I'll take you there and let you drop off your luggage first. Amano Yamagawa led the way, with Su Lang and the others following behind. It was apparent that Amano Yamagawa had made careful arrangements. Gu Qingyan's room was on the third floor, with a great view and ample space. Su Lang's room was next to Gu Qingyan's, slightly smaller. While Luna's room was on the first floor, featuring a small window. It was a standard servant's room. The welcome dinner will start in an hour. You can take a shower and relax first. I won't disturb you. With that, Amano Yamagawa smiled and left. And only when his figure disappeared did Su Lang finally breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out that dealing with overly polite people was exhausting too. Gu Qingyan couldn't help but laugh at Su Lang's expression. If you don't want to talk to him, just retort directly. Why do you have to engage with him? I just don't want to seem impolite like you. Su Lang shot back, glaring at Gu Qingyan. He hadn't been told about any social obligations when they left. That's not politeness. That's hypocrisy, Gu Qingyan said calmly, then dropped a bombshell. Amano Yamagawa knows that his brother was one of the first 2 test subjects. And he knows that I was the one who put his brother in that state. What? Su Lang was genuinely shocked this time. He felt a chill run down his back. Did he know we were his enemies? Then why? Su Lang's mind raced through countless possibilities, such as family feuds and inheritance disputes that might have soured the relationship between Amano Yamagawa and Amano Beishai, with Gu Qingyan's intervention conveniently resolving the issue for Amano Yamagawa. But unexpectedly, Gu Qingyan seemed to have guessed Su Lang's thoughts and continued. He and his brother are full-blood siblings. They just have a significant age difference, but reportedly, their relationship is quite good. So I don't understand why, after learning about that incident, he can still face us with such a demeanor. That's why I called him hypocritical. When something is off, there must be something wrong. Do you think he is biding his time, waiting for revenge? Su Lang asked seriously. That's currently the most likely possibility. If that's the case, I need to be careful in the future, he thought. Anyone who could endure such hatred and still greet their enemies with a smile was truly frightening. However, Gu Qingyan didn't answer immediately. He stood by the window in contemplation for a moment before speaking. I'm not sure. After all, I didn't have long-term interactions with him before this experiment project started. So I don't understand his behavioral style, making it hard to judge. Sulang Nadith. Every individual is different, and their current speculations are merely hypotheses based on their own perspectives. In any case, it was wise to be cautious. Su Lang sighed, stood up, and left Gu Qingyan's room. I'll go tidy up first. See you at dinner. See you at dinner. Gu Qingyan waved at Su Lang. Back in his room, Su Lang used his identity card to open the door. He had seen this room before, but had not entered it at that time. Back then, he could never have imagined that one day he would briefly become the occupant of one of these rooms. He only remembered the inexplicable familiarity he felt when he last surveyed the place before leaving. Su Lang had to admit that his sense of time was becoming increasingly blurred. For most people, life and memory are a vertical axis, moving along a timeline. But he was different. His life and memories were points on various timelines, leaping and repeating. Half an hour later, just before he succumbed to sleep, Su Lang got up, took a shower, and changed into a clean outfit before stepping out. He was brought here by Gu Qingyan, so if he looked too disheveled, it would inevitably affect Gu Qingyan's image. However, that thought vanished entirely when he saw Gu Qingyan's attire afterward. Gu Qingyan was dressed in gray casual wear and wore a pair of sneakers, looking more like someone heading out for a night run than attending a dinner party. Gu Qingyan, why are you dressed so formally? Su Lang, why are you dressed so casually? The two spoke in unison and then laughed together. Gu Qingyan, we're not important political figures. We're all focused on research. Today is just a dinner, not a press conference. Unless I get into a fight with someone at the dinner, it shouldn't be reported. Hearing Gu Qingyan's explanation, Su Lang suddenly remembered the news about Gu Qingyan having a fight with an old professor in the office, and his expression became somewhat rich. But in the end, Su Lang didn't say anything. Time was running out, and it was too late to change clothes. So Su Lang and Gu Qingyan decided to go to the dinner together in their distinctly different styles. Tian Yesan had been waiting over there for a while, and many people were present at the dinner, including Zheng Yuan. Seeing Su Lang approach, Zheng Yuan immediately greeted him with a smile. Brother Su, good to see you again. The previous gloom seemed to have never existed. Zheng Yuan was back to his energetic self, dressed in a white suit that made him look quite dashing. Su Lang didn't mind the change in a dress. His feelings toward Zheng Yuan were somewhat complex, but deep down, he didn't dislike him. Brother Su, why don't you manage your senior brother? He came dressed like this. Zheng Yuan pointed at Gu Qingyan. Su Lang smiled helplessly. Gu Qingyan's not all there. You know that. Besides, I'm not his dad, and he's not a 3-year-old kid. I can't go dress him before we leave, can I? Zheng Yuan gave Su Lang a thumbs up. Only you would dare to say that to him. Su Lang was a bit curious. Is Gu Qingyan's temper really that bad? Why are people afraid of him? Zheng Yuan pondered for a while, seemingly considering how to phrase his words. After a moment, he pulled Su Lang aside, a bit further from Gu Qingyan, and then spoke. Senior brother isn't bad-tempered. He just gets a bit neurotic sometimes. He sometimes locks himself in the lab for several days, eating and drinking in there, and every time he comes out, it's like he just completed a system initialization. He looks straight at people, speaks very bluntly, and is not at all tactful when criticizing or praising someone. For those who are not very rigorous, he might even directly introduce them to new jobs. Su Lang had never witnessed this side of Gu Qingyan, but listening to Zheng Yuan's description, he felt it did seem like something Gu Qingyan would do. Zheng Yuan scratched his head. Actually, we don't dislike senior brother, but it's indeed hard to get close to him. After all, if you say something good about him, he can make you unemployed with a single word. If you say something bad, he might help you find a new job before firing you. Su Lang couldn't help but laugh. Encountering such a boss in the workplace indeed made for complicated feelings. Brother Su, you must not tell senior brother anything I just said. Zheng Yuan tugged at Su Lang's sleeve, whispering sweetly, I still want to complete a few more projects with him and have no plans to change jobs for now. Su Lang nodded, raised his hand to his mouth, mimicking a zipper motion, assuring Zheng Yuan that he would keep his secret. Good man, that's a brother. Zheng Yuan was clearly much more relaxed around Su Lang than around Gu Qingyan. Perhaps it was because there was no superior-subordinate relationship between them. Zheng Yuan basically said whatever came to his mind. Su Lang was worried that Gu Qingyan's outfit might not be appropriate for the dinner. So he asked Zheng Yuan, isn't it better for Gu Qingyan to go back and change into something more suitable for this kind of event? Zheng Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Today's dinner, he asked the main character. Even if he came in casual wear, or even if he showed up in a sack, no one would say anything. Someone is asking Gu Qingyan for a favor? Eshu Long was puzzled. He didn't understand what was so desirable about the project Gu Qingyan was working on. Zheng Yuan nodded. Yes. Senior brother and Tian Yesan have the authority to select experimental subjects, and senior brother has the decision-making power. Experimental subjects? Su Lang was particularly surprised. Human experiments for mutation breeding? And people are eager to be experimental subjects? Zheng Yuan paused, seemingly guessing what Su Lang was thinking, and smiled. For certain specific people, this is an opportunity. Su Lang still didn't quite understand the relationship involved, but before he could ask in detail, Gu Qingyan walked over toward him. Seeing this, Zheng Yuan stuck out his tongue and quickly slipped away. Why did you run so far? I thought you were feeling unwell. Gu Qingyan handed Su Lang a small piece of cake while complaining, they just love to make these fancy but unappetizing things. Don't feel burdened. There's no need for socializing. The priority is to fill your stomach. Su Lang took the small cake and stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation, chewing and nodding at the same time. If anyone was the most relaxed at the event, it was definitely Gu Qingyan. His current state was entirely like being in his own restaurant. While others attended the dinner for socializing, he was there for dinner. Initially, he was eating alone, but now with Su Lang beside him, he decided to share the meal. This state continued until Tian Yesan appeared with a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man in front of them. Let me introduce, this is Lawrence, one of our main suppliers. Chapter 31 Dinner Mr. Gu is indeed a young talent. Lawrence greeted Gu Qingyan with a smile. Gu Qingyan knew the other person's intentions, politely nodded, but did not return any flattering words. He was not good at commercial flattery and looked down on such things. The subsequent cooperation would still rely on Mr. Gu's assistance. Lawrence raised a glass to Gu Qingyan. There was no expected clinking of glasses. Gu Qingyan seemed to suddenly be lost in thought, lowering his eyes for a moment before looking at Lawrence. Are those people all willing participants in the experiment? Of course. Lawrence answered without hesitation, his tone particularly certain. This is an opportunity that is rare for many, aside from the key group, who would have such a sense of social responsibility, and who could bear such social responsibility. They are grateful to the key group and to young talents like Mr. Gu and Mr. T&I, and they are eager to participate in the experiment and have this opportunity. After speaking, as if afraid that Gu Qingyan would not believe him, he casually pulled a waiter over. Come here, if I tell you that you have the chance to participate in Mr. Gu's experiment, what would you think? The waiter, who had come over to collect empty plates, was suddenly pulled into the center of the conversation and felt a bit flustered. But when he understood what Lawrence was saying, he immediately brightened up and said, I can do it. I am in good health, and if I am lucky enough to be selected as a test subject, I believe I can create miracles. Lawrence was amused by the waiter's reaction and laughed heartily, while T and I looked at the waiter with interest, swirling the red wine in his glass. Only Gu Qingyan and Su Lang frowned simultaneously, their expressions not looking good. They could all see that the waiter was not being coerced. He genuinely hoped to participate in the experiment and become a test subject. This waiter believed that miracles would happen to him, perhaps because he was unwilling to be mediocre or perhaps due to some brainwashing rhetoric from Lawrence and T&I. In any case, the public was filled with anticipation for this experiment. All right, you can go back to your work now. Lawrence, having seen enough of the commotion, placed a tip on the waiter's tray and unceremoniously gave him the dismissal order. The waiter looked at the tip in the tray, then at the several people holding wine glasses, and finally gathered his courage to ask, "You just said that I have a chance to participate in Mr. Gu's experiment. Is that true? If it is, I can forego the experimental compensation. I am really healthy, and I have a medical report. I must be the best test subject." This time, Lawrence and T&I laughed even more proudly, while Su Lang and Gu Qingyan were particularly surprised. The so-called experimental compensation is often referred to as nutritional fees. The reason it is called an experiment is because of the unpredictability of the results. No one can guarantee that there will be no accidents during the experiment, and these accidents may cause physical or mental harm. The existence of nutritional fees is to balance such harm. According to Su Lang's previous speculations, the vast majority of people wanting to participate in the experiment did so for the high compensation, as the key group is quite generous with money. But now, the waiter's words completely overturned Su Lang's guess. He was not in it for the money. He simply wanted to participate in the experiment. Why? What was he after? Su Lang suddenly recalled the word miracle that the waiter had used earlier. He understood. This waiter was betting on a miracle. He hoped to change the trajectory of his life through radiation mutation. Su Lang found himself at a loss for words to describe his feelings. He thought it was quite ridiculous that someone would believe in such things. But looking at the confident expressions of Lawrence and T&I, he realized that thoughts could be manipulated. The waiter was still trying hard to recommend himself, like a salesman doing his utmost to promote a product, and this product was his own body. Su Lang thought this scene was particularly sad. It could almost be described as absurd. For the waiter, having the chance to stand in front of the three big shots was already a life-changing opportunity. His desperate attempt to seize this opportunity became a joke in the eyes of Lawrence and T&I. His clumsy pitch and the ridiculous product itself were undoubtedly the best ingredients for this joke. Gu Qingyan silently watched this scene, his expression changing from initial displeasure to final indifference. All right, sir, you should focus on your job. The opportunity to become a test subject is very important for everyone. We must ensure that the selection process is fair and just, and that is our responsibility. I hope you can understand. Lawrence coughed a couple of times, cleared his throat, and put on an official demeanor, as if he had not been the one teasing the waiter just moments before. As the waiter's expression gradually fell, Lawrence patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. "Don't be so down. I have remembered you. Make sure to come back to sign up. I look forward to seeing you again." Lawrence's seemingly ordinary words, filled with obvious politeness and perfunctoriness, instantly ignited hope in the waiter's eyes. Even as he left, his steps were light, filled with unmasked joy. After the waiter completely left, Lawrence shrugged and looked at Gu Qingyan. "You see, I have proven to you that all participants are voluntary, and one could even say they are fighting for this opportunity." Gu Qingyan still did not speak. He had watched the performance that Lawrence and T&I wanted him to see, but did not give them any feedback. Like an audience member silently sitting in the audience while the actors had already taken their bows, yet the audience did not leave or applaud. For a moment, Lawrence was unsure of Gu Qingyan's thoughts and tentatively asked, "Do you suspect that I deliberately arranged for this person?" Su Lang had not been without such speculation before, but he was not a fool. The waiter's reaction proved well that he was not a deliberately arranged actor, and the subtle details of his performance demonstrated his genuine desire. Just as Lawrence was about to say something, Gu Qingyan suddenly leaned closer to him, slightly bending down, and stopped when the distance between their eyes was less than 10 centimeters. He gazed at Lawrence up close and then slowly spoke. "What if I make you a test subject?" Gu Qingyan's voice was ghostly, filled with both threat and temptation. Lawrence's pupils suddenly constricted. From Gu Qingyan's gaze, he could tell. Gu Qingyan was not joking. He truly had such an idea. He had heard from T&I about Gu Qingyan's actions long ago, and it was not a secret. There were many news reports on it. Gu Qingyan's madness did not require any reason. Often, it was just a thought in his mind. If he wanted to do it, he would really do it. I have some pre-existing medical conditions. I might not be suitable as a test subject. Lawrence awkwardly waved his hand and cautiously stepped back, trying to create distance between himself and Qingyan. But Qingyan pressed forward, and as Lawrence retreated, he advanced, his expression gentle, and his words clear. The selection of test subjects is inherently diverse. This experiment has never required that test subjects must be healthy. For those with pre-existing conditions, we will provide medical guarantees. Additionally, we need to observe what changes occur in test subjects with pre-existing conditions after undergoing the experiment. Qingyan explained very seriously, even meticulously, and politely. He looked at Lawrence with a gaze full of longing, as if he were genuinely curious about what the result would be if one day Lawrence lay on the operating table for an experiment. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down Lawrence's forehead as he nervously swallowed. He wanted to say something, but was locked in place by Qingyan's gaze. Unable to utter a word, seeking help, he leaned closer to Tanya Shanjian and quietly tugged at the hem of Tanya Shanjian's clothes from behind. Tanya Shanjian glanced at Lawrence and then turned to look at Qingyan. Just when Su Lang thought he would say something to help Lawrence, Tanya Shanjian spoke in a low voice. Mr. Lawrence, you should know that my brother is still lying on the operating table in a laboratory. He is the pride of the TNI family because he truly dedicated himself to his ideals, and his experiment is personally conducted by Mr. Gu. Lawrence did not understand why Tanya Shanjian mentioned TNI Beizai at such a time, but just looking at Tanya Shanjian's expression was enough to fill him with fear. Tanya Shanjian spoke about this matter with a calm demeanor, showing no signs of emotion. According to traditional logic, Qingyan should be Tanya Shanjian's enemy, yet at this moment, he showed no dissatisfaction toward Qingyan. Instead, he seemed to genuinely believe that his brother had died honorably, even considering such a death a privilege. Insane. You are all insane. A bunch of lunatics. Lawrence stumbled out toward the exit, his previous elegance completely gone. Watching that staggering figure, Su Lang could confirm that he was truly frightened. The banquet continued, and although some were curious about what had happened here, upon seeing the indifferent expressions of Qingyan and Tanya Shanjian, everyone wisely chose to ignore it. There were no fools present. Everyone understood who the real protagonist was. In the following time, Qingyan treated this place as merely a dining spot. He was afraid Su Lang would feel awkward, so he stayed beside him to eat together. All the social pressure was directed at Tanya Shanjian, who seemed to handle it effortlessly, appearing to get along well with everyone. By the end of the banquet, Su Lang's belly was round from eating. The surrounding guests gradually dispersed, and Tanya Shanjian was the last to bid farewell to Qingyan and Su Lang. To Su Lang's surprise, Tanya Shanjian was not being polite, but took the initiative to talk about his brother. Tanya Shanjian said to Qingyan, "Everything I said to Lawrence today was heartfelt. The TNI family does not want to ruin our friendship with Mr. Gu because of one person, nor do we want this to become a barrier to our diplomatic relations." Seeing Tanya Shanjian being so generous, Su Lang couldn't help but ask, "Don't you want to avenge your brother?" "Avenge?" Tanya Shanjian spread his hands, appearing quite puzzled. "My brother dedicated himself to his ideals, and Mr. Gu facilitated that for him. No one did anything wrong, so where would the enmity come from?" Tanya Shanjian's expression was particularly sincere, as if he truly believed that was the case. Su Lang didn't know whether this was deliberately said for Qingyan's benefit or something else. But since the person involved had said so, pursuing the matter further would only make him seem problematic. "Mr. Gu, I hope we can cooperate happily." Tanya Shanjian extended his hand to Qingyan. "I come with 100 sincerity, wanting to be your friend." However, Qingyan did not accept the olive branch thrown by Tanya Shanjian. "I don't like hypocritical politeness. We are not on the same path." Qingyan said very candidly, each word clear. "This does not affect our cooperation. We will not become friends, but for objective reasons, we will be partners." After saying this, Qingyan turned and left with Su Lang without looking back. After exiting the banquet, Qingyan suddenly asked, "Do you feel awkward?" "Awkward?" Su Lang nodded and answered honestly. "In fact, there are no real rules for human interaction. All the rules are just us making things uncomfortable for ourselves." Qingyan looked up at the starry sky and expressed his opinion. I don't want to be the kind of hypocritical person, maintaining superficial politeness with people I don't like, making things difficult for myself, and causing pain to others. Su Lang followed suit and looked up. The starry sky was brilliant, vast and serene, as if there were only him and Qingyan in the universe. The bright lights behind them became mere backdrops in the night sky, and the light created by humanity seemed so insignificant and trivial at that moment. Tomorrow we will start the selection work for the experimental subjects. Do you want to accompany me? Qingyan turned to look at Su Lang. We are not saviors, but we can be witnesses, witnessing the world's descent into destruction and the passage of life. Su Lang remained silent, not immediately answering Qingyan, but continued to gaze at the starry sky above. After a long time, Su Lang finally asked, "Is that house divided into two sides of yin and yang? Can I go to the side with the laboratory?" "Yes, one side is our residence, and the other side is the laboratory." Qingyan nodded, then continued, "If you want to go, I can find a way to take you there. So, have you made up your mind to accompany me? This time, Sulangarev. All right, I will accompany you. We will witness the future together." Chapter 32 Opportunity. The next day, everyone officially entered work mode, and the recruitment for experiment subjects began in full swing. Contrary to Su Lang's imagined scene of emptiness, the site was bustling to an exaggerated degree. People of all ages, genders, and backgrounds seemed to participate in the recruitment with a give-it-a-try attitude, vying for this opportunity. As Qingyan had previously told Lawrence, the recruitment for experiment subjects was not limited by age, gender, or physical health. So hope filled everyone's faces as they believed they might be favored by the goddess of luck. Lawrence still appeared at the recruitment site, seemingly having forgotten all the unpleasantness from the previous night. In the face of immense benefits, there was nothing that couldn't be forgotten. The KY group was the organizer of this recruitment, and Lawrence, as the contractor, had obvious interest to gain from it. Upon seeing Qingyan and Aminoima, Lawrence smiled as usual, as if he had completely erased the events of last night from his memory. However, he appeared noticeably more excited when facing Su Lang, clearly more willing to connect with him compared to Qingyan and Aminoima. After all, standing next to two mentally unstable individuals, Su Lang inevitably seemed a bit fresh and refined. While Lawrence and Aminoima were still exchanging pleasantries inside the room, a sudden commotion erupted outside. What happened? Lawrence asked the security personnel beside him with some displeasure. The person immediately walked outside to check the situation. The noise outside quickly subsided, and the security personnel returned to report two individuals had a disagreement over the queue, but it was not a serious issue and had been resolved. Lawrence was not surprised by this. Curious, Su Lang walked outside to assess the real situation. Clearly, the reality was much more serious than the security personnel had reported. An 8- or 9-year-old boy was beaten and bleeding, while standing in front of him was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s, holding a stone stained with blood. Even more absurdly, Su Lang learned from bystanders that this middle-aged man was the boy's uncle. And it was not the boy who tried to cut in line, but the middle-aged man himself. He wanted to stand in front of the boy, and when the boy refused, a conflict broke out. With the absolute advantage in height and weight, the boy had no chance and was ultimately defeated. Just because of a line, he could beat someone like this? Su Lang asked, incredulous. The security personnel waved their hand dismissively, saying, "That reason is enough. That's a chance to change one's fate. What if he got stuck in that position? Just one position difference means one less opportunity, and one's life circumstances could be very different." The security personnel spoke convincingly, but Su Lang found it quite ridiculous. In his view, these were all fallacies, and the reason was simple. He knew the outcome. Su Lang asked the security personnel for bandages, iodine, cotton swabs, saline, and medical tape. Then he approached the boy, squatted down, and patiently and gently cleaned the wounds on his forehead, finishing the bandaging. The boy was very stubborn. Even when Su Lang felt he had hurt him a couple of times, the boy still bit his lip tightly, not uttering a word or even making a sound. "Does it not hurt?" Su Lang asked as he wrapped the bandage around the boy's head. The boy shook his head, his eyes bright as he looked at Su Lang. "You came from inside. This should be a test for me. Look, I prove that I can endure pain. I am very strong. So please, choose me." Faced with the boy's pleading gaze, Su Lang felt a pang in his heart. Why? Why must one strive so hard to seek out life suffering? The boy in front of him was too mature for his age. In response to Su Lang's simple inquiry, he first considered not his own pain, but rather Su Lang's objective identity. How old was he? He was already beginning to judge actions based on identity. Su Lang sighed softly, placing his hands on the boy's shoulders to maintain eye contact, speaking sincerely and earnestly. What if I tell you that this experiment may not succeed? That the radiation is very terrifying, and those chosen may become neither human nor ghost, ultimately ending their lives in pain? Would you still want to go in? For a moment, confusion appeared in the boy's eyes as he looked at Su Lang, then glanced at the door behind Su Lang, the place he had come from, representing Su Lang's identity. However, this confusion lasted less than a minute. The boy's gaze quickly returned to determination. Even if that is the case, I still want to try. If you're here to test me, then don't waste your effort. I will not give up this opportunity. I certainly know that the success rate of such experiments is not high. Everyone present knows this. We come here to give our lives a chance. No one can take this opportunity away from us. No one. By the end, the boy's gaze towards Su Lang even carried a hint of hatred. That look sent a chill down Su Lang's spine, and the words he spoke were entirely unlike what someone his age should say. Su Lang did not know who was teaching him behind the scenes, but it was clear that it no longer mattered, as he had already formed such notions in his heart. But you are still young. Su Lang stood up, looking down at the boy who barely reached his waist, attempting to reason with him emotionally. Your body and functions are not fully developed. This could significantly affect your future. The recruitment requirements do not limit age. What right do you have to demand? The boy gritted his teeth and said, "You are doing this on purpose, aren't you? You also want to become an experiment subject. By pushing me out, you could secure another spot for yourself. You want this opportunity too, don't you?" Suspicion, doubt. The boy's eyes were filled with distrust as he looked at Su Lang, and the distance between them gradually widened. If the key group truly wanted to give us an opportunity for our own good, then please be generous and fair in the selection process. Rather than saying one thing on the surface and allowing unknown individuals to interfere, a deep and powerful male voice rose, and responses began to ripple through the crowd. Everyone looked at Su Lang with angry eyes, a hatred that was barely concealed. "Mr. Su, we should go back now. You are a distinguished guest brought by Mr. Gu, and if something happens, it will be hard for me to explain." The nearby security personnel noticed the unusual atmosphere and became tense, wanting to take Su Lang back. If they waited any longer, he feared they might not be able to take him back at all. The human desire for opportunities to change their lives was enough to make them irrational. Just then, Qingyan also walked out. He was dismissive of the commotion outside, but when it involved Su Lang, it was a different story. As soon as Qingyan stepped out, he saw Su Lang surrounded by a group of people glaring at him. Some had even picked up stones from the roadside. "Put it down." With Qingyan's furious shout, the person's wrist shook and the stones slipped from his grasp. The people here might not recognize Su Lang, but with Qingyan's fame, they all knew that the person standing before them had the power to decide who would receive that opportunity. Su Lang watched the stone roll to the side of the road, and it was only at that moment that he realized the hatred those restless people had for him could no longer be expressed in words. They wanted to take action, even to kill themselves. Perhaps in their eyes, their identities only had three possible interpretations. 1. They are an obstacle set by the key group, preventing them from changing and stopping them from seizing that opportunity. 2. They are competitors, wanting to participate in the recruitment of test subjects, using unscrupulous means to persuade them to give up and increase their own chances of being selected. 3. They are hypocritical proof for the key group, which superficially claims to give them this opportunity, but actually interferes and sets up obstacles everywhere. In short, no matter which guess it is filled with absolute vigilance and malice. Su Lang lowered his head, and the little boy he had helped earlier also clenched his fists, ready to strike. The bandage on the boy's head was something Su Lang had wrapped himself not long ago, and for the first time, he felt the white bandage was so glaring. Qingyan walked to Su Lang's side and raised his hand to protect Su Lang behind him. Immediately after, he calmly drew a handgun from his waist. The sound of the gun being cocked echoed, and the surroundings fell into silence, the earlier noise instantly vanished. Everyone stared nervously at Gu Qingyan and at the gun in his hand. Gu Qingyan slowly pressed his arm down, finally resting the gun's muzzle against the boy's forehead. The cold muzzle, the white bandage, the warm skin, layer upon layer, touching each other. "Tell me, who bandaged your wound?" Gu Qingyan's expression was stern, carrying an irresistible authority. For the first time, a timid expression appeared on the boy's face, because he could tell that Gu Qingyan was different from Su Lang. Gu Qingyan would really kill him at any moment. Gu Qingyan dared to pull the trigger. The boy looked up at Su Lang, but in the end, he stubbornly pointed at Su Lang and said, "It was him, but he is testing me or lying to me. He wants to sway me with a little kindness." Su Lang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He never expected that his goodwill would be seen this way by others. As for how things developed to this point, it could only be said to be unexpected yet reasonable. "You really want to participate in this experiment, don't you?" Gu Qingyan confirmed once again. The boy nodded firmly, even leaning forward slightly, pressing his forehead harder against the gun's muzzle. "I can give up everything for this opportunity. I believe the experiment will succeed with me. This is an opportunity for me and for you. No one can stop me unless he kills me, or I kill him. Unless he kills me," was directed at Gu Qingyan, or "I kill him," was directed at Su Lang. Su Lang, who received an inexplicable death threat, was not particularly displeased. Instead, he nodded calmly. Although he could not accept it, he was willing to understand. Gu Qingyan glanced at Su Lang, then withdrew the handgun and affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. "Very good, you are admitted." Each word was clear and resonant. The boy's mood could no longer be simply described as excitement. He repeatedly asked Gu Qingyan for confirmation. "Really? Are you sure there are no other assessments?" Gu Qingyan nodded and told him, "Yes, it's true." Then, Gu Qingyan turned to Lawrence, saying, "You arrange it. Take him to register his personal information and start the experiment as soon as possible." Lawrence naturally had no objections to this. For him, it didn't matter who was chosen. He would take a commission from each selected individual. What he cared about was quantity, not a specific person. As the boy was taken away by Lawrence, the crowd around them immediately became restless. The middle-aged man who had just acted violently towards the boy also approached, grabbing Gu Qingyan's sleeve and excitedly shouting, "I have a blood relationship with him. He can do it. I can do it too. And someone like him, whose bodily functions are not fully developed. I'm healthier than him, and my data will be more stable. Just look at me. Give me a chance to." The middle-aged man kept promoting himself, and his blood relationship had become a trump card in his hands at this moment. He completely ignored his previous brutality towards the boy, disregarding kinship. However, this time Gu Qingyan did not intend to linger outside for too long. After confirming that Su Lang was safe, he immediately shook off the middle-aged man's entanglement and said to Su Lang, "Let's go back." Su Lang said nothing but quietly followed Gu Qingyan back toward the building. This time, Gu Qingyan did not take him to the living area, but directly brought him into the work area. Unlike the method Su Lang and the others used to verify their identities, the entrance to the work area was not limited to passing through a room in the living area with an identity card. There was another entrance. However, this entrance was located on the ground. Yes, it did not open like an ordinary door on the wall. Its entrance resembled a cellar, requiring both identity card recognition and mechanism verification. This was completely impossible for Su Lang and Zhang Cheng'an's team, who had no information at the time. They did not have the good fortune to find the mechanism and coincidentally drop an identity card from sky. They could only keep exploring and ultimately lose lives to find their way. Following Gu Qingyan, as the door on the ground opened, a lift appeared before him. He and Gu Qingyan stepped on, and the lift descended slowly. Half a minute later, the lift came to a stop. A long corridor appeared before them. With an elevator at the end of the corridor, Gu Qingyan raised his hand and swiped his identity card to open the cover outside the elevator. Then, with a pupil recognition, a mechanical voice sounded. "Chief Researcher Gu Qingyan. Identity verification successful." Chapter 33. The game. The elevator doors opened, and Su Lang followed Gu Qingyan into the elevator. Immediately, the doors closed, and it began its descent. Unlike the elevator in the villa where Gu Qingyan had been, which led to an underground laboratory, this elevator was completely enclosed, revealing only layer after layer of walls. without the overhead light column. Su Lang had no doubt that it would be pitch dark inside. The ceiling here was very strict, indicating the danger and unspeakability of the experiments to be conducted here. The elevator came to a stop, and the doors opened. Qingyan stepped out first, with Su Lang following closely behind. After passing through the connecting corridor, they entered the preparation room, where they needed to change into radiation protection suits before entering the laboratory hall. This process inevitably reminded Su Lang of an underground shelter. However, unlike the shelter, which was meant for escape, this was for entry. Outside was still safe, but people inside were creating danger. In the future, the outside would be the real danger, and people would do everything possible to ensure safety inside. Su Lang smiled wryly and shook his head, dispelling all the distracting thoughts. He changed into the radiation protection suit with ease and followed Qingyan into the laboratory hall. Many personnel in radiation protection suits were already busy here. They had to complete their preparations, and once the experimental subjects were selected, they would immediately begin the experiments. Qingyan explained. Su Lang nodded. He understood that the key group pursued work efficiency. Seeing Su Lang's lack of enthusiasm, Qingyan tentatively asked, "Are you still thinking about that boy?" Su Lang shook his head. "I'm not a reincarnation of a saint, and in his state at that time, if I hadn't let him go, he could have killed me. Do you believe that?" "I do, and he was already prepared to do so," Qingyan replied bluntly. Then he looked at Su Lang seriously. "Perhaps from your perspective, placing all hope on radiation mutations seems very foolish. That's because you've received proper knowledge and know the outcome, but they haven't. I'm sure that even if we laid the facts before them, they would only think those people were unlucky. If it were them, the outcome would be different." Su Lang certainly knew that Qingyan was not wrong. This world was like that. People had been driven mad by despair, unwilling to let go of any opportunity, even if that so-called opportunity was just a lie constructed by some. Qingyan led Su Lang further inside. The size of this underground laboratory was far beyond Su Lang's expectations. It was much larger than the laboratory beneath Qingyan's villa, and the personnel were better equipped. Everyone had their own responsibilities, and they merely nodded in acknowledgement upon seeing Qingyan. The underground laboratory was divided into numerous small rooms, each equipped with different instruments and medicines. To accommodate experimental subjects in varying health conditions, we also need to prepare corresponding personnel, equipment, and medicines, Qingyan said as they walked. Su Lang nodded. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he asked Qingyan if someone really has an incurable disease like late-stage cancer, and they are fortunate enough to be selected as an experimental subject, would the key group really provide them with free medical care? Of course, Qingyan answered without hesitation. For many, astronomical medical expenses were just a drop in the bucket for the key group. At the same time, Qingyan candidly told Su Lang, however, the value of such experimental subjects is not high. I do not rule out choosing one or two of them, but no more than that. After all, this is a scientific experiment, not a charitable project. Qingyan did not finish his sentence, but Su Lang understood what he meant. The KUI group was ultimately a commercial entity. All their experiments were aimed at producing a marketable product. Since they were making a product, they had to consider the audience for that product. For a certain family, if one person fell seriously ill, every member of that family would likely have a deep memory of that illness. However, from a broader perspective, most people in the world were healthy. The KUI group would not invest vast human and material resources to create a niche product. Only with a sufficiently large audience could they obtain enough profit. Therefore, regardless of the outcome, at least from the starting point, they targeted the general public. The so-called unlimited selection of experimental subjects was merely to demonstrate that the key group had the capability to develop a product for everyone. As for whether this product was truly applicable to everyone, that depended on the difference between actual efficacy and commercial packaging. As Su Lang spent more time in this era, he began to understand the operational rules here more clearly. While recruitment for the external laboratory was in full swing, Qingyan did not make an appearance, and Su Lang followed him to familiarize himself with the underground laboratory. Along the way, Su Lang asked many questions, most of which were related to the mechanisms and access of the underground laboratory. Qingyan noticed that Su Lang's curiosity about the underground laboratory was a bit excessive. "What's wrong?" Did something happen in the future? Gu Qingyan immediately sensed the connection. Su Lang had promised Gu Qingyan not to conceal anything, so he straightforwardly revealed the truth. Although I don't know why the underground shelter is investigating here. I guess there must be important information to be obtained. Otherwise, they wouldn't expend so much manpower and resources or sacrifice so many lives. After listening to Su Lang, Gu Qingyan fell into a brief silence. After a moment, he looked at Su Lang again, but this time he did not speak directly. Instead, he led Su Lang into a corner office. Once inside the office, Su Lang was about to ask a question when Gu Qingyan gestured for him to be quiet. Su Lang immediately understood and swallowed his words. After the two entered the office's private restroom, Gu Qingyan finally relaxed and said to Su Lang, "There are many cameras in the laboratory, and I'm also not sure who around us can be trusted and who cannot. Only here is temporarily safe." Su Lang nodded. He guessed that Gu Qingyan had become so cautious because he had some plans. Sure enough, Gu Qingyan then took out his ID badge and asked Su Lang, "Can you carry something to split?" Su Lang understood that Gu Qingyan meant to give his ID badge to him to take to the future. However, before that, Fan Yu had already told him that with the current splitting technology, it could only ensure that the human body would not be damaged or deformed during the classification process. Even the clothes he wore could not guarantee their integrity, let alone an ID badge that contained a chip. Even if the surface remained intact, it could not guarantee its usability. Furthermore, the ID badge recorded all information about a person. It was not just a pass, but also a form of control the key group had over the holder. Especially for high-level holders like Gu Qingyan, if the ID badge were lost, it would not simply be a matter of reporting it lost and getting a replacement. It could likely trigger an internal investigation by the key group, and the consequences could be unpredictable. Thus, Su Lang decisively rejected Gu Qingyan's idea. "I can't take this to the future." Su Lang shoved the ID badge back into Gu Qingyan's hand. His rationality told him that the risk of doing so was simply too great. What about stealing someone else's ID badge? Gu Qingyan has always been unconventional in his approach to things. He immediately proposed a second idea and had already selected the target character. Stealing from TNI Mountain Stream seemed good, with high authority, and I also dislike him. Su Lang shook his head. He and Gu Qingyan were not professional thieves. And such an important item like the identity card could not be poorly managed by TNI Mountain Stream. "Tell me in detail everything you experienced during the investigation." Leaving out no details, Gu Qingyan suddenly spoke up. To be honest, the bathroom was definitely not a good place for a conversation. But Su Lang couldn't care much about that now. Although he didn't understand why Gu Qingyan was asking these questions, he believed Gu Qingyan must have his reasons. So he carefully recalled every detail from his last investigation in the future, starting from when Fan Yu informed him about his father's disappearance, all the way to his return to the shelter. From start to finish, Su Lang did not overlook any details, even including their conversations. He told Gu Qingyan everything he remembered. "Are you saying you encountered a giant centipede that was proportionally enlarged on the way?" Gu Qingyan suddenly lifted his head, looking intently at Su Lang. Yes, Su Lang confirmed. He had indeed seen that creature and had a confrontation, and they ultimately managed to kill the giant centipede together and brought back a sample. Unexpectedly, Gu Qingyan said in a deep voice, "This is our experimental target, and it is also the direction in which we hope the organism will mutate." "What do you mean?" Xu Long was somewhat confused. Gu Qingyan slowly formed an image of the giant centipede in his mind based on Su Lang's description. In simple terms, it means changing the basic characteristics of the organism without affecting its survival, enhancing the organism's adaptability to the environment and physical quality. Gu Qingyan tried to explain more clearly. It was only at this moment that Su Lang suddenly realized, yes, that centipede could completely survive in a highly radioactive environment, and its size had become even larger, giving it an advantage during hunting. Furthermore, its ability to grow to such a size must have involved consuming food and water, which had already been deemed polluted for humans, but had become nutrients for the centipede's growth. Do you understand? That is the ideal state. Gu Qingyan looked at Su Lang with an inexplicable excitement. Environmental pollution was an unchangeable fact, and the accumulation of pollution over the years could not be reversed in a short time. Rather than trying to restore the environment to a clean and livable state, It was better to think about how to adapt to the post-pollution world. This was the core purpose of the Qi group's experiments on mutated breeding of humans. At this moment, Su Lang felt a chill run through him. He had never expected that an encounter on the road would turn out to be the Qi. He had thought it was just a dangerous coincidence. For so many years, the shelter had been conducting ground collection work, and Su Lang's own job was also this. Sometimes he didn't even understand why the shelter would arrange such a simple job. He had even doubted that it was just to give some people in the shelter something to do, allowing them to contribute to the shelter and earn contribution points to satisfy the economic cycle of consumption. But now it seemed that although this work was tedious and the results were not significant, it was essential. The shelter was also seeking a way out, also seeking a perfect result. Clearly, the existence of that centipede proved the possibility of such a perfect outcome. Unexpectedly, the experiment was still ongoing until 2284. Qingyan suddenly spoke, pulling Su Lang's thoughts back. After realizing what Qingyan had said, Su Lang's eyes widened. Are you saying that the Qi group is still conducting experiments? In other words, do you think that centipede is an experimental result? Otherwise, Qingyan countered. Do you think that centipede formed naturally without any human intervention? Su Lang did think so. After all, in his view, the Qi group had vanished after the disaster struck. In the minds of most people, this was a non-existent organization. No one would associate an event with a non-existent group. Because it doesn't exist, it is safe. But you saw Zheng Yuan's corpse, didn't you? He was still working for the Qi group until that moment. Qingyan slightly raised his eyes. You only saw one Zheng Yuan, but from what I know about the Qi group, where there is one Zheng Yuan, there will be countless others. Whatever they want to do, they will do it by any means. Similarly, if they want to hide something, it will also be hard to be discovered. Su Lang understood what Qingyan meant. What the Qi group wanted to do was likely to continue conducting human experiments on mutated breeding. But for some reasons that could not be made public or were too risky to disclose, they no longer dared to publicly recruit experimental subjects as they did now. They chose to conceal, not only hiding the experiments but also their own existence. This was a game spanning 2 eras, but Su Lang could not guess who the player was. In the midst of the fog, Su Lang seemed to hear the sound of pieces falling, clear and heart-stirring. Chapter 34. Destiny Choice. The recruitment of experimental subjects was progressing exceptionally smoothly, with a strong collaboration between Amano Yamagawa and Lawrence. They even completed the recruitment targets ahead of schedule. All selected experimental subjects were deeply grateful to Amano Yamagawa and Lawrence reaped significant benefits from this. While Amano Yamagawa personally led them through physical examinations, screenings, and data recording. Amano Yamagawa's inherent charm greatly increased the goodwill of all the experimental subjects towards him. Compared to the often cold-faced Qingyan, the subjects clearly preferred to communicate and interact with Amano Yamagawa. I really hope to collaborate with Mr. Amano. Me too. I feel Mr. Amano is very gentle and professional. I want to know how the distribution of experimental subjects and researchers is conducted. It would be great if the subjects had a choice. I would definitely choose Mr. Amano. In just 3 short days, Amano Yamagawa gained immense popularity among the experimental subjects. In response, he displayed remarkable humility. Every researcher here possesses profound wisdom and professional operational skills. And there was no obvious specific direction in the distribution of experimental subjects and researchers. No matter who they were assigned to, everyone hoped for good collaboration. After all, if the experiment succeeded, it would be a life-changing opportunity for both the subjects and the researchers. Throughout, Amano Yamagawa's gentle smile never faded. In contrast, Qingyan appeared noticeably colder when facing them, as if merely completing an essential procedure. As the distribution of experimental subjects and researchers was completed, various discussions filled the entire experimental hall, with joy mingled with regret, each person's face displaying different expressions. Thank God, I was assigned to Mr. Amano. You're so lucky. I'm envious. Who is this researcher? I don't think I've heard his name before. It feels like the hope for success is slim. Not necessarily. Many times, miracles are born from those who are not expected to succeed. I was assigned to Qingyan. Oh my God, I can't imagine how to face him. Yes, he's so cold. He really looks intimidating. Is there any chance to switch? I really hope to change researchers. After all, this is my only opportunity to change my life. Forget it. Accept your fate. We have no choices, and luck is also a kind of strength. Let's cooperate well until the results of the experiment come out. Nothing is certain. The brief interactions allowed these experimental subjects to establish an inexplicable bond. Regardless of truth or falsehood, they encouraged and comforted each other at this moment. No one wanted to offend others at this time, as everyone believed that a superhero could very well emerge from here. But who could be certain who that superhero was? Who was the lucky one? Knowing the truth, Su Lang stood beside Qingyan, coldly watching this scene. Witnesses, just as Su Lang and Qingyan had said before. They were indeed participants of this era, as well as witnesses of it. Alone, one could hardly save a crumbling building. All they could do was live up to themselves. Every experimental subject assigned to Qingyan would face a question from him. Are you sure you want to participate in this experiment? If you want to withdraw now, I can help you. Whether one said Qingyan was using his privileges or something else, in his view, being assigned to him meant they had a certain fate. Therefore, he was willing to use his privileges to give them an opportunity to back out. But just as he anticipated, no one chose to withdraw. In fact, every person revealed a look of disgust when faced with his question. Perhaps to them, it was Qingyan's lack of trust in them, believing they could not become successful experimental subjects. No one liked to be denied, especially before the experiment had even begun. Even so, Qingyan did not overlook any experimental subject he had. He repeated the question over and over until the last experimental subject nodded heavily. I do not wish to give up. I will bear all consequences. No one can succeed easily. I know this process will be painful, but it is a necessary path. Isn't it? Looking at the determined expression on the other's face, Qingyan did not say another word. He had done what he could. The rest was left to fate. As the experiment officially began, these individuals gradually realized what the real world was like. In this experiment, Qingyan and Amano Yamagawa led two different groups of experimental subjects. Qingyan arranged detailed experimental schedules for each researcher, while Amano Yamagawa encouraged them to unleash their talents without imposing too many restrictions on his team. At a meeting, Amano Yamagawa even openly stated, "What I want is the same thing that the key group wants, which is results. Regardless of how the experiment proceeds, everything is result-oriented." Immediately, a researcher raised an objection. Scientific experiments should be planned and progressive. If conducted recklessly, it could lead to unnecessary losses. The other party's words were quite tactful. They were conducting human trials, and the so-called unnecessary losses could very well mean inflicting pain on others or even directly causing the end of someone's life. Yet, Amano Yamagawa dismissed the researcher's comments. All experiments carry uncertainty. If we already knew the results from the start, there would be no need for experiments. Necessary losses during the experimental process are completely normal. As long as we can obtain results, these losses are nothing. Amano Yamagawa's nonchalant demeanor shocked everyone. The losses he mentioned were, in fact, other people's lives and existence. Whether people, animals, or objects, in his eyes, there was no difference. They were merely a set of data on the experimental table. Looking at the expressions on everyone's faces, Amano Yamagawa smiled and said, "Life is only a few decades long. Do you really want to waste your time on unnecessary sympathy? Those experimental subjects will not be grateful to you. But if you can achieve something, you can certainly be remembered in history." Amano Yamagawa turned to his team again. "What I want is a result. Whoever can deliver this result, not only will the key group reward them, but the Amano family will also grant them a hefty personal reward. Fame, wealth, and power are within reach." Qingyan watched all of this coldly. For him, the current situation couldn't be clearer. There was a competitive relationship between him and Amano Yamagawa. Amano Yamagawa hoped to establish his reputation through this experiment and gain the key group's trust. For both the experimental subjects and the researchers sitting here, there was no difference to Amano Yamagawa. These people were merely stepping stones and stones underfoot for his ascent. However, it was evident that, under such circumstances, some researchers were tempted. Even among Qingyan's side, someone spoke up to ask him, should we also consider some unconventional methods? Gu Qingyan was their leader and the head of the team. Without his consent, they dared not act on their own, as any issues that arose would certainly lead to accountability. Amano Yamagawa's side had already made it clear. Everyone, act boldly. Human lives are actually consumable resources. Many times, breaking the norm can bring unexpected surprises. We need to position ourselves correctly. Who is lying on the experimental table and who is standing by its side? Inspired by Amano Yamagawa, the team over there is eager to try, as if they have already seen the dawn of victory. In contrast, on Gu Qingyan's side, some individuals look serious, as this matter concerns their future. For them, as Amano Yamagawa said, life is fleeting with only so many opportunities. If missed, they do not know when they will come across them again. Gu Qingyan calmly scanned his team members, his gaze lingering on one face after another. From those faces, he saw yearning, desire, disdain, and contempt. Everyone has their own choices, which is understandable. He can decide for himself, but cannot decide for others. After a moment, Gu Qingyan said decisively, all experiments will proceed as planned, and the experimental process must be reported. Both the process and the results are equally important. What I need is a replicable process, not a result that is fleeting like a miracle. Amano Yamagawa's words were directed at Gu Qingyan, and Gu Qingyan's words were also intended for Amano Yamagawa. Two people, two completely different choices. Observing the different expressions of the researchers on either side of the conference table, Gu Qingyan probably understood their thoughts. He has never liked to force others. So, as the meeting was about to end, Gu Qingyan suddenly spoke. I'm willing to give you an opportunity to choose again. Everyone can freely choose to join my team or Mr. Amano's team. I believe that only when one's ideals and work are aligned can better results be produced. Rather than confining these people to an undesirable work environment due to certain systems, it is better to let them work in an environment they truly yearn for. Gu Qingyan leaned back in his chair, his expression calm as water. He looked at the researchers in front of him, lightly tapping his pen on the table, making a clicking sound to avoid the entire scene being too quiet or awkward. The researchers first exchanged glances, seemingly trying to convey some message through their eyes, but the current situation was clearly not something that could be clarified merely through eye contact. In the end, they all fell silent, observing with their eyes, noses, mouths, and hearts. Gu Qingyan understood that these people simply did not want to offend him, and the current situation was unclear. In their view, choosing Amano Yamagawa would be equivalent to betraying themselves. Similarly, the members on Amano Yamagawa's side probably had the same thoughts. Seeing this, Gu Qingyan simply stood up. He put down his pen and said to everyone present, I can give you 10 minutes to discuss, to facilitate your communication and thinking. I personally guarantee that if you choose to join Mr. Amano's team, I will have no complaints and will take no retaliatory measures. After speaking, Gu Qingyan pointed to the surveillance camera at the back of the conference room. Words alone are not enough. My guarantee has all been recorded. I will capture this footage and submit it to Key Group as evidence, which you can all access. No one wants to be seen as untrustworthy, especially when evidence is public. Just as Mr. Amano said, I just want to give you all a chance to choose your own lives. I am loyal to myself, and I hope you can be loyal to yourselves too. Gu Qingyan then turned to Amano Yamagawa. Mr. Amano, let us step out together and leave the space for them. I believe you also wish to lead a team with unified thoughts. Amano Yamagawa nodded. Of course, I am very willing to cooperate with Mr. Gu and admire his generosity. As Amano Yamagawa and Gu Qingyan walked out of the conference room one after the other, the originally quiet room suddenly became noisy. Everyone had their own calculations, and facing such a choice, they did not dare to be careless, cautiously probing each other while reserving their thoughts when others asked them. Someone asked, do you think Gu Qingyan's words are credible? The room fell silent at the question. After a moment, Zheng Yuan, who was sitting at the end, suddenly spoke. I can vouch for my senior brother, not to mention that he is not that kind of person, but also because he despises doing such things. In fact, your choices have no bearing on my senior brother, whether you choose him or Amano Yamagawa. It makes no difference to him. So, as my senior brother said, just be loyal to yourselves. Zheng Yuan was the person who had known Gu Qingyan the longest. Yet he was also the one with the shortest time working on the scene, so he could only sit at the end of the conference room. His sudden speech drew the attention of others, and upon learning of his identity and relationship with Gu Qingyan, everyone naturally had nothing more to say. 10 minutes later, Gu Qingyan and Amano Yamagawa re-entered the conference room. Gu Qingyan raised his eyes and saw that every person present no longer had the previous confusion on their faces. Clearly, they had made their decisions. Starting from Gu Qingyan's left side, each researcher stated their choice. In the end, out of more than 60 researchers, only 7 chose to join Gu Qingyan's team. Gu Qingyan was not surprised by this outcome. He stood up calmly and cupped his hands to everyone, wishing everyone success in their careers and progress in every step. Chapter 35 Family Dinner. As the experiment officially began, Su Lang thought Gu Qingyan would immediately get busy. To his surprise, Gu Qingyan not only didn't get busy, but instead returned home on time every day, feeling even more relaxed than before. Finally, one day at 5:30 in the afternoon, when Gu Qingyan started reading books and newspapers before dinner, Su Lang couldn't help but speak up. Su Lang, I heard that Tianai Shanjian often works overnight. Gu Qingyan, Mr. Tianai is still so passionate about work. At this rate, who knows how much Qi Group will compensate if he works himself to death. Su Lang, I'm serious. You should be in a competitive relationship, right? Gu Qingyan, work. Well, friendship first, competition second. Although there is no friendship between me and him, I can't be bothered to compete. Su Lang, if the results of this experiment led by Tianai Shanjian's team are better than yours, wouldn't it affect your career? Gu Qingyan, in life, it's normal to gain some and lose some. If he likes what I have now, then just give it to him. Be magnanimous. Su Lang finally couldn't hold back. Gu Qingyan's attitude was completely unlike that of someone who was working. Su Lang, don't you care about power, status, and wealth? What about the people around you? Don't they care? Gu Qingyan, when they chose me, they already knew they were choosing failure. I think they understand this better than you do. Su Lang, what do you mean? Gu Qingyan, they chose failure. They chose conscience. Su Lang felt that Gu Qingyan seemed to have deeper meanings in his words, but it was true that Gu Qingyan was in a good mood lately. Just as he wanted to ask more, Gu Qingyan simply went into the kitchen. Today, let you taste my cooking. Luna, you go rest. Tonight I'll show you all. Tell Su Lang to call Zheng Yuan over too. We'll eat together. I'll make 6 dishes and 1 soup. That should be enough, right? Hearing Gu Qingyan's shouts from the kitchen, Su Lang felt a throbbing pain in his temples. What is wrong with this person lately? He is worried about his mood, but it's too good. That's not normal. Luna came out of the kitchen, looking at Su Lang with hesitation. Looking for Zheng Yuan, right? Su Lang stood up, put on his coat, and changed his shoes, ready to go out. With his loud voice, there was no need for a message. Luna smiled. Today is an honor to taste Mr. Gu's cooking. Don't be too honored. Let us eat first, Su Lang said, very clear-headed. What if we all end up in the hospital? The medical conditions here are not as good as before. The 4 of us might end up in the same ward. Lying in a row, that would be quite a sight. Su Lang walked out. He knew where Zheng Yuan lived. Zheng Yuan was in the same team as Gu Qingyan. Since Gu Qingyan left work on time every day, he figured Zheng Yuan was also quite free. Sure enough, when Su Lang knocked on Zheng Yuan's door, it took less than 10 seconds for Zheng Yuan to come and open it. Zheng Yuan, Su Gu, what brings you here? Su Lang, your senior brother misses you. Zheng Yuan scratched his head, a bit confused. I don't understand. Come in, let us talk, Su Lang said, not want to go home. So he stepped into Zheng Yuan's room. Not looking was one thing, but seeing it was shocking. Our great scientific worker, Zheng Yuan, was diligently watching cartoons in his spare time. Are you all this free? Su Lang couldn't understand. He came here with the mindset of hard work. When Gu Qingyan said he'd take him on a business trip, he even fantasized about following Gu Qingyan every day, eating plain food, immersed in a lab day and night, while Gu Qingyan's eyes turned red from exhaustion, and he would send Gu Qingyan to the hospital at the critical moment. No matter how you looked at it, the focus was on hard work. But what's the situation now? Eating well, drinking well, and Gu Qingyan had more time awake than at work, while his underlings were so free they started watching cartoons before dark. Our situation is quite complicated, Zheng Yuan said, lowering his head, not sure what he was thinking, but the smile on his face was bright, just like Gu Qingyan. Is the work atmosphere so pleasant? Su Lang was even more puzzled. Compared to the previous serious demeanor, why do they all seem to be in such a good mood lately? Unexpectedly, Zheng Yuan nodded. It's quite good. The colleagues in the team are great, and what we do is still worth it for ourselves. Su Lang wanted to say something more, but Zheng Yuan cut him off. Senior brother said, not to discuss work after hours. If you're really curious, let senior brother take you to the lab. It can't be explained in just a few words. After saying that, Zheng Yuan simply operated the page, returning to the selection menu, with a row of cartoon names displayed on the screen. Go look, is there anything you like? I recommend this one, Tian Di Ling. It's really good. Don't be fooled by its animation. It's actually very intense. The fight scenes are amazing. National righteousness, love, and hatred. It's really full of ups and downs. I've been rewatching it for the past few days. Listening to Zheng Yuan excitedly recommend cartoons, Su Lang was completely bewildered. He initially wanted to ask something from Zheng Yuan, but it seemed there was no hope. Your senior brother is cooking today. He said he asked making us 6 dishes and 1 soup. Clean up and come eat with me, Su Lang said, feeling powerless, with no excitement at all. Zheng Yuan, what? Senior brother is cooking? Oh my God, I have this blessing? Seeing Zheng Yuan excitedly flailing his arms, Su Lang felt even more powerless. First Luna, then Zheng Yuan, they all seemed to be so supportive. Did Qingyan save their lives or something? Quickly clean up. I'll take you over, Su Lang said. He didn't want to stay there for another minute. Otherwise, Zheng Yuan would definitely drag him to watch some cartoon. Sure enough, Zheng Yuan even chose which one to watch, Tian Di Ling. Perhaps because Qingyan was cooking, Zheng Yuan was particularly meticulous while cleaning up. It was Su Lang's first time seeing someone take a shower before going to eat. He really wanted to ask, are you going to light incense, bathe, and fast too? But he didn't dare to say it, fearing that Zheng Yuan would really do that. Half an hour later, Zheng Yuan came out, smelling fragrant, looking exceptionally stylish. You're going to eat, not to walk the runway. Su Lang couldn't help but remind him. Zheng Yuan, looking serious, said, this isn't just any meal. It's senior brother-esque cooking, 6 dishes and 1 soup. And I'm specially invited. Su Lang watched Zheng Yuan, who seemed to want to say something but held back until just before leaving, finally saying, go check your brain when you have time. The distance between the 2 rooms wasn't far, so the journey didn't take long. All the way, Zheng Yuan practically bounced over, and Su Lang wanted to hold him back several times, but ultimately refrained. Forget it. Let the kid have a good time. Days like this, filled with innocence, are rare. Every time he saw Zheng Yuan, Su Lang couldn't help but think of that lonely corpse in the elevator cabin. What happened during that time that turned Zheng Yuan from such a vibrant young man into someone so desolate and helpless? Sugo, is my hairstyle messy? Zheng Yuan suddenly turned around at the door, fiddling with his hair. Not all, looking too handsome. I could just take you to participate in a handsome guy contest and then set you up with 108 beautiful women. Su Lang didn't even know what he was saying, being sincere in his insincerity. Yet Zheng Yuan took it to heart, repeatedly saying, that's good, that's good. As soon as the door was pushed open, a delicious aroma of food wafted over. Not only Zheng Yuan, but even Su Lang was stunned. Qingyan really has some skills? Su Lang recalled the breakfast Qingyan made for him and unexpectedly felt a hint of anticipation for his culinary skills. After all, it was 6 dishes and 1 soup, which would definitely take some time. Another 20 minutes passed, and with Qingyan's announcement of mealtime, dish after dish was brought out. Wow, it really was a feast for the eyes and palate. Without even tasting a bite, Zheng Yuan was already praising it. Su Lang looked at Zheng Yuan and said helplessly, young man, do you want to take a bite before you speak? No need, I have confidence in my senior brother. Zheng Yuan replied proudly, someone like my senior brother can do anything well. Before Su Lang could say anything, Qingyan came out and gave Zheng Yuan a thumbs up, saying, at such a young age, to have such insight is not easy. Su Lang really did not want to sit with these two. It was embarrassing, too embarrassing. Su Lang had never imagined that Qingyan could praise himself in such a roundabout way. Want to try? Qingyan handed Su Lang a pair of chopsticks. Su Lang took the chopsticks, picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs from the plate in front of him, and put it in his mouth. He had to admit, the flavor of the sweet and sour pork ribs was really good. There are no strange flavors, just a dish that looked good and tasted great. This time, Su Lang sincerely praised Gu Qingyan, saying delicious, especially authentic. I told you, when a master makes a move, you know whether it's good or not. Gu Qingyan immediately floated with pride, then pushed another dish in front of Su Lang, saying, try this one too. It's the specialty dish called Clearing Minds. Clearing Minds? Su Lang looked at the plate of soy sauce, shredded potatoes, in confusion. It was just an ordinary home-cooked dish. Was that name really appropriate? It was just stir-fried shredded potatoes. What did it have to do with minds? Facing Gu Qingyan's expectant gaze, Su Lang placed the leftover bones into the bone dish and picked up a chopstick of Clearing Minds. As soon as he bit down, Su Lang immediately sensed something was off. This taste. Seeing Su Lang's expression change, Gu Qingyan immediately seemed to take credit, saying, how is it? Surprised, right? This is my invented specialty dish, also a creative dish, stir-fried shredded potatoes with shredded ginger, also known as Clearing Minds. Su Lang finally understood. Shredded potatoes and shredded ginger, when cut finely, look almost identical, especially when coated in soy sauce. So Clearing Minds was like a gamble. With each chopstick, you were betting on whether you would pick up shredded potatoes or shredded ginger. Su Lang's last chopstick was a 20-80 split. 2 parts were shredded potatoes, and 8 parts were shredded ginger. Eating it was quite painful for him. Out of table manners, he forced himself to swallow it. Su Lang picked up his water cup, wanted to wash down the taste in his mouth. But after 2 large gulps, he sensed something was wrong. This water, why was it so bitter? Seeing Su Lang's gradually stiffening expression, Luna quietly said, that's bitter melon juice. Mr. Gu said he noticed you seemed a bit overheated lately, so drinking some bitter melon juice can help cool you down. Thanks a lot. Su Lang looked at Gu Qingyan with a sense of despair, genuinely curious about what was going on in this person's head. Cooling down. He wasn't sure if he was really overheated before, but he could guarantee that he was definitely overheated now. This overheating was thanks to the bitter melon juice. With creative dishes and cooling juices, Su Lang was now hesitant to act rashly. He never thought he would use the term act rashly in front of a table full of dishes. But Gu Qingyan managed to make that happen. No wonder they say he is a young talent. He really does have some skills. However, he only has 2 skills. Not a single one more. Su Lang tried to calm himself down, putting down his chopsticks and turning to Gu Qingyan. Be honest with me. How many creative dishes are left here? Or how many of your little surprises do you have? Gu Qingyan started counting the dishes in front of him. This stir-fried bullfrog is normal stir-frying, and it's also normal bullfrog. This watermelon and lily soup is a creative dish. And this soup on the surface looks like a regular tomato and egg soup, but in reality, I've layered it with aloe vera on the bottom, adding more plant elements for better nutrition. Oh, and you absolutely have to try the banana eggplant boxes. The flavor is truly amazing. Watching Gu Qingyan praise his own cooking without reservation, Su Lang was genuinely at a loss for words. Where does this confidence come from? Will he be able to be as confident as him? Praising a pile of random things without a hint of shame. He didn't understand this world, nor did he understand Gu Qingyan. Of course, the one he understood the least was Zheng Yuan. The kid was currently devouring the Clearing Minds dish and constantly reporting on his progress. Senior brother, I just ate shredded potatoes, so good. Senior brother, that chopstick I picked up was all shredded ginger, so spicy. So interesting. Su Lang was curious. Was Zheng Yuan eating food or social skills? Each chopstick seemed to be filled with emotional intelligence, but when he looked closely, it seemed Zheng Yuan was genuinely enjoying it and having a great time. By the way, didn't you want to know about the experiment? I'll take you to the lab tomorrow, Gu Qingyan suddenly said. There are many things I can't explain clearly. It's easier for you to see for yourself. Although Su Lang didn't understand why both Gu Qingyan and Zheng Yuan were saying this to him, he nodded. Okay, I'll go to the lab with you tomorrow. Chapter 36. Fleshwood. After tasting the delicious dishes cooked by Gu Qingyan during the day, Su Lang felt unsatisfied. At 1 o'clock in the morning, he woke up from his sleep, hungry, and went to the kitchen to make himself a bowl of instant noodles. After finishing the noodles, for some reason, Su Lang found himself wide awake and decided to sit on the bed and read. The soft bed, the gentle nightlight, the warm and dry room, and the book in his hand. All of these were things Su Lang had never dared to imagine. Even the commander in the underground shelter did not have such good conditions. As he looked at the words on the page, Su Lang felt a sense of unease. He seemed particularly restless tonight. Even reading was difficult, and he had to read the same page several times before he could understand it. Su Lang knew that it wasn't his reading ability that was the problem, but that his mind wasn't on the book. He constantly felt he could hear screams and cries, and many images he had never seen before appeared in last night's dream. Why was this happening? Could it be that Qingyan's food was poisoned? He hadn't eaten any poisonous mushrooms, so why was he having hallucinations? Su Lang walked to the window, opened it, and let the cool breeze brush against his face. This helped him to feel more awake, but he still couldn't calm down. Under the dim streetlight, a group of people was walking towards him, laughing and joking. Su Lang couldn't see their faces clearly, but he knew that at this hour, the only people who could be coming to this building were the experimenters. As expected, as they got closer, Su Lang confirmed that the leader was Qingyan. They seemed to be in a good mood, with laughter that was loud enough for Su Lang to hear. Perhaps because Su Lang had turned on the light, Qingyan noticed him at the window, stopped, and politely waved at Su Lang to greet him. Su Lang waved back politely and waited a few minutes before closing the window. They seemed so happy. There must be results from the experiment, right? Compared to the culinary rising star, Qingyan. Sunang Saif. Early the next morning, Su Lang showed up at Qingyan's door with dark circles under his eyes. "You woke up pretty early," Qingyan yawned as he opened the door. It was evident that Qingyan had slept well last night and looked in good spirits. Su Lang entered Qingyan's house and weakly said, "It's not that I woke up early, I hardly slept. I went to bed at 10 and woke up at 1. Then couldn't fall back asleep." Su Lang naturally omitted mentioning waking up hungry and having a midnight snack sitting down at the table. Qingyan, seeing Su Lang's tired appearance, tentatively suggested, "How about we don't go today? Or you can go in the afternoon. There's no rush." Su Lang understood that Qingyan's class schedule was quite casual. "We must go today." Su Lang rallied his spirits and lectured Qingyan sternly. "It's already 8:30. You start work at 9, and you're still dawdling here." Qingyan waved his hand dismissively. "No rush. Let us have breakfast first." After saying that, Qingyan really went to prepare breakfast. Fortunately, he had informed Su Lang in advance that there wouldn't be any creative dishes that morning. At 8:59, Su Lang and Qingyan arrived right in front of the laboratory. At 8:59 and 59 seconds, Qingyan completed his clock in for work. "Last night, I saw Qingyan and the others only return around 1, looking quite excited. There must be some progress in the experiment," Su Lang said while changing into his radiation protection suit. Qingyan made a face of disgust and disdainfully replied with a grunt. He didn't say anything else and looked too lazy to speak. It was precisely because of his attitude that Su Lang became even more curious about what was going on. After changing into the radiation protection suit and entering the laboratory, it was precisely the working hours. The team led by Qingyan was in stark contrast to the one led by Qingyan. The people on Qingyan's side looked particularly lazy, huddled in groups of 3 or 5 chatting about something. As Su Lang walked in, he overheard Zheng Yuan promoting some animated series called Heaven and Earth Order to everyone. "Is it really that easy to earn money from Key Group? Can you just slack off?" Su Lang began to have doubts. Meanwhile, on Qingyan's side, it was completely different. Even though they had just gotten off work past 1 last night, now almost all the members had already entered their respective laboratories. Su Lang tugged at the sleeve of Qingyan's radiation suit and used the internal voice communication line to ask him, "Aren't you going to manage this?" "Manage what? My team is like this. They learn from each other. It's perfectly normal," Qingyan said nonchalantly. Su Lang was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that the source of the problem lay with Qingyan. "If you want to see the experiment, you definitely won't see anything here. You should follow Zheng Yuan and let him take you to Qingyan's side to have a look." Qingyan, knowing Su Lang's purpose for coming, directly got to the point and confessed the situation in the laboratory. "Why don't you take me?" "Why let Zheng Yuan take me?" Su Lang asked in confusion. "Because I feel disgusted when I see him," Qingyan replied bluntly. Su Lang didn't understand how deep the animosity must be for Qingyan to dislike this person so much. Since Qingyan was unwilling, Su Lang wouldn't force it. Su Lang found Zheng Yuan, explained his intentions, and Zheng Yuan readily led him over to Tian Yushanjian's side. Zheng Yuan politely explained the situation to Tian Yushanjian, but this politeness lasted for less than 2 minutes. After handing Su Lang over, Zheng Yuan left in a hurry. Both of them made it very clear that they didn't want to have anything to do with Tian Yushanjian. Mr. Su seems very interested in my experiment? Tian Yushanjian asked with a smile. Yes, I am indeed a bit curious, but if it's inconvenient for Mr. Tian, then never mind. After all, experiments need to maintain confidentiality, Su Lang replied graciously. He was prepared for Tian Yushanjian to refuse, but unexpectedly, Tian Yushanjian agreed, saying, the experimental results cannot be made public at the moment, and naturally, confidentiality must be maintained, but Mr. Su is brought here by Mr. Gu, and I believe Mr. Su will not speak recklessly. Moreover, I am very willing to share the experimental results with Mr. Su. Tian Yushanjian's words were very polite. But regardless of whether Su Lang had any intentions of leaking the experimental results, the routine personal communication tools that were kept in a laboratory made it impossible for him to take any useful evidence out. Without evidence, even if he spoke extravagantly outside, he would only be regarded as talking nonsense. Furthermore, with Qi Group and the Tian family controlling public opinion, they had no need to worry about confidentiality. Although Su Lang didn't know what kind of scheme Tian Yushanjian was plotting, since he was willing to share the experimental results with Su Lang. That was certainly a good thing. Let me take Mr. Su to see the latest batch of flesh wood, Tian Yushanjian said as he led Su Lang towards the door. Then seemed to lament, the experiment is currently in an explosive phase and the consumption of flesh wood is also very high. Thankfully, Mr. Lawrence is helping. Another batch will probably be sent over tomorrow. Flesh wood? Su Lang was somewhat puzzled. He had never heard of this term before. He even suspected whether he had misheard it or if flesh wood was some kind of specialized terminology. Seeing Su Lang's confused expression, Tian Yushanjian paused to explain. Flesh wood actually refers to experimental subjects. It's just that everyone had too many associations and concerns about the identity of humans before, which made many experimenters hesitant to proceed. So I told them, there's no need to treat these subjects as humans. They can just be seen as wood that grows flesh. This helps eliminate barriers, break through psychological defenses, and also assist them in becoming bolder during the experiments, achieving better results. Aminoima said lightly, as he looked at Su Lang's expression as if waiting for praise. Perhaps in his view, this was a very clever psychological tactic. Su Lang stood by, unsure of how to face Aminoima at this moment. Flesh wood that grows flesh. People who are not treated as humans. Every word Aminoima spoke was so terrifying, yet his smile remained as gentle and polite as before. What's wrong? Aminoima slowly approached Su Lang. Mr. Su, are you also like those fools? I always thought you were different. What do you mean? Su Lang's gaze towards Aminoima became much colder. Aminoima retracted his step, turning back to the small conference room. Before we visit each specific laboratory, I can first show you the results of my past experiments. Aminoima did not directly answer Su Lang's question, but instead changed the subject, inviting Su Lang to watch recordings of his previous experiments. Mr. Su, this is our observation experiment on the new plague virus M031. It meticulously records the various stages of individuals of different ages, genders, and health statuses after being infected with this virus, from initial infection to the final signs and symptoms before death. This experimental result is extremely valuable and provides crucial help for the subsequent development of vaccines and targeted medications. Su Lang watched the recordings that Aminoima presented and did not sense anything wrong. Disease is merciless. The footage showed the elderly, children, men, women, and pregnant women, all infected with the virus and displaying different symptoms at different stages. Watching others suffer from illness is indeed heart-wrenching. But Su Lang understood that this was a helpless situation. He had heard about this virus before, which broke out in a small village and was highly contagious. Finding such precious data and contributing to medical research is indeed a great achievement, Su Lang said. Why go looking for it? Everyone in that village where the virus broke out is dead, and it is spreading to the surrounding areas. If our people directly go in to find different states of infected individuals, wouldn't there be a great risk of infection? Aminoima explained with a smile. Moreover, Even if we found them, I would likely only be able to observe their signs and symptoms at that time. It would be impossible to obtain such complete data while ensuring 100% safety. Listening to Aminoyama, Su Lang was somewhat confused. He clearly saw those patients in the recordings. If they were not brought in for observation, then what was the situation? Seemingly aware of what Su Lang wanted to ask, Aminoyama did not keep him in suspense. To guarantee 100% safety, we must prepare all isolation measures from the very beginning and also ensure we do not put ourselves in dangerous situations. This virus is highly contagious. It is too dangerous for us to go deep into the outbreak area. Therefore, rather than that, it is better to seal off that area and then find the flesh wood of different genders, ages, and health statuses that we need to observe. Let them enter, get infected with the virus, and then extract these flesh woods for direct key laboratory isolation and observation. This way, we can ensure our own safety while obtaining the most complete data. ISNT that getting both the fish and the bear's paw. After hearing Aminoyama's words, he incredulously confirmed, "You mean to say to deliberately send healthy people into the infected area and watch them suffer from the virus until death?" Aminoyama nodded. "They are heroes, and our Amano family will provide them with financial compensation, just like the current experimental subjects. In the course of humanity, some sacrifices are always needed. Just flesh wood. Cheap lives are worthless. Being able to contribute to human progress is their honor." The words Aminoyama spoke made Su Lang feel a surge of anger, wanting to kill this beast directly. Aminoyama continued, "Sacrificing a few, dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of flesh woods is nothing abnormal. After all, humans are not rare animals. They can still reproduce even if they die, right?" When Aminoyama said these words, his expression was relaxed and cheerful, as if he were merely discussing a few pieces of wood. Su Lang felt extremely uncomfortable at this moment. Yet he still forced himself to ask, "How many experiments have you conducted using such methods?" Aminoyama spread his hands and shrugged. "Many. You should know that for a scientist. Maintaining curiosity is the most important thing. Only when he is curious about everything in the world, filled with a desire for knowledge, can he be motivated to explore, to dig deeper, and thus gain more knowledge and more results. The Amano family has been like this for generations. It is precisely because of our curiosity and thirst for knowledge that we get closer to the truth of the world, the truth of life, and the relationship between the world and life." For example, Su Lang raised his head, staring at Aminoyama in front of him. "What have you and your family done?" Chapter 37. The knife holder. The question that Su Lang asked was exactly what Tian Yishanjian was proud of. He simply decided to show Su Lang directly, with pictures and videos, along with his explanation, one case after another. Have you ever been curious about why people say that all 10 fingers are connected to the heart, but which finger's pain sensation is actually more pronounced? Tian Yishanjian guided him patiently. To be honest, Su Lang had never been curious about such questions before. In his view, all 10 fingers were essential, and losing any one of them would be painful. We once conducted an experiment where we chopped off the fingers of a subject named Mu one by one. To ensure the accuracy of the experiment, we used different measuring methods and did not chop off all 10 fingers at once. Instead, we cut one every half month to ensure that the pain sensation from losing the previous finger had subsided, making the comparison more objective, Tian Yishan Jin detailed. At the same time, he appeared to be very merciful. Additionally, we found that if we placed Mu's hand directly in an extremely cold environment until it froze, it would become very easy to knock off his fingers or even his entire arm. Of course, Mu would scream, but this pain was much lighter than the pain of slowly sawing off his fingers or arm in a normal temperature environment. This could be seen from Mu's expression and screams. Su Lang incredulously asked, "You did all these experiments just out of curiosity? What else would it be for?" Tian Yishanjian retorted with a smile. "You and T give them anesthesia. Not even a local anesthetic, would you?" Su Lang couldn't imagine such a cruel process. Watching one's fingers and arms being sawed off bit by bit, it must be a form of torment. Tian Yishanjian found Su Lang's question to be quite ridiculous. We are observing his pain sensation. If we administered anesthesia, then this experiment would be meaningless. But that is a person. Su Lang finally couldn't hold back, roaring. Tian Yishan Jian looked at him with a hint of disappointment. Mr. Su, I always thought you were different from others. Even those fools who join my team now understand that Ro Mu is not a human. After saying this, Tian Yishan Jian even smiled and asked Su Lang, does that mean any creature that looks like a human can be called a human? Before Su Lang could respond, he continued to talk to himself. The origins of those Ro Mu have already determined that they are beings to be plundered. Su Lang suppressed his anger and clenched his fists, asking, besides this, what else have you been curious about? Tian Yishan Jian's eyes lit up, and he mysteriously leaned closer to Su Lang. Doesn't Mr. Su wonder whether the so-called reproductive isolation is real or not? Sometimes, people are bound by their moral bottom line, thinking that certain behaviors are against reason and family ties, which is why they dare not try. Su Lang turned to look at Tian Yishan Jian, and from the crazed look in his eyes, he could roughly guess what Tian Yishan Jian meant. The matter of reproductive isolation has already been scientifically confirmed. Tian Yishan Jian immediately rebutted, but there are also historical records of women having fetuses after mating with animals. Su Lang couldn't help but question, if that were your mother, your sister, your daughter, would you be willing to let them undergo such experiments? Would you let them use their bodies to help you verify your hypothesis? Su Lang's questioning was clearly very impolite, but there was not a trace of anger on Tian Yishan Jian's face. They would not undergo such experiments because their origins determine that they are superior. They are the plunderers, or rather, they are the relatives of the plunderers. Are they plunderers or invaders? Su Lang wanted to ask Tian Yishan Jian in front of him, but before he could speak, Tian Yishan Jian thought that Su Lang simply didn't like this experimental method, so he changed the topic. In fact, besides these simple and brutal experiments, we have also conducted many emotional experiments. Emotional experiments? Su Lang was puzzled. Did Tian Yishan Jian's interests cover such a wide range? Medicine? Physics? Emotions? Should belong to psychology? In Su Lang's view, emotional experiments mostly take the form of questionnaires, seeking inner truths through questions and answers. Do you believe in maternal love? Tian Yishan Wien Askit Sulango. Su Lang certainly believed in maternal love, although he did not have a particularly deep impression of his mother. He knew the sacrifices she made for the family, and he believed that the woman Su Tianming loved so much must be a very good person. Su Lang nodded. I believe so, except for a few mothers who may not show as much love for their children due to psychological factors. The vast majority of mothers are willing to give everything for their children. After all, they're a piece of flesh that fell from their bodies. Su Lang's answer was conventional, reflecting the thoughts of most people. However, Tian Yishan Jian shook his head with a smile. As if he had discerned some truth, words alone are not enough. Saying I love you 1,000 or 10,000 times doesn't cost anything. Only in the face of real interests in life and death can the truest human nature be revealed, and maternal love is the same. What do you mean? Su Lang hesitated. Did you conduct experiments in this area? Interests? Life and death? Spending a lot of money to test a mother's resolve? If that's the case, Su Lang felt that the Tian Yi family must have too much money and nothing to do, utterly bored. Then Tian Yishan Jian showed Su Lang a video. As the video played, Tian Yishan Jian also explained beside it. We had a mother hold her child and enter a room where the floor temperature would continuously rise, from initially slightly warm to eventually hot enough to roast a person to char. At this point, if she didn't want to be roasted or scorched herself, the only way was to place the child under her feet. In other words, she would step on the child's body. In short, she would be looking for a human cushion. Of course, if she was great enough, if maternal love were real, she would hold the child in her arms and allow herself to be roasted, scorched, becoming the child's human cushion. Do you see the thermometer in the picture? That is used to record the temperature at which the mother would place the child under her feet. Tian Yishan Jian's words were like the whispers of a devil. As he placed his hand on Su Lang's shoulder, inching closer to him. Look, hasn't maternal love been materialized at this moment? Materialized into a number? Su Lang could hardly believe that such an experiment could be conceived by a person. How cruel must one be to want to verify the authenticity of maternal love in such a manner? Measuring maternal love in this way was simply absurd. In Su Lang's view, This method could not measure maternal love, but could measure the humanity of the experimenter. In such an experiment, regardless of whether the child or the mother survived, their lives would already be ruined. No one would forget this scene, and it would become a nightmare for them for life. But looking at Tian Yishan Jian's expression, Su Lang knew he didn't care. To him, those people were just meat-covered wood. He could not perceive the pain of wood. He could not empathize. Tian Yishan Jian continued to play those images and videos, and Su Lang could see that some of them were even live dissections. He could tell that the patients had not been anesthetized, and the heart-wrenching screams coming from the video made the hairs on Su Lang's body stand on end. The excruciating pain caused the person lying on the experimental table to struggle desperately, but their limbs were restrained, ultimately rendering their efforts futile. Su Lang couldn't imagine how terrifying the pain must be to torment a person like this. But those screams falling into the ears of Tianai Shanjian seemed to be a wonderful sound of nature, and he enjoyed it. Why conduct such experiments? Su Lang looked towards Tianai Shanjian, unable to hold back his doubts, asking whether these experiments were really necessary, or if they were to satisfy some unspeakable, cruel desire of his. Tianai Shanjian looked at Su Lang incredulously. Why would you think that, Mr. Su? These experiments are certainly necessary. After a virus enters the human body, it takes some time for the reactions to manifest, but during this time, the virus is already affecting the internal organs. It just doesn't show any specific external signs. By infecting the flesh with the virus and then performing vivisection, we can observe the effects of the virus on the internal organs earlier, which is a very meaningful experiment. Don't you think so, Mr. Su? As for not using anesthetics, it's just that we are concerned that anesthetics might interfere with the experimental results. Su Lang shook his head. In my view, if you're really curious, then don't experiment with someone else's life. If you want to experiment with your own life, no one will say anything to you. Tianai Shanjian pointed at himself. I am different from them. I am the one holding the knife. This statement was simply ridiculous. Who gave him that title? Who made him feel like he was the one holding the knife? But seeing Tianai Shanjian's expression, Su Lang knew he wasn't joking or playing around. He truly believed this. It was his self-identification. Perhaps his people felt the same way. By the way, Mr. Su, Tianai Shanjian suddenly flipped through the video, suddenly intrigued. Do you usually cook meat? Do you like to make meat dishes when cooking? Afraid that Su Lang wouldn't understand, Tianai Shanjian even explained. I rarely cook. But Qingyan occasionally does, Su Lang replied coldly. He didn't know what Tianai Shanjian's intention was in asking this. He had been eating instant food in the underground shelter, completely lacking any culinary experience. After all, to make something, one needed ingredients. And with the supplies in the underground shelter, it was hard to have any fresh vegetables or meat. Even if there were, it wasn't something a person of his level could obtain. On the contrary, Qingyan had become almost obsessed with cooking during this time, coming up with creative dishes one after another. I didn't expect Mr. Gu to have this hobby, Tianai Shanjian exclaimed, then immediately got to the point. Then I can tell you a little trick for cooking meat. If it were someone else, Su Lang might have been genuinely curious about what the little trick was. But since it was Tianai Shanjian who said it, Su Lang could only instinctively feel disgusted. Is this something you derived from your experiments? Su Lang asked warily. Tianai Shanjian nodded. Of course, only experiments can verify the truth. Theoretical concepts don't necessarily translate into experiments, but most things verified by experiments can form a theoretical basis. Then, Tianai Shanjian opened another video. In the video, 4 adult men were placed in a cold storage facility. Their heads and midsections were wrapped up, leaving their limbs uncovered and exposed to the cold. It was minus 40 degrees, as long as water was continuously poured over their limbs. It wouldn't take long before their limbs would become frozen. Next, just like in the video, pouring hot water over the frozen limbs would cause their flesh to detach directly. Look, isn't this much easier than shaving it off bit by bit? Watching the layers of flesh peeling away, leaving only stark white bones, Su Lang felt a surge in his stomach. He didn't understand. In Tianai Shanjian's eyes, were these people living beings or just plates of food? Bone-extracted meat, the quickest method of preparation. How about that? Isn't it marvelous? Tianai Shanjian asked proudly. as if waiting for Su Lang to marvel at his cleverness and wisdom. "Is this an experiment you've conducted?" Su Lang asked through clenched teeth. This time, Tianai Shanjian shook his head. "It was an experiment conducted by my predecessors. I merely obtained the results." Seeing the regretful look on Tianai Shanjian's face, Su Lang couldn't help but curse. "If that's the case, then I can only say your whole family has a psychological disorder." "Disorder?" Tianai Shanjian looked at Su Lang with disappointment, as if looking at something irredeemably rotten. "We are saving this world, saving our country, saving our family. Only by constantly digging for the truth and seeking change can we survive in this cruel world." Tianai Shanjian's expression was serious to the point of being obsessive. As he said firmly, "This world is sick, and we're the ones treating it." "Nonsense. Utter nonsense." Su Lang stood up, wanting to walk out. He didn't want to be in the same room with this madman any longer. At that moment, he could truly understand the feelings of Gu Qingyan and Zheng Yuan. Being with such a person only made him feel extremely nauseous. However, Tianai Shanjian was quicker to grab the doorknob, smilingly reminding Su Lang, "Mr. Su, with your identity card, it might not be appropriate for you to walk around in a laboratory. There are some security measures here. If you take the wrong path or fail to push open a certain door according to the rules, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. If you want to visit, let me take you, by the way. I have a small request." Chapter 38, Laboratory 56, The Dangers Here, Su Lang has already experienced, and Zhang Cheng'an and Su Tianming have also proven with their lives. At this moment, Tianyushan Jian's words carry a hint of coercion, but Su Lang understands that it is indeed true. Fortunately, even though Tianyushan Jian might have some grudges, he would never actually harm him, especially considering Gu Qingyan's face. No matter what happens, Tianyushan Jian must present himself intact to Gu Qingyan, which is also the reason why Gu Qingyan feels at ease letting him accompany Tianyushan Jian on this tour. As for the unwelcome request mentioned by Tianyushan Jian, Su Lang doesn't need to hear it. He has already determined that it is probably something cruel. After leaving the conference room, the two change back into radiation suits. Here, the danger levels of different rooms vary. Although putting on and taking off the radiation suits is not an easy task, no one would joke with their lives. People find it troublesome simply because the danger level is not high enough. If it were sufficiently high, even the most troublesome tasks would be willingly undertaken just for the sake of safety. The space here is vast, with a large laboratory divided into hundreds of small rooms. In addition, there are many fixed-purpose rooms, such as high-pressure chambers, cold storage, virus laboratories, etc. The previous functions of this laboratory were too singular, which is why I recently had them undergo renovations. Otherwise, it would have been unusable. Tianyushan Jian spoke, seemingly complaining about the previous workers in action, while also implying his own diligence. Mr. Gu seems not to care about the experiments. He only requested 8 of these laboratories. With such a large experimental area, he only wanted a small part. Those who don't know might think I'm bullying him. Tianyushan Jian's words were layered. He jokingly addressed Su Lang, saying that if anyone makes an issue out of this in the future, Mr. Su should speak up for him. Listening to Tianyushan Jian, Su Lang understood that Gu Qingyan was indeed uninterested in these matters. If it weren't for the need to prevent things from becoming too unreasonable, Gu Qingyan probably wouldn't even want those 8 laboratories. Gu Qingyan is insane, but he never finds pleasure in torturing others. Both are contrary to common sense. But Gu Qingyan defies logic because he adheres to his true self, while Tianyushan Jian has built a high pedestal for himself, placing himself above others, believing he can control the fate of others, thinking that the ethical morals within common sense are merely constraints for the lower-class mortals, while he considers himself a so-called predator, unbound by such things. Gu Qingyan seeks inward, while Tianyushan Jian seeks outward. Thus, Gu Qingyan becomes increasingly peaceful, while Tianyushan Jian becomes increasingly paranoid. The high platform beneath Tianyushan Jian's feet is built on the blood and lives of others. He needs to constantly sacrifice others to fill it, lest he slip down. Perhaps he knows that once he falls, there will be no redemption. The debts he once incurred will surely rebound and shatter him, leaving him no chance of rebirth. Tianyushan Jian led Su Lang through the laboratory area, and after a few steps, They encountered two researchers in radiation suits, carrying something covered with a white cloth. They brushed past each other without any exchange. The radiation suits filtered out smells, but Su Lang still saw the swollen, disfigured arm revealed beneath the white cloth. He had seen such signs before on Ohanamiki. Su Lang stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the two researchers as they walked away. "What's wrong?" Tianyushin Jian turned to look at Su Lang. "We haven't even reached the first laboratory yet. Why have you stopped?" Su Lang remained unmoved by Tianyushin Jian's urging and instead asked what they were carrying just now. "Is it the meat wood you mentioned?" Even though he already had an answer in his heart, Su Lang still wanted to confirm once more. He hoped Tianyushin Jian would deny it and provide a different answer. But Tianyushin Jian merely nodded naturally. "Yes. Recently, there have been too many meat woods that have been discarded, but there's nothing to be done about it. I can understand. After all, the experiment has just begun, and many things are still in the trial phase. To try, one must pay the cost. Mr. Su need not worry. There are plenty of meat wood resources nearby. We have enough capital to continue the experiment." Su Lang knew that he and Tianyushin Jian were on completely different wavelengths. He was immersed in his own mental world, a world that others could not understand. "Do you know Ohanamiki?" Su Lang asked. These people are not of the same clan as Tianyushin Jian, but Ohanamiki is a compatriot of Tianyushin Jian. He was curious if Ohanamiki was also just a piece of meat wood in Tianyushin Jian's eyes. To his surprise, Tianyushin Jian had a high opinion of Ohanamiki. She is a very famous meat wood. Not all meat woods have the luck to be remembered throughout history. The way he said it seemed as if Ohanamiki should be grateful to them. At this point, Su Lang completely lost the desire to engage in conversation with Tianyushin Jian. He knew there was no point in discussing right or wrong with such a person, as their sense of morality was already inverted. In their view, these matters were perfectly natural and beyond reproach. Debating with them was merely a waste of time. Su Lang simply redirected the topic, pointing to the surrounding laboratories. After wasting so much manpower, material resources, and financial resources over these days, what progress has Mr. Tianyushin's experiment made? Tianyushin Jian looked around, seemingly searching for something. After a moment, he fixed his gaze and pointed to a room further back. "The front laboratories aren't worth seeing. Let me take you to look at Laboratory 56. Su Lang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this guy actually made some progress? It shouldn't be. Not to mention that from a scientific theory perspective, the probability of success for this experiment is lower than winning the lottery. And even if the experiment were successful, as someone from the future, he shouldn't have heard anything about it. Given KY Group's habits, they would definitely promote it vigorously, creating momentum and laying the groundwork for subsequent products." Su Lang silently followed behind Tianyushin Jian, walking towards Laboratory 56. It was no wonder Tianyushin Jian needed to carefully identify it. The internal structure of this laboratory was indeed complex. Each room, from its appearance, looked basically the same. If it weren't for the numbers on the doors, it would be impossible to distinguish between the rooms. Now that the laboratory is in use, Mr. Su need not be so nervous. Tianyushin Jian saw Su Lang cautiously following him, afraid of taking a wrong step, and spoke to reassure him. "This laboratory does have some security measures, but those are to prevent outsiders from entering when it's not in use. Now that the laboratory is in use, as long as you don't run around and use your ID card properly, there won't be any problems." Su Lang remained silent, merely signaling for Tianyushin Jian to continue forward. Before long, they stood at the entrance of Laboratory 56. Pushing open the laboratory door, Su Lang was taken aback when he saw the person lying on the experimental bed. He could vaguely recognize that it was a woman, and her current condition was not good. Her body was filled with tubes, and there was an ECG monitor beside her. The woman's face was swollen, and her abdomen was severely distended. It was precisely because of this that Su Lang initially thought he was looking at some kind of alien monster when he stood at the door. The woman was still alive. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, she even turned her head to look over, but her severely swollen face appeared particularly terrifying. Su Lang understood that Tianyushin Jian had probably done something that caused an imbalance in her internal circulation, leading to edema. "Aren't you conducting this experiment to cultivate individuals who can better adapt to their environment? Now I see just a more fragile person," Su Lang said coldly to Tian, Yishanjian. He really wanted to hear Tian Yishanjian's response, to see how the eloquent Tian Yishanjian would explain the situation before them. Su Lang hoped Tian Yishanjian would soon realize that such experiments would yield no results other than tormenting others. But Tian Yishanjian just smiled and shook his head. What you see is merely the surface. The mother is fragile, and a moment's inattention can lead to this situation. Mother? Su Lang keenly sensed the key point in Tian Yishanjian's words. Are you saying that her swollen belly is not due to edema, but that she is pregnant? Tian Yishanjian looked at Su Lang, finding him excessively cute and naive. This piece of meat would have been pregnant for nearly 7 months. What kind of edema could cause such exaggerated swelling? Su Lang had considered it, but he was unwilling to believe that Tian Yishanjian would actually use a pregnant woman for an experiment. When he saw this scene, he would rather speculate using possibilities that defy common sense than believe that a pregnant woman was indeed lying here. Tian Yishanjian waved to the experimenter standing aside, who understood and left the laboratory. After a while, the experimenter returned with another person. They applied a coupling agent to the pregnant woman's belly and then began to observe through the skin with a probe. Looking at the images on the screen, Tian Yishanjian was very satisfied, but Su Lang felt a chill in his hands and feet. You see, the child is very healthy. Tian Yishanjian commented like a benevolent father. Living does not mean healthy, Su Lang retorted bluntly. He could see clearly that the child indeed had vital signs, which was also unexpected for him. But he was not as optimistic as Tian Yishanjian. Deformities, pathological defects. These things are difficult to confirm just by observing the images before them. Only when the child is born can more detailed examinations and judgments be made, but by then, it would be too late for both the child and the mother. This time, Tian Yishanjian did not refute Su Lang's words, but instead nodded. Yes, living does not mean healthy. I was not rigorous in my speech earlier, but this is indeed a very good experimental idea. Continuing the mutations through the gentler method of maternal inheritance is much better than directly stimulating an already formed body. It's just that our experimenters lacked experience at the beginning, and the physique of this piece of meat wood is too poor, so I don't have high expectations for this round of experiments. The experimenter standing beside them lowered his head upon hearing Tian Yishanjian's words, seemingly frustrated by his lack of experience. After a moment, he suddenly raised his head and pleaded, "Give me another chance. Give me a few more pieces of meat wood. I will definitely find a way to achieve some results." The experimenter's expression when asking Tian Yishanjian for experimental subjects was like asking for some tools, a pair of scissors, a piece of cotton. Tian Yishanjian ignored the agitated experimenter and instead looked at Su Lang. What I previously mentioned as an unreasonable request is actually hoping that Mr. Su can help say a few words to Mr. Gu. We need pregnant meat wood from all stages. Early pregnancy, mid-pregnancy, late pregnancy. The more complete the samples, the more beneficial it will be for our experiment. Su Lang thought Tian Yishanjian had lost his mind. He actually wanted him to go and talk to Qingyan about such a morally outrageous matter, and he wanted to drag others into it too. I can't possibly make that request. Su Lang flatly refused Tian Yishanjian, let alone discussing it with Qingyan. He wouldn't utter a word in front of Qingyan. But this experiment is likely to fail. Tian Yishanjian looked regretfully at the pregnant woman lying on the experimental table. Clearly, she provided a very good possibility, and it would be a pity not to continue the research. The pregnant woman had a tube inserted in her mouth. She couldn't say anything. Only tears streamed down her face. Su Lang didn't know if she was in pain or if she was heartbroken for the fetus in her womb. The pregnant woman's gaze towards Su Lang was full of pleading. Until this moment, perhaps she truly regretted it. Regretting participating in this terrible experiment. Regretting using the fetus in her womb as a gamble. But it might not be that simple, as Su Lang didn't know whether she truly volunteered or if her family, greedy for the huge nutritional fees from the Qi group, forced her to participate. But regardless of the reason, the current situation is one where the knife is in someone else's hand, and I am the meat on the chopping block. A failed experiment should not continue. What you are doing is against natural justice, Su Lang advised Tian Yishanjian. He was not doing it for Tian Yishanjian, but for the pregnant woman on the experimental table. Tian Yishanjian nodded. You have a point, Failed experiments should not continue. Hearing Tian Yishan Jin agree, Su Lang felt a surge of joy. In his view, the pregnant woman on the experimental table should be able to be freed. But to his surprise, Tian Yishan Jin gestured to the experimenter beside him. She is no longer useful. Let's cut open her belly and see the child inside. Since Mr. Su is unwilling to help me speak to Mr. Gu, I will have to personally take the experimental results to show Mr. Austin. Although it is a failed product, it is still better than going empty-handed, isn't it? Chapter 39. The Principle of Heaven. As Su Lang realized what Tian Yishan Jin intended to do, he immediately rushed towards the experimental table without a second thought. At that moment, he had only one thought in mind. He absolutely could not allow Tian Yishan Jin to perform a cesarean section on the pregnant woman in front of him. He could not permit such a cruel act to happen. However, as Su Lang charged forward before he could reach the experimental table, two laboratory staff members standing not far away quickly restrained him from both sides. "Let me go." Su Lang struggled. Just then, the laboratory door was pushed open, and a line of security personnel in radiation protection suits entered. "This gentleman is disturbing our experiment. Please help to handle this," Tian Yishan Jin instructed the security personnel. Subsequently, the two laboratory staff handed Su Lang over to the security personnel, turned around, and picked up their instruments, heading towards the helplessly struggling pregnant woman lying on the experimental table. Su Lang's limbs were restrained, and he could only watch this insane scene unfold before his eyes. The cold surgical knife sliced open the pregnant woman's distended belly. Even though her mouth was blocked by a tube, the whimpers that escaped her lips from the pain still made Su Lang feel as if his heart were trembling. Skin, fat, fascia, layer after layer, blood flowed freely wherever the sharp knife passed. Finally, the pregnant woman's belly was brutally opened, revealing her internal organs and uterine cavity. This is not an experiment. This can't even be called a surgery. The knife wielder's technique was crude and brutal, devoid of any humanity. Just as Tian Yishan Jin had said, in their eyes, this pregnant woman was not a human being, but merely a piece of meat. The fetus, less than 7 months old, could not possibly survive outside the womb. The moment the child was cut out, its fate was sealed to death. The umbilical cord was violently severed, and the woman on the experimental table lay gasping for breath, the entire table stained red with blood. The child that was cut out was handed to Tian Yishan Jin. The fetus had formed but was silent. No cries, no breath. Tian Yishan Jin looked at the tiny dead body in his hands coldly, as if it were just a pile of raw meat. Then, as if discarding trash, he tossed the body back to the laboratory staff. "Quickly dissect it while it's still fresh. I need data, the kind that can be made into a report," Tian Yishan Jin ordered, and the two laboratory staff nodded in response. After the staff hurriedly took the fetus away, Tian Yishan Jin waved his hand at the security personnel holding Su Lang down, signaling them to release him. The security personnel understood and let go of Su Lang. Turning to leave, freed from his restraints, Su Lang's legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. He looked utterly disheveled, overwhelmed by shock and furious to the extreme. He had seen death before. Su Tianming's death, Zhang Cheng'en's death, and the colleague who had an accident while searching the ground with him. There are many reasons for the loss of life, but Su Lang had never imagined he would witness such a tragedy with his own eyes. The blood on the experimental table was still warm, but the woman had completely lost her breath. Until the very last moment, her eyes remained open. It was a true death without peace, filled with endless resentment and reluctance. She had carried her fetus for 7 months, only to ultimately not bring it into this world alive. "Beast, you are undoubtedly a beast." Su Lang trembled as he pointed at Tian Yishan Jin. Tian Yishan Jin leisurely tidied himself up. Some of the woman's blood had splattered onto his radiation protection suit, and he was now wiping it with a cloth. Just looking at his expression, it was as if that blood was the most filthy thing in the world, making him feel disgusted. "Mr. Su is unwilling to help me, so I can only solve the problem my way," Tian Yishan Jin said calmly. "If Mr. Gu had gone to Mr. Austin, it would have been much simpler. Unfortunately, it still has to be me going with a gift." The gift Tian Yishan Jin referred to was naturally the already dead fetus. Qingyan would never do something to assist such evil. Just give up on that thought. Su Lang glared fiercely at Tian Yishanjian. Don't try to threaten me or Qingyan in any way. We are not afraid of threats. We will wait. Wait to see what kind of end this beast will ultimately face. Tian Yishanjian sneered, his expression dismissive. Yes, mister. Gu certainly won't sink to our level as mere mortals. He prides himself on his superiority, which is why he repeatedly rejects the olive branch thrown by James. He is lucky, though. He later encountered a benefactor and entered the key group. But such luck, I wonder how long it can last. Businessmen prioritize profit. Those who sympathize with the weak will only be weak themselves, and the key group does not need the weak. After saying this, Tian Yishanjian opened the laboratory door and walked out first. Come on, Mr. Su, I'll take you back. Returning along the same path. Su Lang's mental state was vastly different from before. Behind him lay the woman with eyes wide open in death. In front of him stood the hypocritical Tian Yishanjian, and all around were tightly closed laboratory doors. Su Lang had no idea how many evils were happening here, how many wrong souls drifted in the laboratory. They are not just pieces of meat. They are living, breathing people, stumbling out of laboratory number 56. When Su Lang finally removed his radiation protection suit and saw the sunlight outside again, he felt as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. No, it was not just the gates of hell. Even the underworld might not be as terrifying as that place. To call Tian Yishan Jin a butcher was to elevate him. He was a demon, a beast devoid of humanity. Su Lang could not remember how he returned to his room. His mind was filled with the scenes he had witnessed in the laboratory. By the time he came to his senses, he had been sitting at the dining table in a daze for quite a while. Luna also noticed Su Lang's abnormal state and asked him carefully what happened. At the same time, she handed him a cup of warm water. Su Lang took the water but did not know how to respond. After a long time, he only earnestly advised her, never let friends or family participate in the laboratory recruitment. Luna nodded, indicating that she understood. Speaking of which, I have a younger brother. He used to be very mischievous and had thoughts in this regard. He even asked me if I could ask Mr. Gu to get him a spot. I didn't want to trouble Mr. Gu, so I scolded him thoroughly, and he finally gave up. Having an elder sister like you is indeed a blessing, Su Lang sighed. Fortunately, Luna was following Qingyan and not Tian Yishanjian. Otherwise, her brother would likely not escape the clutches of evil. Today, Qingyan returned home very early. Just like usual, the members of their small team almost clocked in and out at the same time, and Su Lang had long gotten used to it. As soon as Qingyan returned, he found Su Lang and asked him how it went. Qingyan was naturally aware of what Su Lang might have seen with Tian Yishanjian. Is the experiment you conducted similar to Tian Yishanjian's? Su Lang asked straightforwardly. Qingyan shook his head. Not the same. The conversation I had with you before inspired me. I think it's still too early to conduct human experiments, and instead of directly acting on animals, I believe we can first conduct experiments on insects. After all, I'm also curious whether the success of that mutated centipede can be replicated. What about the experimental subjects assigned to you? Su Lang asked eagerly. At this moment, Qingyan began to tease him, placing his index finger on his lips. That's a secret. If you want to know, you have to offer me something in exchange. What condition? Su Lang immediately pressed. Qingyan thought for a moment before stating his condition. You have to eat 10 meals that I prepare and give me no less than 1,000 words of feedback each time. No stream of consciousness. I need to check. It seems that Qingyan intends to go further down the path of becoming a culinary master. For Su Lang, this is merely a small task. Although writing a review of over 1,000 words is somewhat troublesome, is not a big deal, so Su Lang naturally agrees. Additionally, his inquiry about the whereabouts of those experimental subjects is for another purpose. Seeing that he successfully struck a deal with Su Lang, Qingyan no longer hides his intentions. He sits in front of Su Lang, pours himself a glass of water, and after drinking it, he slowly speaks. Although I don't need them for experiments right now, I can't recklessly send them back either. The KY group has issued a strict order that all experimental subjects involved in this experiment must be dealt with in the end. They are lucky to have fallen in my hands, and they won't have to endure torture. But I have made it clear to them that if they want to survive, they must live in hiding and follow my arrangements. Su Lang understands that Gu Qingyan is taking on a huge risk by doing this. From Gu Qingyan's words, Su Lang also perceives another layer of meaning, that the key group is fully aware of Tiny Shanjian's actions. They know that what Tiny Shanjian is doing is morally wrong and should not be disclosed, yet they still choose to help Tiny Shanjian cover it up. This indicates that the key group and Tiny Shanjian are in the same boat. Have you hidden them? Su Lang anxiously asks Gu Qingyan, where have you hidden them? Under what identities? Gu Qingyan is puzzled. He thought Su Lang was just curious about whether those people were safe, but Su Lang's detailed questions leave him somewhat confused. Fortunately, Gu Qingyan can confirm that Su Lang is on his side and does not worry about any ulterior motives or betrayal. I can't let people appear out of nowhere, nor can I let people disappear without a trace. I can only use the excuse of experimental deaths to transport them out as corpses. Dead people cannot appear in front of the living, so they cannot return to this place or meet anyone they know. I have arranged for them to stay in a remote town 2,000 kilometers from here. If all goes well, they will spend the rest of their lives there. Gu Qingyan shows Su Lang the specific location, which is situated in the deep mountains, desolate and barren, making it extremely inconvenient to access. Living in such a place will undoubtedly be difficult, but for the experimental subjects who have been given a second chance at life, it is the safest option. Why do you ask these questions? What do you intend to do? Gu Qingyan knows that Su Lang's detailed inquiries must have his own plans. I want to expose them. Su Lang slams his fist on the table. The scenes he witnessed today leave him unsettled. This matter cannot just be brushed aside. Those people cannot die in vain. Expose them? Gu Qingyan has thought about this, but he knows the power of the key group. Moreover, the public is currently in a frenzy, desperately hoping for change. At this critical moment, even if you want to expose it, the message might not get out. The KY group will not allow any news that is detrimental to them to spread, and even if it is said, no one would believe it. Because this experiment has actually provided everyone with a mature product. What product? Su Lang is confused. Clearly, the experiment has not yielded any significant results. How could there be a mature product? This product is called hope. Gu Qingyan, being deeply involved with the key group, naturally knows more about the organization. Of course, he is even more aware of the era he lives in. Long before the project was initiated, this product had already been packaged. The failure of the cosmic exploration program left people urgently needing something to replace it and rekindle their confidence in life. What could be more enticing than transforming oneself into a superhuman? Pollution disasters, external threats, class oppression. As long as you are strong enough to mutate, these issues will no longer be problems. I know you find this idea ridiculous, a fantasy. That's because you already know the outcome. If you didn't know the outcome and lived in such a desperate era, could you guarantee that you wouldn't feel even the slightest temptation? Especially under the various packaging of the key group. As long as you feel even a little tempted, that desire will be amplified infinitely. In the end, you will completely fall into the trap of the key group. Gu Qingyan analyzes in detail, his tone calm and unhurried, speaking eloquently. What about you? Have you ever been tempted? Su Lang asks Gu Qingyan. As the leader of the experiment, if there were any results, he would be the closest to that outcome. It is evident that Tiny Shanjian has been tempted. What about Gu Qingyan? Has he never desired to transcend the limitations of the flesh? Gu Qingyan shakes his head, his expression calm and composed, but the words he speaks are utterly insane. I have never been tempted because what I desire is the destruction of the world. What? Su Lang is astonished. Gu Qingyan nonchalantly replies, haven't you seen enough during this time? I thought you had realized that humanity is beyond saving. The only path left is destruction and rebirth. So rather than living in fear every day, it's better to think positively, do what you want to do, and await that destined conclusion. But conducting experiments on insects doesn't mean you have no hope, right? Su Lang did not expect Gu Qingyan to be so pessimistic. He cannot imagine that if even Gu Qingyan has given up hope, how he himself will accomplish his task. Therefore, he desperately searches for loopholes in Gu Qingyan's words and actions, trying to prove that what Gu Qingyan is saying is just a joke, a moment of youthful rebellion. But Gu Qingyan merely shrugs and looks at him with a half-smile. How do you know I am conducting experiments and not creating monsters? Chapter 40. Back to the future. Before Su Lang could answer the question, his body disappeared in front of Gu Qingyan. This phenomenon was not new, but Gu Qingyan still found it somewhat unsettling. He knew that Su Lang had returned to the future, the place where he was supposed to be. After the pain subsided, Su Lang's consciousness gradually returned. A cold and damp feeling enveloped his entire body. Looking at the eerie blue light and the concrete walls, Su Lang immediately understood where he was. He had come back, although it was slightly different from the time he had anticipated. "How are you?" Fan Yu's voice rang in his ears. Su Lang tried to move his body and stood up. "I'm fine." He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but as the number of splits increased, he felt that the pain was also fading more slowly. Even now, he still felt a bit stiff. But at that moment, he couldn't care less about that. After briefly answering his condition, Su Lang quickly got to the point. "I know where that laboratory is. I also know what they did there." Fan Yu had not participated in the last search operation for the laboratory. She only learned about it through Su Lang and Zhang Cheng'an. Now, hearing Su Lang say this, Fan Yu understood the significance of the information and directly led Su Lang to Commander Gu, who was responsible for that mission. Gu was a middle-aged man, appearing to be around 40 years old. He was tall and strong, with dark skin, but his gaze was particularly resolute. Standing in front of him and being watched by him, Su Lang felt as if he was being seen through, and an invisible pressure descended upon him. Facing Gu, Su Lang had no intention of hiding anything. He not only disclosed the specific location of the underground laboratory and how to enter it, but also explained the experiments conducted at TNI Mountain Gorge. When it came to the details, Fan Yu, standing nearby, couldn't help but grit her teeth in anger. No one wanted to believe that such atrocities were committed by a human hand. Humans have always prided themselves on being different from other animals, claiming that their emotions are richer and their morals more noble. But what had been done at TNI Mountain Gorge was simply Ji's fist clenched tightly, his expression sorrowful. If what you say is true, then the atrocities of TNI Mountain Gorge must be exposed, and the Qi group's complicity must not be overlooked. But now, TNI Mountain Gorge is hiding its identity, making it hard to find. The KUI group has also gone silent, as if it no longer exists. Fan Yu said reluctantly. Su Lang recalled Gu Qingyan's analysis and was about to speak when he saw Gu take out a stack of documents from the drawer of his desk and slap it onto the table. This was not a secret. It had previously not been made public because the evidence was not yet conclusive. However, over this period, with our further investigation, the information we have accumulated has increased. Now I can confirm that the Qi group is still active. They're just not as conspicuous as before. Gu leaned his hands on the table, his words filled with concern. Su Lang's heart sank. Indeed, Gu Qingyan's suspicion was not wrong. There was not just one Zheng Yuan. There were countless Zheng Yuans, either actively or passively, serving the Qi group. Right now, what was most important for them was to find various pieces of evidence, follow the clues, unearth the Qi group, and then catch them all at once. Additionally, Gu also noted the few experimental subjects that Su Lang had mentioned being assigned to Gu Qingyan. If we can find them, they would be the best witnesses, and perhaps we could learn more about the secrets of the experiments, since they were first-hand witnesses. Fortunately, Su Lang had already considered this. He learned their location from Gu Qingyan. Fan Yu skillfully pulled up a map to facilitate the communication between the two. The map styles before and after the disaster had not changed much. Many cities have been abandoned. The previous maps emphasized surface construction, while the current maps focused more on the locations of various underground shelters. Previously, to evade the pursuit of the Qi group, Gu Qingyan had sent them to a particularly remote location. When Su Lang looked at the map, he was even more astonished to find that the nearest underground shelter was over 600 kilometers away. Not to mention whether they could get there, even if they did. Su Lang doubted they had legal identities to enter the underground shelter. After all, when they were sent out of the laboratory, they were already nominally corpses. Legally, they were considered dead. After the disaster, the world was chaotic and everyone wanted a chance to survive, so the scrutiny for entering underground shelters was extremely strict. Considering these factors, Su Lang's heart sank even further, but he was still unwilling to give up and proactively requested Gu. "I want to look for them again. If they're alive, we need to see them. If they're dead, we need to see their bodies." That place was not close to their current location. If they were to go there, it would inevitably involve resource allocation, which was something only Qingyan could decide. Fortunately, Qingyan understood the importance of this trip. He agreed without hesitation and even had Ron accompany Su Lang. Qingyan said, "You have collaborated before, and you have each other's backs while executing tasks." Su Lang was naturally very happy about this. He genuinely liked Ron's personality. Having someone like him around meant he wouldn't have to worry about being bored during the journey. However, before Su Lang set out to find the surviving experimental subjects, Qingyan assigned him another task, to lead the team to find the entrance to the underground laboratory. "You will lead the team. They will certainly be able to reduce casualties." As he spoke, Qingyan opened a wooden box in front of him. "Moreover, we have this." Inside the wooden box lay an identity badge, and Su Lang knew it was Zheng Yuan's identity badge. Su Lang had been particularly attentive to various matters regarding the laboratory for this moment, so he naturally would not refuse Qingyan's proposal. He just didn't expect Qingyan to prioritize finding the location over finding the people. It seemed that the underground laboratory was indeed very important. Qingyan said, "I'll give you half a day's rest. You can lead the team out tomorrow morning. Is that okay?" Given the urgency of the situation, Qingyan didn't want to delay, but he also understood that Su Lang had just returned. If he jumped straight into action without rest, his body wouldn't be able to handle it. Su Lang nodded in agreement. After leaving Qingyan's office, Su Lang discussed with Fan Yu, "Next time, please try not to pull me back so suddenly. If I were in the middle of a bustling street, and a living person just disappeared like that, it would be quite strange." But this matter was indeed beyond Fan Yu's control. At the beginning of the mission, Fan Yu had confirmed with Su Lang that he would be pulled back periodically to consolidate information. But it was impossible for a person to perceive time accurately without any tools. Su Lang had only felt that it was about time, so he seized every opportunity to gather intelligence. However, he could not precisely grasp the exact moment when such things would happen. On his way back to rest, Fan Yu accompanied him for a while. The corridors of the underground shelter were narrow and cramped, unlike the grand and imposing buildings above ground. The underground shelters were constructed with functionality and practicality in mind from the beginning. Symbolism or design concepts were not necessary. In comparison, what was more important was how to maximize the use of space and how to think about functional zoning. After a period of absence, Su Lang felt that it seemed even more crowded. Naturally, people had gradually become accustomed to life in darkness. The underground shelters did not prohibit marriage and childbirth, but the quota for childbirth needed to go through multiple layers of approval. After all, the space in the underground shelters was limited. Every additional child meant more resources consumed, so not everyone had the right to give birth. Couples of childbearing age with fertility plans need to provide their complete information, including but not limited to age, health status, contribution value, etc. Then, after layers of review and investigation, it will be confirmed whether they can obtain a fertility quota. Even if a fertility quota is obtained, regular prenatal checkups must be ensured. If any abnormalities, such as fetal deformities or underdevelopment, are found during the checkups, the pregnancy will be forcibly terminated. In an era of resource scarcity, the concept of quality childbirth and nurturing is extremely important. Underground shelters will not raise someone who contributes nothing here. In the past 2 years, the elite program has been particularly prominent. The underground shelters have even conducted genetic screening, adding a new rule that only those with excellent genes can reproduce on top of the original fertility quota selection criteria. However, it should be noted that not everyone has the desire to have children. In the underground shelters, there's still some people who, although they have adapted a life here, see their life goal as simply living out their own life. To them, the future of the world is bleak, and if their children would also have to live in this dark and damp place for their entire lives, they would rather not bring children into this world. This reflects their helplessness regarding reality and their responsibility towards new life. Su Lang, as an older single man, has never considered these issues. He is alone, without a partner, let alone a next generation. On the contrary, Fan Yu, before parting ways with Su Lang, gently touched her abdomen, her eyes filled with maternal tenderness. This small action immediately caught Su Lang's attention. "Are you expecting a baby?" Su Lang asked tentatively. He and Fan Yu only have a working relationship, and therefore do not know much about each other's personal lives. Moreover, the customs of holding weddings and inviting friends and relatives have long been gone. If two people truly want to be together, they only need to complete the registration report. Although Su Lang and Fan Yu have worked together for a considerable amount of time, they haven't spent much time together. So it is reasonable that Su Lang doesn't know Fan Yu has a partner. However, Su Lang's judgment cannot be wrong. He remembers that the pregnant woman lying on the experimental table looked at her abdomen with the same expression. At one moment, the figures of the two women overlapped, and Su Lang felt a bit dazed. Fan Yu did not hide it from Su Lang. She nodded generously and said, "Not long ago, just about a month. I'm relatively lucky to have obtained a fertility quota. I just hope there won't be any issues in the upcoming checkups." Su Lang was not surprised that Fan Yu could obtain a fertility quota. Fan Yu is exceptionally intelligent and healthy, and even the underground shelters would certainly want such good genes to be passed on. "Congratulations," Su Lang said sincerely. Fan Yu nodded, accepting Su Lang's congratulations, and then said, "If the mission can truly succeed, this child might see the sunlight." Hearing this, Su Lang's smile froze. He felt a bit guilty. "I still haven't received any news about that document." Qingyan seems to be very desperate about humanity. He is still young and has seen too much cruelty and selfishness. "Before I returned, he even mentioned wanting the world to end. Frankly, I'm not sure if he will really help us." Su Lang spoke honestly to Fan Yu, even though he knew that Fan Yu probably needs hope more than ever. Hope should not be a lie. This is Su Lang's greatest realization after experiencing a series of events with the Key Group. If possible, he also wants Fan Yu's child to be born in a new world. But a new world requires many people to create together. It is not just a slogan or a declaration. Unexpectedly, Fan Yu did not show much disappointment on her face. She even appeared calmer than Su Lang. Step by step, people need guidance. "At least Qingyan trusts you now, doesn't he?" Fan Yu's voice was gentle, perhaps because of her new role as a mother. Su Lang felt she had become much softer. Guide Qingyan? Su Lang had thought about it. But the formation of concepts does not happen overnight. And changing concepts also requires time and accumulation. "All right, I will do my best," Su Lang promised. Before parting, Su Lang suddenly remembered the task assigned to him by Gu. He couldn't help but ask, is there something important in that underground laboratory? In the past, he could afford not to be curious, but now he was going to go there again, and his involvement there seemed to be increasing. If he could obtain more information, perhaps it could help him understand the focus of the action. Fan Yu nodded and candidly said, they suspect they can find remnants of the Key Group inside. And there might also be various experimental materials and living supplies. If possible, they even want to repurpose them. Of course, this is the best-case scenario. When you returned last time, they conducted an analysis. That building above ground might just be a smokescreen, but this smokescreen has already cost us many lives. So this time, when looking for the underground laboratory, even if you have the information from before, you must not let your guard down. It is very dangerous there. Hearing Fan Yu's words, Su Lang also became serious. He indeed did not expect there to be so many causal connections involved, and now with Fan Yu's reminder, he would certainly be more cautious. At the same time, he felt a bit more anticipation for the action tomorrow. Could it be that the people from the Key Group are really hiding there? Chapter 41, New Captain. Early the next morning, Su Lang was awakened by Ron. "I'm really impressed that you can sleep so deeply even when on a mission," Ron joked as he sat by Su Lang's bed. Su Lang propped his head up and sat up, feeling a bit groggy. How could someone who walks through time be completely unaffected? Looking at Ron in front of him, Su Lang's sense of reality in this world increased a bit. "Get ready. Hurry up and get out of bed." The team leader this time is Gu Jingming, and his temper isn't as good as Zhang Cheng'en's. He's just taken over as captain and is trying to establish his authority, so don't get caught in the crossfire. Facing Ron's friendly reminder, Su Lang wanted to say that he was just cooperating with the work, and establishing authority shouldn't involve him. But thinking it over, he decided that it was better to avoid trouble. So Su Lang quickly got up, finished dressing and washing up in 5 minutes, and followed Ron out. Sure enough, as Ron had said, the other members of the team were already on high alert, and the serious-looking person standing at the front was presumably Gu Jingming. He didn't seem as robust as Zhang Cheng'en, standing at about 187 meters, but his build was somewhat lean. Don't underestimate him. Although he looks weak, he's actually quite strong, and he comes from a martial arts family, so he can fight well, Ron quietly reminded Su Lang. Su Lang found it hard to connect the Gu Zhengming in front of him with the person Ron had described, especially when he got a good look at Gu Zhengming's appearance. Gu Zhengming had somewhat androgynous features, with striking eyebrows and eyes, fair skin, and a mole at the corner of his eye that inexplicably gave him a somewhat pitiful look. "What are you staring at?" Gu Zhengming scolded as he walked up to Su Lang. Su Lang realized his gaze was somewhat impolite and quickly apologized. "My bad. I'm sorry. I'll pay attention." Gu Zhengming, aware of Su Lang's identity, didn't dwell on it and instead turned to the others to issue orders. "Let's move out." This time, the team was numerous, with several vehicles prepared. Remembering what Fan Yu had told him, Su Lang understood the significance of this operation and felt a surge of anxiety. Ron and Su Lang were still in the same vehicle, but unfortunately, Gu Zhengming was also in this car. It was clear that Ron didn't like the new captain. He was usually talkative, but fell silent throughout the ride. Although Gu Zhengming was good-looking, his personality was too cold. Sitting next to him felt like having a refrigerator beside him, with the temperature dropping by 10 degrees. Su Lang wasn't the type to break the ice easily, so he simply kept his eyes on the nose on the mouth, and mouth on the heart, remaining quiet like the others. This time, there was no search mission. Everyone was riding in vehicles, so they moved much faster than before. It wasn't until they approached their destination that the vehicles slowed down. Su Lang's vehicle was the lead one since he needed to identify the exact location of the entrance. Returning to this place, Su Lang felt both familiar and strange. Counting it, this was the third time. In the past and future, Su Lang had appeared here repeatedly. The first time he was with Zhang Chengyan, the second time with Gu Qingyan, and now with Gu Zhengming. Each mission was different, each purpose varied, and Su Lang's state of mind was also different. "Our previous judgment was correct. The underground laboratory is located there," Su Lang said, pointing out a spot outside the window to Ron. Ron sighed, his expression one of regret. If they had been a bit more resolute in the past, or had more information, would things have turned out differently? Would Zhang Chengyan still be alive? Unfortunately, there is no if in this world, and the deceased cannot be revived. "Drive another 300 meters ahead and stop there," Su Lang instructed the driver. The driver, however, looked to Gu Zhengming, the team leader and commander of the operation. "Follow his orders." Gu Zhengming nodded, signaling the driver to do as Su Lang said. After driving another 300 meters, the vehicle came to a slow stop. Su Lang was the first to get out, carefully observing the land. In the past and present, at different points in time, there were subtle changes here. Whether intentional or not, the entrance had not been maintained for a long time, overgrown with weeds. Su Lang called Ron over to help, and together they pulled the weeds covering the entrance, then took out their ID badges to open the entrance. From this moment on, Gu Zhengming and his team were fully armed and on high alert. Looking at the suddenly appearing elevator, Gu Zhengming didn't rush everyone to get on. Instead, he asked Su Lang, "What's inside?" Su Lang recalled carefully. Going down the elevator, you have to walk through a corridor at the end of which is an elevator. The elevator has a shield, requiring not only an ID badge, but also a retinal scan. Only by passing these two can you enter the elevator. After reaching the laboratory below by elevator, there will be a connecting corridor, and walking through it will first lead to a preparation room, which is generally used for changing into radiation suits and checking safety. Exiting the preparation room leads to the actual experimental hall. Su Lang explained in great detail, leaving nothing out. At that moment, Gu Zhengming simultaneously drew up the corresponding map and handed it to Su Lang. "Is this it?" Su Lang nodded. "Exactly." "All right. Prepare to enter," Gu Zhengming ordered. Subsequently, everyone took turns riding the elevator. Passing through the corridor, Su Lang took out his ID badge again to swipe, then pointed to the retinal scan device, looking at Gu Zhengming to indicate that they were still missing the last and most crucial item. The retinal scan was the key group's key measure to prevent others from entering the laboratory. Only internal members could pass the retinal scan. Not to mention that Zheng Yuan's body had already decayed. Even if it hadn't, a person's pupils change after death, making it impossible to pass the retinal scan. Yesterday, Su Lang had already informed Gu about this situation. They could use Zheng Yuan's ID badge, but the retinal scan was something he couldn't manage. After all, he wasn't a member of the key group, and his identity information hadn't been recorded in the key group. let alone having access rights here. Every time he had gone in and out before, he had been accompanied by someone, whether it was Gu Qingyan, Zheng Yuan, or Tian Yishanjian. Su Lang cast his gaze towards Gu Zhengming, his meaning obvious. It's up to you. Gu Zhengming raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to bring that person over. Soon after Gu Zhengming lowered his hand, a person dressed in a radiation suit was unwillingly dragged over. Su Lang had not ridden in the same vehicle as him, but he felt slightly familiar with him now, though he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. You better cooperate, Gu Zhengming threatened coldly. Otherwise, I won't kill you, but you will know what it means to wish for death and not be able to. At that moment, Su Lang clearly realized the difference between Gu Zhengming and Zhang Qingyan. Zhang Qingyan would never say such things to someone, but Gu Zhengming didn't care at all, and Su Lang believed he would follow through. The man seemed to have already experienced Gu Zhengming's methods. Although unwilling, he still trembled and stepped forward. At the moment the retinal scan was completed, the elevator shield opened, and a cold mechanical voice sounded. Experimenter Gu Yan. Identity recognition successful. Su Lang finally remembered who this person was. He indeed had met this person once, but not in this era. It was 26 years ago. At that time, Gu Yan was about the same age as Zheng Yuan, both of them entering the Qi group in the same batch. Being able to enter such a company and directly obtain the identity of an experimenter was enough to prove that both were outstanding individuals of the younger generation. Gu Yan's choice was different from Zheng Yuan's. Zheng Yuan chose to join the camp where Gu Qingyan was, while Gu Yan opted for Tianai Mountain Gorge. The meeting between Gu Yan and Su Lang was not too long for Su Lang, but for Gu Yan, it was a memory from 26 years ago. Back then, Su Lang visited the laboratory with Tianai Mountain Gorge, and Gu Yan, along with another researcher, brushed past him while carrying a corpse. Who would have thought that after 26 years, they would meet again under such circumstances? The elevator descended, with only the lights above shimmering. Due to the larger number of personnel this time, even though the elevator was spacious, it was crowded at the moment. Su Lang's gaze passed through the crowd, assessing Gu Yan, who was huddled in the corner. At this moment, he no longer resembled the spirited youth he once was. He shrank his body and buried his head low, like an ostrich trying to hide itself in the sand. Armed personnel from Gu Zhengming's team flanked him on either side, holding him in the middle. Initially, Su Lang was curious about what identity he was here with, but given the current situation, he felt he didn't need to ask. He was most likely still working for the Qi group, just unlucky enough to have been caught by Gu Zhengming. To be honest, Su Lang did not expect that Shunmu Gu and the others had such a trump card as Gu Yan in their hands. If they had captured Gu Yan, then why didn't they take away his identity card? Thinking of this, Su Lang suddenly looked down at the identity card he was holding. Indeed, the shape and appearance of the identity card showed no difference, but the number on it was different from what he remembered. A difference of one digit and one letter represented entirely different individuals. This was Gu Yan's identity card, not Zheng Yuan's. The person identified by the iris recognition and the identity card matched. So, all of them had been brought in by Gu Yan. But where did Zheng Yuan's identity card go? And why was Gu Yan's identity card handed to him? Logically, wouldn't it be better for this item to be directly entrusted to Gu Zhengming for safekeeping? Su Lang had many questions in his mind, but now was not the time to ask them. With a ding, the elevator arrived. The arrangements were exactly the same as before, passing through the corridor. They reached the preparation room, and further back was the experimental hall. However, the experimental hall was much quieter now, with no one else in the large space. Only the echoes of their footsteps. Coming back here felt like just yesterday for Su Lang, but objectively, it had already been 26 years. The time jump made Su Lang feel a bit dazed, and many fragmented images flashed through his mind, some he remembered, while others seemed like they had never occurred in his cognition, just like the initial dream. The feeling of dizziness hit him, and Su Lang's legs went weak, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Fortunately, Ron was nearby and helped him. "What's wrong?" Ron asked with concern. Su Lang shook his head. "It shouldn't be anything serious. Maybe I just haven't rested well. You should get a checkup when you have time. Many small issues can easily be overlooked, and by the time they show obvious symptoms, it might be too late," Ron advised like a caring mother. While Ron was discussing health matters with Su Lang, Gu Zhengming and Gu Yan were clearly not as friendly. It was unclear what Gu Yan said to Gu Zhengming, but Gu Jingming unexpectedly kicked Gu Yin in the thigh. Gu Yin lost his balance and knelt down. Even for a captive, this treatment was indeed a bit harsh, especially since this captive was still of great use. This place was originally for experiments, and one could never be sure what was inside. Ultimately, Su Lang had only visited, while Gu Yin had actually worked here. To minimize personnel losses, directly finding the target would definitely be most efficient, with Gu Yin leading the way. Gu Jingming turned off the communication. Su Lang and the others could not hear what he was saying to Gu Yin. It seemed that the current communication line was a one-on-one between Gu Jingming and Gu Yin. Gu Jingming held a map in his hand, but he was only facing himself. He seemed to be asking Gu Yin something about the map, and as Gu Yin answered, Gu Jingming's fingers slid across the map. Suddenly, after Gu Yin said something, Gu Jingming kicked him in the abdomen again. Gu Yin curled up in pain and fell to the ground. This interrogation lasted nearly 5 minutes. After it ended, Gu Jingming made some modifications to the map with a pen before walking up to Su Lang and handing him the map. Check this. Is what is on here the same as what you understand? Looking at the different danger levels and contents marked on the map, Su Lang finally realized that Gu Jingming had just been rechecking the map. It seemed that the initial version of the map was also obtained from Gu Yin, but Gu Jingming did not trust him. So after arriving here, he used the real environment for pressure, re-asking for confirmation to see if Gu Yan's statements matched. This meant that Gu Yin had likely been beaten because his statements had discrepancies. Even so, after verification, Gu Jingming was still unwilling to fully trust Gu Yin and sought a third confirmation from himself. Gu Jingming's caution was indeed somewhat excessive, but in the face of human lives, even more caution was warranted. Looking at Laboratory 56 on the map, marked as having no danger, Su Lang fell into deep thought. Is it really safe here? Chapter 42, his phoenix, Su Lang, did not directly tell Gu Jingming whether the map was reliable. Instead, he walked over to the crumpled Gu Yin on the ground and asked, "What were you doing in laboratory number 56 before?" "Scientific experiments." Gu Yan's answer was clearly useless. Su Lang was not in a hurry. Instead, he patiently asked further, "What kind of scientific experiments? What was the subject of the experiment? What was the purpose? What methods were used during the experiment?" Gu Yin lowered his head, avoiding Su Lang's gaze, but answered each of Su Lang's questions one by one. The subject was a woman. She volunteered to participate in the experiment. The purpose was to study whether humans could become more adaptable to this world through mutation while ensuring life safety. To achieve this result, we induced mutations through radiation. Our experiments were reasonable and compliant, and it was a long time ago. The experiment was safe and did not produce adverse effects. Not only did Gu Yin answer Su Lang's questions, but he even reassured him about the safety of the situation. Su Lang squatted down to maintain eye contact with the slumped Gu Yin. "Look at my face. Answer again." Without the height difference, Gu Yin could see Su Lang's face clearly through the transparent mask of the radiation suit. He had been so confident before, as if he could say the same thing no matter who asked. But when he clearly saw Su Lang's features, his eyes widened in shock, and his mouth opened. Unable to say a word for a long time. "My name is Su Lang," Su Lang said softly, but each word was clear. This simple self-introduction confirmed Gu Yan's suspicion in his heart. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Lang is dead. He came with Gu Qingyan, and not long after he died. Gu Qingyan also committed suicide. You cannot be Su Lang. Su Lang was killed over 20 years ago." Listening to Gu Yan's words, Su Lang slightly lowered his gaze. Sure enough, he had not escaped that ending, had he? But he understood that now was not the time to dwell on these matters. He held the map in front of Gu Yin and spoke again. "Are you still going to lie to them?" Gu Yin suddenly laughed, unable to stop, looking deranged as he pointed at Su Lang. "Since you know, why bother asking me?" Gu Yin looked around at the people present and shouted loudly, "We can't get out. None of US can escape from here. Everyone will die here. Having brought so many to accompany me, I suppose I have not let Mr. Tianai down." "Is Tianai, Shanjian, still alive?" Su Lang asked, frowning. But before Gu Yin could answer, Gu Jingming rushed up and kicked him. Gu Jingming had used violence against Gu Yin more than once or twice, and Su Lang found it hard not to suspect there was personal anger involved. Seeing that Gu Jingming was about to kick again, Su Lang hurriedly stepped in front of Gu Yin. "He is still useful. You can't just kill him here, can you?" Gu Jingming replied, He's just a liar. What use is he? I didn't expect to be fooled by him again. Qingyan, who had been silently enduring, finally raised his head, glaring fiercely at Gu Zhengming. Regardless, I'm your uncle, your elder. Gu Zhengming, do you not fear retribution for treating your elder this way? Qingyan's words came out quickly, and Gu Zhengming was too late to cut off the communication, so everyone present heard what Qingyan said. For a moment, everyone's expressions varied. Clearly, not many had known about the relationship between Qingyan and Gu Zhengming before. Now that the words had been said, Gu Zhengming simply did not hide it anymore. He walked up to Qingyan and scoffed, "Uncle, you even dare to mention this relationship?" Qingyan turned his head away, no longer speaking, but Gu Zhengming took the opportunity to clarify. "My father trusted you so much. Our family was not well off to begin with. He and my mother had many fights, yet he sold everything to support your education. Because of this, my parents' relationship fell apart. Later, you succeeded in your studies, and my father was particularly pleased, telling everyone you were his pride. But what did you do? You conducted experiments that outraged both gods and men. You harmed so many people. In the end, you were still obsessed. When disaster struck, people saw through the key group's deception and were unwilling to be deceived again. You couldn't find subjects, so you turned your sights on family. You deceived my father and made him persuade my mother. They are your own brother and sister-in-law. You say I don't respect my elders. But what qualification do you have to criticize me, a disloyal, unfilial, and unjust person? No one could have imagined that behind the terrible relationship between Qingyan and Gu Zhengming lay such a past. If what Gu Zhengming said was true, then Qingyan's actions were indeed unforgivable. His own brother was willing to sacrifice family harmony to support his education, and after graduating, he not only did not repay the kindness, but instead caused the other party to lose everything. For Gu Zhengming, this uncle of his was perhaps a demon nourished by his parents' flesh and blood, if it weren't for the fact that Qingyan still had some usefulness. Su Lang had no doubt that Gu Zhengming would have killed Qingyan directly. "Do you miss them?" Qingyan suddenly asked, raising his head. To them he referred to as naturally Gu Zhengming's parents. "I certainly miss them. I want to use your blood to sacrifice to them." The hatred in Gu Zhengming's eyes was terrifying to anyone who saw it, but after learning so much, it seemed understandable. Qingyan smiled, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Gu Zhengming. "No need to rush. You'll see them soon, very soon." Qingyan's words were ambiguous, but a bad premonition surged in Su Lang's heart. He believed Qingyan saying this was definitely not just a simple attempt to provoke Gu Zhengming. Su Lang looked at each of the laboratories. The doors were tightly closed, as if each one hid secrets waiting for someone to uncover. The pale lights overhead cast down, illuminating the spotless laboratories. Su Lang walked to the front desk, raised his hand, and touched it. The icy sensation transmitted through his fingertips, and Su Lang focused his gaze. There was not a speck of dust on his fingers. No, this absolutely should not be the appearance of a laboratory that has been vacant for over a decade. After seeing Su Lang's actions, Gu Zhengming understood Su Lang's intention. Indeed, it was too abnormal for this place to be so clean. The only explanation was that this laboratory was still in use. But they had been there for some time, and during this period, they had never encountered any attacks. This did not mean there was no danger. On the contrary, it likely indicated that danger lurked in those laboratories. Gu Zhengming's caution regarding the map was very necessary. Those laboratories were like Pandora's box. Once the doors were opened, no one knew what lay hidden behind them. "We can't get out. No one can get out, including me. But dying at the hands of those things is a bit regrettable. I should be lying on the experimental table. I should use my life to assist Mr. T and I." Qingyan murmured, crying and laughing. At that moment, Su Lang confirmed that Qingyan was truly insane. His madness was not a mental disorder, but a kind of obsession, a fixation. "What did you mean by those things?" Gu Zhengming, unwilling to pay attention to his later ramblings, focused on the details in his words. "Curious?" Qingyan propped himself up with his elbow, crawled a few steps forward, provocatively teasing Gu Zhengming. "If you're curious, hurry up and open those doors. Don't waste time here. The answer is inside." At this moment, Su Lang felt a bit inclined to persuade Gu Zhengming to call off the mission. But he also knew that since the operation had already begun, Gu Zhengming would definitely be unwilling to return empty-handed. So Su Lang took the map that Gu Zhengming had given him and marked 8 points on it. As far as I know, the experiments conducted here should involve insects or animals, which may not be very dangerous. The 8 laboratories marked by Su Lang were all used by Gu Qingyan's team, and Su Lang believed that under Gu Qingyan's leadership, they would not conduct cruel human experiments. Even if it came to that, it would still be the case. Additionally, although Gu Qingyan was quite bold in cooking, he was cautious and careful in experiments. Su Lang believed that even if there were truly dangerous experimental products, Gu Qingyan would take proper security measures. It was clear that compared to Gu Yan, Gu Zhengming trusted Su Lang more. He immediately decided to start the search from the laboratories marked by Su Lang. Before setting off, he initially wanted to disperse the personnel to improve search efficiency. But after glancing at the erratic Gu Yan, Gu Zhengming changed his mind. He didn't leave Gu Yan behind a guard, but instead had him forcibly taken along with them. Although everyone was somewhat puzzled by Gu Zhengming's unconventional arrangement, they strictly complied. Everyone set off cautiously, bypassing the front laboratories and heading deeper inside. Gu Qingyan's laboratories were relatively secluded. After all, Gu Qingyan had never intended to conduct any human experiments from the beginning, and the less attention drawn, the better. The group advanced with high vigilance, and Su Lang felt nervous every time they passed the door. For some reason, he always felt that there were living creatures inside. But he couldn't convey this to Gu Zhengming. After all, these were merely instincts and guesses. Finally, everyone arrived at the first laboratory marked by Su Lang. Gu Zhengming took a look, and Su Lang understood, using his identification card to swipe open the laboratory door. As the door swung open, everyone held their breath, and the surroundings were so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. This was Gu Qingyan's laboratory, and thinking of this made Su Lang anxious. He was curious about what the last experiment Gu Qingyan conducted was. Pushing open the door, a chirping sound came from inside. Clearly, this was not a sound that humans could make. Su Lang exchanged glances with Gu Zhengming, and in the end, Su Lang chose to trust Gu Qingyan, stepping into the laboratory first. Gu Zhengming stood behind him, weapon ready, prepared to fire at any moment. However, upon seeing what was inside, all tension evaporated. A smile spread across Su Lang's face as he relaxed. Indeed, this was Gu Qingyan. Inside the laboratory was a vividly feathered small bird. Unlike any bird Su Lang had ever seen, its eyes were crimson, and its body was more than 3 times the size of a magpie. Most importantly, it had long, colorful feathers on its tail. Looking at it, Su Lang even believed that the legendary phoenix truly existed. The bird was kept in a large, transparent cage, and upon seeing Su Lang and the others enter, it did not attack, but instead tilted its head to observe them, chirping a few times after a while. Su Lang took out a radiation monitor, and the radiation level in this laboratory was clearly exceeding safe limits. Without protective suits, they might have already experienced symptoms like vomiting and fainting. Yet this bird seemed unaffected, even fluttering energetically in its cage. If it weren't for Mr. Tianye's nostalgia, we would have killed this wretched bird long ago. Gu Yan's voice came from behind, and Su Lang then noticed there was food and water inside the birdcage, indicating that someone was specifically taking care of it. Su Lang did not know much about this bird, as it was still in the early stages of experimentation when he left, but from Gu Yan's words, it seemed likely that this bird was cultivated by Gu Qingyan. Its ability to survive in such an environment was enough to prove that Gu Qingyan's experimental direction was correct. Su Lang said with delight. After so many years, he felt very gratified to see the results of Gu Qingyan's experiments still thriving. But Gu Yan shook his head. An experiment that cannot be replicated is not a success. He only managed to achieve this with 2 birds. Later, Mr. T and I dissected one of them, thinking he could gain some inspiration, but he found that this experiment could not be replicated in humans at all. The differences between human and bird organs and circulatory systems are significant. What worked for birds may not work for humans. Conducting these experiments is just a waste of time and resources. From the very beginning, we should have focused on human experiments. Only Mr. Tianye's choice was correct. Su Lang was too lazy to pay attention to Gu Yan's subsequent remarks and walked further into the laboratory. Gu Qingyan's laboratory was clean and tidy, with experimental subjects placed under transparent covers one after another. Aside from that bird, the other experimental subjects had clearly not received good care when Su Lang saw them. They were already dead, but he observed the appearance of various species after mutation on their bodies. However, he did not know whether they survived after mutating, for how long, and what ultimately caused their death. In the end, Qingyan did not apply this experiment to humans. They did not see any human corpses or remains in this laboratory. This laboratory was clean and orderly, just like Qingyan himself. Chapter 43, Lab 33. The safety of this lab eased Gu Jingming's mind a bit. He opened the communication line for everyone. If we encounter any danger later, remember this lab. At least it's safe here. Everyone can retreat to this lab and then make plans. Indeed, no one could be sure what they would encounter in the subsequent labs. The doors of these labs were reinforced, and clearly, retreating here was much safer than exposing themselves in the lobby. This was also why they hadn't initially gone to the labs with higher danger levels. They needed to find a safe point as a fallback, as well as a source of confidence for everyone. They subsequently entered the other labs of Qingyan's team, compared to Qingyan's lab. While the other labs posed no immediate danger, they also yielded no new discoveries. It was clear that Qingyan had neither the leisure nor the resources to attend to the creatures within all the labs. That bird was the only survivor among them. Here, Su Lang also saw Zheng Yuan's lab. Su Lang was very curious about what this kid was doing. The lab was in disarray, and the experimental subjects he used were quite unique, mostly small insects like ants and pillbugs. Su Lang even saw the corpses of flies and mosquitoes inside. Of course, there were also small cockroaches. Yes, that was right. Zheng Yuan didn't even dare to use slightly larger cockroaches, opting instead for the small ones. Those who knew would understand that Zheng Yuan was conducting experiments here, while those who didn't might think he was collecting pests. As the labs with lower danger levels were cleared, if they wanted to make any new discoveries, they would have to head to other labs. Gu Zhengming had lost hope in the low-danger labs marked by Gu Yin. His trust in Gu Yin had been completely shattered. However, Gu Yin was not entirely useless. For example, Gu Zhengming had already decided to use Gu Yin as a scout. Before pushing open the next lab door, Gu Zhengming had someone push Gu Yin to the front. In other words, if a monster really charged out of the lab, Gu Yin would undoubtedly be the first to die, but his death would buy time for the others to react. This method seemed very cruel, but compared to Gu Yin's actions, it could only be said that he deserved it. They were currently in Lab 33, which Gu Yin had previously marked as low danger. But when he was pushed to the door, the panic on Gu Yan's face was enough to prove how terrified he was. Gu Zhengming didn't care about that. For him, if Gu Yan's life could test a high-danger lab, it would actually be the most advantageous outcome. Gu Zhengming exchanged glances with a teammate standing nearby, who understood immediately. The moment Su Lang swiped his ID card, the teammate opened the lab door. With a long shriek, before anyone could see clearly, a bizarre tentacle shot out from the lab, its tip piercing through Gu Yan's chest like a sword. In an instant, gunshots rang out. Though everyone was unsure what was kept in the lab, its danger was evident, and firing was everyone's instinctive reaction. After being hit by bullets, the tentacle quickly retracted, clearly indicating that it had a sense of pain. Gu Yan's chest had a large hole, blood oozing out. Without the support of the nearby teammates, he fell helplessly to the ground, but no one paid him any mind, as if his mission had been completed. He was now like garbage, forgotten and discarded by others. Team members entered the lab one after another, some responsible for taking photos and collecting evidence, while others focused on protection and defense. It was only at this moment that Su Lang clearly saw the true appearance of the monster. Initially, he had been puzzled when he saw the tentacle, because, according to Gu Yan's account and his understanding of Qingyan, it was clear that they wouldn't waste energy and resources on experimental subjects other than humans. However, the tentacle looked like something that should belong to an octopus. Only after seeing the full form of the monster did Su Lang realize that their guesses were correct. The tentacle was indeed grafted from other organisms, but the main body of the monster was still human. Su Lang could even tell from his appearance that this experimental subject was likely a young man around 20 years old, but aside from his head, the rest of his body was hardly recognizable as human. His body was swollen to an incredible degree, looking bloated, with flesh on his torso, developing structures resembling suckers. His skin exhibited a pathological dark red color and was secreting some kind of mucus. Gunfire continued to erupt. His limbs seemed to have been severed and reattached with tentacles. The other 3 tentacles identical to the one that had just attacked Qingyan. Now those tentacles were uncontrollably attacking the incoming team members. Su Lang described them as uncontrollable because he stood at the back and could see the pain and struggle on the young man's face. The man whimpered, mumbling words like "stop," "I'm sorry," and "help me," but the tentacles did not heed his commands, as if attacking was their instinct. Su Lang saw a clear sense of rupture in this experimental subject, a struggle between humanity and uncontrollable beastliness. Kill him. It doesn't matter if he's dead. With Gu Jingming's command, the team members who had just been targeting the attacking tentacles immediately shifted their focus to the man. Since Gu Jingming had said that dead was fine, everyone fired without hesitation. Bullets rained down, and in less than 10 seconds, the man's head and chest were turned into a sieve. His eyes were filled with despair as a large amount of mucus sprayed from his chest cavity. As the man ceased to exist, the tentacles gradually came to a halt. This was the experimental subject of this room. He had not lost consciousness, but had watched helplessly as he was transformed into a monster, feeling his uncontrollable body. Once they confirmed he was completely dead and posed no further danger, the team began to cautiously observe the lab. To everyone's surprise, there was another corpse in the corner of the lab. It had been obscured by the massive body of the mutated man, which was why no one had noticed it earlier. Now, with the mutated subject down, the corpse finally came into view. It was a person who had not undergone mutation, still wearing a radiation suit, although it had long been pierced and damaged. Though his body had already begun to decay, there were still visible signs of being gnawed and cut, marks that could not have been left by a human. Su Lang shifted his gaze back to the mutated subject. If he was not mistaken, the wounds on this corpse had been inflicted by the mutated subject. This corpse had not only been left in this lab due to an accident, but also served another purpose: food. This realization hit not only Su Lang, but also the other team members, who more or less guessed it too. Su Lang heard someone gagging, and soon the communication line was cut off, the sound fading away. Accepting such things was indeed not easy, especially since this was their first encounter with a lab of relatively high danger. Su Lang could hardly imagine what lay in the remaining labs. Not just him. Gu Jingming's expression also grew particularly grave. Su Lang approached Gu Jingming and asked via a one-on-one communication line, "Are you going to clear all the labs here?" Hundreds of laboratories, and Su Lang had no idea how many dangers were hidden inside. If all the laboratories were to be cleared out, it would indeed be a massive undertaking. Gu Jingming nodded. "Yes, this is the task I accepted. The higher-ups want to reuse this place, so all laboratories must be cleared. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent so many of us out together." Clearly, Gu was already aware of the danger level of this task. Su Lang didn't know how many more explorations they had conducted in this area since he left, but undoubtedly, from Muji's perspective, he hoped this would be the last time. "Don't worry, as long as there are people alive, we will do our utmost to protect you. This is also one of the orders we received," Gu Jingming reassured, thinking Su Lang was worried about his safety. In fact, Su Lang had no doubts about this. Although he was also equipped with weapons, he had always been arranged to stay in the back during operations, with personnel protection. After the sample collection and danger elimination tasks were completed, the team members exited the laboratory. Guyan's body still lay alone at the entrance of the laboratory, eyes wide open, filled with unwillingness. Gu Jingming took a glance and finally spoke. "Drag him inside and put him down. Don't block the way here." Upon hearing Gu Jingming's order, 2 team members immediately threw Guyan's body into the laboratory, placing it next to another experimenter's corpse. The monster's size was relatively large, making it inconvenient to carry away, so they only took some samples from it and piled the body in a corner. Once again, everyone stood in the corridor, but this time their mindset was completely different from before. They had encountered creatures that were completely beyond their understanding, those created monsters. This time Qingyan took the bullet, but what about next time? A wave of fear rose in everyone's hearts, a worry and dread of unknown creatures and unknown dangers. Just at this moment, Gu Jingming issued another order. "The mission continues. The next target is Laboratory 23. This laboratory was directly opposite Laboratory 33, which had already been cleared, with its door wide open. Comparatively, exploring Laboratory 23 would expand their operational space. If anything unexpected happened, they could retreat to the already cleared Laboratory 33. As Gu Jingming gave the order, the others dared not slack off. Even though they were terrified inside, they could only grit their teeth and proceed. As the person in charge of scanning identity cards, Su Lang was in a relatively safe position because the card scanner was located at the side of the laboratory door. Even if there were creatures inside, this position was definitely in a visual blind spot. But the person opening the door was different. The monster with tentacles just now was enough to prove the swift actions of these mutated experimental subjects. A moment's inattention could easily make the person opening the door the first to die. Gu Jingming was cruel towards Gu Yan, but took extra care of the others in the team. Therefore, before opening the door, Gu Jingming specifically instructed that the person opening the door should move away immediately and increase the number of personnel responsible for security nearby. Once everyone was ready, Su Lang took the identity card and placed it on the card scanner next to the door of Laboratory 23. As the green light lit up, the person responsible for opening the door pulled it hard and quickly moved away. Unexpectedly, nothing like tentacles suddenly sprang out this time. However, just as people were preparing to enter and explore, a mass of black mist surged out from inside the room. Visibility was obstructed, and everyone fell into a panic. With a scream, everyone instinctively shot in the direction of the cry. A sound resembling an animal's wail echoed. Clearly, the creature had been hit by bullets. But the disaster did not end with the creature being shot. Screams from team members emerged from the mist, this time from a completely different direction. Fall back. Retreat to Laboratory 33. Gu Zhengming ordered, and everyone immediately retreated. The inky mist plunged everyone into darkness, resulting in multiple trampling incidents during the retreat. The panic and fear, combined with the inability to see, made it impossible for even the well-trained team members to avoid accidents. Su Lang stood towards the back. He felt someone in front of him and instinctively reached out to pull the person back, hoping to help them retreat to safety faster. But when he reached out, he grasped only emptiness. He heard a dull thud, as if someone had fallen. Then he felt something grab his ankle. Just as Su Lang wanted to break free, that grip suddenly tightened, completely unlike the strength a human should have. Su Lang couldn't maintain his balance and fell, being dragged down by the other party. The grip became tighter. Su Lang's ankle ached, and he felt that force was trying to pull him into Laboratory 23. In a moment of desperation, he aimed his pistol at his ankle and fired a shot. His ankle was released, and that force disappeared. A few seconds later, he heard a human scream. That sound, muffled by the anti-radiation suit, was still clear. It was the cry of that person in their last moment of life. So close, yet being dragged further away. Chapter 44 Fusion Su Lang was dragged back to Laboratory number 33 by Ron. It wasn't until the situation stabilized that Su Lang could clearly see Ron's face. With a loud bang, the door of Laboratory number 33 was slammed shut. Everyone was still in shock, gasping for breath. The dark mist had a limited spread and did not extend much within Laboratory number 33. As time passed, the dark mist eventually dissipated. Su Lang sat there in a daze, gripping Ron's hand tightly. Did you see it clearly? I was the one who killed him, right? At that moment, Su Lang was also in a panic, and the isolation from the radiation suit made his sensations in his ankle unclear. He only knew that something had grabbed his ankle, but he couldn't determine whether it was a person or a monster's tentacle. He had fired that shot not far from his ankle, but he wasn't sure if he had hit the monster or a teammate. It wasn't you. You did nothing wrong. Ron firmly grasped Su Lang's hand, speaking decisively. Su Lang slumped in the corner of the laboratory, burying his head in the crook of his arm. Gu Jingming had completed the head count by this time, and his face looked somewhat dejected. In just a few short minutes since the door to Laboratory number 23 had been opened, they had lost 4 brothers. Those 4 had been left behind in Laboratory number 23 forever, although it couldn't yet be determined that they were dead. Everyone knew in their hearts that their chances were slim. What was that thing just now? Gu Jingming looked at Su Lang. Aside from Gu Yan, Su Lang was the only one who had interacted with the group of experimenters from T&I Mountain Stream. Su Lang looked up in a daze. his gaze sweeping over the monster corpses piled in the corner of laboratory in number 33. Suddenly, memories of his conversation with TNI Mountain Stream flashed through his mind. TNI Mountain Stream. Isn't Mr. Su curious whether the so-called reproductive isolation is real? People are sometimes constrained by their moral boundaries, believing certain actions to be against reason, against familial ties, which is why they dare not try. Su Lang, reproductive isolation has long been scientifically proven. At that time, when TNI Mountain Stream asked if he believed in the existence of reproductive isolation, he had refuted him without hesitation, stating that this had been scientifically verified. Even now, Su Lang still held his view, but he also remembered that according to TNI Mountain Stream, those inhumane ancestors like him had conducted similar experiments. But the results only reaffirmed the existence of reproductive isolation. Even today, Su Lang could be sure that this theory would not be broken. Reproductive isolation is an objectively existing fact, a rule set by the Creator that no one can change. But what if the method TNI Mountain Stream used was fusion? The monster in front of him was the best proof. TNI Mountain Stream still viewed humans as the subject of his experiments, but perhaps during the experiments, he discovered the limitations and extremities of the human body and wanted to break through these constraints, thus choosing the method of fusion. Thinking of this, Su Lang's expression no longer appeared confused. Octopus, Su Lang suddenly said. Gu Jingming did not understand Su Lang's meaning and asked, "What?" Octopus, also known as cuttlefish. It has an ink sac inside that can spray out dark ink. This ink can not only confuse enemies, but also assist its movements during the spraying process. Su Lang spoke with the team communication open, so everyone could hear his deduction. After Su Lang mentioned that the thing might be related to an octopus, a team member cautiously said, "I did feel something like a sucker, it was slimy." Hearing this, Su Lang became more convinced and pulled up relevant information on his handheld device. Octopuses have a beak on top of their heads, with a keratinous jaw that can tear food. The inner sides of their arms are densely covered with suckers. There are also two longer, flexible arms called tentacles. Their body surface is usually yellow or light brown with black stripes, and they are more oval compared to squids. When encountering strong enemies, they spray ink. After Su Lang finished speaking, Gu Jingming slapped the nearby experimental table heavily. Are they crazy? What experiments are they doing? Does turning people into monsters really solve the current crisis? Qingyan keeps saying he is sacrificing himself for an ideal. What kind of nonsense ideal is this? The people in the room fell silent, and after realizing what the thing might be, fear gripped their hearts even more. Tentacles, suckers. Su Lang thought about these, and once again turned his gaze toward the corpses not far away. The monsters in Laboratory No. 33 also exhibited these features, but could not spray ink, and their attack power was different. Considering this, could it be understood that TNI Mountain Stream was not fusing a single animal within the human body? Instead, he had fused multiple animals? Moreover, in the recent laboratories, the animals he fused were mostly related to marine life. But why choose the octopus? Su Lang cut off the team communication and contacted Fan Yu, informing her of the situation here. Fan Yu's information retrieval and analysis capabilities were exceptional, and within less than 2 minutes, she presented her hypothesis. Octopuses are masters of color change in water, with millions of red, yellow, blue, and black pigment cells that can react and adjust the size of their pigment sacs within 1 or 2 seconds to change their color, adapting to the environment and evading threats. It is highly likely that TNI Mountain Stream and the others wanted to utilize this to enhance the human body's adaptability to the environment, as few animals can exhibit corresponding physiological changes within 1 or 2 seconds due to environmental changes. At the same time, there is another point to note. Stable structural myoglobin is a necessary condition for octopuses to survive in the deep sea. Octopuses are fond of eating crabs, fish, and shellfish. And even the giant squid will fight to the death with sperm whales to compete for astaxanthin resources. Astaxanthin is the strongest antioxidant and is essential to ensure the stability of myoglobin structure against oxidation. In fact, not only organisms, but even the fruits we commonly eat cannot escape the fate of oxidation. Therefore, if it is truly possible to achieve antioxidation, it would be a very advantageous condition for biological survival. Additionally, the octopus shell contains calcium carbonate, keratin, mucilage, and small amounts of sodium chloride, calcium phosphate, and magnesium salts. The ink of the octopus contains a type of polysaccharide, which has been experimentally proven to have certain anti-cancer effects on mice. You should also be aware that radiation often induces cancer in the human body. I believe TNI Mountain Stream considered this factor as well, which is why he chose to incorporate the octopus. Lastly, and most importantly, octopuses have 3 hearts. Each heart performs different functions. One heart pumps blood from the center of the body to the gills for oxygen exchange. Another heart pumps oxygen-rich blood back to the center of the body for distribution to other organs. And the third heart pumps blood to the octopus's digestive system for food digestion. This complex heart structure enables octopuses to adapt to the needs of the marine environment, enhancing their survival capabilities and advantages in the ocean. After listening to Fan Yu's explanation, Su Lang understood a bit more. TNI Mountain Stream was not creating monsters for the sake of creating monsters. He indeed had his own logic. However, the attack they had just suffered proved the failure of TNI Mountain Stream's experiment. Regardless of how well these created monsters could adapt to this environment, it was now confirmed that they possessed extremely strong aggression. Su Lang still couldn't forget the struggling face and flailing tentacles in laboratory number 33. Was an uncontrollable body still considered one's own body? Su Lang believed that the man ultimately maintained his sanity, but this sanity only made him suffer more. He had to do things he didn't want to do and eat food he didn't want to eat. His body had long ceased to be controlled by his brain. Those tentacles seemed mechanically affixed to his body, forcefully becoming a part of him. He was forced to lose his own limbs and was compelled to bear limbs that did not belong to him. In such a high-radiation environment, surviving without protective measures was indeed a groundbreaking achievement. But those who survived could not be called human. What should we do now? Can we still go out? A young team member asked with a quivering voice. This was not his first mission, but he had lost his best brother during this one. They had grown up together, studied together, trained together. And in the end, he watched as the monster dragged his brother away, leaving only a scream behind. The fragility of life was vividly portrayed at that moment. He was heartbroken, but he also knew that now was not the time to grieve. They had only closed the door to laboratory number 33, but they could not close the door to laboratory number 23, which meant the monster had been released. Perhaps the monster was now roaming the corridors. Someone said something, and those near the door instinctively moved away from it. At that moment, it was very quiet outside, partly because they all knew the laboratory's door had soundproofing capabilities. On the other hand, it was likely that the monster was enjoying a feast. The dead had helped them delay time, but ultimately, food would run out, and they would have to go out. Su Lang looked around. The team members were sitting in different corners. Some had sorrowful expressions, while others were still in shock. This was only the second dangerous laboratory, and no one knew what would happen next. Even if Su Lang wanted to persuade them to abort the mission now, it was impossible, because they had to deal with the monster in laboratory number 23, or they would have no way out. Su Lang shared the information he had received from Fan Yu with the other team members, including Gu Jingming. Gu Jingming leaned against the wall, standing to Su Lang's right, frowning in thought. The entire laboratory was unusually quiet as everyone awaited Gu Jingming's orders. Su Lang knew Gu Jingming was making a difficult decision. He had come out with the mission to clear the entire underground laboratory, but now, not counting Qingyan, they had already lost 4 people. The manpower, material resources, and assets required to train a soldier in the underground shelter were not to be underestimated. Moreover, they had already encountered 2 monsters, both of which exceeded ordinary understanding. Finally, Gu Jingming made up his mind and announced his task arrangement. Go out, deal with the monster, and then retreat. Everyone understood that this arrangement was tantamount to accepting the result of mission failure. Su Lang, however, breathed a sigh of relief. At least Gu Jingming was not so stubborn as to disregard others' lives. Before the action, Su Lang also provided important clues. The ink sprayed by the octopus was actually a type of protein that generally dissipated within 10 minutes. To be cautious, it was best to wait 20 minutes before going out, so that if an attack was launched, their vision would not be obstructed again. The 20 minutes would serve 2 purposes. 1, to allow everyone to calm down and prepare, and 2, to ensure that their vision was unobstructed during the attack. At the same time, Su Lang provided another crucial piece of information. After the octopus sprays all the ink in its ink sac, it would need at least 6 to 7 hours to store enough ink for the next spray. This was undoubtedly very advantageous for them. The reason everyone panicked and launched ineffective attacks earlier was primarily due to the ink interference, which made aiming impossible. With these two pieces of information from Su Lang, the team members' confidence soared. They had already dealt with one monster before, and as long as they cooperated properly, it should not be a problem this time. Gu Zhengming looked at the time, and the others waited with serious expressions. Everyone understood that this mission was a matter of life and death. Their only goal was to charge out. Time was up, and it was time to act. With Gu Zhengming's order, everyone immediately entered a combat state. This time, the person opening the door was none other than Gu Zhengming. The door to laboratory number 33 was opened, and Su Lang felt a surge of joy. Fortunately, his judgment was not wrong. The black mist had disappeared. Under the illumination of the overhead lights, they could see everything clearly around them. However, precisely because their vision was unobstructed, they saw the open door of laboratory number 23 and the nearby severed limbs. Blood was splattered on the walls, and Su Lang dared not imagine what those people had endured before their deaths. The bite marks left on the severed limbs proved that the monster had fed here not long ago. Chapter 45 Mutation Behind. With a stern shout, Gu Zhengming, Su Lang, and Ron all turned around simultaneously. In that instant, Gu Zhengming and Ron fired their guns. Su Lang felt that they didn't even take the time to aim, but it was precisely because the two fired that the monster was hit and staggered back. The bullets didn't strike the monster's vital areas, but they were enough to cause it pain, momentarily halting its attack and giving them time to react. Su Lang clearly saw the monster's appearance, just as he had guessed. It was a fusion of humans and squids created by Tianyushan. Unlike the monster encountered in Laboratory 33, the one before them seemed to possess intelligence, moving in a way that was not as awkwardly distorted as those in Laboratory 33. When it realized it couldn't spray ink and had lost an important defensive measure, and that the humans before it were armed, it chose to turn and flee rather than continue its mindless assault. This strategic awareness was something the monsters in Laboratory 33 lacked. Furthermore, it was evident that its actions were controlled, with its thought processes consistent with its movements. Perhaps due to its fusion with marine life, its body was incredibly flexible, and when it fled using its tentacles, it didn't leave footsteps like a human would, only producing very low sounds that were nearly imperceptible through the radiation suits. It was only because Su Lang was close and deliberately listening that he could hear the extremely faint noise. Su Lang understood that the reason it wasn't attacking him now was that he was holding a gun, and if it stopped fleeing to attack him, it would give the other team members a chance to aim at it. It wasn't willing to put itself in danger for a meal. Such a cost-benefit judgment ability was already quite terrifying. Soon, the monster's figure disappeared around a corner. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and some even began to prepare to find an exit. However, Su Lang, who had previously advocated retreating, said to Gu Zhengming at this moment, "No, we must kill it. We have to pursue." Before Su Lang made this suggestion, Gu Zhengming had indeed intended to find an exit first and lead everyone away. Hearing Su Lang's words now, he paused slightly and turned to look at Su Lang. Clearly, he needed a reason. That monster makes almost no noise when it moves. I estimated that as long as it's more than 5 meters away, we won't hear anything due to the radiation suits. It didn't attack us earlier because we were all facing it, and it has already seen the power of our weapons. But what if it attacks us from behind while we're searching for an exit? Right now, we have the advantage of weapons and numbers, but we can't match the monster's speed and agility. The monster can't wipe us out, but it can easily launch a sneak attack, causing casualties. Casualties mean death, and we've already lost 4 brothers. Rather than hurriedly fleeing and risking being dragged away by the monster in panic, we should strike back directly, taking advantage of the fact that it has lost its ink, which is a crucial defense, and resolve our concerns. Su Lang's idea was indeed somewhat risky, but it was also well thought out. Moreover, Yu and Ron just hit the monster. This is the best time to take advantage of its illness to take its life. Su Lang fixed his gaze on Gu Zhengming, his expression particularly serious. After hearing Su Lang's analysis, Gu Zhengming didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately issued orders. The 4 members of Team 1 should ambush at the front intersection. The 4 members of Team 2 will wait at the rear intersection. I will act as bait and go ahead to lure the monster out. Once the monster appears, Team 1 will immediately start firing, and Team 2 will encircle it from behind, cutting off its retreat. We must kill it with a pincer attack. Gu Zhengming's judgment was decisive, and his orders were clear, causing the team members to execute them without hesitation. As for Su Lang, he was once again treated as someone needing protection, with Ron responsible for his safety. Su Lang didn't argue or make a fuss about it. Even though he wanted to contribute during this critical moment, he understood that wanting to help was not a reason to delay action. Gu Zhengming was the team leader. He wouldn't question Gu Zhengming and would follow his arrangements from the rear. Even if he couldn't participate in the action, he needed to keep thinking and be ready to provide support to Gu Zhengming and the others at any time. The operation began, and all team members took their positions. Gu Zhengming walked toward the direction the monster had fled, holding his gun and vigilantly surveying his surroundings, like a lone soldier searching for a way out. However, a person can't see both front and back at the same time. There would always be a moment when his back was exposed. Initially, there were no unusual signs around Gu Zhengming, and Su Lang didn't dare to relax for a moment as he secretly observed the surroundings. The monster was highly vigilant and didn't appear quickly. Almost 10 minutes passed before Su Lang suddenly saw a tentacle extending from a corner. "It's here," Su Lang whispered very softly, using the internal communication to alert Gu Zhengming. Gu Zhengming made a stealthy hand gesture, but didn't make a sound. He continued to look around, as if he hadn't noticed anything. Finally, at one of Gu Zhengming's turns, the monster swiftly extended its tentacle toward him and wrapped it around his waist. The powerful pull lifted Gu Zhengming off the ground instantly, dragging him backward at high speed. In a moment of panic, Gu Zhengming shot backward. But this time he wasn't as lucky. The monster wasn't hit and instead became enraged, accelerating to pull Gu Zhengming toward itself. "Start the operation." In the blink of an eye, Su Lang heard the command through the communicator. Team 1 immediately opened fire, this time aiming at the monster's vital areas. Team 2 quickly encircled from behind to prevent the monster from escaping and to assist in fire suppression. Under the attacks from both sides, the monster had nowhere to flee. Although it still hadn't released Gu Zhengming, it also had no chance to feed. At least for this brief moment, Gu Zhengming was not in any life-threatening danger. The others seized every opportunity to kill the monster, completely eliminating the future threat. However, what no one expected was that several team members had already hit the monster's heart multiple times, yet it was still moving, albeit more slowly. Just then, Su Lang, standing at the back of the team, reminded everyone, "The squid has 3 hearts." With Su Lang's reminder, everyone immediately reacted, increasing their firepower and focusing their attacks on the head and chest, not daring to slack off for a moment. It wasn't until the monster's head and chest were almost turned into a beehive that it gradually exhausted its strength. As the monster's body crashed down, the tentacle wrapped around Gu Zhengming's waist slowly released. "It's dead. It's finally over." Some people collapsed onto the ground, this time truly relaxed, because they knew the only task left now was to escape. Gu Zhengming had already ordered that they would no longer continue searching, which meant they wouldn't open those terrifying doors again and unleash the horrible monsters inside. The only potential threat had been completely resolved, and the team members responsible for filming and collecting samples were busy, while the others rested, ready to set off in search of an exit. As for the location of the exit, they weren't too worried, since Su Lang was still there. The exit and entrance were indeed not in the same direction, and Su Lang remembered clearly that the exit was near Laboratory 97. They just needed to wait for the data collection and sample collection to finish before they could set off. Although Laboratory number 97 is still a distance away, it's not particularly far. At this moment, everyone is feeling somewhat elated, as the desire to return home outweighs everything else. Report to the captain. "We have completed the recording task." Report to the captain. "We have completed the sampling task." With the 2 reports from the team members, those who were originally slumped on the ground stood up without needing Gu Zhengming's command, ready to set off at any moment. Seeing the scene, Su Lang couldn't help but smile. After going through so much, he increasingly felt that being alive was more important than anything else. The exit is near laboratory number 97. It's marked on the map. Just follow the path, Su Lang said to Gu Zhengming. Immediately, Gu Zhengming ordered all team members head to laboratory number 97. The team began to move. Even though the danger had been eliminated, everyone still lined up in an orderly fashion. In the narrow corridor, some were on guard in front, while others guarded the rear, with Su Lang and Ron surrounded in the middle. Ron opened a one-on-one communication line with Su Lang. Today, I've benefited from your protection. It's been so enjoyable. You're an excellent team member, Su Lang replied with a smile. Even without my protection, you can survive. Su Lang walked quickly, and so did the others in the team. If it weren't for the concern that moving too fast might lead to unexpected situations that couldn't be handled in time, everyone would have preferred to run. Laboratory number 97 is just ahead. Around the corner, Gu Zhengming encouraged excitement in his voice. The others in the team felt even happier upon hearing this and instinctively quickened their pace. What do you want to do when we get back? Su Lang asked Ron. First, sleep, Ron replied lazily. After resting well, I still have to accompany you to find someone, right? Yes, you've worked hard. To express his humanitarian spirit. Su Lang added, rest for a couple more days. We'll set off later. Ron turned to smile at Su Lang, just about to say something when gunfire suddenly erupted. Bang, 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 bang. The increasingly dense gunfire was heard, and the personnel at the front of the team immediately reacted. Su Lang and Ron exchanged terrified glances. Monsters! The doors of the laboratories have all opened. Monsters! The monsters have been released. Damn it! It's an ambush. They did this on purpose. Someone is monitoring us. The cameras. Over there. Listening to the sounds from the communicator, Su Lang stood frozen in place. He saw it. The doors of those laboratories opened automatically, and one monster after another rushed out. They were trapped here, stuck less than 300 meters from the hope of survival. The team member was right. This had been an ambush from the start. Su Lang clenched his fists. Tianyushinjian. This was all his doing. After their previous interactions, Su Lang understood this person too well. For Tianyushinjian, direct killing was boring. He enjoyed destroying a person bit by bit, torturing them to despair. That cruelty was ingrained in his bones. The gunfire continued, but it was met with screams that followed in succession. Everyone was attacking while retreating, trying to reach the exit as quickly as possible. The first to be attacked were the rear team members, but as time passed, monsters also emerged from the laboratory doors at the exit. They were being attacked from both sides. The tactics they once used against monsters were now being used against them by Tianyushinjian. Su Lang saw clearly. The monster closest to him still had a human head, but its body was like a snake, lacking limbs, with only a cylindrical tail. In the terrified eyes of the team members, its tail slowly opened, revealing densely packed teeth inside. Bang, bang, bang. The shooting continued, but that team member was enveloped by the monster from the head, gradually being devoured. The dense teeth seemed endless, layered within its mouth, as the attacked team member struggled in pain and fear, eventually leaving only his kicking legs behind. Move back. Get to the exit quickly. Gu Zhengming shouted hoarsely, not forgetting to attack at the same time. The pressure on the front team was as great as that on the rear. They had to charge while defending. With their numbers and firepower, they couldn't possibly contend with so many monsters. All they could do now was try to clear the monsters at the exit and escape. Blind eel, Su Lang realized. It had 4 hearts, and its body secreted slime. In that moment, Su Lang lunged at Ron beside him. The transparent and viscous liquid splattered all over Su Lang's back. If he hadn't tackled Ron just now, that liquid would have only appeared on Ron's head. From what Su Lang knew, this was both the blind eel's self-defense mechanism and its attack method. If that slime was sprayed on someone else's nose and mouth, it would be enough to suffocate them. The horror of the blind eel was not limited to its dense teeth and flexible body. As the monsters near Laboratory No. 97 fell, the team continued to advance with great difficulty. Thankfully, the corridor was narrow, preventing the monsters from rushing in all at once. Otherwise, they couldn't imagine how to face a horde of monsters. The number of team members in the rear was dwindling, and Su Lang had long since joined the attacking team. Just a little longer, we're almost there. Gu Zhengming's voice came, filled with suppressed pain. Even without turning back, Su Lang knew Gu Jingming must be injured. Could they still make it out? Watching the monster suddenly leap up in front of him, Su Lang instinctively opened fire. Chapter 46. The Gate of Life. These are terrestrial creatures. It is evident that TOLLS mountain stream has made many attempts in this regard, and the monsters before them are the best proof. The Creator is marvelous, which is why he created various beings with different advantages. And TOLLS mountain stream hopes to blend these advantages through artificial intervention. Facing the attacks of these monsters, the team suffered losses in an instant. Yet those who survived did not give up hope. Su Lang knew that TOLLS mountain stream was definitely observing this scene from somewhere in the shadows. He reveled in hearing those screams. To him, it was divine music. Damn it! Ron's curse came from beside him, followed by a cry of pain. Su Lang turned abruptly and saw that half of Ron's shoulder had been bitten by a monster. At that moment, his gun was out of bullets, but even so, Su Lang swung the guns, but towards the monster's head with all his might. He never knew he had such strength in a moment of desperation. He didn't even have the energy to consider whether this attack would truly harm the monster. He just knew he had to strike again and again, using the most primitive means of attack, just to save his companion's life. Su Lang didn't dare to look. The crimson liquid splattered on the transparent visor of his radiation suit, yet he still did not stop. Enough! Enough! Su Lang, stop! The monster is dead, Ron shouted loudly, grabbing Su Lang's arm. Su Lang finally opened his eyes, but his arms mechanically struck once more due to inertia. It was only at this moment that Su Lang realized his hands were bleeding from overexertion, and the monster's skull had been smashed to pieces by him. Still shaken, Su Lang finally came to his senses and checked Ron's injuries. Ron's shoulder was riddled with several bloody holes, both front and back. It was not surprising that the monster had bitten down from above, leaving such wounds, but now Ron's upper right side was incapacitated due to the injury, greatly affecting his ability to attack and defend, especially since Ron's dominant hand was his right. Fortunately, Ron's injury was not to his legs. Otherwise, in such a situation, Su Lang wouldn't know how to drag him out. The other team members were also running low on ammunition, and perhaps due to overexertion. Su Lang felt his stamina severely depleted. His arms were particularly weak. But at this moment, no one dared to relax. Everyone was fighting for their lives. After an unknown amount of time, they finally saw the exit of the underground laboratory. This was not Su Lang's first time here, nor was it his first time facing this door. But for Su Lang now, the ground beneath his feet was the road to hope, and before him was the gate to survival. Perhaps because of this encouragement, the remaining team members also roared out loud. If they ran out of bullets, they would use the gun but to strike, and if they lost their guns, they would resort to hand-to-hand combat. Su Lang exerted all his strength to move to the front of the team, completing the identification under Gu Jingming's cover. The moment the lift door opened, Su Lang almost fell into it. He crashed against the wall of the lift, and a new magazine was thrown over. Su Lang looked at Gu Jingming and understood his meaning. The lift door had not yet closed, and there were still team members who had not made it inside. Now was not the time to rest, and running out of bullets was not a reason to rest. Su Lang forced himself to hold on. His hand loading the bullets was trembling, but he still managed to complete the magazine change. The moment the new magazine was securely in place, Su Lang gritted his teeth and rejoined the fight. He needed to buy time for those who had not yet made it into the lift, providing fire suppression and cover, while also preventing those monsters from following them in. Ron leaned against Su Lang, struggling to attack with his left hand. Since his left hand was not his dominant hand, he needed extra time to aim while shooting to avoid accidentally injuring teammates. But Ron did not give up, for they all understood what this battle meant at that moment. Finally, the last surviving team member stepped into the lift. Su Lang hurriedly pressed the button to close the door. "We made it," the last surviving team member said, almost in tears. As the door slowly closed, they all saw the dawn of life. However, a change occurred in an instant. A long, furry arm reached in through the gap of the lift door, piercing through the chest of the last surviving team member in a flash and ripping out his heart. The joy on the team member's face was completely frozen. He had just been thankful to be alive moments ago. Now, he was dragged away by death. Before he died, he looked at Gu Jingming, but Gu Jingming would never know what that team member wanted to say in his last moments. Bang! A faint sound came as the lift door closed tightly. As the lift slowly ascended, the team member's body slumped down. He died, just inches away from the hope of life. Inside the lift, there was silence. No one spoke. Everything had happened too quickly, and after experiencing so much death and slaughter, their emotional responses became dulled. For them, the only muscle memory now was shooting at the monsters, an instinctive reaction they did not need to think about. But what about the death of a teammate? In this short time, how many teammates had they lost? After a few seconds, a team member trembled and approached the corpse. He knelt beside it, softly sobbing. He said nothing. The extreme pain could no longer be expressed in words. Gu Zhengming's eyes were red, and Su Lang saw the tears at the corners of his eyes and his trembling hands. The previous moments had been too rushed. They had fought tooth and nail just to get closer to that door, but now time felt so long, and the pain of losing a teammate seemed to stretch infinitely. Suddenly, the lift door opened, and natural light flooded in. Looking at the world outside, everyone felt as if they had been reborn. We escaped. This time we really escaped. A team member spoke while glancing back, fearing that the scene inside the lift might repeat itself. Not far away were their parked vehicles, and there were no monsters pursuing them. The current scene was so similar to when they had arrived, but half of their teammates were gone. They had started with 27 people, but now only 6 had escaped. This was an incredibly brutal battle for everyone. Su Lang vigilantly scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. What is wrong? Noticing his unusual demeanor, Ron asked, becoming tense as well. I just feel like he's still watching us, Su Lang said, referring to TOLLS mountain stream. Everyone, who had been immersed in the joy of surviving, suddenly felt tense upon hearing Su Lang's words. Gu Zhengming, whose injury was on his left forearm, paid no mind to his wounds and immediately began to patrol the area. In doing so, he indeed found a hidden camera concealed in the grass. Without hesitation, Gu Zhengming shot the camera, then dragged his injured body back. You really guessed right, Gu Zhengming said coldly. What kind of person is TOLLS mountain stream? In response to Gu Zhengming's question, images of his previous interactions with TOLLS mountain stream flashed through Su Lang's mind, ultimately focusing on laboratory number 56. At that time, TOLLS mountain stream was smiling at the pregnant woman lying on the examination table, looking pleased as he watched her belly being cut open. His thoughts were pulled back to the moment they had fought desperately for survival. Those monsters had all been released by TOLLS mountain stream, and all sorts of unimaginable creatures were charging towards them. In the midst of chaos, Su Lang seemed to see a child. No, to be precise, it was also a monster. It just resembled an infant. It stood less than a meter tall. Its body appeared to be skinned, completely crimson. But it was the most human-like among all the monsters, whether in its facial features or limbs. Its body didn't exhibit much anomalous fusion. Su Lang had made eye contact with it before, and it was said that children's eyes are the brightest and cleanest, but the monster's eyes were a chaotic mess, with an unclear boundary between the whites and the pupils. It opened its mouth, but Su Lang couldn't make out what it was saying. Perhaps it was just some meaningless mumbling. Su Lang wasn't guessing arbitrarily. It was destined that the monster had no mother. The fact that it could be born alive was already a miracle, meaning that the mission of the mother was complete at the moment of its birth, which also signified the mother's death. For Amenima, the mother was merely a vessel, no different from the petri dishes commonly seen in laboratories. Although this might sound cruel, it was how Su Lang understood Amenoima. Despite its terrifying shape, the monster did not attack any team members. It looked confused, squeezed among other monsters, until it ultimately became food for them. Yes, the monsters also killed each other. The boundaries between the strong and the weak were sometimes clear, easily distinguished by size and appearance, and sometimes not, determined by life and death. Unfortunately, the childlike monster belonged to the former category. In Su Lang's eyes, it wasn't a human child. He didn't know what Amenoima had added or changed within it, or what he had done to the mother. But he knew that an ordinary human could not give birth to such a being in a normal way. Therefore, it could only be a monster, and a relatively weak one in terms of self-preservation and attack capabilities. What kind of person is Amenoima? Su Lang repeated Gu Zhengming's question and then answered grimly. He is a beast in human skin, cunning, sinister, and cruel. Ron, who was nearby, nodded in agreement, saying, if humans are God's creations, then he must be Satan's creation. Gu Zhengming looked down nervously. Beneath their feet was the underground laboratory, or rather, the monster's lair. Had his experiment succeeded? Listening to Gu Jingming's question, Su Lang did not directly provide a yes or no answer. I don't know what Aminoima's experimental purpose is, nor what these monsters represent for him. But seeing those monsters released, biting and tearing each other apart with such grotesque appearances, I feel that it is a hell on earth. Su Lang also stared at the ground, as if his gaze penetrated the surface to look again at the monster's lair. It was a place of the survival of the fittest, devoid of order or rules, and the creator of this place was Aminoima. Before we entered, those monsters had food to sustain them, part of which were the experimenters who transformed them. Thinking this way, they were quite pitiful, Ron sighed. The usually soft-hearted Su Lang shook his head at this moment. He didn't directly refute Ron, but instead asked, did Qingyan have any regrets before he died? With just this one sentence, Ron understood. Yes, those people were not worthy of sympathy. They were all demons, differing only in the amount of evil they committed, with no distinction between good and bad. Well, let's go, Su Lang said, supporting Ron. Although there is no danger stopping here, your injuries need to be treated. There are medical kits in the vehicle. I can help you clean and bandage them. Su Lang's words were polite. They had actually brought a medic with them. But in the final battle, the medic had also perished. Gu Jingming was still staring blankly at the exit until Su Lang reached out and tugged at his radiation suit. Stop looking. No one will come out anymore. The injured helped each other and slowly walked toward their vehicle. Gu Jingming suddenly recalled Su Lang's earlier words and asked him, how do you know there is no danger stopping here? Have you observed or do you understand this place? Su Lang lowered his head. He had not observed or understood this place, but he understood Aminoima. We, as a group, can be said to have survived because of Aminoima's intention. Aminoima does not plan to hide, and neither does the Key Group. Our team was sent in as food for those monsters and as tools to declare war. Indeed, they were deliberately left alive, tasked with delivering a message. Even if they are unwilling, they must do so. The people in the shelter need to know about the threats outside, and Qingyan must understand the situation here. The war is about to begin, and no one can escape. They had driven 3 vehicles when they came, each filled to capacity, even somewhat crowded, but on the way back, these vehicles felt excessively spacious. Su Lang had only a few scratches, making him the least injured among the group. Therefore, he took the initiative to help others clean and bandage their wounds. His actions were not very skilled, sometimes causing pain to the patients, but these team members possessed strong willpower. Even when it hurt, they never cried out. Perhaps for them, physical torment was far less terrifying than mental anguish. After simple treatment, Gu Jingming gave orders. 6 people, 2 per team, each team responsible for 1 vehicle. This time, they finally set foot on the road home. Chapter 47 Paradox. On the way back, no one spoke. Due to Ron's injuries, Su Lang took the initiative to drive. He hadn't felt it on the way there, but now Su Lang felt that the road was too long. He truly experienced what it meant to have a heart yearning for home. Perhaps due to blood loss, Ron fell asleep, swaying in and out of consciousness. From dusk till dawn, Su Lang didn't know how long he had been driving. Fortunately, the city was already abandoned, and there were no other vehicles on the road, so he didn't have to worry too much about safety. Upon returning to the underground shelter, where he took off his radiation suit in the preparation room, Fan Yu and Qingyan were already waiting there. Clearly, Gu Jingming had reported the situation regarding the monster's lair to Qingyan. Seeing the few who returned, Qingyan's expression was particularly pained. Coming back is good, coming back is good. He repeated these 4 words twice, then pulled Gu Jingming over and patted his shoulder heavily. Gu Jingming, who had held on all the way, finally broke down and cried loudly at this moment, trembling as he leaned on Qingyan's shoulder. In the underground shelter, due to the special environment, it seemed to intentionally downplay the relationship between parents and children. But in reality, such relationships could not be concealed by distance. As the team leader, Gu Jingming had to inform the families of the fallen team members one by one, as was customary. He didn't know how to start, how to phrase it, to lessen the pain for those people. But upon careful thought, no matter how he began or what he said, that pain couldn't be reduced. They were soldiers, but at the same time, they were also someone's son, daughter, husband, or wife. Perhaps before this mission began, they were still planning for the future, thinking about how to earn more contribution points, what gifts to buy for their parents, and how to secure a quota for childbirth. But now, everything was gone. As life ended abruptly, all plans for the future also ceased. For soldiers, every mission carries danger, but the losses this time were too great. Even among the 6 survivors, simply being alive was a matter of luck. The KUI group and that beast have already declared war on us. We must respond. Shenmu Ji's gaze was particularly resolute. Looking furious, he swore not to rest until he avenged this. When Gu Zhengming lifted his head again, he had adjusted his state of mind. I will notify the families now and arrange for the subsequent compensation matters. Starting tomorrow, I will intensify training and be on high alert. Looking at Gu Zhengming like this, Su Lang once again thought of Zhang Cheng'an. In terms of appearance, Gu Zhengming and Zhang Cheng'an were completely different. Gu Zhengming leaned towards the gentle, while Zhang Cheng'an leaned towards the masculine. But now, in Su Lang's eyes, Gu Zhengming's and Zhang Cheng'an's faces began to overlap. Because Su Lang knew that under the same circumstances, they would make the same choices. Gu Zhengming left with the surviving team members, leaving only the lightly injured Su Lang behind. Fan Yu and Chunmu Gu exchanged glances, and in the end, it was Fan Yu who spoke first. There isn't much time left, whether for us here or for them over there. Su Lang understood what Fan Yu meant, but he still had regrets. Can I go back to the past? I mean, to a point in time I've already returned to. He wanted to make a different choice. To change things again. But Fan Yu shook her head. Since you've already gone back once, the past has already changed because of it. There can't be 2 versions of you from the future appearing at the same point in the past. Any slight difference in choice would lead to a huge paradox. A paradox typically refers to a proposition that, based on generally accepted logical reasoning, can lead to 2 opposing conclusions, in the form of, if event A occurs, then not A is deduced. If not A occurs, then A is deduced. Just like if Su Lang goes back to the past and eats the food made by Gu Qingyan, it means that Gu Qingyan's food cannot not have been eaten by Su Lang A. Conversely, if Su Lang B also returns to the same point in time and refuses to eat Gu Qingyan's food, it means that Gu Qingyan's food was not eaten by Su Lang B. The same table of Gu Qingyan's food cannot be both eaten and not eaten. This would create a paradox. This is a major taboo for time travelers. That's why Fan Yu reminded Su Lang so seriously at this moment. Su Lang fell silent. There is no turning back once an arrow is shot, even for time travelers. Fan Yu stepped closer to Su Lang. After so many collaborations, their relationship had become less strange. She knew that in this mission, what Gu Zhengming experienced, Su Lang had also gone through. In fact, for Su Lang, whether in terms of how many times he had gone to that place or how many times he witnessed death there, it was more than Gu Zhengming. Fan Yu could sense that Su Lang was not feeling well either. But many things are objectively present and won't change because of someone's current feelings. So even so, Fan Yu still had to remind Su Lang. At the latest, I need to arrange for the next split in a week. For humans, the flow of time is the same, but the method of splitting which returns to the past does not mean that however long it takes here, the past will experience the same duration. Because splitting disperses and reorganizes the split object to a certain point in time. That point exists at different intervals on the time axis in a jump-like manner. Due to the cognitive anchor point, Fan Yu needed to accurately split Su Lang next to Gu Qingyan. She needed to know a safe, reliable, and specific time, place, and position. Su Lang couldn't ask Gu Qingyan stupid questions like when he would be at what place doing what. Even if he asked, Gu Qingyan could only give him arrangements for a relatively near future. Once the timeline is extended, it means variables, and the existence of variables would make originally certain things uncertain. The previous splits had no problems because Fan Yu was meticulous, sending Su Lang to determine times and places. If due to variables, Su Lang was sent over but didn't have the cognitive anchor point of Gu Qingyan, Su Lang would immediately dissipate in time. Therefore, splitting is actually very dangerous, but Fan Yu is controlling it artificially to avoid danger. As for how Fan Yu obtained accurate time and location, it was through news reports and past records, which included fabricated ones that required her to filter and verify multiple times. She also had to ensure that Su Lang wasn't sent to points in time he had already visited, such as those close to the previous split, to avoid paradoxes. Calculating carefully, there weren't many suitable splitting points available. Since Fan Yu had mentioned at the latest in a week, it was surely after careful consideration. Chen Muge looked at Su Lang. We have our tasks, and you have yours. The matter of finding witnesses can't be delayed any longer. Yes, but Ron's injuries. Su Lang hesitated. Although he was familiar with Ron, he couldn't disregard Ron's injuries and let him accompany him on a long journey while injured. Su Lang didn't know if this task would be dangerous and to what extent. Clearly, Chen Muge had also considered this aspect and discussed with Su Lang. I plan to assign 2 other team members to you. Is that okay? Though reluctant, Su Lang nodded in agreement. He could distinguish between priorities and understood what was most important. So he set off tomorrow? Are you okay with that? Chen Muge asked. Before Su Lang could respond, Fan Yu interrupted. Let's do it the day after tomorrow. Let him rest an extra day. Chen Muge glanced at Fan Yu. But in the end, he said nothing. Su Lang was somewhat surprised by Fan Yu's interjection. In his impression, Fan Yu was also a workaholic. The kind who would work until collapsing if not stopped. He had suffered some injuries, but they weren't serious. A night's rest, and he should be fine to set off tomorrow. However, looking at Fan Yu's expression, she seemed very worried about her own health and even deliberately took an extra day to rest, since the itinerary and personnel were already confirmed. Chen Muge had no reason to stay longer, just reminding Su Lang to take care of himself and to reach out to medical personnel if there were any issues before leaving. In the corridor, only Su Lang and Fan Yu remained. Watching Chen Muge leave, Su Lang joked with Fan Yu, being a mom changes you. You started to soften up. Fan Yu smiled slightly as she looked down at her abdomen, but when she raised her eyes again, they were filled with concern. Actually, I shouldn't have told you this because it might cause you to feel fear, affecting your compliance with future tasks. But after everything we've been through, I don't want to deceive you, so... Hearing this, Su Lang became serious. What is it? Just tell me. I can handle it. During this time, Su Lang had witnessed so much life and death that there was nothing he couldn't bear. You should have guessed it. Fan Yu hesitated. Is it about the splitting? Su Lang didn't want to beat around the bush, so he spoke plainly. Splitting shouldn't come without a cost, right? In other words, he understood that splitting came with a price. This price was not only economic, material, personnel, time, and research costs, but should also be related to the subject of the splitting. As the subject of the splitting, Su Lang had already sensed something. Su Lang said, at the beginning and end of the splitting, I experienced pain and dizziness. You told me these are normal phenomena, and I agree. But later, I sometimes feel dazed, fatigued, and even experience illusions. Those shouldn't be normal, right? Fan Yu nodded, admitting frankly, yes, as the number of splits increases. Both the body and mind of the subject will be affected. Hearing this, Su Lang felt more assured. Life and death are paths everyone must traverse. Su Lang had come to terms with this. He didn't blame Fan Yu. Under the circumstances, everyone has a survival instinct and fears death. If these things were mentioned too early, there was indeed a possibility that the split subject would refuse to carry out tasks out of fear. Now that Fan Yu could say this, it showed she truly considered him a friend. At least she didn't let him die without understanding, even though she could have kept it all a secret. How many more times can I split? Su Lang straightforwardly asked the answer he most wanted to know. According to our estimates and experiments, there are 3 more safe splits. As for the 4th, you can split over, but there is no guarantee you can come back. Fan Yu answered clearly without any concealment. Being able to split over but not necessarily return meant that by the 4th split, his physical and mental state was already on the brink of collapse, and he could die at any moment. Moreover, even without the 4th split, the effects of the previous splits on his body were irreversible. Su Lang sighed and forced a smile. I'm already a patient, right? Yes, Fan Yu did not lie to Su Lang. From the very beginning, she had resolved to be honest with him, answering whatever he asked truthfully. Then as a patient, shouldn't I ask if this illness is treatable? Su Lang asked the most common question that ordinary patients care about. Fan Yu didn't answer Su Lang directly, but stepped forward. Come with me. Su Lang followed Fan Yu, thinking perhaps it was inconvenient for her to answer directly, and she was taking him to a private place for a conversation. But to his surprise, Fan Yu brought him to the medical room. Let us do an examination, Fan Yu said to Su Lang. Don't worry about the contribution points. This checkup is very useful. For the people in the shelter, every point of contribution was extremely precious, and precious things must be used wisely. Health checkups like this were typically something people would avoid. Although the shelter constantly emphasized the importance of disease prevention, people usually only got checked when they felt unwell. Su Lang didn't feel anything unusual now. Getting checked at this time seemed wasteful from an outsider's perspective. But since Fan Yu had already said so, he wouldn't refuse. All right, I'll get checked. Su Lang glanced at Fan Yu's abdomen. You're pregnant. Don't stand for too long. These checks are tedious and want to be done quickly. You should go rest, and I'll come find you with the results. For some reason, this time Fan Yu was particularly stubborn. She stood firmly in place. No, you go in for the check. I'll wait for you outside. After saying that, Fan Yu added, don't try to persuade me. I want to stay with you. Su Lang's hand, which he had raised, fell back down. He sighed helplessly and turned to walk into the medical room. There weren't many people in the medical room, especially for physical checkups. Usually, people only checked where they felt uncomfortable. There were no others like Su Lang who came for a routine check. The doctor was looking down and writing something, but Su Lang's thoughts were not calm. So that's how it is. He realized that the most limited resources were not time or information related to Qingyan, but rather his physical and mental capacity. Chapter 48, My Choice. After the doctor finished writing the orders, Su Lang took the documents and went to various departments for examinations. The medical conditions in the shelter were limited, but they still had a simple classification of departments, and the previous equipment had been brought down. Although most of this equipment was quite old, it was still functional. During the physical examination, Su Lang felt like a puppet, being mechanically handled as he followed the doctor's requests for CT scans and blood tests. After completing the examinations, Su Lang also took some time to treat the wounds on his body. Although his injuries were not severe, he still needed to apply medication to prevent infection. After finishing the full set of examinations and applying the medication, Su Lang waited alone in the corridor outside the medical room. Even though the doctor told him it would take time to get the test results and that he could come back in 3 hours, Su Lang chose not to return to his residence, but sat on a bench in a daze. Through his conversations with Fan Yu and his own past feelings, he understood that something was wrong with his body. The so-called test results were essentially a death sentence for his life. Time passed second by second, and Su Lang felt an incredible calmness within himself. He had thought there would be fear and worry, but now he only wanted to know how many more times he could return. He wanted to go back to that world and see that person. Until this moment, Su Lang realized that Qingyan was different from him. They both witnessed ugliness, but Qingyan seemed to have learned to live calmly amidst it. Su Lang would feel anger and sorrow at the passing of those around him. He hadn't seen similar emotions in Qingyan for a long time. Qingyan simply did what he wanted to do, holding on to his ideals and purity amidst the ugliness. He looked down on flattery and blending into the so-called mainstream. Nor would he take credit for saving others, considering himself a good person. From beginning to end, Qingyan acted according to his own will. The smell of disinfectant filled Su Lang's nostrils. From the moment he got close to the medical room, this scent surrounded him. Su Tianming had told him when he was young, this is the smell of a hospital. Many people dislike the smell of hospitals. But it's not just the scent they dislike, it's the disease and death that come with it. Su Lang leaned against the chair, recalling Su Tianming's expression when he said these words, calmly watching the people coming and going in the corridor. He didn't know how much longer he could live like this. It seemed that since he took on the task assigned by Fan Yu, the length of his life had been predetermined to be shortened. But Su Lang had no regrets about taking on this task, nor did he blame Fan Yu. While the length of his life was reduced, its depth was also broadened. At the same age, he had crossed 2 eras. 3 hours passed, and, for the first time, Su Lang felt time passing so quickly. He had thought that 3 hours of boring waiting would be incredibly long, but in reality, it seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. When the doctor handed him the report, his expression was not good. I have never encountered a patient with your condition before. The doctor began by categorizing his health issue as a complex case. Su Lang did not feel surprised. He simply listened calmly as the doctor explained which parts of his body had issues. He memorized this information just to inform Fan Yu. Of course, he also knew that Fan Yu had the right to obtain all his medical information from the doctor, and it was possible that the doctor had already informed her. This had been clearly stated in the contract, which Su Lang had personally signed and agreed to. Throughout the doctor's explanation, Su Lang maintained a smile. as if he were attending a medical seminar that had nothing to do with him, but was mandatory to attend. If you're taking any medications or undergoing any chemical or physical interference, I advise you to stop immediately. The doctor looked at Su Lang with a serious expression. You may not feel any discomfort now and have no obvious symptoms, but these test results are enough to prove that many of your health indicators are abnormal. Su Lang hadn't taken any medication, but the splitting could be considered a form of physical interference with his body. In that sense, the doctor was not wrong. Su Lang smiled helplessly. The doctor suggested he stop immediately, but he could not accept the doctor's advice at that moment, because for him, there are things more important than health. All right, thank you, doctor, I understand. Su Lang smiled politely as he took back his examination report from the doctor. Having seen so many patients, the doctor could tell from Su Lang's demeanor that what he had just said was in vain. Considering Su Lang was in the prime of his life, it was perplexing that he made such a choice. The doctor sighed deeply, ultimately saying nothing more. Good advice is hard to give to a stubborn person. The doctor could only intervene medically, and that was all he could do. Watching Su Lang's departing figure, the doctor slightly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, everything was calm once more. Next, another patient walked into the consultation room, carrying their own pain. Su Lang found Fan Yu in the laboratory, where she was staring blankly at the quantum splitting machine. Su Lang couldn't tell what Fan Yu was thinking, but he could sense that she was feeling somewhat oppressed, as if she was making some difficult decisions. Hearing Su Lang's footsteps, Fan Yu turned her head to look at him. I already know. The first thing Fan Yu said was this, skipping all unnecessary sentimentality and getting straight to the point, which was her usual habit. Su Lang put away the documents in his hand and walked into the laboratory, sitting next to Fan Yu. In a vast laboratory, the quantum splitting machine and the control station faced each other, and even when Fan Yu spoke, her voice echoed. In a shelter where every inch of space is precious, the ability to allocate such a large area for a laboratory indicated the importance of this project. The fact that this machine could be built was a testament to the dedication Fan Yu, as the chief researcher, had poured into this project. I have harmed you. Fan Yu's voice was low. You can choose to stop now. Su Lang remained silent, understanding that what the doctor had told him had probably also been conveyed to Fan Yu. Fan Yu was not a bad person. She was just doing what she needed to do. Just as Su Lang's previous task was to search the surface, Fan Yu had her own mission. In life, one must always do something, for oneself and for others. Su Lang sat side by side with Fan Yu, both gazing at the steel behemoth. This was a culmination of human wisdom and a hope for humanity's future. Suddenly, Su Lang felt that if it really only required the sacrifice of his life, then it would be worth it. He was not a particularly noble person, but he did not want to see death any longer, nor did he want to hand this world over to those he despised. Humanity needed to return to the surface, and past mistakes needed to be addressed. Whether it was the key group or people like Tianyi and Qingyan, they should all pay the price. After a long time, Su Lang finally spoke slowly. Are the previous speculations still valid? I have 3 more opportunities to go back and forth. The 4th time is a one-way ticket. Fan Yu nodded and then added, but I do not recommend that you do so. I don't want to stop. Su Lang looked at Fan Yu, his eyes crescent-shaped. Not only because we are friends and I don't want to make things difficult for you, but also because this is my own choice and I want to continue. But Fan Yu hesitated. Su Lang supported his knees with his elbows, intertwining his fingers. Respect my choice. I will guide Gu Qingyan and complete the task. Su Lang's words had reached this point, and even Fan Yu found it difficult to say more. As a friend, she had done what she could do. Su Lang stood up and took a long breath. I will set off tomorrow. No matter what happens, I will definitely be back within a week. I told Qingyan that in addition to arranging 2 soldiers to protect your safety, you should also bring a doctor. As Fan Yu saw Su Lang about to refuse, she quickly added, on one hand, it's for you. On the other hand, I think if we really find someone there, the doctor can give them a simple examination and record. This time, Su Lang nodded and did not refuse again. Fan Yu was right. Although the probability of finding people was low, what if there were survivors? Su Lang left the laboratory and walked towards his small room. Back in his room, Su Lang saw the food that had been delivered to his table. This time, his plate also had 1/8 of an apple. See, participating in a mission does have its benefits. Su Lang picked up the apple and took small bites. In the era of Qingyan, he could eat whole, fresh apples, enjoy many delicious foods, breathe freely, and bask in the sun. Su Lang sincerely hoped that everyone here could live such a life. If this generation couldn't, it would be good if Fan Yu's children could. Apples from different eras have different tastes. This 1/8 piece of oxidized apple had less juice and was less sweet, but its value was extremely high. The complete apple in Qingyan's era was full of juice, sweet in flavor, and affordable for almost everyone. Its value is not high. Su Lang chewed slowly, finishing all the food before placing the plate in the designated spot and lying down to rest. That night, he had the same dream again. He dreamed of Qingyan, dreamed of being chased, dreamed of Fan Yu shooting at him. This repeated dream startled Su Lang awake once more. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and glanced at the time. Only 4 hours had passed since he fell asleep, and there were still 3 hours until departure. Su Lang slowly lay back down, trying hard to fall asleep again. But no matter what, he couldn't sleep. The feelings in the dream were too real. He still couldn't understand if this dream represented some kind of prophecy. Would the scenes in the dream really happen? But why would Fan Yu want to kill him? From today's conversation, it seemed that Fan Yu considered him a friend. She even contemplated giving up for his sake, right? How could Fan Yu possibly give up? Was it just because of friendship? No, that didn't fit Fan Yu's character. After preparing and working for so long, she was the one who most wanted this to succeed. No matter what happened, Fan Yu definitely did not want this mission to fail. But Su Lang could also see that Fan Yu's advice for him to stop was sincere, not just a hypocritical formality. The mission must continue, but he could give up. Su Lang's mind raced, trying to find the key. After a moment, he showed a look of sudden realization. If both had to be balanced, then there was only one possibility. Fan Yu had a plan B. Someone could replace him and complete the mission. Su Lang suddenly got up, put on his clothes, and rushed out in his slippers. He had to find Fan Yu. He must see Fan Yu. There was no time. He had to stop Fan Yu before she made that decision. If someone was destined to sacrifice, then let it be him. After all, he had already taken that step. There was no need to involve an innocent person and subject them to torment. Su Lang sent a message to Fan Yu and called her, but there was no response and no one picked up. The residence. Fan Yu's residence. Su Lang murmured softly, quickly heading towards Fan Yu's place. With Fan Yu's rank, she could still have a single room, though it wasn't very large, only about 15 square meters. Outside the room, there was an indicator light. If someone was inside, it was green, and if no one was inside, it was red. To his surprise, at 5 in the morning, the indicator light outside Fan Yu's room was actually red. Where had Fan Yu gone? Su Lang couldn't imagine what Fan Yu could be doing at this hour instead of returning to her room to sleep. He quickly ran towards the laboratory, using all his strength and moving as if sprinting 100 meters. The only place he could think of was the laboratory. He hoped Fan Yu would be there while also fearing she would be. When Su Lang finally arrived at the laboratory, panting heavily, he saw Fan Yu. She was still sitting as she had been when he left, staring at the quantum splitting machine. Su Lang even doubted that she had moved at all during the hours he had been gone. Su Lang leaned against the door with his right hand, supporting his knee with his left, breathing heavily. "What are you doing here?" Fan Yu was somewhat surprised. At this time, he should be sleeping since there was an important mission tomorrow. After resting for a moment, Su Lang walked into the laboratory. He quickly looked around and saw no one except Fan Yu. "It's you, isn't it?" Su Lang walked step by step towards Fan Yu. Although his tone was questioning, his gaze was particularly determined. "What?" You suddenly ran over and said it's me without any context. I don't even understand what you're talking about. Fan Yu's expression was somewhat unnatural as she turned her head to avoid Su Lang's gaze. "The one who can also complete this mission and return to the past. Besides me is you, right? You plan to go yourself, even though you know it's a one-way road, don't you?" Chapter 49. Beauty and the Beast. Fan Yu did not deny it. She simply looked calmly at Su Lang and said, "Someone has to do it, right?" Indeed, that was Fan Yu. She would never change her goal. "When you plan to leave?" "After I go." Su Lang couldn't imagine what Fan Yu would do if he hadn't guessed all this today. Fan Yu avoided Su Lang's gaze and remained silent. Bang! Su Lang slammed his fist on the nearby table, utterly furious. "You're not just one person now. You have a child in your womb and a lover. Are you going to make them suffer the pain of separation?" Moreover, the impact of the split on your body is so significant. If you really go through with it, can the fetus in your womb be saved? It's no wonder Su Lang's words were harsh. The truth is what it is. Pregnant women are fragile because they bear two lives in one body. Su Lang could imagine how much Fan Yu loved that man. How happy they must have been when they received the fertility quota, and how they must have looked forward to their future lives when they found out she was pregnant. But if Fan Yu really made that choice, everything would turn to dust. That's why Su Lang felt angry. It was irresponsible towards new life. Su Lang couldn't imagine the heavy guilt he would feel if he found out Fan Yu had split and left. What difference was that from murder? The life of an unborn child. Recalling the first time he met Fan Yu, he only felt that this woman was aloof, overbearing, and particularly annoying. The relationship between the interrogator and the interrogated is like this. If the interrogator is friendly and gentle, the interrogated only feels that the other is cunning and trying to deceive them to extract information. If the interrogator is stern and businesslike, the interrogated feels that the other is superior and overbearing, just like Su Lang felt before. Fan Yu was not a person who liked to smile. Perhaps because of her work nature, there were rarely any extra expressions on her face. Unfamiliar people would only think she looked cold and hard to approach. When did his impression of Fan Yu change? Perhaps it was because of that small piece of apple. That small piece of apple made Su Lang realize that Fan Yu was not indifferent. She was just naturally that way. When Su Lang said he was hungry, she was willing to give her meal to him. In the past world, sharing a meal might not be a big deal, but here, in the shelter, every contribution value had to be calculated carefully. That's not fair to you. After a long silence, Fan Yu finally spoke. So if it were you, would it be fair? Su Lang retorted. Yes, in such matters, it is unfair to everyone involved. But those warriors in human history never complained about unfairness at the moment of sacrifice. They only lamented that they died for a cause. Fan Yu didn't know how to answer Su Lang's question, but she still held her head high and remained silent, clearly not giving up. Su Lang felt somewhat helpless. Were all these researchers so stubborn? Stubborn and unyielding. In desperation, Su Lang could only choose to communicate with numbers. For me, I'd rather have one 100 turn into 0 than two 50s. In other words, I can accept a swift and glorious death, but I cannot accept a half-alive existence. The split has affected my body. I believe there are no serious symptoms yet, just because the time hasn't come. But undoubtedly, I am already a patient. Even if you really did this, I can no longer live healthily like a normal person who hasn't gone through all this. If that's the case, why drag you into this and make you like me? Why lose your child, your love, your life? During this time, Su Lang had seen too many people who were living worse than dead. Because of the likes of Tian Yi, Shan Jian, Tian Yi Beihai, and James. They didn't like to bring death, but they enjoyed torturing the living. Every time Su Lang saw those lying on the experimental table, he could feel how much they wished to die painlessly. Su Lang didn't want to become like that, consumed by the body and burdened by the mind. That was not the life he wanted. The life he wanted was like now, meaningful with confidence, pursuits, and things to do. Do you feel sorry for me? Su Lang finally asked this question, a question he found somewhat ridiculous himself. Fan Yu nodded in acknowledgement. What did she have to feel sorry for Su Lang about? It was just her duty. Su Lang no longer argued with Fan Yu about the matter of feeling sorry or deserving. He knew that for such a stubborn person like her, it was useless no matter what he said. Rather than that, he might as well propose a compensation plan. Everyone wants their life to continue, and I am no exception. It's just that my physical condition is clearly not suitable for having offspring. After all, I don't know if my genes have been affected. If a defective child is born in the future, it would not be continuation, but torment. So can I make a request as a form of your compensation? What request? Fan Yu suddenly looked up. It seemed that she had been tormented by this guilt for a long time and was almost driven crazy. Now hearing Su Lang say he needed her compensation, her expression was even somewhat joyful. Su Lang rarely saw such an expression on Fan Yu's face, and, at this moment, he finally understood the psychological pressure she had been bearing during this time. Su Lang lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Making a request at this time was definitely a technical task. If it was too light, it would seem like he was deliberately comforting Fan Yu. And if it was too heavy, he couldn't reconcile it with his conscience. After much deliberation, Su Lang slowly spoke. In the future, when this child is born, can the name include the character Lang? Just as a way to commemorate me. Also, I want to be this child's godfather. I hope you can often mention me to him. I want to be remembered a little longer. Hearing Su Lang say this, Fan Yu's expression noticeably improved, and she almost immediately agreed without any hesitation. This made Su Lang a bit embarrassed. Are you sure you don't need to discuss it with your husband? After all, the child's name is very important to both parents. Right now, Fan Yu agreed so readily, and Su Lang was very worried that his request would cause conflict between them. Fan Yu waved her hand confidently. Don't worry. This kind of thing doesn't need to be discussed with him. I can decide. Very good. The family hierarchy is evident. Su Lang didn't even dare to take the time to tease Fan Yu and hurried to finalize the matter. Then it's settled. You must fulfill what you promised me, and I'll take care of the rest. Su Lang's meaning was very clear. He didn't want Fan Yu to make any dangerous decisions after he left. Fan Yu looked into Su Lang's eyes and finally nodded. Seeing this, Su Lang immediately sighed in relief. At least he no longer had to worry when he left. That's it. Give me a chance to be a hero. I've been running back and forth for so long, and now to say I don't have to do anything else. Isn't that too unfair? Su Lang laughed. Fan Yu also curled her lips. All right, don't worry. I will fulfill my promise. It's getting late. You should go back and rest for a while, then prepare to set off. At first, Su Lang didn't feel much, but now that Fan Yu said this, fatigue suddenly hit him. Su Lang yawned and waved to Fan Yu as he returned to his room. After Su Lang's figure disappeared, Fan Yu threw away the application form in her hand, which read abortion application. After all the fuss, there was even less time to rest. But this time Su Lang slept very soundly. When the alarm rang, he even felt a bit reluctant to get up. However, he knew that Chunmu Ji's arranged people were probably waiting outside. Su Lang was not someone without a sense of time. He forced himself to sit up, get dressed, and wash up. When Su Lang came out, there were indeed 2 young soldiers and a female doctor waiting at the assembly point. Su Lang glanced at the time. There was still a full 10 minutes until their agreed meeting time, which eased his feelings of guilt a little. Everyone briefly introduced themselves. The 2 young soldiers were named Zhao Qian and Zhao Cohen, and they turned out to be twins. The doctor's name was Gao Bing, and she looked as cold as her name suggested. Su Lang was very curious about the 2 young soldiers, as the probability of twins being born in a shelter with such a low birth rate was indeed very rare. Unlike Gao Bing, Zhao Qian and Zhao Cohen were quite cheerful, to the point of being overly so. As soon as they saw Su Lang, they eagerly asked him about the previous mission. Su Lang knew they meant no harm. People are always curious about the unknown, like the legendary monsters or ghost stories. On the way to the surface, there wasn't much else to discuss, so Su Lang casually shared some stories, which the twin duo listened to with great interest, even making him promise to continue telling them as they traveled to their destination. Su Lang didn't mind. He treated it as storytelling for children. The 2 were just 18 years old, about the same age as Qingyan, but their personalities were completely different. In them, Su Lang saw a kind of naive innocence, as if they only needed to follow their superiors' orders to carry out their tasks, with everything else unable to affect their mood. In the dark underground shelter, they were happy. Perhaps this was the special trait of twins. Their telepathic connection made them never feel lonely. After leaving the preparation room and returning to the surface, Su Lang looked at the vast world outside and suddenly felt a bit dizzy. He didn't know if this was a side effect of the split. Counting it up, he had basically been on the surface for this period, if it weren't for the heavy protective suit he was wearing and various inconveniences. He might even suspect that he was someone who lived on the surface. The journey was long, but fortunately, there were 4 of them and they could all drive. They had agreed from the beginning to take turns resting, even traveling at night. Even so, it still took 2 days to reach their destination. And the round trip consumed 4 days, leaving Su Lang with only 3 days there. Luckily, the journey wasn't boring. Zhao Qian and Zhao Cohen were a pair of lively characters. Perhaps Gu also knew that the danger of this mission was low, which was why he sent them out for training. From their words, it seemed like it was their first time on the surface. Reflecting on their preparation, the 2 strictly adhered to the rules, putting on their protective suits meticulously, checking 3 times before and after wearing them. Su Lang could guess they were both novices. The first shift of driving was done by Gao Bing, and Su Lang felt like he was taking care of children with the two lively boys. However, Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan were not thoughtless. They noticed Su Lang's fatigue and didn't bother him for too long, instead urging him to sleep a bit more. Su Lang's driving time was scheduled from 6 to 10 in the evening, which was fine. At least it wasn't in the early morning, allowing him to avoid truly becoming a night owl. The vehicle shook and swayed, and Su Lang slept particularly soundly in the back seat. The vehicle had an air filtration system, and the material was specially treated, so at least Su Lang didn't need to sleep in a heavy protective suit. And turning over was not hindered. When Su Lang woke up, the driver had changed to Zhao Qian, and Zhao Kuan was sitting in the passenger seat, chatting casually with Zhao Qian to keep him from feeling bored. Gao Bing sat by the window, quietly looking outside, presenting a picturesque scene of a beauty admiring the scenery. As the only woman in the vehicle, Gao Bing was unusually quiet, apart from a simple self-introduction. Su Lang hadn't heard her say any unnecessary words. Gao Bing was tall and graceful, with a fresh appearance, and with such a personality, she was like an ice-cold beauty. Unfortunately, Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan's focus was entirely on the monsters. They didn't show any affection towards Gao Bing along the way. But as soon as they saw Su Lang wake up, they shouted for him to continue telling them about the monsters. Su Lang suddenly felt that the low birth rate in the underground shelter was also related to these straight men. Beautiful women and monsters. They chose monsters. How could the birth rate possibly be high? Previously, Su Lang had only described the terrifying appearances of those monsters, but as he spoke again, he added at the end, these monsters were once human, and it was humans who turned them into monsters. This sentence sounded a bit convoluted, and Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan took a moment to process it, still somewhat confused. These monsters were once human, and it was humans who turned them into monsters. Zhao Qian murmured, repeating Su Lang's words. Then he opened his mouth wide, his expression one of astonishment. Chapter 50. Traces after a long time, Zhao Qian finally asked. So what we're looking for now are actually survivors, right? Su Lang didn't quite know how to describe them. Compared to the people on the experimental platform, they were indeed survivors, but because of that, they lacked legal status and couldn't enter the underground shelter at all. The quota for entering the underground shelter was limited, and even the living with legal status couldn't compete for it, let alone these nominally dead people without legal status. After a moment of consideration, Su Lang replied, if they have survived to this day, they are the true survivors. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kuan pulled up a map to show Su Lang and Zhao Qian. Actually, I really think they might have survived. This place is quite remote, surrounded by mountains and dense vegetation, making it difficult to enter and exit. The advantage is that it is isolated from the world. The radiation disaster has its own peculiarities. We need to consider the intensity and range of the radiation. Although radiation is widespread and there is almost no clean land on the surface, if they are hiding in such a place, the impact on them is definitely smaller than in other areas. However, as people evacuate from the surface, their lives will surely be affected. As for the extent of that impact, I'm afraid we can only determine it when we meet. Su Lang, Zhao Qian, and Zhao Kuan spoke quietly among themselves, while Gao Bing found a book from somewhere and started reading. Watching this, not only Su Lang was shocked, but also Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan. Zhao Qian, wow, what did she bring with her when she went out? Su Lang, what kind of accent is that? It's no wonder Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan were surprised. Who would think of bringing a book when going out? Su Lang had been on missions many times, and on the way, he usually either slept, chatted, or enjoyed the scenery. In such an environment, it was indeed difficult to focus on reading. Previously, while sitting in the car, Su Lang had only managed to read a manual of less than 1,000 words, which made him feel dizzy from motion sickness. But now, it seemed Gao Bing had already been reading for nearly half an hour. What kind of perseverance was this? What kind of spirit? Su Lang didn't want to tease the girl, and was also afraid that these two silly boys would offend her. So he could only pat Zhao Qian's shoulder. Stop just talking about her. What did you bring when you went out? I brought a lot of food and drinks. I took out all my supplies from these years, Zhao Qian said matter-of-factly, making it sound like he was on vacation. Considering how many missions they had been on, this one was the easiest. The two lively brothers probably heard from TOLLS that the danger level wasn't high, which is why they were so relaxed. As for Gao Bing, Su Lang took a glance and saw that she was reading a professional book on anatomy. So this was turned into a learning journey? The atmosphere was really good. Fortunately, the small team of 3 did not interfere with Gao Bing, and while Su Lang and the others didn't understand her, they wouldn't disturb her. Similarly, Gao Bing probably didn't understand them either and wouldn't disturb them. A strange balance formed within the team, which was quite rare. Perhaps because of driving, the 2-day journey was relatively calm, with no sudden mutant creatures appearing and no other accidents happening. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kun really brought a lot of food with them. By the time they reached their destination, Su Lang even felt they had gained weight. Of course, this must be an illusion. Who could gain weight in 2 days? That's impossible. Absolument impossible. They set off the previous morning and arrived at 5 o'clock the next morning. Due to the shift change, everyone had rested quite well. For the first time as a team leader, Su Lang gave everyone 2 options. 1. Start climbing the mountain now. Expected to take 4 hours to get over it. 2. Rest for 2 hours to adjust their state. Then climb the mountain, which would delay their progress by 2 hours. Zhao Qian, I suggest we set off immediately. I feel particularly energetic right now. Zhao Kun, me too. I'm already looking forward to climbing the mountain. Su Lang helplessly held his forehead. They really didn't ask Gao Bing at all. What a great opportunity for her to perform. And they were just thinking about climbing the mountain. Climbing the mountain or being with a beautiful girl, they still chose to climb the mountain. In the end, there was no other way but for Su Lang to ask Gao Bing, what do you think? If you're not feeling well, we can rest a bit longer. Gao Bing frowned slightly but nodded. I'm fine. I also suggest we set off right away. Su Lang took a step back, looked at the 3 of them, and said with a serious expression, this is not the time to show off or be impulsive. You must confirm that you are all okay before giving me an answer. Once we start climbing, there will be no turning back. If any accidents happen during the climb, we cannot go forward or back. It will be difficult to handle then. This is also why I'm willing to give you time to rest. We cannot lose big because of small issue. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kun exchanged glances, and this time the brothers finally became cautious. They didn't speak first, but looked towards Gao Bing at the same time. I request a rest for half an hour first, Gao Bing said. Immediately after, before Su Lang could say anything, Zhao Qian and Zhao Kun chimed in. Zhao Qian, I also request to rest for half an hour. Zhao Kun, me too. Su Lang was amused by them, which also brought a gentle expression to Gao Bing's face. Thank you, Gao Bing said to Zhao Qian and Zhao Kun. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kun exchanged glances, scratched their heads, and smiled foolishly. All right, let's rest here for half an hour. If there are any further discomforts, communicate with me in time, and we can extend the rest time, Su Lang ordered. The 4 of them rested in the car, with Gao Bing lying on the bed taking a nap, while Zhao Qian and Zhao Kun played Go. Only Su Lang, feeling bored, picked up Gao Bing's book to read. He wasn't good with words, but there were quite a few pictures in this book. An anatomy book was turned into a comic in Su Lang's hands. I have to say, knowledge books are indeed hypnotic. Su Lang, who had initially been energetic, felt drowsy after a few minutes and fell asleep with the book in his arms in less than 10 minutes. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kun exchanged glances, and Zhao Qian extended his hand toward Zhao Kun. 3 contribution points. Zhao Kun rolled his eyes. Fine, you win, but the captain is too lame. He couldn't even last 10 minutes. I said it before, our captain is not an intellectual. He doesn't have that cultural literacy, Zhao Qian said bluntly. I must say, Zhao Qian is very perceptive. Half an hour later, when the alarm rang, it woke not only Gao Bing, but also Su Lang. The first thing Su Lang did upon waking was wipe his drool. Fortunately, perhaps due to the influence of knowledge, he actually didn't drool this time. I feel much better. No need to rest anymore. Let's set off early, Gao Bing said to Su Lang. The sky outside was already dimly lit, and with the preparation time for changing into protective suits, they would be able to see things clearly when they went out without being affected. All right, change into protective suits, and let us head out. Su Lang commanded decisively and began to put on his protective suit. Stepping out of the car, Su Lang first glanced at the radiation monitor's numbers. 628 microsieverts, which was unsuitable for human habitation, but not immediately lethal. Climbing the mountain was definitely a physical endeavor for this group, living underground. In the first half hour, the 3 of them chatted and laughed. From half an hour to an hour, Su Lang stopped talking. From an hour to an hour and a half, Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan's talking frequency decreased. From an hour and a half to 2 hours, even Zheng Feng and Zhao Kuan fell silent. From 2 hours to 2.5 hours, the three of them were clearly breathing harder, and their breaths became rough. By the third hour, all three decided they should take a break. Throughout this process, Gao Bing remained silent and was in the best condition. Su Lang leaned against a tree and gave Gao Bing a thumbs up. Real people don't show their true selves. You're really strong. As long as I get enough sleep, I'll be in good shape. Gao Bing's voice was not loud, but his enunciation was very clear. I must sleep at least 6 hours every day. I could have gotten enough sleep yesterday, but I didn't fall asleep in the first half hour. So I applied to you for an extra half hour of rest. Su Lang exchanged glances with Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan, and the three were once again shocked. Can a person's sleep and condition be so precise? If it weren't for the fact that he was certain that Fan, you wouldn't place a robot in his team, Su Lang would have even doubted Gao Bing's composition. After resting for 15 minutes, the team set off again. It was indeed more tiring the further they went. They were already in the downhill phase, and Su Lang thought this phase would be a bit easier, but the actual situation was completely opposite to what he had expected. This was completely a mountain path, not a developed scenic area. Which road to take and how to walk all depended on their exploration. There was indeed pressure when going uphill, but going downhill was even more terrifying. Their legs were already feeling some pain from the ascent, and they had to be especially cautious going down. One misstep could send them tumbling down. If such an accident happened, it would be a wild mountain area, and there would be no help to be found. Moreover, in such a forest, who knew what might be lurking? Therefore, Su Lang instructed them to pay close attention to the path beneath their feet and never let their guard down. Fortunately, everyone was quite resilient and careful. In the last hour, they supported each other, helping each other down. Captain, look, isn't that over there? Zhao Qian pointed to a place not far away and said to Su Lang. Zhao Kuan also got excited. A wooden house. There are people. There really are people. Su Lang followed Zhao Qian's finger and indeed saw the faint outline of a wooden house in the mist. As for Zhao Kuan's claim of people, it was purely speculation based on the presence of the wooden house. Su Lang had not seen a single person or any smoke rising. This was a small basin, and those wooden houses were built among the mountains. As they walked forward, the path became much flatter. Su Lang asked the three of them, should we rest for 10 minutes before setting off, or go for it? This time, the three of them were in complete agreement. Let's go for it. Sulan nadid, alright. Let's get there early and rest inside the house. The four continued on their way, perhaps because hope was in sight. The fatigue they felt began to dissipate, especially Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan, whose pace was almost a light jog. Su Lang was worried they would expend too much energy and repeatedly reminded them to slow down. It was understandable that Su Lang was being cautious. He simply couldn't be as naive and innocent as Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan. If there were really people there, Su Lang wasn't sure what their state would be or whether they would be hostile to outsiders. So conserving energy was very necessary to deal with unexpected situations. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan didn't understand Su Lang's meaning, but Gao Bing was perceptive and quickly grasped what Su Lang was thinking. She walked up to Su Lang and said, although my skills aren't particularly good, I have learned basic self-defense and I can run fast. If anything happens, I won't be a burden to you. Gao Bing's words were straightforward, but Su Lang needed this kind of direct communication, since they hadn't used a one-on-one line earlier. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan also heard Gao Bing's words. Zhao Qian, who was walking in front, turned around and looked at Gao Bing in confusion. Run? What do we need to run for? Are we going to fight? Gao Bing countered. Are you sure the people there won't attack us? They don't live in the underground city and aren't bound by its laws and morals. They don't know us and we don't know them. Before we have any dealings, I think we should be more cautious. We should not have malicious intentions, but we must also be on guard. This was Gao Bing's first time saying so much. Her personality was cold, but at this moment, she was particularly patient in explaining to Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan exchanged glances and simultaneously slowed down. Clearly, they also realized the importance of conserving energy. Su Lang breathed a sigh of relief. He had just been pondering how to remind Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan. Now, it was good. Gao Bing had already conveyed what he wanted to say, and the two understood. As they got closer to the small village, Su Lang's heart grew increasingly tense. Did he know any of those people? After all these years, what had they become? There are footprints. Zhao Qian had already entered a state of vigilance and lowered his voice to remind the others. These aren't marks left by protective shoes. They look like straw sandals. Su Lang interjected. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan had lived in an underground shelter since they could remember, and it was completely normal for them not to recognize this mark. Su Lang crouched down and carefully examined the footprint. He wasn't an expert in tracking, but he could barely tell that it was a human footprint, wearing straw sandals, and it seemed to have been left not too long ago. Even if Su Lang couldn't determine the exact time, the information at hand was already enough for him. There are people here. There are living people, Su Lang informed the others in the team. And this time, Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan did not react with excitement as before. Instead, they raised their weapons with expressions of vigilance. Chapter 51. The little boy, Su Lang, looked down at the time. It was 10:05. Then, he glanced at the radiation monitor, which displayed a reading of 183 millisieverts. Compared to outside the mountain, the radiation levels here were quite low, but it still couldn't be considered livable. Indeed, if there were habitable places on the surface, people wouldn't need to go to such lengths to build underground shelters for relocation. Su Lang counted the houses. There were a total of 18, all made of wood. How should one describe these houses? One could say they were poorly constructed. It was uncertain whether they could provide shelter from wind and rain, but they could barely serve as a place for people to stay. Calling this place a village was somewhat inaccurate, as there were few houses and they were far apart. According to Su Lang's thoughts, the number of people who could reach here shouldn't be many. They should be more united. However, seeing the current situation, Su Lang overturned his assumptions. 30 meters away from the first house, four people stopped in unison. Zhao Qian, Captain, why do I feel something is off? Zhao Kuan, it's past 10 and no one is up. That's reasonable. Sleeping in is fine since they don't have work to go to. Su Lang really wanted to shake Zhao Kuan's head to see if any water would come out. Instead, it was Gao Bing who provided a crucial piece of information. I checked the weather forecast. It rained here a day ago. Su Lang nodded. No wonder the footprints could be left behind. Zhao Kuan, you still check the weather forecast? Zhao Qian, is anyone still looking at the weather forecast now? It was understandable that the two brothers were surprised. The current situation was such. Everyone lived in underground shelters, and the weather on the surface had little relevance to them. At first, there were some nostalgic feelings, a reluctance to part with that piece of land, but after more than 10 years, the nostalgia people had dwindled, while those who adapted to underground shelter life had increased. It was rumored that by the end of this year, the shelters would abolish the weather forecast department and stop broadcasting weather reports to the outside. Seeing Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan's reactions, Gao Bing realized they misunderstood and explained, I don't usually check, but this time it's a mission, and I thought it would be relevant, so I paid attention. A simple statement left the three men feeling embarrassed. According to the classification, they were the combat personnel of the team, while Gao Bing was just a doctor responsible for medical support. However, compared to them, Gao Bing seemed more professional. Noticing the three men's awkwardness, Gao Bing glanced at Su Lang. This isn't my first mission. It was Zhang Cheng'an who told me to check the weather forecast before mission. Zhang Cheng'an? Hearing this familiar name, Su Lang paused slightly. Gao Bing nodded. Yes, he and Fan Yu have been good friends for many years, collaborated for a long time. And he was my previous captain. This was something Fan Yu hadn't mentioned to Su Lang. Thinking back, Zhang Cheng'an's sacrifice must have had a significant impact on Fan Yu as well. Zhao Qian was somewhat confused. Captain, aren't you a doctor at the medical facility? Not entirely. Gao Bing looked at Zhao Qian. Although I'm stationed at the medical facility, I basically don't make rounds. I'm only responsible for the medical support of the combat team on missions. Su Lang then mentioned why he didn't see injured soldiers like Ron and Gu Jingming when he went to the medical facility for a checkup yesterday. In that case, he was doing a routine physical examination, while the medical facility doctors were responsible for post-battle injury treatment, which was Gao Bing's responsibility. It seemed that not only were the doctors different, but they must also have a dedicated medical treatment room. After hearing Gao Bing say all this, Su Lang felt even more that bringing Gao Bing along was a very correct decision. Just as Gao Bing said, she wouldn't be a burden, and from her performance, she seemed to be an asset. The lady was already so outstanding, and Zhao Qian and Zhao Kun also became more composed. Zhao Qian asked a very crucial question. Captain, you know them better. I want to know if they have guns? Su Lang thought for a moment and replied, these people were rescued, but the escape route was definitely not without danger. Therefore, they should have some self-defense tools, but whether they are cold weapons or firearms, I can't be sure. Su Lang shared what he knew with the others, and everyone's expressions became serious. But soon, Su Lang spoke decisively now. They don't have guns. I can guarantee it. So sure? Gao Bing questioned. Yes, I'm sure. Su Lang nodded. This information was very important, but the others couldn't understand why Su Lang, after only thinking for a moment, changed his mind to say they definitely didn't have guns. After all, the difference between cold weapons and firearms was significant. If these people had guns, they would have already entered the range of attack, and their lives would be at risk. If they didn't have guns, the situation would definitely be more favorable for them. At this moment, Su Lang, however, smiled relaxedly. Did you forget where this place is? The three exchanged glances, not realizing what Su Lang meant. Then Su Lang openly explained, we are on the land of Huagua, where firearms are strictly regulated. Even if someone gives them some self-defense items, they definitely won't be firearms. Otherwise, it would just be trouble for them. You have to understand, for them, the best way to survive is to keep a low profile. Hearing Su Lang's analysis, the others immediately understood and felt more at ease. The four continued forward, highly alert. Indeed, when they were less than 10 meters away from the first house, suddenly a man burst out of the door and rushed towards Zhao Qian at the front of the team. A cold glint flashed, and Su Lang immediately shouted, he has a knife. Fortunately, although Zhao Qian sometimes appeared a bit slow-witted, his reflexes were quick. Zhao Qian first sidestepped to evade the attacker's weapon, then lowered his body and swept his leg, tripping the man to the ground. Immediately, seizing the moment when the attacker lost balance, he grabbed the man's arm and restrained both of his hands behind his back, pinning him to the ground. Zhao Qian's series of movements were clean and swift. By the time the others reacted, the man was already controlled face down by Zhao Qian. But before Su Lang could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Gao Bing's reminder over the communication line. Captain, look around. Su Lang had been completely focused on Zhao Qian's situation, and when he looked up to survey the surroundings, he realized that many people had come out from those houses. They all looked at Su Lang and his group with guarded expressions, most of them holding weapons similar to the dagger used by the attacker. Clearly to them, Su Lang's group was the uninvited guests. I'll go communicate, Su Lang said, trying to avoid any armed conflict. He didn't want anyone else to get hurt. As the captain, Su Lang had to take on the responsibilities of a leader. He stepped forward and said to the people over there, my name is Su Lang. I know the experimenters who released you. Su Lang said this to prove he meant no harm, to let them know he was on the side of those who helped them. Upon hearing Su Lang's words, those people still did not lower their weapons. If Su Lang's guess was correct, they were not attacking simply because his group was armed. If it weren't for the guns in their hands, Su Lang had no doubt they would have rushed over and torn him apart. Qingyan and Zheng Yuan. Su Lang mentioned these two names again. I know them. We're good friends. This time, Su Lang focused on the names, believing that among this group of people, there must be experimental subjects managed by Qingyan and Zheng Yuan, especially Qingyan, as he was the one who planned all of this. He could be considered a lifesaver for this group. However, to Su Lang's surprise, even upon hearing these two names, they still looked at him with hostility, as if he were there to ruin their lives and take their lives. At this moment, even though Su Lang was unwilling to admit it, he had to accept the reality that words were of no use. But Su Lang came to find them to identify the evidence against the key group. And once a violent conflict broke out between the two parties, the relationship would inevitably become strained, making it difficult to get them to testify later on. The other members of the team also noticed that Su Lang was having difficulty communicating, and their task was much simpler than Su Lang's, as they were there to ensure his safety and cooperate with his work. Should they take action? Zhao Kun moved closer to Su Lang, ready to shoot at any moment. Just as Su Lang was hesitating about what to do, a man stepped forward. I recognize him. He is someone close to Mr. Gu. I just didn't expect that. After 26 years, he hasn't changed at all. Su Lang suddenly looked up and scrutinized the speaker, but he truly had no impression of him. From the other party's tone, It seemed he had interacted with Su Lang before. Otherwise, he wouldn't still recognize him after 26 years. Su Lang, who are you? The man's voice was deep, and his tone was calm and unhurried. 26 years ago, a 9-year-old boy was beaten until he bled. And standing in front of him was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s, holding a stone with bloodstains on it. This middle-aged man was the boy's uncle, and they had a conflict over cutting in line, but it was not the boy who wanted to cut in. It was the middle-aged man. He wanted to stand in front of the boy, but the boy refused, leading to a confrontation. With an absolute advantage in height and weight, the boy had no chance of winning and ultimately suffered a crushing defeat. However, the boy was unwilling to back down because what they were fighting over was an opportunity to change their fate. What if he missed that position? Just one position could mean one less opportunity, and life circumstances could be vastly different. You treated the boy's wounds and bandaged them carefully, and the boy endured the pain without a sound. Because in the boy's eyes, you were someone who came out of that mysterious room, testing him. He wanted to prove that he could endure the pain and that he was strong. So please choose me. The boy prayed to you. You told the boy that the experiment would not be successful, that the radiation was very terrifying, and that the chosen ones could become neither human nor ghost, ultimately ending their lives in pain. You asked the boy if he still wanted to go in. Not only did he remain adamant, but he also regarded your persuasion as malicious obstruction. You continued to advise him that his body had not fully developed in all aspects, which could likely affect his future. As a result, he became completely angry with you, thinking you were doing it on purpose, even suspecting you as his competitor, treating you as a hypothetical enemy. Hearing this, Su Lang remembered everything. This boy was the experimental subject brought in by Lawrence, and he had indeed meant well at the time, but it ultimately proved to be a trouble he brought upon himself. So do you know who this boy was eventually assigned to? Su Lang couldn't help but ask. Zheng Yuan? The other party shook his head. He wasn't assigned. Someone specifically requested him as an experimental subject. Requested? Su Lang didn't understand. Yes, a very powerful experimenter specifically called for him to be the experimental subject, the other party replied. Su Lang vaguely felt that the person they were talking about was Gu Qingyan, but he didn't know how to ask. If it was Gu Qingyan, did that mean the boy survived? If he survived, what was his relationship with the person in front of him? You were that boy. Solang speculative. Yes. My name is Augustine. I am that boy, the experimental subject that Gu Qingyan requested. Augustine admitted readily, looking directly at Su Lang. Solang native. His tone somewhat relieved. So you are quite lucky. Gu Qingyan opposes human experimentation, so he won't do anything to you. He beat me up. Augustine smiled. What? Su Lang's tone rose several notches. He found a long tree branch and locked me in the laboratory, using the branch to whip my butt. Augustine described it in great detail. The soundproofing of that laboratory was excellent, and I screamed very loudly, crying and making a fuss, but the people outside couldn't hear me, and no one came to save me. Su Lang was confused. What was Gu Qingyan doing? Was he out of his mind? Why was he beating up a child? This behavior didn't seem related to the experiment at all. After spending so much time together, Su Lang had no idea that Gu Qingyan was still this kind of person. He abused you? Su Lang asked bluntly, as he saw it as abuse. But Augustine shook his head. No, he was taking revenge. Revenge? Su Lang was even more confused. Augustine's smile grew wider. Yes, for my lack of appreciation and for bullying his friend. Hearing this, Su Lang suddenly understood. Good, this is something Gu Qingyan could do. Chapter 52, Beyond the Mountains. Augustine turned to the others in the village and said, I can vouch for them. They are indeed from Mr. Gu's side and mean us no harm. A foreigner's 10 words are not worth a single word from a common interest. After hearing Augustine say this, the others in the village lowered their weapons. They did not show much enthusiasm, merely returning to their homes and shutting their doors tightly. The village had a strange atmosphere. But now Su Lang couldn't care less. Many things were not something he could just ask about. To understand more clearly, he would have to dig deeper himself. Augustine brought Su Lang and the others back to his small wooden cabin. It must be said that it was indeed simple and cramped. The 5 of them had no place to sit, so in the end, Zhao Qian, Zhao Koen, and Su Lang had to rudely sit on the bed, leaving the stools for Augustine and Gao Bing. Like the outside, all the furniture in the room was wooden, truly a pure green manufacturing. Augustine scratched his head a bit awkwardly and said, The environment here is indeed not very good. I was startled when I was first brought here. Some even thought Mr. Gu wanted to dispose of us troublesome people in disguise. But later they sent some basic supplies, mostly tools for manufacturing and mining, which allowed us to have a place to stay here. Compared to the outside, it is indeed simple, but it is safe. In over 20 years, only 2 groups of people have found us. Hearing Augustine's earlier words, everyone thought he was just being polite. But when he mentioned that 2 groups had found them, the 4 of them became serious. Su Lang directly asked, 2 groups? Who else besides us? Augustine sighed, the experimenters. Su Lang was taken aback. In this era, there were still experimenters, and they had contact with Augustine and his group. It could only be the group from TNI Mountain Canyon. That is, the influence of the key group. Augustine recalled the scene at the time and recounted it in detail. They came here half a year ago. They wanted to take us away, saying we were originally experimental subjects and should cooperate with their experiments. But over 20 years ago, we had already seen the truth of these so-called experiments. Plus, listening to Mr. Gu, we knew that while we couldn't walk openly outside without legal status, we were already free. No one was willing to go with them, and there were many casualties on our side during the conflict. But their weakness was very obvious, this set of equipment on you. It seemed we didn't need to really defeat them. We just needed to break their equipment, and they would become very anxious and fearful. It was precisely because of this that we had the chance to survive. Actually, don't blame the villagers. After what happened half a year ago, they have indeed become somewhat paranoid, which is why they showed such hostility towards you. After all, when those bad people came half a year ago, we were still excited, thinking they were here to save us. Even some children in the village ran over to hug their legs and acted cute towards them. Who would have thought they were demons wanting to drag us back into hell? That child was killed by them. Listening to Augustine's description, everyone fell silent. These events indeed bore the hallmark of the group from TNI Mountain Canyon. Su Lang couldn't help but feel regret. If only he had found this place a little earlier, would things have been different? You've lived here for so many years. Haven't you felt any physical discomfort? Gao Bing asked. They had noticed earlier that the villagers here wore no protective gear. Even though the radiation levels here were not particularly high, it was still not suitable for humans and would have some impact on the body. However, the villagers seemed fine, as Augustine said. The people from TNI Mountain Canyon and their own team needed to wear radiation suits to be exposed on the surface, yet they did not. They only wore ordinary clothes, and the air they breathed was unfiltered. They lived as if disaster had not yet arrived. Augustine shook his head. I feel fine. Life in this mountain is not very convenient, but the air is good. We have to do a lot of things every day, planting vegetables, hunting. After all, there is no trade here, and if we don't want to go hungry, we can only rely on our own hands. Although it can be tiring, we are all people who have survived, and everyone is very content. Hearing Augustine say this, Su Lang even felt a bit envious of their life here. It was only at this moment that Su Lang understood that what Qingyan saved was not just their lives, but their world. The people in the shelter, if they wanted to once again roam freely on the surface, had to rely on whether Su Lang could complete that task, retrieve the document from Qingyan, and the subsequent execution effects of the document. This was not an easy task. Any problem and any link could destroy all hope. But the people living here did not need to. They were already on the surface, living their own way of life. Who could have imagined that they were the true victors? There are no facilities here. If possible, I still hope to conduct a detailed examination of them. Gao Bing, as a doctor, had such thoughts, which were entirely reasonable. However, as soon as she said this, Augustine immediately showed a tense and guarded expression, even looking at Gao Bing with a hint of hostility. Su Lang could understand Augustine's reaction. After all, the past had left a significant psychological shadow on these people. They probably never want to see anyone in a lab coat again in their lives. To avoid breaking the hard-earned trust, Su Lang hurriedly reassured Augustine, don't worry. She is not an experimenter. None of us here are experimenters. Then why does she want to examine our bodies? Augustine immediately retorted. Before we were taken to that hellish place, we also underwent many physical examinations. I still remember that bastard praised my health. At that time, I didn't understand anything and felt very proud of it. If it weren't for Mr. Gu wanting to save me, I would have been tortured to death long ago. Su Lang understood that at such times, one must not hide anything, Even a small lie, once uncovered, would instantly break all trust. He pointed to Gao Bing and said, "She is a doctor. She brought some medications, all simple anti-inflammatory, antipyretic, and painkillers." Gao Bing also understood what Su Lang meant at that moment, and immediately cooperated by opening her medical kit and displaying everything inside to Augustine to prove she posed no threat. Then Su Lang spoke again. "We are indeed a bit curious, but it's only because you have achieved things we cannot. You are the victors of this world." Recalling the time spent with Gu Qingyan, he learned the skills of madness from Gu Qingyan, but he also learned the skills of communication from the people around Gu Qingyan. Saying some flattering words may not immediately help you achieve your goal, but it won't provoke others' dislike and can at least keep the conversation going. Sure enough, upon hearing Su Lang say this, Augustine became interested. "What do you mean by things you cannot achieve? What does it mean to be a victor?" Su Lang pointed to the protective suits on himself and his companions. "You should have seen it. We cannot take these off, even because of the soundproofing of the suits. I have to speak loudly for you to hear me clearly. But we have no way to separate from them, because they are our life guarantee." Augustine naturally knows this. He not only understands these things, but he also knows that if he were to cut a small opening in the protective suits of those people, what kind of consequences would arise? Although he doesn't understand the principles behind it, he knows the outcome. The reason Augustine is willing to take Su Lang and the others home is partly because of Gu Qingyan, and partly because he knows how to deal with those in protective suits. After all that he has experienced, he is no longer the child who believes everything others say. Furthermore, when you say you are the victors, it is because it seems that in this world, only you can still live so peacefully on the surface, while the vast majority of people have hidden away in the underground world, away from sunlight. If one wants to stand on the surface, they must wear heavy protective suits like us, Su Lang continued to explain, without any concealment or deception. Augustine's expression was astonished, as if he were hearing this for the first time. Su Lang observed Augustine's reaction and tentatively asked, "Have you never stepped out of this mountain?" "Well, not exactly never." Augustine sighed. "Although one can survive here, it is worlds apart from the cities outside. Our generation is fine, but the psychological shadow left by that incident is too great, making us afraid to act rashly. Compared to the dazzling world outside, we would rather preserve our lives and live a stable life. But the next generation is different. The children have never seen the terrifying scenes in the laboratory. They only heard stories and felt it wasn't so scary. Moreover, they learned from adults how magnificent and novel the world beyond the mountain is, which inevitably arouses their longing." Someone went out? Zhao Qian couldn't help but interrupt. Augustine nodded. "It should have been about 10 years ago, when 2 kids sneaked out while the adults weren't paying attention. The next day, we followed their footprints and confirmed they had escaped the mountain. Although this village is small, there are rules, and the most important rule is that no one is allowed to leave the mountain. At that time, there were people in the search party who were unwell, and we were afraid that more people would go in for the sake of 2 disobedient children. So we stopped searching at the edge of the mountain, while only the parents of those 2 children wanted to continue looking." "So, did you continue searching?" Zhao Kuan also became curious. "Once you go out, you can't come back. And it's strictly forbidden to tell the outside world about this place. That's also a rule." Augustine's gaze turned to the window. In the end, everyone decided to expel the parents of those 2 children from the village, which was essentially an indirect agreement to let them continue searching, while everyone else retreated back to the village. After that, we had no further news about those 2 families and children. "From what you say, it must have ended badly." Su Lang nodded. Indeed, by that time, the outside world had long become uninhabitable. People are like this. They automatically lower their reverence for terrifying rumors they hear, while they raise their expectations for the dazzling world they hear about. Just like you see now, we locked ourselves in this mountain until the experimenters appeared 6 months ago. But they wouldn't kindly tell us what happened outside. Today is the first time I've heard you say it. Every time the experimenters are mentioned, Augustine's tone is filled with hatred. At this moment, Gao Bing spoke again, but she was clearly more cautious than the last time. "Earlier, you mentioned that in order to find those 2 children who ran out of the village, your group crossed this mountain, and then some people felt unwell, right?" "Yes," Augustine admitted. "Not just 1 or 2, but 4 or 5 people were feeling unwell." "What symptoms did they have?" Gao Bing followed up with a question. "Nausea, vomiting, and some had palpitations and anxiety. Augustine frowned in thought, trying to remember. After returning, they felt unwell for quite a while, but we didn't have any doctors here, so we didn't know what illness they had. After some time, they died, and it was very painful. Su Lang and Gao Bing exchanged glances, both understanding that it was most likely due to the effects of radiation. Su Lang was sincerely trying to get along with Augustine, so he told him all about the situation outside, and then had Gao Bing explain to Augustine in detail the effects of radiation on the human body. After listening, Augustine remained silent for a long time, his head bowed, lost in thought. Su Lang and the others were not in a hurry, quietly waiting to accompany Augustine. At times like this, the more purposeful one is, the harder it is to achieve that purpose. Su Lang understood this principle, so he was particularly patient. After a long while, Augustine finally spoke. My parents, they probably do not qualify to enter the underground shelter, right? This question, no one can answer now, and no one dares to answer. Since I was young, I hoped to become their pride, to make them hold their heads high in front of others. Which is why I wanted so badly to participate in that damned experiment, because Uncle Lawrence told me that the experiment would make me a superhuman, a great hero. That was the biggest and most important opportunity in my life. Augustine shook his head with a bitter smile, his face full of sorrow. Chapter 53, A House. I still remember how happy I was when I told my parents I had been chosen. Until the experiment officially began. I was fantasizing about a glorious life ahead. When I left home, my parents came to see me off, and I told them not to be sad, that I would soon become a superhero, a great hero, and come back. Looking back now, I realize how foolish I was at that time. Augustine felt like the stupidest person in the world, giving up what he already had for something so elusive. Yes, who could have imagined that farewell would be forever? Su Lang suddenly thought of Qingyan. He didn't even know when he would return next. Fan Yu had said that the scheduling of time was very strict and cautious. On the surface, it seemed that the time Fan Yu sent him off was a bit too early, as Qingyan hadn't even started working on that document yet. But in terms of actual results, those times were significant turning points in Qingyan's life. By cutting in at such an early time that was important for Qingyan, Su Lang could gain his trust more effectively, laying the groundwork for guiding him later to obtain that document. Su Lang felt an inexplicable closeness to Augustine. After all, Augustine was a point of intersection between him and Qingyan. Seeing Augustine's sad expression at this moment, Su Lang raised his hand and gently patted his shoulder. Don't be so desperate yet. As long as you have your parents' names and other identity information, you can go back to the underground shelter and retrieve their status. In other words, there's just a slim hope, but it's not yet time to despair. Upon hearing Su Lang's words, Augustine's expression improved a bit, and he hurriedly found paper and a pen to write down his parents' names and identity information. Handing it to Su Lang. Can you help me check? Just as Su Lang took the paper and pen from Augustine, he heard him complaining in frustration. This broken place doesn't even have a communication device. Even if you find out, you can't tell me the results. I can't get out. And it's troublesome for you to come in. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan wanted to speak at that moment, but were met with a sharp glance from Su Lang. The two understood and chose to remain silent. Su Lang knew that the two brothers wanted to take this opportunity to have Augustine accompany them back to the shelter, making it easier for Augustine to testify. However, Su Lang understood these people. They had witnessed the terrifying scenes inside the laboratory. Their guard had always been high, and it had only diminished a bit after more than 20 years, but half a year ago, it had almost repeated itself. Although Augustine was willing to take them home, Su Lang suspected that Augustine did not fully trust him. Don't worry, there will definitely be a way, Su Lang comforted Augustine, without making any demands. Sorry, you must be tired from coming here, and I've kept you talking for so long. Augustine apologizabit okvardlito so long. Let me clear out a couple of rooms for you to rest. Augustine glanced out the window. Fortunately, it's still early enough to tidy up the rooms. By the way, is there something you mind? What? Su Lang asked with a smile. Well, the houses here generally become vacant because... Augustine hesitated, seemingly trying to find a more tactful way to say it. You should know that there's no buying or selling here. And there are no other places to move in this mountain. So those houses have had people die in them? Gao Bing asked directly. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan exchanged glances, both a bit frightened, their bodies tensing up instantly. Su Lang couldn't help but laugh at this scene. Gao, being a girl, remained particularly calm, while these two big boys were scared. Yes, there were originally two families that went out of the mountain to find their children, and their houses were unoccupied, but just last month, the village chief allocated their houses to others. Augustine confirmed Gao Bing's view, then looked at Gao Bing, the only lady present. But I can give you this room to live in. You can have it to yourself. Gao Bing, it's fine. I don't mind living in a house where someone died. Su Lang nodded in agreement. I don't mind either. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan chimed in unison. I mind. Augustine looked at the two of them in surprise, seemingly unable to make up his mind. Zhao Qian lunged forward, directly throwing himself at Su Lang's feet. Captain, I haven't asked you for anything this whole way. Zhao Kuan, seeing his brother like this, immediately followed suit. One on the left and one on the right, like a symmetrical figure. Captain, this time, please help us. Su Lang pretended to look embarrassed, but isn't it a bit rude to kick the house owner out and let two boys live in their house? The two nodded in unison. It's very rude. They proved through their actions just how terrified they were of houses where someone had died. Although Su Lang couldn't understand this, he expressed his respect. Su Lang turned his gaze to Augustine, apologetically speaking. If it's convenient, and if you could make an exception, could you let my two friends live in your room? To be honest, it was easier for Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan to ask, but he found it difficult to bring it up himself. It felt a bit impolite to kick the house owner out. Unexpectedly, Augustine was particularly generous, smiling and saying, No problem. Then this room will be for these two little brothers. We'll go clear out two other rooms. One for us and one for this lady. All right, let us do that. Su Lang nodded, and we'll tidy up together. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan also eagerly volunteered. We're strong and can work. Just give us the dirty and hard work. Augustine led them outside. There were people working in the village, but everyone maintained an eerie silence, not speaking to each other, just doing their own thing. After Su Lang and the others came out, the workers looked at them simultaneously, then after a few seconds, looked away, ignoring them. Captain, do you think something's off with these people? Zhao Qian quietly asked Su Lang. Su Lang replied, It feels a bit abnormal. When we sleep at night, I'll share a room with Augustine and see if I can get anything from him. Zhao Qian, by the way, Augustine mentioned the village chief earlier. I think we should pay attention to that. Normally, as outsiders, shouldn't we visit the village chief first? But it feels like Augustine doesn't intend to introduce us. I have to say, Zhao Qian has indeed been attentive on this mission. Su Lang teased with a smile. You know you should visit the village chief first? This kind of rule doesn't seem like something the underground shelter would teach. Of course, it's not taught by the underground shelter. I read it in a book. It's called paying respects. Whenever you go somewhere, you have to pay your respects to the local boss. Zhao Kuan spoke with undisguised pride. Su Lang sighed helplessly. If there's nothing else, you might as well stop reading. Is that what paying respects means? How could anyone misconstrue it like that? What kind of books is this kid reading all day long? Zhao Qian wanted to argue a bit more, but at that moment, Augustine walked up next to Su Lang, and he immediately fell silent. The second to last house, we can stay in. Augustine pointed to a house not far away and said, The owner of the house passed away 3 years ago. It started with just a common cold, and without proper treatment. Being alone meant he would starve if he didn't work. His body was already weak, and after over a year of excessive labor, he ultimately died in this house. Listening to Augustine's description, Zhao Kuan felt a chill behind him, a sensation that even his protective suit couldn't shield him from. Zhao Kuan said, Captain, can you ask this big brother to stop? What kind of ghost stories are we telling in broad daylight? What he's saying is a fact, Su Lang replied without reservation. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the most normal rules of life. There's no fabrication, no exaggeration. This is indeed a fact. It's just that young people tend to fear death a bit more. Humans always resist death. And only when they truly have to face it do they become a bit more tolerant of this rule of life. The village was not big, and that house was not far from Augustine's. Soon enough, they stood in front of that house. Augustine walked to the door and pushed it open with force. But before anyone could see the situation inside, a flock of bird-like creatures flew out in a flurry. Everyone was startled, and Su Lang and the others quickly stepped aside to avoid damaging their protective suits. Are those crows? Su Lang said, still shaken but quickly dismissing his own assertion. Not crows. Crows don't have that ring of dark red feathers on their tails, but what kind of bird has such a long beak? Woodpecker? Zhao Kun said, tremblingly, but it didn't quite match the illustrations in books. These birds have only appeared in recent years. We don't even know what they're specifically called. They won't attack humans, but they like to gather in these empty houses where people have died, probably treating them as nests, Augustine said, looking up at the flock of birds flying away. People in the village actually don't like these birds because Augustine started to say, but glanced at Zhao Qian and Zhao Kun, swallowing his words. Forget it. I won't scare you anymore. Let's go inside. After saying this, Augustine was the first to step into the house. Su Lang took a deep breath and followed Augustine, stepping onto the wooden steps. The arrangement inside the house was very simple. The furniture was similar to Augustine's, but the bed was noticeably much longer and wider. The imagined scene of a skeleton lying on the bed did not appear. The wooden bed was in disarray, with a cup of straw mat, and an animal's fur scattered on it. The table, however, was particularly clean, with only the chairs scattered to one side. The original owner of this house was named Nanjiamu, not very old, and quite handsome, but unfortunately his personality was too strange, so we didn't like him much. Augustine pointed to the large bed in the corner of the room. After he got sick, he couldn't get out of bed for quite some time. Perhaps he anticipated that day would come and prepared a big bed in advance, making it convenient for eating, drinking, and other needs. Hearing Augustine's words, Zhao Qian and Zhao Kun took a step back. Of course, in the end, Nanjiamu also died on this bed. Augustine sighed, and everyone didn't pay much attention to him. By the time we found out, the body was already stiff. In the end, it took two people working together to move the body out of the bed. Once again, Zhao Qian and Zhao Kun continued to back away. Just as the two were about to exit, recalling their promise to come in and help, they barely stopped, awkwardly smiling. Instead, Gao Bing asked, where was the body sent? Sometimes if a body isn't handled properly, it can also cause diseases. Gao Bing, a doctor, was right to consider these things, especially since Nanjiamu died of illness. Such a body needed more careful handling. We will bury it on the mountain. Augustine glanced at Gao Bing and said meaningfully, but if we go to look for it, we might not find a complete body. What do you mean? Gao Bing was particularly persistent. Augustine sighed and finally spoke the truth. The bird you just saw will dig these bodies out to eat, so. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kun felt a bit nauseous, but they still tried hard to suppress it, not wanting to appear so cowardly. Su Lang recalled the birds that flew out and made up his mind to bring back a sample. Perhaps this was the awareness of the searcher, a professional habit kicking in. Augustine didn't waste any more words and began to clean up. The house hadn't been lived in for a long time and had become a nest for those strange birds, so cleaning it would take some effort. But it was crucial for their sleep that night. Fortunately, the stream wasn't far from there, and the water resources were abundant, making the cleaning work quite convenient. It took nearly an hour to clean up the house. Let's go eat first. We can clean the other houses in the afternoon, Augustine suggested. To this, Su Lang and the others naturally had no objections. However, they didn't expect that eating in this village would not be just them alone, nor at Augustine's house, but rather everyone in the village would gather to eat together. When they heard this news, everyone showed varying degrees of reluctance. Even Su Lang was the same. It wasn't for any other reason. It was just that the people in this village were too strange, and eating together should be a very pleasant process, which Su Lang did not wish to participate in. Su Lang pointed to his protective suit and said, we don't need to eat, so we won't join the meal, okay? Chapter 54. The eerie gathering Su Lang was worried that Augustine might misunderstand or not comprehend. So he pointed to the radiation suits worn by himself and the other team members. We can't leave these things, so we can't have a normal meal like you do. There are nutrient fluids inside these suits, and we just need to inject the nutrients into our bodies at scheduled times. Hearing Su Lang's words, the others quickly nodded in agreement. It wasn't that they weren't friendly. It was mainly because they were now certain that Augustine wouldn't harm them for the time being, but they couldn't be sure that the other villagers felt the same way. Furthermore, from what Augustine had just implied, the villagers here were already aware that the protective suits were their weakness. No one wanted to gamble their lives for a meal, especially one they didn't even need. In Su Lang's view, His request was reasonable and not offensive. However, to his surprise, Augustine shook his head with a troubled expression. It's the village's rule that all living people in the village must gather together for meals. This was not the first time Su Lang had heard Augustine mention the word rules. There was a rule against leaving the mountains, and no matter the reason. Once someone left, they could never return. Now, there was an additional rule that everyone must eat together. Among them, Zhao Kuan was the youngest and spoke without reservation. He pointed to the large bed behind him and asked, "Does that mean even Nan Jiamu, who was so sick before, has to eat with everyone? According to your words, as long as one is not dead, they count as a living person." Zhao Kuan's words were blunt, and Su Lang wanted to smooth things over, but Augustine, seemingly unfazed by Zhao Kuan's tone, nodded and said directly, "Yes, even patients like Nan Jiamu will be carried to eat together." This answer surprised everyone. For someone who was extremely weak, forcing them to eat at a designated location with others could almost be considered abuse. It was at this moment that Su Lang realized that in this village, rules took precedence over everything else. Suddenly, Su Lang remembered Zhao Qian's reminder and took the opportunity to ask, "Are these rules set by the village chief?" "Yes, they're the rules set by the village chief." Augustine confirmed without denying it. It is said that when in Rome, one should do as the Romans do. Since they had come to the other party's territory, it was best not to cause conflict over such trivial matters. At this moment, Su Lang had made up his mind that even though he was reluctant, he would still attend this so-called communal meal. The group walked towards the dining area, leaving the tidy little house behind. Su Lang had already reminded the others to be particularly vigilant and to protect themselves at all costs. On the way, Su Lang couldn't help but ask Augustine, "According to you, will we also meet the village chief soon?" Augustine nodded. "Of course. The village chief will be seated in the first row, first. Should we pay a visit to the village chief? After all, we are outsiders," Su Lang inquired further. But this time Augustine waved his hand. "No need, we don't emphasize that here." Su Lang found this somewhat surprising. The rules of this village seemed different from those outside, as if they were tailor-made for this village. Perhaps because everyone was somewhat resistant to this meal, no one spoke on the way there. They quietly followed behind Augustine, each with a serious expression, looking tense. The so-called dining area was less of a square and more of an open space. The trees had all been cut down, and tree stumps were visible above the ground, which served as some of the seating. Clearly, the stumps alone were not enough seating for the number of villagers. So some handmade wooden benches were placed nearby. In the center, surrounded by all the seats, was a large table made from various pieces of wood. There were no professional carpenters in the village, so the items produced inevitably had some roughness, but at least they were practical. However, when Su Lang and the others arrived, the table was already set with various dishes, including vegetables, mushrooms, and some meats that were hard to identify. It seemed they had arrived a bit late. When the group got there, the dining table was already filled with people, with only 5 seats left at the far end, clearly reserved for them. But there was no food on the table in front of their seats, just bare wood. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the 5 of them, yet no one spoke. The feeling of being scrutinized sent chills down Su Lang's back, but Augustine seemed unfazed, finding it perfectly normal, even smiling as he invited Su Lang and the others to take a seat. Su Lang was somewhat confused by the current situation. Only Augustine should know that they didn't need to eat, yet the table in front of them was empty, indicating that those people had never intended to share food with them from the beginning. Was it just the village's way of treating guests? Or had they done something to provoke the others, resulting in such treatment? What was even harder to understand was Augustine himself. He had no food in front of him either. They only needed the nutrient fluids, but what about him? Would he wait until the formal meal began and others would share food with him? On someone else's territory, Su Lang and the others found it difficult to communicate, so they could only sit down on the wooden benches as Augustine invited them. Once everyone was seated, the person in the first row picked up their utensils and began to eat without saying a word. Su Lang knew that this person was the village chief Augustine had mentioned. After the village chief started eating, the others followed suit, quietly enjoying the food in front of them, completely ignoring Augustine, who had nothing to eat, as if he were just a necessary background figure. Augustine was also used to this scene, happily sitting aside and watching others eat. Su Lang and the others injected the nutrient fluid from their radiation suits into their bodies. Although these fluids were not particularly tasty, they ensured their nutritional supply and the energy needed for activities. In the current situation, no one dared to slack off. Everyone remained tense, conserving their strength and ready for battle at any moment. No one spoke. Even Su Lang and the others sat there like puppets, stiffly in their seats, imitating Augustine's demeanor, staring at the empty table in front of them. The sound of the others eating were very quiet, and their behavior could even be described as quite graceful. About 15 minutes passed, and the village chief was the first to set down his utensils. Following that, the others also put down their utensils one by one, stopping their meal. The village chief was the first to leave, and the others followed his lead, gradually departing from the place. In the end, only Su Lang, Augustine, Zhao Qian, Zhao Kuan, and Gao Bing remained. Although Su Lang and the others had not participated in the meal, just the atmosphere alone was enough to make them feel chills down their spines. After the meal, Su Lang was already sweating profusely, and Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan were clenching their fists painfully. They meant no harm. It was just the village's rule. It was at this moment that Augustine finally spoke. Aside from the village chief, everyone can only eat the food they bring. Just like I have no food today, but I must still join everyone for the meal. In some ways, this is also a form of motivation for me. Hunger is the best way to drive a person. Only this way can I have more motivation to acquire food for the table. Can the village chief not follow the rules? Su Lang asked. Not entirely. The village chief is just special. For example, just now, the village chief has the right to eat anyone's food, but the village chief is kind-hearted. He knows our hard work and how difficult it is to labor, so such situations rarely occur. Augustine quickly spoke up for the village chief. Hearing Augustine use the words kind-hearted to describe the man sitting in the front row, Su Lang couldn't help but doubt the meaning of that idiom itself. He couldn't see any trace of kindness on that man's face, but rather sensed a subtle hostility. Su Lang had traveled between two eras and had interacted with quite a few people, so he was very confident in his sensitivity in this regard. Let's go. We still have another room to clean, and I also have to take care of the village chief's grain cultivation this afternoon, Augustine said gently, inviting everyone. Su Lang didn't know how to describe his current feelings, while Zhao Quan boldly asked, "Why do you have to be responsible for the village chief's grain cultivation?" "Because the village chief has other things to do," Augustine replied matter-of-factly. What could the village chief be doing? Zhao Qian found it hard to believe. This village is so small, and there aren't many things that need to be done for daily life. If even tasks like cultivation require Augustine's help for the village chief, then Zhao Qian truly didn't know what else the village chief needed to do. But then Augustine's response was even more surprising. The village chief needs to establish rules. Su Lang felt speechless at this moment. Such a contribution was not unrecognized, but it certainly wasn't a reason to not do anything else. At least in the underground shelter. Even commanders like Gu would carry out tasks during their free time. Establishing rules and deploying plans has corresponding contribution values. And executing tasks and implementing them also has corresponding contribution values. All efforts are recognized, but no single contribution is a reason to avoid doing other things. Just then, Gao Bing asked a key question. How often do new rules get added to your village? According to Augustine's previous statement, wouldn't that mean rules would be added frequently? Over the years, their village regulations must have accumulated thousands of pages, right? How do these people remember so much content? The most recent village regulation was established 6 months ago, and there have been no new regulations in the past 6 months. There aren't that many rules to establish in such a small place. Our village regulations only total 35, Augustine explained. 35 is indeed a very small number, at least much smaller than Su Lang and the others had guessed. However, this made Augustine's words somewhat contradictory. Since there hadn't been any updates to the village regulations for over half a year, how could the village chief be busy revising them? But this village is full of strange things, and Su Lang and the others could sense that Augustine held a great deal of respect for the village chief. So they felt it unnecessary to confront Augustine over this matter. The group abandoned their intention to dig deeper and followed Augustine to the second house they would be staying in that night. The situation here was not much better than the first house. When they first opened the door, everyone was already mentally prepared and quickly stepped aside to avoid being startled by that strange bird again. The owner of this house was an old lady who had passed away at quite an old age. "So it doesn't smell very good. Please don't mind it," Augustine said as he entered the house and started cleaning while explaining to Su Lang and the others. "What smell?" Zhao Qian instinctively asked. "The smell of old people," Augustine replied with a smile. "Although I'm not sure why it's described that way. That's how others in the village describe it." Zhao Qian then remembered that their protective suits were equipped with air filtration devices, so they couldn't smell anything. Su Lang was not surprised about the presence of the elderly here. After all, the Key Group's banner was that they aimed to develop a medication or medical method suitable for everyone, not only including young adults as test subjects, but also the elderly. Augustine was already busy cleaning energetically over there. Ultimately, it was because their arrival brought inconvenience to Augustine, so everyone couldn't just watch him work without doing anything themselves. Soon, everyone joined in the cleaning effort. The situation here was slightly better, and the cleaning of this house was completed in about 40 minutes. Remembering the scene during lunch today, Su Lang proactively said, "Let's go help the village chief with the cultivation." After saying that, Su Lang pointed to Zhao Qian and Zhao Quan. "Additionally, let these two young ones go out hunting. Perhaps they can catch some game to improve your meal tonight." They didn't need to eat, but Augustine did. Interpersonal relationships are reciprocal. Since Augustine helped them so much, they also hoped to repay him. However, Augustine waved his hand and refused Su Lang's kind offer. "You can't do that in the village, besides the village chief. Everything must be earned through your own efforts to be enjoyed by yourself." What kind of strange reasoning is this? Even mutual help is not allowed? Zhao Quan couldn't help but mumble. Chapter 55. The village chief's request. Su Lang believed that Augustine had not lied to him, because as Augustine had said before, Nan Jiamu's condition was not very serious at first. If someone had been willing to lend a hand during this process, perhaps Nan Jiamu's illness would not have progressed so quickly. But in this village, the emotional detachment was terrifying, as Su Lang and the others had witnessed. Clearly, everyone noticed that there was no food on Augustine's table, yet not a single person was willing to extend a helping hand. If moral coercion existed in the former world, then what prevailed here was moral indifference. When everyone chose to turn a blind eye, if you were to extend a warm hand, you would be seen as an oddity in everyone's eyes. This was also why Augustine refused the help of Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan. He would rather do two jobs alone or continue to go hungry for dinner than break the village's rules. However, Su Lang and their beliefs were different. To them, Augustine was the one who saved their lives, so they felt it necessary to bind their small team to Augustine and repay him, sharing the burden with him to establish a mutually supportive and reciprocal relationship. It was clear that accepting help from others was not allowed in this village. Su Lang and the others were outsiders and could temporarily escape the constraints of this rule, but Augustine was different. He had lived in the village for over 20 years. "Can we help you plow the land for the village chief?" Su Lang asked, already prepared for a refusal. To his surprise, Augustine nodded. "Of course. The village chief will be happy." Su Lang and the other team members exchanged puzzled glances. Why were the village's rules so double-standard and dependent on the individual? It seemed that as long as the interests aligned with the village chief, many things could be discussed anew. In Su Lang's eyes, rules were black and white, something that had to be followed, and understanding them was not difficult. It was simply about what could be done and what could not. Relative to that, the village's rules were indeed baffling. Furthermore, it was even less understandable why others in the village could accept such rules, this blatant unfairness. While speaking, Augustine had already returned to his home to grab the tools needed for plowing, but clearly, with so many people, one set of tools was not enough. So, Augustine went to borrow tools from the owners of other houses. Not everyone would open the door when Augustine, a native, knocked. It was only when Augustine shouted that he needed to help the village chief that everyone immediately opened their doors and provided the plowing tools as requested. This time, Su Lang and the others had no doubts and headed to the village chief's house with the tools to start working. The village chief's house was noticeably larger than the others and was located in the only spot in the valley where a ray of sunlight could come in. Su Lang felt uneasy since entering here, partly due to the lack of sunlight. For this place, sunlight was indeed scarce, so their so-called farming mostly involved growing food that did not require light. Some of the things they grew could hardly be considered food in Su Lang's eyes. Augustine pointed to the crops in the field and said to Su Lang, "The seeds of these things were sent by Mr. Gu before, and he also taught us how to farm." Hearing Augustine mention Gu Qingyan, Su Lang was somewhat surprised. "Has Gu Qingyan been here?" Augustine nodded, but he didn't come when we first arrived. Initially, the supplies they sent were all instant food like instant noodles. Later, after some time, Mr. Gu came personally and told us that we would need to live here for a long time, possibly up to 10, 20, or even 100 years. So teaching a man to fish is better than giving him fish. That's why he gave us these seeds and taught us specific farming methods and precautions. Su Lang felt somewhat taken aback upon hearing this, because in his impression, Gu Qingyan would not personally come here. After all, Gu Qingyan held a crucial position in the Qi group, and if there were not some important matter, he certainly would not come here. Whether it was over 20 years ago or today, the road to here was rugged and difficult, as this was not a tourist attraction meant for leisure and enjoyment. The time and effort required to come here would be considerable. In other words, if Gu Qingyan really came, there must have been a compelling reason. "Did Gu Qingyan tell you what was happening outside?" Su Lang quickly asked. Communicating across 2 ears indeed made one anxious. Augustine recalled, "Mr. Gu said that the group from Tianai Mountain Gorge seemed to have noticed that we were being relocated, so no new people would come to the village anymore. He also mentioned that there might be a traitor in their team, and he could only come this once to avoid our hiding place being discovered. After many years, many memories had become fuzzy, and Augustine could only do his best to recall and tell Su Lang. At that time, Mr. Gu was not in a good state. He was very anxious and worried about us, and he didn't even stay here for a day. He came and left on the same day, in a great hurry." Seeing Su Lang about to become anxious again, Augustine added, "Mr. Gu didn't say what happened outside. We are already cut off from the world, so it's impossible for us to know." Su Lang focused on Gu Qingyan, while Gao Bing focused on the strange village rules. She seemingly casually asked, "Did you already establish these village rules when Gu Qingyan came?" Augustine shook his head. "No. We only started to gradually establish and add village rules after Mr. Gu left." Su Lang understood the implication of Gao Bing's question. He just wanted to confirm whether Gu Qingyan had participated in it. It now appeared that Gu Qingyan had not been involved, but his visit did indeed influence the establishment of the village rules. As they spoke and walked forward, it wasn't long before they arrived at the plowing area next to the village chief's house. Su Lang and the others had never done this kind of work before, but they followed Augustine's example, and everyone did quite well. What would have taken Augustine 4 hours to complete alone was done by all of them together in less than an hour. But just as everyone was preparing to leave, the village chief suddenly opened his door and came out. At that moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. The village chief did not look at anyone else, only fixed his gaze on Augustine and said, "Your friends have guns. They can help me hunt some game." From start to finish, the village chief's gaze never left Augustine, as if everyone else did not exist. Although this was said to Augustine, the ones actually going to do the work were Su Lang and the others. Augustine looked at Su Lang with some difficulty. He had to comply with the village chief's words, but he also understood that Su Lang and the others might not be willing. "All right, leave it to us," Su Lang said at the right moment, relieving the tension. Augustine immediately said to the village chief, "Okay, we will do our best to find something." He did not commit fully, as what they might encounter in the mountains could sometimes depend entirely on luck. The village chief looked at Augustine, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I really want to eat tonight, so please make sure to fulfill this." The meaning of this sentence was self-evident. Everyone felt a wave of pressure in their hearts. Augustine said goodbye to the village chief with Su Lang and the others, then returned to the room to grab his weapon before heading deep into the mountains. No matter what happened before, Augustine could always laugh and chat with Su Lang and the others. However, since taking on this task, Augustine had been frowning and silent, creating a heavy atmosphere that Su Lang and the others could sense was different. What was deep in the mountains? Su Lang grabbed Augustine's arm and asked. As the squad leader, he needed to be responsible for his team. Augustine stopped in his tracks and, with a serious expression, said to Su Lang, "There have been some changes in the animals here." "Just a few changes?" Su Lang pressed. "I saw a giant centipede on the ground before, and it was extremely aggressive. Hearing this, Augustine's expression grew even graver. It's rare to find animals here that are as large as the giant centipede you mentioned. Species coexist and compete. But although they might not be big in size, some of them are social animals. For Su Lang and the others, this was undoubtedly very bad news. If they faced a larger creature like the centipede they encountered before, they could use their numbers to fight back. But if the opponents were numerous, it would definitely consume their bullets and stamina. If they were surrounded, the consequences would be unimaginable. What is the smallest you've encountered? What is the largest? What is their typical gathering number? We need to know this information, Su Lang asked Augustine. Before officially starting their operation, they needed to mentally prepare themselves to avoid being caught off guard by those monstrous sudden attacks. The smallest is about the size of our palms. Augustine gestured with his hand. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but it's somewhat similar to a mosquito because it sucks blood. We've observed that they usually act in groups of 5 to 10. Upon hearing that these insects could suck blood, Su Lang and the others felt tense, as it meant they had sharp stingers that could pierce skin and possibly penetrate their protective gear, which was undoubtedly dangerous for them. The largest animals are about the height of 2 adults. They are somewhat bear-like, but their tails are not only long, but also have hooks at the end, making them extremely lethal. Unlike bears, these animals tend to act alone, Augustine continued. Su Lang and the others nodded. They were more worried about the insects than the larger creatures, as they had guns, and dealing with solitary predators would be relatively easier for them. Climbing the mountain again, Su Lang couldn't help but reflect on how lucky they had been during their previous trip. Perhaps because they had come early, they hadn't encountered any danger at that time. But the situation was different now. Even if there was no danger around, they had to seek out danger because that was the mission given by the village chief. He wanted wild game. Everyone understood that even though the task was ostensibly assigned to Augustine, their lives were all saved by him, and if something happened to Augustine, the others would likely not receive the village's relatively friendly attitude anymore. Yes, in this village, not being attacked was considered friendliness. The woods deep in the mountains were exceptionally quiet, with occasional bird calls. Before seeing those strange birds, they found the bird calls crisp and pleasant. But after encountering those strange birds and knowing what their favorite food was, everyone no longer had a good impression of the bird calls. Su Lang asked Augustine, "Do you know what areas the bear-like creatures usually inhabit? We can go there directly to avoid encountering other attacks." Augustine thought for a moment and then cautiously replied, "I can't guarantee we'll encounter them, but the probability is higher there. Follow me." Everyone followed behind Augustine, with some scouting ahead, others keeping watch at the back, and some observing their surroundings. The squad had clear divisions of labor. Although Augustine didn't have a gun, he carried a large axe. In fact, Su Lang and the others had spare guns, but after much deliberation, Su Lang chose not to mention this or give the spare gun to Augustine. Gratitude is no problem, but blind trust could bring about fatal consequences. Su Lang's lack of complete trust in Augustine was one reason. Another was Augustine's nearly unreasoned obedience to the village chief. If they really gave Augustine a gun, they didn't know if it would end up in the village chief's hands or if the gun would be aimed at them. Shoo! Augustine, who was at the front of the line, suddenly crouched down behind a tree. Did you hear that? The roar of that thing. Because Augustine wasn't wearing protective gear, his hearing was much sharper than theirs. Upon hearing Augustine say this, everyone halted and found cover. "How far away is that thing from us?" Su Lang asked Augustine. He was the most familiar with this place and the one with the keenest hearing, making him the best person to make the judgment. Chapter 56. Ambush. It should be at least 500 meters away, but its sound is getting closer, likely running towards us. Augustine is carefully scouting the area. For Su Lang and the others, this is actually good news. This way, they can at least set up an ambush and catch that monster off guard. From the sound of the footsteps, there should only be one. Get ready. We will definitely be able to catch it. Augustine's tone couldn't hide his excitement, but Su Lang remained unusually calm. He was curious about what had drawn the monster here. What a coincidence it was that they wanted to catch it just as it was running towards them. Su Lang asked Augustine, "As far as you know, is that thing more reliant on hearing or smell? How else could it sense we are here?" Augustine was momentarily taken aback by Su Lang's question, but quickly responded, "As far as I know, that monster isn't very sensitive. With us being this far away and having trees as cover, it shouldn't be able to detect us. Su Lang immediately voiced his speculation. It's either coming this way because it's chasing something, or there's something nearby that's attracting it. If it's chasing something, that's fine. We just need to see if we can deal with it. But if something nearby is attracting it, that means the environment they are in is not safe. It should be a pure carnivore, right? Zhao Qian asked, gripping his gun while scanning the surroundings. The best outcome would be if there was something in the nearby plants that was its food source, which happened to attract it. However, both Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan were trained, and Chen Muge had told them long ago that whenever on a mission, they must consider the worst possible outcomes to be prepared. Sure enough, Augustine said, yes, based on our years of experience, I can confirm that thing is a pure carnivore. As they spoke, a rustling sound came from the grass nearby. Although it was not loud, it was particularly urgent. Then came the running and roaring sounds Augustine had mentioned. Snakes. There are snakes on the ground. Get up the tree. Tiao Kun Suden Nu Soteth. Su Lang and the others immediately climbed the nearest large trees. Although some snakes could climb trees, it was better to avoid being in their way. Otherwise, they could easily be attacked. Moreover, the snakes were currently being chased by a bear-like creature, so they had no time to climb and attack them, only thinking about escaping as fast as possible. Once they reached a certain height, Su Lang sat on a branch and observed the scene below clearly. Augustine was right. The monster did resemble a bear, about the size of an adult bear, but its long tail was particularly conspicuous. Perhaps due to its heavy weight, it wasn't very agile in movement, and its running appeared a bit clumsy, while that tail seemed like it didn't belong to its body, possessing strong attack power and high speed. As the group of snake-like creatures fled, the last one was brutally pierced by the sharp tip of the monster's tail, which then curled to deliver the prey to its mouth. The creature even chewed while chasing, clearly indicating that this small snack was not enough to satisfy its appetite. Su Lang quickly assessed, sharp claws, a massive size. As long as we avoid close combat, we can minimize the risk of injury. But that agile tail is another story. If we aren't careful, not only could the protective suit be pierced, but even their bodies could be penetrated by just one hit from that tail. Don't shoot yet. Wait until it passes, and we attack from behind, Su Lang ordered. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan immediately understood and found the best sniping positions. Unfortunately, Augustine was too far from them, and Su Lang was using an internal communication system, so his words didn't reach Augustine. As the monster got closer, Su Lang, hidden in the tree, could even feel the branches shaking beneath him. They all waited patiently, watching as the monster approached right below them. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan had their fingers on the triggers, ready to pull them at the right moment. But unexpectedly, just as the monster reached the base of the tree, Augustine suddenly leaped, swinging his axe down towards the monster's head. Reckless. Su Lang and the others were caught off guard. To make matters worse, Augustine's axe missed its intended target, striking the monster's right shoulder instead. In other words, he didn't hit a vital area, and instead, the monster noticed his presence, clearly finding Augustine, a living human, more appetizing than the slender snake-like creatures. Augustine fell from the monster, performing a perfect forward roll to escape the immediate attack range, and stood firm. Su Lang thought Augustine would turn and run. At such a moment, fleeing was the most normal choice since everyone has a survival instinct, and in this situation, Augustine had no advantage. But after standing his ground, Augustine actually turned back, axe in hand, facing the monster. I will definitely take you back to the village chief today. This blind obedience to the village chief was beyond Su Lang's understanding, even bordering on disgust. Was his life worth less than someone else's meal? But for whatever reason, Su Lang could not allow a living person to become a monster's food. Wait for the right moment to shoot. Remember, aim for the chest or the forehead. Su Lang ordered Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan, while also focusing on his aim. On the ground below, Augustine was engaged in a struggle with the monster, his only advantage being his smaller size compared to the monster, allowing for more agile movements. Augustine skillfully dodged several swipes from the monster's sharp claws, but he wasn't able to avoid the monster's long tail. Fortunately, he wasn't pierced by the tail's sharp tip, only sustaining a scratch across his body. Su Lang could see through the scope that the monster's tail barely grazed Augustine's body, leaving a deep cut on his back. Because of the injury, Augustine's movements became noticeably slower. The ongoing struggle made it difficult for Su Lang and the others to aim. But in this situation, what was being tested was their endurance and precision. At times like this, they needed to be patient in their aiming, or else their bullets might hit not the monster, but Augustine instead. Bang! The first shot came from Zhao Qian, hitting the monster's left chest. The monster paused momentarily in its attack on Augustine, then lost its balance and completely missed Augustine's position. Bang bang! The second and third shots rang out, fired by Su Lang and Zhao Kuan, respectively. This time, the monster's massive body fell heavily beside Augustine, and although it still had a faint breath, it was clear it could no longer launch another attack. We did it. We succeeded. Augustine's voice was filled with excitement. For him, this was likely the fastest hunt in his history. Su Lang and the others smiled. Although the process was a bit thrilling, at least the outcome was good. With Gao Bing present, Su Lang wasn't too worried about Augustine's injury. After all, though the wound looked deep, it wasn't in a vital area, and Gao Bing was already preparing the bandaging and disinfecting supplies. Augustine excitedly walked up to the monster, ready to chop it into pieces with the giant axe in his hand. After all, they couldn't drag such a large creature back entirely. The best method was to divide it so everyone could carry a part. Thus, it was essential to handle the situation properly. Let me do it. Let Gao Bing help you with the wounds. Zhao Kuan took the giant axe from Augustine's hands. For convenience in their movement, Augustine had only brought a spare axe, and now this one was handed to Zhao Qian. These two brothers were responsible for dealing with a monster's corpse while the others kept watch. For them, it was the time to enjoy the fruits of victory, and their expressions were hard to hide the excitement. However, Su Lang couldn't afford to relax for even a moment, keeping a close watch on the bushes across from him. He had a bad premonition for some reason. This feeling wasn't entirely baseless. He was pondering what those snake-like things were earlier. A few minutes ago, to hunt the monster better, they had climbed up trees, and from the height, everything was clearer. Su Lang confirmed he saw thin wings on the creature's back. Snakes don't grow wings. Su Lang had a very bad suspicion in his heart. He thought they might have misjudged from the beginning, that the creature wasn't a snake but a mutated insect that had grown larger. Behind him, Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan were still working hard. They had already removed the monster's limbs, and although their movements weren't slow, Su Lang felt increasingly anxious. The sun was about to set, and the woods were dangerous during the day, let alone what might happen at night. They had to return to the village before sunset. Suddenly, a strange flapping sound came. The frequency of the sound was very high. Su Lang looked in the direction of the sound and saw a creature they had seen before flying straight up from the bushes not far away. Su Lang's guess was correct. It wasn't a snake-like monster, but a mutated insect. Seeing that thing flying toward him, Su Lang didn't hesitate to pull the trigger and shouted, "Run!" Augustine was still reluctant to leave behind the hard-earned food, but Su Lang disregarded his protests, yanked his arm, and pulled him to run. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan reacted quickly as well, each carrying a limb of the monster, and without hesitation, they abandoned the remaining corpse. Following Su Lang closely, that creature was different from the one they had just processed. Its strength didn't lie in its attack power, but in its sheer numbers. Su Lang had thought about this when they entered. They weren't afraid of large monsters, only those that came in swarms. Moreover, there were those villagers in the village that made Su Lang feel uneasy. He didn't want to waste his bullets here just for the so-called village chief's appetite. The more it was like this, the calmer Su Lang's heart became. He clearly understood what was most important for him. What could he negotiate with? What could he hold his ground against? The flapping sound behind them grew denser, and Su Lang felt the wind at his feet, but the cold sweat kept dripping down his forehead. Fortunately, compared to the previous battle in the laboratory, the terrain here was much wider. Just as they were about to be caught up, Augustine led the team into a hill cave. Zhao Kuan was the last to enter, and as he came in, he quickly moved the nearby stones to block the monster outside. One creature was the fastest, trying to rush in after them. But Zhao Kuan was quicker. He pressed the blocking stone hard, and the monster's neck was instantly broken, leaving only half a corpse inside the cave. Frankly speaking, such a scene was a bit disgusting, but as the only woman in the team, Gao Bing showed no change in expression, not even making a sound. The light inside the cave means there's an exit, Su Lang said. Augustine nodded. That's right, we left this behind. Indeed, these people have been hunting around, so how could they not leave a way out? Su Lang instantly felt reassured, knowing they weren't trapped in this hill cave. With those mutated insects outside, they couldn't go back through the entrance they came in, nor could they stay here for too long. Su Lang urged Augustine. We must hurry down the mountain and return to the village. Augustine glanced at the monster's remains hanging on Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan, nodded. Follow me. We need to deliver the food to the village chief. Zhao Qian sighed, but ultimately said nothing. Su Lang understood what he was thinking, gently patting Zhao Qian's shoulder to comfort him. While Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan were dealing with the corpse, Gao Bing had already bandaged Augustine's wounds. After such a frantic run, Augustine's wounds had reopened, but he seemed unconcerned, leading the way ahead for Su Lang and the others. Su Lang understood that what motivated Augustine to do this wasn't just them, but also the village chief's desire for more food. There must be some hidden reason for such obedience. Chapter 57. He is watching me. Under Augustine's lead, the group finally exited the hill cave. On the way down, everyone was fearful and anxious, afraid of encountering any more dangers. Finally, they saw the village not far ahead. The Zhao brothers, Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan, even ran ahead after getting Su Lang's consent, and Augustine's face was filled with joy. By the time they returned to the village, the sky was already dim, and the deep mountains at night were particularly terrifying. Occasionally, strange cries echoed from the surroundings, making the quiet night even more chilling. As expected, the first place Augustine headed to was the village chief's residence. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan, still holding the spoils from their hunting trip, naturally followed behind Augustine. Augustine paused slightly in front of the village chief's residence, straightened his clothes, and then knocked on the chief's door. After about a minute, the wooden door creaked open slowly. However, the first person to speak was not the village chief. A woman's charming voice came from inside. Is someone here to bring food? I've been eating vegetarian for several days, and if I don't get meat soon, I won't come here anymore. The woman spoke without controlling her volume, perhaps because her words were meant for the village chief and the others at the door. Su Lang and Gao Bing heard her words clearly, exchanged glances, and both had their suspicions about the woman's relationship with the village chief, their disdain for him evident on their faces. Su Lang had always disliked the village chief's arrogant demeanor, as if everyone else was born to serve him, while he only needed to write the unchanged village rules. Of course, part of these rules was to restrain the villagers to serve his purposes and obey him. When Augustine took the spoils from Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan, he felt a bit apologetic, but Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan didn't mind at all, as they knew they couldn't eat these things, and carrying them was just a burden. Soon after, Augustine presented all the spoils. In this battle, Augustine had definitely put in a lot of effort, and his injuries were also clearly visible. But the village chief seemed blind, completely ignoring Augustine's contributions, taking all the food without even a word of thanks, just coldly shutting the wooden door. Seeing this, the hot-tempered Zhao Kuan immediately wanted to rush forward and smash the door open, but Su Lang was quicker, grabbing Zhao Kuan and shaking his head slightly. Su Lang's meaning was clear. He didn't want Zhao Kuan to get involved in the villagers' internal matters. It was their first day here, and with night having fallen, they had many things to be wary of, and they couldn't stir up new conflicts. Zhao Kuan took a deep breath and forced himself to hold back, ultimately just glaring fiercely at the village chief's residence before turning and striding away. This was typical of youth. If Zhao Kuan had been as calm as Su Lang, it would have been abnormal, considering the more than 10 years of age difference and vastly different experiences between the two. We came back too late and missed the afternoon gathering, Augustine said with a very frustrated expression. Zhao Qian instinctively asked, isn't the gathering supposed to have all the living people present? Does not participating have any impact? Before Augustine could answer, Zhao Qian slapped his forehead and chuckled ambiguously. I forgot. We are working for the village chief. He isn't bound by the rules, and what he gives is naturally not bound by them either. Zhao Qian's words were clearly loaded, but Augustine pretended not to understand and even nodded. Right, so working for the village chief is good. He won't care about these things. Hearing this, Zhao Qian almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. What kind of realization does Augustine have? Is he sacrificing his own health to bring food to others? only to be grateful, thanking the person who robbed him of his spoils? It's getting late. Let's go back to sleep. Su Lang timely interrupted their conversation and spoke. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan stayed in Augustine's house, while Su Lang and Augustine stayed in the house of Nanjiamu, who had passed away, and Gao Bing stayed in the house of the deceased elder. The housing arrangements had been agreed upon long ago, and there were no changes now. Before Su Lang left with Augustine, he made a gesture to Zhao Qian and Gao Bing, signaling them to stay alert. They had agreed that if anything unexpected happened, and it was inconvenient to communicate, they would knock 3 times on the communicator, and anyone who heard it would immediately rush to the person sending the signal for timely rescue. This was their first night in the village. Even with Augustine's protection, Su Lang still felt uneasy. This sleep was destined to be anything but peaceful. It seemed that the villagers went to bed early, as Su Lang and the others walked. All the doors were tightly shut, with no sounds at all. The village had always been eerily quiet, and this silence made the woman in the village chief's room seem particularly lively. At least she could talk freely and even hinted at threatening the village chief. She was an exception. If it weren't for the village chief's authoritative presence, Su Lang would very much like to converse with her, feeling that he could extract some information from her. Augustine's wooden house was not particularly far from the village chief's residence, and Zhao Qian quickly arrived at Augustine's wooden house, where Zhao Kuan was already waiting at the door. Here, people did not lock their doors at night, so there was no need for keys. The two politely gestured to Augustine before entering his house to rest. The second to arrive was Augustine and Su Lang, who waved goodbye to Gao Bing before entering Nanjiamu's wooden house. The most remote was the old man's wooden house. Su Lang intended to see Gao Bing off, but she refused. Logically, Su Lang, who slept next to the village's native Augustine, should be the least worried in the team, but as his companions left, Su Lang gradually tightened his grip on his gun. There were no candles or oil lamps here. They could only feel their way in the dark. Fortunately, the layout of the room was very simple. The most prominent feature in Nanjiamu's house was the large bed, so finding it was not difficult. Su Lang was the first to find the bed. He instinctively reached out to Augustine, saying, "It's here. Hold my hand, don't bump into anything." In his eyes, Augustine was an injured person and needed to be taken care of. But when he touched Augustine's palm, he found that it was already drenched in sweat. The temperature in the village at night was not high, even somewhat cold, and they hadn't engaged in any strenuous activity. So there was no reason for Augustine to be sweating so much. Did her back wound open again? Su Lang asked tentatively, then naturally expressed his concern. "You should have had Gao Bing help you rebandage it earlier. You can't neglect this kind of thing." "It's fine. It did open when I was dodging those flying monsters. But after all this time, it is already healed," Augustine replied, which should have been the truth. After all, they had been following him and could somewhat tell the condition of his injuries. Su Lang didn't say much more, just left the inner side of the bed for Augustine. Standing by the edge of the bed, waiting for Augustine to lie down first before he would go to sleep, Augustine looked a bit puzzled, hesitating as he stood beside Su Lang and asked, "Why don't you sleep inside? When I was young, I had an older brother at home, and we slept in the same bed. Since I was younger, I slept on the inner side, but for some reason, I could never fall asleep. Sometimes I would lie there with my eyes open until dawn, while my brother, sleeping on the outer side, seemed to sleep more soundly. Because of this bad habit, my mom scolded me countless times, but I just couldn't change. I had to sleep on the outside, otherwise my sleep would be in vain, tossing and turning inside, becoming more awake." Nonsense words came easily to Su Lang. The non-existent brother and the non-existent habit. Su Lang could feel that Augustine's movement to climb into bed was a bit slow, but whether he was willing or not, Su Lang ultimately ended up sleeping on the outer side. The outer side was relatively more suitable for movement. Su Lang would never put himself in a passive position. As night deepened, Su Lang could hear Augustine's even breathing beside him. It had indeed been a tiring day, and Su Lang was exhausted. Even though he was wearing heavy protective gear, waves of drowsiness attacked his nerves. Su Lang didn't dare to sleep. One could even say he was somewhat afraid. Yes, that feeling was fear. He always felt like there were eyes watching him, something he couldn't articulate. But this feeling was particularly strong, almost right beside him. Su Lang lay still in bed. Even though he hadn't fallen asleep, he still breathed evenly. Time passed second by second. A thin layer of sweat formed in the palm of Su Lang's hand, and his muscles ached from long periods of tension. Su Lang didn't know how long he had waited, but finally, the clouds that had obscured the moonlight drifted away, and a beam of moonlight spilled into the small room, illuminating the wooden cabin that was previously shrouded in darkness. Su Lang gradually began to see the situation inside the wooden cabin. The arrangement of things was exactly the same as when they left during the day. Su Lang had been particularly observant when leaving this wooden cabin, paying special attention to the specific positions of items, and now that they were still in place proved that no one else had entered the room. But even with this confirmation, Su Lang did not let his guard down. Listening to the still, even breathing beside him, Su Lang took a deep breath. Good. Now, he suddenly turned his head, making no unnecessary movements. When he faced Augustine, he saw Augustine also wide awake and staring back at him in the moonlight. In that moment, fear swept over Su Lang's entire body. He was so shocked that his hair stood on end, and without a second of hesitation, he jumped off the bed. All his actions were instinctive. As soon as Su Lang steadied himself on the ground, he saw a strange smile creeping at the corners of Augustine's mouth. This scene was truly terrifying. After several hours in the dead of night, the person beside him had been pretending to sleep all along. He breathed evenly as if asleep, yet he was watching you all the time. Danger. Absolutely dangerous. Su Lang's heart raced. At this moment, there was only one word in his mind: escape. But just as Su Lang barely grasped the doorknob, a ghostly voice came from behind him. Do you think opening this door will welcome you with life or death? Su Lang's action of pulling the door came to a sudden halt. He vaguely guessed what Augustine meant and asked, there should be a crowd outside the door, right? Augustine chuckled lightly. It's not that crowded. After all, there aren't too many people in this village, but it's more than enough to deal with you. Su Lang tightened his grip on the gun. Even though he couldn't aim in the dark, he could roughly judge Augustine's position based on the direction of his voice. Su Lang's finger rested on the trigger. If possible, he certainly hoped to kill with one shot, but even if the circumstances didn't allow it, he couldn't hold back any longer. Whether it was 26 years ago in front of Qingyan or now, standing in front of him, Augustine was that ungrateful wolf. Are you sure you want to shoot? The gunshot may not necessarily kill me, but one of those two brothers will definitely die. As for who, I can't be sure. Augustine said casually, as if he had guessed what Su Lang would do. From Augustine's tone, it seemed that Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan had already been captured. The reason Augustine was so confident now was that he had bargaining and threatening chips in his hands. Augustine was right. If Su Lang shot, he might not die, but he would definitely lose a team member. Through the hazy moonlight, Su Lang looked at Augustine, who was not far from him. At this moment, Augustine was completely different from the Augustine of the day. His face wore a nonchalant and inscrutable smile, and his gaze towards Su Lang was like that of a hunter watching its prey. What do you really want? Is this also the village chief's order? Su Lang could no longer suppress his anger and shouted, The village chief. The village chief. Everything is about the village chief. Is that person who doesn't even care about your life worth all this for you? Faced with Su Lang's almost hysterical outburst, Augustine smiled even more brightly. Clapping his hands, Augustine praised Su Lang. You are indeed very clever, but it seems you have misunderstood something, even to say you are greatly mistaken. As he spoke, Augustine took step after step closer to Su Lang until Su Lang had nowhere to retreat, his back pressed against the wooden door. Chapter 58 Master, what did I get wrong? Su Lang questioned loudly. We can all see clearly today. The village chief, who obeys you in everything, clearly saw the wound on your back, but what did he do? Doesn't he only care about his food? The one who bandaged you is Gaobing. When that monster attacked you, the ones who saved you were me and the Zhao brothers, Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan. What did your good village chief do when you were in danger and injured? With a beautiful person by his side and warmth in his heart, he probably wouldn't even think of you, right? Su Lang had wanted to say these words for a long time, but he had held back because he didn't want to get too involved in the interpersonal karma of this village. But now that Augustine had brought things to this point, he felt no need to endure any longer. Anyone with a shred of conscience, not to mention being grateful, at least wouldn't repay kindness with resentment. Under the moonlight, Augustine shook his head and sighed softly. After all these years, you really haven't changed at all. Su Lang retorted, "You haven't changed either, just as ungrateful. You can say I'm ungrateful, but in fact, I'm just forever loyal to my interests." "Of course, it's the interests of the moment," Augustine said calmly. "Sulan laf, loyal to interests? To be honest, I don't see it. Tell me, what benefits did you gain when you were groveling to the village chief like a dog?" Faced with Su Lang's insult, Augustine showed no anger. Instead, he smiled and asked in return, "Have you ever considered that the village chief might not be just one person?" Augustine's words left Su Lang puzzled. What did he mean by the village chief not being a single person? Could he be a monster? The village chief's actions were indeed extreme, but everyone in this village, like him, could endure it precisely because each person was like the village chief. Augustine's lips curled into a sly smile, as if he had thought of something wonderful and exciting. Everyone is the village chief? Su Lang found himself doubting his logical thinking ability as he struggled to understand this statement. After spending most of the day together, they had already figured out who the village chief was and seen how others obeyed him due to the disparity in status caused by this position. If everyone was the village chief, then why did they bow and scrape to him? Su Lang still didn't understand. To him, it seemed like Augustine was just trying to scare him with words. That's because we haven't reached that time yet. When it's our turn to rise to power, we can make those demands without any changes, as long as it doesn't cost lives, Augustine clarified further. It was at this moment that Su Lang finally understood. It turned out that the position of village chief was implemented under such a system, where everyone had the opportunity to enjoy the status of a master, where everyone could stand at that high position and command others to satisfy their own desires. But Su Lang felt that Augustine had made a mistake. What did he mean by saying it was fine as long as it didn't cost lives? If we hadn't been here today, you would probably have died at the claws of that monster. Faced with Su Lang's resentful gaze, Augustine laughed even more recklessly. Isn't it possible that precisely because you are here, I was assigned by the village chief to do such a task? What sounded like an ordinary sentence made Su Lang's eyes widen in shock. Everything connected. It all connected. This time, Augustine wasn't lying to him. That task was deliberately arranged by the village chief. Perhaps normally, such tasks would at least involve a dozen villagers going together. But because of their arrival and their possession of guns, it seemed particularly targeted at Augustine, even to the extent that it felt like bullying him into completing the task. Actually, the village chief hopes we encounter an accident, right? It would be best if we could expend some of the bullets we have. Su Lang said coldly after coming to this realization. Yes and no, Augustine replied ambiguously. The more bullets you expend, the less threatening you become to us. But likewise, if you expend too many, when we seize your firearms, wouldn't that be equivalent to obtaining a pile of scrap iron? Su Lang leaned against the wooden door, realizing that he had become a fish in a barrel. Their group had probably been regarded as prey by these villagers since they entered the village. The villagers not only feared the guns they held, but also coveted them. Everything was a trap that could be said to be perfectly coordinated. Su Lang wanted to shoot right now, but if he fired, it would mean that other team members might have to pay for his impulsiveness with their lives. He couldn't be that selfish, so he suppressed his anger, but he vowed that he would make these people pay a heavy price for today's grievances. The night concealed the hatred and anger in Su Lang's eyes well. He took a deep breath and softened his tone significantly. I believe your willingness to communicate with me here is certainly not out of boredom. Tell me, what is your purpose? What do you think is the most important thing in this village? Augustine coaxed, like a fisherman waiting for a fish to bite. Food, resources, guns. Su Lang quickly answered, as these were the essentials for survival. But Augustine shook his head, dismissing Su Lang's thoughts. The truly important thing isn't these, but people. We all want to be masters, but no one wants to rule an empty city. Many things need to be done by people, and some emotions can only be satisfied by controlling others. The experience and feelings of ruling 10 people, 100 people, and 1,000 people, 1,000,000 people are completely different. Before Su Lang could react to this, Augustine suddenly pushed open the wooden door behind him with force. Outside were the villagers who had been waiting and the currently captured Zhao Qian and Zhao Cohen. Look, we welcome you to join us and look forward to your submission. Augustine shouted loudly, standing on the steps and looking at the villagers below. The villagers, who had originally appeared indifferent, now wore expressions of excitement. gazing at Su Lang with greedy and fervent eyes. Su Lang knew they were waiting for an answer. Augustine turned his head and smiled at Su Lang. The reason I am willing to communicate with you is that I know you are the leader of these people, and they will obey your orders. I believe that at such a critical moment, you will make the right choice. Just don't let them down with your trust. Zhao Qian never expected that the person he had rescued during the day would now aim a gun at him, his eyes filled with rage. Captain, we don't want this. Let them kill us. I'd rather die than be with this ungrateful trash. Bah, you think you can make us submit? Dream on. I'm still waiting for you to kneel and call me Grandpa. Zhao Kuan struggled desperately, trying to lift his head, but he was quickly pressed down by villagers on either side, one holding his shoulder and the other choking his neck. His face was covered in dirt, looking particularly disheveled, but he still shook his head with all his might, trying to prevent Su Lang from agreeing. Su Lang had already noticed that Gao Bing was not among them. He didn't know how Gao Bing had escaped, but it was undoubtedly good news. After a long silence, Su Lang finally spoke. They're all very young. Augustine nodded beside him. Yeah, not only young, but also healthy and strong, with good skills. They're the labor force needed in the village. But Su Lang's focus was not on that. He was a very pragmatic person. If it were Gu Qingyan standing here today, he might really fight to the death. Because Gu Qingyan is an idealist. He believes that self-esteem, faith, freedom, and ideals are far more important than life itself. But Su Lang is different. He is a realist. He firmly believes that only by staying alive can there be a way out, especially for young people like them, who have a long future ahead. Showing off for a moment may seem cool, but enduring hardships and defeating them completely is even more satisfying. Those who violate morality are not them. Why should they die? The ones who truly deserve to die are others. They need to live, to survive, and be the ones wielding the knife. All right, I promise you. Su Lang turned to look at Augustine, suppressing the urge to ignore Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan's struggles and sobs. Augustine seemed to have anticipated this, nodded, and then extended his hand to Su Lang. So, Mr. Su, shouldn't you express your sincerity? Su Lang handed the gun in his hand to Augustine. Nothing could be more sincere than this. Augustine was very satisfied. He looked up at the bright moon in the sky. It was already past midnight. My villagers, hello. I have brought guns and young laborers to our village. The surrounding villagers cheered excitedly, calling out Augustine's name over and over again, village chief. These words seemed to have a magical power here. They represented not just a position, but a status and authority. Su Lang found it hard to imagine such a bizarre scene occurring in this small, remote village with relatively few people. Without the constraints of law and moral judgment, certain desires were infinitely magnified at this moment. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan were still unwilling to accept this. Their eyes were filled with confusion as they looked at Su Lang. Of course, there was also doubt and anger. Su Lang understood that in their eyes, he might be seen as a traitor. When the villagers' cheers and excitement subsided, Su Lang pointed to Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan, who were being pressed to the ground. Can you hand them over to me? Young people often don't understand many things. I want to talk to them and help them better submit to you and serve you. At this moment, all the weapons were on Augustine's side. Moreover, they had the advantage in numbers. In terms of strength and quantity, Su Lang and the others had no room to resist, unless they were determined to die. But if that were the case, Su Lang wouldn't have agreed to submit earlier. Therefore, Augustine didn't mind. Instead, he smiled and nodded, raising his hand in a very gentlemanly manner. Of course, please proceed. Just a few hours had passed, and Augustine's identity, status, and power in the village had undergone a tremendous change. He had transformed from a submissive follower during the day to the dominant ruler at this moment. Su Lang quickly walked down the steps in front of the wooden house and approached Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan. The nearby villagers glanced at Su Lang, then turned their eyes back to Augustine. Clearly, they were waiting for Augustine to give the order. Augustine nodded, and the villagers understood his intention, raising their hands to release Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan. At the same time, they took a step back, leaving space for Su Lang. Zhao Qian shouted loudly, "Why?" Zhao Kuan clenched his fists tightly. Su Lang faced Zhao Kuan and said sincerely, "If you want to hit me, now is the best time. I want to fight back." Zhao Kuan's eyes turned red, trembling with anger. His fist raised and then fell again. In the end, just like his brother, he shouted hoarsely, "Why?" "Because I want you to live." Su Lang gave the most simple and genuine answer. But it was clear that Zhao Kun did not appreciate it. That fist still landed on Su Lang's abdomen. Su Lang doubled over in pain, clutching his stomach, but just as he had said before, he did not fight back. Nor did he show any intention of doing so. Zhao Qian still had some rationality left. He grabbed Zhao Kun. You. Zhao Qian didn't know how to round off the situation. He wasn't particularly eloquent or skilled in conversation. Why should we live like this? Being used by them. Being trampled on. Zhao Kun was still unwilling, loudly questioning. Because this is what it means to be alive. Su Lang slowly spoke. He wasn't trying to keep them in suspense. This was the true answer in his heart. Then, Su Lang asked a more critical question. Do you still consider me your captain? Zhao Qian and Zhao Kun exchanged glances, hesitating and remaining silent. Do you still remember Chen Mugei's orders? Su Lang pressed again. This time, even though Zhao Qian and Zhao Kun were reluctant, they still nodded. Zhao Qian, I see you as the captain. Zhao Kun, me too. Su Lang didn't explain much. Instead, he said seriously, then obey my orders. Su Lang had never spoken to them like this before. Most of the time, he treated them as friends or even as children. Su Lang would carefully consider their feelings before giving orders, even giving them choices. But this time, what Su Lang had to do was indisputable. He needed to make all the villagers here pay the price. It was precisely because of this goal that he could not allow any mistakes to occur. Chapter 59 Obedience. Zhao, Qian, and Zhao Kun were also seeing such Su Lang for the first time, and they subconsciously nodded. Good. Now call him village chief. Su Lang turned to look at Augustine. Sure enough, a very satisfied smile appeared on Augustine's face. Although they hadn't been here long, after so many events, they already understood that the title of village chief held extraordinary meaning. Simply saying these two words represented a kind of submission, a kind of allegiance. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kun both grew up in underground shelters, where the rules of survival and living habits were very different. Not to mention, in the underground shelters, respect was earned through strength, accumulated through contributions bit by bit, while in this village, respect was gained through cunning and coercion. Comparing the two sides, they naturally felt unwilling. However, they had just acknowledged Su Lang as the village chief, and Su Lang had also said that they must obey him. So even though they were reluctant, they still called him village chief in a stiff voice. Good. Very good. Augustine was very pleased. In his view, regardless of whether it was voluntary or involuntary, once this was said, it represented the beginning of a mental taming. From now on, he just needed to reinforce this taming. Su Lang certainly knew Augustine's intentions, which was exactly why he had Zhao Qian and Zhao Kun call him this. A momentary triumph meant nothing. The outcome was still uncertain. Augustine looked down at the villagers with a smile on his lips. You've all worked hard today. Go back and get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow we'll have a feast together and eat meat. The villagers' cheers rang out again, and as Su Lang looked around, he saw the village chief from earlier, who at this moment no longer held his previous lofty demeanor, but was instead celebrating and cheering with everyone. When it was his turn to take the position, he could perfectly play the role of village chief, and now as an ordinary villager, he could also adjust accordingly. This did not indicate that this person had strong adaptability. It only showed that such customs had been passed down in the village for a long time, naturally shaping everyone over time. The same spoils, when Augustine brought them out during the day, resembled a tribute, a way for the subordinate to please the superior. But now that Augustine brought them out, it was called a reward, a grace given by the superior to the subordinate, which is why the villagers were so excited, their excitement containing gratitude. After the celebration, the villagers returned to their homes, each with expectations for tomorrow. The situation had now changed, and Zhao Qian, Zhao Kun, and Su Lang could only turn their gaze to Augustine. After all, Zhao Qian and Zhao Kun had originally occupied Augustine's house, and now that Augustine's status had changed, who knew if the arrangements for lodging would also change? You two should go back and rest. You've indeed worked hard today, Augustine said politely to Zhao Qian and Zhao Kun. Indeed, once a person gains power and status, they become more courteous and refined. Then, Augustine gestured to Su Lang, inviting him. Let us go rest too. We have many things to do tomorrow. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan followed Su Lang's intention and obeyed Augustine's instructions, returning to their original house, while Su Lang followed Augustine into the wooden house behind. This time, however, his mindset had undergone a tremendous change. From beginning to end, no one deliberately brought up Gao Bing, as if this person had never existed. Su Lang knew that Gao Bing must have escaped the clutches of these people somehow, and at this moment, saying nothing might actually keep Gao Bing safer. During the remaining hours of the night, he did not toss and turn or suffer from insomnia as imagined. Instead, Su Lang slept sweetly and soundly, without dreams. When Su Lang woke up again, Augustine was no longer beside him. Su Lang got up and walked out of the wooden house, seeing the villagers each performing their duties. The tasks in this village were neither particularly many nor particularly few. After all, without the help of technological devices, practically everything required manual labor. The events of yesterday were interconnected, and with the villagers intentionally concealing things, Su Lang had no time to observe the daily life in this village closely. Now that he had become a part of it, Su Lang no longer felt any reservations. He discovered that the villagers had a habit of raising monsters. They were called monsters not because they looked particularly large or frightening, but because Su Lang found it hard to categorize them into any kind of animal within his understanding. For example, the one in front of him resembled a wild rabbit, roughly the same size, but as everyone knows, rabbits typically have 2 long ears, while the one before Su Lang had short, round ears, its head and body appearing somewhat uncoordinated, the body overly round while the head was relatively small. However, its large, round red eyes made it look even more bizarre. The little monster stood up alertly upon seeing Su Lang, and he then noticed that its 2 front paws were significantly shorter than its hind paws, but the claws on its front paws looked long and sharp. Su Lang was engrossed in observing it when a familiar voice suddenly sounded beside him. This is what I caught half a month ago, 1 male and 1 female. The reason we didn't eat them right away is that we found out the female was pregnant. Although there are many things in the mountains, there are also many dangers. We occasionally catch such low-risk ones and keep them, waiting for them to give birth. Then we eat some of the young and use the others for breeding. Breeding and livestock raising. Now it counts as a full livelihood. Although there aren't many people in this village, it has formed a small society. But soon, Su Lang realized another issue. Since entering the village yesterday, he seemed to have not seen many children. Logically speaking, these villagers had been here for quite some time. Reproduction should have resulted in a significant number of offspring, and from Augustine's previous words, it was clear that there were no village rules against having children. On the contrary, reproduction was very important to them. Now that he had become a villager of this village, Su Lang decided not to dwell on it too much and directly asked Augustine any questions he had in mind. Augustine had no intention of hiding anything from Su Lang, and he straightforwardly said, "The medical conditions in the village are underdeveloped. Getting pregnant isn't particularly difficult, but the challenge lies in how to deliver the child safely and healthily. There have been cases before where both mother and child were lost, and also malformed children who died young. Furthermore, as I mentioned earlier, the village is small, so every person is particularly important. Despite our efforts, the entire village now has only 3 children." Su Lang understood that the population system in this village was very fragile, which was why Augustine was initially so intent on capturing rather than killing them. Every laborer was immensely precious to the village. However, after hearing this news, Su Lang became even more worried about Gao Bing. He had observed that there were evidently more men than women in the village, and, as Augustine had just said, women undoubtedly faced a significant risk when giving birth. Coupled with the scarcity of resources and harsh environment, as well as the effects of radiation. In terms of reproduction, the risks women faced far outweighed those of men. Reproduction was of utmost importance to the village, and they would certainly not overlook a young woman with reproductive capability like Gao Bing. Gao Bing did not grow up in such an environment. She cannot adapt to this level of radiation. No one can give birth while wearing such heavy protective clothing. For people like them who grew up in underground shelters, being exposed to the surface without the protection of radiation suits is tantamount to a slow death. Of course, Su Lang knows that for Augustine and the villagers here, They care more about whether a hopeful child can be born than about the death of a woman. Currently, Su Lang has not seen Gao Bing, and Augustine has not mentioned her at all, which indicates that Gao Bing is still safe. Otherwise, with her temperament, she would absolutely not easily yield. Village Chief, is there anything we need to do today? Su Lang quickly adapted to this role. Augustine expressed great satisfaction with this. In the morning, you will be responsible for farming. And in the afternoon, we need to go out to find something. Augustine's arrangement was certainly not arbitrary. The morning farming was a test of their obedience, allowing Augustine to further confirm whether they had other thoughts. The search in the afternoon was also not for ordinary items. Faced with Augustine's arrangement, Su Lang did not ask any further questions. He knew that for such a local tyrant, they resent any doubts or questioning, and all that was needed was complete obedience. Okay, leave it to us. Su Lang said us instead of me, which indicated that he hoped to work together with the Zhao brothers, Zhao Qian and Zhao Kun. Augustine certainly picked up on his implication, but did not refuse, almost tacitly accepting the arrangement. Su Lang found Zhao Qian and Zhao Kun and took them to farm together. Although Zhao Qian and Zhao Kun worked diligently according to Su Lang's request, they remained silent, completely different from their previous behavior of constantly talking to Su Lang. Su Lang knew they were still angry, but he could not say anything because Augustine's spies were nearby observing them. Or rather, everyone here was Augustine's eyes and ears. The unity of the village always manifested in some strange ways. Although Su Lang's group was in a sulky mood, everyone worked particularly diligently, and they were the fastest to complete the task. After finishing, the three of them sat on the nearby stone steps to rest, still silent. Conversely, the villagers who had been silent yesterday were much livelier today, all looking forward to the meal at noon, a rare treat of meat. Position changes, situation changes. Sometimes Su Lang felt that fate was so magical, with no one knowing what would happen next. Su Lang remained calm, and his acting was very much on point. Until the noon gathering, he continued to adhere to the village rules and obey Augustine. It was as if he had truly become a villager here, genuinely recognizing Augustine as the village chief. The monster's forelimbs were brought up after being cooked by two women, and Su Lang could clearly see the greed in the eyes of those around him, as well as their swallowing motions. The dish was placed on the table, and no one dared to move. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the food in the dish, but reason still prevailed. They were waiting for Augustine to speak, waiting for Augustine to distribute. According to the village rules, even if this food wasn't shared with them, it wouldn't matter. But if Augustine was willing to bestow some upon them, that would already be a rare stroke of luck, and they dared not comment on how much they received. Augustine first used a knife to cut off the best meat from each forelimb, piling it into a large plate. And only then did he put down the knife and look at everyone. The rest, each person will get one piece, passed from front to back. As for the size of the piece, you can refer to this piece of meat on my fork. Augustine raised his fork, and on the tip of his fork was a piece of meat the size of a thumb. This was just the most inconspicuous piece of meat from his full plate, but it was all that the others could enjoy. Even so, the villagers became excited. In front of them was a prepared meal, but those coarse foods, they didn't even want to look at. All their eyes were on the meat. They swallowed repeatedly, waiting, their eyes seemingly glowing green. Su Lang sat across from Zhao Qian and Zhao Kun, calm and motionless. They would not eat this, nor did they need to eat this. At the dining table, more and more people began to eat, and the meat from the monster's forelimb dwindled. The villagers feasted, and a small piece of meat was divided into even smaller portions, enjoyed with various side dishes. Su Lang and the others waited. Mealtime for them was akin to an emptying experience. They could not communicate freely, as they would be monitored by Augustine, but they could space out freely, for Augustine could not probe into their thoughts. Everyone was enjoying the food. While they were enjoying the time, Su Lang's gaze drifted to the woods behind Zhao Qian and Zhao Kun. He had been watching it for an unknown period. From the moment he sat down until the meal was nearly over. Finally, Augustine stood up, and the villagers immediately stopped their actions. As Augustine left, the villagers also left their seats one by one. Su Lang knew that the afternoon work was about to begin. However, just as he was about to get up and go back, he noticed a branch moving across from him. Among the leaves, he could not see the other's face, but he recognized something, a protective suit. Chapter 60 found you. Su Lang paused for a moment, then pretended nothing happened and followed Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan back. Augustine had said they would go look for something in the afternoon, and it seemed he intended to take them along. Although Su Lang still didn't know what Augustine was referring to, he definitely couldn't afford to be careless. Augustine had a good routine. After lunch, he walked around the village twice, as if inspecting his territory, and then returned to the house to rest for about 40 minutes. Only then did he stretch and come out to speak. We lost something in our village before, and at that time, everyone was unarmed. If we had gone to look for it and incurred new sacrifices, it wouldn't have been worth it, so we chose to give up. But now, not only do we have guns, but our new friends have also lost something. Shouldn't we help them find it? At the same time, let those disobedient things receive their due punishment? When Augustine was saying the earlier part, Su Lang really thought it was something inanimate. But upon hearing the last sentence, Su Lang's expression changed suddenly. Disobedient. They also lost something. Find it. Find it. Yes. Find them all back. They must be punished. Let's see if they dare to run away again. We follow the village chief. Let's find it together. The villagers shouted loudly, their emotions ignited. Zhao Qian leaned closer to Su Lang, tugged at his sleeve, and asked in a low voice through the communicator, could it be Gao Bing they're talking about? Even though Su Lang was reluctant to admit it, the fact was undeniable, and he nodded with a grim expression. It should be referring to Gao Bing. Then what do they lose? Could it be that they lost a woman too? Although Zhao Qian had acted a bit childish before, he wasn't stupid. He could see that female resources were extremely precious in this village. Su Lang guessed it was also a woman, but he didn't know why she would run away. There were other women in the village. She should know it was dangerous outside. In such a situation, choosing to escape only indicated that she had encountered something that forced her to run. Just as Su Lang was pondering, Augustine suddenly walked over to him and affectionately patted Su Lang's shoulder. 3 days ago, there was a disobedient pregnant woman in our village who ran away. To be honest, something so ungrateful could be eaten by the wild beasts in the mountains. But her unborn child is innocent, so we still want to find her back. Pregnant? Su Lang immediately understood. You forced her to run away? That's inhumane. Zhao Kuan, who was more impulsive compared to Zhao Qian, shouted out immediately. Before Augustine could speak, Su Lang threw a punch. How can you talk to the village chief like that? Apologize. Su Lang's voice was stern, and he shouted angrily. Zhao Kuan covered his face that had been hit, first glaring at Su Lang, then turning to Zhao Qian. Brother. However, to his surprise, Zhao Qian also coldly spat out 2 words, apologize. Tears welled up in Zhao Kuan's eyes. He felt extremely wronged, but in the end, he reluctantly said to Augustine, I'm sorry. Everything happened extremely quickly. Augustine hadn't even had a chance to speak or react, and Su Lang had already resolved it, also giving Augustine face. You disciplined them well. Augustine praised Su Lang. After spending the previous day together, he could see that Su Lang was very protective of these 2 team members. But now, he certainly didn't fully trust Su Lang. It's just that it had come to this, and there was no need to waste time on such trivial matters. After all, they had a mission in the afternoon. Mr. Su, your ability to manage people is good. I just wonder how your ability to find people is? Augustine asked Su Lang pointedly. I need to know her height, weight, shoe size, and whether she has any disabilities or illnesses. Su Lang responded immediately. He certainly hadn't studied how to find people. He was just recalling what he had heard from a tracking expert during mission before, using that to bluff Augustine. This village doesn't have precise measuring tools. I can only give an estimate, Augustine mused while stroking his chin. She is probably around 1 meter 60 tall, and before her pregnancy, she had a good figure, probably around 90 pounds. But now she is 6 or 7 months pregnant, with such a big belly. She must weigh around 100 pounds. As for disabilities or illnesses, I accidentally poked one of her eyes out. That shouldn't affect the search, right? Augustine said this with almost no emotional fluctuation, as if he was just recalling some ordinary clues to assist in the search. But every word he said was shocking. 6 or 7 months pregnant. With such a big belly, she would rather go to the perilous mountains than stay in the village. Accidentally poked her eye out? Is there such a thing as an accident in this context? Is she your wife? Zhao Qian couldn't help but ask, then realized his wording was inappropriate and quickly corrected himself. Sorry, are we searching for the village chief's wife? This immediately drew a burst of laughter, and Augustine shrugged. Here, everyone is a village chief, but there has never been a village chief's wife. Augustine's words had deep meaning, but Su Lang and the others didn't dare to think too deeply about it. All right, we will do our best to find that woman, Su Lang said. He didn't ask any more questions. For him, the most important thing now was to find someone. In fact, this opportunity was very precious for Su Lang, because as long as he was in this village, he did not have the chance to act, and wanting to find a lost Gao Bing was also an opportunity. Augustine was very action-oriented. Besides the three of them, he called 4 other strong young men to accompany them on this mission. According to usual practice, the village chief didn't need to participate in such dangerous activities, but Augustine still didn't trust Su Lang, so he decided to lead the team himself. A team of 8 people could be said to be an absolute top configuration in this small village, which also proved the importance of this mission for the village. Augustine, holding a gun, walked behind Su Lang, with Su Lang acting as a meat shield in front. The middle and last people in the line each carried a gun, meaning that all the firearms in the village had been brought out. Su Lang didn't think this was because they needed to use so many guns in this operation. He believed Augustine was also worried about a potential betrayal from those left in the village, which led to this decision. As the saying goes, do not harbor malicious intent, but be vigilant against others. Augustine was a very cautious person. He often had malicious thoughts and was always on guard. Although this village seemed flawless and everyone trusted each other, in such a place with bizarre rules, how could one truly open their heart and treat each other sincerely? Therefore, being cautious was the fundamental survival rule for ensuring one's safety. As for whether the people in the village would encounter danger, that was beyond Augustine's consideration. No matter when, the most important thing is to stay alive. If one can give a little charity to others to consolidate or expand their own power while ensuring their own safety, then why not? Su Lang understood Augustine's thoughts, and that was why he found Augustine to be terrifyingly selfish. It is often said that you can see a child's future at 3 years old and an adult's character at 7. This saying fits Augustine perfectly. Some people remain the same from childhood to adulthood, and no amount of opportunity will change that. At this moment, the sun was at its hottest. In the valley's central village, there was little sensation of the heat, but as they climbed the mountain, Su Lang felt his head spinning from the sun's rays. Augustine poked Su Lang in the back with the gun barrel. Smart Mr. Su. What do you think they have run off to? The mountain was so vast that finding one person was already difficult. There were only 8 of them, and to avoid danger, they could not split up. This search was like looking for a needle in a haystack. For Su Lang, he had no hope of finding anyone. On the contrary, he hoped to be found instead. Gao Bing was just one person. While they were 8, the target that was harder to hide was obvious. One person could hide well, but 8 were like a moving target. Su Lang believed that as long as they stayed long enough, Gao Bing would find them. He only feared that Augustine had the same idea and had brought Su Lang along to set a trap to attract Gao Bing. Su Lang and Augustine had their own thoughts, while the others were less concerned. For them, the mission's goal was very clear: to find relevant clues and then follow them to capture their target. Su Lang wasn't sure if it was just his illusion, but today, the path felt particularly quiet, and they hadn't encountered any monster attacks along the way. Su Lang slowed down, vigilantly observing his surroundings in case of any sudden situations where he wouldn't have time to react. But Augustine urged him, hurry up. We've walked this path many times. There shouldn't be any large animals. The smaller ones can be dealt with easily. Su Lang then understood that this path had such a saying. They walked a bit further when Su Lang suddenly stopped without warning. What's wrong? Augustine asked. There's blood over there. Su Lang pointed to some branches not far away, where a dark red stain was evident on the tender green leaves. Clearly not a recent mark. Let's go check it out. Augustine signaled for Su Lang to investigate further. Being at the mercy of others, Su Lang naturally couldn't refuse. He quickly approached the branches and circled the area a few times before returning to report to Augustine. It's hard to identify footprints in the grass, but I looked around and didn't find any animal remains, nor were there signs of dragging. Instead, I found some signs of grass being trampled. So, you mean someone passed through here? Augustine immediately understood what Su Lang was implying. Su Lang nodded. There's a high possibility. He was T1 to speak definitively. just offering a hypothesis. You keep going forward in this direction. We'll follow you, Augustine ordered, and Su Lang had no choice but to comply. This time, they moved much slower than before, as Su Lang needed to observe his surroundings while walking to determine the direction. Of course, there was also the issue of Su Lang potentially dragging out the time. For him, finding those people wasn't important. In fact, the best outcome would be not finding them, as that could mean safety. Who knew what Augustine would do to them if they were found? After an unknown distance, one person in the group suddenly said, "Village chief, if we go further out, we'll be leaving the safe zone." Su Lang didn't know how they defined the safe and danger zones, but it seemed that the likelihood of encountering monsters ahead was much greater than before. So Su Lang stopped and looked at Augustine, whose meaning was simple. Whether to continue searching was up to Augustine to decide. He wasn't the village chief. He didn't need to bear that responsibility. Augustine pondered for a moment, but ultimately made up his mind. It's still early, and we have guns. Let us search. Keep looking. With Augustine giving the order, the others couldn't say anything further, especially since Augustine was also part of the team. Su Lang and the others walked a few hundred meters further, but still found nothing. Just as Augustine was about to question Su Lang if he was intentionally deceiving him, Su Lang suddenly pointed to a nearby dirt pit and asked, "Did something grow there before?" That was definitely a mark left after someone had dug something out. This time, Su Lang was very certain in his wording, and Augustine quickly leaned in to take a look. There was indeed a small pit there, and beside it, traces of nails scratching could be seen. Su Lang was so certain because half a human footprint was left at the junction of the dirt pit and grass. Augustine carefully observed the surrounding plants before speaking. This herb has hemostatic and disinfectant properties. Then Augustine personally approached the dirt pit and indeed found several bloodstains nearby. Seeing this, a smug smile crept onto his lips. It seemed that not only had someone been injured, but that person was also seriously hurt. In this case, finding her shouldn't be too difficult. Let us go. Seize this opportunity and bring that thing back to me. I will definitely give her a lesson she won't forget for the rest of her life. Chapter 61. Hiding place at this time. There was still a considerable amount of time before sunset, and with Augustine having discovered such an important clue, he naturally intended to press on his advantage. However, this time Augustine was quite anxious. He did not give Su Lang a chance to delay and took the lead himself. As a result, the speed of the group's progress increased significantly. Su Lang had no gun, only a rusty axe, and with Augustine in front of him and the villagers behind him, every move he made was under their watchful eyes. Suddenly, a villager let out a terrible scream, and everyone immediately turned around and rushed over. They saw a villager at the back of the line, clutching his forehead, his expression one of pain. A winding trail of blood flowed down through his fingers, and Su Lang carefully discerned that the blood looked somewhat dark. Qingyan, who wanted to say something, was abruptly grabbed by Su Lang by the sleeve. Their subtle interaction did not escape Augustine's keen gaze, and he shot them a sharp look. What happened? Su Lang pointed at Qingyan and smiled. He said, "He's lost so much blood that we need to bandage it quickly." Su Lang was right. The wound couldn't be left open, especially in such a peculiar environment where infection could occur if anything happened. However, Augustine did not allow Su Lang's group to handle the bandaging. Instead, he tore off a piece of cloth and used water to clean the wound, performing a simple treatment. "What attacked you?" Augustine asked once the villager's condition improved slightly. Su Lang stepped forward and handed Augustine a stone. "I found this nearby. It must have been what hit him." Yes, it's hard. It must be this thing." The villager echoed. Augustine took the stone that Su Lang handed over, noticing some blood on it. The stone was greenish and sticky to the touch. This thing was thrown down from above. Augustine looked up at the surrounding trees. Someone was hiding in them. The trees around them were tall and dense, making it difficult to determine where the person might be hiding with the naked eye. "All right, let's sit down and rest for a bit," Augustine said as he sat down by himself. This action left everyone puzzled, but since he was the village chief, the others could only sit down as well. Thus, everyone formed a circle and took a break. Just now, everyone had been busy hurrying along and had let their guard down. However, now that they were sitting, the risk of the person in the trees being discovered if they attempted anything increased significantly. The sun was blazing, and the forest felt stiflingly hot. A villager beside them was gulping down water, and the wooden tube he was using quickly ran dry. Seeing the villagers struggle to pour the last few drops of water, Su Lang, displaying good awareness, said to Augustine, "We don't know how long we'll have to wait. How about I go get some water? We can't let everyone stay thirsty. If they squat down later, it'll be troublesome if they have no strength to catch anything." In fact, Augustine had already thought of sending someone to fetch water long before Su Lang spoke up, but he could never let Su Lang leave his side alone. Therefore, even though Su Lang was being so proactive, Augustine still signaled to a nearby villager to accompany Su Lang to get water. The villager understood immediately, stood up to collect the empty wooden tubes, and called out to Su Lang, "Let us go." Su Lang didn't mind the villager's impolite invitation and actively took the empty wooden tube from his hand to lighten his burden. The two set off towards a creek, and along the way, the villager said nothing, maintaining a stern expression as he cautiously observed their surroundings. Su Lang, too, didn't bother to warm up to him. In such a situation, initiating conversation would only make the other person suspicious of his intentions. When they reached the creek, the villager waved his hand at Su Lang. "You go get the water. I'll keep watch over here. If you dare have any funny ideas, I'll kill you on the spot." The villager brandished his machete, and the glint of the blade was enough to prove that he was not just making threats. Su Lang knew that even if the villager killed him, Augustine wouldn't care because he would definitely trust the villagers who had been with him for a long time more than Su Lang. The reason the villager wasn't helping was not just out of laziness, but because he could better supervise Su Lang to prevent him from doing anything tricky. Su Lang smiled and complied, squatting down by the creek and opening the lids of the wooden tubes one by one, filling them with clear creek water, and sealing them back up. Throughout the process, he did not deliberately avoid the villager's gaze, acting as if he genuinely wanted to contribute to the team. Once all the wooden tubes were filled, the villager grunted dismissively, signaling Su Lang to carry the filled tubes back. When they were empty, the tubes didn't feel too heavy, but returning with them filled with water was quite a different story. Su Lang felt the weight in his hands and turned to seek help from the villager, but the latter turned his head away, refusing to look at Su Lang, clearly indicating he had no intention of helping. Thus, Su Lang no longer pressed the issue and carried 5 filled wooden tubes back on his own. When they returned, Augustine and the others were still sitting in place. Upon seeing the wooden tubes in Su Lang's hands, their eyes revealed a look of longing. Indeed, at such a time, having a sip of cold, sweet creek water would be immensely refreshing. Su Lang, being perceptive, quickened his pace a bit, first handing one of the filled wooden tubes to Augustine and then distributing them to the other villagers. Seeing Su Lang act this way, Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan instinctively turned their heads away, probably feeling quite embarrassed. Su Lang, however, seemed completely unfazed, returning to his spot and keeping a vigilant eye on the surrounding trees. "Let us wait a bit longer. I don't believe that thing can outlast us. She's still injured. This time, we must succeed." At this moment, Su Lang seemed to have completely aligned himself with Augustine. Regardless of whether the person hiding in the tree was that pregnant woman or Gao Bing, he did not show an ounce of sympathy, instead harboring a desire to eliminate them quickly. This attitude made both Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan feel unfamiliar, and it also caught Augustine's attention. "Why are you being so proactive? The person hiding in that tree might still be your companion," Augustine asked with a smile. Su Lang did not hide his intentions and answered straightforwardly, "Since we can't get out, we might as well live well here. I hope to integrate with you all as soon as possible and enjoy the treatment that ordinary villagers receive." After saying this, Su Lang lowered his head and smiled. "Maybe if I work hard for a few more years, I might even have a chance to be the village chief." Su Lang understood that the more he acted as if he had no ulterior motives, the more Augustine would be wary. Conversely, those who had desires were easier to control. Therefore, after hearing Su Lang's aspirations, Augustine not only did not get angry, but instead encouraged him. Yes, everyone should have the opportunity to make choices again. As for what level you can reach in the end, it depends on your effort and performance. The polite yet hypocritical exchange between the two nearly prompted Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan to act, but they remembered Chen Muji's previous admonitions, so they held back. Perhaps due to the heat, as soon as the wooden tubes were in hand, half of the water was consumed by everyone. Now that they had quenched their thirst, Augustine felt rejuvenated. He raised his head and shouted to the surroundings, "Xiao-Qi, you can hide, but I want to make it clear today. From now on, for every extra minute you hide, when I find you, I'll whip you once more. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll wait for your wounds to heal before I whip you with these accumulated lashes, one by one. Life is long, hundreds of lashes, thousands of lashes. I can always finish them slowly." Then Augustine changed his tone. "But if you come out now, I won't hold your escape against you. I'll give you and your unborn child a chance to live well." Su Lang was a bit curious why Augustine was so sure that the pregnant woman was hiding here and not Gao Bing. But this was obviously not a good time to ask, so he wisely chose to remain silent. Augustine's voice echoed in the woods, but no one responded. Clearly, the person hiding in the tree was determined to stick it out. After a few more minutes, seeing that everyone had replenished their strength and hydration, Augustine was unwilling to wait any longer. He stood up and ordered, "Two people form a small group. Go search the nearby woods. Every tree must be checked." This was the first time Augustine had ordered them to disperse. Of course, Su Lang, Zhao Qian, and Zhao Kuan could not be in the same group. Each of them had a local villager with them, and Su Lang was still with Augustine. Now that Augustine had a gun in his hand, he was much less restrained in his actions. Su Lang followed Augustine at a relaxed pace, and before they separated, he specifically reminded Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan to learn to respect the villagers and not to conflict with them. It was impossible for Su Lang to talk to Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan without Augustine overhearing, so he was especially careful with his wording. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan were unwilling and gave Su Lang a hard time, leading him to sigh helplessly and shake his head. Instead, Augustine comforted him. "Young people are like that. When they experience more things, they will understand that we are all doing it for their good." Su Lang nodded in agreement and echoed a few words. He followed Augustine to check the surrounding trees, occasionally moving his arms with a pained expression. Seeing this, Augustine couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Su Lang honestly replied, "I already had old injuries, and after carrying so much water just now, I probably strained something. It hurts a lot now." Su Lang was carrying all the wooden tubes, which Augustine had seen with his own eyes. Hearing Su Lang say this, Augustine could only feign a sigh. That person really doesn't understand, not knowing to help you share the burden. That said, Augustine's face showed no concern at all. Instead, he looked somewhat pleased. After all, for him, Su Lang's current inconvenience meant he could worry less. The weaker Su Lang was, the less effort Augustine had to expend on him, allowing him to focus on finding the woman who had run away. Su Lang followed closely behind Augustine, with no other thoughts, just cautiously observing the surrounding trees, although his so-called careful observation was merely a facade to make Augustine think he was working hard. "There seem to be footprints here," Augustine suddenly said, and Su Lang hurriedly leaned in to take a closer look. Sure enough, some faint marks were visible in the soil, resembling those left by straw sandals. This made sense. Augustine had probably noticed such footprints before. Gao Bing, wearing protective gear like them, wouldn't have left such prints. This meant that the person hiding here was most likely the pregnant woman, Xiao-Qi. "You climb up and look." Augustine poked Su Lang with the barrel of his gun. Looking at the dark muzzle, Su Lang smiled and nodded. "Okay, leave it to me." If possible, Su Lang naturally didn't want to take on such a task, as it wasn't necessarily safe in the tree. What if some small animal surprised him? Who knows if he could still keep his life then? But since Augustine, as the village chief, had already spoken, and he had a gun, even if Su Lang had 1,000 or 10,000 reasons not to, he could only obey his orders. Su Lang carefully climbed up, during which Augustine's gun continued to follow his figure. The higher Su Lang climbed, the more he saw neither small animals nor Xiao-Qi. By this time, Su Lang had climbed nearly halfway up the tree. Logically speaking, pregnant women tend to be a bit bulky, so it shouldn't be hard for him to spot her. Moreover, could Xiao-Qi, with her large belly, really climb so high? From Su Lang's perspective, this height was already the limit. "How is it? Did you find anyone?" Augustine shouted from below. "No," Su Lang replied loudly. To be honest, he was a bit worried that their loud voices would disturb other monsters. "Climb a bit higher, and if you still can't find her, come down." Clearly, Augustine had also considered that Xiao-Qi was pregnant and thought she couldn't hide too deeply. Hearing this, Su Lang climbed up a bit more, but he still didn't find Xiao-Qi. In desperation, Su Lang could only catch his breath while hugging the trunk for a moment before preparing to climb back down to report. But at that moment, he suddenly saw a figure half hidden among the branches and leaves of the opposite tree. Chapter 62. The Mysterious Grass. At this moment, Su Lang was positioned high above, and regardless of whether the other party was hiding intentionally or unintentionally, it could not compare to the geographical advantage Su Lang had. After a moment, Su Lang pretended not to have discovered anything and casually began to climb down the tree. Augustine was already feeling somewhat impatient when he saw Su Lang. He knew this time would again be fruitless. I didn't find anything on this tree. Should the village head check again? Su Lang knew Augustine was worried about him, so he took the initiative to suggest that the other check again. Augustine looked at Su Lang with a scrutinizing gaze, and Su Lang met his gaze openly. Eventually, Augustine sighed, stepped towards the next tree, which was the second location they needed to check. This tree was not far from the woman's south hiding place, and if he climbed up, he might very well see the woman hiding in the other tree. Therefore, Su Lang volunteered, "I'll go up." But Augustine spoke at that moment. "There are 3 of us here. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to let you go up alone?" Augustine's sharp gaze clearly showed he was not at ease with Su Lang. However, what Su Lang cared about more was the other point in his statement. 3 people. There were clearly only him and Augustine present. Su Lang was certain Augustine had not yet discovered the woman hiding in the tree, so how could there be 3 people? Su Lang inquired casually. "So what do you think we should do, village head?" "I'll go up with you. And let Zhang Yufan wait here," Augustine said decisively. Zhang Yufan? This was the first time Su Lang had heard this name. Su Lang said nothing, but nodded in agreement. He then saw Augustine speaking to the nearby bushes. "You wait here and report to me immediately if anything happens." After saying this, Augustine turned and gestured for Su Lang to climb the adjacent tree with him. Now Su Lang was certain that Augustine had some mental issues. He discreetly looked at the greenish marks left on his palm, and he began to understand the intention behind the person hiding in the dark throwing that stone. In fact, Su Lang had discovered the stone that attacked him long before when a villager was injured on the forehead. The stone was surrounded by a sticky, moss-like substance, which was definitely done intentionally by someone. At that time, Su Lang guessed that this stone was not ordinary. So he quickly picked it up and smeared the remaining sticky substance all over his palm before finding an opportune moment to hand the treated stone to Augustine. He specifically used his clean hand to pass it over. Later, Su Lang intentionally looked for an opportunity to utilize this substance, which is why he volunteered to help fetch water. While fetching water, someone was always monitoring him, so he could not put anything in the water. Therefore, he could only take advantage of the moments when he opened and closed the wooden tube lids to seem casual while applying the sticky substance to the entrances of the various wooden tubes. At that time, the weather was hot, and almost everyone felt extremely thirsty. Everyone drank the water. Initially, Su Lang did not know what the sticky substance's effect was. But now, seeing Augustine's reaction, he could guess that it caused hallucinations. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and climb," Augustine urged impatiently. Su Lang gave him a deep look and ultimately decided to take a gamble. "All right, I'm on it," Su Lang replied, then climbed up the tree first. Augustine followed behind him with a gun. When they reached about a third of the way up, Su Lang suddenly turned to Augustine and asked, "Did you hear anything?" Augustine was confused by Su Lang's question, but he also knew that if something dangerous happened on this tree, it would be very difficult to escape, so he became more vigilant. However, before Augustine could see clearly, Su Lang suddenly swerved, as if dodging something. In a moment of panic, Augustine also moved aside to avoid it. "Did you see it? It looked like a snake, its tongue forked, but it had many pairs of legs, resembling a centipede." Su Lang described vividly. Augustine looked around in a panic. To him, this tree no longer felt safe. Even though he had a gun, using it in such an environment was not easy, as he still needed to hold onto the tree trunk to stabilize himself. Su Lang looked at Augustine with worry. "Village head, should we continue climbing? I looked up here and didn't see any trace of that woman. And it's so dangerous here. Logically, she shouldn't be hiding in this tree." After saying this, Su Lang added, of course, in the end, it's still up to you to decide, and I will obey whatever decision you make. At this moment, Augustine felt his head spinning. He seemed to have seen something flash by earlier, but he didn't understand why that thing hadn't attacked him. Was it being chased like that day? If so, it meant there were even more dangerous things above them. Ultimately, Augustine made up his mind and said to Su Lang, "You continue climbing up. I'll wait for you here." Clearly, after Su Lang's commotion, Augustine felt there was danger above, but he was unwilling to give up. So he had Su Lang go ahead to scout the area. This way, even if there really was something terrifying up there, Su Lang could serve as his human shield, buying him time to escape. Su Lang certainly knew Augustine's intentions, but he still acted like a very loyal soldier, not asking another question and directly climbing higher. As Su Lang climbed further away from him, Augustine felt that there was some danger lurking nearby, waiting for an opportunity to strike. He looked tense, frequently glancing around, one hand gripping the tree trunk while the other held the gun tightly. Su Lang continued to climb until he was further away from Augustine. This time, he saw the woman more clearly. She was pregnant, looking somewhat pained. She knew Su Lang had discovered her, but instead of hiding, she made a pleading gesture towards him. Su Lang nodded at her, then shifted his eyes and began to shake the branches vigorously. Leaves fell in a flurry, and Su Lang tightly held onto the trunk, shouting loudly, "Run! It's coming down." After a while, he felt the branches shaking. Augustine must have started climbing down. Su Lang smirked, adjusted himself, and began to climb down as well, pretending to be in a state of panic. However, to his surprise, when he reached the bottom, he did not see Augustine's figure. Something was off. Augustine should have been constantly supervising and guarding him, but why was it now so silent? Only the towering trees surrounding him? The silence, an extreme silence, seemed to swallow Su Lang. He cautiously observed his surroundings because he did not know what action Augustine might take, especially since Augustine had a gun, and his mental state seemed very unstable. It appeared he had also been drawn away by something, but what could possibly distract him to the point of ignoring his own safety and running off? More critically, Su Lang had not heard any gunfire. Normally, when a person encounters danger, they would use their most intimidating weapon to attack and defend in a moment of urgency. Su Lang crouched down, carefully discerning Augustine's footprints, trying to determine the direction he had left in. The footprints in the dirt were very chaotic, but after careful examination, Su Lang discovered that only Augustine had left them. He was like a headless fly, buzzing around the area before finally running off in the southwest direction. Su Lang knew that this was just his objective and calm observation. Augustine had already developed hallucinations, possibly induced by some creatures, which led him to leave such footprints. Zhang Yufan. Su Lang recalled this name, and if he wasn't mistaken, Augustine's departure was likely related to this person as well. The trees nearby swayed, and Su Lang turned to look. It was the tree where Shao-Chi was hiding. It seemed that Shao-Chi was about to come down. Su Lang was still unsure if it was safe. So he hurriedly called out, "Village Chief? Village Chief." His voice echoed through the woods. After shouting, he quickly climbed up the tree, worried that his actions might attract some monster. 3 minutes passed, and the surroundings remained quiet. Augustine hadn't returned, and from his high position in the tree, Su Lang could see that no monsters were approaching. As delicate sounds emerged, Su Lang finally got a clear look at Shao-Chi's face. Previously, he had only seen a blurry outline from afar, with her prominently rounded belly being the most striking feature. But now, Shao-Chi was standing right beneath the tree where Su Lang was perched, and he could see her very clearly. Shao-Chi's beauty was completely different from Gao Bing's. Her skin was fair, her features gentle, radiating a kind of fresh tenderness, while Gao Bing exuded a more icy allure. "Thank you for helping me," Shao-Chi said to Su Lang. Su Lang climbed down and leaped to land beside her. It was just a small effort. After speaking, Su Lang turned his palm up to show Shao-Chi. "Is this what you applied to the stone? What exactly is it? It seems to have a hallucinogenic effect." Unexpectedly, Shao-Chi first nodded and then shook her head, leaving Su Lang somewhat confused. "I once met a sister who wore the same clothes as you. She gave me a type of herb called mealy grass. She crushed the mealy grass and told me that once it touches blood or saliva, It would cause a person's nerves to go haywire and induce hallucinations. Perhaps because Su Lang had saved her, Xiaoqi had no secrets from him. Before I got pregnant, I would also go hunting with them. I was quite accurate with archery and stone throwing. With so many of you moving together, you were a larger target. After I discovered you, I intended to use this method to incite internal conflict, but I didn't expect the effect of this thing to last too long. You all split up afterwards, so. Hearing the regret in Xiaoqi's words, Su Lang understood that in her mind, her plan had likely failed. Seeing this, Su Lang smiled and told Xiaoqi about his own actions, reassuring her that if nothing unexpected happened, those people should all have been affected. In another part of the forest, Augustine, under the influence of the sticky substance on the stone, was experiencing hallucinations and had fallen into a state of extreme confusion. The world before him became distorted and blurry, as if shrouded in thick fog. He felt as if he was being pulled by an invisible force, uncontrollably crashing around. He blindly pushed through the bushes, scrambling through the woods on all fours. Each collision and fall brought him sharp pain. But these sensations were quickly drowned out by the overwhelming feeling of disorientation. His breathing was rapid, and deep growls escaped his throat as if he were resisting something. His gaze was hollow and lost, with his pupils dilating and contracting in the ever-changing illusions. The trees and grass around him appeared twisted and eerie, as if they were creatures from another world. He wildly waved his arms, trying to dispel the approaching phantoms. Suddenly, a thick branch swept past his eyes, startling him, causing him to lose his balance and fall heavily to the ground. But Augustine did not stop. He was driven by an invisible force, continuing to scramble forward on all fours. His clothes were torn by branches and thorns, leaving deep wounds on his skin. His heartbeat was rapid like the beating of a drum, each pulse accompanied by a surge of frantic fear and despair. In this chaotic world, Augustine darted around like a headless fly, completely lost. His cries echoed through the woods, filled with endless despair and terror. Finally, he saw another person, a figure that was both strange and familiar. It was Tianai Mountain Gorge. He crawled at the foot of Tianai Mountain Gorge, struggling to raise his head to look at him. Tianai Mountain Gorge's gaze was deep and mysterious, as if it could see through Augustine's heart. "Do you want to see me?" Tianai Mountain Gorge spoke slowly, his voice like an echo in the valley, deep and magnetic. Augustine was taken aback, unsure how to answer this question. His initial purpose for coming here was to find that woman, but now all of that seemed unimportant. I don't know. Augustine stammered. "I was just drawn here. Thankfully, I've seen you. I've seen you again." Chapter 63, I saw them. Augustine followed Tianai Shangjian, not knowing where they were headed, but he trusted Tianai Shangjian completely. I have a friend. His name is Zhang Yufan. He was with me." Augustine cautiously asked, "Do you know where he is?" Tianai Shangjian stopped, turned around, and smiled at Augustine. "He is with me. He is waiting for you." After that, Augustine said no more and allowed Tianai Shangjian to lead him deeper into the woods. After an unknown amount of time, a familiar laboratory appeared not far away. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the laboratory no longer looked as pristine as it once did. Some facilities had also changed. The iron door slowly opened with a creaking sound, as if turning a yellowed page. Tianai Shangjian, the owner of this laboratory, a mysterious and unfathomable figure, stood inside the door looking at Augustine. His gaze was deep, as if hiding infinite secrets. He wore a white lab coat, which appeared particularly out of place. His fingers lightly tapped on the table, seemingly deep in thought. Augustine's eyes flickered with unease and confusion as he fixed his gaze on Tianai Shangjian, trying to discern something from his expression. The two stood facing each other. An intense atmosphere enveloped the air. Tianai Shangjian fiddled with a test tube in his hand, while Augustine clenched his fists tightly, seemingly struggling to suppress his inner fear. "Augustine, you have always yearned for power." Tianai Shangjian's voice was soft and enticing. "I can fulfill your wish." His tone was filled with temptation, as if showing Augustine a new world. "I know you want to make your parents proud, to allow them to hold their heads high in front of others, which is why you wanted to participate in that experiment. Because Lawrence told you that it would turn you into a superhuman, a great hero." Tianai Shangjian seemed to see through his heart, each word striking at Augustine's pain points. Qingyan took a step closer to Augustine. Now, there's an opportunity that is even closer to your dream. Will you seize it? Augustine swallowed hard, trying to steady his emotions. I might consider it. His voice trembled, clearly filled with struggle. Qingyan smiled slightly, as if seeing through Augustine's thoughts. Risk and reward coexist, Augustine. Only through the experiment can you gain true power. His tone revealed confidence and determination, as if he had absolute certainty about the results of the experiment. He gently clapped his hands, and an assistant quickly handed over a document. Augustine took the document, filled with dense data and charts detailing the experiment's specifics and potential benefits. His gaze wandered over the document, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He knew the risks of this experiment, but he could not resist the temptation of power. Augustine raised his head to meet Qingyan's gaze. I'm willing to try. This time, Augustine's expression was resolute. Qingyan nodded in satisfaction, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. Good, Augustine. You will be our most exceptional test subject. Augustine's heart was filled with tension and anticipation. He had always yearned for strength and the ability to surpass the ordinary. And now he finally had the chance to realize his dream. He gripped the document tightly, as if it were the last ray of light in his life. Qingyan continued to tempt him. Do you know, Augustine, this experiment is not just a transformation of the body, but a genetic reformation. You will become stronger, smarter, and more agile. Augustine's eyes sparkled. Really? Qingyan nodded with a smile. Of course, you will possess powers beyond human limits, becoming a true superhuman. But Qingyan's tone suddenly shifted. The risks of the experiment cannot be ignored. His tone became serious. You must understand, this experiment requires a great price. Augustine was slightly taken aback. Price? Qingyan nodded. Yes, the process of the experiment is extremely painful and dangerous. You may lose something, even your life. I'm not afraid. More than 20 years ago, and more than 20 years later, Augustine made the same choice. Just as Augustine was about to leave with Qingyan, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. I pulled you up from hell, yet you still refuse to repent and want to plunge into hell again. This might be what they call a worthless life. Augustine turned to see Qingyan's sharp gaze. He remembered that he had already been lying on Qingyan's experimental table, having witnessed a boy around his age die miserably from radiation, wrapped in a white cloth and carelessly disposed of. He tried to escape, but that cold laboratory was like a maze. No matter how he tried to flee, he could not get out, and in the end, he was caught back in a very humiliating manner. His limbs were shackled by cold metal, and Qingyan approached him with a syringe, telling him not to be afraid, that the previous incident was just an accident, and this time he would do better. What was in the syringe? No one knew. Even to this day, Augustine still did not know, but he guessed it was some substance that could alter his constitution. Just as the needle was about to pierce his skin, there was a knock at the door, and Qingyan put down the syringe and turned to open the door. Little Augustine stretched his neck to look outside and saw that person, the one who had stood before him, Qingyan. Unlike the other young man's affability, Qingyan still wore a cold expression, but his finger pointed at himself. I want this person. Just 6 simple words changed Augustine's fate. He did not know why, but Qingyan really let him go. In his confusion, he was sent to Qingyan's laboratory. The same setup, but different people. He sensed that Qingyan did not like him, and even seemed to dislike him. The two stood facing each other, one tall and one short, neither speaking. Qingyan was too lazy to talk to him, while little Augustine did not know what to say. After all, he could tell that Qingyan cared a lot about the man beside him, while he had spoken disrespectfully to that man. Little Augustine, are you here to take revenge on me? Qingyan raised an eyebrow, seemingly not understanding why little Augustine would say such a thing. Little Augustine puffed out his chest, fists clenched. I wrongly accused your friend back then. So, Qingyan casually threw out 2 words. So I can apologize to him. Little Augustine was just young, not foolish. He could still assess the simple situation. Is your sorry really that valuable? Qingyan's tone was filled with sarcasm. Little Augustine was also extremely humiliated. He tried to lift his head and glared at Qingyan. Then what do you want? Then, unexpectedly, Qingyan lifted him with one hand and directly threw him onto the experimental table, and before he could react, he was restrained by his hands and feet. Everything was almost identical to the scene in Tianai, Shangjian's laboratory before. The only difference was that this time he was face down, with his butt up. With a soft click, little Augustine's neck was also restrained by metal. Little Augustine struggled with all his might, but he couldn't even twist his neck to see what was happening. In the face of the unknown, people are most fearful. Little Augustine did not know what Qingyan was going to do to him. He shouted angrily, but it was of no use. Qingyan did not respond, only rummaging through something in the laboratory. Augustine could hear the sound of things clashing. Finally, footsteps sounded again, getting closer. Augustine knew that Qingyan had returned to the experiment table. What would he do? Would he inject something into his body, like that previous person? Or would he directly use instruments to disassemble his body? Or perhaps destroy him with radiation? Augustine's mind was filled with many terrifying guesses, each corresponding to a chilling scene. Therefore, when the board hit his buttocks, his first reaction was not pain, but confusion. This is spanking? He had a companion named Zhang Yufan, who lived next door. Although they had different skin colors, they got along very well. He had seen it. Every time Zhang Yufan did something wrong or was naughty, his parents would punish him this way. Zhang Yufan, your uncle and aunt are going to spank you. He used to tease Zhang Yufan every time he got into trouble. If nothing unexpected happened, Zhang Yufan would probably not be able to sit on a stool the next day. However, Augustine's family did not have such habits. His parents were older when they had him, so they spoiled him greatly. Although their family was not well off, they would prioritize him with whatever they had. Even if he did something wrong, his parents would first look for issues with others and would not blame him. He had never come to school with a swollen but like Zhang Yufan. He thought that would be very embarrassing. But now, Qingyan was hitting hard, and the pain in his buttocks mixed with humiliation made Augustine cry out loud. I will sue you. You can't treat me like this. My parents have never treated me this way. Bad person. You are a bad person. I will kill you in the future. Augustine cried out, but Qingyan remained indifferent, delivering blow after blow. He watched the crying child with a calm expression, listening to his curses. After the last blow, Qingyan threw the object in his hand aside and lazily said, We'll talk about the future later. Right now, I am punishing you. It's precisely because your parents have never treated you this way that it falls on me to do so. But I am a child. You should reason with me. Augustine choked out, his voice a bit hoarse. Qingyan looked unconcerned. Some things can't be explained. Sometimes you have to be forced to remember. Augustine cried miserably, and Qingyan stood by, coldly watching. Just like now, Qingyan stood outside the laboratory, sunlight shining on him, giving him a golden edge. Do you still want to go in? Qingyan asked. Before Augustine could choose, the voice of Qiao suddenly spoke from behind. Things are different now than before. For over 20 years, we have never stopped experimenting. Now we have an existence that is close to a finished product. I believe the next time we'll definitely succeed. After Qiao finished speaking, Zhang Yufan appeared in Augustine's line of sight. Zhang Yufan, where have you been? Augustine asked anxiously. I was looking for you the whole time. Zhang Yufan stepped closer to Augustine, and at that moment, Augustine noticed that Zhang Yufan's eyes were blood red. No, this is impossible. You. Augustine stepped back, trying to distance himself from Zhang Yufan. But at that moment, a pair of huge wings extended from Zhang Yufan's back, resembling the wings of a butterfly, colorful and magnificent. Look, just a little more. Jiao's voice rang out again. He can not only adapt to this world, but can also soar in the sky. However, his body is still too fragile. He can only achieve this step. I believe that if it were you, you would be better than him, stronger than him. Jiao pulled Augustine's hand, urging him to touch the wings on Zhang Yufan's back. That real feeling made Augustine yearn. If he could be like Zhang Yufan, if he could surpass Zhang Yufan. Do you think he is still human? Qingyan outside suddenly spoke, looking Zhang Yufan up and down. The difference was that his expression was very sorrowful. Human? Humans should not be defined. Jiao took over the conversation, smiling as he asked back. Or should so-called ethics be more important than life? Surviving is enough. Everything else is nothing. Augustine gently stroked Zhang Yufan's wings. But there was no expression on Zhang Yufan's face, numb cold. Zhang Yufan. Augustine called softly, but there was still no response. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Gu Qingyan outside raised his gun, aiming directly at Zhang Yufan. Unfortunately, he missed with a single shot. Zhang Yufan flew away at a speed Augustine could not see. Just when Augustine thought Zhang Yufan would turn around and attack Gu Qingyan, he heard a muffled groan from TOLLS beside him. A blade-like arm pierced through his chest, which was Zhang Yufan's mutated upper limb. TOLLS stared blankly at his pierced body, his pupils slowly dilating, his gaze gradually fading. You turned me into this. Zhang Yufan growled, damn it. We all deserve to die. That gunshot awakened Zhang Yufan's reason and his hatred. Chapter 64. Brother and sister tell stories. Tian Yishan Jin died. Gu Qingyan disappeared, and Zhang Yufan gradually faded away under Augustine's gaze. A dazzling halo emerged around him, and Augustine felt a splitting headache. When he regained consciousness, he found himself alone in that cold, outdated laboratory. The laboratory door had been closed, and only a dim, incandescent light above illuminated Augustine. He hugged his knees, curled up on the floor, appearing especially helpless. The person who wanted to take him away was gone, the one who wanted to hold him back was gone, and the one he wanted to surpass was also gone. It seemed as if the entire world was left with just him, alone and confused. Su Lang stood behind a tree and watched for a long time. He saw Augustine babbling incoherently, saw him collapse and scream in rage, and also saw the villagers rushing over, trying to awaken Augustine, only to be shot by him. He knew that Augustine had completely lost himself in his fantasies. Augustine harbored too many secrets and obsessions in his heart. The dreamy grass was just a pretext. What truly consumed him was himself. Su Lang watched coldly as Augustine sat on the ground, hugging himself. Even the gun he'd been holding tightly was discarded beside him. On the other side of the gun lay a corpse, eyes wide open in death. Su Lang did not pity him, because Su Lang would not sympathize with a murderer. And everyone here was a murderer. Can we kill him now? Su Lang heard Shao Qi's voice in his ear. Su Lang turned to look, startled by the immense hatred in Shao Qi's eyes. Isn't he the father of your child? Even though Augustine had not explicitly stated it before, he could roughly guess that Shao Qi's relationship with Augustine was not simple. To his surprise, Shao Qi gave a tragic smile. The father of my child? I don't know who it is. Every man in this village could be a possibility. He just happens to have a slightly higher chance. But that doesn't mean it has to be him. Su Lang could hardly believe his ears. He clearly understood the meaning behind Shao Qi's words and got a glimpse of the kind of life Shao Qi had led before. Indeed, since the village chief could take turns, such things. I'm sorry, I previously thought you were a couple. Su Lang sincerely apologized. A couple? Shao Qi laughed as if she had heard something extremely ridiculous. Between couples, let alone whether there is love, there should be some emotional ties, right? Or at least a community of interest. Do you think this village could accommodate such things? Reproduction is a task. Shao Qi looked at Su Lang, unveiling the true face of this village, revealing its cannibalistic nature. Here, there is no supervision, no legal constraints, and soon morality and ethics will also collapse. To survive here, one must rely on fists and strength. Women are indeed scarce, but in their eyes, women are merely tools for creating population. Reproduction, as a task, is not important with whom it is completed. The most crucial thing is whether the final goal of increasing population and improving labor force can be achieved. Shao Qi looked at Augustine, not far away. The man who once seemed tall and strong now appeared like a defenseless child, recalling his oppression, his beatings, and various humiliations. Shao Qi tightened her grip on the dagger in her hand, rushing out, wanting to put an end to Augustine. Unexpectedly, Su Lang pulled her back first. Su Lang pointed at Shao Qi's pregnant belly and then at his protective suit. He is just in a poor mental state right now. Who knows if he might suddenly wake up and retaliate when faced with danger. We all have weaknesses. It is not worth sacrificing our lives for such a beast. He doesn't deserve it. Then should we let this opportunity pass? Shao Qi felt unwilling. This is the closest I've been to killing him. Su Lang knew that for Shao Qi, her hatred for Augustine made her willing to perish with this man. But that was too unwise. Don't worry, he will definitely die, Su Lang said with conviction, but he wouldn't let him die so easily. Then, Su Lang shared his plan with Xiao Qi. Since Augustine's mental state was poor, other villagers likely experienced similar symptoms to some extent. If that's the case, why should they put themselves at risk? Wouldn't it be better to watch a dog-eat-dog show? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qi's eyes lit up. In that case, I can implement my previous plan. Her original intention was to incite internal strife, but later the villagers separated, so she had to give up. From Su Lang's words, it seemed he intended to let them gather again. But there are only two of us. Xiao Qi was a bit worried about their efficiency. What about that sister you mentioned, who wears the same clothes as me? Su Lang had not rushed to ask before, because he believed that with Gao Bing's cleverness, nothing would go wrong. Since she chose to leave Xiao Qi and act alone, there must be something more important she needed to do. Xiao Qi furrowed her brow and hesitated to speak. That sister told me she would look for opportunities to take them out one by one. If she could kill one, she would. She also said she wanted to save people. Taking them out one by one clearly referred to the villagers. Saving people. Gao Bing must want to rescue herself and the Zhao brothers, Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan. All right, we will act separately. We must protect ourselves. Su Lang made up his mind and reminded Xiao Qi not to engage in direct conflict with those villagers. Just leave them here. Then, Su Lang pointed out two directions for Xiao Qi to go based on his memory, and went in another direction himself. What about that sister? Aren't we going to look for her? Clearly, although their time together was short, Xiao Qi had a good impression of Gao Bing, and she was very worried about her. She has a gun, sharp thinking, and is agile. Let's first get our own things done. If I'm not mistaken, we will encounter her soon, Su Lang said confidently. Meanwhile, Gao Bing was wearing a radiation-proof suit, holding a long gun, her eyes firm and courageous, confronting the monster in front of her. Faced with the alien creature, she showed no fear. Instead, she was filled with fighting spirit. The alien creature was towering, at least 2 stories high, appearing like a distorted and unreasonable existence. Its skin was deep green, covered in a slimy liquid that emitted a nauseating stench. Its eyes were red, revealing a cruel and cunning look. The shape of the monster's head was peculiar, with 2 long tentacles that constantly waved, as if probing the surrounding environment. Its mouth split all the way to its cheeks, filled with sharp teeth that sent chills down one's spine. Bang! As the monster's claws swiped down, Gao Bing quickly jumped aside and fired the first shot. Although Gao Bing was holding a long gun, her shooting skills were extremely precise. Every bullet accurately hit the monster's body, causing it immense pain. In the face of Gao Bing's fierce attack, the monster roared, its eyes flashing red. It lunged at Gao Bing, trying to shred her to pieces with its sharp claws. Gao Bing understood that this monster had extremely tenacious vitality, and only by hitting its vital points could it be eliminated. Thus, she aimed for the monster's eyes, steadied her stance, and fired again. Bang! With a scream, one of the monster's eyes was hit by Gao Bing's shot, and it covered its eye in pain, its body beginning to sway. Gao Bing seized the opportunity, quickly closed in on the monster, and accurately fired at its heart. Bang! With the final gunshot, the monster finally fell to the ground, never to make another sound. Gao Bing panted heavily, looking at the dead monster, and let out a gentle sigh of relief. Although this creature appeared particularly large, its movements were somewhat clumsy, which allowed her to take it down so easily. In a similar situation, if she had encountered the flying mutated insects she saw yesterday in large numbers, she probably wouldn't have had any hope of escaping. Found you. Suddenly, a sinister voice came from behind. Gao Bing felt something sharp pressed against her lower back. Be careful, my knife doesn't have eyes. If it tears your clothes, your life might not be safe either, the person behind her warned. Gao Bing turned her head stiffly and saw 2 villagers standing behind her, weapons in hand. Their faces were filled with greed and malice, clearly having taken advantage of her unpreparedness to launch a sneak attack. Gao Bing knew that unless absolutely necessary, they wouldn't kill her, as her body still held significant value for them. Ah Yuan, that monster seems to have moved, another villager shouted, his voice trembling, pointing at the monster Gao Bing had just killed. Gao Bing turned around sharply, only to find the monster still lying on the ground, showing no signs of revival. Radiation mutated it. That was science. Radiation bringing it back to life was pure fantasy. Gao Bing was certain it wouldn't wake up again. It really seems to have moved. The person pressing the knife against Gao Bing's lower back also wavered, but still seemed unsure. Seeing their expressions, Gao Bing immediately understood that the mealy grass was taking effect. She smirked. Since that was the case, she definitely had to give them a little extra. Run. Run fast. I'll go back with you. Let us go back to the village. Help. Help. Gao Bing turned around in a panic and fled. As she had anticipated, the man did not make a move, but instead ran after her. A mist had risen around them at an unknown time, and the two villagers fled in a panic. Their footsteps were chaotic, as if they had lost their sense of direction. Behind them, the sound of hurried footsteps followed closely. Those were Gao Bing's footsteps, accompanied by continuous screams. Over there. Don't run that way. There's a monster. A flying monster. Duck down. Gao Bing calmly observed everything, a cold smile on her lips, as if she were toying with monkeys. The two villagers' steps grew heavier, as if bound by invisible shackles. Their eyes began to glaze over, and everything around them became distorted and blurry. Look over there. Gao Bing deliberately shouted, pointing in a direction. The two villagers instinctively turned to look, but saw only emptiness. They froze, confusedly turned back, only to find that Gao Bing, who had been following them, had disappeared. Gao Bing hid behind a tree, silently counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When she reached the count of 10, Gao Bing extended the gun barrel. Bang! A fatal shot, and then, while the other person was dazed, Gao Bing quickly climbed the tree. Dead, dead. Ayuan. Ayuan. That woman. It must have been that woman who fired the gun. The remaining villager's mind was drifting between daze and alertness, nervously scanning the surroundings. Unfortunately, he only had two eyes. If he focused on one side, he couldn't keep an eye on the other. He kept turning in circles, fearing that the next gunshot would mean his own death. Come out. You come out. I'm not afraid of you. I'll kill you. The villager shouted, trying to bolster his courage in this way. Gao Bing looked at him like he was a clown and slowly raised her hand. However, just as Gao Bing was about to pull the trigger, Su Lang suddenly appeared in her line of sight. What are you doing here? Su Lang walked step by step towards the villager. The village chief asked me to notify you all to gather. The village chief, right? I have to tell the village chief I found that woman. I found we caught her. The villager babbled on, repeating himself. Woman? What woman? Su Lang laughed, pretending to search around anxiously, then looked at the villager with a confused expression. There's no woman here. And you just said you all, there's only you here. You must be referring to this monster, right? Su Lang pointed to the corpse of Yuan. Monster? Monster. The villager immediately jumped away from Yuan's corpse. Looking at it with terrified eyes, isn't that Yuan? How is that possible? Yuan has long gone to gather with the village chief. Su Lang patted the villager's shoulder with a smile. Good job. You took care of this monster all by yourself. Come on, let us drag the body back. We can have extra rations tonight. At this moment, the villager was completely dazed. Looking at Su Lang's friendly smile, he was bewildered. Did I kill it? Otherwise? Su Lang shrugged. Don't worry, I want to take credit for your work. Why get back? I'll make sure to tell the village chief that you did a great job. I'll make sure you get more meat. Su Lang friendly patted the villager on the back and then signaled him to drag the body. The two of them each grabbed one of Yuan's legs and set off towards the northeast. At the moment they turned, Su Lang made a gesture from behind. He knew Gao Bing was watching. Chapter 65 Butterfly Surong and Gao Bing followed the villager to meet Augustine in a mix of light and shadow. Along the way, Surong did his best to flatter the villager, constantly praising his valiant stance while hunting monsters. The villager, already in a daze, felt a bit pleased after Shurang's compliments. Speaking of which, I'm new here and not quite familiar with the rules, Surong said somewhat shyly. I wonder if there are any rewards for hunting monsters around here? Yes, of course, the villager replied excitedly. According to the rules, the position of village chief changes every 15 days, but if you hunt a monster, you can extend it by another 15 days. So it can last for a month. During that month, you could do whatever you want. Haha. The villager grinned foolishly, clearly imagining something wonderful. Surong was a bit confused, but if you keep sending people to hunt while in office, wouldn't you be able to stay in that position indefinitely? How can that be fair? The villager waved his hand. No, it has to be done by yourself. Whoever hunts, it gets the credit. But as the village chief, you do have the right to distribute the rewards. However, you also have to consider human feelings. If you take everything from someone else who hunted and they become chief longer than you did, they'll surely seek revenge, and it could last a long time. So, everyone knows their limits, and generally, the best meat goes to the hunter. Perhaps because Surong had flattered him so well. The villager opened up and patiently explained. Yesterday was an accident. You all came back too late and missed dinner. Plus, it was Augustine's turn to be village chief. So he was both the hunter and had the right to distribute rewards. He'll be the chief for at least a month. And since he treated everyone to meat on his first day, everyone likes him. He'll have a good time this month. Surong could tell that the villager was envious of Augustine. He smiled and said, "It's okay. You can also be village chief for a month. If we find opportunities to hunt a few more, you could be chief for 2 or even 3 months. Trust me, the longer you sit in that position, the more solid your power becomes. If everyone gets used to your presence and accustomed to being ruled by you, who knows, you might be able to stay chief indefinitely." Shu Rang's words seemed to have a magical effect. The villager stood there for a few seconds, his smile rising and then falling. He tentatively sighed, "But I'm all alone. Everyone wants to be chief for a longer time, but hunting is too risky. If you find someone to cooperate, not to mention splitting the credit, just facing the risks, not many people would agree." Perhaps due to his fuzzy awareness, the villager's words were somewhat convoluted, but Surong understood he was emphasizing risk, cooperation, and credit distribution. Seizing the opportunity, Surong immediately pledged his loyalty. "I'm willing to help you. Not just me, but also the people behind me. We're all willing to help you." The villager hesitated a bit. To be honest, there were people who thought about doing this before. They had 3 people in a group, but in the end, it ended badly with some dead and others injured. The villager seemed to recall some unpleasant scenes and gradually began to retreat. But Surong laughed lightly. "The nature of this matter is indeed different. We're not like them, right? What's different?" The villager was puzzled. "Our situation, brother, we don't even count as villagers here. We don't have the opportunity to run for village chief. Even if we really hunted something, we wouldn't get the credit because we don't have that qualification." Surong changed his tone, speaking frankly. "So, there's no issue of profit distribution between us, and, consequently, no conflict of interest. You don't have to worry about us harboring ulterior motives. We are willing to follow you, seeking nothing more than to make a living here, not to be bullied and to live out the rest of our lives peacefully. We are destined to stay here, but in daily life. How could there be no conflicts at all? If we have your protection when issues arise, we can live a bit easier." Shu Rang's meaning was very clear, and he spoke without reservation. The villager was momentarily taken aback, realizing that indeed, this was a rare opportunity. "Are you sure you want to follow me?" The villager confirmed again. Surong nodded firmly. "Of course. Not only I will follow you, but my 2 brothers will too. They are both young and strong." Not far away, Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan sneezed in unison. They didn't know that their captain had completed an oral transaction and sold them out. Buy 2, get 1 free. And the free one was the captain. After reaching an agreement with the villager, Surong quickly picked up the pace. "Let's go find the village chief and hand over the spoils to him. It will be good to have another witness who knows this was down by you," Surong urged. Then suddenly stopped. "The village chief wouldn't be greedy for your spoils, right?" "Of course not. There are rules." The villager answered without hesitation, but just as he finished speaking, he hesitated for a moment. "He shouldn't be. It's just 1. He has 1 too. It shouldn't be that petty." Surong continued the villager's line of thought. "Yes. There's only 1 prey, so it shouldn't be a problem. We should be more cautious later." The villager nodded in agreement. "Right." The 2 continued on, getting closer to Augustine. But Surong suddenly dropped to the ground. "Get down. There is something." The villager, unsure of what was happening, instinctively followed Shu Rang's actions. He tilted his head slightly and whispered, "What's wrong?" Actually, through the protective suit, Surong couldn't hear what he said, but Surong could read the villager's lips to understand the question. Surong exaggeratedly mouthed back without making a sound. "There is something ahead." The villager clearly understood Shu Rang's lip movements and immediately became alert, gripping his long knife tightly. Gao Bing, following behind, witnessed this scene and couldn't help but admire Shu Rang's acting. Clearly, there was nothing ahead, yet Surong had created an atmosphere of impending danger. In fact, Surong did this as a setup because they were about to meet Augustine, and he planned to present Augustine with a great gift. After about a minute, Surong got up, pretending to be still shaken. All right, that thing has passed. The villager also let out a sigh of relief. Okay, let us hurry to meet up. Surong nodded, quickening his pace, even breaking into a jog. Due to dragging the corpse, Surong sped up, and the villager had to keep up, both of them jogging until they reached Augustine, panting heavily. Village chief, I hunted something. The villager pushed Yuan's corpse in front of Augustine, proudly declaring, You have to give me credit for this. Augustine looked in shock at the corpse on the ground, then raised his head to glare at the villager, his eyes filled with surging rage. He is prey? Open your dog eyes and see clearly. Is he prey? Augustine was furious and immediately raised the axe in his hand. Run! Surong had already sprinted to hide nearby, calling out excitedly to the villager. The villager was stunned by Augustine's anger, and when he saw the raised axe, his face turned pale. He thought catching this creature would earn him the village chief's praise, but he never expected it would provoke such fury. Fear made him instinctively want to flee, but his legs felt as if they were nailed to the ground, unable to move. Could it be that the village chief really has begun to exclude me, as Su Lang said, wanting to take the credit for himself? You. The villager trembled, unable to utter a complete sentence. Bang! Augustine's axe struck heavily on the ground beside the villager's feet, startling him. This is a Yuan, Augustine shouted angrily. He is one of us, not prey. How could you treat him as prey to hunt? Do you have no humanity left? Hearing this, Su Lang only found it laughable. Humanity? The most inhumane person is actually talking about humanity? A Yuan? Isn't a Yuan right beside you? The villager was also enraged by Augustine. You came up with such a clumsy excuse just to take credit for my achievements? By the way, where's a Yuan? Where have you hidden him? Or have you arranged for him to do something dangerous again? The villager frantically searched around, but did not look at the corpse on the ground. Augustine was also confused by this scene. He felt he was hallucinating, that what he had just seen, whether it was Tianyi Mountain or Qingyan, should not have appeared. He knew something was off. He realized he could no longer trust his feelings. Could it be that this corpse is really not a Yuan? Is it really just prey? Did a Yuan come to find him? The villagers over there were still shouting and searching for someone, and Augustine knew this could not go on. Otherwise, it would attract the monster. He rushed over to stop the villagers, but just as he was about to grab one of them, he saw a stone hit the back of their head. You! The villager covered the bleeding spot, turned around, and glared at Augustine in anger. Are you going to attack me? The villager tightened his grip on the long knife, clearly filled with murderous intent. The first to strike was not him. He just didn't want to be killed by this hypocritical village chief. Augustine saw the villager's eyes turn cold and fierce. He knew the situation was beyond saving. The villager had already decided he was going to attack, and he had to silence the villagers shouting for his own safety. Hypocritical. The villager launched the first attack, swinging his long knife at Augustine. Augustine sidestepped and swung his axe towards the villager. The villager nimbly leaped up, dodging the axe's attack. The two engaged in a fierce battle in the village's open space. The villager's long knife danced like a storm, trying to find a flaw in Augustine's defense, while Augustine used the weight and power of his axe to launch relentless attacks. Clang! The villager's long knife collided with Augustine's axe, producing a piercing metallic sound, and both were forced back a few steps by each other's strength. You really want to kill me? The villager shouted angrily, charging at Augustine again with his knife. I'm just trying to protect you. Augustine shouted loudly, swinging his axe to meet him. Their weapons clashed again, but this time Augustine seized the opportunity and forcefully swung, knocking the villager's long knife away. The villager was momentarily stunned, and Augustine grabbed him by the collar. Listen, Augustine shouted. This is not the time for infighting. We must unite. Do you understand? The villager was intimidated by Augustine's presence, and for a moment forgot to resist. He stared blankly at Augustine, seemingly contemplating his words. Something is not right. We're hallucinating. It must be intentional. Augustine shouted loudly, trying to awaken the villager's reason. At that moment, the sound of wings flapping came from not far away. Both of them were stunned, then turned to look in the direction of the sound. It was a brilliantly colored butterfly, but its size was 100 times larger than that of a normal butterfly. It was as big as an adult human. The villager was intimidated by Augustine's presence and for a moment forgot to resist. He stared blankly at Augustine, seemingly contemplating his words. Something is not right. We're hallucinating. It must be intentional. Augustine shouted loudly, trying to awaken the villager's reason. At that moment, the sound of wings flapping came from not far away. Both of them were stunned, then turned to look in the direction of the sound. It was a brilliantly colored butterfly, but its size was 100 times larger than that of a normal butterfly. The wings of the butterfly resembled two magnificent palettes, covered in various vibrant colors: red as fire, blue as the deep sea, yellow as pure gold, and green as emerald. These colors shimmered under the sunlight, as if dyeing the entire sky with its hues. Its enormous size, with wings spread wide enough to cover an adult, made it both beautiful and eerie. The butterfly gently flapped its wings, gracefully flying through the air. However, beneath its beautiful exterior lay a deadly danger. Suddenly, it dove down, its long proboscis like a sharp straw, swiftly piercing towards Augustine's neck. "Be careful," the villager shouted, swinging his knife at the butterfly. However, the butterfly elegantly flapped its wings and turned, skillfully dodging the villager's attack. Its proboscis traced a strange arc in the air, curling, then extending, once again lunging towards Augustine. Chapter 66 Counterattack. Augustine was not one to show weakness. He fired back, and after missing twice, his third shot accurately hit the butterfly's mouthpart. The butterfly's mouthpart was broken off. It flapped its wings, retreating a few meters, while Augustine seized the opportunity to jump behind it. This creature is difficult to deal with. Augustine gasped. Though he was powerful, he felt somewhat helpless in the face of such a nimble and flying enemy. The villager nodded, his long knife swinging in the air with precision. Yet he was unable to touch even a single wing of the butterfly. The two attacked the butterfly from left and right, trying to find a flaw. However, the butterfly seemed to dance in the air, easily evading every attack. As time passed, both Augustine and the villager began to feel exhausted. The villager's movements became sluggish, and Augustine started counting the bullets in his gun, while the butterfly's attacks grew fiercer. It seemed in no hurry to kill them. Instead, it was toying with them. Whenever they thought they could hit the butterfly, it always managed to dodge at the last moment. "This is not a solution," Augustine shouted. "We must find a way to subdue it." However, just as they were speaking, the butterfly suddenly launched a fierce attack. Its remaining mouthpart shot towards Augustine's chest like a bolt of lightning. Augustine had no time to evade and was deeply pierced. Instantly, he felt a wave of excruciating pain spread through his body, as if all his strength had been drained. His long gun slipped from his grasp. Augustine screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. The butterfly flapped its wings triumphantly, hastening to absorb Augustine's blood. Yet, at that moment, the villager suddenly rushed forward, throwing his long knife, which glinted coldly in the sunlight, striking the butterfly with lightning speed. Thud! The long knife accurately sliced through the butterfly's wing, splitting it in half. The butterfly struggled in the air a few times before crashing heavily to the ground. Its wings still fluttered slightly, but it had lost its previous vitality. The villager panted as he looked at the butterfly on the ground, feeling a wave of fear. He had been prepared to perish alongside the butterfly, but unexpectedly managed to kill it at the last moment. He turned to look at Augustine, who was lying on the ground, moaning in pain. He hurried over to help Augustine up, asking with concern, "Are you all right?" Augustine spoke with difficulty. "I feel weak all over, dizzy. Back to the village for a blood transfusion." Although he had been pierced in the chest by the butterfly, it hadn't hit a vital point. If it weren't for his much stronger physique than an ordinary person's, he might not have lasted this long. However, he was indeed very weak now, and only returning to the village for a blood transfusion and rest could offer him a glimmer of hope. But at that moment, the villager slowly stood up, first picking up Augustine's long gun, then retrieving his own long knife from the butterfly's corpse. "Are you going to betray me?" Augustine asked weakly. The villager said nothing, looking coldly at the man lying on the ground. At that moment, Su Lang appeared, holding a dagger, and walked step by step to the villager's side. "Where did you hide just now?" The villager asked, somewhat dissatisfied. "When that butterfly monster appeared, I only had this short dagger in hand. If I didn't hide far away, I would have been the first to die," Su Lang replied, showing the dagger to the villager, and then glanced at the butterfly monster's corpse, continuing, "You killed the second monster, and I am the witness." The villager frowned at the dagger in Su Lang's hand. Even though he now had two weapons, after what had just happened, he clearly harbored doubts about Su Lang. Su Lang shook the dagger in his hand, speaking lightly. "This thing is difficult to kill flying monsters, but killing people should be quite easy." "What do you mean?" The villager raised an eyebrow at Su Lang. Su Lang walked step by step towards Augustine, casually replying, "What I mean is, I will take care of him. You can't do it, so I'll do it for you, and in the future, I'll leave you with some leverage." Killing the village chief is a serious crime, the kind that gets you served on a platter, the villager implied. Su Lang stood beside Augustine, looking down at the once mighty man, speaking leisurely. "Oh, that's perfect. When I stab down, you'll see my true heart more clearly. What are you going to do?" At that moment, Augustine finally felt fear. He reached out to touch Su Lang's foot, trying to plead for mercy in a show of weakness. Su Lang had helped him before, forgiven him, Augustine thought, and his tone turned flattering. "Mr. Su, give me one more chance. Really the last time. I promise. Mr. Gu worked so hard to help me survive. If it were him standing here, he would definitely give me another chance." Hearing the earlier part, Su Lang found it uninteresting, but when Augustine mentioned Gu Qingyan, he suddenly laughed. "Trust me, I understand Gu Qingyan better than you do. If it were him standing here, you would only die more miserably." Su Lang was not swayed. He knew clearly that a person like Augustine could never truly repent. "I beg you, don't kill me." Augustine's voice trembled, revealing deep fear. He tried to struggle backward, but his weak body could no longer support his movements. "I just want to live a little better. Is that a crime?" Su Lang did not answer Augustine's question, but slowly squatted down to meet Augustine's gaze. He raised the dagger in his hand and coldly said, "Augustine, I gave you a chance, and so did Gu Qingyan, but you still remain obstinate, repaying kindness with enmity. So, this is what you brought upon yourself." After saying that, he suddenly stabbed towards Augustine's chest. Augustine's eyes widened in horror and despair as he watched Su Lang. As the dagger pierced inch by inch, Augustine's expression gradually became hollow and powerless. The anger of betrayal, the undignified pleas, the fear of death, and the final despair. Augustine ended this life in unwillingness. Su Lang pulled out the dagger, watching Augustine's body completely weaken and fall back, his pupils gradually dilating. He felt no pity or sympathy because this was Augustine's own choice. Su Lang turned to the villager, speaking firmly. "Now, this village needs a new leader. I am willing to serve you and become your capable assistant." On a hot afternoon, the sun mercilessly scorched the earth like a furnace. Zhao Kuan and Aiden walked through the forest, sweat soaking their clothes, but they paid no attention to it, focused solely on finding the pregnant Xiaoqi. Zhao Kuan walked in front, tightly gripping a dagger, always on guard. Aiden followed behind him, carrying an old hunting rifle, his face full of impatience. They had been searching for a long time, but had not even seen a shadow of Xiaoqi. "Damn it, where the hell did that stinky woman run off to?" Aiden shouted angrily, jabbing his rifle at Zhao Kuan, wanting to vent his frustration. Zhao Kuan frowned, but did not turn back. He had come to understand Aiden's temper somewhat along the way and knew it was best not to provoke him at this moment. However, Aiden did not relent due to Zhao Kuan's silence. Instead, he became even more provocative. "You useless fool." Aiden suddenly charged forward, kicking Zhao Kuan. "It's all your fault for holding us back. That's why we can't find that stinky woman. What do you say we should do now?" Zhao Kuan stopped, slowly turning around to face Aiden's provocation. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, but he did not speak, only silently tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand. He knew Aiden was being arrogant because he had a gun, but he had no intention of backing down. "Don't go too far," Zhao Kuan said in a deep voice. "We're all looking for someone, and no one is holding anyone back." "Too much. Haha, I'm just being too much. What are you going to do about it?" Aiden laughed arrogantly, shaking the hunting rifle in his hand. "I have a gun. I could take you out any time." Zhao Kuan was furious, but considering the gun in Aiden's hand, he ultimately held back his anger. Seeing this, Aiden became even more arrogant, shaking his rifle. "What's wrong? Are you scared? You can still kneel and apologize to me now." Watching the other party arrogantly point the gun upwards, Zhao Kun suddenly moved. His actions were as quick as lightning, and he charged straight in front of Aiden in an instant. Aiden didn't have time to react before Zhao Kun grabbed his elbow. Then, the dagger in Zhao Kun's hand flashed with cold light and accurately stabbed into Aiden's wrist. Aiden let out a scream, and the rifle in his hand fell to the ground. With his tendons severed, Aiden was in so much pain he almost fainted, but he was a man who had fought before and quickly regained his senses. He struggled to break free from Zhao Kun's grasp, but Zhao Kun was a step ahead, blocking his escape route and kicking the fallen gun away. What do you want to do?" Aiden looked at Zhao Kun in terror, completely devoid of his earlier arrogance. "I don't want to do anything," Zhao Kun said coldly. "I just want you to know that a gun is not your capital for arrogance. It's not the weapon that decides life and death, but the person wielding it." With that, the dagger in Zhao Kun's hand flashed with cold light and accurately pierced Aiden's throat. Aiden's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe what was happening before him. He opened his mouth to scream, but could only make a weak, gurgling sound. Blood gushed from his throat, staining his clothes red. Zhao Kun let go of his hand, allowing Aiden's body to fall limply to the ground. He looked coldly at Aiden's corpse, feeling no pity or sympathy. The death of such a person was self-inflicted. He had no one to blame but himself. Zhao Kun picked up the hunting rifle from the ground and checked the ammunition. At that moment, the communicator connected, and Zhao Kun heard Gao Bing's voice. "Well done. I thought I would have to step in, but I didn't expect you to be so efficient." Gao Bing walked out from behind a tree, approaching Zhao Kun step by step. Zhao Kun directly ignored Gao Bing's praise and asked anxiously, "Have you seen my brother?" "No, but we can look for him together," Gao Bing said, looking at Zhao Kun. "With the two of us and full ammunition, our chances are high." Then, Gao Bing explained the situation on Su Lang's side to Zhao Kun. Only then did Zhao Kun realize he had misunderstood Su Lang from the beginning. When he heard Gao Bing say that Su Lang personally killed Augustine, Zhao Kun couldn't help but exclaim that troublemaker finally met his end at the captain's hands. Gao Bing nodded. "You don't need to worry about the captain for now. Let's go find your brother." Zhao Kun naturally agreed. Of the 5 villagers who had come out with them, 3 had already been dealt with, leaving only 2, one of whom was right next to his brother. However, they didn't expect that the situation on Zhao Qian's side was the most complicated. Deep in the dense woods, sunlight filtered through the sparse branches, casting mottled shadows. Xiao Qi walked along the forest path, her eyes revealing a hint of helplessness and fear. She had originally planned to follow Su Lang's plan, to find someone and lead them to Augustine, letting them kill each other. But unexpectedly, she encountered a monster halfway and barely escaped. Suddenly, a figure sprang out from the bushes beside her, blocking Xiao Qi's path. She looked up and was instantly terrified. It was Alva, the very person she was looking for, accompanied by a man in a protective suit. Alva had a sinister smile as he stared at Xiao Qi's belly. "Finally caught you. You're pregnant. It's very dangerous to be alone in this forest," Alva said mockingly, stepping closer to Xiao Qi. "Is there anywhere more dangerous than that village?" Xiao Qi sneered, pointing the dagger at her own belly. She knew that against a gun-wielding Alva, she had no chance of winning. But she also understood what these people cared about the most. No mother would be willing to kill her own child, Alva said matter-of-factly. "Haven't women who have given birth helped you before? The odds are that you're having a girl. Would you be willing to kill your unborn daughter?" "I can't bear to kill her. She's my daughter, and she must be so cute," Xiao Qi replied with a sad smile, looking at her belly. However, just a moment later, she shifted her tone, her eyes fierce. "But I can't bear to let her experience the disgusting things I've gone through. So, do you think I will act?" Chapter 67. Holder Alva did not expect Xiao Qi to be so resolute. He was stunned for a moment before showing a kind smile. "Don't be so impulsive. Many things can be discussed, right? What do you want to discuss?" Xiao Qi sneered, showing little trust in Alva. "You want to escape now because you're dissatisfied with the village rules and life, but what if these things could change?" Alva spoke in a negotiating tone. "Change?" Xiao Qi's face was filled with mockery. "The village rules haven't just come about in the last 2 years. Moreover, The current village chief is Augustine. Do you really think I'm stupid? Can't you tell that this is just a deliberate attempt to deceive me? Alva quickly waved his hands. No, you misunderstood. In the past, the village rules could never be broken or changed. But you also know how important the child in your womb is. The village hasn't had a girl born in 3 years. Every time, everyone eagerly waits for a new girl to be born, but each time the result is either difficult labor or early death. If you can safely give birth to a healthy girl, I believe the chief will certainly agree to your request, grant you a complete break, or even allow you to have the same treatment as us. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi immediately laughed. The same treatment as you? You mean I also have a chance to be a person, right? The village rules state that everyone has the right to become the village chief, but in all these years, no woman has ever become a chief. The implication is clear. Women do not fall within the category of people in the village rules. Now, Alva proposing such conditions was clearly a form of charity, and it was charity with reciprocal benefits. The so-called complete break would merely mean her daughter would bear the inhuman torment in her place. Xiaoqi looked down at her high, bulging abdomen. Although the child had not yet been born, she could already feel the vitality of the other party. She loved this child, and it was precisely because of this love that she had at that moment truly considered ending this life. If the world she lived in was filled with happiness and joy, she would be eager to welcome a new life. But if it was filled with pain and suffering, then she would rather have never given birth to this child. Because of love, there is responsibility. Because of love, there is caution. Xiaoqi looked up at Alva, her expression sorrowful. You have a gun in your hand, and I don't even have the qualification to fight you to the death. Now that you have caught me, I admit I'm unlucky. I'd already thought about this day when I escaped. Alva shrugged and pointed at the gun in his hand. I don't intend to shoot you. Just come back with me. I won't go back with you, Xiaoqi said firmly, with no room for negotiation. Then, Xiaoqi turned to Zhao Qian. Your friend, she is the best sister I have ever met. I still owe her a thank you, but I no longer have the opportunity to say it. If you can meet her again, remember to bring those 2 words to her. Zhao Qian understood that the person Xiaoqi was referring to was Gao Bing and guessed that the 2 must have met. However, it was clear that Xiaoqi had already made up her mind to die, just as she was about to swing the dagger in her hand towards her chest. Both Zhao Qian and Alva stepped forward. Alva reached out to try to stop Xiaoqi, but Zhao Qian kicked Alva's wrist, smoothly following up with a spinning kick that knocked Alva to the ground and seized the gun in the process. By the time Alva realized what was happening and staggered to his feet, Zhao Qian had already pressed the dark muzzle of the gun against Alva's head. The situation had instantly reversed. Alva looked shocked, staring blankly at Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian, however, did not even look at him and directly spoke to Xiaoqi. Why do you have to think this way? Damn it, there are other options. Xiaoqi lowered the dagger in her hand, coldly staring at Alva. Yes, you are right. Damn it, it is him. It is the people from this village. Actually, Alva just began to speak when Zhao Qian pulled the trigger. Without any hesitation, he didn't even want to hear what Alva would say next. Villains die from talking too much. Although I'm not a villain, I still need to be cautious. Zhao Qian showed a sincere smile to Xiaoqi, deliberately trying to cheer her up. He knew that after the earlier commotion, Xiaoqi's emotions must still be very unstable. Although he didn't understand medical principles, he knew that pregnant women were special, even in an underground shelter, so he hoped to quickly take Xiaoqi out of that tense negative emotion. Thank you. Xiaoqi looked at Zhao Qian, and unknowingly, tears streamed down her face. She was not sad for herself, but for the child in her womb. Just at that moment, she indeed thought about leaving with this child. After nearly 7 months of pregnancy, she had felt the child growing inside her. As a mother, she loved the child more than she loved herself. Zhao Qian saved not only her, but also the child in her womb, and even the child's future. Actually, no need to thank me, Zhao Qian scratched his head, unsure of what to say, as every phrase that popped into his mind seemed to praise himself, which would come off as too immodest. I'm sorry, I know this is presumptuous, but Xiaoqi still wants to ask you, can you take me away? Xiaoqi completely did not notice Zhao Qian's little dilemma and reached out to grab Zhao Qian's sleeve, pleading. Zhao Qian had never thought that Xiaoqi would actively make such a request. He instinctively wanted to nod in agreement, But in the end, his rationality held him back. I can ask the captain for you. He can decide. Looking at Shao Qi's red-rimmed eyes, Zhao Qian couldn't help but add, I also want to take you away. So, I will speak well to the captain. Zhao Qian assured confidently, his eyes filled with pity for Shao Qi. Cough, cough. A fake cough came from behind the tree as Zhao Kuan and Gao Bing appeared. Bro, did I interrupt you? Zhao Kuan's gaze shifted back and forth between Zhao Qian and Shao Qi. Zhao Qian helplessly looked at his brother. If I say you interrupted, will you leave? Then I'll go. Zhao Kuan raised his thumb, pointing in another direction. While walking, he teased Zhao Qian I left. I'm really leaving? Come back. Zhao Qian said irritably. Zhao Kuan quickly returned to his position, looking at his brother with mischief. The two were twins, grew up together, and trained together. Over the years, they could be said to be in sync, so how could he not see his brother's feelings for the woman in front of him, whether it was compassion or heartache? Zhao Kuan could feel that his brother was in love. Zhao Kuan turned to Shao Qi, who was looking at her abdomen, and sighed deeply. What a pity. It's unrequited love. Huh? What? Shao Qi looked up in confusion. She vaguely heard something, but perhaps due to the protective suit, she didn't hear it clearly. But Zhao Qian heard it loud and clear because of the communication device. He slapped Zhao Kuan on the back. What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and find the captain. All right, I know. I still have to take Miss Shao Qi with me, right? Zhao Kuan acted very cheeky, not forgetting to tease his brother before setting off. Zhao Qian was too lazy to argue with Zhao Kuan and instead turned to Gao Bing. Shao Qi is pregnant. Can you all take care of her a bit more? Thank you very much, What? Gao Bing still wore that expressionless look, slightly tilting her head, waiting for Zhao Qian to continue. I can share some contribution points with you later. Zhao Qian expressed his utmost sincerity immediately. My contribution points are not much. If you think it's too little, I can write a note and give it to you as soon as I hear more later. Even Gao Bing at this moment was moved by Zhao Qian's sincere demeanor. Throughout their journey, Gao Bing had naturally observed the characters of the two brothers, seeing them as two immature children following Su Lang, the acting principal of the kindergarten. After just one day, looking at them again, Gao Bing felt they had grown significantly. At this moment, Gao Bing truly believed that sometimes a person's growth can happen in an instant. After experiencing life and death, betrayal, and emotional stirrings, they were all undergoing transformation. Sister, thank you. Shao Qi walked to Gao Bing's side and said sincerely. Facing Shao Qi, Gao Bing's expression unconsciously softened. Shao Qi indeed had such a magical quality. She was pure and untainted, a perfect description of her. Well, I can do many things, Shao Qi said to the other three. If there's anything I can do, you must tell me. I may seem like a burden now that I'm pregnant, but I will do everything I can. Once the child is born, I can do a lot of work, washing clothes, cooking, growing food, I can do it all. I can even participate in hunting. I'm not afraid of getting hurt or dying. Before Shao Qi could finish, Gao Bing gently pulled her into an embrace. I know you can do a lot of things. I also know you are amazing. Gao Bing's tone was unusually gentle. At least this tender side of Gao Bing had never been seen by Su Lang, Zhao Qian, or Zhao Kuan. Shao Qi looked anxious, as if she wanted to say something more. Be good, don't be afraid. Gao Bing gently patted Shao Qi's shoulder. You are very important. Really very important, so I believe the captain will choose to take you with us. Upon hearing these words, Shao Qi finally relaxed, leaning into Gao Bing's embrace and sobbing. Everyone has to prove their worth. I'm really scared. I'm afraid I can't do anything like this. Afraid you all think I'm a burden. Afraid you won't take me with you. Afraid of being sent back to that village. Afraid I can't give this child a future. Shao Qi expressed all the grievances in her heart, as if years of repression were finally released and understood at that moment. Yes, it was understanding. Gao Bing understood all of this girl's emotions and actions, understood her fragility and helplessness, understood her bravado and confusion. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan exchanged glances but said nothing. Although they were not particularly emotionally intelligent, they understood that in such situations, silence was the best form of companionship. They were not girls and could not truly empathize with Shao Qi, but they knew how to show respect. Until Shao Qi's emotions stabilized, the group set out to meet Su Lang. I'll go fetch some water. Su Lang looked at the anxious villagers and shook the empty wooden tube in his hand. It belonged to the villagers, and since he had recognized them as their leader, he naturally had to show some performance. However, in this wild and desolate place, there was only so much he could do. If he were to kill a monster to prove himself, Su Lang would certainly be unwilling. The villagers might not discern between truth and falsehood, but he certainly could. Unexpectedly, when the villagers heard that Su Lang was leaving them, they immediately stood up and blocked his path. "You can't leave here. You have to stay with me," the villager ordered. Su Lang glanced at the gun in the villager's hand, immediately set down the wooden tube, and complied. All right. Augustine's corpse was not far away, and he understood that although he was the one who had taken action, the villagers must have felt a strong sense of guilt and fear. However, in that situation, the desire for power and benefit overshadowed that guilt and fear. "Are we going to find them?" Su Lang asked. The villager looked hesitant, clearly unsure of what choice to make. Su Lang understood and quickly continued persuading. "Augustine is here, whether they find the others or not. They will ultimately meet up with Augustine, so I think instead of looking for them, we might as well wait here. If the people who come are willing to submit, we can use them. If not, we could take the initiative. Do we have to kill?" The villager hesitated. There weren't many people in this village to begin with. "Those who don't obey aren't considered people," Su Lang said with a smile, his words full of temptation. "Would you, as the village chief, want to live in constant fear, worried about being ambushed and retaliated against?" Every word Su Lang spoke seemed to stand on the villagers' side, alleviating their worries. If Augustine's corpse weren't there, Su Lang might not have been able to persuade the villagers. But now there was no turning back. Ultimately, the villager nodded, "Okay." After receiving a positive response, Su Lang gradually walked towards Augustine's corpse, manipulating it to make it look as if he were sitting next to a big tree. "What are you doing?" the villager asked, trembling with fear, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Su Lang did not deliberately close Augustine's eyes. At that moment, Augustine's corpse sat there wide-eyed, staring blankly at the villagers not far away. "What? Do you think he is looking at you?" Su Lang pretended not to understand and asked with concern. Chapter 68. Life and Death Decision. "He is dead," a villager suddenly shouted, scrambling behind another tree to avoid Augustine's gaze. Su Lang poked Augustine's corpse with a finger, smiling as he said, "Yeah, he couldn't be more dead. Can't we hide his body?" The hallucinations intensified the villager's fear, and at this moment, he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. "Of course not." Su Lang shrugged with a smile and asked, "If we hide his body, how will others know he's here? How will they find him?" Su Lang, in a good mood, rested a hand on Augustine's shoulder and sat beside him, looking at the villager. Even without attacking, the villager was still filled with fear towards him. For a moment, he couldn't even distinguish between Su Lang and Augustine. "No, separate. You two separate. He is dead. He is already dead. I don't want to be around a dead person. I don't want him looking at me. Don't look at me. Don't anyone look at me." In the forest, the villagers' frantic cries echoed among the treetops, like a desperate plea for help coming through thick fog. He trembled, curled up behind the tree, trying to make his presence more hidden. He felt extreme fear, which began to consume his sanity, making his already rapid heartbeat accelerate. Su Lang, however, remained calm, a subtle smile on his face, as if everything was under his control. He gently stroked Augustine's face, making the scene even more terrifying. Su Lang understood how fear could weaken the human heart, causing even the most resolute to submit. The villager dared not look Su Lang in the eye, nor raise his head to see the eerie sight of Su Lang sitting next to the corpse. His thoughts were torn apart by extreme fear, becoming fragmented and illogical. A whimper escaped from his throat, sweat and dirt mingling on his cheeks. "What do you want to do?" The villager's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of sobbing. "Me?" Su Lang glanced at the disheveled villager and said indifferently, "I don't want to do anything. I'm just waiting for a good show, waiting for him to perform." He patted Augustine's cold shoulder and continued, "Augustine's end is just a prelude to his demise." The villager's sanity was continuously dissolving. His thoughts were shattered, but fear was engraved deep in his instincts, driving him to repeatedly ask the previous question, "Why are you doing this?" Su Lang had no intention of giving him a real answer. He coldly enjoyed the villager's panic and helplessness, which was precisely the outcome he desired. The villager had already dropped the gun in his hand, but Su Lang did not rush to act. This man must die. But what Su Lang wanted was to kill him while ensuring his own safety. If he was going to do it, he had to do it flawlessly. Su Lang looked up at the sky. The sun was slowly descending. Golden rays filtering through the sparse treetops, casting light on the damp ground. The air in the forest was filled with the fragrance of earth and vegetation, accompanied by a refreshing breeze. The sunset painted the horizon red, intertwining with the blue sky, creating a magnificent watercolor scene. Light spots leaking through the leaves danced on the ground, as if nature was performing a joyful dance in the trembling light and shadows. Every tree and every leaf basked in this gentle light, as if participating in a silent farewell ceremony, bidding farewell to the day. As the sunlight gradually faded, the shadows in the forest grew longer, slanting towards the east. The entire grove was enveloped in a layer of golden-red mist, tranquil and mysterious. Calculating the time, Gao Bing would be back soon. Su Lang quietly awaited, not far from the villager, facing each other, smiling as he appreciated the other's collapse. Until, bang, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet pierced the villager's body from behind. Until the last moment, the villager's gaze was still fixed on Augustine's corpse. Finally, Su Lang slowly stood up, walked beside the villager, and looked down at the fresh corpse. You are just a villager. You will never become a true village chief. Because your heart has already submitted to him. Even killing requires someone else to do it for you. It only shows that you have ambition, but lack the courage to truly take his place. Su Lang's voice was low because the one he was speaking to was already deceased. Captain, you really have the patience. Zhao Kuan walked up beside Su Lang and said with a smile. The childish anger from before had long dissipated. Dying is easy. Living is hard. Su Lang chuckled and glanced over. The four-person team was all present, and even, there was one more, Xiao Qi, who had been protected behind Zhao Qian, now leaned forward when she saw Su Lang looking over. Hello, Captain, I want to take her away. Before Xiao Qi could finish her sentence, Zhao Qian interrupted, speaking first. Immediately afterward, Gao Bing also chimed in. If we leave her here alone, she will die. This was no exaggeration. Xiao Qi was nearly 7 months pregnant, which was a dangerous time for both the mother and the baby. The village cared most about its population, and now so many had died, part of the reason being to find her. At this moment, Zhao Kuan also stepped forward. Captain, give her a way out. I can really do many things. I will definitely not be a burden. Xiao Qi hurriedly said, looking at Su Lang with pleading eyes. Looking at the four people standing opposite him, Su Lang slowly sighed. All right. Just a simple word made the four people on the opposite side smile. And Xiao Qi even shed tears of joy. There's a way to live. Both I and the baby have a way to live. Xiao Qi choked as she said. Gao Bing gently patted her back. Once we get back, I'll help you find the most experienced obstetrician to deliver your baby. Don't worry. Both you and the baby will be safe and healthy. Thank you, really thank you all. Xiao Qi looked around with grateful eyes. If it weren't for her pregnancy, Su Lang had no doubt she would want to bow to everyone. Not only do you need us, but we also need you. Su Lang stepped forward and said to Xiao Qi, Need me? Xiao Qi was puzzled, and the others looked at Su Lang with confusion. We need to expose the crimes of the Qi group and Tianai mountain stream. Originally, the best candidate was Augustine, but now he is dead, so. Su Lang's words were not finished, but his meaning was clear. I can do it. Although I haven't experienced human trials, my mother has. She has told me about it, and I was there when they came to capture people before. I have lived in this village for nearly 20 years. I know a lot of things. I am willing to testify for you. Xiao Qi immediately expressed her willingness. Su Lang nodded and smiled. In that case, I have completed my task. Captain, what do we do next? According to Zhao Kuan's understanding, they had also completed their task, which meant they could return to the shelter, right? While there is still some daylight. Let us hurry. It should be fine. Zhao Qian also immediately spoke up. But at that moment, Su Lang's gaze turned towards Xiao Qi. Who do you think in that village deserves to die? Xiao Qi was taken aback by Su Lang's question, and after a moment, a look of rage appeared in her eyes. Most people deserve to die, but there are a very small number of good people. Hearing Xiao Qi's words, Su Lang pondered for a moment before calmly saying, In that case, Let us keep those who should be kept, and send away those who should go." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. "Zhao Qian, Captain." "Zhao Kuan, I've seen many living bodhisattvas, but this is the first time I've seen a living Yama. Gao Bing, it seems my previous understanding of you is wrong. Shao Qi, have they all been sent away?" Su Lang walked over, picked up the gun next to the villager's corpse, and said coldly, "Some people live only to bring pain to others, so such people actually have no need to live." After confirming the target, the group quickly headed towards the village. As night fell, Su Lang and the two others entered the isolated valley village with light footsteps, their figures flickering in the night, like three ghosts gliding through the swaying shadows of the trees. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan closely followed behind Su Lang, gripping cold weapons in their hands and carrying guns on their backs. Their eyes were sharp as knives, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Although they did not speak, their tense postures revealed an inner tension and alertness. Meanwhile, hidden in a concealed position on a high ground, Gao Bing was closely monitoring the village's movements through a sniper scope. Her fingers lightly rested on the trigger, ready to respond to any sudden situation. Through the communicator, she maintained close contact with Su Lang, providing important strategic guidance and real-time information to the team. The three of them seemed to blend into the night. As time passed, Su Lang signaled Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan to search the houses on either side. Soon after, they each successfully captured a villager and brought them before Su Lang. The captured villager struggled desperately, cursing Su Lang and the others loudly. His face was filled with anger and terror, like a beast driven to the brink. "Damn outsiders! What do you want? You should have killed us directly back then. When a village chief returns, you will all die. No, I can't let you die so easily. I want to torture you slowly, skin you to make blankets, and feed your flesh to the animals in the mountains." Facing his questions, Su Lang did not respond, only coldly stared at him. Suddenly, a bullet whizzed through the night sky, grazing the man's cheek and leaving a blood streak. This scene instantly silenced the previously boisterous villager, who looked around in terror, his eyes filled with confusion and fear. Zhao Kuan looked down at him, a slight smirk on his lips. "Have you learned to shut up?" He then skillfully bound the man and tossed him at Su Lang's feet. The man immediately nodded vigorously, not daring to say another word. They then continued to search other houses, the third, the fourth. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan searched and subdued villagers. And whenever someone heard the commotion and tried to flee, Su Lang would decisively fire a warning shot. "Stay, and there is a chance to live. Dare to run, and you will die." In the end, all the villagers were gathered in front of Su Lang. They looked terrified and uneasy, their faces pale, as if they had been abandoned by the world. Su Lang stood before them, his gaze cold as ice, like a demon. "Shao Qi, come out." Su Lang called into the woods behind him, and Shao Qi slowly appeared. "You tell me, who should live and who should die?" Su Lang handed the decision-making power to Shao Qi. Shao Qi's appearance filled the villagers with terror. They never expected that this woman they had once oppressed and insulted could now decide their fate. Shao Qi looked at the terrified villagers, and her anger was instantly ignited. She remembered the bullying and humiliation she had suffered in this village, those painful memories stabbing her heart like a sharp blade. Her eyes shone with determination. She knew it was not the time to be soft-hearted. She had to seek justice for herself and those who had suffered. Shao Qi took a deep breath, tried to remain calm. She scanned the villagers, her gaze lingering on each face, and everyone she looked at displayed expressions of flattery and pleading. Her heart was a mix of emotions, anger and resentment, sadness and helplessness. She knew these people had once been her neighbors, even relatives, but now they had to pay for their crimes. Shao Qi gritted her teeth and pointed at 5 individuals. Besides these 5, the rest should all die. Her voice was cold and firm, leaving no room for negotiation. "No, you can't do this to me." A scantily clad woman rushed forward, tried to lunge at Shao Qi, but was pushed aside by Zhao Qian and thrown to the ground. The woman stumbled and fell, but still looked unwilling. "Shao Qi, we are both women. Have pity on me and give me a chance. Do you remember the first time you ate meat? I helped you with that. How can you repay kindness with harm?" Hearing the woman say this, Shao Qi seemed to recall some painful memories, tears filling her eyes. "Help me? You mean tie me up and sending me to Augustine?" Yes, I gotta eat meat. But what was that meat exchange for? You and I both know. That day I was so disgusted I wanted to vomit. Couldn't eat anything, and you all stuffed food into my mouth. Watching me eat and vomit, forcing me to eat what I threw up, your laughter. I will never forget it. I once thought of you as my best friend, but I never expected that in your eyes. I was just a commodity for trade. A bargaining chip to please them. They are demons, and what are you? You are the servant of the devil. When you watched me being bullied by them and laughed out loud, did you ever think there would be a day like today? Chapter 69. A clean resolution. The woman clutched Qi's leg, her tone urgent and her eyes pleading. Qi, I admit I was wrong in the past. But who doesn't make mistakes? Give me a chance to make amends. I promise I will repay you by working hard for you. I can even be your sister. Just like we were in the beginning. Qi, just this once, I guarantee it. Zhao Qian couldn't help but sneer at her words. If those who know how to adapt are the true talents, then the woman before them was certainly a standout among them. Su Lang and the others remained silent and did not interfere with Qi's decision. In fact, they had all seen this woman before and were deeply impressed. Back when the previous village chief was still in charge, this woman had thrown a tantrum, insisting she didn't want to eat vegetarian food. It seemed that even under the harsh village rules, this woman was thriving. As for what means she used, that was probably not something easily discussed. I will not forgive you. Qi coldly pushed her away. It's not that I won't give you a chance, but you had many opportunities, all of which you squandered. This only shows that you are inherently cruel. Qi, you've changed. You used to be so kind, yet now you're so vicious. The woman yelled angrily at Qi, realizing there was no room left for her to recover. Unexpectedly, Qi was unfazed by her words. Kindness should be reserved for those who deserve it, and you don't. She had long since outgrown the days of being at the mercy of others. No one understood the horrors of this village better than she did, and she would never give up the chance for revenge out of pity. Fine, since reasoning with you is useless, we won't talk anymore. I don't believe you really dare to kill everyone here. The woman struggled to get up, looking around at the villagers. There are so many of us. We can't just wait here to die. If we unite to resist, there must be a glimmer of hope. However, as soon as her words fell, a bullet struck her between the eyes. The shooter was Gao Bing. The cold gunshot from the woods sent chills down everyone's spine. Those who had just been restless immediately crouched down, holding their heads. This gunshot made them realize that Su Lang and the others were not joking. They truly dared to kill. Su Lang turned slightly and said, "The 5 troublemakers who were just pointed out by Qi, come over here." Upon hearing this, the 5 people nervously stood up and walked towards Su Lang, while the others looked on with envy. Retribution is not absent. The time just hasn't come yet. Indeed, it's a pity that so many people have to die. I agree, life is precious, but the lives of villains do not count. After saying this, Su Lang turned to Qi. Do you want to handle this, or should we? His meaning was very clear. It was time to take action. In fact, this question was entirely out of respect for Qi's feelings. Su Lang was already prepared to let them do the dirty work. But to everyone's surprise, Qi drew out a dagger and coldly said, "These people aren't worth wasting bullets on. Let me handle it. We have scores to settle." Under the moonlight, the dagger in Qi's hand gleamed coldly. With a swift motion, Qi, to everyone's astonishment, personally dealt with the first enemy. You were the village doctor. But when my mother fell ill, I came to you for help, and you said she was beyond saving and refused to treat her. If it were just that, I wouldn't hate you. But then you went to the village chief and told him that my mother was too old to bear children and now sick. That death was only a matter of time, so it would be better to let her contribute to the village before she died. The contribution you spoke of was using my mother as bait, allowing the village men to take my sickly mother hunting, using her to attract prey. When the prey appeared, you watched as it mauled her, then took the opportunity to attack. You tasted sweetness and successfully captured the prey. Unfortunately, my mother didn't die that time. You brought back her broken body, tossed her on the ground, saying she could be used again the next day to organize another hunt. In your eyes, she was no longer a person, but a piece of meat to attract prey, something that could be discarded at any time. After the second hunt, she died. But you, to tame me and make me obedient, brought her bones back and threw them in front of me, locking me with her remains for 3 days and nights. threatening me that if I didn't behave, I would meet the same fate. During those 3 days, I cried until I ran out of tears, looking at my mother's bones, filled only with hatred. And you? You feasted for days after presenting your brilliant plan to the village chief. How was it? Did you enjoy the meat? My mother's meat. Did you enjoy it? Xiao-Qi stared coldly at the corpse on the ground. Every word she spoke was laced with her blood and tears. Su Lang had never imagined that such horrors could exist in this village. It surpassed his understanding. To him, what had been done was something no human could commit. Next, Xiao-Qi walked towards the next man, tears in her eyes, but a mocking smile at the corners of her mouth. Uncle, it's been a long time since I called you that. The man shrank back, avoiding Xiao-Qi's gaze, but as he took 2 steps back, Zhao Qian kicked him to the ground, right at Xiao-Qi's feet. What do you think you're running to? Xiao-Qi said. Due to her pregnant belly, she couldn't bend down easily, so she grabbed his hair, forcing him to look up at her. You can't escape. The blade glided across, freezing the man's face in a final expression of terror. Weren't you begging to be near me and my mother? Why do I want to run now? Have you forgotten? You even praised me for being beautiful, saying I look like my mother. Huh. If you dare to do it, you must dare to face it. When you see my mother, don't be afraid. She will never forgive you, never. Xiao-Qi moved from one person to the next, cleaning up one after another. Her expression was frenzied. Yet none of Su Lang's group found her terrifying. These people had this fate because it was what they deserved. Xiao-Qi was merely doing what she should do. During this time, some attempted to escape or resist, but whenever that happened, Gao Bing's bullets would arrive punctually, and Zhao Qian would act without hesitation. It wasn't until Xiao-Qi dealt with the last person that she threw down her dagger, and Gao Bing walked out from the woods. Gao Bing embraced the somewhat exhausted Xiao-Qi. Let us rest here tonight and set off again tomorrow. Su Lang had no objections. He turned to the other 5 surviving villagers. Your lives were spared by Xiao-Qi. We will not act against you again, but I hope you cherish this opportunity. Having witnessed the earlier scene, the 5 nodded vigorously, expressing their absolute obedience to the arrangements, with no thoughts of rebellion. Tomorrow morning, Xiao-Qi will leave with us to the underground shelter. What about you? Su Lang asked gently. I want to go with you, can I? One boy, around Xiao-Qi's age and particularly small in stature, pleaded. If you leave me here, I won't survive. There are all kinds of monsters in these woods. So please, take me with you. Yes, me too. Another woman, slightly older, looked at Gao Bing. I want to go to a place with more people. This place is too terrifying. Among the 5, 4 expressed their desire to follow Su Lang and the others, while one man, looking to be around 50, remained silent, staring down. Lost in thought, Su Lang walked up to the man in front of him and politely asked, Uncle, what are your thoughts on? Maybe I'm overthinking it. I'm really sorry, but I still want to know. The man's voice paused, his face showing signs of inner conflict. Are you going to experiment on us? Upon hearing this, Su Lang and the others understood. These people were indeed very special. They could survive in such high radiation levels, which was already incredible. If they were taken back to the underground shelter, researchers would inevitably become curious and want to study them further. Just when Su Lang didn't know how to respond, Gao Bing took the initiative to step forward. I can honestly tell you that there will be routine blood tests and health checkups. As he saw the other person's face change dramatically, Gao Bing quickly changed his tone and added, but I can guarantee that it will not be like Tian Yishan Jian, where you're used for experiments. All research will respect your wishes and your human rights. Sensing that the other party still had doubts, Gao Bing continued. I pledge my life that all our research can withstand public scrutiny. So do I. Zhao Kuan stood beside Gao Bing. Although the underground shelter was also cold and roofless, everything was distributed according to contribution, but it was a place where people gathered, bound by morality and law. Soon after, Su Lang and Zhao Qian also stood over, meaning their positions were the same. Finally, the man let out a sigh of relief. Okay, I beg you to take me with you. With the matter settled, everyone felt more at ease. The night was deep, and there was no need for them to take huge risks on the road. Su Lang looked around. The village in the valley was shrouded in a mysterious silence, and the distant mountains formed a strange silhouette under the moonlight. Occasionally, the low growls of wild beasts echoed in the night sky, adding a sense of desolation and mystery. They found a few houses in the village that seemed relatively safe, and quickly settled in. As the cool breeze wafted in from the window, fatigue and drowsiness gradually overtook them, and everyone soon fell asleep. That night, Su Lang shared a room with Zhao Kuan. Less than a minute after lying down, Su Lang heard Zhao Kuan's soft snoring. He couldn't help but sigh. Being young is great. You can just fall asleep. Su Lang also wanted to sleep. Logically, he should be exhausted after all the turmoil today. However, for some reason, he found it hard to fall asleep, with an uneasy feeling lingering in his thoughts as if something was about to happen. Su Lang gently shifted his body, trying to make himself more comfortable. However, this did not ease his tension. He closed his eyes and took several deep breaths, attempting to calm the turmoil within. Just then, an unusual sound suddenly came from outside the window. Su Lang immediately sat up alertly, tightly gripping the gun beside him. He listened intently. The sound seemed like rustling leaves, but also seemed like something was moving. Su Lang quietly climbed out of bed and stealthily approached the window, carefully sticking his head out. Moonlight filtered through the sparse leaves, casting a silvery glow on the ground. His gaze searched around, but he found nothing. Still feeling uneasy, Su Lang thought, "This is the last night. He absolutely could not allow anything to go wrong." After thinking for a moment, he stepped outside. The surroundings were silent. Only the night wind blowing through the valley. "Why aren't you sleeping?" A voice suddenly came from behind, startling Su Lang so much that he jumped. But he instinctively raised his gun and turned to aim. "It's me, Gao Bing." Gao Bing maintained her calm demeanor, looking at Su Lang with a serene expression. Su Lang let out a sigh of relief and lowered his gun. "Why are you out so late, enjoying the moon?" He thought this sounded absurd even to himself, but for Gao Bing, it was indeed possible. Sure enough, Gao Bing nodded. "Yeah, you can't see this kind of moonlight in the underground shelter." Su Lang didn't know how to respond. Perhaps because he could travel through time, he had seen many beautiful sights, many of which did not belong to this era. The moonlight was just one of them. "Of course, I'm not just here to enjoy the moon." Gao Bing shook the collection bottle in her hand. "These people are very special. Their existence will definitely cause a stir in the underground shelter. The headquarters, even the Alliance, will pay attention to them. I believe we won't conduct inhumane experiments like Tian Yishan Jian, but this is an opportunity, and I need to gather enough information." Su Lang looked at the collection bottle in Gao Bing's hand and immediately understood her meaning. "Yes, who says we have to focus on humans? The soil here, the plants, the water sources, the mutated plants, the mutated animals. Each one has significant research value. Perhaps it contains secrets about going to the surface." Gao Bing handed a few empty collection bottles to Su Lang. "Since you know what to do, help share the burden a little. Otherwise, if I do it all alone, I won't get any sleep tonight." Su Lang took the collection bottles Gao Bing handed him and smiled. "Yes, we definitely need to get a full 6 hours of sleep." Knowing Su Lang was joking, Gao Bing wasn't angry. After spending this time together, she genuinely liked this captain. Perhaps he wasn't as tough and brave as Zhang Cheng'an, nor as strategic as Chun Mugu, but Su Lang had his own charm, a unique charm. "Let's get to work. Let's be a little quieter and not disturb their rest." Gao Bing stood up and said slowly, "Tomorrow, we have a big task ahead." Chapter 70, the best love in the world if they calculated based on their previous pace. Returning Wu Ti actually take too much time. However, now, they had to bring Shao Qi and 5 other villagers back with them, so they had to pay attention to many details. The most important of these was the alternating use of the radiation suits. The reason these villagers were able to live here was partly because the radiation concentration wasn't particularly high, but once they left this mountain, the radiation levels outside could very well exceed what their bodies could tolerate. Su Lang and the others wanted to bring these people back alive, not harm them. So Su Lang acted with extra caution. This time, they brought a spare set of radiation suits along with their 4, totaling 5 suits, but there were 10 people present. Therefore, they could only let the villagers wait here while they returned first. And once they were inside the specially treated vehicle, they would take off their radiation suits and hand them to Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan, who would then bring back the spare radiation suits along with the ones Su Lang and Gao Bing had changed out to pick up the villagers. This operation would need to be repeated twice to ensure everyone could safely enter the vehicle. It was not easy to come into and out of this mountain. Even though Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan were physically strong, Su Lang didn't plan to overexert them and specifically arrange for rest time. Fortunately, the personnel transport the next day kept them busy from morning till night, but thankfully there were no accidents. When everyone was finally seated in the vehicle, Su Lang truly breathed a sigh of relief. By calculation, they should be able to return within the time requested by Fan Yu. On the way back, with 6 more people added, the atmosphere in the vehicle was particularly lively. As the vehicle gradually drove away, the gloom left by the village slowly dissipated from everyone's hearts. Xiao Qi curiously asked Zhao Qian about everything regarding the underground shelter, while the other villagers listened intently, occasionally asking questions. Of course, what they were most concerned about was what they could do once they got there. People without a sense of security often want to quickly find their value, and Su Lang and the others understood this very well. Zhao Kuan also inquired in detail about each person's specialties and made a hodgepodge of career plans. Indeed, it was a hodgepodge. An 18-year-old boy hadn't even figured out his own career plans, so how could he possibly offer any particularly constructive suggestions? However, although Su Lang thought this, he still quietly sat by and listened, neither interrupting Zhao Kuan nor contradicting him. Su Lang understood that what these people needed right now wasn't a precise direction. They just needed to see a glimmer of light ahead. Even just a little was enough. What Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan were doing was telling them that there was light ahead. Gao Bing was still the same as when they came. When it was time for her to drive, she dutifully drove, and during other times she either slept or read. Besides Xiao Qi, others felt shy to approach her. And Gao Bing actually enjoyed the peace and quiet. Su Lang had started writing the outing log as soon as he got into the vehicle. Although they hadn't stayed in the village for long, a lot had happened, so he wrote for quite a while, checked it several times to ensure nothing was missed, and then sent it to Fan Yu and Gu. Just as they were about to arrive, Su Lang received a call from Fan Yu. Fan Yu, I have good news. Do you want to hear it? Su Lang, what good news could be better than me being alive? Fan Yu, well, there isn't. Su Lang, good friend. All right, hurry up and tell me the good news. Fan Yu, we captured people from the Key Group. 2 of them are researchers under Tian Yishanjian, and one has been with Tian Yishanjian for nearly 30 years. I believe we can extract a lot of information from him. Hearing this, Su Lang genuinely smiled. It seems that during this time, everyone has reaped considerable rewards. After ending the call, Su Lang also shared this good news with the others in the vehicle. Will they be punished? The boy, who was about the same age as Xiao Qi and particularly small in stature, asked. Of course they will, Su Lang replied without hesitation. Then he smiled reassuringly and curiously asked, You probably haven't seen them, have you? Those people from Tian Yishanjian. The boy shook his head. I haven't seen them. I just heard that they conducted very cruel human experiments. I was born after arriving at this village. My mother was once their experimental subject, and fortunately, she met Mr. Gu later, otherwise I probably wouldn't exist in this world. Even if something was born, it wouldn't be me. It would just be a monster. Listening to the boy's story, many images flashed through Su Lang's mind. Tian Yishanjian had once shown him a video in which their ancestors conducted inhumane human experiments with a new plague virus M031. Among them were pregnant women. There was also a pregnant woman he referred to as Meat Wood, who was 7 months pregnant but was still forcibly subjected to radiation intervention. It was only when he discovered that the fetus might not be healthy that he forcibly extracted the yet-to-be-born fetus from her abdomen. And not long ago, when he was on a mission with Gu Zhengming, he saw that monster walking out of laboratory number 56. It clearly looked like a human child, yet its eyes were completely chaotic until finally, it became fodder for other monsters. From ancient times to the present, the cruel genes of the Tian Yishanjian family have been passed down through generations. They pretend to be righteous while committing inhumane acts. Why do they still live? Even live well? This is unfair. Sharing Su Lang's anger was a slightly older man who was a witness to the events. Only those who experienced it firsthand know how difficult it is to escape alive. He despised that village, finding everything in it utterly disgusting. But he persisted in living because he knew that this life was hard-earned. If I could, I would really like to kill that beast. The man gritted his teeth and said. Xiao Qi looked at the man in surprise. Uncle Zhao. The others also looked incredulous. Zhao Yuanji was one of the first people to come to the village, and the other villagers had almost grown up under his watch. They all liked Zhao Yuanji because he never bullied them, and he even actively declined the opportunity to take turns being the village chief because he didn't want to collude with those people. Perhaps in the eyes of the other villagers, Zhao Yuanji's kindness was seen as weakness, but for these children, Zhao Yuanji was their best uncle. Zhao Yuanji was weak and couldn't openly lend a helping hand when they encountered danger, but he never bullied them and would occasionally sneak them food. Zhao Yuanji was usually quiet, mostly doing his own thing in silence. Over the years, they had never seen him show such obvious emotions. But now, Zhao Yuanji said he wanted to kill Tian Yishanjian. Have you seen Tian Yishanjian? Su Lang asked curiously. Logically speaking, those who were saved by Gu Qingyan should be the experimental subjects assigned to him. Augustine was an exception, but there shouldn't be too many surprises. However, now looking at Zhao Yuanji's reaction, it seemed like he had personally experienced the torment of Tian Yishanjian. I have seen him, but I was not assigned to him. Zhao Yuanji's expression was bitter. What was assigned to him was my wife. Wife, Sulang murmured. Seeing Zhao Yuanji's expression, he must have loved her very much. We met when we were young. She had a gentle nature, but was very smart. She is outstanding. From studying to working, her achievements are beyond my reach. However, she never boasts about it. She just lies in my arms and tells me that life is becoming more promising. Zhao Yuanji reminisced about the past, his eyes moistening. We were truly happy back then. I also had my own career, though it wasn't as dazzling as hers. It was still in a field I loved. During the day, we worked, and at night, we returned home. She cooked while I washed the dishes. She picked the movies we liked, and I cleaned the house. By the time I finished, she had already chosen what we would watch that night. Then we would snuggle up together and fall asleep watching the stories on the screen. Just listening to Zhao Yuanji's description, Xiao Qi and the others were filled with longing. Even Gao Bing put down his book and looked over. If you were to ask what the best form of love is, it would probably be the time Zhao Yuanji spent with his wife. Yu Shunti had participated in the experiment. Su Lang had experienced it personally, so he knew that the Qi group was recruiting openly under the banner of voluntary participation. If Zhao Yuanji and his wife hadn't signed up, the Qi group wouldn't have considered them as experimental subjects. Yes, we lived comfortably and had no need to enroll in that experiment. Zhao Yuanji clenched his fists, tears streaming down his face. But there are indeed things in this world that money cannot solve. Health. You are sick? Su Lang asked in confusion. Not us, but our child. Zhao Yuanji took a deep breath, choking up as he continued. After 2 years of marriage, we finally had our baby. At that time, our jobs were stable, and we loved each other deeply. We were both thrilled by the arrival of this baby. I researched a lot, from pregnancy to parenting, afraid I would miss something. She was also very careful, paying extra attention to everything about eating, wearing, and living, often touching her belly and whispering to the baby. Because of the pregnancy, she had gained weight and looked particularly cute. Later, when the baby was born, both of us cried with excitement. We thought this was a gift from heaven, but little did we know that this gift did not belong to this world. From 3 months old, the baby was unusually sleepy, always vomiting when eating, and his development was very slow. He was also particularly sensitive. Even the slightest noise would startle him, and he would cry loudly, only to fall asleep again afterward. What kind of illness is this? Gao Bing asked in confusion. Zhao Yuanji shook his head. We didn't know either. At that time, we took the baby to see many doctors, but none could provide an accurate diagnosis. As I said, this child does not belong to this world. When we talked to him and took him out to play, all we got in return was his cries, as if we were disturbing him. We also tried to let him play with small animals or peers to alleviate his symptoms, but he was very resistant to it. Only when he was sleeping. When he slept, he was like a little angel. Just from Zhao Yuanji's description, Su Lang could imagine how suffocating their life was during that time. Their beloved child, the child they had been looking forward to, the child they had carefully nurtured, turned their lives into a tangled mess. We knew that the child wasn't doing it on purpose. He just didn't belong to this world. That's why he resisted everything in this world. Only in his dreams would he return to where he was supposed to be, allowing him to enjoy peace. Zhao Yuanji took a deep breath and wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes. It was our selfishness. We wanted to keep him in this world because we couldn't bear to part with that child. Especially my wife. She is gentle yet stubborn. She seemed to have endless patience for that child. Perhaps that's the greatness of a mother. Even when the child was so difficult, she still cared for him meticulously, seeking doctors and medicines, hoping to cure him. Was it the Qi group that gave you hope? Hearing this, Su Lang almost guessed the reason why Zhao Yuanji and his wife signed up for the experiment. Yes, the Qi group has a near monopoly in some areas of medical technology. After various inquiries, we learned that they had an unreleased drug aimed at children with such symptoms. At this moment, Zhao Yuanji had calmed down considerably. We found out that if we waited for this drug to undergo testing, approval, and market release, it would take at least 3 years. We could wait, but the child couldn't. By then, the child's condition had already deteriorated significantly. She wanted to take a gamble, but we didn't even have the qualifications to gamble. It was also at this time that the Qi group released the recruitment information. Tian Yesan wanted a high IQ experimental subject, and my wife was chosen. She is truly exceptional, and this excellence ultimately harmed her. Tian Yesan came to our home and promised that as long as my wife was willing to be his experimental subject, he would give her child a chance to test the drug, allowing our child to use it early. Your wife agreed. When Su Lang said this, he used an affirmative tone. Su Lang understood the greatness of maternal love because his mother loved him in the same way. Zhao Yuanji nodded yes. She didn't hesitate at all and signed the informed consent form on the spot. She was particularly happy that day, repeatedly telling me, "Our baby is saved." She didn't think at all about what she might face. Her heart was all on the child, while my heart was all on her. So in fact, at the beginning, only she was going to participate in the experiment. Gao Bing looked down at the book in his hands and slowly asked. Chapter 71. Remembering the past, Zhao Yuanji nodded. Yes, at first it was just her. I begged them to let me participate because I was worried she would be scared. As soon as Zhao Yuanji said this, everyone was taken aback. Su Lang could not have been mistaken. The experiment did indeed use various means to recruit test subjects, but it also required signing a thick stack of risk consent forms. As Zhao Yuanji said, both he and his wife were very satisfied with their lives at that time. Aside from a child being their heartache, they could not have been tempted by the experiment. Moreover, if Zhao Yuanji's wife participated in the experiment, the child would have a glimmer of hope. Zhao Yuanji had no need to face so many risks by participating in that experiment. But he was willing for her sake, saying this might seem a bit selfish. Zhao Yuanji smiled bitterly. Although I love the child too, I love her even more than the child. To share the same bed in life and the same grave in death, that is my greatest hope. I am not afraid of death. I am only afraid of not being able to accompany her. As he spoke, Zhao Yuanji revealed his wrist, which bore a deep scar. Xiao Qi looked astonished. Uncle Zhao Yu, this is... At that moment, even the usually impassive Gao Bing instinctively stood up, gripping the book tightly in his hands. For everyone, the idea of following someone in death was just an ancient legend. The characteristic of a legend is that you hear about someone doing it, but you have never actually seen anyone do it. From a rational perspective, such behavior seems utterly foolish and not worth it. I fell in love with her at first sight. From the moment I met her, I knew that the meaning of my life was only her. The wound on Zhao Yuanji's wrist was deep. It was clear that he had made that cut with the determination to die. For me, the physical pain is far less than the pain of losing her. I felt the blood flowing from my body, and at that moment, I was even happy because I thought we would meet again. But perhaps it was because she couldn't bear it. She didn't want us, so she sent me back. I remember. It was Uncle Gu. I heard my mother talk about it. Xiao Qi suddenly exclaimed. At that time, I wasn't born yet. My mother said there was a strange person in the village. While everyone was struggling to survive, he was thinking of ending his own life. The village had poor medical conditions, so it was impossible to save him. But that day, Uncle Gu came and brought a doctor, which saved him. If it had been a day earlier or later, there would have been no hope. So the strange person my mother spoke of was Uncle Zhao. Zhao Yuanji lowered his head, letting out a long sigh. Yes, it was me. You might not believe it, but the day I was saved, she came to me in a dream. She told me to live well, saying we would meet again someday, and there was no need to rush. But Uncle Zhao has never forgotten her, has he? Xiao Qi looked at Zhao Yuanji. They had been in that village for so long. No matter how chaotic it was, Zhao Yuanji had never participated in it. He had his own principles. In fact, there were women in the village who liked Zhao Yuanji, but he always kept his distance from them. It turned out that all these years, Zhao Yuanji remained single because he had always had someone he loved deeply in his heart, someone who could never be replaced. I have always been waiting for the day I can meet her. Zhao Yuanji took a deep breath and looked at Su Lang. I have come to understand now. If she had died due to illness or natural disaster, I would definitely choose to follow her in death again. But her death was caused by human disaster, so I have to live well until the evil ones are dead. Will you always live in pain? Su Lang couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Zhao Yuanji laughed. Thinking about her every day, how could it be painful? Yes, thinking every day about the person you love the most. Reminiscing about the little things in the past, and perhaps even meeting in dreams. How could such days be bitter? When Su Lang and the others arrived at the underground shelter, Fan Yu and the others were already waiting at the entrance. They even brought extra radiation protection suits to prevent the villagers from being exposed to radiation. To Su Lang's surprise, not only did Gu come, but also Gu Jingming. Gu Jingming first greeted Su Lang and then walked over to Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan, the two brothers. Gu Jingming, how was the experience of going out this time? Zhao Qian nodded. I learned a lot. Zhao Kuan shyly glanced at Su Lang. I feel like I have many shortcomings and still need to work hard. They performed exceptionally well. Su Lang stood up. He always encouraged education, and in his eyes, these two were children who needed care and encouragement. Once everyone entered the underground shelter and settled down, each person was taken to different places. Su Lang followed Fan Yu to the interrogation room. Entering here again, Su Lang felt that everything had changed. It was a familiar place. He and Fan Yu once sat on either side of that table, one probing and the other guarding against it. You change a lot, Fan Yu said to Su Lang. Su Lang did not deny this. At first, he lived as if he were a walking corpse. Nothing was important to him. Every day, he completed tasks, earned contribution points, and finally exchanged them for food. The purpose of living was simply to stay alive. Life had no meaning, and living lacked passion. He thought the world was terrible, that humanity had long lost hope, and that living was just a struggle to survive. But now it was different. He himself was the hope of humanity. As a witness, he traveled through time, experiencing human history, meeting those vibrant people, feeling love and hate, and the entanglements of cause and effect. The current Su Lang was truly alive. Why did you bring me here again? Do you think there's something I haven't clarified? Su Lang joked with a smile. Fan Yu lightly patted Su Lang. This time, you sit next to me. Interrogation? Su Lang was a bit surprised. Fan Yu nodded. Do you remember the one I told you about? The researcher under Tian Yishanjian, who has followed Tian Yishanjian for nearly 30 years. Hearing this, Su Lang was eager to try. I was a bit tired just returning to the shelter, but if you put it that way, then I'm not tired anymore. When do we start? I can't wait to meet that beast's underling. His name is Tian Yishan now, and he has always been loyal to the Tian Yi family, Fan Yu briefly introduced. If calculated, Tian Yi Bansai and Tian Yishanjian should both be his masters. What does that mean? Now, called Tian Yishan, was he not called that before? Su Lang couldn't help but be curious. Yes, he won't say what his previous name was, and we can't find out. We only know that he was sent to the Tian Yi family when he was very young. At that time, they were only allowed to use code names. And it wasn't until he later showed great loyalty and excellence that he was granted this name. This is his pride. It's said that among 1,000 servants, it's hard to find one. So no matter how we ask, he insists on calling himself Tian Yishan. Fan Yu sighed, clearly not understanding this strange sense of honor. What about his parents? Su Lang asked. Since he isn't from the Tian Yi family, he must have biological parents. We should be able to find something out. I have interacted with people from the Tian Yi family. They tend to be hard-hearted. If we can find his biological parents and have them persuade him, maybe he will spill some real information. But Fan Yu shook her head. We checked and found nothing. We also asked others, and according to them, Tian Yishan never mentions his biological parents and is wholeheartedly loyal to the Tian Yi family. Ha, what a loyal dog. Su Lang sneered. Yes, just as you said, it is indeed a very loyal dog. Fan Yu agreed, initially thinking that such an interrogation shouldn't have troubled you. But you might have guessed that this person is particularly tight-lipped and unwilling to say anything, so I thought perhaps you might have seen him before, and if you could pry something out of him, it would make things easier. Su Lang was also quite looking forward to it. Not long after, the man was brought in by 2 soldiers. Clearly, everyone had a poor impression of this type of person. While Su Lang at least sat down on his own back then, this man was directly forced onto the chair. The 2 young soldiers acted roughly, their expressions impatient. Seeing this scene, Su Lang felt no sympathy, only that he deserved it. The man appeared to be under 40, not particularly outstanding in appearance, about 7 meters tall, lean, but very capable. Even in his current situation, his hair was still meticulously styled, and his nails were trimmed very neatly. His face was thin, pale, with narrow eyes that held a cruel glint, which were now darkly fixed on Su Lang. Can't find anything out, so you look for a savior? Tian Yixin mocked. Su Lang shook his head at Fan Yu. He had seen many of Tian Yixin's subordinates with Gu Qingyan. He was certain this person was not among them. My name is Su Lang. I have met Tian Yibei and Tian Yixin. Su Lang introduced himself proactively. Tian Yixin coldly smiled. I met too many of the masters. Which one are you? Does it matter? Facing Tian Yixin's mockery, Su Lang was not angry and continued, indeed, many have met them, and many have died at their hands. But what sets me apart is that I witnessed the death of one of them, Tian Yibei. Sure enough, upon hearing Tian Yibei's name, Tian Yixin could no longer maintain his previous calm demeanor. He slammed the table and attempted to stand up. Tell me, you're lying to me, right? The young master cannot be dead. He absolutely will not die. The 2 soldiers beside him immediately restrained Tian Yixin and warned him, be honest. Su Lang was amused by his unwavering loyalty. Oh, it's a well-known fact, and you're still deceiving yourself? Besides, as you said, there are too many scum in this world. Does it matter if another Tian Yibei dies? Nonsense. You're talking nonsense. The young master is not scum. Only you foolish people would cling to stupid kindness. The young master does those experiments for the future of humanity. He is doing it for this world. The young master is the dawn of humanity. You fools will never understand this in your lifetime. Tian Yixin's admiration for Tian Yibei had reached an irredeemable level, and he could not tolerate Su Lang's insult towards Tian Yibei. Those experiments? Which experiments? Su Lang gently probed, smiling at Tian Yixin. Tian Yixin had half of his words choked back. You want to extract information from me? Oomph. The young master's plan does not need foolish people to know. Su Lang shrugged, appearing indifferent. I'm just curious in your words. Tian Yibei conducted experiments for the future of humanity. Is the dawn of humanity if he is so great? Why can't you say it out loud for everyone to hear? That way, when we praise him later, we'll also know what to praise, right? Making it all so sneaky. TSK, it feels like he is not doing anything good. Tian Yixin glared at Su Lang, gritting his teeth, yet still refused to say anything. Seeing this, Su Lang was not in a hurry or angry. He calmly looked at Tian Yixin and brought up the topic again. You said you don't believe Tian Yibei would die. That shouldn't be. Because I've spoken to Tian Yixin, he knows about his brother's death. Didn't Tihi tell you? Or does your second master look down on you? Treating you like an outsider? Su Lang was no longer subtly provoking, but overtly instigating. Tian Yixin was furious, but he merely glared at Su Lang with resentment, saying nothing. It seemed Fan Yu was right. This person was very stubborn. Initially, he hadn't anticipated that Su Lang would use Tian Yibei as a point of entry, which caused a brief emotional outburst. But once he realized it, it would probably not be easy to pry open his mouth again. I watched Tian Yibei die. I witnessed his death. So I know how he died and where his body is. Su Lang said half-truthfully, then pretended to have misspoken. Oh dear, you see, I really am not as rigorous as you researchers. I'm too careless. Tian Yibei might not necessarily be dead. His state is between alive and dead. When I say he is dead, it's because, in my view, his life has ended, leaving only pain, a dual torment of body and mind. In short, it's a situation where he cannot seek life or death. But perhaps in the eyes of you researchers, he has found his ideals and realized his revenge, contributing to humanity? After saying this, Su Lang sighed, looking regretful. What a pity. I wonder if he is still struggling for survival in that underground laboratory, or if he has already met Ohana Mickey. If they meet in the underworld, Ohana Mickey would definitely not let him go, right? Chapter 72. Stand up, do you really know where the young master is? Tianai Xian hesitated to ask. Su Lang tilted his head. I can tell you directly, he is in James's house, which has several layers of laboratories underneath. He did something to Ohua Meiji there. And later Gu Qingyan did something to him. You've been in the Tianai family for a while. You should know about Ohua Meiji, right? Of course I know. That woman is a great experimental subject. The young master praised her beauty. Tianai Xian recalled the scene from back then. This is the young master's uniqueness. His aesthetic sense has never been like those ordinary people. Ohua Meiji had no good skin on her body, yet the young master discovered her scientific beauty. Huh! Stop flattering yourself. Scientific beauty? Don't you feel ashamed saying that? Su Lang retorted bluntly, of course, I'm not targeting Tianai Baisai. What I mean is, the Tianai family is all trash. The two brothers raised by the Tianai family are more beastly than the other. Su Lang's words were harsh. And even Fan Yu was surprised, casting a side glance. She had never seen such a Su Lang before. Instead, the two little warriors standing nearby couldn't help but smile. Perhaps they only knew that the key group was not as glamorous as advertised, but since taking on this case, they truly understood the beastly things these people had done. And they didn't have a good expression towards Tianai Xian either. Hearing Su Lang repeatedly insult the person he revered, Tianai Xian's inner god roared with anger at Su Lang. Foolish people, you don't understand the great ideals of the young master and the second young master at all. They pity you for thinking about saving humanity, saving this world. You worthless trash. You are not worthy of their efforts. Pity. Su Lang dug in his ear and looked at Tianai Xian with a doubtful expression. Did I hear that wrong? Tianai Baisai and Tianai Shanjian are pitiable? Aren't the ones lying on their experimental tables the truly pitiable ones? When did the world become like this? You Tianai family have truly mastered the art of reversing black and white. Do you know what the young master and the second young master are doing? Tianai Xian looked at Su Lang mockingly. You will never reach that level, so you will never understand because you are a lower-class person. Just like me, a lower-class person. I have been by the young master and the second young master's side for so many years, and I have gradually gained some insight. But I know that no matter what, I can never reach their height. They're the stars in the sky, and we lower-class people are destined to be mere dirt on the ground. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to throw up. Su Lang couldn't hold it in, feeling his stomach churning. Fan Yu even started to gag directly. Sorry, I'm pregnant. So this is probably morning sickness, just understand. The two little warriors standing nearby burst into laughter, looking at Tianai Xian as if he were a joke. Why is someone so proud to be a dog? Su Lang voiced his confusion. You asked me if I know what Tianai Baisai and Tianai Shanjian are doing? Of course I know. What they are doing tramples on basic humanitarian principles, violates human conscience and moral bottom lines, and disregards the lives and dignity of others. They are not doing work. They are committing crimes. They are committing heinous crimes against humanity. Su Lang's expression was serious, his gaze sharp, and his words were spoken with conviction, as if carrying the resentment of countless unwillingly deceased souls. Su Lang asked Fan Yu to pull up the video from his previous mission with Gu Zhengming and play in front of Tianai Xian. Open your eyes and see. All the monsters in this video were once human. Su Lang grabbed Tianai Xian's neck, forcing him to watch the cruel scenes in the video. The elderly, pregnant women, children, young adults, patients, they spared no group. Do these people deserve to be studied by them? Are they some supreme beings? Do they have the right to judge the fate of others? Tianai Xian stammered, wanting to defend the young master and the second young master. But when his gaze met those monsters in the video, he didn't know what to say. If it were just facing these monsters, he wouldn't be so affected. But as Su Lang said, those monsters were once human. Of course, he always knew those monsters were once human. He had been by Tianai Shanjian's side and had personally created those monsters, but he had never felt anything was wrong, because everyone around him thought it was an honorable thing, something worthy of praise. Everyone, all the people around him, felt this way. It was only now that he saw Su Lang, saw Fan Yu, saw people outside of his circle of life. He witnessed their anger, he witnessed their disdain. Hatred, extreme hatred. These were things he had never encountered in the Tianai family. Those experimental subjects, they were glorious. After holding back for a long time, Tianai finally said such a sentence. This glory is for you. Do you want it? Su Lang smiled and asked Tianai. To his surprise, Tianai nodded vigorously. Of course I want it. This is the destiny of us servants. Destiny? Su Lang felt he couldn't understand Tianai thought process at all. But looking at Tianai expression, he knew he wasn't lying. He truly wanted this glory. For the servants of the Tianai family, the best destiny is to die for the Tianai family. The young master and the second young master said that this experiment is a great thing, their lifelong goal. And if they can devote themselves to this experiment, as a servant of the Tianai family, I naturally do so willingly. Tianai opened his eyes wide and looked straight at Su Lang. At this moment, Su Lang couldn't see a trace of humanity in him. He only saw a brainwash tool. Su Lang bent down, squatting beside Tianai, looking up at him. Then tell me, do you think what they're doing is right? Su Lang pointed at the monsters in the video, asking word by word. If those experimental subjects were your parents, your wife, and children, how would you feel? Seeing Tianai expression hesitate, Su Lang placed his hands on his shoulders, making him face himself. Don't consider anyone. Don't think about Tianai Beisai. And don't think about Tianai Shanjian. Just tell me, as yourself, what do you think? Tianai knew how to face pressure, how to face threats, and even how to face torture. But no one had ever taught him how to handle such a situation because he was always the one bowing down. Others were high above, telling him to obey, to believe, to give up himself. This was his first time being looked up to by someone, and that person told him to be himself, to have his own thoughts. I have no wife or children. Servants of the Tianai family are not allowed to have families. Tianai looked down at Su Lang, his eyes flickering as for my parents. I forgot who they were. I don't even know their names. I only have one address, the address I was brought out from, so I should have no parents. Yes, the young master said that parents are our shame because they gave us the genes of lower-class people. We can only reduce the sins brought by these inferior genes if we stay far enough away from them. After hearing this, Su Lang finally understood how the Tianai family trained their servants. After decades of brainwashing, combined with such an environment, it was not surprising that Tianai had become like this. You still remember the address? Su Lang's tone was very gentle. He still maintained his squatting posture, his eyes never leaving Tianai. Can you tell me the address, okay? Believe me, there are no inferior genes in this world. If there really were distinctions between superior and inferior people, then why does everyone have two eyes and one nose? If their genes are so noble, why haven't they evolved a different set? If I remember correctly, Hokusai Amano and Eskai Amano are probably not as tall as you and don't look as good as you, right? Amano Jin lowered his head, not knowing what to think, and Su Lang was not in a hurry, quietly accompanying Amano Jin in contemplation. He knew that Amano Jin must be very confused at this moment, so he was willing to give him a little more time. After an unknown amount of time, Su Lang felt his legs had gone numb, and Amano Jin finally spoke, revealing a string of addresses. Fan Yu understood immediately and quickly noted down the address before leaving the interrogation room. They knew Amano Jin's age and the address where he lived when he was taken away, which made further investigation much easier. Su Lang slowly stood up, but instead of sitting on the other side of the table, he moved a chair and sat next to Amano General. He had been interrogated here before, so he knew the pressure that came from facing someone directly. Now, what he needed to bring to Amano Jin was not a sense of oppression, but a sense of closeness. You are lying to me, aren't you? Amano Jin did not look at Su Lang, his gaze vacant. You want to extract information from me. You want me to betray the Amano family. The Amano family betrays humanity. I want you to return to the side of humans. Su Lang replied calmly and gently. They gave me a surname, a noble surname. Amano Jin instinctively said this, but for some reason, the thing he had once been proud of, wanting everyone to know, made him feel somewhat awkward at this moment. This time, Su Lang did not rush to refute Amano General. He was indeed guiding him. But rather than directly giving an answer and forcing Amano Jin to accept it, he hoped that Amano Jin would think for himself. A person who has knelt for too long cannot be pulled up. If one day he stands up, it must be because he wants to stand up himself. I don't know what my parents' surname is. Before I was called Amano Jin, they called me 0526. Later, I worked hard and strived to have my own name, the name bestowed upon me by the young master. Amano Jin. Amano Jin murmured, not knowing whether he was speaking to Su Lang or simply reminiscing. My surname is Su, and my name is Su Lang. This name was given to me by my family. One died so that I could live, and the other died so that I could be happy. Lang originally means bright moonlight. They hoped that, even in darkness, I would still have a full moon to illuminate my way home. Su Lang shared his life with Amano Jin as if telling a story. My parents were both very exceptional people. They loved me, but they never forced me in the name of love. They would tell me that no matter what happened, I am still myself. Even when I didn't know how to choose, they would only tell me to calm down. Whatever choice I made, they would support me and stand behind me. They never tried to control me, but they made me understand that they would always be my support. Amano Jin looked at Su Lang in confusion, clearly unable to understand the meaning of Su Lang's words. The young master of the Amano family and the second young master flashed many images in Amano Jin's mind, but none of them resembled the scenes Su Lang described. What he needed to do in the Amano family was very simple: obey. This is an unconditional obedience. If he did well, there might be rewards. But he absolutely could not work hard just for the rewards, because the young master had said that people like them, the inferior ones, should obey the superior ones. It was only right. This obedience should not come with any conditions or purposes, but should be a wholehearted dedication. When they dedicated enough to satisfy the superior ones, they might receive blessings. Good meals were blessings. Good accommodation and sleep were blessings. Good clothes and shoes were blessings. The greatest blessing was his name. You already have a name, the one your parents gave you. Su Lang turned to look at Amano General. They must have loved you very much. Just as my parents loved me. The name they gave you must also carry their good wishes and beautiful expectations for your life. You can imagine them looking at their infant with love, then repeatedly choosing from many characters, just to select the one that befits you. Befits me? Amano Gen frowned tightly. No. The young master said that I am not worthy of the name Amano Jin. It is because of his favor and blessing that I, in the eyes of parents, their own children are worthy of everything in the world. Su Lang sighed and voiced his doubts. The people of the Amano family first stripped you of your name, gave you a code like a piece of merchandise, and then, in the guise of a blessing, gave you a name that does not belong to you. What is there to be grateful for? It's like you originally had a watermelon. They directly took it away and then told you to work hard, show yourself, and after you have given everything and met their requirements, they give you a leftover watermelon seed. What is the difference? Chapter 73. No regrets in making moves. Tianai Xian stared blankly at Su Lang. Listening to these remarks he had never heard before. Do you need a watermelon seed that someone else has eaten? Su Lang asked with a smile. A surname carries the cultural information and historical background of family, but you're not a member of the Tianai family. That is their surname, not yours. It's clear that you take pride in it, but I want to ask, have they really included you in the family genealogy? Even if a servant has been given the title of the Tianai family's young master, they cannot be included in the family genealogy. That is the rule. Tianai Xian reflexively recited this phrase without any emotion, as if it were an ironclad law he had read 1,000 times. He didn't need to know why such a rule existed, nor did he need to understand its core. He only needed to follow the rules. Rules? Who made the rules? Sulang countered. Did someone from the Tianai family carry you for 10 months? No, right? They raised you because you can meet their requirements and provide value for them. If you couldn't, they would definitely throw you away like garbage. No, I won't be thrown away. Garbage is just buried and dealt with. Tianai Xian seemed to recall some painful scene. Those who were not satisfactory to the family head could not survive. Very well. This beastly family is still engaged in such ruthless behavior. Su Lang noted this down and then brought the topic back. So, they have not shown you any parental kindness. Your survival is merely a value exchange. Moreover, you give far more than they give you. They provide you with a meal, and you should be grateful, obedient, and devote all your energy, youth, dignity, and even life to them. Even if you work outside, you would receive a salary and wouldn't be exploited like this. But Tianai Xian wanted to say something, yet he didn't know how to refute Su Lang. There is no but. Are the people of their family one more nose or one more eye than you? If you had to face Tianai Beisai or Tianai Shanjiang in a one-on-one match, Who do you think would win? Su Lang's words were excessively blunt, even a bit vulgar. The young master and the second young master don't practice martial arts much, so Tianai Xian still instinctively defended the Tianai family members. Just tell me who can win. Su Lang suddenly raised his voice. Tianai Xian was taken aback and answered blankly, of course I can win. So, if they have so many shortcomings compared to you, why are you the inferior one while they are the superior ones? Su Lang pressed on. Real superior people should be better in every way, shouldn't they? Tianai Xian felt increasingly powerless to defend himself. The beliefs he had held on seemed to be gradually collapsing. He felt something was wrong, but couldn't articulate what it was. Was it Su Lang who was wrong? Or was it his previous beliefs that were wrong? Think it over carefully. Su Lang daimli widru, patting Tianai Xian's shoulder and quietly sitting next to him. When Su Lang was aggressive, just now, Tianai Xian felt he couldn't hold up. Now that Su Lang suddenly quieted down, Tianai Xian felt even more lost. The past flashed through his mind, along with the words Su Lang had just spoken. About half an hour later, Fan Yu entered with an old lady. The old lady looked at Tianai Xian and immediately burst into tears. It's him. It's him. Cheng Wuhui. You're my mother? Tianai Xian felt incredulous. Not only did Tianai Xian not believe it, but even Su Lang felt puzzled. Was Tianai Xian's mother really found by Fan Yu? He leaned more towards the idea that this was an actress that Fan Yu had hired to trick Tianai Xian into this act. If that's the case, this old lady's acting is indeed quite good. Not to mention anything else, just this moment of crying has surpassed many people. I'm certainly not your mother. The old lady shook her head. After searching for many years, I finally found you. Such things can only be seen in stories. In this world, there are many who have poured their hearts and souls into searching, yet gain nothing. Many suffer through endless searches, only to be separated by life and death. Su Lang furrowed his brow. What kind of plot was this? As Tianai Xian's gaze was focused on the old lady, Su Lang slowly leaned closer to Fan Yu and whispered, Is this person real? Of course she is real. Otherwise, would I have found you a robot? Fan Yu replied, confused. Su Lang face-palmed, wondering why it was so difficult to communicate with a scientist. What I mean is this person really related to Tianai Xian? Su Lang asked more clearly. Fan Yu nodded and sighed. She is related, but before Fan Yu could finish, the old lady spoke for herself. I knew your father and mother, but we have no blood relationship. I was just their neighbor for over a decade. Lower-class people. Tianai Xian's eyes lowered. They were all lower-class people. And you too. What? The old lady did not know the chaotic theories of the Tianai family and continued to talk about the past. Your mother was very beautiful, and your father was handsome and charming. By the way, your mother had a talent for mental arithmetic and was particularly sensitive to numbers. She calculated faster than I can press a calculator. Your father, however, was not so good at math, so it was all up to your mother to manage things. But your father's painting skills were truly remarkable. Whatever he painted looked just like it, and even a few casual strokes looked exceptionally beautiful. Tianai Xian trembled. He knew at this moment that he no longer needed to say anything. His talents in mathematics and painting were the best proof. He could be recognized by the Tianai family and come this far step by step because of his extraordinary talent and intelligence. But he had never considered that all of this actually came from the parents he had always thought of as lower-class people. He had doubted earlier that this old lady was someone Fan Yu and the others had deliberately found to deceive him. But when she spoke of things that could not possibly be known by outsiders, he immediately understood what was true and what was false. The old lady took out a photo wrapped in cloth from her bosom, which was old and had yellowed and blurred with age. Perhaps due to her old age. The old lady's fingers trembled slightly, but she still handed the photo to Tianai Xian. Look, this is your father, and this is your mother. The old lady pointed out to Tianai Xian, when they stood together with us, they truly stood out. When I first saw your parents, I thought, how could there be such smart and good-looking people in the world? They say you can't have both fish and bear's paw. How do they get everything? Perhaps it is because heaven cannot tolerate such a perfect existence, so what? Tianai Xian was emotionally agitated, stepping forward to grab the old lady's sleeve, asking anxiously. The two young soldiers beside them wanted to intervene, but were given a look by Su Lang and retreated. After you were taken away, your mother's mental state became particularly poor. She first went mad looking for you, reporting to the police, posting notices, asking people everywhere, and searching through various channels to issue missing person notices. At that time, she even said that even receiving a threatening letter would be good. At least there would be some hope. But after you were taken away, there was no news at all, not even a clue to find you. After several years of this turmoil, the people around her advised her to give up, so she shut herself away, crying all day long. Over time, her body couldn't handle it, and not long after, she passed away. The old lady sighed. As a mother myself, I certainly understand her heart, but the world is unpredictable. What can be done? Qingyan was stunned. The people of the Tianai family had told him that they were all abandoned by their parents, that those lower-class people were unable to raise them and finally cruelly abandoned them. It was the Tianai family that gave them a chance at life, and they should be grateful. But the reality was, what about my father? When Amano Jin asked this question, his eyes were blood red and his voice trembled. After your mother died, your father never remarried, and every day he kept your photo and your mother's ashes by his side. He said he had thought about going with your mother, but he was afraid that one day you would come back and find that no one was waiting at home, which is why he kept guarding that empty house. The old woman trembled as she stepped forward and hugged Amano General at that time. We all thought your father was foolish and guessed that you might have met with misfortune long ago. It's so good to see you now, but unfortunately, your parents cannot see you. The old woman looked up, tears streaming down her face. Qingyan, this child has returned without regrets. He really has come back. At this moment, Amano Jin was already in tears, choking as he asked, my father, how did he die? He waited until he died. The old woman's tears flowed down the grooves of her face. Perhaps his heart had long since died. He actually had a place in the underground shelter, but he didn't want to leave that house, so he gave the spot to me, this old woman. Child, in the end, he was still waiting for you to come back, waiting for you to go home. I'm sorry for them. Amano Jin finally said these words, followed by heart-wrenching cries. In the past, Amano Jin was just a dog following orders, but now he had flesh and blood, emotions, and a real home. This home was a barrier built by his parents with their lives. He was not Amano Jin, he was Chengwu Hui, with excellent parents and the best love in the world. After a long time, Chengwu Hui's emotions slowly calmed down. He glanced at Su Lang and then turned to the old woman. Mr. Su said that parents often name their children with love in mind. Do you know the meaning of Chengwu Hui? Your mother's constitution made it difficult for her to conceive. To have you, she went through injections and took medicine, suffering a lot. I am older than her and had advised her, but she said the world is so beautiful, and she hoped you would come and see it. So no matter how much she suffered, she had no regrets. Likewise, she hoped that your life would go smoothly, without regrets. The old woman looked at Chengwu Hui with kindness. They were not related by blood, but they felt closer than family. Smooth sailing without regrets. Chengwu Hui slightly closed his eyes, tears streaming down. I have done too many wrong things, mistaken a thief for my father, lost my conscience. How can I be without regrets? Su Lang understood that this would be a painful blow for Chengwu Hui, but the truth is the truth, and revealing the truth holds significance. He has the right to know the truth. He has the right to make a choice again. Can I have some time alone? Chengwu Hui looked at Su Lang. According to the regulations, this was certainly allowed, but Su Lang still nodded. All right. The two little warriors wanted to say something, but Fan Yu interrupted. If there's a problem, I'll take care of it. In the end, the two little warriors said nothing and followed Su Lang and Fan Yu, helping the old woman as they walked out of the interrogation room together. Chengwu Hui sat alone in the underground interrogation room, surrounded by silence. His eyes were hollow, as if he had lost his soul. The light in the interrogation room was dim, with only a chandelier casting a weak glow, illuminating his pale face. His hands were bound by rough iron chains, and his wrists were slightly swollen from the prolonged restraint. The chair beneath him seemed to be the only object accompanying him. It was cold, lacking any warmth. He felt lonely and helpless, as if the whole world was drifting away from him. The dampness on the walls filled the air with a heavy atmosphere, making it hard for him to breathe. Images of the past echoed in his mind. The mistakes and pains he had experienced felt like a sharp knife, deeply piercing his heart. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and darkness seemed to want to swallow him whole. He clearly had loving parents and a warm home, but everything was destroyed by those beasts. Su Lang was right. Those beasts took away the beauty that truly belonged to him, throwing him a pile of garbage, and he cherished it as if it were treasure. Ridiculous. Sad. He had previously called Su Lang foolish, but the truly foolish one was him. Unable to distinguish black from white, good from evil. Just thinking about the years he spent mistaking a thief for his father made Cheng Wu-Hui feel a surge in his stomach. He felt disgusted. Disgusted with the Amano family and disgusted with himself. No regrets. His parents hoped he would have no regrets, but his life was filled with regret. Cheng Wu-Hui had never cried like this before. This was the first day he returned to being Cheng Wu-Hui, yet he felt unprecedented regret. Cheng Wu-Hui looked down at his hands, at his chest. His father had hands skilled by heaven, yet he used these hands to harm others' lives. His mother had a delicate heart, yet he used that heart to commit the most evil acts. The Amano family took away not only his childhood, but also his parents' remaining lives and happiness, as well as all his life and joy. Cheng Wu-Hui, what a beautiful name. Unfortunately, he was unworthy of such a good name and unworthy of such pure love. Cheng Wu-Hui took a deep breath and finally shouted, "Mr. Su, come in. I have something to say." As the door to the interrogation room was pushed open, a beam of light followed in. "Go ahead, I'm listening." Su Lang sat down next to Cheng Wu-Hui. Chapter 74. Being myself, Cheng Wu-Hui clearly stated everything he knew. The TNI family is a very large and historically significant entity. For someone like Cheng Wu-Hui, it would be more accurate to say he is a death warrior rather than a servant. Every year, they scour the world for hundreds of abandoned orphans, train and cultivate them, and only half of them survive. Among this half, only the top 3 are assigned to important tasks within the TNI family, while the rest are mostly marginalized, regardless of their position. Once a servant reaches the age of 45, they no longer need to serve the TNI family. It is said that the TNI family arranges for these individuals to retire in a tranquil and beautiful place. However, after learning all this, Cheng Wu-Hui no longer believed such nonsense. He speculated that the so-called tranquil and beautiful place probably does not exist at all. Those who exceed 45 are likely treated as trash and disposed of secretly. The TNI family is involved in many fields: healthcare, education, biology, energy, transportation, and more. Almost every important sector related to people's livelihoods is touched by the TNI family. Cheng Wu-Hui initially followed TNI Beihui, a name given to him by TNI Beihui. Later, when it was rumored that TNI Beihui had gone missing, the servants who had been with him were reassigned to TNI Qingyan for selection. Some are marginalized, while Cheng Wu-Hui caught the eye of TNI Qingyan and followed him closely. According to Cheng Wu-Hui, TNI Qingyan not only worked for the Key Group, but also engaged in related research within the TNI family. Initially, they were not allowed to enter the laboratory, but after the radiation disaster, due to personnel shortages, TNI Qingyan allowed servants like Cheng Wu-Hui to enter the lab. Cheng Wu-Hui, being relatively talented, was chosen to become his assistant. This was once a source of pride for Cheng Wu-Hui, but now it had become his greatest shame. After the radiation disaster, not everyone had the right to enter the underground shelters. Those who were excluded became the best test subjects for TNI Qingyan, and under such circumstances, the cost of obtaining test subjects was unprecedentedly low. Cheng Wu-Hui looked at Su Lang and recounted everything he knew in detail. The TNI family has its own shelter, located in a hidden area, with ample resources and a complete personnel setup. At that time, TNI Qingyan needed a large number of test subjects. So Cheng Wu-Hui pretended to be a good person, offering refuge to those who were not qualified to enter the underground shelters. Those individuals thought they had found a savior, but in reality, they had fallen into the hands of devil. The information Cheng Wu-Hui provided was something Fan Yu and the others had not previously grasped. After humanity moved underground, the flow of information was no longer as smooth as before. Moreover, most of the people within the TNI family were death warriors like Cheng Wu-Hui, who had been brainwashed and were extremely loyal to the TNI family. Even those who were persecuted by the TNI family had no opportunity to resist or seek help due to the family's military suppression. The TNI family not only has armed personnel, but also a large stockpile of weapons. Before the radiation disaster, they might have just been a prominent family group, but now they could be considered a small nation. Everything obeys the head of the family, and everyone is categorized into ranks based on bloodline and position. With a well-established system and strict hierarchy, Cheng Wuhui smiled bitterly, knowing that they had captured more than just him. But aside from him, it was unlikely anyone would divulge anything. Even if they did, it would probably be a trap. Compared to them, they would certainly fear the TNI family more. Centralized power, clear rewards and punishments. Su Lang nodded in understanding. But Cheng Wuhui corrected him. There are rarely rewards, but there are all kinds of punishments. Just like you said, Mr. Su, their rewards are merely a beastly name or a bit more meat. However, when it comes to punishments, the pain they can inflict is more terrifying than death by 1,000 cuts. At least death by 1,000 cuts has an end. They can make someone live on while constantly wishing for death. It is precisely because of this kind of deterrence, combined with previous brainwashing, that no one dares to betray the TNI family. Then you. Su Lang hesitated. I am Cheng Wuhui, not TNI Xian. Cheng Wuhui looked at Su Lang, saying he had long lost the face to continue living. He spoke these words because he was already prepared to die. You are safe here, you won't die. Fan Yu interjected reassuringly. If Cheng Wuhui can provide important information and make a significant contribution, there's a chance for him to survive. But to everyone's surprise, Cheng Wuhui shook his head and said, this place is not safe. Every underground shelter has TNI family moles. Have you never thought that after all these years, the number of people living on the surface has dwindled, yet TNI Shangjian-S experiments have continued? Where do his test subjects come from? Cheng Wuhui's words sent chills down everyone's spines. The underground shelters are not safe. It is very likely that TNI Shangjian's recent test subjects come from the underground shelters. It turns out that they have always been in the open while the TNI family has been in the dark. Once, the Qi group was one of the dependents of the TNI family, but now the situation has reversed and the Qi group has become dependent on the TNI family. Cheng Wuhui then dropped another bombshell. While you were busy regulating the underground shelters, there was internal strife over there, ultimately resulting in a power shift. The victor is the TNI family. Su Lang and the others had mistakenly believed that the Qi group was still in control, thinking that these evil deeds were continuing to be perpetrated by the Qi group, unaware that changes had occurred without their knowledge. Cheng Wuhui took a deep breath and looked at Su Lang. To be frank, I do not believe that merely relying on the military power of this underground shelter can compete with the TNI family. Their methods of development may not be humanitarian, but their strengths in all aspects are formidable. If a direct conflict were to arise, I would recommend gathering the entire alliance's strength. You do not understand the TNI family, but the TNI family understands you very well. They are fully aware of the characteristics of every underground shelter, food storage, military reserves, and personnel reserves. I even know that you recently lost a capable officer named Zhang Cheng'an. The two young soldiers looked astonished. They could guarantee that no one had ever revealed this information to Cheng Wuhui. The fact that Cheng Wuhui knew this only indicated that the TNI family's reach had extended far and wide. Therefore, what exists between you is not merely a disparity in military strength, but also a gap in information. Cheng Wuhui did not tailor his words to please Su Lang and the others. He chose to speak the truth. In this era, it is not easy for anyone to survive. So if action is to be taken, please plan carefully. Sacrifices are inevitable, but meaningless sacrifices should be avoided. Life is truly precious. I no longer have a choice, but you still do. So, please be responsible for every life as much as possible. Su Lang could see that Cheng Wuhui's words were heartfelt. Do you know who the mole buried in the shelter is? Su Lang asked. If they could find the mole, things would become much simpler, and they might even get more clues. Servants are not qualified to have this information. Cheng Wuhui looked at Su Lang, saying that all such vital information is in the hands of their family members. Whether main family or collateral, the members of the TNI family are particularly united, as they are genuinely a community of shared interests. Su Lang understood that if Cheng Wuhui knew, he would certainly say something. Now, Cheng Wuhui's words could only mean that he truly did not know. Perhaps because he couldn't provide information in this regard. Cheng Wuhui felt guilty and immediately asked Su Lang for paper and pen. I inherited my father's talent. I could draw all the maps I remember from these years, indicating where people live and what things are stored in different places. As he spoke, Cheng Wuhui began to draw, doing so very meticulously, and Su Lang and the others dared not disturb him. After finishing, Cheng Wuhui checked it several times before handing it over to Su Lang. The TOLLS family's refuge is divided into above-ground and underground sections, but the above-ground part not only serves as a smokescreen, but also has traps and guards. It can be said that if you're not an insider, it would be a matter of life and death, so I do not recommend a forced entry. While speaking, Cheng Wuhui also drew a layout plan. I am drawing this just to help you respond conveniently in special situations, but if you want to launch a large-scale attack, it is basically impossible. A few people sneaking in might have a slight chance, but it is extremely dangerous. Cheng Wuhui was almost spilling everything he knew, eager to share all he could think of. Should we take a break and have something to eat? Fan Yu asked, seeing Cheng Wuhui like this, and her attitude softened. No, I don't need a break. I need to think more and see if I've missed anything. Cheng Wuhui nervously clenched his fingers, constantly contemplating. I don't need to eat. I don't want to waste food on me. After saying that, Cheng Wuhui looked towards the door of the interrogation room. Also, don't let anyone else in. I don't know who the mole buried here is, and I need to tell you everything I know as completely as possible. Hearing Cheng Wuhui say this, Su Lang and the others could not persuade him further and could only accompany him in thought. Fan Yu picked up the drawings Cheng Wuhui had made, occasionally asking about details, listening to Cheng Wuhui's answers, and then making supplements. 5 hours passed, and Su Lang had to change Cheng Wuhui's pen once, before Cheng Wuhui finally stopped and let out a long breath. I have sorted out the relationships of the people and their family that I know. It would be best if you could optimize it against the images you can find later. I have clearly written down the areas each of them is roughly responsible for, as well as some personal characteristics. I hope these will help. Perhaps due to the long writing, Cheng Wuhui's hands were shaking, but his eyes were exceptionally bright and clear. All right, thank you. Fan Yu reached out her hand to express her gratitude. Looking at Fan Yu's outstretched hand, Cheng Wuhui seemed somewhat flustered. I don't deserve it. I should be the one thanking you. Thank you for giving me a chance to be Cheng Wuhui. Fan Yu patted Cheng Wuhui on the shoulder. You deserve it. Is there anything else I can do? Cheng Wuhui organized his emotions and looked at Fan Yu. The evil deeds of the TOLLS family should be made public. I am willing to be a witness. I know about their experiments and have participated in them. I can detail the horrifying actions that outrage both gods and men. Yes, we need to make it public, and we need witnesses, not just against this refuge, but for the entire alliance for all humanity. Fan Yu did not expect Cheng Wuhui to take the initiative to propose this, and from here, she saw Cheng Wuhui's sincerity. However, the preparation time would take until tomorrow morning at the earliest. At that time, we will combine your description with the videos that Su Lang and the others obtained during their previous mission to reveal the truth to all humanity. All right, then I will wait here. Cheng Wuhui nodded in agreement. Su Lang thought of the mole Cheng Wuhui had mentioned earlier and volunteered. I will stay here with you today and find 2 reliable people to keep watch. Nothing must go wrong before the public announcement. Fan Yu had no objections. Okay, I will send these things out first, then find Chen Muge to arrange it. Saying this, Fan Yu prepared to leave the interrogation room. But before she could pull open the door, Su Lang suddenly interrupted. Don't go alone. Let Chen Muge arrange for reliable people to pick you up. The things in your hands are extremely important, and I worry someone might want to harm you because of them. Su Lang was particularly cautious and thoughtful. Fan Yu paused. In the past, she might have thought Su Lang was being overly suspicious, but the current situation was indeed very severe, allowing for no mistakes. All right, I will have Chen Muge send someone to pick me up. After saying that, Fan Yu connected with Chen Muge and explained the situation there. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed outside the interrogation room. Chen Muge actually sent nearly 20 people over at once, led personally by Gu Zhengming. Put the things in the safe. After Gu Zhengming entered, he handed the safe to Fan Yu, so even if something unexpected happened, there would be an extra layer of protection. Fan Yu understood Gu Zhengming's intention and carefully placed all the documents and information provided by Cheng Wuhui into the safe. Half of the people accompanied Fan Yu to deliver the safe, while the other half stayed in the interrogation room until the public announcement tomorrow. These people would be responsible for protecting Cheng Wuhui's safety. Despite being extremely exhausted physically and mentally after this period of turmoil, Su Lang chose to stay here with Cheng Wuhui because he knew there would be a tough battle to fight tomorrow. Chapter 75. The hidden stake. Ever since Chun Mu-Gu learned that there might be hidden stakes within the shelter, he ordered a thorough investigation. However, this was not a short-term task, and the workload was immense. Now that it has been confirmed that the Amano family and the Qi group have made a resurgence, Chun Mu-Gu saw no need to hide it from everyone, and even chose to make it public to the rulers of the shelter. This indeed caused some panic among the personnel, but it was better than being kept in the dark. The underground shelter had previously been calm, but while they were unaware, the influence of the Amano family had been growing wildly, reaching a level where it could threaten them, and even extending its tentacles into the underground shelter, abducting people for cruel experiments. Panic is a negative emotion, but it also serves to instill fear, heightening vigilance. In the evening, the guards brought food and water to Su Lang and the soldiers on duty. "Don't worry, everything has been checked," the guard said, adding, "Not only has it been checked once, but everyone involved has also undergone background checks, so it's very reliable. Teacher Fan is the same. She is pregnant, so we were even more cautious." Hearing this, Su Lang felt relieved. Gu Zhengming was sitting next to Su Lang. His meal was similar to Su Lang's, but his eating manner was much more elegant. While Su Lang simply chewed and swallowed, Gu Zhengming seemed to savor and enjoy his food. In the past, Su Lang might have thought of Gu Zhengming as a refined person, but now, looking at the compressed biscuits in his hand, he found it hard to understand what was worth savoring and enjoying. "Just eat something, at least drink some water. If you keep this up, your body won't take it." A young soldier who had previously escorted Cheng Wuhui couldn't stand it anymore and shared part of his food with Cheng Wuhui, also handing over his water cup. Another young soldier couldn't help but say, "Yeah, I used to find you really annoying, but now that I think about it, you're also a pitiful person." Resources were already scarce in the underground shelter, and Cheng Wuhui was a sinner, so by rights, he shouldn't have had food or water. Previously, Fan Yu could help him apply for it, but Cheng Wuhui had refused. Cheng Wuhui shook his head. "I want to eat." Su Lang sighed. He had also thought about sharing with Cheng Wuhui, but he anticipated that Cheng Wuhui would refuse. He knew that Cheng Wuhui was punishing himself and had already made up his mind to die. "You'll definitely have to speak tomorrow. Not eating anything and at least drinking some water would help. The feeling of thirst is much harder to endure than hunger, and it will affect your performance." The young soldier frowned at Cheng Wuhui. Su Lang paused with the cup in midair, looking suspiciously at the young soldier who spoke. The first invitation was quite normal and could be interpreted as a spark of compassion, but the second time, "I've endured all kinds of suffering during my time with the Amano family. Hunger, thirst, pain, confinement, bugs. None of these are a big deal. I can bear it." Cheng Wuhui remained unmoved, preparing to push the food back to the young soldier. But at that moment, Su Lang reached out and pressed his fingertip on the tray, saying, "This young brother, I've also been through a few days of torment. I'm hungry and thirsty. How about letting me have it?" When Su Lang said this, everyone was stunned. Even Gu Zhengming looked over, but just after a moment, he immediately understood Su Lang's intention. "I can give up my food, but I don't have enough water to drink." The young soldier's eyes flickered as he stumbled over his words. "Oh," Su Lang smiled, picking up the water cup from the tray. "What should I do? I just happen to need this sip of water." He then handed the cup to Gu Zhengming. "You check it. It's your subordinate." When the cup was in Su Lang's hand, the young soldier tried to grab it back, but once it was in Gu Zhengming's hands, the young soldier quickly retracted his outstretched hand, looking at Gu Zhengming with fearful eyes. At this point, the significance of checking or not checking had become less important. Checking once was merely to solidify the charges further. Others also reacted quickly, immediately controlling the young soldier. "Search him," Gu Zhengming ordered, and then handed the cup to another guard to see what had been added to it. After a careful examination, they found nothing on the young soldier, but they did discover some powder hidden under his fingernails. "Quite meticulous," Su Lang remarked as he watched the guard send the powder from the young soldier's nails for testing. To be honest, from the beginning, he hadn't suspected this young soldier, The soldier's behavior had been normal, except for the last act of kindness. At this moment, another soldier who had accompanied the escort of Cheng Wu Hui was trembling with fear, looking at Gu Zhengming, repeatedly assuring him, "Captain, I'm really not with him. I'm just on a simple mission. I didn't know he was from that side." "I believe you." Gu Zhengming nodded, then changed the subject. "But it still needs to be checked." In the end, that young soldier was also taken away. Under such circumstances, Gu Zhengming could not easily trust anyone. If there was no connection, that would be best, but if there was, he certainly could not let it go. Originally, some thought the thorough investigation within the shelter was a bit alarmist, but after this incident, everyone realized that danger might be lurking nearby. When the interrogation room fell silent again, everyone's mindset had changed significantly. Gu Zhengming later dispatched more personnel and strengthened the management of all personnel entering and exiting the interrogation room. That night, everyone slept uneasily, after enduring until morning. Su Lang only felt sore all over. There was no way around it. Sleeping on the floor was like this. He was relatively better off, as he could at least lie down to sleep, while Gu Zhengming had to sit throughout just to save space. They could have escorted Cheng Wu Hui to a more spacious place, but doing so would inevitably increase the risk. Perhaps that young soldier last night realized that if he didn't act soon, he might not have another chance, which is why he chose to take the risk. It was unclear what methods Chun Muga used, but after a night of interrogation, the young soldier revealed the truth. He was indeed from the Amano family, but he was just working for them. The Amano family provided him with ample food, water, and various pleasures, which were all easily obtainable compared to what one had to earn through contribution points in the shelter. Even things that couldn't be obtained through contribution points could be provided by the Amano family. The key point was that he had a child with a woman sent by the Amano family, and even if he wanted to quit later, he had to continue because of that child. This young soldier looked to be about the same age as Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan. Who would have thought he had so many stories behind him? Through further interrogation by Chun Muga and the others, it was revealed that this young soldier's entire family were hidden stakes planted by the Amano family within the shelter. When the quotas were allocated, only a small part of his family received the chance to enter the underground shelter. It was the Amano family that found them, stating that if they were willing to serve the Amano family, they could save the lives of those who hadn't received a quota, and they would provide material and resource assistance to their family. Everyone wants to live. No one wants to die. So they reached an agreement with the devil and had been lying in ambush in the shelter for all these years. When the young soldier was born and grew up, he passed this secret down to him, carrying on the family business of engaging in such unspeakable activities. After listening to the guard, Su Lang felt utterly bewildered. Yesterday, Cheng Wu Hui had already said that those who were supposedly protected by those people ended up as lambs waiting to be slaughtered on the experimental table. Why would they still serve the TNI family? Most familial bonds had faded after 20 years of separation, yet the resources they obtained and the beauties they enjoyed were real. Gu Zhengming seemed particularly affected by this. Resources in the underground shelter were scarce, and contribution points had to be earned through labor or intellect, which couldn't compare to the ease of betraying others. There had been team members who went missing during previous missions, and now, thinking back, a soldier, standing in the corner, spoke thoughtfully. The guard involved in the interrogation continued. "You guessed correctly, but the people he betrayed are not just one. From what he has disclosed, there are 3, but the time intervals are quite long, and the TNI family will help disguise it as accidents or mission failures. Moreover, back then, everyone was unaware that the TNI family was making a comeback, so they didn't think in that direction and didn't investigate." After hearing all this, Su Lang realized that the situation had developed to this point without their knowledge. When Fan Yu entered again, everyone understood that the real trial was about to begin. Fan Yu looked exhausted, seemingly having not slept all night. The materials were ready, and all parties had been contacted. They could start the live broadcast in an hour. Fan Yu's voice was a bit hoarse as he squatted down in front of Cheng Wu Hui. "I need to confirm the process with you, okay?" "Of course." Cheng Wu Hui replied with a smile and nodded. Su Lang and Gu Zhengming moved aside to give space to Fan Yu and Cheng Wu Hui. Cheng Wu Hui was highly cooperative, and communication with Fan Yu was incredibly smooth. Originally, Fan Yu estimated it would take at least 40 minutes to discuss, but unexpectedly, they resolved all issues in less than half an hour. Once the process was confirmed, Gu Jingming led the team responsible for escorting Cheng Wuhui to the studio. To be safe, Gu Jingming even found a decoy to spread the risk, and the other escort personnel were fully armed. Fortunately, perhaps because that little soldier had already been captured, Chen Muge had published the relevant information and executed the culprit and their family, serving as a deterrent. So there were no further disturbances along the way. Su Lang certainly didn't believe that the underground shelter had only that one mole. But those people were willing to serve the TNI family merely out of self-interest. When the benefits were large enough and the risks relatively small, they naturally remained loyal. But with the current high risks, it was questionable whether the TNI family could protect themselves, and they would definitely be unwilling to get involved to avoid exposing themselves. The studio in the underground shelter was located in the heart of the facility, serving as a communication hub. The corridor leading to the studio was dim and silent, with only the sound of orderly footsteps echoing off the concrete walls. Emergency lights emitted a faint glow, creating an unreal feeling, and the air was thick with an unspoken tension. As the door to the studio opened, a warm breeze rushed out, contrasting sharply with the chill of the corridor. Inside, the lighting was soft, creating a reassuring atmosphere. Various equipment was neatly arranged on the control console and shelves, resembling a precise instrument waiting for the moment to perform. The staff responsible for each position had taken their places and looked at Cheng Wuhui with complex expressions. "Don't be nervous, just follow the process we discussed," Fan Yu said, patting Cheng Wuhui's shoulder. In principle, these matters shouldn't have been handled by her, but she needed to be informed about anything related to the key group and the TNI family, as it was closely tied to her plans. As the live broadcast was about to begin, the atmosphere became even tenser. Under the dim lights, everyone's faces appeared particularly serious. The studio door closed tightly, seemingly isolating all external sounds. In front of the control console, the host stared at the script in hand, brow furrowed, eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness and gravity. The lighting technician meticulously adjusted every angle and brightness of the lights, creating a calm yet solemn atmosphere. The cameraman focused intently on the lens, capturing every subtle change. The director was furrowing his brow, his gaze revealing a heavy sense of responsibility. "Start." As the director's voice fell, the first images shown were those recorded during Su Lang and the team's mission. The monstrous roars and the tragic deaths of those soldiers provided a strong visual shock and emotional impact to the viewers of the live broadcast. After negotiation, these images were not blurred at all. Each frame was presented according to the most authentic and clear standards. The number of viewers continued to rise, not only from the shelter, but from all personnel in every shelter within the Alliance, all preparing to face the terrifying truth. After the footage ended, the host did not rush to speak, but allowed time for everyone to absorb the information. After a while, the host slowly said, "The truth may be terrifying, but lies can be deadly. We choose to be open because we cannot let fear defeat us. In this battle, everyone must be a warrior because justice needs to be upheld, and the murderer must pay the price." Chapter 76, Coming and Going. Regarding the key group and the Amano family, we have too many misconceptions. The radiation disaster is not a natural disaster, but a man-made calamity. In the past, we have heard too many lies. We took those lies as truth to the extent that we could not discern right from wrong. And we were satisfied with the false prosperity brought by those lies, sacrificing a potentially beautiful future in the process. If we do not dare to face our own ignorance, we cannot achieve true development. If we do not remember the lessons of history, we are likely to repeat the same mistakes. We live in dark, damp undergrounds, leading lives devoid of sunlight, while our fellow beings are bound to the experimental tables by demons, doing unspeakable things under the guise of human development. The KY group and the Amano family have committed heinous crimes against humanity, and they are still continuing. If evil deeds go unpunished, it only shows that this world is distorted. If lies come without consequences, the truth will forever remain hidden. After the host passionately finished speaking, Cheng Wuhui lowered his head and recounted what he had seen, heard, and done during his years with the Amano family. He is a sinner, and he does not deny it. He knows that countless viewers are cursing him and spitting on him. Yet he still strives to organize his thoughts, speaking one sentence at a time, trying to restore those cruel and unbearable images as much as possible. Su Lang and Fan, you have already heard these things. Su Lang has even seen them with his own eyes, but he still stands in the studio, quietly listening. This is a chapter of history buried for many years, and it is also an ongoing evil. No matter how many times he hears it, Su Lang cannot calmly accept it. The past of the Amano family is a pure history of human evil, and the Qi group is an accomplice that amplifies that evil. Listening to Cheng Wuhui's narration, Su Lang feels as if time has stopped, surrounded by the voices of men filled with guilt and repentance. Indeed, everyone should be informed, because this harm affects all of humanity. Almost every family has lost loved ones, and nearly every broken family is related to this. The so-called development advocated by the Qi group and the deliberately guided public opinion have made us ignorant, immersing us in lies. Therefore, we are victims, but we are also sinners. Yet humanity has not been extinguished. As long as there are people, there is hope. The first step in the fight is always to open our eyes. Even if the truth is blinding, we must endure the pain and face forward. By the time the live broadcast ended, everyone's emotions were complex. In the studio, as the last light and shadow dissipated, the originally oppressive atmosphere gradually lifted. The lights went out, leaving only faint shadows. The buttons and knobs on the control panel were turned off one by one, and a slight clicking sound echoed in the quiet studio. On stage, the host had already left, leaving Cheng Wuhui still sitting there, head lowered. Su Lang walked up to the stage, approached Cheng Wuhui, and said, "Let's go back." He did not know where Cheng Wuhui would be taken, whether he would be imprisoned, or if there were other arrangements. Cheng Wuhui did not respond or move. The guard next to him stepped forward, ready to take Cheng Wuhui away. But as soon as their hands touched him, they saw his body collapse helplessly. It was only then that Su Lang and the others realized that Cheng Wuhui had committed suicide by poisoning. There was poison hidden in his teeth. Gu Zhengming pried open Cheng Wuhui's mouth and sighed after checking. It was already too late to save him. In fact, Su Lang was not surprised by this outcome. He just did not expect Cheng Wuhui to choose this moment. Perhaps, for Cheng Wuhui, there was nothing left to cling to. Making the truth public was the last thing he wanted to do while alive, and now that his wish was fulfilled, he was naturally unburdened. He did not know if he had already reunited with his parents. Fan Yu walked to Cheng Wuhui's body, raised her hand to help him close his eyes. He clearly deserved a better life. Yes, he could have had a happy and fulfilling family, a wonderful and joyful life. One wrong step leads to another. Named Wuhui, everywhere is regret. Cheng Wuhui had no relatives and had committed crimes. He had no farewell ceremony for his body, nor any relatives to see him off. He came into this world with his parents' great expectations, but left alone and desolate. He did not wish to be cremated. Gu Zhengming suddenly spoke up, saying that on the way to the studio, he told me that if he died, he hoped to donate his body for medical research. He said that he had cruelly treated those who were confined to the experimental tables while alive, and in death he did not deserve a complete body or peace. Gu Zhengming took a deep breath and continued. When he said these words, I didn't understand why. Now that I think about it, he probably had already made plans. In the end, Cheng Wuhui's body was transferred to the medical department according to his wishes, and his life ultimately returned to dust. We don't have much time left, Fan Yu said to Su Lang. Su Lang certainly understood what Fan Yu meant. He nodded. Let's go, I should set off. It was still the same narrow corridor, still the same huge iron door. Passing through the narrow corridor, Fan Yu stopped in front of a large laboratory door. Pupil recognition. Chief Researcher Fan Yu. Recognition successful. Unlocking. Perhaps because he knew that he had only a few opportunities left to come here. Su Lang observed this place with extra seriousness. The environment inside the laboratory was very tidy, with a faint chill in the air. The floor was covered with anti-static carpets to ensure the normal operation of the equipment. In the center of the laboratory stood a quantum splitting machine, enormous and mysterious, like a sleeping giant beast. The quantum splitting machine is a large and mysterious piece of equipment, possessing astonishing technological aesthetics. In terms of design, The quantum splitting machine adopts a minimalist style filled with a sense of technology. Its appearance consists of smooth curves and sharp geometric shapes, presenting a unique visual effect. The main color of the quantum splitting machine is silver, exuding a mysterious and profound glow. This glow flows across the surface of the machine, as if it were a living substance, evoking thoughts of the deep universe and endless unknowns. The overall appearance of the machine gives a transcendent feeling, as if it were a piece of art from the future. The quantum splitting machine is enormous, with both height and width far exceeding that of ordinary equipment. The structural design of the entire machine is extremely intricate, seemingly with each part having its unique purpose and function. In the detailed design, the edges of the quantum splitting machine have complex patterns and designs, which seem to narrate the history and functions of the machine. Additionally, the machine is adorned with rows of blinking azure lights. These lights flicker continuously during the machine's operation, adding a touch of mystery to the entire apparatus. Surrounding the quantum splitting machine are a series of high-tech devices, such as high-precision sensors, displays, controllers, etc. These devices are connected to the quantum splitting machine, monitoring and controlling the system's operational status in real time. On the other side of the laboratory are rows of experimental tables equipped with various instruments. The tables hold various precision instruments, such as spectrometers, mass spectrometers, gas analyzers, etc., which are used to detect and analyze the particles and energy produced by the quantum splitting machine. The ceiling of the laboratory is lined with fluorescent lights, providing soft and ample illumination for the entire laboratory. The whole laboratory appears very modern, filled with a sense of technology and futurism. Are you ready? Fan Yu looked at Su Lang. Sensors, controllers, energy systems, one by one were activated. Su Lang walked step by step towards that familiar position, nodding solemnly. I'm ready. Fan Yu took a deep breath and pressed the start button after Su Lang officially took his place. Target time, July 18th, 2263. Target location, Heavy Controlled Nuclear Fusion Energy Base Number 09. Split body Su Lang. Su Lang stood in this completely unfamiliar place, surrounded by handsome men and beautiful women with blonde hair and blue eyes. If it weren't for knowing Fan Yu's teleportation location, he would have thought he was sent to some brand's fashion show. Excuse me, sir. Su Lang greeted a passing man, but the other party merely glanced at him indifferently and walked away. Why are the people here so indifferent? Su Lang helplessly searched for the next target. This time, he focused on a glamorous, curvaceous beauty. Beautiful lady, I'm looking for Qingyan. Do you know where he is? Su Lang got straight to the point, stating his request. The woman smiled, sizing him up before replying, I'm looking for him too. If I knew where he was, why would I be here waiting? Su Lang was left speechless by this rhetorical question, looking at the eager expressions of the handsome men and beautiful women around him. A bold guess suddenly crossed Su Lang's mind. Could this group of people all be waiting for Qingyan? Su Lang took a deep breath and decided to wander around. He was very uncertain whether he had been teleported to the correct location. This place really didn't seem like a scientific research facility. Was there any trace of the Heavy Controlled Nuclear Fusion Base Number 09 here? It would be quite reasonable to say it looked like a top-tier brand fashion show. But regrettably, when Su Lang stepped outside, he indeed saw the sign for Heavy Controlled Nuclear Fusion Base Number 09, and unexpectedly learned that Qingyan was the person in charge here. Su Lang could gather from the news collected by Fan Yu that Qingyan had been transferred from the mutation breeding laboratory to this place. But the real reason remained deeply mysterious, with no explanation given. It seemed there must be some insider information involved. Looking at those flamboyantly dressed peacocks, Su Lang felt utterly ordinary and completely unremarkable. It appeared that either Qingyan hadn't returned yet, or he was still inside the office building of the base. If Su Lang wanted to find him, he could only wait this way. If it weren't for this group of peacocks, Su Lang might have dared to barge in. But now, seeing the vigilant expressions of the security at the office building entrance, he knew that someone must have tried this before, and if he did it again, the outcome wouldn't be good. No one knew exactly when Qingyan would appear. Even Fan Yu couldn't find out this information. But the fact that Fan Yu could send him here today meant that Qingyan would definitely show up. So Su Lang patiently squatted by the roadside, counting ants while waiting. Fortunately, the ants here hadn't mutated yet. Both their appearance and size looked quite normal. But upon closer thought, it seemed a bit abnormal. Where was this place? This was the heavy controlled nuclear fusion base number 09. According to Key Group's previous statements at the press conference, this should already be the territory of Key Group. If KY Group wanted to further develop nuclear energy, this place must be an important strategic point. Su Lang stood up and looked around. With its green mountains and clear waters, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it paradise. Where was the slightest hint of pollution? So, Qingyan had indeed managed to get this place under control, while Su Lang was lost in thought. A sudden scream rang out not far away. He turned back to look. Who else could cause such a commotion other than Qingyan? Qingyan was tall and upright, with short black hair naturally falling over his forehead, adding a touch of elegance to his handsome face. However, in stark contrast to his appearance was his outfit, which could only be described as gaudy. He wore a bright red shirt that perfectly outlined his slim figure. The collar of the shirt was very low, revealing part of his muscular chest, sparking the imagination. The lower half was a pair of black jeans that accentuated his long legs. On his feet were shiny orange sneakers, creating a striking contrast with the red shirt, making it unforgettable and hard to look at. Most terrifyingly, he wore a string of silver accessories, including a necklace, bracelet, and waist chain, which jingled softly with his movements, giving him a very unique and unruly look. Qingyan, has your taste been eaten by a dog? Su Lang couldn't help but roar. He felt like his eyes were under a 1,000-point attack, almost blinded by the ugliness. This outfit was simply outrageously ugly. Ugly enough to provoke public outrage. Ugly enough to be unforgettable. Su Lang completely could not understand Qingyan's taste. Nor could he comprehend what kind of courage Qingyan had to dress like this. Who said this hellish place hadn't undergone mutations? Qingyan had clearly mutated in a ridiculous way. Chapter 77, one more time, Qingyan never expected to see Su Lang at this time. But perhaps only Su Lang would dare to scold him like this in such a place. Su Lang strode forward, pushing through the flamboyantly dressed peacocks, and stood in front of the Peacock King Qingyan, scanning his unsightly outfit from head to toe once again, and asked sincerely, Qingyan, has your brain been destroyed by radiation? Yes. It's not just radiation pollution. It's radiation destruction. Qingyan stepped down from the stairs, carefully sizing up Su Lang, then raised his hand to pinch his face, speaking in a very frivolous tone. Oh, a live person. It's been years since we last met, and you've lost quite a bit of weight. What's wrong? Is the food over there not good? Su Lang flexed his wrist and threw a punch. Bang! It was the same force as when they first met, and he wondered if it would remind Qingyan of the past, or if Qingyan would feel a hint of nostalgia. You hit me again. Yes, that again is quite clever. Are you sober now? Su Lang asked coldly. Su Lang was usually a nice guy, so his cold demeanor was even more frightening. I've always been sober. Qingyan sighed and then waved away the others, leading Su Lang into the office building, into his own office. If you're sober, how could you do something like this? This is the No. 09 heavy controlled nuclear fusion energy base, and you treat it like a fashion show. You tell me, is this called sober? Su Lang asked solemnly. Qingyan easily poured Su Lang a cup of tea, then leisurely replied, this world is completely different from when you left. Back then, there was still hope for people. But now everyone has gone mad. You think I'm not sober? Do you think those who chase after fame and fortune are sober? What do you mean? Su Lang restrained his temper and asked Qingyan. From the news reports, he could indeed see that people's use of nuclear energy had reached an extreme level. There's no choice. The population is too large, resources are exhausted, and nuclear energy is a lifeline for humanity. Plus, with Key Group's various propaganda, people ignore the dangers involved. Life, industry, healthcare, transportation, warfare. The shadow of nuclear energy utilization is everywhere. Businessmen want to profit from it. Ordinary people need it to make their lives convenient. In this world, in this era, the allure of energy to a person is no less than gold and silver treasures, jade and precious stones, and perhaps even more so. People will go to great lengths for what these things can provide, and they will do even more for what energy can accomplish. You think the people here are not sober, that they are crazy. Well, I can tell you that the people here are the smart ones. Can you guess why they approach me? Is it because they like my eccentric style? Or are they engaging in personality cults? No, it's neither. They come close to me because they know a shelter is going to be built underground here. On the surface, the number 09 Heavy Controlled Nuclear Fusion Energy Base is a nuclear energy research institute. But in reality, it is the furthest place from nuclear energy, even employing all means to isolate it. Those fools outside say I'm crazy, claim I was once a genius who has fallen from grace, indulging in distractions and self-degradation. Say that those gathered here are spoiled rich kids, unambitious, content with pleasure, social scum that feeds off others' wealth. In fact, the people here are the smartest and the most sober. This is Key Group's backup plan. They tell beautiful lies to the public and keep the terrible truth to themselves, letting those immersed in lies remain self-righteous and complacent, while secretly preparing to escape the consequences of the truth. Qingyan handed the teacup to Su Lang. You think my behavior is absurd and laughable, but Key Group believes it's still not enough. What this world needs is not geniuses, but bad people. Natural-born evildoers. Like Tian Yishanwin, Tian Yibeikai, Austin, Laranja. No, it's not like that. Solang instinctively tortiv. Everyone has their moments of disappointment. When a person is down, they often feel the whole world is black, but there is always hope. Qingyan smiled at Su Lang, his eyes softening. The way you say this is very much like my mother. Su Lang had never heard Qingyan mention his family. And even the information Fan Yu found only mentioned his father's and mother's names, with almost no description of their lives. Thus, everyone assumed Qingyan was born into a very ordinary and mundane family. Hearing Qingyan mention his family now piqued Su Lang's interest, and he looked at Qingyan with curiosity. Qingyan walked toward the window, looking out at the scenery, and slowly began to speak. My mother was a very optimistic person. Her education level was not high, and her intelligence could be described as mediocre. But she was the smartest woman I've ever met. At first glance, Qingyan's words seemed contradictory, but Su Lang was not a narrow-minded person. He understood that there are many standards for judging intelligence, and they are not limited to just IQ. Sure enough, Qingyan continued. My mother was always optimistic about life. She never clung to anything. To her, there were many ways to live life. If one didn't work, she would switch to another. There would always be something suitable. She even viewed death very lightly. When my grandparents were alive, she was the most filial one, taking care of the family and being busy. After my grandparents passed away, she was also the calmest person. What she sought in life was simply to have no regrets. No regrets towards others and no regrets towards herself. Therefore, she did everything to the best of her ability and could accept any outcome. Listening to Qingyan's description, Su Lang couldn't help but imagine what kind of extraordinary person that was. He finally understood why Qingyan said his mother had a mediocre IQ but was still very smart. My mother knew almost nothing about astronomy and geography. She could not distinguish the Big Dipper from the compass directions. But she knew which flowers were most suitable to plant in which seasons and was aware of each of our food preferences and allergies. I almost never saw her sad or in pain, even though she married such a terrible man. Su Lang turned to look, only to see Qingyan slightly furrowed his brows, a flicker of disgust crossing his face. Through Qingyan's narrative, Su Lang gradually learned about Qingyan's family. In the past, descriptions of Qingyan could almost be summarized in a few sentences. A genius boy, earning a PhD in physics from AKS University at the age of 17, studying under Cristiano James, known as the light of applied physics. Some said he was the smartest Chinese person, with a bright future ahead. But 2 years later, Qingyan not only rejected the olive branch thrown by the PL Atomic Energy Research Institute, but also publicly resisted further research and application of atomic energy. In contrast to others' evaluations and summaries, Su Lang was experiencing Qingyan's true past for the first time. Chapter 78. The man in the mist. Qingyan's father is a very intelligent man in the narrow sense of the word. His IQ is as high as 139, and he has particularly outstanding talents in science and engineering. What is even more rare is that he is not only a theoretical genius, but also a strong experimentalist. Logically speaking, Such a man should not be without records, leaving future generations unable to find any information about him. However, the problem lies in his stubbornness. In his eyes, strength is the only standard that can determine everything. He has no friends, apart from his wife and son, and he has severed ties with all his relatives. He spends his days immersed in his own world, indifferent to anything happening outside. He thinks those people are fools, including his lifelong companion, his wife, and his son, who is his blood relative. He looks down on everything equally, feeling that the entire world is against him. He has not shone brightly, has not become a renowned scholar, and has not received any honors. In his view, all of this is due to the world being terrible, because there are malicious people making things difficult for him everywhere. He will not bow his head or manage those relationships. Yet at the same time, he is unwilling to accept this and feels pain and depression. I have never seen anyone more entangled than him, and I often wonder why he continues to live so painfully instead of just dying. Qingyan calmly said this shocking statement, leaving Su Lang incredibly stunned. Su Lang had never seen anyone who so despised their own father, to the point of seemingly cursing him. I once hated myself very much, despising my own genes and blood. Qingyan lowered his head, his fingers rubbing against the window frame. I even secretly took a paternity test because I desperately hoped I was not his biological child. This was the first time Su Lang had encountered such a reverse paternity test. He couldn't help but feel curious. Could Qingyan's hostility toward his father be merely due to hating his father's personality? An unsuccessful man, indeed, bears a lot of psychological pressure. Su Lang tentatively said, "So this is why he treats my mother that way? This is his justification for ruining others?" Qingyan couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. If he really had the guts to remain unmarried for life and dedicate himself to academic research, I would respect him as a man. But he is unwilling to bear the pressure of public opinion, hopes to have someone share household chores, and also desires someone to continue his lineage. My mother was such a choice. She loved this man, so she chose him. Living with such a person must not be easy. Even though Qingyan did not elaborate, Su Lang could roughly guess what his parents' married life was like. My mother is naturally optimistic. She believes that loving this person and contributing to him brings her happiness. Yet that man, having taken advantage, looks down on her while enjoying her contributions, and in the end, he even thinks her happiness is a mistake. Qingyan smiled sarcastically because he is unhappy. So others cannot be happy. Is there such a principle in the world? He cannot control outsiders, but can only control those who love him. He cannot retaliate against those who attack him, but strikes hard at those who contribute to him. Isn't this a psychological distortion? Yes, it is a psychological distortion. This time Su Lang chose to stand on Qingyan's side. This father is a bit outrageous. My mother is not that stubborn. After trying all the methods she thought she could, she let go. Qingyan took a deep breath, finally smiling. She chose to leave that man and live her own life. At that time, I was really happy. I told her not to worry about me, because I wouldn't stay in the so-called home either. I would pursue my own future. As for that man, since he looks down on everything around him equally, let him live a lonely life, pursuing our own futures. Solang iso laukit. Qingyan shrugged. Being able to persist for so long shows strong willpower. We left very happily, while he was loudly cursing us. You see, he never thought he was wrong. He even felt fortunate that he no longer had to live with us, the people who made him feel cheap. Su Lang felt somewhat confused. How does he live after leaving you? According to what you said, it should have always been your mother taking care of him and the family, right? Yes, he only lasted a month before he couldn't take it anymore. He started calling my mom and me, but he still wouldn't soften. The implication in his words was that he hoped we would beg him to allow us to come back home. Qingyan now thinks those memories are quite ridiculous. He is indeed a very conflicted person, wanting face while also wanting benefits, wishing to monopolize all the good things in the world, and if he doesn't get them, it's the world's fault. So did you or your mother go back? Su Lang asked curiously. Chapter 79. Urgent situation, of course. I'm not going back. Qingyan said decisively. Regarding this love, my mother made two decisions, one to be together and the other to part ways. When she chose to be together, she gave it her all. When she chose to leave, she naturally wouldn't look back. I even answered his call and listened to him put on a show, while my mother didn't even pick up his call. My mother never spoke a single bad word about him, whether before or after the divorce. She just lived her life according to her own heart and followed her own choices. It was also my mother who made me understand that what is called open-minded and wise is not about not making mistakes, but about acting according to one's heart and not dwelling in errors. If one is wrong, then acknowledge it, shake off the mistake, and continue living without resentment or pain. Hearing Gu Qingyan say this, Su Lang admired her mother very much. In this life, most things are chosen rationally, but one is family affection and the other is love. They really cannot be controlled by anyone. The former is predestined by heaven, while the latter is a momentary spark, a coincidence. It is inherently mysterious and unpredictable. As Gu Qingyan sighed, Su Lang didn't expect Gu Qingyan to say such things, but now he could understand why Gu Qingyan was so carefree. Gu Qingyan stepped over to sit beside Su Lang on the chair. Then, before Su Lang could ask anything, Gu Qingyan lightly tapped on the table. A crystal blue virtual terminal appeared in front of Su Lang and Gu Qingyan. Gu Qingyan selected a hidden folder, entered a password to unlock it, and what finally appeared before Su Lang was a world map. However, this map was marked with many color codes, symbols, and annotations. Different colors represented the range and degree of nuclear contamination. Gu Qingyan explained, Level 1 is green, representing no contamination. Level 2 is yellow, representing a good environment. Level 3 is orange, representing mild contamination. Level 4 is red, representing moderate contamination. Level 5 is purple, representing severe contamination. Level 6 is brownish red, representing critical contamination. Upon hearing this, Su Lang looked at the map and noticed that green and yellow only occupied 1/3 of it. Perhaps some would say, isn't there still 1/3 that can be used? But in reality, that 1/3 also contains many areas unsuitable for human habitation. There were also specific symbols or markings on the map to indicate nuclear contamination areas, which could indicate the range, type, or degree of contamination. For example, different icons or markings could represent different types of nuclear contamination, such as radioactive material leaks or nuclear facility accidents. Additionally, the map could also include annotations or explanations to provide more detailed information about the situation of nuclear contamination. These annotations could explain the meaning of the color codes or symbols, provide information about the sources of contamination, or describe measures and precautions taken. Gu Qingyan whispered in Su Lang's ear, while Su Lang was gradually taking it all in. The more he looked, the more shocking it became. Is it already like this? Su Lang's fingers trembled. To be precise, it had been like this for a long time. Gu Qingyan shrugged. He had seen the scene much earlier than Su Lang, so he appeared particularly calm. Nuclear leaks can generally contaminate the air, water sources, soil, and living organisms. First, gaseous or fine particulate nuclear materials may spread through the air, contaminating it. People who inhale or come into contact with contaminated air may suffer from radiation damage. Second, the leak of nuclear materials may also lead to the contamination of water sources. Contaminated water bodies may pose threats to aquatic life and human health. Contaminated water bodies can also spread to the surrounding environment through rivers, lakes, or groundwater. Furthermore, nuclear materials may infiltrate the soil, leading to soil contamination. Contaminated soil negatively affects plants and ecosystems and may allow nuclear materials to enter the human body through water bodies or the food chain. Finally, living organisms may also absorb nuclear radiation through the food chain, spreading it throughout the ecosystem. For example, aquatic organisms in contaminated water bodies may absorb radioactive materials, and these organisms may then be consumed by other animals or humans, bringing radioactive materials into the food chain. Listening to Gu Qingyan's explanation, Su Lang felt a chill down his spine. Yes, the world is a whole. No one can exist apart from this whole. When the oceans and forests are contaminated, everything has already begun to head in an irreversible direction. I want to know what you plan to do. Su Lang looked at Gu Qingyan and asked the most important question. Chapter 80. Your different Gu Qingyan did not directly answer Su Lang's question, but instead asked back. Do you know why I told you the story of my mother? Su Lang shook his head. He initially thought it was just a conversation that had gone there. that Qingyan wanted someone to confide in, but now it seemed otherwise. There are many things in this world that cannot be achieved through effort alone. One must learn to let go when it's time to do so. Qingyan looked at Su Lang, his eyes deep. You want to give up, don't you? Su Lang felt puzzled. There were so many lives, it was clear that there was still a chance. No, there's no chance left. Qingyan interrupted Su Lang's words. Humans undermine each other. Desires are endless. We can't save anyone, not even ourselves. Su Lang took a few steps back, distancing himself from Qingyan, clearly stating his position. Sorry, I won't give up because that's the reason I am here. Qingyan silently gazed at Su Lang, who also met his gaze without flinching. Neither of them spoke. There was only a stubborn persistence, unwilling to yield. Time passed second by second. Usually, Su Lang would break the silence first, seeking communication or a way to ease the tension. But for this matter, he couldn't. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came, and the person standing outside was surprisingly Luna. Upon seeing Su Lang, her eyes brightened, and the smile on her face grew wider. Come in. With Qingyan's permission, Luna entered the room, carrying fruit and pastries. Luna placed the plate on the table and smiled at Su Lang. Mr. Su, you're back from your trip? Was it fun outside? Su Lang understood that regarding his sudden disappearance, Qingyan had likely explained to the outside world that he had gone on a trip. A clumsy excuse, but indeed it was Qingyan's style. This man was always reluctant to put too much effort into lying, which was quite the opposite of Qi Group. Yeah, the work pressure is high. Sometimes I need to go out to relax, Su Lang replied, following the conversation. Luna glanced at the already closed door, and with a hint of advice, said with such serious environmental pollution, it's better to reduce going out. Luna had been with Qingyan all day. If she knew anything, it wouldn't be surprising. Okay, I'll pay attention. After saying this, Su Lang smiled again. I won't be wandering around for a while. This statement was superficially directed at Luna, but was actually meant for Qingyan. Indeed, Qingyan's expression softened considerably. This place is actually very good, very safe. Qingyan took the initiative to speak, whether in terms of the environment or security. Su Lang nodded. It really is a good place. Luna was very perceptive. From a moment she entered, she sensed something was off between the two. Now that they were breaking the ice, she wisely excused herself to tidy up Su Lang's room and left. Once the office door was closed again, Qingyan gently sighed. I have indeed done what you wanted. Initially, Su Lang didn't understand what Qingyan meant by this until he handed a document to Su Lang. The content isn't fully written yet. After all, this isn't something that can be finished overnight, Qingyan said softly. Su Lang opened the document and looked carefully, then was surprised to find that this was the ultimate goal of this mission, to save the hopes for the future. For a moment, Su Lang didn't know what to say. Qingyan turned his head away, not looking at Su Lang. For me, this world has long been doomed. I don't plan to be a savior, but I know you are different. There was no emotional appeal, no seeking credit, just a simple statement. I know you are different. From beginning to end, this was Qingyan. This was a confidant. It was evident that this document had been started not long ago, but there was still a gap to completion. The content leaned towards theoretical knowledge. Qingyan pointed it out to Su Lang and then explained, you should have guessed. Although I seem free, Qi Group absolutely does not allow me to wander around. I must be responsible for the quality of the shelter, so I can't leave. However, if we really want to form a manual for saving the future, on-site investigation is an essential step, and we also need to find usable equipment and talent resources. I will do those things, Su Lang instinctively replied. At the moment he finished this sentence, Su Lang suddenly felt an overwhelming familiarity, as if he had done this before. Qingyan seemed to have anticipated that Su Lang would respond this way. Nodding, yeah, didn't expect it, did you? You're also one of the authors of this important document. As soon as he said that, Qingyan's face was filled with loneliness. Su Lang understood that doing these things was not Qingyan's intention. Perhaps Qingyan had other arrangements for the remaining time, if it weren't for his insistence. I won't leave, Su Lang suddenly said. Qingyan was puzzled. What? Leaving refers to? Su Lang replied, after completing this task, I will stay with you to wait for the disaster to arrive. Many times, when the understanding between people reaches a certain level, there is no need for too many explanations. This shelter, you didn't intend to build for yourself, did you? Although it was a question, Su Lang's tone was incredibly certain. Gu Qingyan was slightly stunned, his eyes narrowing. This is the safest way to live. How do you know I don't want it? Because I understand you. Su Lang showed little expression. He could persuade Gu Qingyan to think of himself, to have more will to survive, but he didn't. Because he knew what kind of person Gu Qingyan was and understood his thoughts. You don't want to save the world. You don't even want to save yourself. Su Lang's eyes lowered slightly. Even if he didn't want Gu Qingyan to think this way, he knew it was the clearest truth. But as long as you want to do it, I will help you. Gu Qingyan stepped closer to Su Lang, his eyes carrying a cautious verification. Can you say that again? That you want to stay with me? Su Lang raised his arm, and as his palm was about to touch Gu Qingyan's cheek, it slowly fell down. I want to stay with you until the last moment. Su Lang's expression was extremely serious because he knew this was a promise. The Gu Qingyan in front of him carried an inexplicable sense of vulnerability. Su Lang was unsure of what Gu Qingyan had gone through during his time away. Don't lie to me. Never lie to me. Gu Qingyan's expression was obsessive, with an aggressive insistence, demanding a guarantee from Su Lang. Chapter 81, because it's you all right, I promise I will never lie to you. Su Lang spoke, carrying a hint of reassurance. Am I being selfish? Making you give up your life to stay by my side and accompany me to death? Gu Qingyan suddenly laughed. Su Lang rarely saw Gu Qingyan laugh so freely, even with a hint of pride. To be honest, Su Lang found it hard to connect Gu Qingyan's expression with the content of his words. But he could feel that Gu Qingyan was very happy. Why? Was it because he chose to stay with him instead of living on his own? Before Su Lang could respond, Gu Qingyan suddenly raised a finger to his lips. Sure. No need to say, I know I'm selfish, but I really want you to accompany me. Of course, another reason is that this world doesn't deserve you. Su Lang sighed softly, took a step closer, and wrapped an arm around Gu Qingyan's shoulders. Everything is my choice. Whether you're selfish or generous, this choice is subjective, not coerced. I'm willing and have no regrets. The smile on Gu Qingyan's face froze as he felt the warmth radiating from Su Lang. Throughout his life, he had never had friends, let alone a confidant like Su Lang. Perhaps because of his early maturity, Gu Qingyan found it hard to integrate into circles of peers. He saw many things too clearly and was too pure, resulting in many of his choices being incomprehensible to his contemporaries. Fortunately, Gu Qingyan didn't care about these things. He had always been solitary, used to doing everything alone. He skipped grades in school, and as people around him couldn't get familiar with him, he changed batches again and again, later going abroad, surrounded by strangers. Perhaps due to being in such an environment for a long time, Gu Qingyan didn't feel there was anything wrong until Su Lang appeared. It turned out that having someone who understands and accompanies you feels like this. For Gu Qingyan, reaching the same cognitive height and being able to trust completely without needing too many words was extremely rare. Moreover, just a moment ago, Su Lang had given him a promise related to life. After a long time apart, Gu Qingyan felt no sense of strangeness facing Su Lang, and Su Lang felt the same. The two were inseparable as before, with Gu Qingyan introducing Su Lang to everything in the number 09 heavy controlled nuclear fusion energy base, and Su Lang followed in Gu Qingyan's footsteps for a tour. It must be said that the Qi group really invested heavily here. Compared to the underground shelter he would live in the future, this place was absolutely a luxurious top configuration in the shelter, with all kinds of equipment and functions complete, and it also paid great attention to quality. The shelter is located underground in the No. 09 heavy controlled nuclear fusion energy base, designed as a doomsday refuge for the privileged few of the Qi group and related stakeholders. The design of the shelter cleverly combines classical luxury with modern technology, making it feel like being in an underground palace. The entrance to the shelter is located at the center of the entire base, accessible via a downward spiraling staircase. Hidden beneath the staircase is a small elevator that can only be activated by entering the correct password. The elevator descends slowly, passing through layers of rock and solid reinforced concrete structures, eventually reaching the underground shelter. The interior of the shelter is luxuriously decorated, with wall murals covered in golden silk hanging on the walls. Although their true appearance is unclear, one can guess they are certainly of great value. The center of the shelter features a huge circular hall with a chandelier made of hundreds of crystals hanging from the center, emitting a soft glow. Surrounding the hall are a series of functional areas, including a luxurious dining room, a spacious entertainment room, a fully equipped gym, and a library rich in books. Each area is separated by exquisite partitions that maintain an open feel while ensuring privacy. The dining room is furnished with exquisite tableware, each piece balancing practicality and aesthetics. The entertainment room is equipped with various entertainment facilities, such as a high-end sound system, a projector, and luxurious sofas for residents to enjoy during their leisure time. The gym is equipped with various advanced fitness equipment to meet residents' needs for maintaining their health. The library houses a collection of precious books, ranging from ancient classics to the latest technological literature. Additionally, the library features a spacious reading area for residents to read and study in a quiet environment. Deep within the shelter is a high-tech control center responsible for monitoring and regulating all life support systems within the shelter. The control center is filled with various advanced instruments and displays that can monitor parameters such as air quality, temperature, and humidity in real time, ensuring residents live in a comfortable environment. The residential area of a shelter is located around the control center, with each room exquisitely decorated. The rooms are equipped with comfortable beds, luxurious furniture, and modern living facilities such as air conditioning and water heaters. Each room also has its own bathroom and shower, ensuring a high quality of life for residents. The entire layout of the shelter is scientifically reasonable, considering both aesthetics and luxury, while emphasizing practicality and functionality. Here, residents can enjoy a life that can be described as luxurious and comfortable, as if living in a secluded underground palace. Being rich is indeed good. Su Lang looked around and sighed, then quickly changed the subject. While money is still valuable, we should try to exchange it for supplies. The KY group is indeed very smart and has grasped the timing well. Qingyan, having heard Su Lang talk about the world after the disaster, understood what Su Lang meant and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Yeah, how could the instigators not know how to seize opportunities? The KY group is not the origin of all these tragedies, but they are a mad accelerator." The KY group had long given up on this world. But unlike Qingyan, they had not given up on themselves. They desperately wanted to survive, to prepare for the future, and to lay the foundation for maintaining their superior quality of life. Su Lang didn't know how to describe his feelings at that moment. He only felt that this world was very ironic and very fractured. Suddenly, Qingyan's communication device rang. Qingyan glanced down and frowned. "What's wrong?" Su Lang asked with concern. "Is something troublesome happening?" "A visitor has arrived." Although he said this, Qingyan's expression was not good. Su Lang guessed it was likely an uninvited guest. If you don't want to see them, then don't. Su Lang knew Qingyan's personality and didn't want him to force himself to do things he disliked. He just didn't expect that the visitor was someone familiar. Chapter 82. Brothers. When Su Lang saw Zheng Feng and Zheng Yuan appearing before him at the same time, he even thought it was an illusion. If you remember correctly, their relationship didn't seem particularly harmonious, but now, "You're here for the quota." Before either of them could speak, Qingyan directly pointed out their intentions. Qingyan had never liked beating around the bush and didn't want time to be wasted on false pretenses and pleasantries. In a large reception room, Qingyan and Su Lang sat side by side, while Zheng Feng and Zheng Yuan faced them. Su Lang had never thought he would interact with them in such a negotiating manner, especially in a confrontational way like this. "We are friends." Zheng Feng's tone carried a hint of fatigue. "Senior brother, I." Compared to Zheng Feng's weariness, Zheng Yuan exhibited more embarrassment, as if he was reluctant to act this way, but had no choice. "Friends?" Qingyan laughed. "Useful friends, right?" Hearing Qingyan's words, Zheng Feng furrowed his brows slightly, a touch of helplessness in his expression. "Qingyan, don't be so self-righteous. Friendship and interests don't have to conflict. There's no rule in this world that says as long as there are interests involved, it can't be called friendship. Is friendship built on interest really friendship?" Qingyan countered sharply. "Yes, friendship can coexist with interests, but whether friendship comes first or interests is important. If there were no interests, would you still consider me a friend? If the interests disappeared, would you still recognize me as a friend?" Gu Qingyan's voice was cold. We are all ordinary people, afraid of pain, afraid of death, having things we care about, having a selfish side. I never deny that. Over the years, Zheng Feng clearly felt much older, and this aging was not reflected in his appearance, but in his inner response. He was no longer the man who could laugh and joke freely or the one who could throw a punch. The times were changing too fast, and circumstances were shifting rapidly. Zheng Feng had long lost his past self in the exhaustion of coping. Senior brother, if there were any other way, we wouldn't be making this request, but I can't choose 3 people, 2 quotas. Zheng Yuan felt he was about to break down. Dad, Mom, daughter, how can you make me choose? If it were you, how would you choose? I choose no one. Gu Qingyan's reply was very straightforward. Su Lang was also taken aback by this statement. He could guess that they were discussing the survivor quotas for the underground shelter. As the leader, Gu Qingyan should have some authority. Listening to Gu Qingyan talk about his family, Su Lang knew without asking that he wouldn't fight for a quota for that father. But from Gu Qingyan's words, it was apparent that he had deep feelings for his mother. Logically, he should want to fight for his mother's chance to survive. Sure enough, Zheng Feng seemed to have heard about Gu Qingyan's family situation as well. And then he mockingly said, "No need to act noble here. Isn't that quota in your hand reserved for your mother? Aren't we all fighting tooth and nail, selling our souls, just for today?" Gu Qingyan didn't directly respond to Zheng Feng's words, but instead turned his gaze to Zheng Yuan. In such a short time, being able to reach such a position, you must have done quite a bit for the Qi group. The current Zheng Yuan no longer had the childishness of the past. Instead, he exuded calmness and restraint. Su Lang looked at Zheng Yuan in front of him and could even feel a hint of Austin's aura. Senior brother, I'm just an ordinary person wanting to live well, wanting to survive. Zheng Yuan lowered his head. His rapid rise and reaching such heights were primarily because he was willing to work for Austin, loyal to the Qi group. Of course, this was mainly reflected in his surveillance of Gu Qingyan. The KY group wanted to use Gu Qingyan but didn't trust him. Therefore, they needed to place a mole, someone close to Gu Qingyan who could even gain a part of his trust. Ultimately, this mole would report Gu Qingyan's every move to them, allowing them to better control Gu Qingyan. Zheng Feng played such a role. In simple terms, he betrayed Gu Qingyan. No wonder he was trained by Austin. I believe you will have an even brighter future in the Qi group, Gu Qingyan said with implied meaning. Sometimes, being on the right team is far more important than hard work. Zheng Feng not only believed this, but acted on it, standing on the right team. You only need to put in 10% effort to achieve 100% results. However, if you're on the wrong team, even if you put in 200% effort, your final gains can only be 0. Hearing Zheng Feng's words, Gu Qingyan didn't refute, but rather followed up with a question. If that is the case, then why do you seek me? Isn't what you're getting more and more? Zheng Feng suddenly choked up. Yes, he indeed had been getting more and more, but in the process, he became even more afraid of losing. Those who have nothing are the easiest to maintain their self, but the higher they climb, the more confused they become, because those who have nothing have no room for choice. While those on the halfway up the mountain may seem to have choices everywhere, but cannot discern which path is the true way to survival. After a long while, Zheng Feng gently sighed. If possible, I would rather give my opportunity to them. If you cannot continue to serve the Qi group, they won't even have the qualifications to enter the shelter. The KY group gives you this quota not out of humanitarian spirit or employee care. Those people are hostages, a means to keep you as dogs for the Qi group. Gu Qingyan's words were straightforward, laying bare all the interests and the true motives hidden beneath a shiny surface. The quotas given to employees by the Qi group cannot be transferred. Everyone present knew this. What they were about to sign was a contract of servitude, selling not just their lives but also the lives of their families. Even so, many still flocked to it because it was a chance at life. Gu Qingyan had 2 quotas in addition to his own, and in the minds of Zheng Feng and Zheng Yuan, Gu Qingyan would only leave one for his mother, leaving an extra one, which was also their purpose for coming. But it seemed that Gu Qingyan had no intention of helping them. Zheng Feng was the first to stand up and called to Zheng Yuan. Let us go. It seems Mr. Gu has already made arrangements for the quota in his hands. Zheng Yuan's expression was very helpless, but in the end, He still chose to follow Zhang Feng out. However, just as Zhang Feng was about to press the door handle, Qingyan suddenly spoke. I can agree to you. This sentence stunned everyone, and Zheng Yuan anxiously ran back. Are you serious? One quota, one chance at life, a possibility for a family not to be torn apart. This was extremely important to them and left no room for jokes. Qingyan nodded. Of course it's true. Zheng Feng and Zheng Yuan exchanged glances, their joy evident in their eyes. After all, Zheng Feng was older and asked in a deep voice, what are your conditions? Or what kind of price do we need to pay? Zheng Feng knew a bit about the situation between his brother and Qingyan. It was rare for Qingyan to not hold a grudge, and now he was willing to give them an extra quota. This could be said to be a windfall. Defying logic. When things seem too good to be true, there must be something amiss. Zheng Feng always felt that things weren't that simple, and Qingyan was likely to propose other demands. For the sake of their loved ones' lives, they're naturally willing to give up a lot. But what if Qingyan asked them to betray the key group? Qingyan looked at the nervous expressions of the two brothers and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Having dealt with these people for a while, he could roughly guess what was on their minds. Qingyan remained calm as he sat in his chair, not even glancing at the anxious brothers behind him. I wasn't actually planning to ask for anything, but your reaction seems quite interesting. Thinking it over, I should make some requests. After all, this is indeed a big favor. As Qingyan's words fell, Zheng Feng and Zheng Yuan became even more tense, while Su Lang sighed helplessly. He understood Qingyan and guessed what he was planning. We can't betray the key group. We're all in the same boat. There's no need to sink it, Zheng Feng said, taking the lead. Hearing this, Qingyan immediately laughed, a mocking smile on his face. He flipped his wrist, curled his knuckles, and slid them across the table, the sound of his knuckles rubbing against the surface making a dull noise. What are you thinking? I'm saying I'm willing to help you, because you helped Su Lang. How you conduct yourselves is not my concern. I have my own principles. Recalling the incident of helping Su Lang, a hint of discomfort flashed across Zhang Feng's face. He did indeed help Su Lang, but he also set a trap that made Qingyan a pawn in the game. The reason Zheng Feng didn't initially use this as a bargaining chip was precisely because of this. He just didn't expect Qingyan to bring it up now. So, what is your request, senior brother? Zheng Yuan asked impatiently. My request is to give you another quota, Qingyan said, and at this, Zheng Feng and Zheng Yuan could hardly believe their ears, freezing in place. They had never dared to hope for this. Yet Qingyan had brought it up on his own. What about Annie? Isn't she going to the underground shelter with you? Zheng Yuan asked in confusion. Qingyan shook his head. I've already called and asked my mother. She doesn't want to be my burden. She said everything in this world has its fate, and she only wants to be herself, not a tool for others to use against me. Although Su Lang had never met Qingyan's mother, he felt a sense of admiration. Few could be so carefree in the face of life and death. While Qingyan may not have felt much paternal love, his mother had given him true, unconditional love. Once they were sure Qingyan wasn't joking, joy appeared on Zheng Feng and Zheng Yuan's faces. This was even more exciting than winning the lottery. Qingyan slightly turned his head to look at the two brothers, his tone teasing. Dad, Mom, daughter, these are the three people you most want to save. It seems you haven't mentioned your partner? As Qingyan's words fell, both Zheng Feng and Zheng Yuan were momentarily speechless. Qingyan turned to Zheng Yuan. Your daughter is still young. Can she really be without her mother? Before Zheng Yuan could respond, Qingyan looked at Zheng Feng again. I've heard about your love story with that lady from the hospital. For a playboy who has never been serious before to find a soulmate at this age is indeed not easy. She has already decided to entrust her later years to you. Can you bear to watch her die while you survive? But if you accompany her to death, your additional quota will also be lost. TSK, what a pity. Indeed, if they gave up, it wouldn't be just one person dying but two. Those quotas were merely accessories, tools to manipulate the employees. If the employees were gone, the quotas would naturally be canceled as well. So, even for the sake of family, Zheng Feng had to survive. He didn't even have the right to die alongside his beloved. Qingyan gazed out at the scenery outside, tilting his head in contemplation. What should one choose at such a time? Should the younger brother's family be reunited? Or should the elder brother stay with the one person he truly loves? honoring deep feelings? If he chose the former, would the elder brother think of the woman he wronged when he saw the warm scene of the younger brother's family? If he chose the latter, how pitiful would the child be without her mother? Zheng Feng and Zheng Yuan exchanged glances, even though none of them spoke. Su Lang could sense that something deep within them was collapsing and crumbling. Before coming here, none of them had thought Gu Qingyan would make such a request. Gu Qingyan's meaning was quite clear. Either he wouldn't give a single quota, or he would have to accept two. In a sense, both brothers had betrayed Gu Qingyan, but he chose not to take revenge on them. Instead, he chose to give. If they wanted one, he would give them two, without mentioning the betrayal. The more they received, the more choices they had to face. The more choices they had, the more they had to give up. This was a vicious cycle, with no way out. They had already taken that step and had become accustomed to such rules. So for them, there was no turning back. Brother. In the end, it was Zheng Yuan who spoke first. He simply called out one word, but Zheng Feng's eyes turned red. Their bond could not be described as deeply fraternal. Perhaps it was simply because they were connected by blood that many things did not need to be spelled out so clearly. Just that one word was enough for Zheng Feng to understand Zheng Yuan's meaning. He was pleading with him, begging him to give up, to become a faithless, heartless person. Chapter 83 Fairness. Gu Qingyan looked at the two brothers in front of him, his face showing little emotion. Can we go back to discuss this? Zheng Feng turned to Gu Qingyan, his tone carrying a hint of pleading. Gu Qingyan raised his wrist to check the time on his watch and slowly shook his head. No need to go back. Let's do it here. The space is large and the sunlight is just right. I can give you half an hour. Once the time is up, you will no longer have a choice. The sun outside was bright, casting a warm glow inside the room. But both Zheng Feng and Zheng Yuan exuded a chill. They were facing a choice between life and death, and everyone knew that the opposite of life was death. In choosing who would live, they were also choosing who would die. Gu Qingyan was never a cruel person, but repaying kindness with kindness was not his style. Betrayal was not targeted. It was as if betrayal had only a beginning and no end. A person could betray those who trusted him today for personal gain. Who could guarantee that he wouldn't betray his own flesh and blood tomorrow for an even greater benefit? When Zheng Feng and Zheng Yuan entered this office, they stood in the same camp, appearing somewhat brotherly. But now, the distance between them felt like a chasm. They had initially chosen to give her up for their parents and children out of helplessness. But no matter how one looked at it, without her, there would be no daughter for me. She was with me when I had nothing, and now that I have a chance to live, how can I let her down again and again? Zheng Yuan spoke with difficulty, yet he still met Zheng Feng's gaze and gritted his teeth to say it. Zheng Feng scoffed, when you had nothing? If I remember correctly, she knew you were an employee of Qi Group when she first started dating you. All the things you did later were ostensibly to provide a better life for your wife and child. But what about the reality? Wasn't she encouraging you in those actions? But the child is still young. They can't be without their mother. If given the choice, my parents would choose the same. Zheng Yuan said anxiously. The child can't be without their mother. Does that mean I must lose my partner? Zheng Feng emphasized. I've already given your daughter a spot. I've already given your family a spot. If Su Lang remembered correctly, when the two first entered here, there was no division between your family and my family. Yet now the brothers seem to have split into two completely different camps. Not arguing with the child, not fighting over spots with the child, was already the biggest concession Zheng Feng could make. But for Zheng Yuan, choosing to give up his partner for the child had long left him feeling guilty. They both had one opportunity, one chance for redemption. Unfortunately, they were competing for that only opportunity. Zheng Feng and Zheng Yuan both clenched their fists, glaring at each other with bloodshot eyes. If their state upon entering was merely exhaustion and helplessness, now they displayed more of a sense of being at their wits' end. The most unbearable side of familial ties was laid bare before others. The minute hand moved, and the agreed time was about to arrive. Zheng Feng forced a smile and asked Gu Qingyan, "Is this the result you wanted?" Gu Qingyan looked up. "You should ask yourselves, is this the result you want?" Zheng Feng sighed deeply. "Yes, this is a self-inflicted punishment, retribution, what I deserve." Gu Qingyan didn't want to listen to their lengthy, emotional expressions, just as he hadn't expressed any emotions when these two had previously betrayed him. What I want is just a result. Half an hour is almost up. In the end, Zhang Feng chose to give up. He walked up to Zheng Yuan and gently patted him on the shoulder. I'll give you the opportunity to reunite your family. But from now on, you should consider me as if I were no longer your brother. Take care of our parents and tell them, as their son, my filial piety can only go this far. Su Lang understood Zhang Feng's intention. He had to survive and work for Qi Group in exchange for the chance for his family to live. But for him, those who survived were all the murderers of his beloved. He could not coexist with them. Their happiness was the biggest mockery to him. Everyone present knew that in the days to come, Zhang Feng would live like a walking corpse. Day after day, he would suffer. Zhang Feng and Zheng Yuan left, leaving only Su Lang and Gu Qingyan in the reception room. Su Lang reflected on Zheng Yuan's final outcome, feeling a deep sense of regret. If there were a way to turn back, would Zheng Yuan still make the same choice if he could foresee the future? Gu Qingyan looked at Su Lang thoughtfully and said, "It seems Zhang Feng is indeed very pitiful. He doesn't even have the chance to die alongside the person he loves. Some things appear to be blessings, but are actually shackles. What you want him to understand is this, right?" Su Lang stood up and walked toward the door. He didn't like to judge others, nor did he intend to dissect whether Gu Qingyan's actions today were right or wrong. To him, Gu Qingyan was simply doing what he wanted to do. "When are you planning to leave?" Gu Qingyan asked Su Lang. They both knew Su Lang would definitely leave. This was Su Lang's mission and the direction of his heart. "I need to prepare some supplies and devise a route plan. I expect to set out in 3 days." Su Lang replied. Gu Qingyan fell silent again, standing by the window, looking out through a layer of transparent glass. Outside was the vast world, while inside was a confined space. Gu Qingyan carried a layer of transparent shackles. Of course, not only Gu Qingyan bore this layer of shackles. This was a burden bestowed upon them by the times. No one could escape it. This burden had been forged over generations, layer upon layer. People put it on themselves, forced to carry it forward, with no right to complain. Bring Luna along. She is someone you can trust. It was not easy for Gu Qingyan to say the words can be trusted, and Su Lang never doubted Gu Qingyan's judgment of people. He said it would take 3 days to prepare, but in reality, it wouldn't take that long. Ultimately, there was still a selfish desire to accompany Gu Qingyan for a few more days. However, no matter what, this selfishness could only extend to this extent. Gu Qingyan made a detailed route plan for Su Lang, and Su Lang could use his name freely. For this, Gu Qingyan, who usually disliked taking photos, even put his arm around Su Lang's shoulder and took many pictures, but his forced smile looked particularly strange. Looking at the developed photos, Su Lang sincerely exclaimed, "If someone didn't know better, they would think I was holding a gun to your back, forcing you to take these pictures." Gu Qingyan shrugged. "Since birth, these are the only photos I actively want to take." Gu Qingyan was not lying. He had quite a few photos left, but most of them were news records, taken by reporters. He didn't like photography as a memento because, to him, seeing with the eyes and feeling with the heart was already enough not to waste this life. Su Lang's first stop was Yahui Bay. Long ago, surveys indicated that the happiness index of people living in Yahui Bay could rank among the top 3 in the world. This city was once a brilliant pearl, nestled in the east of the world. Whenever the dawn's light first appeared, the city's outline would emerge faintly in the morning mist, like a watercolor painting. At that time, fisheries, shipbuilding, and tourism together built the prosperity of this city. As the first rays of sunlight shone on the sea, fishermen began their busy day, steering their sturdy fishing boats into the turbulent sea. On the sea, white sails the horizon, and boats shimmer under the sunlight, forming a spectacular scene. As fishing nets are pulled up, colorful seafood leaps from the water, glimmering with an enticing sheen. These marine products not only nourish the people of the city, but have also become a significant feature of it. On the other side of the city, the shipyard is filled with the roar of machines, while craftsmen busily create various vessels. They meticulously carve every detail and check each component. When a new ship is launched, people cheer with joy, sending blessings to these vessels that are about to embark on new journeys. These ships not only carry the dreams and hopes of the people, but have also become a major symbol of the city. Moreover, tourism is another calling card for this city, attracting visitors from all over the world to admire its beautiful scenery. They stroll along ancient streets, feeling the history and culture of the city. They climb to high towers for a panoramic view of the city. They visit the seaside, listening to the sound of waves crashing against the shore. However, all of this vanished with the arrival of that event. Once a bustling city, it is now desolate and ruined. The glory of its fishing, shipbuilding, and tourism industries is long gone. Walking down the streets, one is greeted by a scene of utter devastation. The once crowded throngs have disappeared, leaving only empty streets and a bleak atmosphere. Shops and restaurants are shuttered, covered in thick dust and faded graffiti. Occasionally, a few stray dogs wander the streets, emitting low barks, adding to the sense of desolation. At the docks, only rusted hulls and tangled fishing nets remain. The sea no longer sees the busy figures of fishing boats. Only seagulls circle overhead, emitting mournful cries. Inside the abandoned shipyard, there's a chilling silence. The tall factory windows are shattered, and the roofs are covered with thick vines and moss, as if nature is slowly reclaiming it. Sunlight filters through the gaps, casting mottled shadows on the rusting machinery. These machines, once roaring with sound, now lie quietly, covered in rust, neglected by all. Deep within the factory, rows of abandoned ships rest. They were once the pride of the ocean, but have now become disregarded debris. The hulls are covered in moss and seaweed, and the cabins are filled with rainwater, exuding dampness and decay. The sea breeze sweeps through the desolate factory, rustling the abandoned ships and producing a mournful wail. In this forsaken shipyard, time seems to have stopped. Everything here is frozen at the moment of decline, bearing witness to the city's history of decay. The tourism industry has long since withered away. Once bustling attractions are now deserted. The ancient streets are overgrown with weeds and littered with garbage. The colors of murals and sculptures have faded, appearing dull and lifeless. The observation deck atop the tower is also neglected, with only tattered banners fluttering in the wind, seemingly narrating the passage of time. Su Lang gazed at the note in his hand, which contained the address given to him by Qingyan. According to Qingyan, there is still a guardian of the city here. To be honest, Su Lang remained skeptical. He had entered wearing protective gear, with all his drinking water and food brought along. In such a place, could anyone truly live? It could be said that this was the place closest to his impression of a future scene after disaster had struck. Su Lang walked cautiously down the street, gripping his weapon tightly. Fortunately, the journey had been uneventful, and any sudden noises were mostly from stray cats and dogs. At number 37 Ping'an Street, he took a deep breath and knocked on the door, matching the number on the note. Silence, an unsettling silence. Just as Su Lang thought there was no one inside, footsteps suddenly echoed from within, growing closer. The rickety wooden door was not soundproof, and Su Lang harbored doubts about its security. With a creak, the door opened, revealing a gaunt man standing before Su Lang. He appeared exceptionally frail, as if a gentle breeze could knock him over. His complexion was pale and lifeless, skin stretched tightly over his bones, looking excessively dry. His sunken eyes seemed weary and powerless. His hair was sparse and dry, clinging to his scalp without a hint of luster. His clothes hung loosely on him, looking empty as if his body could no longer support their weight. His fingers were long and curled, with yellowed nails. His steps were slow and heavy, as if each movement required considerable effort. "You've come," the man said, looking at Su Lang and forcing a smile. "Mr. Gu has contacted me. Please come in." According to Qingyan, the man's name was Shunzai, who had grown up in Yanhai Bay. His parents and relatives had all passed away. The official cause of death was an accident, but in reality, it was a conspiracy orchestrated by the Qi group. Shunzai lived alone, having chosen to stay behind when the entire population of Yanhai Bay was relocated. He is the last guardian of the city, claiming he is destined to die here, in this place of his birth. Shunzai is a living history book. He knows everything about Yanhai Bay, everything that can be publicly shared, and everything that cannot. Shunzai either understands or has been part of. "I want to save this city," Shunzai said softly. Chapter 84. Can't stop Su Lang opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't say a word. He didn't know how to express himself delicately in this situation, what kind of wording to use to let Shunzai know that this city was beyond saving, and that in the future, More and more cities like this would emerge, until people had no choice but to live underground. Unexpectedly, it was Shenzai who spoke first. But I also know that I can't save this city. Su Lang lowered his head, remaining silent. Shenzai's small room was not large, but it was arranged very warmly. Compared to the dilapidated streets outside, the abandoned buildings, and the endless silence, this place felt like another world, full of the breath of life and the poetry of existence. Sitting here felt like traveling through time and space, arriving in a completely different world. In front of Su Lang was a simple yet practical wooden dining table, on which were several open books and an exquisite fountain pen, along with 2 cups of tea that Shenzai had just brewed, still steaming. The walls of the room were adorned with a few hand-painted artworks by a man, with soft colors and smooth lines. Beside the paintings was a row of neatly arranged bookshelves filled with various books, from literary classics to cutting-edge science. In the window area was a comfortable rocking chair, covered with a soft blanket. On the windowsill, a potted plant was growing vigorously, bringing a touch of vitality and greenery to the space. Just looking at this place, Su Lang could imagine how serene Shenzai's life here must be. He was trying hard to live like a real person, even though his heart was bleak. Actually, quite a few people have interviewed me in the past year. Shenzai suddenly said, then smiled and shook his head. But I know you're different from them. You were introduced by Qingyan, so I don't have to lie to you. Lie? Su Lang asked with a smile. Seems like you've told many lies before. Had to, Shenzai replied. Conversations between smart people are like this. They get right to the point. Shenzai smiled and pushed the teacup towards Su Lang. After all, I have to say a little of what they like, so my life will be a bit easier. In fact, Su Lang had done his homework before coming here. He had seen quite a few interviews with Shenzai, a steadfast guardian of the city, willing to give up everything to stay in this city where he grew up, lived, and held all his memories. The owner of a lonely world, writing the story of a city with his life. In these interviews, Shenzai's existence was profound and full of poetry. When Su Lang first met Shenzai, he indeed had this thought. His dejection formed a strong contrast with the warmth of this room, even creating a sense of disconnection. But the reality seemed to differ somewhat from what Su Lang thought and what the outside world said. Don't just look at people with your eyes. Shenzai left. This point, Qingyan does very well. What do you mean? Su Lang was curious about how Shenzai knew Qingyan. When we first met, it was also because of an interview a reporter and cameraman sent by the Key Group. He was just accompanying them. Shenzai paused, then continued. I knew this was an inspection. They wanted to see if I was sensible enough, if my acting skills were good enough. If I met the requirements, I could live. If I didn't, I would die. Su Lang took a deep breath. He didn't know if Qingyan had also experienced many such life-and-death moments during this time. You should also know that in such a desolate city, it's incredibly easy to kill someone. Even if discovered, there are countless excuses. Shenzai shrugged, his tone relaxed. So I performed well, was sensible enough, and my acting passed. I survived, and I'm proud of it. Qingyan's expression at that time must have been quite interesting. Su Lang could imagine what kind of mindset Qingyan had while watching Shenzai perform. He understood him, knowing his disdain for such hypocritical scenes. Sure enough, Shenzai immediately said, in the eyes of all the reporters and cameramen who praised me, only Qingyan looked at me as if I were a cerebral palsy patient. Su Lang believed that cerebral palsy was the most euphemistic term Shenzai could come up with. I was curious at that time why he could express himself so openly. So after the interview, I tried to talk to him. Guess what he said to me? Shenzai lightly brushed the edge of the teacup with his finger and looked up at Su Lang. Su Lang replied, I don't talk to liars. Shenzai said, I don't talk to liars. In unison, word for word. You really understand him. Shenzai exclaimed sincerely. So do you know why he called me a liar? Because I said what the Key Group wanted to hear and did the performance they wanted everyone to see? Su Lang shook his head, his tone firm. He called you a liar because you deceived the people from the Key Group. Shenzai's smile widened even more. Yes. They made me lie. Why shouldn't I lie to them? So what is your purpose? Su Lang turned his wrist, raised his index finger, and gently tapped the table. Which is the real you? The one in front of you is the real me. I've already told you my purpose. Shenzai stood up, leaning on the table. I want to save the city. But you also said you can't save it, Su Lang countered. You staying here is because I have nowhere to go. Shenzhe answered quickly. Do you think it's safe outside? In the future, all places will be like Yehebe. People like us have nowhere to escape. If it weren't for knowing Shenzhe's situation, Su Lang might even suspect that Shenzhe was like him, someone who had traveled back from the future. He was right. In the future, all places would indeed be like Yehebe. I can't save Yehebe now. I can't save it with just my own strength. But in the future? Shenzhe sat back down, tilting his head to look out the window. In the future, there will be people who can save Yehebe, thousands and thousands of people willing to save Yehebe, rescuing thousands and thousands of Yehebes. Su Lang was stunned. He looked at the man in front of him, feeling a sense of admiration arise in his heart. Shenzhe leaned back, and his gaze towards Su Lang was filled with laughter. I can tell that you're different from Gu Qingyan. You're like me. There was no need to deny it. Su Lang nodded directly. Yes, I still have hope for humanity. Bang! Shenzhe pushed his teacup, gently tapping it against Su Lang's teacup. Let's celebrate with tea instead of wine. Finding a confidant, finding like-minded people. So what should I do? Su Lang asked after taking a sip of tea. You should first ask how this city became like this. Shenzhe sighed. The destruction here didn't happen overnight. It all started with a lie. A lie? Su Lang had heard these two words before. Their frequency was so high that it even made him doubt what was truly real. Do you know the difference between nuclear wastewater and nuclear waste? Shenzhe posed the first question. Su Lang nodded. He had done his homework on this. The causes of nuclear wastewater generally fall into two categories. Water bodies with high radioactive substances resulting from nuclear leakage accidents, such as contaminated groundwater, rivers, lakes, and oceans. And the other is cooling water that comes into direct contact with nuclear fuel. Nuclear waste, on the other hand, refers to wastewater produced during the normal daily activities of nuclear power plants, used for purposes such as cleaning, dusting, desalting, or cooling key parts of the nuclear power plant aside from nuclear fuel. Yes, the most direct manifestation is that they have different radioactivity. Shenzhe added that nuclear wastewater mainly contains the radioactive isotope tritium, which has a half-life of 3 years. Tritium has relatively low radioactivity, and after being treated according to safety standards, it can be discharged into the environment with relatively little impact on the ecosystem and human health. However, nuclear wastewater is different. It not only contains tritium, but also a large number of other untreated radioactive elements, such as carbon-14, cobalt-60, and strontium-90. These elements are highly radioactive and extremely dangerous. Once the radioactive elements in nuclear wastewater enter the ocean, they can cause cancer, congenital disabilities, and mutations. You can imagine the consequences, which is also the main reason why the Asia Bay has turned into a ghost town. The lies you mentioned refer to, even though Su Lang has already guessed, he still wants to confirm. They confused the concepts of the two and allowed the wastewater to enter the sea. Shenzhe's answer confirmed Su Lang's suspicion. They used the cheapest and quickest treatment method available to them. Is the restart of the heavy, controllable nuclear fusion energy base related to this? Su Lang asked directly, as he had participated in that press conference and still remembered Austin's speech at the time. Of course, it can even be said to be a direct reason. Shenzhe nodded, explaining that it was not the Asia Bay discharging wastewater, but the opposite Huazhong domain, a place with poor land and scarce resources, which is also the base for the heavy, controllable nuclear fusion energy base number 17. When the Key Group restarted the heavy, controllable nuclear fusion energy base project, they indeed allocated a significant amount of funds to that area, allowing them to benefit and get rich for a while. But later, let me put it this way, the money they earned was all from selling out the country. That place has completely turned into an industrial waste factory. There have been numerous accidents there, but they have been trying to conceal and deceive until they could no longer control it, dragging everyone down with them in the end. Even if there were any faults, the Key Group should have provided funding and technical support, right? After all, Austin had made it sound very good at the time. Now, recalling Austin's speech, Su Lang still remembers it vividly. They did provide funding at first because the Huazhong domain made them a lot of money. Shenzhe nodded and then countered. But if one field makes you feel it might become unprofitable, would you continue to invest? They are businessmen, not philanthropists. To put it bluntly, for them, land and lives are consumables. They have value while being used, but once used up, they are discarded. And that's the end of it. Su Lang certainly understood Shun Zai's meaning. He had experienced this countless times. Consumables are things that are discarded once used up. Do you know how troublesome it is to treat nuclear wastewater? Shun Zai asked. On this point, Su Lang actually knew, as he had seen relevant information from Gu Qingyan long ago. It could be turned into water vapor and released into the atmosphere, injected deep underground, treated by electrolysis, or solidified and buried underground. After saying this, Su Lang paused and continued, of course, there's also the method of discharging into the sea. This is the lowest cost method, but also the most polluting. Nuclear polluted water has high radioactivity and high danger. So multiple methods must be employed to reduce its radioactivity and volume, and to solidify or stabilize it for safe storage or disposal. Shun Zai slowly began to speak, then picked up a pen from the table and drew on the last blank page of the book, saying, look, this is a device for environmentally friendly rapid evaporation of water and liquids. When water or other liquids wet the absorbing material and reach the evaporation layer, they evaporate on the surface of the evaporation layer at a rate more than 100 times faster than that of free water surfaces. The floating evaporator utilizes capillary phenomena to replenish water while floating on the water surface, and the hanging evaporator uses gravity and capillary phenomena to replenish water, operating without control, while also having filtering and detection equipment. This can effectively treat wastewater and nuclear wastewater, produce pure water, cool the surrounding environment. And large-scale use can effectively improve urban heat island phenomena, increase water content in the atmosphere, enhance precipitation, and alleviate global warming trends. Although Su Lang didn't fully understand, he knew that this likely had practical applicability. As for why it hadn't been implemented, such equipment is expensive and the volume of wastewater is too large. Plus, they would need to purchase patents. Do you think the Key Group would choose this solution? Shun Zai asked with a smile, and before Su Lang could respond, he began to draw the second plan, which involved a highly efficient adsorbent for cesium ions. It is produced through a convenient one-step solvent method, creating a reliable material for the removal and solidification of cesium ions. The NiCO-PBA's adsorbent developed exhibits excellent cesium removal efficiency, characterized by fast removal speed, large cesium enrichment capacity, high ion sieving capability, and selectivity for CS. Of course, it has similar issues. After hearing so much, Su Lang understood Shun Zai's point. There have always been methods. It just depends on whether certain people are willing to spend money on them. Moreover, there is a more critical point. When pollution has reached an uncontrollable level, are these methods still effective? While one is treating, the other is polluting. In the end, the results will not be good. Su Lang sighed, knowing that even now, the Key Group has not stopped. It's not that they don't want to stop, but they can't. At this stage, if they suddenly stop, it would probably lead to nationwide panic. Perhaps it is precisely because they realize this that they are both soothing the public and building shelters, making everyone feel that the problem is not serious, while in reality, they're already preparing to escape. Chapter 85, The Legacy of the City. You mean it's actually very difficult to manage now? Su Lang asked. Shun Zai nodded. It's a deadlock now, but there is hope for the future. Su Lang didn't expect Shun Zai to think so far ahead. In some ways, his guess was spot on and similar to what Fan Yu had said. Fan Yu had also mentioned that when telling himself not to change the past casually, many paths only reveal regret after being walked down. If one acts recklessly, not only will they not get the turning point they desire, but they may also cause the collapse of time and space. This is also why Su Lang had been patient and had not told Jing Feng about his future death scenario. People tend to think that as long as the fire doesn't burn them, the problem isn't significant. The people from the Key Group currently think this way. After finishing, Shun Zai corrected himself. To be precise, everyone thinks this way. For those outside of this place, what is being destroyed is the Yaha Bay, not their homeland. They might sigh a bit, and even if it really did reach their homes, as long as arrangements are made, they could keep quiet. As for that one or two troublemakers like me, the Key Group can handle them with just a slight move of their fingers. So I say, humanity must face a great difficulty. Only when their lives are truly destroyed by disaster will they understand that saving others is saving themselves. Every place is Yaha Bay. Su Lang continued. Exactly. Shinzei affirmed, then added, and there's another key point. Currency. Upon hearing Shinzei mention currency and comparing the economic system before and after the disaster, Su Lang immediately understood Shinzei's intention. The existing currency system has been in operation for over 1,000 years, and people regard money as extremely important. However, if they continue like this, there can be no future. To break this deadlock, a new currency system must be established, one centered around salvation. The so-called economic system refers to the totality of various mechanisms that formulate and execute economic decisions within a certain area. It is not centered around money. The reason money is increasingly valued is that it serves as a medium of trade, a store of value, and a symbol of social status. But if you think carefully, if humanity is always bound by money, can salvation still be possible? When I ask for your technology, your first reaction is, how much will you pay me? What will you offer in exchange for this patent? Region A produces a certain material, Region B produces another, and we combine them for use. Trading entirely through money is no problem. But what if someone hoards goods and raises prices? The operational space here is too large, and the uncertainty is too great. Once human nature is given room to operate, what will the outcome be? You should be able to imagine that. Shinzei's thoughts were clearly deeper than Su Lang's. He pointed to the wild dogs passing by outside the window. You should have noticed by now that there are a lot of cats and dogs here. In fact, it's not just cats and dogs. The number of other animals in the nearby forest has also increased significantly. At this point, Su Lang couldn't help but ask, but theoretically, they should be affected by radiation, mutated, diseased, or dead. In other words, by conventional thinking, they should be having a very hard time. To his surprise, Shinzei shook his head. At first, there was indeed such a situation, and a batch died. But later, as humans migrated, this place was abandoned, and the ones that survived adapted to the environment here, and it seems they are living even better. Look, life always finds a way. Isn't it because the people left that their paths have become broader? Su Lang bluntly pointed out the truth. Shinzei clinked glasses with Su Lang again. I'm liking you more and more. I also admire you very much, Su Lang sincerely replied. Shinzei pointed to the protective suit Su Lang was wearing. You'd better keep wearing this. At this point, Su Lang noticed that Shinzei wasn't wearing any protective gear, yet the level of radiation pollution here was clearly beyond normal values. You can't be immune to radiation pollution, right? Su Lang asked very tactfully. Of course not. Who can be immune to this? Shinzei answered generously, revealing the truth to Su Lang. Although he didn't know the specific time frame, he could feel that his days were numbered. This body was getting worse and worse. Upon hearing this, Su Lang became anxious. Then why not go to the hospital for a checkup? Technology is so advanced now. Shinzei waved his hand. There is no need. A dying person shouldn't harm others anymore. If I go to the hospital, it might cause secondary pollution. Secondary pollution. Su Lang sighed. There is indeed that possibility. Nuclear pollution refers to the presence of undesirable radioactive substances on the surface of objects or within solids, liquids, gases, or the human body, or the processes that lead to such results. In a narrow sense, nuclear pollution mainly refers to the direct destruction of the environment by radioactive nuclear materials, including radioactive pollution caused by nuclear material leakage, pollution caused by radioactive fallout, etc. Since nuclear pollution is often accompanied by a lengthy cleanup process, the broader definition of nuclear pollution also includes secondary pollution triggered by nuclear material leakage, such as groundwater pollution caused by nuclear waste storage or disposal issues, pollution caused by diffusion with the wind, and the kind of indirect pollution spread that Shinzei mentioned. Current medical means are very advanced, and there are still many cities that haven't been polluted. There is still hope. Su Lang remained unconvinced. He had seen many people who couldn't be saved die in front of him, so he didn't want to see those who could be saved sacrifice themselves. Shinzei could see Su Lang's sincerity, so he also chose to be honest. Which of these hospitals has directly or indirectly accepted funding from the Key Group? Even if there is such a place, because of the Key Group's operations, I have long been notorious. I am a city guardian. I cannot leave here, and the Key Group does not allow me to leave. Helplessly, life is always filled with such unavoidable situations. Fortunately, Shinzei was open-minded enough, having lived to this extent. He no longer cared about life and death. Let us go. While I can still move, while it's still light, I'll take you around nearby. Shunzai propped himself up on the table and stood up, speaking to Su Lang. After the two exited, Su Lang carefully followed Shunzai's footsteps, cautiously weaving through the ruins. Their steps, though light, felt particularly heavy in this desolation. An indescribable atmosphere of desolation permeated the surroundings, as if every inch of land bore endless sorrow and despair. However, just as Su Lang was about to be overwhelmed by this dismal scene, he suddenly detected a somewhat unusual presence. Shunzai led him through a series of secluded alleys, eventually arriving at a small, abandoned shipyard. It wasn't eye-catching, but the gravel underfoot and the twisted metal were somewhat odd. Shunzai, walking ahead, did not stop, and his gaze became increasingly resolute. We're almost there. Su Lang didn't know what place Shunzai was referring to, but instead of directly asking, he chose to uncover the surprise himself. Finally, Shunzai stopped in front of a large door. Are you ready? Shunzai winked at Shu Long. Su Lang took a deep breath and nodded. However, even with his mental preparation, when Shunzai pushed open the big door, Su Lang was completely stunned. Before them stood a simple yet fully equipped laboratory for nuclear pollution treatment. The inner walls of the laboratory were coated with thick radiation-resistant paint, effectively shielding against nuclear radiation. A wooden sign hung at the entrance, prominently displaying the words Nuclear Pollution Treatment Laboratory. At the entrance of the laboratory stood a radiation detector, its casing specially treated to resist nuclear radiation erosion. Every time someone enters the laboratory, the detection device quickly scans and displays their radiation level. Inside the laboratory, a row of neatly arranged workbenches comes into view. Various precision instruments and equipment are placed on the workbenches, including highly sensitive radioactive detectors and multifunctional samplers. These devices can accurately measure the types and concentrations of nuclear pollutants, providing precise data support for the formulation of treatment plans. The core area of the laboratory houses a multifunctional nuclear pollution treatment device. This device consists of multiple modules, each equipped with specific treatment functions. The filtration module uses high-efficiency filtering materials to remove large particulate matter from nuclear pollutants. The adsorption module employs special adsorbents to capture and fix harmful substances within the nuclear pollutants. The purification module chemically transforms harmful substances into harmless ones. These modules work in synergy, enabling the nuclear pollution treatment device to efficiently handle nuclear pollutants. Just as Su Lang wanted to study it more closely, Shunzai suddenly said, "This thing looks advanced now, but in reality, it's just scrap." Scrap? Shu Long was puzzled. After all, this was placed in a central position, which usually indicates that it is a heavyweight presence. Yet Shunzai called it scrap. The types of radioactive pollutants are diverse, including gaseous, liquid, and solid forms. Each type of pollutant has its unique physical and chemical properties, necessitating targeted treatment technologies and methods. Shunzai pointed to the instrument in front of them, saying that the so-called multifunctionality is merely a gimmick or a beautiful vision. Then, Shunzai looked around and continued, "Moreover, the effects of radiation pollution are often long-term. The treatment process requires continuous monitoring, assessment, and control. This demands that treatment technologies not only respond quickly, but also operate stably over the long term." Hearing this, Su Lang understood Shunzai's line of thought. Yes, Qingyan also mentioned that handling radiation pollution requires high-precision measurement and control equipment. These devices must accurately measure radiation levels and control the treatment process to ensure effectiveness. Most importantly, the safety and stability of the treatment devices must be guaranteed during the process of handling radiation pollution to avoid greater dangers caused by equipment failures or improper operations, which places high demands on safety measures and operational protocols. Shunzai lamented, "Indeed, the technical difficulty in handling radiation pollution is very high. It requires specialized technical personnel, high-precision equipment, and strict management measures to ensure treatment effectiveness and environmental safety. At the same time, due to the long-term and complex nature of radiation pollution, treatment technologies need to be continuously innovated and improved to adapt to changing environments and demands." Su Lang understood that this would be a protracted battle. The place before them is a beacon of hope and a brave attempt. Although this device is scrap, the location is still good. If there is a possibility of salvation in the future, it might be reused. Shunzhe continued to introduce the details of the place to Su Lang. The laboratory is also equipped with a comprehensive monitoring system. This system uses cameras, sensors, and other devices to monitor environmental changes and the handling of nuclear pollutants in real time. Should any abnormalities occur, the system will immediately sound an alarm to alert researchers to take timely action. Additionally, the walls of the laboratory are covered with various charts and data for easy reference. Who built this place? Su Lang couldn't help but feel curious. Key Group, Shunzhe replied, feeling somewhat ironic as he stated this. But facts are facts. Although he despised Key Group, he wouldn't distort the truth. Are they really that kind-hearted? Su Lang found it hard to believe. Shensha smiled. Knowing what Su Lang was thinking and explained, they are indeed not that kind-hearted, but when the radiation pollution outbreak occurred, they couldn't really do nothing. They still had to do some face-saving projects. The scrap you see placed in the center was heavily publicized by them, partly to show their efforts in pollution control and partly to reassure the public that they have the capability to handle it. Sure enough, Key Group wouldn't engage in a losing business. To be fair, Key Group's resource coordination capability is top-notch. The speed at which this place was built is astonishing, and the effectiveness is remarkable. Shunzhe recalled his own surprise at the time and couldn't help but laugh. Although the centerpiece is just a FAAD. I had Qingyan send someone to take a look, and the other areas are indeed substantial. Perhaps future generations will be able to use them. How many such places are there? Su Lang couldn't help but ask. Shunzhe shook his head. Are you asking me, an old man who has never left the city? Su Lang then realized that Shunzhe, as a city guardian, must have been stuck here for a long time. Qingyan must have provided you with routes and information about our side, right? You can also take a look at other places. Shunzhe patted Su Lang's shoulder through his protective suit. This world is changing rapidly. Every day is different. You must confirm with your own eyes and think with your own mind before drawing conclusions. I understand. Su Lang nodded, feeling enlightened. It's not easy to survive. Shunzhe said as he walked out with Su Lang. If you can live, then live well. Chapter 86. Living Towards Death on the Way Back. Shunzhe's footsteps slowed down significantly, as if he were a tourist visiting the city for the first time, leisurely appreciating everything around him. Perhaps the scenes he saw were different from what Su Lang observed, because he carried the memories of this city. Echelon quietly accompanied Shensha, and every time Shunzhe's figure wobbled, Su Lang felt a jolt of anxiety. Inside the house, the feeling wasn't as pronounced, but standing in this vast city, Shunzhe appeared so thin, so fragile, yet so strong. Do you see that street? Shunzhe raised his hand to point. Su Lang followed the direction of Shunzhe's finger and saw a road covered in graffiti. I was still a kid back then, and I saw a few older boys wearing hats spraying graffiti on the wall. I thought they were vandalizing public property, so I ran over and tugged at their pants, asking them to stop. But when I looked up at the wall, I realized the things they casually painted were so interesting, and then I insisted they teach me. Guess what they said? Shunzhe asked with a smile as he walked over. Did they agree? Or refuse? Su Lang thought there were only these two answers. But Shunzhe shook his head. They told me you can't vandalize public property, and then handed me the spray paint they were using. Su Lang couldn't help but laugh. In such a situation, who could resist the urge to spray? What's even worse is they explained to me how to use the spray paint in detail. Remembering that moment, a gentle smile appeared on Shunzhe's face. And then, did you spray? Su Lang actually became curious about this story. The key point is that after they did all that, they left, and I was left alone with that wall. Shunzhe's tone carried a deep sense of helplessness. Su Lang understood that it was an irresistible situation. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't be able to hold back. Sure enough, Shunzhe continued. I admit, I ended up spraying. He pointed to a crooked line on the wall and said to Su Lang. It looked incredibly ugly, devoid of any artistic sense, and could even be said to have ruined their original graffiti. The graffiti on the wall resembled an unfinished urban poem, telling the pulse of the city with vibrant colors and wild lines. In the afterglow of the sunset on the mottled wall, every stroke of graffiti felt like a cry from the soul. wild and unruly, or deep and restrained, weaving together vivid images. The graffiti depicted symbols of street culture. Some letters were distorted yet powerful, as if one could hear the call from the heart. Others displayed a love and yearning for life, colorful flowers blooming in the sunlight, narrating the beauty and resilience of life. These graffiti were not only a visual feast, but also a touch to the soul. They silently told the story of the city, conveying people's emotions and dreams. Among them, the mark left by Shunzai was particularly special. It seemed to disrupt the overall beauty, yet in reality, it was the beginning of another story. Do you know why there's only this one mark? Shunzai asked. Su Lang shook his head. He really wanted to say it was probably because it didn't look good, so he stopped, but considering Shunzai's pride, he swallowed his words. The reason there's only this one mark is that I had just finished painting when they came out. Shunzai looked towards the street corner, as if those people were still there. Later I found out they hadn't left. They had made a bet on whether I would spray my own mark. Su Lang never expected this outcome, but he could imagine that Shunzai must have felt awkward and helpless at that time. Little kid, you vandalized public property. Shunzai mimicked the boy's tone, saying, I was thinking, how can someone be so petty? Bullying a child. Maybe it was because I was embarrassed, plus being young. I didn't know what was going on, and I instinctively wanted to cry. Just as I was about to cry, he handed me a lollipop first. I said boys don't like sweet things, but he told me, everyone likes sweet things. What do you think? Is this person unreasonable? Su Lang imagined the scene at that time and found it quite amusing. He believed this must have been a very unforgettable memory for Shunzai. Following Shunzai's gaze, Su Lang looked at this ordinary street, and the scene in his eyes seemed to change as well. Equally changing was his understanding of civilization. The past is often imbued with heavy historical colors and grand social meanings. We habitually associate civilization with ancient buildings, long-standing traditions, and great achievements, while neglecting the most essential and simple connotation of civilization. It is not just a heavy history, but also constructed by countless ordinary years. History is undoubtedly an important component of civilization. It records the development and changes of human society, carrying the wisdom and sweat of our ancestors. From the ancient Stone Age to the modern information society, from the four great inventions to the Industrial Revolution, these significant historical milestones collectively form the framework of civilization, allowing us to stand on the shoulders of giants and gaze towards a broader future. However, if we merely understand civilization as heavy history, we overlook its richness and diversity. Civilization does not only exist in glorious moments, it also permeates every detail of our daily lives. Every ordinary day is a part of civilization. We feel the warmth of civilization in the ordinary, and we create the value of civilization in the ordinary. In the ordinary years, it hides in the streets and alleys, integrates into people's daily interactions and connections, weaving together warm and life-filled pictures. In the early morning, when the first rays of sunlight spill into the alley, people step out of their homes to begin a new day. A greeting between neighbors feels like a spring breeze. Children chase and play in the alley, their laughter echoing in the air, conveying joy and carefreeness. These seemingly trivial interactions form the simplest base of civilization, allowing people to feel the warmth and connection between one another in ordinary life. In the afternoon, sunlight slants onto the park benches, where elderly people sit together, sharing their stories and experiences, discussing the valuable treasures left by time. In the evening, as the afterglow of the sunset blankets the earth, people return home, ending a day of busyness. On the way home, one might encounter familiar faces. A smile, a nod, is enough to express warmth and friendliness. These simple interactions not only bridge the distance between people, but also allow civilization to be passed down and continued in the ordinary. In these ordinary years, we establish deep bonds with others. Those moments of care and kindness that slip out unconsciously nourish our souls like a gentle stream. At this moment, perhaps Su Lang and Shunzai saw the same scene, those images of the past of beauty. I don't want to leave. This is my home. Shunzai's tone was affectionate, like a child attached to their parents. I would rather die on the ground. Hearing this, Su Lang was taken aback. Die on the ground. It seemed Shun Zhe already knew about the underground shelter. Was it Gu Qingyan who told him? No. The true purpose of a No. 09 heavy controlled nuclear fusion energy base is confidential. Gu Qingyan isn't the type to blabber, so he surely wouldn't spread it. Seemingly guessing what Su Lang was thinking, Shun Zhe smiled and walked deeper into the street. It wasn't Gu Qingyan who told me. It's just that after studying nuclear pollution purification for so long, how can I not think of this? Disasters will eventually descend. Some people will die, some will escape, and some will still die after escaping. Shun Zhe sees everything with incredible clarity, living painfully yet awake. Aren't you afraid? Su Lang couldn't help but ask. Afraid of what? Afraid of death? Shun Zhe asked with a smile. Su Lang replied, illness, life, and death. Shun Zhe chuckled lightly and shook his head, his expression open-minded. What is there to fear? Life is inherently a journey towards death. If we only fear death, wouldn't that mean losing the joy of living? His gaze was deep, as if contemplating the mysteries of life and death. In fact, death is just a stage in the journey of life. It is not terrifying. What is terrifying is our ignorance and misunderstanding of it. He looked at the familiar cityscape before him, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. What I am more reluctant to part with is this city. Every street and every corner here carries my memories and emotions. Fortunately, even if one day I leave this world, my memories and feelings will still remain in this city, coexisting with it. The guardian of the city guards not only the city, but also the former self. In the end, it was still Su Lang who took Shun Zhe back. Even though Shun Zhe repeatedly insisted he was fine, Su Lang still felt uneasy. Su Lang knew that living long-term in a nuclear-contaminated area had severely harmed Shun Zhe's body, a damage that was external and internal, from skin to internal organs, from physiological to psychological. He could see that Shun Zhe's skin had become unusually sensitive and fragile. The particles of nuclear radiation were continuously eroding his skin cells, causing his skin to become dry, rough, and lose its original elasticity and luster. His face showed obvious spots and wrinkles, signs of skin aging due to nuclear radiation. More seriously, Shun Zhe had rashes, ulcers, and other lesions on his skin, which were caused by skin inflammation and cancer from nuclear radiation. Besides skin issues, it was likely that Shun Zhe's immune system had also been severely compromised. Nuclear radiation damaged the structure and function of immune cells, leading to a significant decline in his immunity. In addition to physical weakness, Shun Zhe would also be more susceptible to colds and fevers. Even common illnesses, such as respiratory infections and diarrhea, would cause him great suffering and lengthy recovery times. More alarmingly, due to the decline in immunity, Shun Zhe faced the risk of contracting some rare diseases. The hematopoietic system is one of the most sensitive target organs to nuclear radiation, and, as a result of radiation, Shun Zhe's white blood cell count drastically decreased, leading to a gradual decline in his immunity. The count of red blood cells was also affected, manifesting as frequent fatigue and dizziness. The reduction in platelets made him prone to bleeding symptoms. Even minor scrapes would cause excessive bleeding. These symptoms gradually weakened Shun Zhe's body and significantly reduced his quality of life. Even more frightening was the potential damage that nuclear contamination had done to Shun Zhe's cellular genes. Radiation altered the DNA structure within cells, potentially triggering cellular carcinogenesis. There might be undetected tumors hidden within Shun Zhe's body, which could erupt at any time, posing a significant threat to his life. Logically, Shun Zhe should pay particular attention to protection and monitoring, but he was unwilling to trouble others or go to the hospital. Living towards death. The phrase Shun Zhe had said echoed in Su Lang's mind once again. Yes, while living, one is understanding death, expressing through one's actions how to deal with life and how to face death. The limit of life is not death, but the ability to possess the meaning and value of life even when facing death. Death is a process. From the moment a person is born until they die, they're experiencing death. Passing away refers to death in a physiological sense, a true disappearance of a person, the end of the process of moving towards death. In this sense, as long as a person has not passed away, they're living towards death. It is a very good thing to know you in the final moments of life. Shun Zhe smiled at Su Lang and carefully took a lollipop out of his pocket. Su Lang took the lollipop, his eyes becoming a bit misty. Seeing him like this, Shunzhe nudged his arm. What are you thinking about? It's not the one they gave me at first. I found it in an abandoned convenience store after people migrated. Su Lang's emotional response diminished a bit. Then Shunzhe continued. Speaking of which, I don't even know if it's expired. You might as well not eat it, just in case something happens. Very well. Su Lang's emotional response was completely gone. You might have it expired, and you still brought it? Su Lang didn't quite understand. For my body, what's the difference between eating one expired lollipop more or one less? Shunzhe retorted matter-of-factly, and then naturally took out another lollipop from his pocket, unwrapped it, and put it in his mouth. From a certain perspective, Shunzhe's statement was indeed not without merit. One more or one less, for his body, it made little difference. Let's go. There are still many places you need to go. Standing at the door, Shunzhe waved to Su Lang. I can see that you are not someone who lives towards death. You have your own path. Even though I can't see the end of that path. Su Lang left with the lollipop in hand, along with the various blueprints and information Shunzhe had given him. That was Shunzhe's years of accumulation and carefully protected hope. Chapter 87 Natural Laboratory Observation Diary, August 10th, Saturday, sunny today. I arrived at a place that was once inhabited by indigenous people. The historical traces here have gradually been erased by time, leaving only the power of nature quietly telling the stories of the past. Due to the effects of radiation, humans were once forced to migrate or tragically perished. I saw the roads that had been opened up and the scattered white bones, indicating that this land has lost all human traces. However, on this seemingly desolate land, plants and animals are thriving in their own way. They seem largely unaffected by the radiation, instead displaying a more vigorous vitality in the absence of human destruction. I walked through the dense forest, where the trees stood tall and upright, with lush branches and leaves. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Various plants competed for growth here, their vitality fully released in this land. Deep in the forest, I occasionally caught glimpses of some wild animals. They lived freely on this land, some darting through the woods, others foraging on the grass. Their presence added a touch of wildness and vitality to this land. Although this place had once been affected by radiation, the power of nature remains strong and resilient. Plants and animals grow here, forming a unique ecosystem. They seem unconcerned about what happened in the past, simply continuing their lives according to the laws of nature. I strolled across this land, feeling the tranquility and harmony here. There is no human noise or destruction, only the beauty and calm of nature. I was deeply attracted by the scenery here and decided to stay a few more days. August 11th, Sunday, sunny today. I continued to explore this land that was once inhabited by indigenous people, but has now become a paradise for plants and animals. In the early morning, I was awakened by the singing of birds. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, warming and comforting me. I followed a path deeper into the forest, surrounded by lush trees. As if I were in a green ocean, I noticed a variety of plant species here. Some were tall and upright, while others were small and bushy. They grew vigorously in the sunlight, showcasing their robust vitality. Occasionally, I would see some wild animals darting between the trees, seemingly unafraid of me, merely curiously gazing at me before continuing with their lives. In this land, I also discovered some remnants left by the indigenous people. Some broken stone tools and crude dwellings silently narrated the history of this place. However, these remnants did not disrupt the harmony and tranquility here. Instead, they added a sense of mystery and ancientness. In the afternoon, I reached the edge of a lake. The water was clear, reflecting the blue sky, white clouds, and surrounding trees. I sat quietly by the lake, enjoying the beautiful scenery. A few water birds frolicked in the lake, their reflections rippling across the surface, creating a beautiful picture. In the evening, I returned to the makeshift camp. Here, I felt the tranquility and beauty of nature. Although this place had once been affected by radiation, it has now become a vibrant and lively area. Tomorrow, I will continue to explore this land, hoping to gain a deeper understanding of its ecosystem. I believe there are more unknown secrets waiting for me to discover in this land. August 12th, Monday, sunny today. I further explored this land that had once been affected by radiation, but has miraculously nurtured a new ecosystem. The ecosystem here exhibits an unusual balance and harmony. Although radiation once brought disaster to this land, as time passed, and without human intervention, the power of nature gradually healed the wounds here. Plants displayed a diverse growth pattern. Some plants have stubbornly adapted to the radiation environment, growing more abundantly, and even producing mutations that formed unique varieties. Their branches and leaves are more lush, and their root systems are more developed. Meanwhile, animals have also found new ways to survive on this land. Some animals have gradually adapted to the radiation environment, experiencing subtle changes in their bodily functions to cope with this new living environment. I observed some peculiar animal species. They might be newly evolved species or mutated forms of existing species. Additionally, the lakes and rivers in this land present a brand new ecological appearance. Although the water quality has been somewhat affected, it has given rise to some special biological populations. The fish and aquatic plants in the lake together constitute a unique ecosystem, interdependent and collectively maintaining the ecological balance of this water body. On this land, I also discovered some crops that the indigenous people once planted. Despite having undergone the ordeal of radiation, these crops still grow resiliently. They may have adapted to this new environment, becoming new residents of this land. The entire ecosystem seems to have reached a new state of balance, with plants, animals, and microorganisms jointly forming a complex and stable network. They depend on and constrain each other, collectively maintaining the ecological balance of this land. August 13th, Tuesday, rain today. The continuous rain brought complex ecological changes to this land that had once been affected by radiation. The interplay of rainwater and radiation pollution filled every corner of this land with subtle life interactions. Firstly, the rain intensified the diffusion of radioactive materials. As raindrops fell, they not only washed away the surface soil and plants, but also carried trace amounts of radioactive materials deposited on the surface. These materials flowed with the rainwater, some being washed into the lakes and rivers, leading to a certain degree of water pollution. I noticed that some lakes' edges appeared murky, and the air filtration system of my radiation protection suit showed abnormal readings, likely due to radioactive materials brought by the rain. For plants, the impact of rainwater is dual-edged. On one hand, rainwater provides essential moisture for plants, aiding their growth and reproduction. However, on the other hand, the radioactive materials in the rainwater pose a threat to plant growth. Some plants exhibited spots on their leaves, wilting, or even deformity due to the effects of radiation pollution. Simultaneously, the plant roots may have been damaged by absorbing water containing radioactive materials, thus affecting their overall growth condition. Animals also displayed different survival strategies amid the interplay of rainwater and radiation pollution. Some animals may have inadvertently come into contact with radioactive materials while seeking shelter from the rain, resulting in bodily harm or illness. Others may have adapted by changing their food sources or habitats. I observed that some birds that originally foraged near the water now flew farther away in search of food, while some animals that used to roam on the surface began seeking refuge underground or in tree hollows. The interaction of rainwater and radiation pollution on this land also reflected on the balance of the ecosystem. On one hand, rainwater aids in the recovery and rebuilding of the ecosystem, providing new survival opportunities for some plants and animals. On the other hand, radiation pollution threatens the stability of the ecosystem, potentially leading to declines or extinctions of certain species. August 14th, Wednesday, rain today. The rain continued relentlessly, and I ventured deeper into this radiation-affected area, hoping to observe more phenomena. In this rain-soaked land, Luna and I unexpectedly encountered a deer, whose condition vividly illustrated the dual impact of rainwater and radiation pollution on living organisms. At that time, we were walking along a winding path when unexpectedly, a deer slowly emerged from the depths of the woods. Although the deer appeared robust, a closer look revealed some abnormalities. Its fur was unusually tangled, with patches of hair missing, exposing mottled skin. Under the rain's wash, these bare areas of skin were even more conspicuous, presenting an unhealthy state. Additionally, the deer moved sluggishly, its steps heavy, and there were white foams at the corners of its mouth. What caught my attention even more was the deer's somewhat vacant gaze, a change that likely indicated the impact of radiation pollution on its nervous system. The deer's reaction made me think about how the reaction of humans consuming radiation-contaminated food might be even more complex and severe. Initially, consuming a small amount of contaminated food may only cause mild symptoms such as fatigue, dizziness, insomnia, reddening of the skin, ulcers, bleeding, and hair loss. Although these symptoms might seem minor, they are actually direct harm to the body's internal cells and tissues. If large amounts of radiation-contaminated food are consumed over a long period, the damage to the human body could be much more severe. Key life systems such as hematopoietic, immune, digestive, and reproductive systems could sustain serious damage. For example, it could harm the blood tissue, leading to a significant decrease in white blood cell count, which might trigger serious diseases like aplastic anemia and leukemia. At the same time, the body's ability to fight infections would greatly decline, significantly increasing the risk of bacterial, viral, and fungal infections. More seriously, radiation could also lead to mutations in human DNA or chromosomes, which can be hereditary and affect future generations. For instance, it could result in congenital disabilities or hereditary diseases, with these effects potentially extending to future generations. However, compared to humans, this deer seemed even more helpless. It had no ability to detect the safety of food or to choose a better living environment. It could only struggle to survive in this polluted land, enduring the dual harm from radiation and rainwater. I did not know how much longer it could hold on, nor what its fate would be. Perhaps it would collapse soon from the inability to endure, or perhaps it might find a relatively safe patch of land to barely sustain its life. On August 15th, Thursday, the rain turned to sunshine. In the morning, the rain finally stopped, and the sky revealed a long-lost blue. Yet the scene before me was starkly different from yesterday. It seemed that after this continuous rain, all the animals and plants had gone through a catastrophe, each exhibiting new changes. The plants, after being washed by the rain, seemed to have become more resilient. Some previously wilted branches and leaves, under the nourishment of rainwater, surprisingly regained vitality. The droplets on the green leaves sparkled under the sunlight, as if nature had adorned them with brilliant jewels. However, some plants appeared utterly exhausted from the dual blows of radiation and rain, their leaves showing signs of yellowing and spots, as if telling the story of this catastrophe's cruelty. On this land, the animals' reactions were more complex. The deer I saw yesterday was nowhere to be found today. Perhaps it had found a new place to survive on this land. Or perhaps it could no longer endure the torment of this catastrophe. Other animals also exhibited different survival strategies in this disaster. Some birds flew out of the woods after the rain stopped, searching for new food sources. Some small mammals hid in the grass or tree hollows, cautiously observing the changes around them. On this land that had survived the disaster, I also observed some subtle changes in ecological balance. Some species that were originally at a disadvantage in the food chain seemed to have found new survival opportunities after this catastrophe. Their numbers had increased, gradually occupying a more important position in the ecosystem. Meanwhile, some species that were originally in a dominant position saw their numbers decline due to their inability to adapt to this change, even facing the danger of extinction. Qingyan was right. I should come here. This is a huge laboratory without boundaries, incredibly real. It is also a self-selection of many lives, without human intervention or subjective influence. Here, I met the best teacher, the most impartial judge, nature. In the evening, I packed my belongings and set off on my way back. As the vehicle drove, the scenery outside quickly receded. Luna asked me, "Will that deer say goodbye to us on the road?" Unfortunately, we did not see it again until we completely left. Perhaps this is good news. Chapter 88. Fuyalai Sulang and Luna's journey reached its third stop, arriving a seemingly tranquil and peaceful small city. Upon their arrival, their first impression was of the city's prosperity and harmony. The buildings along the streets were arranged in an orderly manner, with a steady flow of pedestrians, and shop windows displayed an array of goods, each corner exuding the essence of life. They walked on the cobblestone road, feeling the rhythm of life in this city. The sunlight filtered through the clouds, warm and gentle, while a light breeze brushed against their cheeks, carrying a faint floral scent. People wore smiles, children played and frolicked in the streets, and the elderly chatted leisurely under the shade of trees. Everything felt so normal, so beautiful. However, this relaxed atmosphere did not completely dispel the doubts in their hearts. The city seemed peaceful, but the note in Su Lang's hand hinted at some unknown secret. They continued to delve deeper into the streets of the city, trying to find more clues. Although the buildings along the streets appeared quaint, a closer inspection revealed subtle anomalies. Some buildings had inexplicable cracks in their walls, and the glass in the shop windows looked slightly aged, as if hiding the marks of time. But this, didn't he seem to explain much? "Mr. Su, are you sure this is the place?" Luna asked, somewhat incredulously. Su Lang looked at the note left by Qingyan and searched for information again. Fully a lie. No doubt about it. And there were no other cities with the same name. It had to be here. Su Lang was about to say something when suddenly a football rolled to his feet. "I'm sorry, big brother. I'm really sorry." A little boy ran over quickly, picked up the football, and dashed back. Not far away, a few other boys laughed at him. "How could you kick it so crooked? Is it bad technique or bad eyesight? At this rate, we won't let you play next time." "Yeah, sorry little genius," all day long saying sorry. The little boy awkwardly ran back with the ball, looking anxious. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. I promise I won't." The other boys didn't stop their taunts because of his apology and even crowded around him with impatient expressions. Su Lang instinctively stepped forward, but before he could speak, he heard a voice from behind. He said sorry because he's polite. To be honest, I wouldn't want someone as impolite as you to play with my brother either. A tall boy stepped past Su Lang and knelt down next to the little boy, gently lowering himself. "Come on, I'll play with you. This football is yours too, right? Don't just lend it out to others. You silly little kid, you wouldn't even know what is going on if someone bullies you." The little boy nodded, instinctively wanted to say sorry again, but was stopped by the boy covering his mouth. All right, you really need to change this habit. Aren't you tired of apologizing every day?" Then the boy took out a handkerchief from his pocket and carefully wiped the dirt off the football before handing it back to the little boy. Seeing this, the other boys closed their mouths, their impatience fading away. They seemed intimidated by the tall boy's presence and left reluctantly. "Thank you both. I can tell you wanted to help my brother." The boy turned his head and looked at Su Lang and Luna. "Hello, I'm Su Lang, and this is Luna. We just arrived here and aren't very familiar with this city." Su Lang took the initiative to step forward and extended his hand to the boy. The boy looked up, his eyes deep and bright, as if he could see into one's heart. He smiled slightly and shook hands with Su Lang. "I'm Lin Feng, a local of this city. Are you here for tourism?" Lin Feng's voice was deep and powerful, giving a reassuring feeling. "Not entirely for tourism. We're actually looking for some clues," Su Lang said candidly, not hiding his purpose, as his intuition told him Lin Feng was someone trustworthy. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly interested in Su Lang's words. He gestured for Su Lang and Luna to sit at a nearby CAF. The CAF was simply and warmly decorated, with the aroma of coffee filling the air. They each ordered a cup of coffee and sat by the window, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. Officer Lin, a woman who had just entered the CAF, greeted Lin Feng, and he smiled back in acknowledgement. "Officer Lin?" Su Lang realized that Lin Feng appeared to be an enforcer of the law in this city. "I'm on vacation today, not wearing my uniform," Lin Feng shrugged. "Actually, our encounter isn't a coincidence. I've been following you." Lin Feng's openness surprised Su Lang and Luna, but they didn't understand his motive for following them. "It seems many tourists have come to this city recently," Lin Feng stated directly. "Just like you. They arrive without rushing to check into hotels or visit attractions, but wander around nearby, observing. Some are even taking notes." After a pause, Lin Feng added, "But you're the first to explicitly say you are looking for clues. You have dealt with those people?" Su Lang and Luna stiffened, feeling something was off. Clearly, Lin Feng was suspicious of them. "I have dealt with them," Lin Feng admitted readily, "but no matter how much I try to get close, they only said they were here for tourism. According to the law, they haven't committed any crimes. They aren't stealing or robbing. So I can't just arrest them for questioning." He then lowered his voice and discreetly pointed to a customer near the entrance, just like him. Su Lang and Luna turned their heads simultaneously, only to see a customer dressed in a dark coat, wearing a hat and mask, concealing himself completely. He sat in a corner, continuously flipping through documents in his hands, looking tense and focused. Su Lang's gaze casually swept through every corner of the CAF, pretending to discuss the CAF's decor, but his eyes keenly caught the documents in the mysterious customer's hands. It was a thick folder, its edges slightly worn, clearly having been frequently handled. In that moment, Su Lang's intuition told him that this document must hide some important secret. He slightly turned his body, trying to see more clearly, but the customer seemed very cautious, always using one hand to cover most of the content, leaving only a small corner for himself to read. "Do you think the document has issues?" Su Lang asked. "Not just issues. I think it relates to the secrets behind these tourists." Lin Feng replied with a hint of certainty in his tone. Su Lang and Luna exchanged glances, deciding to take action. Su Lang knew that to understand the true content of this document, they had to find a way to get closer to that customer, or at least see more clearly. He noticed that a decorative painting hung on the wall behind the customer, and the frame's position might allow him to glimpse the document's contents. He quietly stood up, pretending to go to the restroom, and took a detour to stand in front of the painting. Standing before the painting, Su Lang feigned admiration while using his peripheral vision to scan the document in the customer's hands. This time, he could see more clearly that the document contained some complex place names and data analyses, along with what appeared to be sketches of city planning. He quickly noted down some key information and then returned to his seat, acting as if nothing had happened. "How is it?" Luna asked eagerly. Su Lang relayed what he had just seen to Luna and Lin Feng. "Just like what I saw earlier," Lin Feng nodded. "Also, these people are not here for the first time. Lin Feng must have done some relevant investigation." The three began discussing the potential implications of this document and how to further investigate. However, before they could say much more, the customer suddenly got up and left the coffee shop. They hurriedly followed, but quickly lost track of him. The three of them rushed out of the coffee shop, scanning the crowd in an attempt to find the mysterious customer. However, the customer seemed to deliberately avoid their gaze, disappearing without a trace. Su Lang's brow furrowed, a sense of unease rising in his heart. He knew that losing track of their target this time might mean missing an important clue to unraveling the secrets of the city. "Let's split up and search. Maybe he hasn't gone far," Lin Feng suggested. Su Lang and Luna nodded in agreement, and the three quickly separated, each searching in different directions. Su Lang crossed busy streets and entered narrow alleys, searching everywhere. Just when he was about to give up, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure flashing by not far away. His heart stirred, and he immediately quickened his pace to follow. He navigated through street after street, closely tailing the figure. Finally, at a street corner, he confirmed that it was indeed the mysterious customer they had been searching for. Su Lang cautiously maintained his distance, fearing he would lose track again. He noticed the mysterious customer entered a hospital, so he followed closely behind into the hospital. Inside, the hospital was bustling with people, the crowd flowing like an unending torrent through the corridors, lobbies, and various departments. Su Lang weaved through this flow, his gaze fixed on the figure of the mysterious customer. The customer seemed very cunning, deliberately using the crowd as cover, sometimes quickly crossing crowded corridors, other times mingling with the waiting crowd, trying to shake off his pursuers. However, Su Lang was not deceived by his tricks. With keen observation and quick reflexes, he maintained his distance from the mysterious customer. They passed through corridor after corridor. Deep into the hospital, Su Lang noticed the customer's pace gradually slowing, seemingly searching for something. Following the customer's gaze, he saw a door marked conference room not far ahead. Seeing the customer enter the restroom, Su Lang's heart raced, thinking this might be the key to unraveling the mystery. To gamble or not to gamble? He had to take the risk. Taking advantage of the customer's time in the restroom, Su Lang quietly approached the conference room, pressed against the door, and listened closely, trying to catch any sound from inside. The conference room was silent. Su Lang gently opened the door, quickly slipped inside, and hid under the conference table. A faint sound of footsteps came from outside, and Su Lang immediately held his breath, focusing intently on listening. The footsteps grew closer, finally stopping at the door. Su Lang's heart raced, and he clenched his fists, ready to respond to any sudden changes. The door slowly opened, and the mysterious customer's figure appeared in Su Lang's line of sight. He glanced outside to confirm there was no one following him, then walked straight into the conference room. The customer sat down near the door, frequently looking around, appearing very alert. Su Lang understood this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had to act quickly, otherwise, once the mysterious customer left the conference room, he might lose track of him again. He quietly moved closer to the customer, ready to take action when the moment was right. However, just as he was about to approach, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps coming from outside the door. Su Lang's heart tightened, wondering if someone had discovered his presence. He quickly hid back in the corner, held his breath, and nervously observed the situation outside. However, the ones entering were not looking for him, but rather several individuals who appeared to be hospital staff. The mysterious customer stood in the conference room, scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes, seemingly confirming whether it was safe. At that moment, footsteps were heard outside, and several individuals who looked like hospital staff walked in. "You finally arrived," one middle-aged doctor in a white coat said, his tone carrying a hint of respect and caution. The mysterious customer nodded slightly, his face expressionless, simply saying, "Is everything you need ready? It's already prepared." Another woman in a nurse's cap said as she took a thick document from her folder and handed it to the mysterious customer. "This is what you asked for." The mysterious customer took the document, quickly flipped through a few pages, then nodded in satisfaction. "Good, you did well." He then placed the document into the backpack he carried. Su Lang knew that there was another document in that bag that he had seen before. "Thank you for your praise," the middle-aged doctor flattered. "We have been following the instructions closely, not daring to make any mistakes." The mysterious customer sneered and said, "I know you are obedient, so this is just the beginning. There will be more tasks for you to complete. Rest assured, we will do our utmost to cooperate," the middle-aged doctor assured. The mysterious customer nodded, then stood up, preparing to leave the conference room. "Very well, I will contact you again." He then turned and walked towards the door. Just as he was about to exit the conference room, he suddenly stopped, turned back, and asked the hospital staff, "By the way, has anyone shown excessive interest in the hospital's affairs recently?" Chapter 89 Medical Records. The middle-aged doctor and the female nurse exchanged a glance, then cautiously replied, "Indeed. A young police officer has been in the hospital asking around, seemingly curious about our work." The mysterious customer frowned and asked, "Has he discovered anything?" "No. We have always acted cautiously," the middle-aged doctor replied. Noticing the mysterious customer's backpack, Su Lang felt a jolt in his heart, realizing that this document might be related to their investigation. Taking advantage of the conversation between the others, he discreetly reached towards the mysterious customer. However, just as he was about to succeed, the mysterious customer suddenly turned around, alert. Su Lang was startled, knowing he had been discovered. He reacted quickly, snatched the document from the mysterious customer's hands, pushed the door open, and ran away. "Stop!" the mysterious customer shouted angrily and chased after him. Su Lang weaved through the hospital corridors, turning corner after corner, and finally seized the opportunity to blend into the crowd, leaving the hospital. His heart was filled with tension and excitement, as he knew he had successfully obtained key evidence and could not wait to share this important discovery with Luna and Lin Feng. Of course, it was not yet time to relax. He needed to find a safe place to meet them as soon as possible. After some winding running, Su Lang arrived at a secluded corner near the hospital. Su Lang confirmed that no one was around, quickly called Luna, and sent her his location. As for Lin Feng, Su Lang believed he had ways to find him. After all, he had a professional advantage. "Luna, okay, I'll be right over." After ending the call, Su Lang panted and leaned against the wall. He opened the document in his hand and began to read carefully. Due to nuclear radiation pollution causing physical changes, patient information. Name, Lando, gender, male, age, 52 years, occupation, nuclear power plant worker, medical history. Date of visit, May 17th. Chief complaint. The patient Lando reported that over the past few months, he has gradually developed symptoms such as fatigue, dizziness, and loss of appetite. At the same time, his skin has developed rashes, itching, and hair loss. Recently, these symptoms have worsened, and gastrointestinal symptoms such as nausea and vomiting have appeared. Current medical history. The patient Lando has worked long-term at a nuclear power plant. responsible for monitoring and maintaining nuclear facilities. In his work, he inevitably comes into contact with nuclear radiation, although he has taken appropriate protective measures. Due to long-term exposure to a nuclear radiation environment, he has gradually developed physical discomfort symptoms. Physical examination, general condition. The patient appears pale, lethargic, and reports fatigue. Skin examination. Scatter rashes and pigmentation can be seen on the skin, with some areas accompanied by scaling and itching. Hair is sparse, and hair loss is significant. Neurological examination. The patient shows slight sluggishness in response, normal orientation, but has some memory decline. Muscle strength in the limbs is normal, and tendon reflexes are present. Gastrointestinal examination. The abdomen is flat, without tenderness or rebound pain. The liver and spleen are not enlarged on palpation. Laboratory tests. Complete blood count. White blood cell count is low, with an increased proportion of lymphocytes, suggesting impaired immune function. Biochemical tests. Mild abnormalities in liver and kidney function indicators may be related to cell damage caused by nuclear radiation. Chromosome testing. Chromosomal abnormalities, including breaks and rearrangements, were found, indicating the impact of nuclear radiation on genetic material. Nuclide testing. The presence of radioactive nuclides was detected in the patient's body, with concentrations exceeding the normal range, proving nuclear radiation pollution. Imaging studies. X-ray examination. No significant abnormalities were seen in the lungs. CT scan. No obvious occupying lesions were seen in abdominal organs, such as the liver and spleen, but some areas showed uneven density, possibly related to cell damage caused by nuclear radiation. Changes in disease course before admission. As the disease progressed, the patient's symptoms gradually worsened. The range of skin lesions expanded, and the itching and hair loss became more severe. At the same time, gastrointestinal symptoms became more pronounced, with persistent nausea, vomiting, accompanied by loss of appetite and weight loss. Neurological symptoms also worsened, with memory decline and sluggishness. Pathological examination results. Skin biopsy showed abnormal proliferation of epidermal cells, accompanied by infiltration of inflammatory cells. Some cell nuclei showed irregular shapes, suggesting possible cell damage and cancer risk due to nuclear radiation. Diagnosis. Based on the patient's medical history, physical examination, laboratory tests, and imaging results, the diagnosis is physical changes due to nuclear radiation pollution. The lesions involve multiple organ systems, including the skin, gastrointestinal system, and nervous system, with potential cancer risk. Lando's hospital course record after admission due to physical changes from nuclear radiation pollution. Condition upon admission. The patient Lando, due to long-term exposure to nuclear radiation, recently experienced symptoms such as fatigue, dizziness, and loss of appetite, accompanied by skin rashes, itching, and hair loss. The patient's mental state is acceptable, but physical strength has significantly declined. Day 2 after admission. The range of skin lesions has expanded, with increased itching and pain, and some areas have developed ulcers. Gastrointestinal symptoms also began to manifest, with nausea and mild vomiting. The patient is experiencing anxiety and fear regarding the deterioration of his condition. Day 4 after admission. The patient's condition further deteriorated, with severe skin lesions, almost the entire body covered with rashes and ulcers, and intolerable pain. Gastrointestinal symptoms worsened, with frequent vomiting and almost complete loss of appetite. The patient has noticeably lost weight and appears lethargic. Day 7 after admission. Neurological symptoms began to appear, with memory decline and sluggishness. Walking has also become difficult, requiring assistance. At the same time, due to prolonged inability to eat and insufficient nutritional intake, the patient is extremely weak. Day 10 after admission. The patient's condition has deteriorated sharply, with signs of infection in the areas of skin lesions, accompanied by high fever and chills. Gastrointestinal symptoms have prevented the patient from eating, necessitating intravenous nutritional support. Neurological symptoms have also worsened, with the patient experiencing confusion and hallucinations. Day 15 after admission. The patient's condition is now critical, with uncontrolled skin infections and almost complete loss of gastrointestinal function. Neurological function is severely impaired, with the patient experiencing coma and respiratory distress. Despite the doctor's active rescue measures, the patient's condition continues to deteriorate. Summary. Since admission, Lando's physical changes due to nuclear radiation pollution have progressively worsened, from the exacerbation of skin lesions to the emergence of gastrointestinal and neurological symptoms, and finally to a critical state. His condition has rapidly declined in a short period. Skin deterioration. The patient's skin lesions have significantly expanded, with more pronounced rashes and pigmentation, accompanied by severe itching and pain. Hair loss has further intensified, with inflammation and ulcers on the scalp. The patient often cannot sleep due to itching and pain, severely affecting quality of life. Gastrointestinal deterioration. Gastrointestinal symptoms have continued to worsen, with increased frequency of nausea and vomiting and blood in the vomit. The patient has almost completely lost his appetite, leading to rapid weight loss. At the same time, symptoms such as abdominal pain and bloating suggest possible gastrointestinal damage or inflammation. Neurological deterioration. Neurological symptoms have further worsened, with severe memory decline, sluggishness, and even disorientation. Muscle strength in the limbs is gradually weakening, making walking difficult. The patient has also experienced hallucinations and confusion. Laboratory test deterioration. Complete blood count tests show persistently low white blood cell counts, with an increased proportion of lymphocytes. Biochemical test indicators have worsened, with significant declines in liver and kidney function. Chromosomal abnormalities are more pronounced, indicating further aggravation of nuclear radiation damage to genetic material. Imaging test deterioration. CT scans show obvious uneven density and occupying lesions in abdominal organs, such as the liver and spleen. Inflammation and fibrosis changes have also appeared in the lungs. These imaging changes all indicate that the patient's organs have suffered severe nuclear radiation damage. Analysis of deterioration causes. The deterioration of the patient's condition may be related to multiple factors. First, the patient has been exposed to nuclear radiation for a long time, leading to the accumulation of a large number of radioactive nuclides in the body, which continuously damage cells and tissues. Second, there may be insufficient protective measures in the patient's work environment, increasing the risk of nuclear radiation exposure. Additionally, the patient's individual constitution, genetic factors, and lifestyle habits may also influence the worsening of the condition. Record of physical lesions in Qingyan due to long-term consumption of nuclear-contaminated water. Patient information: name, Qingyan gender, female age, 48 years occupation, full-time housewife residence, near the industrial area in Fuyalisai District. Date of visit: April 17. Chief complaint: Ms. Qingyan reported that over the past 6 months, she has gradually experienced various discomfort symptoms. Initially, she only felt fatigued and dizzy, followed by a gradual decrease in appetite. The appearance of erythema on the skin accompanied by itching and hair loss. Recently, gastrointestinal symptoms have become more pronounced, with frequent nausea and vomiting, severely affecting her quality of life. Present medical history. Ms. Qingyan has lived in Fuyalisai District for a long time, an area close to an industrial zone, where her water source has been contaminated by nuclear radiation. She has been drinking this water for a long time, gradually developing symptoms of physical discomfort. Physical examination. General condition. The patient appears pale, lethargic, and has noticeably lost weight. Skin examination. Scattered erythema and pigmentation can be seen on the skin, with some areas accompanied by scaling and itching. Hair is sparse, and hair loss is significant. Gastrointestinal examination. Mild tenderness on palpation of the abdomen. Liver and spleen not palpably enlarged, but gastrointestinal symptoms are evident. Laboratory tests. Complete blood count. Low white blood cell count and increased lymphocyte proportion, indicating significant impairment of immune function. Biochemical tests. Abnormal liver function indicators with elevated transaminases. Mild abnormalities in renal function indicators with increased creatinine and urea nitrogen. Chromosome examination. Abnormalities found in chromosomes, including breaks and rearrangements, indicating significant effects of nuclear radiation on genetic material. Nuclide detection. Multiple radioactive nuclides detected in the patient's body, with concentrations far exceeding normal ranges, providing direct evidence of long-term consumption of nuclear-contaminated water. Immunological examination. decreased immunoglobulin levels, and imbalance in lymphocyte subpopulations, indicating immune system damage. Imaging examination, ultrasound, slightly increased echogenicity of the liver, possibly related to nuclear radiation-induced hepatocyte damage. Abdominal CT, no obvious occupying lesions seen in abdominal organs, but some areas show uneven density. Changes in the course of the disease before admission. As the condition progressed, Ms. Colin-Lena's symptoms gradually worsened. The extent of skin lesions expanded, with increasing severity of itching and hair loss. Gastrointestinal symptoms also became more pronounced, with frequent nausea and vomiting, a significant reduction in appetite, and continuous weight loss. Additionally, the patient experienced dizziness and fatigue as systemic symptoms. Pathological examination results. Skin biopsy showed abnormal proliferation of epidermal cells with a large infiltration of inflammatory cells. Some cell nuclei were irregular in shape, with enlarged nucleoli and imbalanced nuclear cytoplasmic ratios, indicating cell damage and potential cancer risk due to nuclear radiation. Diagnosis based on Ms. Colin-Lena's medical history, physical examination, laboratory tests, and imaging results. She was diagnosed with multiple organ system lesions caused by long-term consumption of nuclear-contaminated water. The lesions involve multiple organ systems, including the skin and digestive system, with potential cancer risk. Record of Colin-Lena's hospitalization due to physical lesions from drinking nuclear-contaminated water. Condition at admission. The patient appeared pale, with a fair mental state, but had significantly reduced physical strength. She reported dizziness, fatigue, reduced appetite, and the appearance of erythema with itching. Third day after admission, the patient's condition began to deteriorate with an expanded range of skin lesions, deepening erythema, and exacerbated itching and pain. Gastrointestinal symptoms also began to manifest, with the patient experiencing nausea, vomiting, and further reduced appetite. The patient became anxious and expressed concern about the worsening condition. Sixth day after admission, Colin-Lena's skin lesions worsened further, with some areas developing ulcers and exudates, causing unbearable pain. Gastrointestinal symptoms intensified, with frequent vomiting, making it nearly impossible to eat. The patient's weight decreased significantly, and her physical strength was extremely weak, relying almost entirely on others for daily activities. 10th day after admission, the patient's condition deteriorated sharply, with skin lesions nearly widespread throughout the body and the ulcer area expanded, with obvious signs of infection. Gastrointestinal symptoms rendered the patient completely unable to eat, necessitating intravenous nutritional support. Additionally, the patient began to exhibit neurological symptoms, such as memory loss and slow reactions. 15th day after admission, Colin-Lena's condition had reached a critical state, with skin infections not being effectively controlled, and gastrointestinal function almost completely lost. Neurological symptoms further worsened, with the patient experiencing confusion and difficulty communicating. Despite active treatment measures taken by doctors, including potent antibiotics, nutritional support, and monitoring of vital signs, the patient's condition continued to deteriorate. 20th day after admission, the patient's condition continued to worsen, with abnormal vital signs such as respiratory distress and unstable heart rate. Skin infections had led to necrosis in multiple tissues, requiring urgent debridement. Gastrointestinal symptoms remained severe, and the patient was still unable to eat independently. Neurological function was severely impaired, with the patient remaining in a comatose state for most of the time. 25th day after admission, Colin-Lena's condition was extremely critical, with vital signs highly unstable, requiring continuous life support treatment. Skin infections had spread throughout the body, and gastrointestinal and neurological functions were almost completely lost. Despite the doctor's utmost efforts to treat her, there were no signs of improvement in the patient's condition. Solong no longer wanted to continue watching. These medical records were all stamped with a bright red seal, which bore only 3 words. Processed. Processed? What kind of processing? Chapter 90. True and false medical records. Luna arrived, and she was accompanied by Lin Feng. Officer Lin found me. Luna pointed to Lin Feng and said, I have already told Officer Lin that I am Mr. Su's servant and also an employee of the Key Group. Luna is a smart girl. Being around Qingyan for so long speaks volumes about her abilities. It's one thing to say it yourself, and another to have it discovered, especially at sensitive moments. Of course, Ms. Luna also mentioned that she is with Gu Qingyan's side. Lin Feng added at the right time. Gu Qingyan? Su Lang looked at Lin Feng with some confusion. From Lin Feng's words, it seemed that Gu Qingyan was quite famous and had a good reputation among the public. Yes, although I haven't had the honor of meeting Mr. Gu. I've seen quite a bit of news about him. Mr. Gu can sometimes be impulsive, but he is one of the few clear-headed individuals in this world. Lin Feng sighed. Su Lang glanced at the documents in his hand and hesitated, saying, since you can accept that Gu Qingyan is occasionally impulsive, you should also be able to accept that I am occasionally impulsive, right? What do you mean? Clearly, Lin Feng did not yet understand the seriousness of the situation. I stole this. Su Lang pointed to the document bag in his hand, deciding to be precise, to be accurate. I took it by force. What? Lin Feng's eyes widened. Then he cautiously asked, are you confessing? Su Lang thought for a moment. You could say that. But the premise is that I believe what's inside is very important. Even if we are to assess the damage, should we at least look at the items and judge their value? Lin Feng immediately understood Su Lang's point and decisively said, let's go. Come back to the station with me. 15 minutes later, Su Lang and Luna followed Lin Feng into the police station, one in front and one behind. The police station was brightly lit, and although it was late at night, many officers were still busy. After completing the routine processes, such as taking statements, Su Lang followed Lin Feng and two other officers into a special office. We have already checked the documents. Indeed, there have been 2 patients during this period, but their medical records are completely different from what you stole, Lin Feng said as he took out 2 medical records. Su Lang took the medical records with confusion and began to read. Patient information name, Landuo gender, male age, 52 occupation, nuclear power plant worker medical history data visit. May 17th chief complaint. Patient Landuo reported feeling increasingly fatigued, dizzy, and a significant decrease in appetite over the past few months. Red spots gradually appeared on the skin, accompanied by severe itching, and hair loss became more serious. Recently, these symptoms worsened sharply, and gastrointestinal symptoms such as nausea and vomiting emerged, severely affecting daily life. Current medical history. Since the onset of the illness, the skin symptoms have gradually worsened. The area of redness has expanded, the color has deepened, and there are obvious scales and peeling. The itching symptoms are particularly severe at night, affecting sleep quality. At the same time, the patient began to lose a lot of hair, with patchy areas of hair loss on the head. Regarding gastrointestinal symptoms, the patient frequently experiences nausea and vomiting, has difficulty eating, and has lost significant weight. Physical examination general condition. The patient appears pale and lethargic, with multiple red spots visible on the skin, some areas showing ulcers and necrosis. Hair is sparse, with obvious areas of hair loss on the head. Skin examination. The boundaries of the red spots are clear, with scales covering the surface, and some areas are accompanied by pigmentation and peeling. The ulcerated areas are notably painful, with exudate and scabs. Neurological examination. The patient is slow to respond, with decreased orientation and significant memory loss. Gastrointestinal examination. The abdomen is flat but shows tenderness, with mild enlargement of the liver and spleen. The patient frequently experiences nausea and vomiting, has a dry mouth, and white patches or ulcers may appear on the tongue. Laboratory examination. Complete blood count, low white blood cell count, accelerated erythrocyte sedimentation rate, indicating the presence of inflammation in the body. Biochemical examination. Elevated liver function indicators, mild renal impairment, and electrolyte imbalance. Immunological examination. Positive anti-nuclear antibodies with high titers, significantly decreased complement levels, indicating active autoimmune response. Imaging examination. Skin ultrasound shows disordered skin layering and significant inflammatory infiltration. Chest X-ray. Interstitial changes in the lungs, suggesting possible lung involvement. Abdominal ultrasound. Enlarged lymph nodes in the abdominal cavity and mild splenomegaly. Pathological examination. Skin biopsy shows excessive keratinization of the epidermis, with a large number of lymphocytes infiltrating the dermis and significant perivascular inflammation, consistent with the pathological changes of lupus erythematosus. Diagnosis: systemic lupus erythematosus, critical condition, with multi-system involvement. Treatment process: upon admission, high-dose corticosteroid pulse therapy was immediately administered to control the activity of lupus erythematosus. At the same time, immunosuppressants were used in combination to enhance treatment efficacy. For skin ulcers and infections, local cleaning, disinfection, and anti-infection treatment were given. Symptomatic treatment measures, such as antiemetics and gastric mucosal protection, were implemented for gastrointestinal symptoms. Additionally, nutritional support for the patient was strengthened to maintain electrolyte balance. During the treatment process, the patient's condition fluctuated, the areas of redness and ulcers expanded, and the infection was difficult to control. The doctors adjusted the treatment plan based on the patient's condition, increasing the dosage of immunosuppressants and strengthening anti-infection treatment. However, the patient's condition continued to deteriorate. Deterioration of condition. On the 5th day after admission, the patient's condition sharply worsened, experiencing high fever, chills, and uncontrollable skin infections. The gastrointestinal symptoms further intensified, and the patient was unable to eat, requiring intravenous nutritional support. Neurological symptoms also worsened, with the patient entering a state of coma and experiencing difficulty in breathing. Despite the doctor's active rescue measures, including the use of potent antibiotics and increasing the dosage of immunosuppressants, the patient's condition continued to deteriorate. On the 10th day after admission, the patient exhibited multi-organ failure, including respiratory failure, heart failure, and renal failure. Terminal state. After multiple unsuccessful resuscitations, patient Londuo died on the 15th day after admission due to multi-organ failure caused by systemic lupus erythematosus. The patient was in a deep coma before death and was unable to say a final goodbye to family members. Cause of death: multi-organ failure caused by systemic lupus erythematosus. Doctor's signature: Aldridge. Patient information: name, Kellen Lena. Gender, female. Age, 48. Occupation, full-time housewife. Residence, Fulili West District. Date of visit: April 17th. Chief complaint: Ms. Kellen Lena reported experiencing various discomfort symptoms over the past 6 months. Initially, she only felt fatigue and dizziness, but then her appetite gradually decreased. Red spots appeared on her skin accompanied by itching, and her hair began to fall out. Recently, gastrointestinal symptoms became more pronounced, with frequent nausea and vomiting, severely affecting her quality of life. Current medical history: patient Kellen Lena neglected her dietary health due to a busy household, leading to the gradual emergence of discomfort symptoms. Physical examination: general condition. The patient appears pale and lethargic with significant weight loss. Skin examination: sparse red spots visible on the skin. Pigmentation with some areas accompanied by peeling and itching. Hair is sparse with obvious hair loss. Gastrointestinal examination: light abdominal tenderness. Liver and spleen not significantly enlarged, but gastrointestinal symptoms are notable. Laboratory examination: complete blood count, low white blood cell count, increased lymphocyte proportion indicating significant immune function impairment. Biochemical examination: abnormal liver function indicators. Elevated transaminases, mild abnormalities in renal function indicators, elevated creatinine and urea nitrogen. Tumor markers: significant elevation of some gastric cancer-related tumor markers. Imaging examination: be ultrasound examination. The liver echo is slightly coarse, which may be related to liver cell damage caused by long-term irregular diet. Abdominal CT: the gastric wall is thickened and irregular soft tissue shadows are visible, suggesting the presence of space-occupying lesions. Changes in the disease course before hospitalization: as the condition progressed, Ms. Kellen Lena's symptoms gradually worsened. The range of skin lesions expanded, with increasing severity of itching and hair loss. Gastrointestinal symptoms also became more apparent, with frequent nausea and vomiting, significantly reduced appetite, and continuous weight loss. In addition, the patient also experienced dizziness and fatigue as systemic symptoms. Pathological examination results: gastric biopsy showed atypical cells in the gastric mucosa, with enlarged nuclei, prominent nucleoli, and a disordered nucleocytoplasmic ratio, consistent with the pathological features of gastric cancer. Diagnosis: based on Ms. Colin medical history, physical examination, laboratory tests, and imaging examination results, she is diagnosed with gastric cancer caused by long-term irregular diet. Hospitalization record of Ms. Colin due to gastric cancer caused by long-term irregular diet. Condition upon admission: the patient appears pale, mental state is fair, but physical strength is significantly decreased. She reported dizziness, fatigue, reduced appetite, and the appearance of erythema with itching on her skin. Third day after admission, the patient's condition began to deteriorate. The range of skin lesions expanded, erythema deepened, and itching and pain intensified. Gastrointestinal symptoms also began to manifest, with the patient experiencing nausea, vomiting, and further reduced appetite. The patient started to feel anxious about the worsening condition. Sixth day after admission, Ms. Colin's skin lesions further deteriorated, with some areas developing ulcers and exudates, causing unbearable pain. Gastrointestinal symptoms worsened, with frequent vomiting and near inability to eat. The patient's weight significantly decreased, and she was extremely weak, almost entirely dependent on others for daily activities. 10th day after admission, the patient's condition sharply worsened, with skin lesions nearly covering the entire body, ulcer areas expanding, and obvious signs of infection. Gastrointestinal symptoms rendered the patient completely unable to eat, requiring intravenous nutritional support. At the same time, the patient began to show signs of cachexia, such as weight loss and anemia. 15th day after admission, Ms. Colin's condition was in a critical state, with skin infections unable to be effectively controlled and gastrointestinal function nearly completely lost. The patient's mental state was poor, presenting symptoms of drowsiness and confusion. Despite active rescue measures taken by doctors, including powerful antibiotics, nutritional support, and vital sign monitoring, the patient's condition continued to deteriorate. 20th day after admission, the patient's condition continued to worsen, with abnormal vital signs such as difficulty breathing and unstable heart rate. Skin infections had caused necrosis in multiple tissues, requiring emergency debridement. At the same time, the gastric cancer lesions had widely metastasized, leading to multi-organ failure throughout the body. 25th day after admission, Ms. Colin's condition was extremely critical, with vital signs highly unstable, necessitating continuous life support treatment. Despite the doctor's utmost efforts to save her, there were still no signs of improvement in her condition. Ultimately, Ms. Colin unfortunately passed away due to multi-organ failure caused by gastric cancer. Conclusion: Ms. Colin's health gradually deteriorated due to long-term irregular diet, ultimately developing into gastric cancer. This case reminds us that a healthy diet is crucial for disease prevention, and good dietary habits should be cultivated to avoid the harms of long-term irregular diet on the body. Cause of death: Ms. Colin passed away due to gastric cancer caused by long-term irregular diet, ultimately succumbing to multi-organ failure. Doctor's signature: Aldrich. After reading this, Su Lang had only one simple question. Lin Feng, do you believe it? Lin Feng did not answer. He was not a professional and could not make rash conclusions. Not to mention whether these flawed medical records were true or false. Under normal circumstances, would a person have two completely different medical records? Su Lang's eyes fixed on Lin Feng. His actions were indeed reckless, more out of instinct. Yet this instinct was also the experience he gained from so many life and death achievements. There were many such medical records. The two of them were just a small part of it. Su Lang took a deep breath and continued to ask, have you thought about why these medical records are needed? What do you mean? Lin Feng asked. Records. This is an experimental record. Su Lang provided the answer. An experiment conducted using human lives. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was stunned. He had harbored doubts in this regard, but when he truly glimpsed the truth, a chill ran through him. City planning drawings, factory locations, data analysis, medical records. Everything seemed to be connected, yet Lin Feng hesitated. Su Lang was not in a hurry. He looked at Lin Feng calmly. After a while, Lin Feng finally came back to his senses from the shock, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled, as if trying to calm the turbulent waves in his heart. He raised his head and looked directly into Su Lang's eyes, his voice trembling slightly. Tell me, is there still hope? Su Lang looked at Lin Feng. He knew of Lin Feng's breakdown, but was unwilling to lie because of it. I am not afraid of death, but my sister, my mother, my father, they're all here. Lin Feng lowered his head. These symptoms, they have all appeared. Not as severe, but very similar. Chapter 91, the most precious boredom in the world. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. He never imagined he would become embroiled in such a conspiracy. He closed his eyes, trying to piece together the entire sequence of events in his mind. City planning maps, factory locations, data analysis, medical records. These seemingly unrelated elements were gradually connecting in Lin Feng's mind, forming a horrifying picture. I need to report to my superiors. Lin Feng hurriedly got up, but the officer sitting next to Lin Feng hesitated to speak. There is no but. They may have previously turned a blind eye, but now they're also in this city, and their families are also in this city. Lin Feng said firmly, they won't just stand by. My authority is limited. I can only find a solution through them. Su Lang opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately said nothing. The mysterious customer did not come to claim the items. Of course, who would come back to claim something like this, only to fall into a trap? Even so, Su Lang was temporarily detained in the bureau. But fortunately, Luna had already found a safe place to settle down. The light in the detention center was pale and glaring, and Su Lang sat alone on the cold iron bed, gripping his knees tightly, staring blankly ahead. His brows were tightly furrowed, his face pale, revealing deep helplessness and despair. He recalled the city he had once seen, where people wore warm smiles, children ran joyfully in the streets, families were harmonious, and life was filled with sunshine. However, now all of this would become a mirage, and he could not change the impending fate. He slowly stood up, walked to the window, rested his hands on the iron bars, and gazed at the pitch-black night sky outside. His fingers gently tapped the iron bars, producing a crisp sound, as if expressing his inner helplessness and unwillingness. He knew he was merely a passerby, unable to alter the fate of the city. After just hanging up the phone with his superior Adrian, Lin Feng sat alone in the office. The night was deep, and the office lights seemed particularly glaring in the silence. He clenched his hands tightly, Adrian's words echoing in his mind. Lin Feng, I know you have been investigating this matter, but you must stop. Adrian's voice was low and serious over the phone. I have already noticed those abnormal signs and guessed their source, but we absolutely cannot investigate this matter. Lin Feng's heart tightened as he pressed for an answer. Why? Are we just going to let it go? Adrian was silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his words. Lin Feng, the forces behind this far exceed our imagination. We are like pieces on a chessboard, manipulated by higher powers. Even I cannot escape this predicament. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's feelings of unwillingness and confusion surged like a tide. Are we really just going to accept reality and watch our families fall into danger? Adrian sighed. Lin Feng, I understand how you feel, but sometimes accepting reality is our only choice. What you need to do now is not to let your family fall into fear and to enjoy the last moments as much as possible. Lin Feng's hand holding the phone trembled slightly, a sense of powerlessness spreading throughout his body. He knew Adrian was speaking the truth, but he could not accept this reality. I understand, Adrian. Lin Feng's voice was slightly hoarse. Lin Feng understood Adrian's concerns, but the doubts and anxieties in his heart grew like wild grass. Time passed bit by bit, the night receding and dawn breaking. Lin Feng stood up, looking at the gradually awakening city outside the window. He knew he had to go home to face reality. Pushing open the door, a familiar scent of home rushed over him. The aroma of dishes carefully prepared by his mother, warm and inviting. Lin Feng looked around. His father was sitting on the sofa, reading the newspaper, and his mother was busy in the kitchen, the spatula in her hand, sizzling and making pleasant sounds. Brother, you're back from your night shift. His sister Lin Yu peeked her head out from the bedroom, her face beaming with a happy smile, her eyes filled with anticipation and joy at becoming a mother soon. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, walking over to sit beside the sofa, trying to calm his emotions. He wanted to speak several times, to tell his family about his worries, but ultimately chose silence. Adrian's words echoed in his ears, and in that moment, Lin Feng understood Adrian's helpless acceptance of reality, not to let his family fall into fear and to enjoy the last moments. Indeed, what good would it do to say it out loud? Without a solution, there was only fear left. Dad, is there any news in the newspaper? Lin Feng tried to make his voice sound relaxed and natural. His father looked up, put down the newspaper, and smiled. Nothing major, just some everyday news. Is your work going well? Pretty good, Dad. Lin Feng nodded in response. His mother brought a steaming plate of food from the kitchen and placed it on the dining table. Dinner will be ready soon. You all sit and chat for a bit. Lin Feng stood up and walked to the dining table to help set the dishes. He noticed his mother's movements were a bit slow, and there was a hint of fatigue on her face. At the dining table, the family sat together, chatting about daily life, sharing their joys and sorrows. Lin Feng tried to immerse himself in this warm atmosphere, smiling and listening to his family's words, feeling the warmth of home. After dinner, Lin Feng took the initiative to wash the dishes. He stood at the sink, silently scrubbing the plates, lost in thought. He knew his family was trying hard to hide their discomfort and fatigue. They didn't want to worry him. He also knew he couldn't just let it go. He needed to find a way to care for his family without making them feel burdened. After washing the dishes, Lin Feng returned to the living room and sat on the sofa with his father watching TV. Something happened at work today, right? They say no one knows their child better than their parent. Even if Lin Feng hid it well, his father still sensed something was off. Don't worry. I know this is confidential. I won't pry. His father sighed and patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Maybe I'm getting old. My body isn't as nimble as before. And sometimes my mind doesn't react as quickly. You young people have your ways of handling things, but no matter what, your mother and I are on your side. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just as Lin Feng was about to say something, there was a sudden knock at the door. Lin Feng got up to open the door and saw his aunt standing at the entrance with his younger brother. His brother was holding a small bag, looking a bit nervous. Oh, everyone is here. His aunt greeted them warmly and then looked at Lin Feng. I brought you some snacks you loved when you were a kid. Give them a try. Lin Feng took the bag, smiling and thanking her. His aunt pulled his brother into the house and sat on the sofa. Fenger, you're busy with work. You might not know about your brother's situation at school. His aunt looked at his brother with some concern. This child is always too timid, apologizing at the slightest thing. I worry he gets bullied at school. I'm sorry, brother. I didn't mean to cause trouble. His brother kept his head down, rubbing his hands nervously. Lin Feng sighed inwardly, knowing his brother's character indeed needed to change. But in this world, with this situation, is it really necessary? Aunt, let me get you a cup of water. Take your time chatting. Lin Feng stood up and went to the dining room to get cups and pour water. He picked up the teapot, gently tilted it, and watched clear tea flow slowly into the cup. As the ripples spread out, a faint fragrance wafted into the air. Lin Feng set down the teapot and looked back at the people in the room. His father was sitting in a corner of the sofa, the newspaper set aside, listening to his aunt's concerns. The mother sat next to the father, carefully cutting a peeled apple into small pieces and placing them on a plate. From time to time, she would hand the cut apple to her pregnant sister, her eyes filled with tenderness and love. The sister sat obediently beside the mother, taking small bites of the apple and occasionally gently patting her small belly. The aunt sat on the opposite sofa, peeling an orange with care. While admonishing words came from her lips, yet she still handed the orange to her younger brother, who was looking down. The brother stood by, holding the orange in his hand, with a hint of tension and unease on his face. These scenes were nothing out of the ordinary in the past. Lin Feng would have even found them to be a boring daily routine. But now, Lin Feng didn't know how much longer he could live like this. He set an alarm for 5 minutes later and then smiled as he brought tea to his aunt and brother. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the alarm rang, and Lin Feng pretended to answer a phone call. Lin Feng, what? The person has been caught? Lin Feng. Okay, I'll go right away. His family knew the nature of Lin Feng's work and naturally wouldn't stop him. It wasn't until he stepped out of the house and heard the door close behind him that he let out a deep breath. It turned out that acting was so exhausting. Lin Feng called the station to confirm that Su Lang was still being detained there and immediately drove over. As he approached the station, Lin Feng suddenly saw a person who looked very much like the mysterious customer he had seen in the restaurant yesterday. Perhaps due to his line of work, Lin Feng had an exceptional memory and could quickly summarize a person's characteristics for comparison. He slowed down, cautiously approaching to confirm. Unfortunately, the other party was also very alert. Just as Lin Feng was about to get a clearer look, the person took off running. Lin Feng's heart raced. An instinct told him that the figure loitering in the crowd must be problematic. Most likely, it was that mysterious customer. He quickly pulled over, opened the car door, and chased after him without hesitation. Under the blazing sun, pedestrians hurried by, but Lin Feng's eyes were fixed solely on the increasingly closer figure. He quickened his pace, trying to close the distance. The other party seemed very alert as well. Whenever Lin Feng got close, he would cleverly turn into an alley or maneuver around obstacles, making it difficult for Lin Feng to track him. Lin Feng felt a bit of pressure, but he didn't get discouraged. He knew that in this chase, patience and perseverance were equally important. So, he slowed down and began to carefully observe his surroundings, looking for a flaw. He noticed that the other party seemed very familiar with the terrain in the area, always able to find an escape route accurately. An idea struck Lin Feng. He decided to use the terrain to corner the other person. He carefully observed the surrounding buildings and street layout and found a narrow alley that led to a dead end with no other exits nearby. He quickly adjusted his tracking route and headed towards that alley. The other party seemed unaware of Lin Feng's intentions, still running around like a headless fly. Little did he know, when he turned into that narrow alley, Lin Feng had quietly followed behind him. The alley was dimly lit, and the high walls on both sides seemed to compress the space even further. Lin Feng pressed closely against the wall, advancing cautiously, afraid of startling the snake in the grass. Meanwhile, the other party was solely focused on escaping this dangerous place and did not notice Lin Feng closing in behind him. Just as the other person was about to reach the end of the alley, Lin Feng suddenly accelerated and charged forward. The other party sensed Lin Feng's approach. A flicker of panic crossing his face as he attempted to turn and flee, but Lin Feng was faster, stepping in front of him in one swift motion. Lin Feng quickly reached out his hands, gripping the other person's arms tightly like a pair of iron pincers. With a sharp twist, pain shot through the other person's arms, making it impossible for him to break free. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng turned and pinned the other person's body against the wall, rendering him immobile. The other party struggled to resist, but Lin Feng's technique was extremely skilled. He swiftly pressed his knee against the other person's leg bend, preventing him from standing firm. At the same time, his other hand quickly moved to the waistband of the other person, ready to search him. Seeing this, the other party exerted all his strength to try to break free from Lin Feng's control. However, Lin Feng gave him no chance. He forcefully pulled the other person's arm back while delivering a side kick that accurately struck the other person's knee. The other person winced in pain, and his body immediately lost balance. Lin Feng seized the opportunity to turn, twisting the other person's hands behind his back and then pressing his knee firmly against the other person's back, pinning him to the ground. The other party lay on the ground, gasping for breath, clearly too exhausted to resist any longer. "Speak. Why are you here?" Lin Feng asked sternly. The man bit his lip tightly, remaining silent. "Or perhaps I should be more straightforward. Are you here to find someone or to find something?" Lin Feng had already guessed the general situation in his mind. "I suspect you're here to find something and also dispose of someone, right?" Thinking of this, Lin Feng suddenly realized something was wrong. Su Lang was in danger. Lin Feng had no time to waste. He quickly put handcuffs on the man and then dialed the station's number. "Su Lang. Confirm immediately whether Su Lang is safe." Chapter 92. "Conflict have you eaten?" asked Officer Bayard, holding a lunchbox in front of Su Lang. Su Lang shook his head. Today's experience had been truly thrilling, and he couldn't care less about food. He didn't feel particularly hungry at first, but when he actually smelled the aroma of the food, he couldn't help but swallow hard. "Do you want to eat this?" Bayard shook the lunchbox in his hand, the delicious smell wafting past Su Lang's nose. If it were within the rules, Su Lang wouldn't lose his mind over a few bites of food. Of course, it wasn't within the rules, but isn't it inhumane to let a suspect go hungry? Bayard smiled, looking honest and sincere. Su Lang hesitated for a moment but still declined the other's goodwill, politely replying, "If my meal causes you trouble, I would feel bad. So I'll just endure it." Unexpectedly, Bayard glanced at his watch, seemingly confirming something. Then he opened the prison door by himself, muttering, "I really can't do anything with you. Since you want to eat so badly, let me give you a taste." He added, "I rarely encounter a suspect like you who actually threatens to complain about me." With a click, the door lock was opened, and Su Lang stood frozen in place. "What's going on?" This doesn't make sense. When did he say he particularly wanted to eat? When did he threaten the other party to complain if he didn't get food? But before Su Lang could ask, Bayard had already stepped inside. I dare to give it. Do you dare to eat it? Bayard leaned in, shoving the lunchbox towards Su Lang and lowering his voice. Aren't you afraid of radiation contamination? Su Lang instantly realized something was off with this person. You are too bold. I can't help it, Bayard said with a sinister smile, shrugging as he stepped closer with the lunchbox. Su Lang's heart sank. He suddenly understood Bayard's intentions. This seemingly kind officer was actually a hidden traitor. Su Lang quickly pushed the lunchbox back and coldly said, Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it. In the next moment, Bayard suddenly attacked, his fists raining down on Su Lang like a storm. Su Lang reacted quickly, skillfully dodging the attacks while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. However, Bayard seemed in no rush to win. He deliberately slowed down his attacks, as if waiting for something. Just when Su Lang thought he had found a flaw and was ready to counterattack, Bayard suddenly turned around and pulled out a pistol from his waist. Su Lang's heart skipped a beat, but it was too late to dodge. Bayard quickly aimed the gun at Su Lang, a smug smile appearing on his face. Now, you've lost, Bayard said coldly. Su Lang didn't understand Bayard's intention in speaking at this moment. He could have shot directly. Is it really true that villains die from talking too much? However, even with doubts in his heart, this was an excellent opportunity. Su Lang quickly rolled to the side and took advantage of the moment to get in front of Bayard to snatch the gun. Their movements almost happened simultaneously. Just as Su Lang's hand touched the gun, Bayard had already pulled the trigger. A gunshot rang out, the bullet grazing Su Lang's shoulder and hitting the prison wall. Su Lang bit down on the pain, using all his strength to try to wrest the gun away. But Bayard's strength was greater than he had imagined. He tightly gripped the pistol, not allowing Su Lang to succeed. The two fell into another fierce struggle. Su Lang tugged hard at Bayard's arm, trying to take the gun, while Bayard continually threatened him with it. After a fierce fight, Su Lang finally found an opportunity. He pushed Bayard to the side and quickly seized the gun. However, just when he thought victory was in sight, a gunshot suddenly rang out from outside the cell. Bang! Su Lang stiffly turned his neck and saw two officers with guns drawn. A sharp pain shot through his abdomen, and when he looked down, he found blood soaking his stomach. He realized he had been shot, but now he was more worried about the gun in his hand. If the police mistakenly thought he was attacking them with a gun, the consequences would be dire. He quickly threw the gun aside, raised his hands to show he posed no threat. Don't move. Drop your weapon. The officer shouted, their guns still aimed at Su Lang. Su Lang kept his hands raised. Trying to sound calm and sincere, I was framed. That officer, Bayard, he tried to kill me. Hearing this, Bayard suddenly struggled to stand up, picked up the gun from the ground, and slowly spoke. He was the one who let me in. He threatened me. I just didn't expect that his true intention was to take the gun and escape. The surveillance can testify. Although there's no sound, the footage should be very clear. Su Lang was filled with despair and anger. He knew he had been framed by Bayard. This situation was terrible. Not only was he injured, but he might also be treated as a real criminal. Su Lang slowly opened his eyes, greeted by the white ceiling and glaring lights of the hospital. He felt dizzy, as if all his strength had been drained. He tried to move, but found a sharp pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he saw his waist and abdomen wrapped in bandages, clearly a result of surgery for his gunshot wound. The ward was quiet. Only the occasional sound of machines and footsteps in the hallway. Su Lang looked around and found himself lying on a hospital bed, connected to various tubes, with an4 in his hand. He struggled to recall what had happened earlier, the intense fight with Bayard, and being taken away by the police. At that moment, the door was gently pushed open, and a nurse walked in. Upon seeing Su Lang awake, a look of surprise spread across her face. You're finally awake. The nurse said, you've been unconscious for several days. Su Lang tried to speak, but his throat was dry and painful. Seeing this, the nurse quickly used a cotton swab to moisten his lips. You can't drink water yet without medical advice, the nurse explained. What happened to me? Su Lang asked hoarsely. You were shot, but fortunately, you were brought to the hospital in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable, the nurse replied. You need to rest well now. Su Lang nodded. He knew his body needed time to recover, but he was more concerned about his situation and the next steps. He had to find evidence quickly to expose Bayard's true nature. Otherwise, he would not only be convicted, but might also lose his freedom and even his life. By the way, I need to notify Officer Lin, the nurse said as she headed out. He's very worried about you and comes by every day. Taking advantage of the nurses opening the door, Su Lang caught sight of two officers guarding outside. Sure enough, he had been restrained. Before long, Lin Feng hurried in from outside, and to Su Lang's surprise, Gu Qingyan followed him. What are you doing here? Su Lang felt inexplicably guilty in front of Gu Qingyan. To be honest, he looked too disheveled in his current state. The hospital notified the family that someone was coming to see you for the last time, so I came, Gu Qingyan said bluntly. Su Lang knew this was his own carelessness that led to such a mess, so he didn't argue and obediently listened to Gu Qingyan's reprimands. But the more Su Lang acted this way, the angrier Gu Qingyan became. Not many people can travel to jail and then end up in the hospital. Gu Qingyan pointed at Su Lang's abdomen. And the most crucial part is that you've earned yourself a man's exclusive award, a gunshot wound. Seeing the atmosphere between the two was off, Lin Feng timely interrupted and explained for Gu Qingyan. Mr. Gu is just saying this now because you've just escaped danger. When you were in a coma, he would check your medical records 10 times a day, grabbing the doctors and asking questions. So much so that the doctors were scared and avoided him. Although Lin Feng's words were somewhat exaggerated, Su Lang didn't doubt Gu Qingyan's concern for him. By the way, about the police station, Su Lang hesitated, as he really didn't want to trouble Gu Qingyan, but given the current situation, it seemed impossible not to. Su Lang understood that if it weren't for him, Gu Qingyan wouldn't have come here at all. Gu Qingyan said it was people from the Qi group who took action, perhaps because he had anticipated it. Su Lang wasn't surprised at all to hear Gu Qingyan say this. The people I encountered in the hospital were also from the Qi group, right? Su Lang confirmed. Gu Qingyan nodded, not denying it. This city is a huge laboratory, isn't it? When he asked this question, Su Lang didn't even dare to look Lin Feng in the eye. He wished that Gu Qingyan would deny it. But this time Gu Qingyan still chose to nod. Gu Qingyan wouldn't lie, nor would he stoop to lying. No matter how cruel reality is, it remains so. These people have all been abandoned. Gu Qingyan was completely different from Su Lang. When he said this, he looked directly into Lin Feng's eyes, like a ruthless reaper, coldly declaring the end of life. Lin Feng. Su Lang hesitated. Lin Feng forced a smile and said to Su Lang in a dry tone, I already know this ending. Gu Qingyan, clarify this. What does it mean to be abandoned? So many lives. Are you insane, or is the Qi group insane? Su Lang couldn't imagine that scene. In the future, every time he faced life and death, losing loved ones and friends would be so painful. But now, the death he had to face was not just once or twice, but thousands. Hundreds of thousands of lives, just like that, abandoned. Gu Qingyan, are you joking? Su Lang shouted dinanja. I'm not joking. I'm very clear-headed. The ones who are truly insane are this world. Those experiments that were doomed from the start. Those self-deceiving lies, they're the ones who killed these people. Gu Qingyan looked at Su Lang. Do you remember what you said to me the first time we met? Back then, I tried, but the result was useless. Reflecting on their first meeting, Su Lang felt as if it was a lifetime ago. Yes, there's nothing to be done, what I witnessed, the beginning and the end. You don't need to worry about the police station anymore. Gu Qingyan tried to change the subject. The surveillance has no sound, and Bayard indeed wanted to frame you. But Lin Feng found a senior who can read lips and reconstructed your conversation. Next, what you need to do is act as if you know nothing. As if nothing happened. Su Lang calmed down. The so-called senior who can read lips isn't really important, is it? If you hadn't come, even if the surveillance had sound, even if there were witnesses, I would still be doomed, right? Now that you're here, because of you, they decided not to pursue this matter. But the requirement is that I must also pretend to be ignorant, blind, and deaf. The warm sun outside the window slanted into the ward. Golden light dancing on the white floor as if playing a cheerful tune. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled shadows on Su Lang's pale face. However, this warmth seemed unable to penetrate the cold air in the ward. An invisible chill seemed to come from all directions, making one shiver. Gu Qingyan stood by the bedside, his gaze fixed tightly on Su Lang's face. His eyes were filled with complex emotions, both heartache and helplessness. Why aren't you speaking? Su Lang's voice was a bit hoarse as he looked up at Gu Qingyan. Gu Qingyan did not answer. He knew that Su Lang was like this, excessively clever, but did not understand the principle that extreme wisdom can lead to harm. Once your health is better, I'll arrange for your discharge. I'll wait for you at the airport. After saying this, Gu Qingyan turned and walked out. Watching Gu Qingyan's back, Su Lang let out a bitter laugh. Brother Su, Mr. Gu is also doing this for your own good, Lin Feng consoled. Had it been before, he would never have said such a thing. In just a few days, his mindset had undergone a tremendous change. After seeing reality clearly, people either became extremely extreme or very tolerant. Coincidentally, Lin Feng belonged to the latter. They probably want to get rid of me as a troublemaker as soon as possible, Su Lang said bluntly. He found it laughable. In a future fraught with crises, he still had the strength to fight, but in this seemingly vibrant present, he could only passively accept. Brother Su, to be honest, having this opportunity is already enviable, Lin Feng said sincerely, without any flattery. Suddenly, Su Lang reacted. Can you also leave? Escape from here. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, nodded, then shook his head. What do you mean? Speak plainly. Don't beat around the bush. Su Lang became anxious. Can means can means can't. What does it mean to both can and can't? The opportunity to escape is a hush money, but this opportunity cannot be transferred. Lin Feng sighed. In other words, only I have this opportunity. I can't take my family with me, nor can I pass this opportunity to my family. Do you understand? Chapter 93, The Buried City. Lin Feng sat in the corner of the hospital room. His gaze through the window fell on a lush tree outside. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, like a beautiful painting. I really hope days like this can last a little longer. Lin Feng stretched and said with a smile. Some people, without needing to spend much time together, can sense each other's nature. Su Lang felt this way about Lin Feng, and Lin Feng felt the same about Su Lang. Su Lang, do you know? The more things happen during this time, the more I miss my family. Even though I know they are right here, Lin Feng said gently. In the past, I always thought family was a given, an ordinary routine that played out day after day. Compared to the trivialities of life that felt like a mere record, career and reputation seemed much more important. In this line of work, I indeed had the initial intention to help and protect others, but I also hoped to gain recognition from others. Lin Feng slowly shared his life. Everything was so clear and pure. In the early morning, when the first ray of sunlight peeked through the curtains, gently falling on the bedroom floor, Lin Feng would wake up to his mother's familiar call. His mother always got up the earliest, like a meticulous conductor, orchestrating the symphony of breakfast in the kitchen. The sound of spatulas clattering, the sizzling of ingredients in the pan, and the enticing aroma all together formed the taste of home. After washing up, Lin Feng would sit at the dining table, savoring the breakfast his mother made. That warmth and satisfaction could not be compared to any meal outside. His father was a retired police officer, and although he had left his post, his rigor and integrity remained unchanged. Every morning, he would leisurely drink tea in the living room while watching the morning news. Occasionally, he would share his insights on a news event. The wisdom and sense of justice revealed in those words shaped Lin Feng's beliefs. And whenever Lin Feng faced confusion or challenges at work, his father could always offer valuable advice and encouragement. His sister was recently pregnant, and her face always radiated happiness. Lin Feng watched his sister's gradually rounder face and belly, filled with anticipation and joy. Whenever he had time, he would accompany her to prenatal checkups. Listening to the doctor talk about the fetus's growth, those little details about the miracle of life made Lin Feng feel incredibly magical and warm. He often prepared some nutritious food for his sister to help her through this special time. His aunt was a fiery lawyer, her words sharp and her actions decisive. Although sometimes her temper could be a bit much for the family to handle, her sense of justice and enthusiasm earned their respect. Whenever the family faced legal issues, his aunt would always step up, using her professional knowledge and rich experience to help them out. Lin Feng often consulted her on legal matters. Her answers were always direct and profound, greatly benefiting him. His younger brother was a somewhat insecure child, often apologizing for trivial things. Lin Feng knew that his brother was very fragile and sensitive inside, needing more love and encouragement. Therefore, he always patiently communicated with his brother, encouraging him to bravely face his shortcomings and helping him build confidence and self-esteem. He took his brother to participate in outdoor activities, allowing him to experience the beauty and vibrancy of life. He also supported and helped him when he faced difficulties, making him understand that family would always be his strongest backing. In the evening, when the sunset cast its glow over the land, Lin Feng would finish his day's work and hurry home. He knew a warm meal awaited him, along with the laughter and joy of his family. He pushed open the door, greeted by the familiar warmth and kindness. At the dinner table, the family would sit together, sharing their experiences of the day. His mother would ask Lin Feng about his work. His father would recount amusing stories from his youth. His sister would share her pregnancy anecdotes. His aunt would express her views on current affairs, and his brother would quietly listen, occasionally chiming in with innocent remarks. After dinner, Lin Feng would walk with his family around the neighborhood. They walked along familiar paths, chatting and enjoying the tranquility and coolness of the night. His sister would gently touch her belly, imagining the appearance of the future little life. His father would reminisce about his glorious years, telling stories from that era. His mother would inquire about Lin Feng's work and life. His aunt would occasionally share outrageous cases, making everyone laugh, while his brother would closely follow Lin Feng, quietly telling him that he had once again restrained his urge to apologize that day. On weekends, Lin Feng would take his family out for fun. They would visit parks to admire flowers, go to museums, and watch movies in theaters. Of course, life inevitably had its small frictions and conflicts. But Lin Feng knew these were normal in family life and part of the process of family adjustment and growth. He faced these issues with understanding and tolerance, actively communicating with his family, negotiating, and seeking solutions. In this warm family, Lin Feng felt endless affection and warmth. He knew that no matter what difficulties and challenges he faced, his family would always be there to support and help him. Su Lang leaned back against the hospital bed, quietly listening to Lin Feng's narration. Yes, many times we are troubled by external things, forgetting that the most important is right beside us. I say all this just to ask you for a favor. Lin Feng looked up at Su Lang, his expression calm. A favor? Su Lang quietly guessed that Lin Feng probably hoped he or Gu Qingyan could help secure a few more spots for leaving. After all, leaving meant life. But with so many people, this was indeed not an easy task. I hope you help me remember these. Lin Feng quietly sat by the window, his gaze passing through the semi-transparent curtains, leisurely directed at the world outside. His eyes slightly squinted, as if focusing on appreciating the scenery outside, or perhaps pondering the various aspects of life. Outside the window was an early summer afternoon. The sunlight slanted down, draping the earth in a layer of golden gossamer. In the distance, the blue sky intermingled with white clouds, resembling an unembellished ink wash painting, fresh and natural. Nearby, several tall phoenix trees stood, their leaves gently swaying in the breeze, making a rustling sound, as if whispering the secrets of summer. Occasionally, a few small birds flew past the treetops, leaving a string of clear chirps, adding a touch of vitality to this quiet afternoon. Passers-by hurried by on the street, their shadows elongated in the sunlight. Lin Feng quietly watched all this, a surge of inexplicable emotion rising in his heart. He felt the passage of time and the beauty of life. At that moment, he seemed to merge with the world outside the window, breathing in the essence of early summer together. What did you say? Su Lang doubted his ears. Help me remember these. Lin Feng turned his head to look at Su Lang. We are destined to die. Everyone in this city has been affected by radiation to varying degrees, and even if an underground shelter is really built, it won't leave a chance for us. Defective products. Defective products. This term was not unfamiliar to Su Lang. He just never thought one day it would be used to describe people. Those already affected by radiation, regardless of whether they show symptoms or how obvious those symptoms are, mean irreversible health damage, a flaw inscribed in their genes. And it will also affect the next generation. From this perspective, Lin Feng was right. They wouldn't have a chance at life. Of course, they wouldn't die immediately. They would only endure the radiation's onslaught over a long time, gradually moving toward the end. This is a form of torture, a shocking brutality. The people of this city have been abandoned. Their current reactions will become cases for future pathological developments. You will soon be discharged, you will leave, and I will stay here with my family. Lin Feng said with a smile to Su Lang, I want to ask you to help me remember these beautiful moments. Remember that you met a person here who has a happy family. All right. After a long time, Su Lang nodded. At 6 in the evening, Qingyan completed the discharge procedures for Su Lang. Immediately afterward, Qingyan took Su Lang to the airport. An hour later, the two arrived at the airport. In this seemingly abandoned airport, silence enveloped every corner. On the wide runway, a solitary airplane was parked, like a lonely island standing in an empty, uninhabited sea. The lights in the airport hall were dim, with only a few lonely bulbs struggling to illuminate the vast emptiness. The seats were neatly arranged, but unoccupied, quietly waiting, as if ready to welcome travelers at any moment. However, at this moment, only echoes gently floated in the hall, with no bustling voices, no hurried travelers. Everything seemed so tranquil and desolate. The airplane quietly sat on the runway, its fuselage reflecting faint lights, like a giant forgotten by time, its wings slightly raised, as if expressing its loneliness and anticipation to the sky. The airplane's windows were tightly closed, seemingly hiding a mysterious world, igniting one's imagination. The air at the airport was filled with a distinct scent, a cold aroma of oil and metal, mixed with a hint of loneliness and expectation. There were no roaring engines, only the occasional breeze gently brushing against the fuselage, producing a faint rustling sound. The surroundings were silent, as if time had come to a standstill at that moment. The entire airport seemed like a ghost town, with only the airplane silently waiting. Today, only our flight is here, right? Su Lang asked. Not just today, but in the future as well, Qingyan replied succinctly. It would be the last flight leaving here. The fate of this city was already sealed. The cabin door slowly opened, emitting a slight sliding sound, like a distant sigh echoing in the empty airport. Su Lang's steps were heavy yet determined as he climbed the aircraft stairs, as if each step betrayed something. The airport's lights shone through the gap of the cabin door, illuminating his face, adding a ruggedness to his features. Qingyan followed closely behind, his steps not as heavy as Su Lang's, but filled with resolve. He looked up at Su Lang's back, his eyes filled with melancholy. Indeed, it was still that person, no matter how many times he traversed between the future and reality. He could not change. The two entered the cabin, and a familiar yet unfamiliar atmosphere greeted them. The cabin lights were soft, the seats were neatly arranged. Everything appeared so clean and orderly. However, in this space about to embark, an indescribable ambience lingered. It was somewhat laughable that Su Lang actually saw the true face of that mysterious customer here. Indeed, Qingyan had already mentioned that he was from the Qi group, sent here on a mission. Besides that person, there were also the doctor and nurse he had seen before. If he wasn't mistaken, the doctor's name should be Aldrich. Setting aside the three, there were others in the cabin whom Su Lang had never seen before, but he could roughly guess their identities. The people sitting here had expressions of surprise, as if they had survived a catastrophe. Their faces showed hope for the future, and a nostalgia for the uncertain truths of this place. Clearly, everyone knew this was a one-way ticket. This was their last time here. Su Lang looked around, noticing only 3 empty seats in the cabin. One belonged to Qingyan, one to Su Lang, and the last one, if Su Lang guessed correctly, it should belong to Lin Feng. Unfortunately, Lin Feng would not come. He had made the choice to stay with his family. Su Lang didn't know how many transactions were hidden in this cabin and couldn't be bothered to care. He found a seat, sat down, and took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within. As the cabin door closed, the airplane began to slowly taxi toward the runway. Su Lang leaned back against the seat, feeling the tremors of the fuselage and the increase in speed. A few minutes later, the airplane soared into the sky, rushing toward the clouds. The city's silhouette became smaller as the airplane ascended. Those tall buildings, the bustling traffic, those familiar yet strange street corners gradually disappeared from view. They seemed to be swallowed by the river of time, leaving only a blurred memory. The airplane navigated through the clouds, and Su Lang gazed out the window. He knew the road ahead was still long, but some people would forever remain in the past. This city was destined to be buried. What was even scarier was that there were probably many such cities. Yes, Qingyan was right. Many things were doomed from the very beginning. Those greedy desires, those ignorant assumptions of cleverness, those lies that seemed to deceive the heavens would ultimately be settled, counted against humanity itself. Chapter 94 Different Futures. Su Lang and Qingyan returned to the number 09 heavy controlled nuclear fusion energy base. Looking at everything here, Su Lang felt as if he had traveled through time. Last time, he only visited a corner of this place. This time, should he take a closer look at the hope for humanity's future? Qingyan had changed into new clothes and spoke to Su Lang, who was still standing outside in a daze. He could tell that Su Lang was in a terrible state and was reluctant to let him go back to the room alone. Hope for humanity's future? Su Lang showed a hint of sarcasm. Is it really the hope for humanity's future, or is it the hope for the Qi group's future? In fact, Su Lang had half a sentence that he didn't say. This is the hope for the TNI family's future. The KY group might not know that after all their hard work, they were just sewing clothes for others. Of course, Su Lang wouldn't say these things. He couldn't let his actions cause the collapse of the future. He was neither a prophet nor a seer. He was just a powerless individual. Regardless of whose hope it is, or how they survived, after the evolution of time, right and wrong no longer mattered. The victors will rewrite history. Continuation, inheritance. This is a privilege reserved for the winners. Qingyan slowly spoke, and when he received a furious glance from Su Lang, he added, "This isn't my statement. It's what Austin said. Do you agree with his viewpoint?" Su Lang pressed. Qingyan thought for a moment and chose not to lie. In a certain sense, he is not wrong. Su Lang was not one to argue aimlessly. He understood what Qingyan meant. The anger in his eyes dissipated, leaving behind unwavering determination. If the victors will rewrite history, and only the winners can continue and inherit, then let the right person become a victor. Let history record the truth. Let the right person be the winner, and let correctness continue and inherit. Failure will always come with a price. If you don't want to pay the price, then don't become a loser. Qingyan looked at Su Lang and smiled gently. Indeed, this is you. You won't use lofty ideals to talk grandly, nor will you use moralistic platitudes to bind others. You see reality clearly and can find a way out from it. Let us go. I'll take you for a tour and let you see the real number 09 heavy controlled nuclear fusion energy base. Su Lang followed Qingyan as they walked forward, going through several verifications along the way. Each time required both Qingyan's pupil and fingerprint recognition. Su Lang was puzzled about what kind of place required such secrecy until he arrived. The renovation project of the underground shelter at the No. 09 heavy controlled nuclear fusion energy base was in full swing. The once towering reactor tower was now covered by massive earthworks, leaving only a few ventilation openings connected to the outside world. Entering deep underground, what greeted his eyes was a scene of busy and orderly construction. Workers in uniform work clothes and safety helmets moved busily under dim lights. The air was filled with the smell of dust and metal, occasionally mixed with the harsh sounds of electric drills and cutting machines. Their faces were covered with dust and sweat, but their hands moved with great skill and focus. They held various tools, some digging earth, some installing pipes, and some debugging equipment, each quietly contributing in their respective roles. Around the workers' area, various equipment and materials were neatly stacked. Huge mechanical arms moved flexibly under the control of the workers, transporting earth to designated locations. Pipes and cables crisscrossed the walls, like the blood vessels and nerves of this underground world. Meanwhile, in the spacious area of the shelter, some upper-level individuals were observing the workers' results as supervisors. They wore luxurious clothing, and their demeanor exuded a sense of superiority. Holding wine glasses, they occasionally took a sip, their eyes drifting between the busy workers and the shelter's facilities. Their faces were filled with satisfaction and anticipation, as if imagining the beautiful scenes of living here in the future. These upper-level individuals would occasionally walk to the workers' area to observe their labor results. Their eyes were filled with scrutiny and examination, as if inspecting a piece of art. They would occasionally point and offer some opinions and suggestions, and the workers would nod in agreement, adjusting and improving according to their requests. In addition to the workers and upper-level individuals, there were also some technicians and managers busy in the shelter. They were responsible for supervising engineering quality, coordinating resources, and developing emergency plans, ensuring the smooth progress of the entire renovation project. Through their sweat and wisdom, the workers transformed this underground space into a safe and comfortable residence. The medical area was equipped with advanced medical equipment. The living area provided comfortable accommodation, and the storage area stocked enough supplies and food. Each area was carefully designed and arranged to meet the basic functional needs of a shelter while considering the comfort and convenience of people's lives. At the entrance of the shelter, a huge metal door had been installed. It was sturdy and heavy, effectively resisting external threats. Next to the door was an advanced access control system, allowing only authorized personnel to enter the shelter. Deep within the shelter, a spacious and bright conference room had been completed. This would be the place for the upper-level individuals to hold meetings and make decisions in the future. A large display screen hung on the wall of the conference room, capable of showing real-time data and conditions of the shelter. Rows of comfortable seats were placed around the conference table, where the upper-level individuals could discuss future plans and strategies. In addition to these basic facilities, the shelter was also equipped with various advanced security systems and devices. From surveillance cameras to alarm systems, from firefighting equipment to emergency lighting. Each item had undergone rigorous testing and inspection to ensure maximum functionality in emergencies. The armed security system of the shelter was built like an iron fortress, with every door equipped with heavy steel armor, covered with scratch-resistant and corrosion-resistant coatings to withstand various harsh environments. High-sensitivity biometric devices were installed next to the doors, allowing only pre-registered individuals to pass. In the event of an unauthorized intruder, the system would immediately trigger an alarm and notify security personnel through the built-in communication system. The entire surveillance network of the shelter was like a web, with high-definition cameras covering every corner, recording every move within the shelter in real time. These cameras were connected to the central control system, allowing security personnel to view real-time footage from various areas on a large screen, ensuring everything was under control. Deep inside the shelter, in a spacious office, security personnel were working diligently and orderly. Their uniforms were crisp, with prominent badges on their chests. The office was equipped with various advanced surveillance and communication equipment, and detailed layout maps of the shelter and emergency evacuation routes hung on the walls. These security personnel were all elite individuals who had undergone strict selection and training. They were not only proficient in various security skills, but also had rich experience in emergency handling. As they walked along, Su Lang's feelings were indescribable. "Was your previous shelter like this?" Qingyan asked. He had never been to the future and had no chance to go, so he was naturally curious. "Have you ever seen prison?" Su Lang pondered before speaking. "Or the detention center where I was locked up. I have not only seen it, but also been inside," Qingyan replied, and Su Lang felt that he seemed quite proud when saying this. "Why did you go in?" Su Lang asked. "I got locked up for a ridiculous professor," Qingyan said with a look of obviousness, making Su Lang feel a bit like wanting to take action. Is this brat unaware of boundaries? Why did he get involved when others were talking nonsense? Just as Su Lang thought of this, he felt a chill down his back. Indeed, he used to think like that too, considering the bigger picture, preserving face, remaining aloof. During their first meeting, he even stopped Qingyan. Emotional intelligence, boundaries, social etiquette, these seemingly positive traits were actually poisoning the human heart. What's wrong? Qingyan was surprised not to hear the expected criticism. He had gotten used to Su Lang acting like an elder, educating him on his seemingly inappropriate behavior. And Su Lang's sudden silence only made him feel that a greater storm was brewing. Qingyan cautiously approached Su Lang, observing carefully, trying to discern the unusual truth in Su Lang's eyes. "What are you looking at?" Su Lang felt quite uncomfortable under Qingyan's gaze. "Is there something on my face?" "No, I'm just worried about your state," Qingyan said frankly. "I thought you would scold me, but you didn't." Su Lang then understood what Qingyan meant and smiled as he shook his head. "I just think my past self was foolish. Back then, he was full of concerns, worried about so-called emotional intelligence, boundaries, and social etiquette. When faced with unreasonable situations, he always chose to endure and retreat first, fearing conflict and afraid to break that seemingly solid harmony. But now, Su Lang suddenly realized that perhaps it was these seemingly positive words that, invisibly, had bound the human spirit, making people timid and losing their original courage and frankness. He began to reflect on whether he too had been trapped by these so-called emotional intelligence and boundaries, losing the courage to speak frankly. You? Foolish? Qingyan felt completely unable to keep up with Su Lang's train of thought. Yes. Su Lang playfully punched Qingyan's shoulder. What? Are you not used to me not pointing things out and educating you, as I think I'm clever? Qingyan wanted to say yes, but he couldn't. Otherwise it would seem too humble. Fortunately, Su Lang didn't continue this topic. He started talking to Qingyan about the real underground shelter, the place he lived in. As an underground shelter, it was indeed structurally strong and highly secure, but the environment was exceptionally harsh, like a corner where even disasters would be forgotten. The entrance to the shelter was hidden among the wilderness, making it hard to detect. A heavy lead door guarded this secluded place, telling tales of the passage of time. Upon entering the shelter, a dim and empty space came into view. Weak emergency lights flickered in the corners but could not dispel the darkness and oppression here. The walls were covered with mottled water stains, and the floor was damp as if it had just rained. The air was filled with an indescribable humid odor, mixed with the smell of mildew and earthy stench, making one feel nauseous. Although the shelter was spacious, there was not a single dry spot. Many wooden beds, tables, and chairs had warped and molded due to long-term dampness. The people living here could only struggle to survive in this harsh environment. Their clothes were always wet, unable to remain dry and tidy. There was no sunlight in the shelter, only dim lights and humid air. The people here could not enjoy the warmth of the sun or the freshness of nature, only able to survive in this dark and damp environment. Su Lang recalled his life in the underground shelter. Every day, he woke up under the dim light, looking at the damp walls and floor around him, feeling an indescribable heaviness in his heart. The repetitive tasks and the never-ending future loomed over him. His diet was simple and rough, most of the time just barely filling his stomach. The food supply in the shelter was limited and of varying quality, forcing him to make do. Despite this, he was still grateful for these hard-won foods, as they allowed him to survive in this difficult environment. His bed was a rickety wooden board with a thin mattress, unable to shield him from the dampness and cold underground. At night, he curled up on this crude bed, listening to the sighs and coughs of the residents around him. After hearing Su Lang's account, Qingyan suddenly said, thinking about it, maybe not living on isn't so bad. For a moment, Su Lang really wanted to crack open Qingyan's head to see what was inside. Why do you have that expression? I mean, I really don't want to suffer, Qingyan explained. A good explanation, but please don't explain anymore. Su Lang knew that Qingyan didn't want to suffer, and he didn't want to either, but saying it out loud. Well, there was nothing wrong with that. The difference between here and there is really obvious. Su Lang looked at the scene before him, then compared it to the memories of his homeland, and could only let out a long sigh in the end. They lived well, but it didn't matter. They would go to hell. Qingyan thought for a long time and finally came up with such a comforting phrase, and then added, I wouldn't because I've already been to hell. Su Lang was really curious sometimes about how Qingyan managed to know his death date, know how he would die, and still remain so calm. Chapter 95. We are our own redemption. I have already told you what will happen in the future. Why are you not worried at all? Su Lang still asked this question. Qingyan looked at Su Lang with some confusion. I will die, but I won't have to suffer. Isn't that a good thing? Why should I be worried? Su Lang was stunned by Qingyan's logic. From certain aspects, what he said seemed to make sense. Reflecting on his quality of life in the underground shelter, Su Lang suddenly felt that death didn't seem so terrifying after all. Indeed, it is easier to transition from frugality to luxury than from luxury to frugality. After getting used to life here, he would feel that the suffering Qingyan spoke of was real suffering. But when he was in the underground city and saw that everyone else's life was like this, he didn't feel it was anymore. The environment does indeed change a person. More importantly, it changes the heart. Qingyan always appeared relaxed and natural when facing Su Lang. Even though he knew that he and Su Lang had many differing views, he could express himself boldly. Even in the past, when Su Lang would educate him like an old man, he was well aware that Su Lang was essentially still on his side. Perhaps this is the best state of friendship. You don't have to agree with me on everything, but I know you will always be my support. There are some things that, although you don't accept, you can understand me. But if you want to live, you can survive here. Su Lang looked at the luxurious shelter in front of him. Here, one could survive without suffering. Oh, Mr. Su, if you're going to say that, then I must educate you. Qingyan perhaps felt unexpectedly good seeing Su Lang, and his tone rose. Is suffering limited to material things? If you really intend to enjoy everything here, there will be a price to pay. When the body is satisfied, the soul must endure some suffering. Being at the mercy of others, being someone else's gun, puppet, or tool. TSK, that kind of suffering I don't really want to endure. You don't want this. You don't want that. What do you want? Su Lang looked at the young man in front of him with some impatience. Clearly a few years older. How could he still have such a carefree demeanor? I want the ending you told me about. I think it's quite good. Qingyan replied as a matter of course. What? Su Lang thought he had misheard. Do you think someone like me would commit suicide for any reason? Qingyan retorted. Su Lang felt silent. He really didn't know the answer. To be honest, I'm very curious. Qingyan looked at Su Lang, his tone carrying a hint of excitement. I must be getting out of this hell. It must be for something or someone very important. Hell? Su Lang frowned. Qingyan stood in the shelter, his eyes revealing a deep disgust. He looked around, as if this seemingly luxurious place was nothing but a wasteland to him. Qingyan's brows furrowed tightly. He clasped his hands behind his back and slowly spoke. Sartre said, hell is other people. Have you ever felt that way? As if every choice we make, every action we take, is bound and limited by others? Su Lang quietly stood by, listening to Qingyan's words, his brows slightly furrowing. He understood Qingyan's feelings. And he also knew the life of Sartre, who said this. Sartre's early life was like a tumultuous story, filled with a yearning and pursuit for truth and freedom. Sartre was born into a naval officer's family in Paris, France. However, his childhood was not as happy as people imagine. His father passed away when he was young, leaving him and his mother to rely on each other. This loneliness and loss made Sartre start to ponder the essence of life and the meaning of existence at an early age. He often sat alone by the window, gazing at the distant sky, his heart filled with curiosity and longing for the unknown world. Despite the shadow of childhood hanging over him, Sartre did not sink into despair. On the contrary, he worked even harder in his studies, hoping to find the truth of life through knowledge. He loved reading, especially philosophical books. Through reading, he gradually came to understand the complexity and diversity of human existence and developed a strong interest in philosophy. In his youth, Sartre entered the philosophy department of the École Normale Supérieure in Paris, beginning his academic career. Here, he encountered a group of like-minded friends, and together they discussed philosophy, literature, and life, weaving the dreams of their youth. These friendships, like the rising sun, illuminated Sartre's path forward and laid a solid foundation for his future philosophical system. Among them, his relationship with Simone de Beauvoir became a legendary tale. The two met on campus, and their shared interests and ideals quickly made them close friends who talked about everything. They explored philosophical questions together, shared the details of life, and pursued truth and freedom together. Their friendship transcended gender and societal constraints, becoming a spiritual support and reliance. Ultimately, this friendship evolved into love. Sartre and Beauvoir's love can be said to be the most striking part of his life. They met during their university years and came together due to their shared interests and ideals. Their love was not a traditional union, but a spiritual romance that transcended the mundane, based on ideological resonance. Both Sartre and Beauvoir advocated for absolute freedom, unwilling to be bound by traditional customs. Thus, they signed a seemingly bizarre love contract, to be each other's partners, but never to marry. They each had independent residences and living spaces and could even have intimate relationships with others. But all of this had to be based on honesty and respect. This seemingly fragile relationship lasted for 51 years. Sartre and Beauvoir's relationship was not only an emotional support, but also a partnership in their careers. Beauvoir was not only Sartre's assistant, but also an outstanding writer and thinker. They faced many difficult times together, supporting each other and confronting life's challenges. This love was not about possession, but openness and respect. It was not about bondage, but freedom and independence. Throughout Sartre's life journey, he also met many other important friends. They were philosophers, writers, and artists, but without exception, they were all partners in Sartre's thoughts and spirit. They discussed philosophical questions together, criticized social realities together, and worked together for peace, democracy, and freedom. These friendships made Sartre's life richer and made his thoughts more mature and profound. Sartre's story of friendship was not without its ups and downs. They had arguments and conflicts due to ideological differences. But it was these experiences that allowed them to understand each other more deeply and cherish this hard-won friendship even more. They always maintained an open and inclusive attitude, respecting each other's differences and choices, and weathered life's storms together. During his school days, Sartre was diligent and studious, good at thinking. He was not satisfied with merely accepting established knowledge, but constantly challenged traditional concepts, pursuing truth and freedom. His performance in class was always outstanding, and his insights were always unique, quickly making him a standout among his classmates. However, Sartre was not satisfied with academic achievements alone. He knew that philosophy was not just theoretical, it should also focus on real social issues. Thus, he began to actively participate in social activities, paying attention to social realities and contemplating the meaning of life. He opposed authority and tradition, advocating for personal freedom and independence. His thoughts gradually matured, and he began to form his unique philosophical system. In this process, Sartre also began his literary creation. His literary works are filled with profound insights into human nature and sharp critiques of society. His long novel Nausea and short story collection The Wall, among other works, showcase his unique understanding of existentialism. His writing is sharp and profound, striking at the heart of the reader and evoking strong shock and reflection. However, Sartre's early life was not smooth sailing. The outbreak of World War II brought significant changes to his life. He enlisted, but was soon captured by German forces. In prison, he suffered inhumane treatment, but this only strengthened his pursuit of freedom and truth. He seized every opportunity to read and think, continuously refining his philosophical system. After his release, Sartre continued to immerse himself in philosophy and literary creation. His thoughts matured, and his works became deeper. He opposed authority and tradition, advocating for individual freedom and independence. His existentialist philosophy emphasized human subjectivity and the idea that existence precedes essence, encouraging people to face reality bravely and pursue their true selves. Sartre's later life resembled a grand epic, continuing his relentless pursuit of truth, freedom, and humanity. His life seemed to be guided by an invisible thread, steadfastly walking the path of pursuing freedom and truth without pause. Sartre's later life began with the end of World War II. Released from the prisoner of war camp, he had suffered immense physical and mental devastation, but his spirit was more resolute. He understood that war was merely an interlude in the long river of human history, while the pursuit of truth and freedom was the eternal theme. Thus, he resolutely returned to Paris to continue his path of philosophical and literary creation. After returning to Paris, Sartre quickly resumed his academic and creative endeavors. His thoughts matured further, and his works deepened. He continued to delve into existentialist philosophy, publishing a series of important papers and works. His ideas gradually spread, attracting more and more readers and scholars. His philosophical thoughts were not only profound analyses of the essence of human existence, but also unique interpretations of social phenomena and individual dilemmas. His writings and speeches became a powerful force in France's intellectual and cultural field at the time, leading people to rethink their lives and values. In addition to philosophical creation, Sartre actively participated in literary creation. His literary works were still filled with profound insights into human nature and sharp critiques of society. His novels The Road to Freedom and No Exit, among others, showcased his commitment and pursuit of freedom and dignity. His writing remained sharp and profound, striking at the heart of the reader and evoking strong shock and reflection. However, Sartre's later life was not without its challenges. He faced various pressures and challenges from society, politics, and personal life. His thoughts were critiqued and attacked from different factions, and his personal life was filled with ups and downs. But he was never defeated by these difficulties and challenges. He always adhered to his beliefs and pursuits, firmly walking his own path. In his later life, Sartre continued to fight for peace, democracy, and freedom. He opposed all forms of oppression and injustice, speaking out for marginalized groups and advocating for justice. His thoughts and actions inspired more and more people to stand up and fight for freedom and truth. Sartre's later life was also filled with honors and achievements. His works and thoughts were widely disseminated and accepted, and he was hailed as one of the most important philosophers and writers of the 20th century. He received numerous honors and awards, but he was never blinded by these accolades. He always maintained humility and a clear mind. Ultimately, Sartre passed away in Paris at the age of 74. Be an ordinary person, Su Lang couldn't help but say to Gu Qingyan, "I don't want you to become a philosopher. It would. Be unhappy." People are often unhappy because they think too much. Everyone is an ordinary person. Gu Qingyan replied with a smile. All beings are equal. We are all the same. The real cause of so-called differentiated cognition is ourselves. Hell is other people. Others are our hell, and we are also others' hell. We are trapped in a cage, but we are also part of the cage, so I won't complain. I just don't like it. Sartre lived to 74. I hope you can live to 74 too, Su Lang said jokingly. I'll take a step back. If you want to think, then think, but don't get stuck. The road still needs to be walked. Why live so long? Gu Qingyan asked in confusion. I hate this cage. So I'm different from you. You want to save, but for me, breaking the cage would actually be a good thing. We are friends, true friends. Su Lang said very seriously. A friend is someone who hopes you live a long life, be happy, and have everything go smoothly. Is this a blessing? Gu Qingyan's expression softened a lot, although I have always wondered about the meaning of blessings. Have you heard of quantum entanglement? Su Lang suddenly threw out a theory that sounded profound, but that he didn't quite understand himself, pretending to explain it seriously to Gu Qingyan. The meaning of blessings lies in increasing expectations. In the quantum world, the more expectations there are, the more things will develop in the direction of those expectations. That is the power of blessings. Gu Qingyan nodded seriously after listening, then commented, Nonsense. Chapter 96. Destruction and Reconstruction back at the residence. Su Lang talked to Gu Qingyan about his gains during this period. He knew that every place Gu Qingyan sent him to had significance, and every person he met was not just a passerby. Unfortunately, he did not obtain much information from Fuyulai this time. Knock, knock, knock. A unique knocking sound came from the door, and Su Lang knew without looking that it was Gu Qingyan. Luna would never knock like that, as it was no different from banging on the door. What's wrong? Didn't we just part ways? It's not like we haven't seen each other in ages, Su Lang teased as he opened the door. Unexpectedly, Gu Qingyan handed a document bag to Su Lang. Su Lang took the bag and was caught off guard by its weight, causing his arm to drop slightly. Is there a brick stuffed in here? Su Lang asked in disbelief. Gu Qingyan shook his head. It's paper documents, that is how heavy it is. How much is stuffed in there? Su Lang exclaimed as he opened the document bag. He had to admit, it was indeed a lot. The thickness of the documents inside made Su Lang marvel. If it weren't for the large capacity of the bag, they might have needed a suitcase to carry it all. However, looking at these things and glancing back at the document bag, Su Lang felt a sense of familiarity. This can't be. A not-so-pleasant premonition flashed through Su Lang's mind. Yes, it is Gu Qingyan confirmed. Su Lang threw the document bag on the floor and turned back to his room. Why are you giving this to me? He poured himself a glass of ice water. He had been deliberately avoiding the topic, thinking Gu Qingyan wouldn't bring it up again, but unexpectedly, Gu Qingyan actually came over with something. I'm giving it to you because it's important, Gu Qingyan said as he sat down next to Su Lang, seemingly unfazed by Su Lang's impolite gesture of not offering him water. He directly grabbed Su Lang's glass and took a sip. You said you wanted to save the world, didn't you? I do theoretical research, and you do practical investigations. I did say that, and I'm doing just that, Su Lang replied firmly. Isn't the data from Fuyulai important? Qingyan asked. Su Lang was momentarily speechless. The data from Fuyulai was indeed important, and one could even say it was extremely important. It was a city with a population, where various forces were intricately intertwined, and it was crucial not to cause public panic while also gathering intelligence. Do you think you can accomplish all this by yourself? To be rigorous, Qingyan added, right, plus Miss Luna. But Su Lang recalled Lin Feng and felt that something was off. Things shouldn't be done this way. At the very least, they shouldn't. You think it's too cruel, right? After spending so long together. Qingyan naturally understood Su Lang's character. He also knew what Su Lang was thinking. From your perspective, treating an entire city's population as experimental subjects, turning the whole city into a laboratory, and forcing people to face cruel radiation in ignorance. This is problematic. Isn't it problematic? Su Lang retorted, his repressed anger finally erupting. I've been avoiding this topic because I feel I have no right to comment on it. As someone who escaped, I have no right to judge this matter. I'm not worthy. The situation in Fuyulai was not intentional, Qingyan said seriously, looking into Su Lang's eyes. This incident occurred several years ago. Fuyulai, a vibrant city, is located on a fertile plain and has always prided itself on its developed industrial system and modern architectural style. In a corner of this city stands a massive nuclear power plant, which is a critical pillar of the city's energy supply. The cause of the accident can be traced back to an ordinary night. The nuclear power plant staff were busy with their routine inspections and maintenance, unaware that a potential crisis was quietly approaching. In the core area of the nuclear power plant, a key component of the reactor's cooling system suddenly malfunctioned. This component was responsible for dissipating the enormous heat generated by the reactor in a timely manner to prevent overheating and danger. However, due to prolonged wear and lack of effective maintenance, this component failed without any warning. The failure of the cooling system caused the reactor's temperature to rise rapidly. The staff soon noticed this anomaly and immediately activated the backup cooling system in an attempt to control the reactor's temperature. However, fate seemed to play a cruel joke on them. The backup cooling system also had hidden dangers. It did not function normally as expected, instead exacerbating the reactor's crisis. As the temperature continued to rise, the pressure within the reactor also climbed. Waves of scorching steam rampaged inside the reactor, turning metal components red-hot. The staff anxiously monitored various instruments and data, trying to find a solution. However, time was slipping away, and the crisis was intensifying. At that moment, a deafening explosion shattered the night sky. The pressure inside the reactor finally reached its limit, and a violent explosion occurred in an instant. The shockwave from the explosion shook the nuclear power plant's buildings, and flames and thick smoke erupted from the ruptured pipes. The impact of the explosion not only destroyed some facilities of the nuclear power plant, but also caused radioactive materials to leak from the reactor. These radioactive substances spread silently in the air like invisible killers, extending into the surrounding areas. Inside the nuclear power plant, the staff were thrown into panic by the sudden explosion. They fled the scene, trying to find a safe haven. However, in the chaos and confusion, many lost their way and became trapped in the flames and smoke. Outside the nuclear power plant, residents were also stunned by this sudden disaster. They rushed out of their homes, running frantically in the streets. The air was filled with a suffocating smell, causing them immense fear and unease. The city of Fuyulai after the disaster seemed to be shrouded in a thick haze. The once bustling streets became empty and silent, and a suffocating odor filled the air. The explosion of the nuclear power plant not only destroyed buildings, but also led to the leakage of radioactive materials, plunging the entire city into a great crisis. The management department quickly activated the emergency response mechanism, organizing a large amount of manpower and resources to carry out rescue and disaster relief efforts. First, the firefighting teams quickly mobilized, risking their lives to rush to the accident site. Facing the raging flames and smoke-filled ruins, the firefighters showed no signs of retreat. They pried open the deformed doors to rescue those trapped beneath the rubble. They extinguished the flames to prevent the fire from spreading further. Thanks to their efforts, the fire was effectively controlled, creating favorable conditions for subsequent rescue work. At the same time, medical teams also quickly engaged in rescue work. They rapidly set up temporary treatment points to provide emergency care for the injured. Medical personnel disregarded their own safety and worked tirelessly to save the wounded. In addition to the firefighting and medical teams, the management department organized specialized rescue teams responsible for clearing the site, repairing facilities, and monitoring the environment. The rescue workers, dressed in protective gear and wearing gas masks, silently worked in the hazardous environment. They cleared debris, repaired pipelines, and monitored air quality. Under the organization of the management department, various sectors of society also extended a helping hand, contributing to the post-disaster recovery efforts. Volunteers actively participated in the rescue work, helping to clear debris, transport supplies, and care for the injured. Businesses donated large amounts of rescue supplies and funds, providing strong support for the recovery work. Over time, the post-disaster recovery efforts in the city of Fuyalai have gradually achieved results. The fire has been effectively controlled, the injured have received timely medical treatment, and the environment has been effectively monitored and purified. However, the disaster has caused immense losses to the city. Many buildings were destroyed, facilities were damaged, and the ecological environment suffered severe degradation. To quickly restore normal order in the city, the management department formulated a detailed post-disaster recovery plan. They repaired damaged buildings and facilities and rebuilt destroyed homes. They strengthened environmental monitoring and governance to prevent the further spread of radioactive materials. At the same time, to prevent panic from spreading, they organized the relocation of all residents, turning the area into a ghost town. The 10-year event took a full decade for the reconstruction and forgetting of Fuyalai. The location of Fuyalai is extremely important. Completely abandoning this place would only happen under one circumstance: if people completely forsake the entire surface. However, everyone knows that people need time to forget, and only with the passage of time can the pain subside. During these 10 years, the reconstruction of Fuyalai never stopped. At the beginning of the reconstruction, Fuyalai faced tremendous challenges. The ruins were everywhere, the streets were dilapidated, buildings collapsed, and the entire city had almost turned into a wasteland. The management department quickly organized expert teams to conduct detailed assessments of the damaged buildings and determine repair and reconstruction plans. They delved into the ruins, inspecting the structure and extent of damage of each building one by one, formulating scientifically sound repair plans. Meanwhile, the management department actively sought international assistance and secured substantial funding and technical support, providing strong guarantees for the reconstruction work. During the reconstruction process, architects and engineers played a crucial role. They designed new architectural styles and layouts based on Fuyalai's historical features and cultural characteristics. These buildings reflect modernity while retaining Fuyalai's historical charm. They carefully selected building materials, focusing on practicality and durability, ensuring that the new structures could withstand the test of time. Construction teams worked day and night, erecting new buildings on the ruins. They overcame various difficulties, including harsh weather and material shortages, completing the reconstruction tasks with remarkable speed and efficiency. At the construction site, machines roared, and workers sweated profusely. Their figures appeared particularly resilient under the scorching sun. Every brick and every tile carried their hopes and sweat. In addition to the buildings themselves, Fuyalai also focused on the reconstruction of urban infrastructure. Roads, bridges, water, and electricity networks were comprehensively repaired and upgraded. The new roads are wide and flat, and the transportation network is well connected, making urban traffic more convenient. The water and electricity networks were also thoroughly repaired, ensuring the normal living needs of residents. At the same time, the management department increased investments in environmental protection, improving the urban ecological environment. Parks and green spaces are scattered throughout the city, with blooming flowers and shady trees, providing residents with great places to relax and unwind. During the reconstruction process, Fuyalai also emphasized the inheritance and promotion of culture. The management department restored damaged cultural heritage sites, including ancient temples, museums, and art galleries. These cultural venues not only provide places for learning and entertainment, but also become important windows to showcase the charm of Fuyalai's culture. Meanwhile, The management department organized a series of cultural activities, such as art festivals and concerts, allowing people to appreciate cultural arts while feeling the city's vitality and charm. In terms of details, Fuyilai also performed very well. When restoring ancient buildings, craftsmen meticulously carved every detail, striving to restore their historical appearance. They carefully studied the structure and decorations of ancient buildings using traditional craftsmanship and materials, making the restored ancient buildings look brand new, as if time had reversed. At the same time, in urban planning, the management department focused on preserving the original texture and characteristics of the city, avoiding blindly pursuing modernization at the expense of the city's historical context. Furthermore, Fuyilai actively introduced advanced technological means to improve the efficiency and quality of reconstruction work. Utilizing drones for aerial photography provides a comprehensive understanding of the city's damage. Using 3D modeling technology allows precise simulation of the building restoration process. Employing intelligent management systems enables real-time monitoring and maintenance of urban infrastructure. The application of these technological means not only improved the efficiency of reconstruction work, but also laid a solid foundation for the city's future development. The reconstructed Fuyilai not only regained its former prosperity, but also showcased a new appearance and characteristics. The streets are wide and clean, the buildings are well arranged, with shady trees and the fragrance of flowers everywhere. People stroll through the streets and alleys, enjoying the tranquility and beauty of the city. The commercial area is bustling, with a variety of shops attracting a large number of tourists and consumers. The residents' living standards have also significantly improved, as they have moved into spacious and bright new homes, enjoying modern living facilities and services. Everything looks very good, but danger also lurks beneath this beauty. People only know that humanity has made every effort, but they do not know that many things cannot be changed merely by effort. Matter has its inherent laws and must follow its developmental processes. Chapter 97. Picking the Fruit of Evil in Fuyilai, a city that once suffered from a nuclear radiation disaster. The reconstruction has seemingly presented a warm and harmonious scene. Newly planted trees and flowers line the streets, and residents' lives are gradually returning to normal, as if the shadow of disaster has been washed away by the tide of time. However, the dissipation of nuclear radiation pollution is not an overnight process. It is constrained by various factors. Among them, the half-life of radioactive materials is an important consideration. The half-life refers to the time required for half of the radioactive element's atomic nuclei to decay. Different radioactive substances have different half-lives, with some being as short as a few minutes, while others may last for millions of years or even longer. This means that some radioactive materials release radiation energy during their decay process for a long time, posing a long-term threat to the environment and human health. In Fuyilai, due to past nuclear accidents, a large amount of radioactive material was released into the environment. These materials spread through air, water sources, and soil, contaminating various corners of the city. Because these radioactive materials have relatively long half-lives, they continue to emit radiation energy for a long time, making it difficult for nuclear radiation pollution to dissipate in a short period. Besides the impact of half-life, the dissipation of nuclear radiation pollution is also influenced by various other factors. For instance, environmental factors play a crucial role in the spread and dissipation of nuclear radiation pollution. Natural factors such as wind direction and precipitation can affect the diffusion and settling of radioactive materials in the air, thereby influencing the distribution and extent of pollution. Additionally, geographical factors such as terrain and landforms can also affect the migration and transformation of radioactive materials. Moreover, human activities also impact the dissipation of nuclear radiation pollution. During the reconstruction process in Fuyilai, the construction of industrial zones exacerbated environmental pollution issues. Pollutants such as waste gas and wastewater generated by industrial activities may carry radioactive materials, further intensifying the level of nuclear radiation pollution. Yes, Fuyilai has built new industrial zones, not because they have forgotten the lessons of history, but because a city must have industrial zones, even if they are only light industries. After all, industrial zones are an important pillar of urban economic development. Whether heavy or light industry, They provide numerous job opportunities, promote the concentration of labor, and in turn drive urban population growth and economic development. At the same time, the development of industrial zones also drives the growth of related industrial chains, forming an industrial cluster effect that enhances the overall competitiveness of the city. Additionally, industrial zones are significant for technological innovation and industrial upgrading. Within industrial zones, close cooperation and competition among enterprises can promote technological innovation and industrial upgrading. This environment of cooperation and competition is conducive to stimulating the innovative vitality of enterprises, promoting the continuous emergence of new technologies, new processes, and new products, thereby enhancing the technological level and industrial hierarchy of the city. Furthermore, industrial zones help optimize the spatial layout and resource allocation of the city. By reasonably planning the location and scale of industrial zones, the spatial resources of the city can be utilized more effectively. At the same time, the development of industrial zones can also promote the construction and improvement of urban infrastructure, enhancing the comprehensive carrying capacity of the city. Meanwhile, human living and production activities may also lead to the redistribution and diffusion of radioactive materials, making pollution issues more complex and difficult to resolve. In daily life, people's activities such as commuting, residing, and entertaining may indirectly or directly cause the spread of radioactive materials. For example, vehicles may stir up radioactive dust from the ground during travel, and this dust can be carried away by air currents to farther places. Similarly, when people engage in activities like tilling or gardening in residential areas, they may inadvertently disturb soil containing radioactive materials, making it easier for these substances to enter water bodies and plants, and thus enter the human body through the food chain. In production activities, fields such as industry, agriculture, and construction may become sources of radioactive material diffusion. Waste gas, wastewater, and solid waste emitted during industrial production may contain radioactive materials. If these materials are directly discharged into the environment without proper treatment, they will pollute the surrounding ecosystems. Agricultural activities using fertilizers, pesticides, and irrigation water that contain radioactive materials will directly affect the quality and safety of crops. The construction industry may also come into contact with radioactive materials during the extraction, transportation, and use of building materials, which, if not handled properly, can pose potential threats to the environment and human health. It is noteworthy that the dissipation of nuclear radiation pollution is not a simple physical process, but involves complex chemical, biological, and geochemical processes. The migration, transformation, and degradation of radioactive materials in the environment are influenced by various factors, including environmental factors such as temperature, humidity, pH, and biological factors such as microorganisms and plants. These factors interact, making the dissipation process of nuclear radiation pollution complex and slow. It is important to note that the dissipation of nuclear radiation pollution is not merely a physical process, but a complex phenomenon involving numerous disciplines, in which chemical, biological, and geochemical processes play a crucial role. The migration, transformation, and degradation processes of radioactive materials in the environment form a complex system of multiple factors and steps, with each step profoundly influenced by various environmental and biological factors. Firstly, the migration of radioactive materials in the environment is influenced by a variety of physical factors. Wind and water flow can carry radioactive dust or dissolve substances widely in space. The type and structure of the soil determine the permeability and diffusion rate of radioactive materials within the soil. Additionally, terrain and landforms can also affect the distribution of radioactive materials, as features like mountains and valleys may lead to local accumulation of radioactive materials. However, even more complex is the chemical transformation process of radioactive materials in the environment. Radioactive materials can undergo chemical reactions with other substances in the environment, forming new compounds or altering their state of existence. For example, certain radioactive elements may combine with oxygen or sulfur in water, forming insoluble precipitates, thereby reducing their mobility in the environment to some extent. However, this transformation process is significantly influenced by environmental factors. Changes in conditions such as temperature, humidity, and pH can alter the chemical properties of radioactive materials, thereby affecting their transformation rates and pathways. Biological factors also play an important role in the dissipation of nuclear radiation pollution. Microorganisms can influence the transformation and degradation of radioactive materials through metabolic activities. Certain microorganisms can utilize radioactive materials as a source of energy, converting them into less toxic or non-toxic substances through biotransformation. Plants can also reduce the content of radioactive materials in the soil through absorption and fixation. However, the role of biological factors is also complex and variable. Different types of microorganisms and plants respond differently to radioactive materials, and their transformation abilities vary, constrained by environmental conditions. Furthermore, geochemical processes also play a role in the dissipation of nuclear radiation pollution. Rocks and minerals in the crust can react with radioactive materials, affecting their distribution and migration in the crust. The flow and circulation of groundwater can also lead to the diffusion and dilution of radioactive materials in groundwater bodies. Therefore, delving into every corner of this city reveals that nuclear radiation pollution has not dissipated. It is like an invisible demon, silently infiltrating people's daily lives. A decade has passed, and the city of Fuyalai, which once suffered from a nuclear radiation disaster, although seemingly restored to some vitality, still finds nuclear radiation pollution like an invisible demon, quietly permeating into people's daily lives. It is everywhere, all the time, causing people to unknowingly suffer potential harm. Nuclear radiation pollution silently enters people's tables through the food chain. In Fuyalai, the soil and water sources are contaminated by nuclear radiation, leading to the impact on crops and aquaculture products. These contaminated crops and aquatic products are sent to the market, purchased by people, and ultimately consumed. Despite the government's strengthened monitoring of food safety, the trace presence of nuclear radiation is often difficult to detect completely, causing people to unknowingly ingest radioactive substances while enjoying their meals. Nuclear radiation pollution also enters people's respiratory systems through the air and dust. In Fuyalai, due to past nuclear accidents and subsequent industrial development, the level of radioactive substances in the air has remained high. These radioactive materials adhere to dust particles and spread with the airflow. People breathe in such air during their daily lives, unknowingly inhaling these radioactive substances into their lungs, posing potential harm to their respiratory systems. Nuclear radiation pollution also enters people's lives through direct contact. In some areas of Fuyalai, radioactive materials may still exist on the ground and building surfaces. People inevitably come into contact with these substances in their daily lives, especially during outdoor activities or while engaged in certain occupations. Long-term exposure to these radioactive materials, although the amount in a single encounter may be negligible, can accumulate and cause severe damage to the human body. Moreover, the effects of nuclear radiation pollution are often insidious and gradual. The harm caused by radioactive substances to the human body does not manifest immediately, but rather gradually over time. People may not feel discomfort from nuclear radiation in their daily lives, but prolonged exposure to radioactive materials can lead to various health issues, such as a weakened immune system and an increased incidence of cancer. These health problems are often difficult to detect and treat in a timely manner, posing a significant threat to people's safety and health. Due to the insidious and gradual nature of nuclear radiation pollution, many individuals do not recognize its existence and hazards in their daily lives. They may continue to live, work, and study as usual, unknowingly suffering from the effects of nuclear radiation. The situation in Fuyalai is not intentional. Su Lang reiterated that it developed step by step due to accidents and a series of objective factors. Of course, there are certainly human factors involved. But is that the whole picture? Qingyan nodded and said with some sarcasm, "You should know that humans will never give up the ground unless absolutely necessary. People will fight fiercely over a small island, with countless conspiracies, let alone it is such a central hub. I can only say that these people have tried their best. They have worked hard to cover up their ignorance." What role did the Qi group play here? Su Lang asked curiously. The ones who reap the bitter fruit. Qingyan answered directly. The situation has become this way. They are just collecting the final benefits. This vast experimental site was not built by them. They merely made it more like an experimental site and allowed the experiment to continue through concealment and deception. What about me now? Su Lang's gaze turned to the document back. I'm also one of those who reap the bitter fruit, aren't I? Qingyan did not lie to comfort Su Lang. He nodded honestly. Yes, that's right. This is the only choice, isn't it? Su Lang asked again. Qingyan nodded once more. If you want to complete your task, this is indeed the only choice. So, will you give up that task for the sake of kindness? That task will save more people, right? The life of one person versus the lives of many, which is more important? Su Lang lowered his head. This is the classic trolley problem, involving profound discussions on morality and ethics, aiming to explore the value trade-offs between individuals and groups in extreme situations. In this scenario, an out-of-control trolley is rushing down a track that splits into two. One track has 5 people, and the other has 1 person. You can operate a switch to divert the trolley from the track with 5 people to the track with 1 person, but this will result in that 1 person's death. Alternatively, you can do nothing, and the trolley will kill the 5 people. There is no clear answer to this question, as it involves ethical and moral judgments that vary from person to person, depending on individual values, beliefs, and moral perspectives. From the perspective of minimizing harm, people might choose to change the direction of the trolley, resulting in the death of that 1 person. This choice is based on an ethical principle aimed at reducing overall harm. However, from the perspective of not directly harming others, people might choose not to operate the switch, allowing the trolley to continue on its path. This choice is based on a moral principle of non-action, which means not directly causing someone else's death. On one hand, every life is precious and should not be sacrificed for the collective good. On the other hand, when faced with the survival of the collective, should one consider sacrificing an individual to save more lives? Chapter 98. Mutation in the shelter. You shouldn't think about this issue, because you're not the one who pressed the operation switch. You are the one who learns from the results. Qingyan succinctly stated that you should hand these things over to the future. It is completely normal for later generations to stand on the shoulders of their predecessors. We are not standing on the shoulders of our predecessors. We are standing on the flesh and blood of our predecessors, Su Lang said bluntly. Qingyan patted Su Lang's shoulder. The choice is yours, and I know how you will choose. After saying this, Qingyan left, leaving the solitary space to Su Lang. Su Lang looked at the file bag on the ground, pondered for a few seconds, and walked over. He flipped through the contents page by page. It was the life stories of one person after another. Just as Lin Feng said, if you can't do anything else, at least help remember. Remember their stories. Remember the traces of their existence. Of course, even the thickest paper documents are just a small part. There's also a mobile hard drive in the bag, filled with 20 terabytes of content, all rich in illustrations and case studies, along with relevant video records. Su Lang understood that the existence of these things holds significant importance for the future. People can only study and think about how to avoid events if they know what is going to happen. The process of destruction, reconstruction, redestruction of Fulili is also very meaningful for research. From dawn to dusk, and then to dawn again, Su Lang quietly sat on the sofa, feeling his eyes ache. Sometimes Su Lang even felt very hypocritical. Clearly, humanity has conducted countless experiments on numerous animals. Why, when the subjects change to humans, does he feel so deeply? Is human life more precious than the lives of other beings? Su Lang had heard a story from a biologist who dedicated himself to researching the boundaries of gene editing and bioethics. In his laboratory, there were countless little white mice, rabbits, and even monkeys silently enduring pain and torment for the sake of scientific progress. Each experiment, each acquisition of data, meant the loss of a life. However, the biologist never felt much about this. He always told himself it was for the advancement of science, for the future of humanity. But when the subjects changed to humans, everything became different. He was no longer the calm and objective scientist, but a confused and doubtful explorer. He began to question his research, doubting humanity's moral bottom line. He even wondered if those experimental animals also had thoughts and feelings. How would they view the actions of humans? Is human life really more noble than the lives of other beings? The biologist knew this was a question without a standard answer. From a biological perspective, all life is composed of cells and shares a common origin and evolutionary history. whether human or animal. Both are part of nature and should be treated equally. However, humanity always places itself at the top of the life hierarchy, viewing other beings as mere appendages, arbitrarily depriving them of their lives. This is because humans possess wisdom and civilization, capable of creating countless miracles and changing the face of the world. But this also makes humans forget that, like other beings, they are products of nature and should respect nature and revere life. The biologist's confusion was not resolved through contemplation. Instead, it led him to explore the issue more deeply. He began to study different cultures' views on life, trying to find a way to balance scientific progress and the dignity of life. He discovered that different cultures understand life differently, but all share a common point: respect and reverence for life. Through this process, the biologist gradually understood his own hypocrisy. He was not truly indifferent to the suffering of animals, but rather blinded by the pursuit of science and human egocentrism. He began to reflect on his research, attempting to find a more humane and responsible way to conduct scientific research. He started focusing on bioethics, trying to establish stricter experimental regulations and ethical guidelines. He advocated for minimizing animal suffering and torment as much as possible during experiments and for simulating natural environments, allowing animals to live in as natural a state as possible. At the same time, he called for humanity to respect the lives of other beings more and not to arbitrarily deprive them of their right to exist. The biologist's changes did not immediately bring about significant changes, but his efforts gradually influenced those around him. His colleagues began to pay more attention to ethical issues during experiments, and his students began to think about the relationship between scientific research and the dignity of life. Together, they worked hard to find a more harmonious and sustainable way of development. Su Lang knew he was not a biologist. He was not even like Qingyan, a researcher. He was merely a spectator, a powerless spectator. In this space-time, he had no room to strive, could not strive. Su Lang stood up. He felt it was time to return to his own space-time. Tier, reorganize. When Su Lang became conscious again, he heard Fan Yu's voice calling. But he couldn't quite make out what she was saying, only sensing that she seemed very anxious. Su Lang was incredibly tired, even unwilling to wake up. A sense of belonging. Su Lang distinctly felt an unprecedented sense of belonging. He indeed belonged here, in this dark, damp underground place. There were countless bad things here. Yet at this moment, only here made Su Lang feel relaxed and at ease. Unfortunately, this relaxation and sense of security did not last long. The pain in his body was tearing at Su Lang's nerves. He had traveled through time before, but never had it been this uncomfortable. Su Lang, the machine has malfunctioned. Wake up quickly. Even human existence has countless changes and risks, let alone machines. Such things are unavoidable. It was just unexpected that Su Lang encountered the destruction of the quantum splitting machine. The quantum splitting machine allows people to travel through time and space and is the result of the fusion of quantum physics, relativity, and advanced engineering technology. The quantum splitting machine is a highly complex device, with its core part being a precise quantum processor capable of manipulating the states and interactions of quantum bits. It utilizes the peculiar phenomena of quantum mechanics. In classical physics, the state of an object is definite, but in the quantum world, an object can exist in multiple states simultaneously, known as a superposition state. The quantum splitting machine leverages this characteristic of superposition through precise manipulation to split objects at the microscopic level, forming multiple copies in different time and space states. This process relies on the magical phenomenon of quantum entanglement. Quantum entanglement refers to a special correlation between two or more quantum systems. No matter how far apart they are, if the state of one system changes, the other system will immediately sense it and make corresponding adjustments. In the quantum splitting machine, this entangled state is used to establish connections between the various time and space copies after splitting, ensuring the synchronization and consistency of information between them. However, merely relying on quantum superposition and entanglement is not enough to achieve time and space travel. The quantum splitting machine also needs to incorporate the principles of relativity, especially the understanding of the structure of time and space. Relativity tells us that time and space are relative. and the time and space structures observed from different reference frames may differ. Therefore, the design of the quantum splitting machine takes into account how to establish stable connections between different time and space points and ensure that travelers are not affected by time-space distortion or tearing during the journey. Moreover, quantum bits differ from classical bits in that they can exist in a superposition state, meaning they can be in multiple states simultaneously, collapsing into a specific state only when observed. This characteristic of superposition is key to the functioning of the quantum splitting machine, which achieves time-space travel. In the quantum splitting machine, through a series of complex quantum gate operations and the establishment of entangled states, the quantum processor can split the quantum state of an object into multiple copies, each existing at different points in time and space. These points may represent moments in the past, present, or future, different locations on Earth, or even other corners of the universe. This process involves precise manipulation and measurement of quantum states. The quantum splitting machine adjusts the parameters of the quantum processor so that the quantum state of the object splits at specific points in time and space. Each split copy retains some of the original information of the object, but due to the non-locality and uncertainty of quantum states, the relationships between these copies become very complex and entangled. Next, the quantum splitting machine utilizes the property of quantum entanglement to establish connections between the various time-space points after the split. Quantum entanglement is a peculiar quantum phenomenon where an instantaneous effect exists between two quantum bits, even if they are separated by vast distances. Through quantum entanglement, the quantum splitting machine can transmit information and control signals between different time-space points, thereby achieving the traversal of objects across different times and spaces. However, this traversal is not a simple physical displacement. Due to the superposition and entanglement properties of quantum states, the object during the traversal process actually exists in a form of quantum superposition at multiple time-space points. In the process of achieving time-space travel, the quantum splitting machine also overcomes many technical challenges. For example, how to precisely control the splitting and entanglement processes of quantum states, how to ensure the integrity and security of information during the traversal, and how to address potential time-space paradoxes and causal confusion that may arise after the traversal. Furthermore, the quantum splitting machine integrates with existing physical theories and experimental techniques. For instance, it needs to consider the influences of different time-space coordinate systems to ensure the stability and reliability of the traversal process. At the same time, the quantum splitting machine also requires advanced experimental techniques to verify its working principles and feasibility, such as experiments validating quantum entanglement and high-precision timing and spatial positioning technologies. And now, the quantum splitting machine has been damaged. Fanyu said nervously, "I have attempted emergency repairs, but the core module of the splitting machine has suffered severe damage and may not be repaired in a short time. The module, which should have emitted a soft blue light, is now completely dark, as if it has been swallowed by all light. The outer shell of the module, that precisely cast metal, is now covered with cracks, as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, with some parts even falling off, exposing the complex circuits and components inside. Upon closer inspection, several obvious burn marks can be seen on the internal circuit board, and some tiny electronic components have melted and deformed, emitting a burnt smell. The current that should have flowed steadily is now interrupted, and the entire module seems to have lost its vitality, becoming lifeless. Worse still, the chip responsible for controlling quantum states and locking time-space coordinates at the core of the module has also been severely damaged. The surface of the chip is covered with fine cracks, and some areas have even shattered, revealing the intricate wiring inside. These cracks spread like a spider web, completely ruining the chip. Fanyu recalled the damaged condition of the chip under the magnifying glass, her brow furrowed, her face filled with worry and anxiety. This chip is the key to the entire core module. It not only controls the splitting and entanglement of quantum states, but also locks precise coordinates during time-space traversal. Now that the chip has suffered such severe damage, the entire function of the splitting machine will be severely affected. Su Lang was extremely weak, struggling several times to try to stand up, but each time felt as if he were tightly bound by invisible chains, unable to break free. His face was pale as paper. with cold sweat continuously dripping from his forehead, starkly contrasting with the tense blue veins on his cheeks due to pain. He gripped the armrests of the chair tightly, as if trying to draw some strength from them. However, with each attempt to stand, his body felt as if all strength had been drained, collapsing weakly forward. Pain felt like countless tiny needles, wandering between his muscles and bones, with each breath accompanied by a sharp sting. His chest rose and fell irregularly, and every breath felt exceptionally difficult. He tried to take deep breaths to ease the pain in his body, but each inhalation seemed to draw in more suffering. His lips were cracked, his voice hoarse, and he could barely utter complete words. This traversal was more painful than any previous ones. Su Lang felt that his life force had been greatly consumed. Su Lang recalled that Fan Yu had said, "There are 3 round trips left. The 4th is a one-way ticket. Now, this number has likely changed. Su Lang, hold on a little longer. Don't sleep. The doctor is coming." Fan Yu's shout echoed in his ears, causing a headache for Su Lang. He only felt his eyelids growing heavier. This scene, indeed, felt strangely familiar. Chapter 99. Great War 2 months ago, the atmosphere inside the underground shelter was extraordinarily tense. Every corner of the shelter echoed with a sense of urgency, as everyone was engaged in a rigorous background check, fearing they might overlook any clue that could threaten the safety of the shelter. Zhao Qian stood under the dim light, his gaze sharp like that of a hawk, carefully scrutinizing each person coming for interrogation. His responsibilities were significant, and he could not afford any negligence. "Next, Su Jingyan," Zhao Qian called out, his voice exuding an undeniable authority. A man of average build and ordinary appearance stepped forward, smiling as he handed over his documents. He claimed to be a native of the shelter, having grown up here, and was very familiar with the environment and the people. Zhao Qian took the documents and began to review them seriously. His eyes quickly scanned the pages, looking for possible flaws. However, when he flipped to the last page, his gaze suddenly froze. Su Jingyan's date of birth contradicted his claim of having lived in the shelter for a long time. Zhao Qian's heart stirred. He raised his head and scrutinized Su Jingyan with piercing eyes. Su Jingyan seemed to sense Zhao Qian's suspicion, becoming somewhat nervous as his eyes began to flicker. "Su Jingyan, did you really grow up in the underground shelter?" Zhao Qian asked tentatively, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. Su Jingyan was taken aback by Zhao Qian's sudden question. Stammering, "Why, yes, I've lived here since I was a child. You can ask anyone. I know where the office is, where transactions happen, and who lives around me." Zhao Qian remained silent. If he were truly a sleeper agent, he should know this information as well. Zhao Qian probed with a few more questions, and Su Jingyan answered fluently. Perhaps due to his smooth responses, Su Jingyan began to relax. Finally, Zhao Qian nodded at Su Jingyan. "All right, that will be all." Su Jingyan stood up, preparing to leave, but just as he was about to reach the door, Zhao Qian suddenly asked, "You know about the soldier who died a while ago, right? Tian Yixian?" "No, it should be Cheng Wu Hui." Su Jingyan paused, his body stiffening. "What does that have to do with me?" "He said he knew you," Zhao Qian said casually. "That's nonsense. I don't know him at all." Su Jingyan immediately retorted. "Why the rush? In normal circumstances, neighborly relations? Friends of friends? A fleeting acquaintance? Isn't that normal?" Zhao Qian scoffed, not giving Su Jingyan any chance to evade, pressing on with his questions. Su Jingyan clearly hesitated for a moment, stammering, "Oh, maybe you knew me? I don't know him. I don't remember clearly." Zhao Qian's doubts deepened. His gaze grew sharper as he fixedly stared at Su Jingyan, trying to read more information from his eyes. Su Jingyan began to appear flustered, repeatedly adjusting his breathing, attempting to maintain his composure. "Su Jingyan, I need you to give me a reasonable explanation." Zhao Qian's voice was low and firm, exuding undeniable authority. Su Jingyan took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. He began to concoct a more detailed story to cover his true identity. However, his words were still filled with loopholes and contradictions. Zhao Qian listened quietly to Su Jingyan's explanation while rapidly analyzing his words. He noticed that Su Jingyan repeatedly avoided his gaze during the narration, and his hands were unconsciously trembling. These details made Zhao Qian even more certain that something was wrong with Su Jingyan. "Su Jingyan, your explanation does not convince me." Zhao Qian suddenly said, his voice revealing a cold resolution. I now suspect you are a spy sent by the Tianyi family, trying to infiltrate our shelter. You can choose to remain silent, but you will not leave here until the truth is uncovered. Su Jingyan's face changed. He knew he had nowhere to escape. He suddenly raised his head, a glint of fierceness flashing in his eyes. Investigate? Why bother? Since you already know, there's no need for further discussion. I am indeed from the Tianyi family, but it's too late to know now. With that, Su Jingyan unexpectedly pulled out a specially made dagger and lunged at Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian had been prepared. He swiftly dodged Su Jingyan's attack and subdued him from behind. Is this all you've got? Zhao Qian said coldly, pressing Su Jingyan down to prevent him from resisting again. Even after being subdued, Su Jingyan continued to struggle. What is the Tianyi family's purpose? Why infiltrate our shelter? Zhao Qian questioned. Su Jingyan fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. The Tianyi family wants to control all regions, and your shelter is key to achieving that goal. I am here to gather intelligence and prepare for future actions, and they also want to destroy something important to you. Zhao Qian was shaken. He hadn't expected the Tianyi family's ambition to be so grand. Do you want to know why I told you? Su Jingyan suddenly said. Isn't it a bit foolish to state the purpose so plainly? Zhao Qian frowned. He realized he had been led into Su Jingyan's trap. He quickly adjusted his mindset, re-evaluating the spy before him. Indeed, if Su Jingyan had so easily revealed the Tianyi family's plans, it would be illogical. Unless the Tianyi family had a backup plan. Su Jingyan, are you playing me? Zhao Qian asked in a low voice, his gaze becoming sharper. Su Jingyan smiled slightly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. From now on, you can call me Tianyi Mu. Also, I'm not playing you. I told you because. It's already too late. Too late? What do you mean? Zhao Qian had yet to react. Just then, hurried footsteps broke the tension. A group of people in black uniforms suddenly burst into the shelter, armed and wearing sinister smiles. These people were members of the Tianyi family, and they came with malice. The people in the shelter were thrown into chaos, terrified screams echoing everywhere. But the Tianyi family members did not immediately attack. They seemed to be waiting for something. Suddenly, a commotion arose within the shelter, as some individuals who originally belonged to the shelter now stood with the Tianyi family. They wore sinister smiles, clearly traitors. These traitors colluded with the Tianyi family members, beginning to purge the personnel within the shelter. They ruthlessly slaughtered, blood staining the ground, and wails echoed throughout the shelter. Faced with this sudden upheaval, the people in the shelter fell into despair. They had thought this was a safe haven, only to find it had become their grave. Until Qin Muge appeared. His gaze was firm and sharp. Every move he made was accurate, taking out one enemy after another. His soldiers followed closely, fiercely resisting the enemy's assault. However, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming, and there were traitors causing chaos from within. Though Qin Muge and his team fought bravely, they gradually felt overwhelmed. Zhao Qian, Zhao Kuan, you two follow Gu Zhengming, merge with Team 1. Break out from the east exit and draw their fire. Qin Muge's voice was resolute and powerful, like an invisible force inspiring every soldier. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan, the twin brothers, had followed Gu Zhengming since childhood, their eyes filled with trust and determination. They quickly gathered their team, weapons in hand, and charged towards the enemies in the darkness. Their figures cast resolute arcs under the lights, and every shot was precise. Outside the shelter, there was also a great commotion. It turned out that remnants of the key group had arrived and seized the opportunity to launch an attack. They intended to take advantage of the chaos to seize control of the shelter. Faced with the dilemma of attacks from both inside and outside, Qin Muge and his team found themselves in an unprecedented crisis. Fortunately, the second squad, led by Ron, was responsible for setting traps and obstacles inside the underground shelter to delay the enemy's advance. He moved swiftly and gracefully, navigating through the narrow corridors with ease. He remained calm, as if playing a life-and-death game with the enemy. During the intense battle, the members of the Amano family not only aimed to subdue Zhao Qian and others, but also targeted the key facilities within the shelter. While Zhao Qian fought back fiercely, he caught sight of several members of the Amano family stealthily approaching the quantum-splitting machine deep within the shelter. Zhao Qian knew the importance of that quantum-splitting machine, which was a crucial facility for the shelter. Every part and every line of it embodied the wisdom and sweat of many scientists, serving as a vital pillar for their survival here. Unfortunately, it seemed that the members of the Amano family also understood the value of this machine. They wielded destructive tools, their eyes glinting with greed and ruthlessness. Zhao Qian's heart tightened as he realized that if he couldn't stop these people, the consequences of the quantum-splitting machine being destroyed would be unimaginable. He tried to allocate forces to protect the quantum-splitting machine, but the Amano family's assault was fierce, and Zhao Qian and his team were almost overwhelmed. They could only watch helplessly as a few members of the Amano family approached the quantum-splitting machine and swung their destructive tools down hard. Bang! With a loud crash, a huge gash was smashed into the shell of the quantum-splitting machine, exposing the intricate parts and lines inside to the air. The members of the Amano family continued their frenzied destruction, their laughter and roars echoing throughout the shelter as if celebrating their victory. Zhao Qian's heart sank to the bottom. He knew that the damage to the quantum-splitting machine not only meant a disruption of energy supply, but could also trigger a series of chain reactions, causing immeasurable losses to the shelter. He had to think of a way to protect it quickly. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Amidst the chaos of the fierce battle, Zhao Qian suddenly heard hurried footsteps and shouts nearby. He looked up to see a group of reinforcements in shelter uniforms rushing towards them. Their arrival like a breath of fresh air, instantly dispelling Zhao Qian's anxiety and despair. This group of reinforcements was spontaneously formed by other residents within shelter. Upon learning of the Amano family's invasion, they immediately set aside their work, grabbed weapons, and rushed to the battlefield. "Brothers, hold on. We are here," shouted the leader of the reinforcements loudly. With the arrival of the reinforcements, the situation on the battlefield quickly turned around. Zhao Qian and his team were instantly invigorated as they fought alongside the reinforcements, collectively resisting the attacks from the Amano family. The members of the Amano family, caught off guard by the sudden reinforcements, fell into chaos, their assaults becoming disordered. Zhao Qian seized this opportunity to quickly command his soldiers to launch a siege against the members of the Amano family. Utilizing the terrain and their numerical advantage, they gradually cornered the Amano family members into a small corner. At that moment, Zhao Qian saw a member of the Amano family stealthily approaching the quantum-splitting machine, attempting to carry out final destruction. His heart tightened. He knew this was a decisive moment. With bullets exhausted, he drew out his long knife and charged towards that member of the Amano family, determined to stop his destructive actions. In the fierce chase, Zhao Qian engaged in a life-and-death struggle with a member of the Amano family. Their figures darted across the battlefield, each clash accompanied by sparks and the sounds of metal colliding. With his exceptional martial skills and firm belief, Zhao Qian finally managed to subdue the member of the Amano family to the ground. With the capture of this member of the Amano family, the remaining members lost their last will to resist. They were all subdued by Zhao Qian and his team, and the battlefield finally returned to calm. The members of the Amano family were finally repelled, and the remnants of the Qi group had also been cleared away. However, the shelter had paid a heavy price. Many innocent lives were lost in this battle, and the entire shelter was shrouded in sadness. After the battle, the residents of the shelter began to clear the battlefield and repair the damaged facilities. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian, along with several soldiers, escorted the members of the Amano family to a safe location for interrogation. Fan Yu stood amidst the ruins, her gaze fixed tightly on the once glorious steel behemoth, her eyes filled with anxiety and anger. The quantum-splitting machine was her pride, the hope of the shelter. Yet at this moment, the quantum-splitting machine was unrecognizable. Its shell was shattered, and the intricate parts and lines were exposed, resembling a beast stripped of its fur, helplessly lying there. Fan Yu clenched her fists, knowing that the damage to the quantum-splitting machine meant that Su Lang's time-space travel would be severely affected, potentially triggering a series of chain reactions that could bring immeasurable losses to humanity. Most critically, at this crucial moment, Su Lang was about to return. Chapter 100 Ordinary Reality. Before Su Lang returned, Fan Yu had already spent a considerable amount of time and energy on repairs. Yet even so, she still couldn't complete the restoration in a short time. The quantum splitting machine wasn't completely unusable. It was just that no one knew what kind of effects it would have on the user. Looking at the frail Su Lang, Fan Yu once again confirmed her suspicions. The impact and damage the quantum splitting machine had on Su Lang was an extremely complex and multifaceted issue. This cutting-edge technological device, in theory, could utilize the properties of quantum mechanics to achieve the splitting and recombination of matter at the microscopic level, thus triggering a series of biochemical and physiological reactions. However, such interventions in the natural physiological processes of a human body inevitably came with potential risks and uncertainties. At this moment, all theories were validated by Su Lang. I'm back. Su Lang barely opened his eyes, but a strong sense of dizziness immediately struck him. His mind felt as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. The pain was unbearable. His vision began to blur, and the sounds around him became more and more distant. He struggled to steady himself, but his body involuntarily trembled. Su Lang felt a hot energy spreading within him. This energy burned like a fierce fire, scorching every inch of his skin and causing him immense pain. His skin began to redden and even showed signs of slight burns. More seriously, Su Lang felt his vitality rapidly fading. His heart was beating abnormally violently, as if it were about to leap out of his chest. His breathing became rapid and short, as if he couldn't inhale enough oxygen to sustain his life. Doctor! Doctor! Listening to Fan Yu's cries, Su Lang forced a smile. The frequency of the word doctor appearing in such a short time was indeed too high, so high that he felt as if his life might be nearing its end. A month. Su Lang had been bedridden for a whole month. During this month, he oscillated between consciousness and unconsciousness. Sometimes even he couldn't tell what was real and what was a dream, with the past and future intertwining, and those events that had happened, those that were happening now, and his expectations for the future played back and forth like a revolving lantern in Su Lang's mind. By the time he could converse normally with Fan Yu, she was almost moved to tears. Congratulations, you have a baby. Su Lang looked at Fan Yu's flat abdomen and said sincerely. He thought Fan Yu would politely say thank you or talk about something related to the baby, but unexpectedly, Fan Yu suddenly reddened her eyes. What's wrong? Su Lang realized something was off at this moment, his expression changing. The child is gone. Fan Yu calmly stated this, then added, the child's father is dead too. Su Lang was stunned. For a moment, he didn't know what words to use to respond. The child is gone. The child's father is dead. Su Lang murmured Fan Yu's words. Each word felt like a heavy hammer striking his heart. He looked at Fan Yu's face, which was calm to the point of indifference, and a wave of indescribable sadness surged in his heart. Su Lang knew that Fan Yu's indifference was not due to a lack of feelings for her husband and child, but rather a despair for this world. What left her indifferent was herself, the part of her that was still alive in this world. Fan Yu was a researcher. In the underground shelter, her world seemed to be filled with experiments, data, and precision instruments. Her life was filled with a thirst for knowledge, and her hands could skillfully manipulate those seemingly complex devices. Before meeting Li Hao, Fan Yu always thought of herself as an aloof person. As a researcher, her world was filled with data and logic, and emotions seemed like a luxurious thing to her. She had grown accustomed to the solitude and silence of being alone, always viewing the love stories and romantic feelings around her with a detached observer's attitude. She believed she had enough knowledge and rationality to face all the challenges in life, and love was just a small part of it, perhaps even dispensable. She believed that as long as she focused on research, she could find her own value and meaning. Their meeting seemed to be a twist of fate. That day, Fan Yu was busy in the lab, studying the effects of splitting on living organisms. Perhaps due to several nights of sleepless research, Fan Yu's mental state reached a critical point, and in a moment of distraction, a test tube slipped from her hand, about to shatter on the ground. At that moment, Li Hao rushed over and securely caught the test tube, preventing a potential disaster. In that instant, Fan Yu looked up at him, surprise and gratitude flashing in her eyes. Hello, my name is Li Hao. The task assigned to me by the team leader is to ensure your personal safety while you conduct research in normal environments. From that day on, Li Hao became a frequent visitor to Fan Yu's lab. He would silently stand by her side while she was busy passing her tools and bringing her materials. He didn't understand research, but he was willing to do everything within his power for Fanyu. Gradually, Fanyu got used to his presence, his concern, and his care, which brought her a warmth she had never felt before. Over time, a special feeling developed between them. They began to take walks together, chat, and share their lives with one another. Fanyu would tell Li Hao about her research progress, while Li Hao would describe his experiences during missions. Their worlds began to intertwine, and their hearts gradually drew closer. On a sunny afternoon, Li Hao gathered his courage and expressed his love for Fanyu. He nervously looked at her, afraid of being rejected. But Fanyu smiled and nodded, her eyes sparkling with happiness. In that moment, they embraced tightly, as if the whole world had blossomed. Klitsch, ordinary, but this is true love. Simple, without too many ups and downs. In the special environment of the underground shelter, their love bloomed like a flower, bringing a touch of warmth and color to this cold world. They supported and encouraged each other, facing various challenges in life together. Their love was not just an exchange of feelings. It was also a spiritual refuge and a source of strength. Their home, though humble, was filled with the breath of love. On the wall hung their handmade wedding photo, in which they smiled brightly, with only each other in their eyes. On the table were several pots of green plants, carefully nurtured by Fanyu, bringing a hint of vitality and life to this dark shelter. Li Hao would place some small trinkets he brought back from his missions in the corner, whether it was a uniquely shaped stone or a wildflower blooming in the ruins. These seemingly insignificant things became small joys in their lives. As time passed, their feelings deepened. Fanyu began to look forward to the arrival of a new life. She hoped to create a small family of their own with Li Hao. Thus, they began to strive for a fertility quota, hoping to give each other a complete home in this uncertain world. During the process of striving for the fertility quota, they encountered many difficulties, but they did not give up. Their desire for new life helped them through those tough times. Eventually, they successfully obtained the fertility quota, and at that moment, they were overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears. When the news of Fanyu's pregnancy arrived, Li Hao was ecstatic. He carefully stroked Fanyu's small abdomen, as if he could feel the presence of the unborn little life. He promised to be a good father and to use all his strength to protect this family. Fanyu, as a researcher, approached every matter in life with a rigorous and meticulous attitude, especially regarding the preparation for pregnancy. She has established a series of scientific and strict rules to ensure her and the baby's health. First, Fanyu has created a detailed dietary plan for herself. In the shelter, resources are limited, and every bite of food is particularly precious. Therefore, she pays more attention to the selection and combination of food, striving to achieve a balanced intake of nutrients under limited conditions. Li Hao also actively cooperates. The couple puts all their food together every day, selecting ingredients rich in protein, vitamins, and minerals, all for Fanyu. In the end, it is only with Fanyu's insistence that he is willing to keep for himself. Besides diet, Fanyu also emphasizes exercise and rest. She schedules a certain amount of time every day for moderate exercise, such as walking and yoga, to enhance her body's resistance and flexibility. At the same time, she ensures sufficient sleep, avoiding staying up late and excessive fatigue to maintain her physical and mental health. During the preparation for pregnancy, Fanyu pays special attention to avoiding contact with harmful substances. She wears protective clothing, gloves, and a mask at work to avoid harmful exposure. At home, she regularly cleans and disinfects to ensure the hygiene and safety of her living environment. In addition, Fanyu has developed a detailed pregnancy preparation plan. She regularly visits the doctor for physical checkups to understand her and the baby's health status. During the preparation process, Fanyu also pays special attention to regulating her emotions. She knows that maintaining a good mindset is equally important for pregnancy preparation. Therefore, she relieves stress and keeps her mood pleasant and relaxed through reading, listening to music, and communicating with friends. These rules seem cumbersome, but for Fanyu, they are essential. She hopes to create a healthy and safe environment for herself and the baby through these scientific and rigorous pregnancy preparation methods, welcoming the arrival of new life. And Li Hao fully supports her decision, accompanying her through this special time. As the days go by, Fanyu's belly gradually rises. and Li Hao takes great care of her, accompanying her for walks and chatting, while he takes on all the household chores. They look forward to the arrival of the baby together, imagining their future life. No matter what the future holds, I will always be by your side, protecting you and the baby. This is Li Hao's promise to Fan Yu, but now, everything has changed. Su Lang can imagine the pain Fan Yu has endured. The dim and weak light casts a somber glow on Su Lang and Fan Yu's faces, adding to the heavy atmosphere. The shelter is filled with the smell of dust and gunpowder, mixed with the pungent odor of disinfectant, constantly reminding people of the cruelty of war and the torment of injuries. Fan Yu sits on a rickety wooden chair, her hands tightly clasped, her gaze vacant and confused. She looks at the ground as if it holds all her unspoken pain and sorrow. Su Lang sits across from her, his eyes filled with concern and sympathy. But he knows that at this moment, any words would seem pale and powerless. Fan Yu slowly speaks, her voice low and trembling. That day, the T&I family was ambushed. Before he left, he held me tightly and told me he would definitely come back and protect our child. Her voice is filled with memories and pain. I walked him to the door, watching him step by step into the battlefield. I had no choice because what he did was the right choice. Su Lang listens quietly, feeling the pain and struggle in Fan Yu's heart. He gently holds her hand, wanting to give her some comfort. He is a hero. What he wants to protect is not just the shelter, but you both, you and the unborn child. Fan Yu nods, tears welling in her eyes. Yes, he is a hero, but heroes always face sacrifice. He always said that as long as we are together, everything will be fine, and we will have our baby in our home. He said that the days ahead would only get better. Fan Yu's voice chokes, and her body trembles uncontrollably. I have always held on to hope, thinking that if you come back, everything will change. Perhaps our child could live on the surface too. But everything came too fast. That battle, he didn't come back. A wave of emotion surges in Su Lang's heart. He understands Fan Yu's pain and despair at this moment. Fan Yu raises her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. I understand. I know. I must be strong. But I have lost not only him. Her voice trembles, as if every word is squeezed out from the depths of her heart. When I learned of his sacrifice, I had a miscarriage. That child never got the chance to see this world before leaving. He didn't like this world. He chose to leave with his father. They're all gone, leaving me, just me alone. Tears also well up in Su Lang's eyes. He tightly embraces Fan Yu, allowing her to cry on his shoulder. He knows that at this moment, any comforting words are redundant. He can only tell her with his embrace and warmth that she is not alone. After a long time, Fan Yu's emotions gradually calm down. She raises her head and looks at Su Lang. Fortunately, Su Lang, you came back. Fortunately, you are alive. Chapter 101. War and Peace. Su Lang had also experienced the pain of losing loved ones, so he empathized with Fan Yu's plight. He had spent quite some time with Fan Yu and understood her character. He knew that at this moment. What she needed was not verbal consolation, but a solution to the problem. Taking advantage of the clarity in his mind, Su Lang told Fan Yu everything he had experienced during his time in the past era. If possible, he would have preferred to show her the data or records directly. Unfortunately, the nature of the quantum splitting machine meant he could not bring anything back except for himself. After confirming that Su Lang's body was temporarily fine, Fan Yu decided to let him meet the captured invaders. The attackers of the shelter included not only the T&I family, but also remnants of the Qi group. The merger and split of these two factions have been mentioned by Chang Wuhui earlier, and after this incident, the command center had unearthed even more detailed intelligence. It turned out that since the establishment of Shelter Number 09, the Qi group had maintained its dominant position with its powerful strength and resources. The group not only controlled most of the resource distribution within Shelter Number 09, but also was responsible for maintaining safety and order inside the shelter. Under the leadership of the Qi group, various affairs in the shelter ran smoothly, and the residents' lives were relatively stable. From a certain perspective, the Qi group did fulfill its promise to provide those people with a chance to survive and shelter. At that time, the T&I family, as a major force within the shelter, although possessing considerable strength, had not been able to stand out due to the suppression from the Qi group. More critically, as affiliates of the Qi group, they were also required to contribute their strength and resources to maintain the operation of the shelter. Initially, they could endure this, But as the Qi group's power was too overwhelming, they had no choice but to swallow their grievances. However, increasing friction made them begin to doubt the system and the authority of the Qi group. From then on, they publicly expressed obedience to the Qi group, but secretly accumulated strength, waiting for the opportunity to arise. As time went on, dissatisfaction within the TNI family grew stronger, and they began to explicitly express their discontent with the Qi group's rule, believing they deserved more power and status. However, their demands did not receive the response they wanted, leading to a rebellion. In this rebellion, the TNI family meticulously planned an attack against the Qi group. They exploited the internal contradictions and loopholes within the Qi group, successfully enticing a senior member of the Qi group by offering benefits while also showcasing their armed strength, making the senior member realize that the Qi group was on the decline and it was crucial to stand on the right side at this moment. When the attack occurred, the traitors and invaders collaborated, catching the Qi group off guard. In this assault, the Qi group suffered heavy losses, with many important members captured or killed. The TNI family's betrayal completely overturned the situation within the shelter. With this victory, they quickly seized control of the shelter, pushing the Qi group into a desperate situation. Although the Qi group was severely damaged, it did not completely collapse. They relied on their remaining strength to enter a backup shelter, where they began anew. The environment in the backup shelter was rudimentary, with scarce resources, but for them, it was the only hope. With the split of the two factions, the situation within shelter number 09 became even more complex. Although the TNI family held the upper hand, they also faced resistance and harassment from the remnants of the Qi group, while the Qi group worked hard to regain strength in the backup shelter, preparing to return to their old territory one day. Under the rule of the TNI family, the atmosphere in shelter number 09 became tense and oppressive. Although they controlled most of the resources and held absolute power over shelter number 09, they could not completely eliminate the remnants of the Qi group. The conflicts and frictions between the two sides escalated continuously, causing the residents of both shelters to live in fear and anxiety. Even more frightening, the TNI family, intoxicated by the temptation of power, began to become greedy and brutal. They not only exploited the residents' resources, but also subjected them to harsh oppression and exploitation. This behavior made the residents increasingly dissatisfied and angry with the TNI family's rule. Meanwhile, in the backup shelter, the people of the Qi group began to rebuild their sphere of influence. They learned from past lessons, placing greater emphasis on internal management. And to prevent the emergence of new traitors, they strengthened surveillance, leading to a high-pressure environment for the residents. Throughout it all, they aimed to return to their old territory and regain dominance. For over a decade, wars of various sizes continued. In this power struggle within the shelter, the relationship between the Qi group and the TNI family underwent dramatic changes from dominance to division and then to exile, all mixed with greed and lust for power. In this struggle, there were no true winners, only endless pain and sacrifice. In the dim, underground shelter, Su Lang and Fan Yu sat side by side at a worn-out table, their eyes, illuminated by weak light, fell upon the exhausted residents of the shelter who had suffered from war and disaster. Su Lang said softly, "The KY group and the TNI family are both eyeing our shelter. Whichever side takes it will turn it into their battlefield." Fan Yu nodded gently, her voice carrying a hint of determination. "We cannot let them succeed. We need to find a way to delay their actions while protecting the people in the shelter." Su Lang furrowed his brow. Delaying their actions is not easy. Both factions are powerful. We neither have the strength to confront them directly nor the resources to support a long-term resistance. Fan Yu pondered for a moment, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. The more someone cares about something, the more it becomes their weakness. This is an unchanging truth. Perhaps we could try to exploit their hatred for each other and their lust for power. Standing nearby, Gu understood Fan Yu's meaning. But this plan was easier said than done, and it carried significant risks. "Leave this to me," Gu said firmly and confidently, as if an indescribable force radiated from him, making others naturally trust him. His gaze was piercing, looking directly at Su Lang and Fan Yu, as if he could see through their doubts and anxieties. "I will find a way to create some conflicts and frictions, making the relationship between the Qi group and the TNI family even tenser," Gu continued, his voice deep and powerful, like a beacon in the dark night. guiding everyone forward. Su Lang and Fan Yu exchanged glances, seeing steadfastness and trust in each other's eyes. They knew that TOLLS was a clever and strategic person. Since he said so, he must have his plans and intentions. At the same time, I will also use this time to strengthen the defenses of the shelter. TOLLS added, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes, as if he could already envision the shelter's indestructible future. However, he shifted his tone to a serious one. But even if we accomplish these things, it is only a temporary victory. Do you understand what I mean? Su Lang and Fan Yu nodded silently. They certainly understood TOLLS' meaning. In this unpredictable world, nothing is eternal. Even if they temporarily won against the Qi group and the TNI family, there was no guarantee that new crises wouldn't arise in the future. What they needed to do was not only to cope with the current crisis, but also to prepare for future challenges. We need a long-term plan, Su Lang said, his voice filled with determination. We cannot be satisfied with immediate victories. We must plan for the future of the shelter. 3 days later, Su Lang and Fan Yu had a real plan to announce to the world, the return of peace. In the deep corners of the shelter, Su Lang and Fan Yu appeared unusually resolute. The documents in their hands were like a flash of lightning, breaking through the darkness and bringing unprecedented hope. But this document was a forgery. Su Lang could not bring back real data from the past using the quantum splitter, but now the developments had exceeded the controllable range. Su Lang frowned, his voice low. We must let everyone know about the existence of this document, or rather, the existence of hope. Only in this way can we break the deadlock between the Qi group, the TNI family, and the shelter, uniting everyone for a common interest. If we could return to surface life, who would still fight over the dark shelter? They needed to let everyone know that Su Lang had brought back the hope of rebuilding a bright future. Fan Yu nodded, a flicker of resolve in her eyes. She knew that this decision could bring unknown risks, but they had no way out. Only by making everyone aware of this document could the shelter escape its current predicament and welcome true peace and hope. They gathered all the residents of the shelter and made the contents of the document public. When that seemingly ordinary document was displayed before everyone, the entire shelter fell into a brief silence. Then, a deafening cheer and applause erupted. People gathered around Su Lang and Fan Yu, their eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. They knew that this document was not just a thick stack of paper. It represented hope and the future. With this document, they had the possibility to rebuild their home and return to surface life. However, the appearance of this document also attracted the attention of other forces. After the Qi group and the TNI family learned of the news, they sent people to investigate the truth. They didn't believe that a small shelter could possess such important information. The KY group and the TNI family, these two powerful forces, were like two fierce tigers lurking in the shadows. Although they appeared uninterested on the surface, they secretly sent out numerous spies to try to uncover the truth behind the document. Su Lang knew that every step ahead would be crucial. The shelter had to navigate carefully between these two powerful forces, convincing them of the shelter's value while not letting them discover the truth about the document. This was a war without smoke, with every step filled with uncertainty and danger. Fan Yu and TOLLS were also secretly arranging everything. They contacted everyone within the shelter to ensure that they could form a powerful force at critical moments. At the same time, they kept a close watch on the movements outside, ensuring they could respond immediately to any signs of trouble. Days passed, and the atmosphere within the shelter grew increasingly tense. Su Lang and Fan Yu knew they had to act quickly. Otherwise, if the enemy sensed something, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, they began a series of operations. First, they deliberately released some vague messages, claiming these were the contents of the document, including various experimental results and investigation outcomes. At the same time, they secretly contacted the two major forces, pretending to woo them to their side, hoping to use the document as leverage for negotiations. However, everything did not go smoothly. The KY group and the TNI family were not fools. They quickly sensed the unusual behavior of the shelter and began to intensify their pressure and frequency of attacks, trying to force Su Lang and Fan Yu to hand over the document. In the face of this situation, Su Lang and Fan Yu did not panic. They were well prepared, utilizing the terrain and facilities of the shelter to successfully fend off multiple attacks from the enemy. At the same time, they used this opportunity to further understand the enemy's strength and intentions, making thorough preparations for future actions. During this process, Su Lang and Fan Yu realized that merely relying on vague messages and feigned alliances was far from enough. They needed to present more compelling evidence to prove the authenticity of the document, or rather, to turn the false into the true. Therefore, they decided to take the risk of visiting the places from Su Lang's memory, searching for the existence of humanity's future homes on the surface. This was an extremely dangerous operation. They had to face threats from the enemy as well as various unknown dangers. But Su Lang and Fan Yu did not back down. They knew this was their only chance and the only way to fight for the future of the shelter. After a grueling effort, they finally found those places. They saw the once forgotten cities, the streets covered in ruins, and the buildings that were once prosperous but now empty. They went to Yanhai Bay. Time had polished everything. This city had been completely restored by nature, with traces of humanity nearly vanished, replaced by a tranquil and primal landscape. The once bustling streets were now covered by dense green vegetation. Tall trees stood majestically, their branches intertwining, forming a thick canopy. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, creating dappled light on the ground. Among the bushes, wildflowers and grasses grew freely, colorful and exuding a faint fragrance. At the dock, the waves gently lapped against the shore, carrying away the noise and busyness of the past. Occasionally, a few seagulls skimmed across the sea surface, emitting crisp calls, adding a touch of life to this tranquil sea. The beach and rocks lay quietly, witnessing the passage of time. The high-rise buildings had long collapsed under the erosion of wind and rain, leaving only broken walls and ruins, covered in green vines and moss, as if nature was slowly consuming them. These ruins were no longer symbols of human civilization, but had become part of nature, blending with the surrounding environment. This city had completely returned to nature, devoid of human traces, yet it remained beautiful and vibrant. Nature, in its unique way, had restored this once prosperous land so perfectly that it was awe-inspiring. Here had become a paradise for flora and fauna, and a beacon of hope for people returning to the surface. Standing here, Su Lang couldn't help but ponder. What do the guardians of the city truly protect? The past or the future? Chapter 102, please. Kill Me. Su Lang went to the place where he once wrote his diary. A new ecosystem had fully established itself in that land, perhaps because it had never been tainted by modern industrialization. Its recovery and development were astonishing. Looking at the grass and trees here, Su Lang felt a sense of reluctance. He was reluctant to expose this utopia to the public. He selfishly wanted to keep this place for the animals and plants that originally belonged here, for everything that was part of the original ecological chain, for nature. Just as Su Lang was lost in thought, he caught a glimpse of a deer moving through the woods. He rubbed his eyes, wanting to see it more clearly. The deer seemed to look back at him, its gaze clear and profound, as if it could see into his heart. Su Lang was moved. He remembered Luna's desire to say goodbye to that deer. The deer seemed to become a bond, connecting memories and emotions. Su Lang couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps this was the magic of nature, which could touch people's souls in some way, allowing them to feel the beauty and meaning of life. Eventually, Su Lang went to Fululi. Lin Feng and his family had long turned to dust, and the people who once lived here had also vanished. Lin Feng was right. The only thing that remains is memory. Su Lang went to that CAF, where scenes from the past seemed to still be vivid. Lin Feng had held onto his true self until the last moment of his life, still accompanying his family. The person was gone, but the style lived on. Along the way, they took a lot of photos and videos, documenting the true state of these places. This evidence was enough to enhance the authenticity of that document and to make the two powerful factions reassess their attitudes toward the shelter. When Su Lang and Fan Yu returned to the shelter with this evidence, the entire shelter was in an uproar. People saw hope and a future. They began to actively cooperate with the Commander's work, working together for the future of the shelter. At the same time, Qingyan also showed this evidence to the Qi group and the TNI family. When these two powerful factions saw the real evidence, they were deeply shocked. Both the Qi group and the TNI family had previously held a skeptical attitude toward these things, but when the real evidence was presented before them, They had been caught in fierce conflict, but the emergence of this document allowed them to see the possibility of ending the fighting and returning to the surface. After more than 20 years, everyone was too tired. Over the long span of more than 20 years, the struggle between the TNI family and the Qi group was like a bottomless vortex, pulling people in and making it impossible to escape. This once prosperous land had now become a shelter shrouded in darkness, with people's lives overshadowed by heavy gloom. Inside the shelter, the light was dim, and the air was filled with dampness and mold. In the cramped living spaces, people huddled together, living like rats. There was no sunlight, no greenery, only endless darkness and oppression. Every person's face was marked by fatigue and despair, their eyes devoid of the light they once had. When going outside, people had to wear heavy radiation protection gear. These devices were like heavy shackles, binding their bodies and souls. Each time they donned the gear was a drain on their vitality. The airtight radiation suits made them sweat profusely and breathe heavily. The heavy helmets obstructed their vision, preventing them from feeling even a hint of warmth from the outside world. In such an environment, people's mindset gradually changed. Originally kind and simple people began to grow suspicious and indifferent. They no longer trusted others, only believing in their own strength and interests. The continuous struggle and deceit made them cunning and cruel. They learned to use lies and deception to protect themselves and to seize interest through violence and threats. In the darkness, familial love, friendship, and romance all became fragile. People, in their quest for survival and gain, did not hesitate to betray relatives, friends, and even lovers. The trust and care that once existed had vanished, leaving only endless suspicion and conflict. Children grew up in such an environment, their childhood filled with fear and anxiety. They had never seen sunlight or greenery, only knowing the cruelty and darkness of this world. Their souls were deeply scarred, becoming sensitive and fragile. They longed for love and care, but what they received was indifference and betrayal. And those young people who once held dreams and ideals also lost their direction on this land. Their past passion and enthusiasm were worn down by the cruelty and ruthlessness of reality. They began to doubt their value and abilities, sinking into deep confusion and despair. The erosion of more than 20 years had caused a significant change in people's nature. They became indifferent, selfish, and cruel, losing their former kindness and innocence. They struggled to survive on this land, fighting endlessly for survival and gain. When a glimmer of hope to return to the surface was gently placed before them, at that moment, the entire number 09 shelter seemed to freeze. TNI family patriarch TNI Masaki trembled as he took that hope, his eyes sparkling with a long-lost light, as if he saw the sunny, vibrant world from many years ago. The people around him were also drawn to this sudden change, gathering around with curiosity to observe this hope. In that moment, their faces revealed long-lost anticipation and excitement, as if they were about to bid farewell to more than 20 years of suffering and struggle. "Is this really true?" a young man asked with a trembling voice, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Can we return to the surface, restart our lives, and see the sunlight again?" This question struck like lightning, instantly breaking the gloom and oppression within the shelter. People began to cheer and embrace. Smiles long forgotten appeared on their faces, and their eyes sparkled with hope and longing for the future. However, amidst this joy and excitement, there were also doubts and worries. After all, 20 years of underground life had accustomed them to darkness and confinement, and there were the sins of the past. The TNI family knew well what they had done. If judgment were to come, one by one, if they were really to be held accountable, lies cannot stand in the light. The ancestors of the TNI family had once conducted human experiments for the glory and benefit of the family, even betraying former allies. The crimes they had committed were like heavy shackles, constantly binding their souls. The years of underground life felt like a long nightmare, making them struggle in the darkness. Could they withstand the accusations of the victims, the righteous judgment? What about the sanctions they had once avoided with power and money? Compared to the excitement of the young people, the elders of the TNI family wore heavy expressions, and the spark in TNI Masaki's eyes gradually faded. A wave of determination surged within TNI Masaki. He knew well that the sins of the past could not be easily erased. They wanted to return to the surface. but certainly not through any negotiations. He looked up at the excited young people, slowly stood up, and walked into the inner room. Several elders exchanged glances and followed him. It was time to teach these young people some lessons. T.N.I. Masaki spoke with his back to the crowd, but now they were all in high spirits. Everyone wanted to return to the surface too eagerly, and if they really went to battle, they couldn't rely on us old folks. One elder voiced his concerns. T.N.I. Masaki slowly turned around, his gaze sharp as an eagle. He scanned the crowd and finally fixed his eyes on the elder's face. Don't forget, the blood that flows through their veins is that of the T.N.I. family. The Amano family must possess the ambition and ruthlessness of the Amano family. So, what you mean is, the elder asked cautiously, we can pretend to agree to negotiations on behalf of shelter number 09, but we must return to the surface. Amano Masao shifted his tone, but those returning to the surface can only be us. The elder was stunned by his words and momentarily dared not speak. Amano Masao continued, we have endured over 20 years of darkness. It is time to let these people know that the outside world is not as beautiful as they imagine. We must make them understand that only the strong can survive and only the ruthless can stand firm. His voice revealed an undeniable determination. Yes, in the end, only we, who understand the way of survival, can return to the surface, another elder sneered. Betrayal and deception are not new to them, whether in the past regarding the Qi group or now. They want to return to the surface, but those lies and sins can only be buried underground, along with those who know those lies and sins. Amano Masao smiled slightly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. First, we need to make the young people believe that we genuinely want to negotiate and return to the surface. We need to instill in them a belief that as long as they follow our arrangements, they can realize their dream of seeing the sun again. He paused and continued. Then, at a critical moment, we will be forced to make some choices. These choices will make them see reality and understand that only the strong can survive, while the weak can only become sacrifices. The elders listened, both frightened and attracted by Amano Masao's plan. They knew it was a cruel plan, but it was also an effective one. If successful, they could rid themselves of past sins and stand under the sunlight on the surface again. A day later, Amano Masao sent an invitation for negotiations to the shelter. This invitation was phrased humbly and sincerely, seemingly expressing the Amano family's desire to end the conflict and return to the surface together. At the same time, the shelter also received a negotiation invitation from the Qi group. This invitation arrived almost simultaneously with the Amano families, causing the people in the shelter to ponder. They began to speculate about the true intentions behind these two invitations and grew increasingly doubtful about the upcoming negotiations. Looking at the two invitation documents, Fanyu lightly frowned and asked, what do you think of this so-called negotiation? Su Lang was silent for a moment and then slowly spoke. Do you think they're sincere? Fanyu smiled, her smile tinged with a hint of sarcasm. In this world, sincerity is often the rarest thing. The Amano family and the Qi group, they have no sincerity, only ambition. Negotiations are merely a means for them. Su Lang nodded in agreement. Exactly. What they want is profit, not peace. This negotiation is likely a trap set for them to achieve some purpose. Fanyu smiled. So, already have the answer in your heart, don't you? Standing beside them, Qingyan, straightforward as always, disliked beating around the bush and was too lazy to ponder the complex human hearts and calculations. He spoke directly. Anyway, we're not really counting on them to negotiate. The priority is still to get the real documents. Qingyan's words hit the core of the issue like a heavy hammer. In this era filled with uncertainties and crises, power is the best guarantee at any time. With strength and resources, everything can be broken and all obstacles can be cleared. Su Lang nodded at Qingyan. He was right. What they needed was not empty promises and hypocritical negotiations from their opponents, but rather tangible resources and strength of their own. Fanyu also nodded in agreement. Indeed, we need to obtain that real document as soon as possible. It may hide crucial information and resources, which are the foundation of our existence. In this world full of uncertainties and crises, strength can overcome everything. They must use their strength and wisdom to break all shackles and limitations. However, due to the nature of the quantum splitter, time travelers cannot bring back anything other than themselves. if they want to obtain the real documents. There is only one way. Leave a message. A message from the past to the future. How many times can I go? Su Lang asked. Fan Yu suddenly fell silent. Su Lang's physical condition was already very poor. Tell me the truth. This is important. Su Lang said seriously. Fan Yu took a deep breath. Once? A round trip? Or a one-way ticket? Su Lang pressed. A one-way ticket. Fan Yu looked at Su Lang, hoping he could understand the danger involved. The quantum splitter was damaged, and it could barely complete the transmission, but the harm to the body would be much greater than before. This had already been verified when Su Lang was sent back. In other words, this was a journey destined for sacrifice. But Su Lang hardly hesitated. He directly asked, "How long will I die after going back?" Fan Yu hesitated. She had not expected Su Lang to ask this question. Since there is no precedent, we cannot be sure, and your current physical changes are significant. So the prediction, I hope it will be quick. Su Lang smiled, looking intently at Fan Yu. So I can only ask you to kill me. Chapter 103. Closed loop. The snake bites its own tail. The sanctuary was in a critical situation, and every soldier was essential, whether it was Qingyan or Gu Zhongmei. Furthermore, given the risks involved, confidentiality was paramount, and a backup plan for unforeseen circumstances had to be in place, which meant it could only be entrusted to someone reliable. After much deliberation, Su Lang reluctantly had to enlist the help of the last person he wanted to involve, Fan Yu. They followed the familiar path, walking one behind the other through the narrow corridor, stopping in front of the massive laboratory door. Pupil recognition. Chief Researcher Fan Yu. Recognition successful. Unlocking. Inside the windowless room, illuminated by cold, white artificial lights, everything was much the same as before. The repaired instruments were arranged at their respective workstations, with clear lines and clean surfaces. The previously broken circuits had been resoldered, and the electronic display screens were scrolling stable data streams. Although there was still a faint odor in the air, it was no longer the acrid smell of burning, but the familiar scent of machine oil. The debris and stains on the floor had been thoroughly cleaned, revealing the originally sturdy and wear-resistant metal floor. The leaking liquids in the corners had also been properly handled by professionals, leaving no safety hazards behind. On the walls of the laboratory, the previously charred marks were covered with a new layer of paint, becoming smooth and even. Su Lang looked around, filled with reluctance. He could even clearly remember the scene when he first stepped in here. Unfortunately, this time it was a farewell. Objects can find ways to be repaired, but humans do not have the ability to come back to life. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many regrets. Su Lang turned to Fan Yu and said apologetically, "I'm sorry." He had so much to say, but in the end, only these 3 words remained. Fortunately, Fan Yu understood him. "You don't need to apologize. It was I who pulled you into this. The one who should apologize is me." Fan Yu smiled and shook her head, then pretended to be relaxed in the past. "It was because I had too many concerns that I left the chance to be a hero to you. Now it's good. I'm finally free and can compete for the title of hero myself." Hero. Su Lang lowered his head, unsure of what he was contemplating. After a moment, he murmured, "A truly beautiful world doesn't need heroes. It needs people who no longer lie." Indeed, in a world filled with lies and deception, no matter how many heroes stand up to save the crisis, it is difficult to salvage the disasters caused by the absence of truth. Su Lang took a deep breath and walked step by step toward that steel behemoth, toward his destiny. He didn't have much time to lament the past or reminisce. Time is life, and the situation could change at any moment. He had to race against time. Target time, October 3rd, 2265. Target location, Qingyan University Central Lecture Hall. Splintered Su Lang. Before leaving this era, Su Lang's last words were, "Do not trust those who have lied, even if they apologize." That's right. Do not trust the TNI family, and do not trust the Key Group. They're all people who have lied. Those who have lied will not change because they have tasted the sweet fruits nurtured by lies. They enjoy the pleasure of deceiving others. The so-called apologies are merely stopgap measures. They can bow countless times, shed crocodile tears, and express their regrets passionately, but if given another chance, they would still make the same choice. 7 years later, Su Lang returned to the Central Lecture Hall of Qingyan University. According to the information provided by Fan Yu, this was the last place Qingyan was photographed before his death. Su Lang glanced at his watch. It was 2:30 p.m., more than an hour until Gu Qingyan's appearance. He had to wait here for a chance encounter, as expected. 7 years ago, Qingyan University, as a top institution, was a scientific sanctuary that countless students dreamed of. It was serene and tranquil, like a dazzling pearl embedded between lush green hills. The scent of flowers wafted from the roadside, birds danced on the branches, and students were filled with hope for the future. But now, Su Lang saw only silence. Panic spread across the campus. Students began packing their bags, hurriedly bidding farewell to the once familiar campus. Their faces were filled with worry and reluctance, but more so with confusion and anxiety about the future. In the dormitory buildings, the sound of rolling luggage echoed. The classrooms were empty, leaving only the formulas on the blackboard quietly recounting past glories. In the face of disaster, this precious knowledge seemed trivial, just like in the library, where books that had once been read countless times now lay scattered across the floor. As the crowd dispersed, Qingyan University gradually became empty and desolate. Su Lang watched Gu Qingyan appear not far away, gazing at his back in silence. In fact, Su Lang was curious about what Gu Qingyan was thinking while looking at the central lecture hall at this moment. Was he regretting being held back by himself back then? Or was he reminiscing about his past as a student in the lecture hall and as a lecturer? Click. The sound of a shutter echoed as a girl, pushing a suitcase, hastily took this photo. Gu Qingyan turned around, and the girl smiled shyly before dragging her suitcase away. Gu Qingyan saw Su Lang not far away and seemed to have sensed it beforehand, walking calmly towards him. You didn't go back on your word. Gu Qingyan approached Su Lang with a gentle smile. I knew you wouldn't go back on your word. Su Lang had promised him he wouldn't leave and would wait with him for the disaster to arrive. Su Lang wasn't lying and had no intention of lying. Are you scared? Gu Qingyan asked, raising his hand to brush off the leaves on Su Lang's shoulder. If you're scared, I can help you secure a spot to survive. Su Lang knew Gu Qingyan wasn't joking. I'm not scared. Su Lang looked seriously at Gu Qingyan. I said I would stay and accompany you to the last moment. Not leaving? Gu Qingyan confirmed again. Not leaving. Su Lang gave his promise calmly. This brief conversation clarified the choice between life and death. They didn't need long speeches or sentimental nostalgia. At this moment, the two of them standing here was enough. Autumn had arrived. Golden leaves covered the path. Crunching underfoot, the sky appeared high and vast, with a few lead-gray clouds drifting lazily, giving off a sense of solitude. Su Lang looked up, watching the sunlight filter through the sparse clouds, casting down on the earth, but that warmth felt so insignificant, unable to dispel the chill in the air. The surroundings were eerily quiet, but Su Lang felt very comfortable because he saw the vitality of humanity's future amidst the desolation. Gu Qingyan handed the documents to Su Lang. I've organized everything you wanted. We need to find a safe place for it. Su Lang said this, but his steps didn't stop, heading straight toward the nuclear physics laboratory at Qingyan University. This point had been discussed with Fan Yu long ago. The materials and structure of a nuclear physics laboratory needed to meet high standards of safety, durability, and functionality. The walls, floors, and ceilings of the laboratory often used heavy materials to effectively shield against radiation. The doors, windows, and other openings of a laboratory were sealed with special materials to ensure good isolation from the external environment, preventing the leakage of radioactive substances. Since nuclear physics experiments might involve strong radiation, high temperatures, or corrosive substances, the equipment and surface materials used inside the laboratory also needed to have good corrosion resistance. In addition, even the electrical lines and equipment are made of fireproof and explosion-proof materials to ensure safe and stable operation under extreme conditions. Structurally, the laboratory is designed as a multi-layer protective structure, including an external wall, an internal protective layer, and an air gap in between, which effectively reduces the impact of the external environment on the laboratory's interior. From any perspective, this is the best choice. Gu Qingyan followed Su Lang closely, not asking too many questions. He had already done everything he needed to do, or rather, everything he could do. He had kept this document with him, hoping to hand it over to Su Lang at the first opportunity. From this perspective, he could even be considered diligent. As for where the document would be placed and whether it could be found in the future, that would depend on their fate. After completing all this, Su Lang and Gu Qingyan walked side by side on the chaotic city streets, surrounded by deafening explosions and the cries of people. The buildings on both sides of the street appeared dilapidated under the glow of fire, in the crowd shouting to escape. Only Su Lang and Gu Qingyan swam against the current, heading home. On the edge of turmoil, the city's clamor and chaos seemed to threaten to swallow everything. While Su Lang and Gu Qingyan's little house was a tranquil harbor, with the last rays of the setting sun pouring in through the window, casting a golden hue inside. Gu Qingyan stood in front of the stove, holding a spatula, his face serious as if engaged in a sacred mission. However, the ingredients in his hand and the seasonings in the pot appeared somewhat chaotic, leading one to doubt the prospects of the meal. Su Lang stood beside him, arms crossed, with a hint of a teasing smile on his face. He didn't know how to cook, but he understood Gu Qingyan, and precisely because he understood Gu Qingyan, he also understood the meal they were about to eat. "Are you sure this salt goes here?" Su Lang couldn't help but ask. Gu Qingyan replied without turning his head. "Of course I'm sure. I have a secret recipe." Su Lang smiled helplessly and said no more. He knew that for a man who was extremely confident, words were of no use. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks broke the tranquility of the room. Su Lang walked over to open the door and saw a woman with an anxious expression standing at the entrance. "Mr. Austin sent me to confirm one last time with Mr. Gu. He really isn't leaving?" the woman asked, panting. Su Lang glanced back at Gu Qingyan, who was still seriously focused on the dish in the pot. He smiled slightly and told the woman, "Gu Qingyan is not leaving. Thank you for making this trip." The woman was momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to understand their decision. She shook her head and hurriedly left. After closing the door, Su Lang returned to the kitchen to continue watching Gu Qingyan's performance. He saw Gu Qingyan pour a large spoonful of black liquid into the pot, immediately producing a thick cloud of smoke. "What is this?" Su Lang asked in surprise. Gu Qingyan smiled proudly. "This is my special secret sauce. It will ensure this dish has a unique flavor." Su Lang shook his head speechlessly, silently praying that this dish wouldn't be too terrible. After a flurry of activity, Gu Qingyan finally brought the dish to the table. The plate looked dark and emitted an indescribable smell. Su Lang looked at the dish, feeling a bit anxious. He had very few meals left in his life, and he never expected that he would be eating. "How is it? My cooking isn't bad, right?" Gu Qingyan asked proudly. Su Lang struggled to swallow the food in his mouth and tactfully replied, "I can only say that every profession has its specialization." Hearing this, Gu Qingyan was not discouraged. Instead, he felt a sense of determination. "All right, I'll make you a good meal tomorrow." "Tomorrow? Eating again?" Shu Long was shocked. "Of course. People need to eat every day," Gu Qingyan said matter-of-factly. Su Lang felt a heavy weight on his shoulders, knowing the long road ahead. Perhaps this was the feeling. At night, Su Lang and Gu Qingyan sat on the balcony, looking at the starry sky above, both remaining silent. The starry sea was vast and dazzling, while humanity seemed so small, striving with all their might, only to glimpse a tiny corner of the world. October 4th, 2265, Wednesday, clear. Today, I made the most difficult decision of my life. At Su Lang's request, I personally ended his life. He was only 29 years old, so young, so brave. Yet fate was so cruel. I cannot describe the pain and struggle in my heart. I know this is for a greater goal, to give hope to future humanity, but killing an innocent person with my own hands is a feeling that is truly unbearable. Su Lang, I'm sorry, please forgive me. Fanyu. October 4th, 2265, Wednesday, clear. Su Lang is dead, but I know we will meet again soon. Gu Qingyan. October 5th, 2265, Thursday, overcast. Today, the radiation disaster broke out in full force. The whole world seemed to have fallen into an apocalyptic scene. The streets were empty, buildings were distorted by radiation, and the air was filled with a suffocating sense of terror. I was placed in a relatively safe underground shelter, following my teacher to work on quantum splitting machine research. It was filled with an atmosphere of oppression and despair. Everyone was worried about their lives, not knowing when they would see the light of day again. On the first night in the underground shelter, people were crowded together in chaos. Fortunately, beside me was a cute little boy who timidly called me sister, telling me he was 8 years old and named Su Lang. After a day of exhausting travel, the sounds of snoring filled the air, and Su Lang did not sleep soundly. It seemed he dreamed of someone, of something. The next day, he told me he dreamed of a strange man who was killed by a woman. He said that the woman looked a lot like me. Fanyu, July 1st, 2284. Tuesday, hope it's clear. I had that dream again. Even worse, the man in the dream actually exists. His name is Qingyan. By the way, the person who told me this news is the one who killed me. Sulang.